The delivery man, Cao Qiye, found himself ensnared in the confines of a female university dormitory. In this moment of peril, he successfully activated the ultimate skin system, granting him the extraordinary ability to change his appearance at will. Chapter 1. The Arrival of Doom. Apply more force. Push harder. Are you even capable? Within the confines of Jiangxing Media College's female dormitory, chaos reigned. At that moment, Cao Qiye was drenched in sweat, the panicked cries of the young women echoing in his ears as he exerted every ounce of strength to brace the door. Outside, a bloodthirsty roar reverberated as a grotesque, pus-ridden zombie head wedged itself in the door crack, contorted and thrashing in a frenzied attempt to breach the barrier. "Hey, delivery guy, haven't you eaten?" A grown man, unable to fend off a woman? How embarrassing. Put more effort into it. If you let it in, we'll all be doomed. Wait, isn't that our dormitory's matron? She seems unwell. I have a first aid kit. Let her in, and I can help her. Faced with such an urgent predicament, the three girls behind, Cao Qiye offered no assistance. Instead, they continued to bicker incessantly, further aggravating his already frayed nerves. At 24, Cao Qiye had once enjoyed moderate success, amassing a fortune of over $1 million. However, his partner, Wu Jinghao, had orchestrated his downfall, absconding with all his assets and accruing debts amounting to hundreds of thousands. Despite his attempts to stage a comeback, the winds of the industry had shifted unfavorably, compounded by a deteriorating economic climate, leading to inevitable failure. Reluctantly, he resorted to delivering takeout to alleviate some financial pressure. Little did he anticipate that a zombie virus would erupt across Blue Star, trapping him in a female dormitory. "Stop screaming. Come help me," Cao Qiye shouted in exasperation, genuinely on the brink of collapse. "Isn't it the duty of you boys to handle such physical tasks? Why should we, delicate maidens, assist? Were it not for our entrapment here, I could summon a dozen admirers with a mere word to do the work. Why should a delivery man like you play the gallant protector? You dare yell at me? Who do you think you are? I'm a content creator with millions of followers. Delivery guy, listen to me. The matron's condition appears dire. Allow her in trance. I possess medical knowledge." One spoiled little fairy, one emotionally unstable screamer, and a completely oblivious do-gooder. Were it not for his own predicament, Cao Qiye would have relished the thought of unleashing the zombie to rid himself of these insufferable women. Let the world perish. As despair enveloped him, his gaze fell upon a metallic hairpin adorning the head of the screamer. In a sudden moment of clarity, he seized the hairpin without hesitation, thrusting it into the protruding eyeball of the zombie matron. With a resounding crack, the zombie's eye burst forth like a ruptured fruit, splattering dark, chilling liquid in every direction. In an instant, the zombie emitted a series of indescribably mournful wails. Perhaps due to recently transforming into a zombie, the dormitory matron seemed to retain some semblance of pain, momentarily succumbing to weakness amidst her anguished cries. Seizing the opportunity, Cao Qiye exerted his strength in a flash. With a resounding clang, the dormitory door was finally shut tight, and as the cacophony diminished, it felt as though all fear and chaos were effectively barred outside. This granted Cao Qiye a fleeting moment of tranquility and respite. "What a waste. Took you so long to close the door," he muttered. You splattered me with that foul liquid. Do you have any idea how expensive this dress is? What on earth are you doing? Why harm the matron? Open the door." The three others were ignored. Cao Qiye slumped by the door, trembling hands lighting a cigarette for himself, attempting to calm his nerves. This was the same smoke he typically used to bribe the station master. He himself was deep in debt, only affording the 5 Iwana pack Red Flag Canal brand. With eyes tightly shut, he inhaled deeply, allowing the rich smoke to linger in his mouth for a moment before exhaling a thick cloud of haze. "Get up. Who the hell allowed you to smoke in the dormitory? You disgusting man." Just as Cao Qiye took a breath, the little fairy beside him began to screech once more. He glanced at the half-finished cigarette in his hand, carefully propping it against the wall. After adjusting his hairstyle, he slowly rose to his feet. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Cao Qiye swiftly retaliated, delivering a stinging blow to the little fairy's face. "So engrossed in smoking, I almost forgot to hit you." The overwhelming force sent her sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. You dare strike me? I'm calling the police." As the shrieking girl prepared to unleash her irritating cries, she was unexpectedly seized by Cao Qiye, who gripped her throat. Under her terrified gaze, he targeted her abdomen and delivered a fierce knee strike. She crumpled to the ground, convulsing and emitting faint whimpers. You only strike women, while the zombies remain unscathed. What kind of skill is that? Now, only one self-righteous individual continued to wail. Just as Cao Qiye was about to silence her physically, he suddenly noticed the zombies outside rhythmically battering the door. From the intervals of the impacts, it seemed they were gathering momentum. Aren't you the one who wants to save people? Allow me to facilitate that. With a firm grip around the neck of the sanctimonious woman, he dragged her to the door, peering through the peephole to assess the situation outside. Taking advantage of the zombies' momentary retreat, he abruptly flung open the dormitory door, casting the woman into the embrace of the zombies before swiftly shutting the door once more. No. Matron, what are you doing? Don't do this. Someone save me. Brother, I was wrong. Open the door, let me in. Before long, the outside world echoed with her harrowing screams. Yet, it quickly diminished, replaced by the unsettling sounds of the zombies gnawing. Having accomplished all this, Cao Qiye finally bent down to pick up the currency from the ground, savoring it with great appreciation. How delightful! At last I feel at ease, Cao Qiye exclaimed, a wave of refreshment washing over him. He had endured the presence of these three women for far too long. The reason he hadn't acted sooner was that he had exhausted his strength blocking the door and needed to sit on the ground for a moment to recuperate, ensuring he had the vigor to strike when the time came. Although he was not a martial arts expert, as an omnipotent delivery man, he had acquired various skills during his 6 months of delivering meals. Cao Qiye had learned Wing Chun, Sanda, grappling, mixed martial arts, wilderness survival, counter-surveillance techniques, 3 foreign languages, freestyle rap, floral manipulation, and the assembly and disassembly of semi-truck axles. Without a modicum of talent, he would have long been barred from entering by the security guard proficient in Muay Thai at the academy's entrance. Once he regained his composure, Cao Qiye began to contemplate his predicament. He was currently trapped on the 8th floor of the female dormitory, with a hallway teeming with zombies. Through the dormitory window, he could clearly observe the school's playground, and the situation outside was even graver than he had imagined. To put it succinctly, it resembled a real-life rendition of Train to Busan. Escaping from this place seemed nearly impossible. The only viable option was to stock up on food and water while awaiting rescue. With this thought, Cao Qiye quickly retrieved his phone, hoping to glean some useful information online. As he expected, the entire network had been engulfed by this unprecedented turmoil. The zombie virus had infected the globe, and not a single corner of Blue Star was spared. It was estimated that more than half of humanity had already succumbed to zombification. Moreover, vast unknown mists had begun to appear in the skies above. Soon, they would face water shortages, power outages, communication disruptions, and food scarcity. The apocalypse was truly upon them. However, in the face of this impending cataclysm, Cao Qiye felt not a shred of fear. Instead, he erupted into self-deprecating laughter. I finally won't have to repay my debts. Ding! Detecting your resilient spirit and your fearless attitude in the face of the apocalypse, the system has designated you as the chosen one. As the apocalypse descends to safeguard the peace of the world and ensure the continuation of human civilization, the endearing yet diabolical super system is activating. Congratulations, host. The skin system has been successfully bound. Chapter 2. The Supreme Skin System. Congratulations, host. The Supreme Skin System has been successfully bound. When the goddess voluntarily follows the host, skins can be unlocked, each bestowing unique abilities. As the host of the Supreme Skin System, you shall acquire the powers of all available skins. Friendly reminder, the more skins unlocked within the Supreme Skin System, the stronger the host's abilities. This is a late-game system. Starting with no combat power may lead to an untimely demise. A stable and prolonged development is essential, so the host must ensure their survival. Is that you? Tongzi, brother. Cao Qiye was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by an overwhelming wave of joy. I did it. I, the Taoist, have succeeded. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? You wicked delivery man. You actually killed my roommate. I'm calling the police, and I'll have them execute you. The little fairy glared fiercely at Cao Qiye, then pulled out her phone to dial 110. Aha. Reporting? Go ahead, report away. Cao Qiye found himself amused by her antics and made no effort to stop her. If she managed to reach the police, he would be grateful. Given the current state of Blue Star, it was likely everyone was searching for law enforcement. Besides, it was the self-righteous maiden who insisted on venturing out to seek treatment from the administrator, and Cao Qiye was merely assisting her in fulfilling her wish. One could even consider it an act of virtue. Moreover, in the apocalypse, the first rule was to eliminate the self-righteous. While the little fairy was occupied on the phone, Cao Qiye busily gathered all the food and water in the dormitory. Although his system's potential was remarkably high, its baseline was equally low. He commenced his journey as an ordinary individual, devoid of any initial advantage. What Cao Qiye aimed to achieve was to ensure his safety while recruiting his first goddess. Sorry. The subscriber you dialed is busy now. Please dial again later. Beep, beep, beep. After a prolonged attempt to reach the authorities, the little fairy realized that 110 had long since collapsed. Observing Cao Qiye rummaging through the dorm, she feigned calmness and attempted to assert her authority, saying, "You, delivery man. What are you doing? Those belongings are our private property. Do not touch them. Just wait. I've already called the police, and they will arrive in 3 minutes. If you kneel and beg me now, I might consider speaking a few good words for you to lessen your sentence." Huh? Cao Qiye nearly burst into laughter upon hearing her words. He decided not to engage in further conversation and swiftly approached her, delivering a resounding slap. Smack. The symmetrical marks of his palms appeared on the little fairy's face. Dare to shout at me? Your sycophants may indulge you, but I certainly will not. Not only do I claim all the supplies in this dormitory, but if you too do not comply, you shall serve as my reserve rations. The enchanting young lady gazed intently with her large, watery eyes fixed on Cao Qiye, clearly bewildered by the unexpected slap. She had presumed that he would be easily ensnared by her beauty and wit, cowering in fear like those infatuated admirers. To her astonishment, Cao Qiye remained unfazed. Why was he immune to her charms? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, her expression shifting from shock to utter despair, ultimately bursting into tears. Cao Qiye cast her a cold glance, utilizing the system to examine her attributes. Name, Woodington. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene lock, unlocked. Beauty, 81. Figure, 89. Temperament, 70. Charm, 82. Overall score, 80. Unlockable skin level, ordinary. Skin levels are categorized as ordinary, brave, epic, legendary, collector's edition, supreme. Upon closer inspection, Cao Qiye noted that Woodington indeed possessed a measure of beauty. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall, the ends slightly curled, exuding an air of languor. Even in her dormitory, devoid of makeup, her skin remained fair and luminous, as if it could be effortlessly pierced. Particularly striking was the yellow t-shirt adorned with a Pikachu design, which accentuated her voluptuous figure with its vibrant contours. It was no wonder that she often spoke of a plethora of devoted admirers. She certainly had some merit. Cease your weeping. If you continue, I shall cast you out of the dormitory like that self-righteous woman. Cao Qiye commanded loudly. He understood that coaxing this pampered young lady into submission would be futile. A firmer approach was necessary. At his stern reprimand, Woodington immediately halted her sobbing, although a bubble of mucus still clung to her nose, her body trembling uncontrollably. The Pikachu on her chest bounced with her sobs, providing an oddly pleasing sight. You will face retribution for bullying us defenseless girls. At that moment, the previously curled-up girl in the corner found her voice, unleashing a torrent of curses directed at Cao Qiye. He glanced at her as well. Name, Suing. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene lock, unlocked. Beauty, 89. Figure, 84. Temperament, 85. Charm, 90. Overall score, 87. Unlockable skin level, brave. As a seasoned cosplayer, Su Ying's beauty and allure far surpassed that of Woodington. Dressed in the cosplay costume of Raiden Shogun from Genshin Impact, her exquisite features and breathtaking appearance captivated all. Her dark purple hair was braided at the ends, while her light purple eyes sparkled subtly, a beauty mark gracing the corner of her right eye, adding a touch of elegance. Despite exuding an air of aloofness, her face bore a gentle, understanding expression, creating a striking contrast. Moreover, it has just dawned on Cao Qiye that he has encountered this young lady on Douyin. She is one of the 4 campus beauties of Jiangxing Academy of Fine Arts and simultaneously a cozer influencer with millions of followers online. Under normal circumstances, Cao Qiye would have sought out a teacher to collect their approval first. However, that is beside the point at this moment. He must deliver a couple of crushing blows to the teacher instead. Me? Bully the two of you? Cao Qiye gestured towards himself, rendered speechless. If it weren't for my desperate efforts to block the door just now, you would have long been devoured by zombies. It would have sufficed if you were merely ungrateful. But to curse me as well? Observing the ingratitude before him, Cao Qiye first helped Suing up from the ground. Then, taking aim, he delivered 2 sharp knee strikes. After a flurry of relentless attacks, Suing had already collapsed on the ground, retching bile. Given the current situation, if they still cannot distinguish between the major and minor players, then Cao Qiye must offer them a few subtle hints. Woodington. Chapter 3. The partner's sister. After imparting lessons to the 2 young ladies, Cao Qiye secured all the supplies within a cabinet, taking with him the keychain that was already inserted. Inside the cabinet lay half a case of untouched mineral water, several packets of snacks, and 3 servings of spicy hot pot that he had just delivered. If he rationed his consumption, these provisions would sustain him for over a month. As for other water sources, Cao Qiye had already ascertained that the water flowing from the faucet had turned a murky green, clearly contaminated by the zombie virus. Consuming it would likely transform anyone into a zombie instantly. Subsequently, Cao Qiye blocked the dormitory entrance with beds and heavy objects, ensuring that the zombies in the corridor could not breach the door. He then casually confiscated the mobile phones of the 2 female college students, coercing them to remove all passwords. After experiencing a physical awakening at the hands of Cao Qiye, Wu Tingting and Su Ying had begun to harbor a modicum of respect for him. After a day filled with activity, Master Cao finally took his time to retrieve a bowl of spicy hot pot from the cabinet and savored it with great delight. This particular hot pot, priced at 188 each, had cost a staggering 500 for 3 servings. He could hardly afford such a luxury even after a full day's work. Furthermore, from Su Ying's social media, he discovered that these 3 servings had been purchased by an ardent admirer who had received nothing more than a casual thank you, brother, in return. The subsequent messages sent by the admirer went unanswered by Su Ying. Cao Qiye shook his head while eating. Not to criticize you, my friend, but with that kind of money, you could treat your good buddies to a seafood feast, and they would consider you a father figure for a semester. Or with just a few more bucks, for 598, you could indulge in a supreme experience. Today's youth truly underestimate the purchasing power of 500 bucks. No wonder these young ladies had become so spoiled, their heads held high. At that moment, Wu Tingting and Su Ying could only huddle nervously in the corner, helplessly watching as their delivery man consumed their meal. Having been on a diet, they had not eaten since the previous evening, and now, well into the afternoon, they found themselves reliant on their admirer to order an exorbitantly priced hot pot. The rich aroma of the spicy hot pot wafted through the dormitory. Their stomachs betrayed them with audible growls. "Brother, could you spare us a bite?" Woodington timidly inquired, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. "We want to touch the vegetables. Just a sip of the broth will suffice," Su Ying chimed in, her gaze fixated on the hot pot in Cao Qiye's hands, her throat involuntarily swallowing. After their physical awakening, the 2 women had significantly tempered their attitudes towards him, now tinged with a sense of reverence. Moreover, Cao Qiye had shown them information from the internet and the dire conditions outside the playground. Woodington and Su Ying had come to a stark realization: the apocalypse had indeed arrived. However, accustomed to indulgence, they were not about to capitulate entirely. Exchanging glances, they silently conspired, feign compliance for now, bide their time until rescue arrives, and then exact a fierce retribution upon this audacious delivery man. Seeing Cao Qiye remain indifferent, Woodington continued with a longing expression, "Brother, my brother is Wu Jinghao, the general manager of Tianhong Real Estate. If you let me have a sip of soup, I can have him give you a substantial amount of money. I promise, I'm not deceiving you. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone. Wu Jinghao is truly my brother." Upon hearing this, Cao Qiye halted, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he gazed at her. "What? You are Wu Jinghao's sister? Do you know my brother?" Wu Tingting's face lit up with joy, thinking she had encountered a familiar acquaintance of her brother, believing she would no longer suffer from hunger. Cao Qiye nodded, his gaze sharpening, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Wu Jinghao, even if turned to ash, I would recognize him. Wu Jinghao, the very partner who had swindled Cao Qiye out of his assets." He never anticipated that the Wu Tingting before him was indeed Wu Jinghao's sister. To confirm this information, Cao Qiye opened Wu Tingting's WeChat, where he found her chat history with Wu Jinghao. "Wu Tingting, brother, do you think this handbag is beautiful? My birthday is next week, and I would like it. Wu Jinghao, it's only 20,000. Brother will buy it for you." Wu Tingting, really? "Brother, why are you so good to me?" Wu Jinghao, silly girl, you are my only family. If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well? Wu Tingting, brother, you are truly the best brother in the world. Love you. Cute. How wonderful it is to see a brother spending his money on luxury items for his sister. Observing their bond, Cao Qiye felt a surge of emotion. An insidious plan for revenge ignited within his mind. The wheel of fate turns well. Heaven shows mercy to none. It appears that this was all orchestrated by the heavens. Since fate has brought them together, Cao Qiye resolved to take good care of his newfound sister. Wu Jinghao, Tingting, are you all right? The streets are filled with zombies. I'm hiding in the underground garage. It's safe for now. Wu Jinghao, how are things on your end? Wu Jinghao, Tingting, you must hold on. I will come to rescue you. Wu Jinghao sent dozens of messages and even video calls. But they went unheard as Cao Qiye had muted both their phones when seizing them. It seems Wu Jinghao's luck was holding up. He was temporarily out of danger. Cao Qiye smiled faintly and sent a message to Wu Jinghao from Wu Dingting's phone. Wu Dingting, brother, please be safe. I'm waiting for you at school. Upon receiving the message, Wu Jinghao immediately replied, but Cao Qiye chose to ignore him. He wanted to offer Wu Jinghao hope while simultaneously instilling a sense of unease. Cao Qiye thought to himself, Wu Jinghao, do not perish just yet. We have old debts to settle amidst this apocalypse. Chapter 4. Only one of you can survive. Do you wish for some soup? Cao Qiye gently swayed the last remnants of broth in his bowl, presenting it to Wu Tingting and Su Ying. The two women, having gone without sustenance for over 20 hours, instantly brightened, nodding eagerly like famished kittens. While the desire for soup was palpable, they were acutely aware that they were in an apocalyptic world where food and water were scarce commodities. You must offer equivalent resources in exchange, Cao Qiye remarked with a faint smile, his gaze unabashedly traversing Wu Dingting and Su Ying. Laced with a hint of mockery and aggression. Under such scrutiny, Wu Tingting and Su Ying quickly grasped Cao Qiye's implication, instinctively retreating a step, their faces betraying a mixture of wariness and defiance. We shall forego the soup. You may have it, they stammered, inching back toward the corner. Though their words were tactful, their glances at Cao Qiye were rife with disdain. Wu Tingting scoffed inwardly, recalling how a wealthy heir had once gifted her a designer handbag worth tens of thousands, yet had not even dared to hold her hand. Did he truly believe a bowl of leftover spicy hot pot could barter for her body? Ridiculous. Su Ying, too, wore a mask of scorn. As a cosplayer with millions of followers, she commanded significant sums for advertisements. Why would she settle for a mere delivery man? Very well. Remember your expressions at this moment. I hope that when you next find yourselves begging at my feet, you can maintain this same bravado, Cao Qiye remarked playfully, deriving great satisfaction from their current demeanor. The fierceness they exhibited now would only serve to amplify their eventual humility. The thought of the contrast that would unfold in a few days made Cao Qiye's anticipation swell. In truth, given the present circumstances, he could swiftly execute both of them without hesitation. However, he prided himself on being a connoisseur of beauty and wished to extend to them an opportunity to willingly serve him. He paused, his tone seemingly casual yet laden with pressure. You both are undoubtedly aware that my supplies of food and water are limited. Thus, I can only share with one of you. In essence, only one among you shall have the chance to survive. As he spoke, he meticulously observed the shifts in Wu Tingting and Su Ying's expressions. His words not only instilled a sense of urgency, but also subtly sowed discord between them. In their isolated predicament, the psychological defenses of individuals often become more susceptible to breach. In reality, once Cao Qiye unlocked their exclusive skins, he could harness the system's power to lead them to safety. Children make choices, adults take all, he mused, knowing that his intent was merely to intimidate Wu Tingting and Su Ying. Unfortunately, the system's requirement for unlocking exclusive skins was voluntary submission. Otherwise, he would have long since resorted to coercion. Indeed, after Cao Qiye's declaration, both women exchanged fleeting glances when the other was momentarily distracted. It was evident that cracks had begun to form in their alliance. Do not rush to make a decision. Take your time to ponder, he advised. After uttering a phrase, Cao Qiye leisurely opened his phone, continuing his online search for information regarding the apocalypse. He had no intention of leaving his dormitory before unlocking his skin. The ultimate skin system possesses a remarkably high ceiling, categorized as a late-stage system, requiring initial development. Thus, he must bide his time. Throughout the night, Cao Qiye diligently sought to gather useful information. Through persistent observation, he was astonished to discover that the apocalypse on Blue Star was far more complex than merely a zombie virus. Firstly, a black mist obscured all long-range signals. Individuals could only receive information within a limited radius, and any attempt to exceed this distance resulted in a complete signal loss. Based on Cao Qiye's estimations, this radius was approximately 10 kilometers, insufficient to encompass the entire Jiacheng Media College. In essence, the black mist severed all communication between people and the outside world. When the black mist initially manifested, he was still able to access foreign news and developments. However, once the black mist fully descended, he could only receive information from his immediate surroundings. Even Wu Tingting's phone could no longer receive messages from Wu Jinghao. Furthermore, it appeared that all firearms had become incapacitated, rendering them inoperable. The 10-kilometer limit surrounding the girls' dormitory coincided precisely with the Jiangxing police station, as indicated by the information disseminated by the officers. All firearms had inexplicably ceased to function, leading to the complete downfall of the police station. If this were confirmed, it would signify that this zombie virus posed an existential threat to humanity as a whole. Chapter 5. The Reversal of the Heavenly Gang. Undoubtedly, amidst the plethora of unfavorable news, there exists a glimmer of hope. Among humanity, a gifted individual has emerged. Currently, only one such extraordinary being is known, a physical education teacher at Jiangcheng Media College, who possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate the element of fire. In a widely circulated video, he breathes flames, incinerating a zombie with ease. In terms of combat performance, however, it is rather unremarkable, were it not for the ineffectiveness of conventional firearms. His abilities would pale in comparison to a mere flamethrower. Yet, his presence has instilled a sense of hope for survival among the remnants of humanity. The existence of such powers has provided a means for mankind to envisage a future in the fight against the undead. Regrettably, the method of acquiring these abilities remains shrouded in mystery, and even the teacher himself claims ignorance. At present, this gifted educator has established a small bastion on the third floor of the college gymnasium, rallying the surviving souls to join forces in the battle against the zombies. Additionally, Cao Qiye has stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. His mobile phone, which had long been at a mere 15 battery, astonishingly retains that same charge even now. As all the young ladies utilize Apple devices, he finds himself devoid of a single Android charging cable in the dormitory, rendering him unable to recharge his phone. Strangely, his device seems to have entered a state of perpetual battery life, with the previously dwindling charge remaining steadfastly at 15. This unyielding battery level, coupled with the inability to recharge, leaves Cao Qiye feeling somewhat discontented. Subsequently, he conducted an experiment using Wu Tingting's Apple phone to play music. Remarkably, after an hour, the battery displayed no signs of depletion. It is well known that even a fully charged Apple device struggles to sustain music playback for half an hour, let alone an entire hour without losing power. This observation suggests that energy seems to have transitioned from a consumable resource to a perpetual motion machine. In essence, even with the infrastructure of Blue Star ravaged by the undead, power outages will not occur. This development is undeniably monumental for humanity as a whole. After a prolonged gaze at his phone, Cao Qiye languidly stretched, glancing at the time, 11:30 p.m. It was time to indulge in a restful slumber. In the corner, Wu Tingting and Su Ying were huddled on the floor, dozing off, their exhaustion evident. Cao Qiye cast a fleeting glance at them before casually tossing 2 blankets from his bed in their direction. Thank you, they stammered, gratitude flickering in their eyes. The discomfort of sitting on the ground was alleviated, if only slightly, by the blankets. However, their elation was premature. Soon after, Cao Qiye retrieved a bundle of rope from the cupboard and sauntered over, perplexed by the inexplicable presence of such an item in the girls' dormitory. What do you intend to do? The 2 girls, seeing the rope in his hands, instinctively crossed their arms, their faces betraying a look of sheer terror. What do I intend to do? Is it not evident? Cao Qiye shrugged nonchalantly, his tone lighthearted. We are in the apocalypse now. Who knows if you 2 might ambush me during the night? I cannot possibly sleep soundly without binding you both. He continued, you a grown man. Are you truly fearful of us 2 little girls? Indeed, he added, with your formidable strength, there is no need for concern, as we would be utterly powerless against you even if we joined forces. Wu Tingting and Su Ying exchanged bewildered glances. What was Cao Qiye thinking? Typically, in a situation where a solitary man and women are confined together, it is the women who secure the man for safety. Yet here was a man binding 2 women. Wasn't this a complete inversion of the norm? Chapter 6. Heart to heart with sisters. With the 2 of you at this level, I could easily take on 10. Cao Qiye smiled faintly, his confidence evident. But what if the 2 of you were to ambush me while I slumbered? In this apocalyptic world, surely you wouldn't have me believe in the goodness of humanity? Wu Tingting furrowed her brow, voicing her skepticism. But what if you bind us and take advantage of the situation? Cao Qiye chuckled mockingly, retorting, do you honestly think that if I intended to strike, I would need to tie you up? Can't I do so at any moment? Upon hearing this, Wu Tingting and Su Ying exchanged glances, suddenly realizing the validity of Cao Qiye's words. In their eyes, though he showed no tenderness, immediately educating them and even tossing their roommate to the zombies, upon reflection, he had never truly coerced them. After calming down in the corner, the 2 women recognized that had it not been for Cao Qiye, they might have long been devoured by the undead. Furthermore, keeping that overly compassionate roommate in the dormitory posed a threat to everyone. In this end-of-the-world scenario, while everyone harbored ulterior motives, their common goal of survival remained steadfast. Only the overly benevolent would recklessly attempt to save those beyond redemption, jeopardizing the entire group and endangering those around them. Well then, with this thought in mind, Wu Tingting nodded in agreement. Cao Ge, please be gentle. Su Ying gazed affectionately at Cao Qiye, her tone laced with a hint of playfulness. It was evident that his earlier remark about only sharing resources with one person had made an impact. Rest assured, I shall be very gentle. By the way, don't call me Cao Gu anymore. Refer to me as Qiye Gu. Cao Qiye smiled softly and then slowly approached Su Ying. He knelt beside her, beginning his work. Su Ying's body was delicate and soft, each touch eliciting a slight tremor. Don't move, it will be over soon, Cao Qiye coldly reminded her, while inwardly marveling at the exquisite texture, truly a testament to a university student. He then turned his attention to Wu Tingting, proceeding in the same manner. At last, both women were immobilized, their eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and an indescribable emotion. All right, now I can rest easy. Cao Qiye stood up, admiring his handiwork. At that moment, both Wu Tingting and Su Ying radiated allure, particularly the 89-point figure of Wu Tingting, her Pikachu design appearing even more vivid and full, truly remarkable. As a reward for Su Ying's earlier playful demeanor, Cao Qiye opened a bag of Lay's chips, pinching one and gently offering it to Su Ying's lips. Thank you, Qiye-gu. The enticing aroma of the chips proved irresistible to Su Ying, who had been hungry for a day and a night. Though it was but a slender morsel, the savory flavor of the spiced salt and the fragrant essence of oil instantly revitalized her. She chewed with utmost care, fearing the slightest waste of its delightful taste, and after finishing, she licked her lips in lingering satisfaction. Go ahead. Those who perform well in the future shall also receive rewards, Cao Qiye remarked with a playful smile, his tone imbued with a hint of affection and jest. Brother Qiye, I too wish to indulge in potato chips. I implore you, Wu Tingting interjected, her voice laced with a touch of grievance and flattery. Yet, Cao Qiye merely cast a fleeting glance her way, ignoring her plea altogether. Having alleviated any potential hazards, he comfortably nestled into his bed, preparing for slumber. At that moment, the immobile Wu Tingting ground her back teeth in frustration. Internally, she seethed. So you, Su Ying, whom I considered a dear sister, dare to entice this delivery boy. Intending to starve me? Since you show no kindness, do not expect my loyalty. In the art of seduction, I shall not yield to you. Come morning, I shall certainly win Brother Qiye's favor and outshine you. Chapter 7. Supreme Indulgence. The following morning, Cao Qiye awoke early. The first night of the apocalypse had been anything but tranquil for him. He had kept the lights on throughout the night, waking multiple times. For the specter of unforeseen calamity lurked at every corner, forbidding him the luxury of deep slumber. Nonetheless, his condition was far superior to that of others. At the very least, he had a secure refuge, while many had succumbed to the ravenous jaws of the undead, losing their lives that night. In the corner, Wu Tingting and Su Ying were in a dire state, having been bound for an entire night, their bodies numb and discomfort overwhelming. Upon awakening, Cao Qiye promptly released the two women from their restraints. The delicate pallor of their skin bore the marks of bruises, evoking a profound sense of pity. Subsequently, Cao Qiye retrieved a bowl of spicy hot pot from the cupboard and placed it in the dormitory's microwave. Ding! As the microwave chimed, Wu Tingting, who had been holding her breath all night, seized the moment. She hurriedly extracted the steaming hot pot and carefully presented it before Cao Qiye. Brother Qiye, may I feed you? She asked, settling onto his lap, her Pikachu emblazoned shirt brushing against his arm. She picked up a beef ball, gently blew on it, and brought it to his lips. Certainly, Cao Qiye nodded in satisfaction. Truth be told, when Wu Tingting dashed to fetch the hot pot, he was taken aback, momentarily thinking she had the audacity to snatch food from him, which would have roused the ever-protective instincts within him. Had it not been for Wu Tingting's unexpected demeanor, he might have already been on the floor. As she nuzzled against his arm, Wu Tingting tenderly fed him. Delightful, Cao Qiye remarked, wrapping an arm around her waist. Reveling in this royal treatment, the faint fragrance of the girl mingled with the rich aroma of the hot pot, creating an irresistible allure. The only flaw in this idyllic scene was Wu Tingting's evident hunger, having gone over 30 hours without sustenance. Cao Qiye couldn't help but worry that her breath might inadvertently drip onto the hot pot. Under her attentive care, he savored every morsel, finishing the entire bowl before graciously offering the remnants to her. The broth had been drained, leaving only a few remnants of chili skin. Thank you, Brother Qiye, Wu Tingting said, unperturbed by the leftovers, relishing the chili skins, even slurping them with delight. This starkly contrasted with her previously rebellious demeanor. Observing this, Su Ying felt a twinge of envy, regretting that she had not thought to serve Cao Qiye breakfast herself, having been outmaneuvered by Wu Tingting. At that moment, both women silently vied for his affection, acutely aware that it was not merely about a few potato chips and chili skins. The one who could most endear herself to Cao Qiye would gain the privilege of sharing in a trove of resources. Moreover, with Cao Qiye's formidable strength, becoming his woman would afford her his protection. Unbeknownst to them, under the masterful machinations of Cao Qiye, Wu Tingting and Su Ying, who should have stood united, now found themselves on opposing sides. The initial alignment of Cao Qiye versus Wu Tingting and Su Ying gradually transformed into Wu Tingting and Cao Qiye against Su Ying and Cao Qiye. Cao Qiye himself had become the coveted prize, the object of rivalry between the two women. "Brother Qiye, may I give you a back rub?" Wu Tingting cooed, her delicate fingers resting on Cao Qiye's shoulder as she applied a moderate pressure, casting a provocative glance at Su Ying. "Brother Qiye, how about a foot massage?" Su Ying retorted, refusing to be outdone. She promptly knelt down, removed Cao Qiye's shoes, and placed his feet upon her thighs, gently kneading them. The two women exchanged affectionate banter, each vying to outdo the other, their thoughts consumed with the desire to win over Cao Qiye for themselves. "Ah, splendid, splendid. Have you both awakened to your roles so swiftly after a single slumber?" Cao Qiye mused, relishing the rivalry while browsing his phone to catch up on the external situation. A subtle smile graced his lips, his heart swelling with delight at the attention from two beautiful women. Meanwhile, outside, chaos reigned. Upon awakening, the Jiangcheng Media Academy was engulfed in turmoil. The previously awakened sports teacher had mysteriously self-immolated. Yet, humanity's hope did not wane. After the teacher's demise, a student named Shauna astonishingly awakened the same unique ability. Now, the small faction within the gymnasium continued to grow. With the leadership shifting from the sports teacher to the university student, Shauna, rumors swirled on the school forum, suggesting an inappropriate relationship between Shauna and the deceased teacher. Cao Qiye, with keen perception, swiftly discerned a critical element from these fragmented tidings. The original host had perished, yet a new leader had awakened an identical ability? It was plausible that Shauna had eliminated the sports teacher to eradicate evidence, using her fiery powers to incinerate the corpse. This implied that in the apocalyptic world of Blue Star, abilities could indeed be usurped as resources. This revelation was nothing short of explosive. In the future, those who naturally awakened advanced powers would not only be the elite, but also the targets of widespread hostility. Cao Qiye foresaw that once this information became public, Blue Star would devolve into a treacherous battleground rife with deceit. Humanity's plight would become increasingly dire, as their adversaries would not only be zombies but also their own kind. Subsequently, through Su Ying's WeChat messages, Cao Qiye stumbled upon an even more astonishing discovery. A classmate named Qinwei had sent a message claiming he had awakened spatial abilities and inquired about Su Ying's whereabouts, eager to come to her rescue. This individual, known for spending 500 yuan to treat Su Ying to spicy hot pot, was likely unaware that his beloved goddess was currently kneeling submissively before Cao Qiye. "Very well. Why don't you both take a moment to rest?" Cao Qiye dismissed Wu Tingting and Su Ying, intending to engage in a meaningful conversation with the individual known as Qinwei. Space-related abilities, even within the realm of web literature, are exceedingly rare. If this young man truly possesses such powers, it is imperative to leverage them wisely. Su Ying, space abilities? Surely, you have indulged in too many light novels. Qinwei, Su Ying, you have finally responded to my messages. Grinning widely, Qinwei, I assure you, I will send you a video shortly. Qinwei, the video. Qinwei, Xiaoying, this is our ace in the hole for the apocalypse. I haven't shared this with anyone else. So you mustn't tell anyone. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence. Grinning widely, Chapter 8, Spatial Abilities. Cao Qiye promptly opened the video. On the screen, a slender boy wearing glasses stood before the camera, his palms slightly distorting the space around him, and to his astonishment, a pack of Snickers materialized out of thin air. Qinwei, Xiaoying, you must be hungry right now. I have several large boxes of Snickers stored in my space, along with a variety of foods and beverages. They're enough to last us for 6 months without a doubt. Su Ying, wow. Brother Qinwei, you are amazing. How did you manage to acquire so many supplies? Qinwei, Xiaoying, have you forgotten? I run a small convenience store in the dormitory. These are my stockpiles. After awakening my abilities, I stored all these supplies in my spatial domain. My roommates are still oblivious. Every day, I pretend to endure hunger with them, while secretly enjoying chicken legs in the restroom. Su Ying, wow, Brother Qinwei, you are so clever. I also want to eat chicken legs. Qinwei, Xiaoying, don't be anxious. Once I find a way out, I'll come to rescue you immediately. Su Ying, all right. Brother Qinwei, I'll wait for you. But you must take good care of yourself. Do not let anyone discover your abilities. Otherwise, those nefarious individuals will surely come to seize our food. Qinwei, yes. Xiaoying, love you. At that moment, Qinwei, hiding in the restroom while messaging Su Ying, was filled with youthful longing, already fantasizing about the joyous and carefree moments he would share with her in the future. Su Ying, by the way, Brother Qinwei, how did you awaken your powers? Qinwei, well, I'll tell you once I see you. Qinwei was cautious with his words. Su Ying, what? Brother Qinwei, you don't trust me at all. How can I feel safe in trusting myself to you like this? Qinwei, all right, I'll tell you. but you must not share it with anyone. Under Cao Qiye's relentless questioning, Qinwei ultimately succumbed without even lasting a single round. Qinwei, Xiaoying. If you come across a mutated plant bearing a rainbow-colored fruit, do not hesitate. Eat it immediately. Qinwei, that was the fruit I consumed to awaken my abilities. Qinwei, I suspect there are quite a few people at our school who have awakened their powers, but they are all keeping it hidden and not showing it. Suing, then brother Qinwei, you must keep yours hidden as well. Cao Qiye set down his phone, shivering with a chill. He had gone to great lengths to extract useful information, but his efforts proved worthwhile. From this individual named Qinwei, Cao Qiye uncovered the secret of awakening abilities. This indicated that the emergence of abilities was linked to consuming mutated plants akin to devil fruits. However, based on the situation in the school forums, it appeared that the number of these mutated fruits was exceedingly scarce. It was normal for someone like Qinwei, possessing spatial abilities, to conceal them. But if one had combat-oriented powers, they would undoubtedly manifest. After all, doing so would attract more followers and facilitate the rapid establishment of one's influence in the apocalyptic world. However, the fact that only one such individual had appeared suggested that the mutated fruits were exceedingly rare, and those who stumbled upon them were indeed exceptionally fortunate. However, Cao Qiye remained undeterred, for he had already uncovered the truth that abilities could be plundered. For the time being, he needed to keep Qinwei, the sycophant, in check. Once he had dealt with Wu Tingting and Su Ying, unlocking the power of the system, he would seize Qinwei's abilities. Cao Qiye mused, youngster, such an opportunity is beyond your grasp. Subsequently, he languidly reclined on the soft bed, snacking while perusing his phone, utterly at ease. A faint smile danced at the corners of his lips as his gaze occasionally flicked towards Wu Tingting and Su Ying in the corner. Ah, the time is drawing near. Meanwhile, Su Ying and Wu Tingting had gone an entire 48 hours without a drop to drink. Hunger and thirst had gradually sapped their strength. Wu Tingting could no longer endure. She collapsed in the corner, her complexion as pale as parchment, her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. As for Su Ying, though she struggled to remain conscious, her condition was scarcely better. Her throat felt as though it had been scorched, each swallow akin to a blade cutting through her. Her cracked lips bled slightly, and her vision blurred, as if she were on the brink of succumbing to an abyss of darkness. Water, water. Su Ying's vision swam, fixated on the half-finished bottle of mineral water beside Cao Qiye. The droplets clinging to the bottle sparkled seductively under the light, igniting an insatiable thirst within her. Her fingers trembled slightly, nails digging into her palm, attempting to stave off unconsciousness through pain. Then, glancing at the unconscious Wu Tingting beside her, Su Ying realized an opportunity had arisen. If only one of them could survive, why shouldn't it be her? With determination flashing in her eyes, she bit down on her cracked lips. Struggling to prop herself up, she crawled inch by agonizing inch towards Cao Qiye. Each movement sent waves of pain through her body, yet she dared not pause. She understood this was her solitary hope. Had the roles been reversed? With her lying unconscious and Wu Tingting awake, she believed Wu Tingting would make the same choice. Qiye, brother. Su Ying's voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible, yet it carried a heart-wrenching plea. Upon hearing the commotion, Cao Qiye slowly raised his head, his gaze settling on Su Ying, a hint of amusement playing at his lips. Oh, can you no longer hold on? Cao Qiye chuckled lightly, tossing his phone aside, leaning forward slightly to survey Su Ying from a superior vantage point. He then presented a bottle of mineral water he had just sipped to her lips. Thirsty for a drink? Certainly, but he deliberately elongated his words, a playful tone lacing his voice. Have you made your decision? Su Ying's body shuddered slightly, a flicker of humiliation crossing her eyes, swiftly engulfed by despair. Her throat felt scorched, every second of thirst tormenting her nerves. She understood that her options had dwindled to none. Yes, Su Ying affirmed, nodding resolutely, her voice barely audible. In the next moment, she seemed to expend all her strength, leaping directly into Cao Qiye's embrace. Cao Qiye was momentarily taken aback, but soon a meaningful smile graced his lips. He gazed down at the frail young woman in his arms, feeling the softness and warmth of her body. Don't be so impatient, he chuckled softly, his fingers gently brushing through Su Ying's hair. First, have a sip of water and eat something to replenish your energy. The forthcoming tasks will indeed be quite demanding on your stamina. Chapter 9. Unlocking the pool party skin 2.5 hours later. Ding. System notification. The goddess Su Ying voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a formidable ally. Successfully unlocked the hero skin. Pool party. Name, Su Ying. Gender, female. Age, 19. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 1. Gene lock, 0. Unlocked. Exquisite skin. Deep Blue Summer Pool Party hero. Possesses water element control and acquires the deep dive skill, perceiving any wall as an ocean, allowing for effortless traversal, as if swimming in water. Super ability, B-class Purifying Spring. The levels of super abilities are categorized as C, B, A, S, SS. SSS. Creates potable water with a purification effect. Capable of cleansing zombie viruses. The host will gain all abilities associated with Su Ying's skin and possesses the right to don or doff the armor at will. As the system notification faded, a gentle aquamarine glow enveloped Su Ying's form, reminiscent of a magical girl transformation, adorning her with a deep blue one-piece swimsuit. The swimsuit clung to her skin like a second layer, perfectly accentuating Su Ying's breathtaking curves. She glanced down at her new attire, her cheeks flushing slightly, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield her chest, only to feel that this action drew more attention, compelling her to bite her lip and lower her hands. What is happening? Su Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though she had been magically transformed at the touch of a button. Could this be some form of superpower? Cao Qiye's gaze roamed over Su Ying, unabashedly admiring her, his heart swelling with praise. Truly, the Pool Party series skin was simply magnificent. It is a superpower, Cao Qiye began slowly. A superpower? Su Ying looked perplexed, her brows slightly furrowed. Her phone had been taken by Cao Qiye, leaving her unaware of the emergence of superpowers in Blue Star. However, what Cao Qiye demonstrated was not merely an ordinary superpower, but rather a capability bestowed by the system. Indeed, it is the superpower I have granted you, Cao Qiye declared, an air of authority in his gaze, as if he were the sovereign of this post-apocalyptic world. With the unlocking of the skin, Cao Qiye now possessed two abilities. One was the deep dive from the pool party, and the other was Su Ying's super ability, Purifying Spring. Particularly, Purifying Spring, although classified as B-level, the ability to create potable water and purify zombie viruses was nothing short of miraculous in this dystopian setting. Cao Qiye could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment. He raised his palm upwards and gently clenched his fist. In an instant, the water elements in the air seemed to respond to an unseen call, converging wildly. Countless tiny droplets surged from all directions, coalescing in his palm into a crystal-clear, gently flowing sphere of water. Immediately, Cao Qiye willed the water sphere to transform into a delicate stream, precisely flowing into the empty mineral water bottle beside him. In an instant, a bottle of crystal-clear water appeared before Su Ying's eyes. She stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Trembling, she reached out her hand to grasp the freshly filled bottle, her fingertips brushing against the cool surface, as if to confirm the reality of this moment. A tempest surged within her heart. For a mere sip of water, she had paid a tremendous price, even offering her loyalty. Yet at this moment, Cao Qiye had effortlessly conjured a bottle of water with a mere gesture. Such power utterly shattered her understanding. This was simply beyond comprehension. Su Ying murmured to herself, her voice laced with astonishment. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions towards Cao Qiye, reverence, admiration, and an inexplicable sense of dependence. This was merely the beginning. Observing Su Ying's astonished expression, Cao Qiye's lips curled into a subtle smile, his tone encouraging as he said, "Give it a try. You can do it too." I can?" Su Ying pointed at herself, bewildered, doubting whether she had misheard. Could she truly achieve such a feat? Focusing her attention, she sought to feel the water elements surrounding her through her breath. Cao Qiye embraced Su Ying from behind, guiding her step by step with his recent experience. Feeling his robust chest against her back, Su Ying's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively closed her eyes, adjusting her breathing as he instructed. Gradually, she sensed a subtle energy flowing through the air, akin to countless tiny droplets dancing. I did it. Brother Qiye. I succeeded." Su Ying opened her eyes, gazing at the water sphere in her hand, her voice trembling with excitement. Following Cao Qiye's example, she cautiously poured the water sphere into the adjacent mineral water bottle until it was filled to the brim. Instantly, an indescribable sense of accomplishment surged within her. "Yay! This is wonderful. I can create water." Su Ying could not contain her joy, exulting like a child. She turned and joyfully embraced Cao Qiye, only to realize the intimacy of her action the next moment, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Brother Qiye," Su Ying whispered softly, yet she did not retreat. In that moment, she had accepted the truth of being Cao Qiye's woman. After all, she had entrusted herself to him. Furthermore, Cao Qiye possessed the extraordinary ability to control water resources, an invaluable skill in a post-apocalyptic world. By following Cao Qiye, she would never again have to worry about water. He was akin to a billionaire in this desolate realm, and soon, the line of women vying for his attention would stretch all the way to France. It felt incredibly fortunate to be the first to encounter Cao Qiye here. With this thought, Su Ying summoned her courage, rose on her toes, and kissed him. Faced with Su Ying's affectionate advances, Cao Qiye smiled confidently. Everything was within his master plan. As long as he continuously unlocked system skins and acquired more superpowers, he would become the sovereign of this apocalyptic world. The so-called goddesses would come to him in a steady stream. However, he was somewhat taken aback by Su Ying's pool party series skin, which was not only visually appealing but also possessed remarkable abilities. Notably, the capacity to create drinking water was an invaluable skill in this resource-scarce apocalypse. At this moment, Su Ying, adorned in her pool party skin, had also gained superpowers. To instill a sense of reverence in Su Ying, Cao Qiye reached out, gently grasped her chin, and compelled her to look up at him. Su Ying, remember, since your superpowers were bestowed by me, I can reclaim them at any moment. With that, Cao Qiye waved his hand and promptly removed Su Ying's pool party skin from the system interface. Ah, Su Ying gasped, a sudden chill enveloping her as her swimsuit vanished without a trace. In a flurry, she covered herself, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. At that moment, she fully comprehended the weight of Cao Qiye's words. Without him, she was nothing. Why resist? You know I've seen it all, Cao Qiye chuckled lightly. Overcome with shame, Su Ying trembled as she pleaded, Brother Qiye, I understand now. Please, return my clothes. Her voice was soft and tinged with a hint of sobbing, reminiscent of a startled fawn, evoking deep sympathy. From now on, I shall be your master, Cao Qiye declared, holding Su Ying's chin, his gaze fixed intently on her. Yes, master, Su Ying replied softly. The title felt devastatingly humiliating. Very well, Cao Qiye nodded in satisfaction. He then re-equipped Su Ying with the pool party skin. The deep blue swimsuit once again enveloped her curvaceous form, as if nothing had transpired moments before. A sigh of relief escaped Su Ying. Her awe for Cao Qiye now firmly entrenched. After all, he could not only reclaim her superpowers but also her clothing. This was utterly perplexing. In fact, Su Ying found the latter even more daunting than the former. How could she possibly resist? Subsequently, Cao Qiye, brimming with enthusiasm, decided to explore the usage of his diving skills. Approaching the wall that led from the dormitory to the restroom, he gently touched the surface. Instantly, the once solid wall rippled with circles, transforming into a watery realm, soft and elastic to the touch. Intriguing, Cao Qiye thought, excitement flickering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he plunged in without hesitation. The wall embraced him effortlessly, as if it were merely the surface of water. The sensation was akin to plunging into water, where everything around became indistinct and fluid. In the next moment, his figure had traversed through the wall, standing firmly in the restroom. This feeling bore resemblance to Lawn from Honor of Kings or Pike from League of Legends. Cao Qiye murmured to himself, a hint of astonishment lacing his voice. He glanced down at his hands, as if he could still sense the wondrous touch experienced while passing through the wall. This ability to disregard the barriers of walls was undeniably remarkable. Eager to test it once more, Cao Qiye resolved to retrace his steps and return to his dormitory through the restroom. However, when he reached out to touch the wall again, he found its surface as unyielding as before, devoid of the previous rippling effect. He furrowed his brow and attempted several more times, yet there was no response. It seemed that this deep dive skill had a cooldown. Cao Qiye nodded thoughtfully, beginning to grasp the mechanics of the ability. Clearly, the deep dive skill could not be employed indefinitely. A certain interval was required before it could be activated again. This restriction, indeed, appeared reasonable. Without limits, the potential for endless diving would be overwhelmingly formidable. Nonetheless, this was more than sufficient. A smile crept onto Cao Qiye's lips. In this apocalyptic world, the capacity to effortlessly traverse walls undoubtedly represented a lifeline. Whether evading peril or launching surprise assaults, it would grant him an undeniable advantage. In summary, both skills from the pool party were nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 10. Be grateful. 5 minutes later, Cao Qiye emerged once more from the restroom wall. The cooldown for his deep dive skill was 5 minutes. He murmured to himself, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. The interval was not insignificant. It appeared he must exercise caution in its application and refrain from squandering it frivolously. As he pondered the utilization of his skill, on the other side, Wu Ting, who had been in slumber for half a day, finally awoke languidly. She rubbed her drowsy eyes, her vision gradually sharpening. She then beheld Su Ying, adorned in a deep blue swimsuit, standing before Cao Qiye with an affectionate demeanor and a hint of triumph in her gaze. Brother Qiye. Su Ying, you too. Wu Ting felt a wave of regret wash over her. According to her original plan, she intended to feign sleep, hoping to coax Su Ying into sharing the slumber with her. Then, once Su Ying succumbed to sleep, she would launch her own advance on Cao Qiye. aspiring to be the one who could share resources with him. Who would have thought her weary body would betray her, leading her into genuine slumber? Ting ting, you're awake. Su Ying's lips curled into a subtle smile as she reached out to entwine her arm around Cao Qiye's neck. Staking her claim, allow me to introduce my master, Cao Qiye. Su Ying, how cunning you are. Wu Ting Ting bit her lip, a flicker of sorrow dancing in her eyes. Master indeed, how could you utter such words? She then turned her gaze to Cao Qiye. Brother Qiye, I can be of help too. Her voice was soft and laced with a hint of desperation, as if striving to seize the last opportunity. Cao Qiye cast her a sidelong glance, a playful smile gracing his lips. He said nothing further, merely extending a bottle of freshly filled mineral water toward Wu Ting Ting. Drink. His voice was calm yet imbued with an authority that brooked no refusal. Wu Ting Ting was, after all, the sister of Wu Zhenghao. Cao Qiye could hardly allow her to perish easily. She must live to atone for her brother's misdeeds. Thank you, Brother Qiye. Wu Ting Ting's voice trembled with excitement as she eagerly accepted the water bottle, gulping it down with fervor. She had gone over 50 hours without water, her throat parched as if scorched by fire. The cool water flowed into her mouth, swiftly quenching her desiccated body. Cough, 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 cough. In her haste, Wu Ting Ting choked several times, her face flushing crimson. Take your time. As long as you obediently heed my words, you may drink as much as you desire. Cao Qiye chuckled lightly. Really? Wu Ting Ting lifted her head, her voice catching in her throat, tears shimmering in her eyes. She had expected to be forsaken, even prepared for the worst. However, Cao Qiye's demeanor reignited a spark of hope within her. Cao Qiye did not respond, merely nodding slightly, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Wu Ting Ting threw herself into Cao Qiye's embrace, her cheek pressed against his chest, tears streaming down the corners of her eyes, as if in that moment she had finally discovered her sense of belonging. Brother Qiye, thank you. Her voice was barely audible, yet it carried a sense of relief akin to resurrection. Cao Qiye gazed down at Wu Ting Ting in his arms, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He understood that her psychological defenses had been completely shattered. Beside them, Su Ying, though slightly displeased, could only silently accept the situation. After all, in this apocalyptic world, being able to rely on a formidable figure like Cao Qiye was their greatest fortune. All right, it's time for a bath. You smell rather unpleasant. Cao Qiye frowned, pinching his nose as he cast a feigned disdainful glance at Wu Ting Ting. Indeed, after days without proper hygiene, she had accumulated an odor. A bath. Wu Ting Ting stood frozen, as if she had heard an outrageous fantasy. In this dire world where water resources were exceedingly scarce, even taking a sip of water was a tremendous luxury, let alone bathing. Such indulgence was something she scarcely dared to imagine. I forgot to mention, actually. Cao Qiye chuckled lightly, then raised his hand, swiftly conjuring a crystal-clear sphere of water in his palm. I am a superpower user, and I can also bestow superpowers upon others. As his words settled, Su Ying, in perfect coordination, extended her hand, similarly forming a water sphere. Superpower user. Wu Ting Ting's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. In the past, even witnessing such a phenomenon firsthand would have led her to believe she was hallucinating. Yet at this moment, with the zombie virus having erupted across the blue star and the world descending into chaos, the existence of superpower users seemed to make sense. Brother Qiye, are you implying that once I become your woman, I too can wield superpowers like you and Su Ying? Wu Ting Ting's voice trembled with barely concealed excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, Cao Qiye replied with a confident smile. In the next instant, he bent down, effortlessly lifting Wu Ting Ting in a princess carry. She gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Brother Qiye, what are you doing? I'm taking you to bathe. Do you wish to remain in this state of unpleasantness? Cao Qiye teased, his tone laced with affectionate playfulness. But, Brother Qiye is my master. How could I trouble you with such a task? Very well, you have the right mindset. Cao Qiye replied with a wicked grin. Be grateful. Chapter 11. Unlocking the new skin. Pikachu 5 hours later. Ding. System notification. Goddess Wu Ting Ting voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formidable ally. Successfully unlocked the ordinary skin. Pool party. Name, Wu Ting Ting. Gender, female. Age, 19. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 2. Gene lock, 0. Unlocked. Ultimate skin. Pool party Pikachu ordinary, possesses water element control, capable of deep diving, perceiving any wall as an ocean, traversing freely within it. As graceful as a fish in water. Superpower, electric shock. Triggers electrical currents. The host will gain all abilities associated with Wu Tingting's skin and has the right to don or remove it at will. As the system notification echoed, a gentle aquamarine light enveloped Wu Tingting's form. The luminescence flowed like rippling water, gradually embracing every inch of her skin, akin to a splendid transformation ceremony. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing Wu Tingting adorned in a vibrant yellow swimsuit. The front bore a whimsical cartoon design, showcasing the adorable visage of Pikachu. The fabric clung to her skin like a second layer, perfectly accentuating her voluptuous curves, making Pikachu appear exceptionally vivid. One could easily discern the sheer joy radiating from Pikachu's smile. Though Suing excelled in many aspects compared to Wu Tingting, her physique fell slightly short. Had Suing donned this yellow swimsuit, the effect would have been far less striking. Yet, this does not imply that Suing's deep blue swimsuit lacked allure. Indeed, her pool party skin exuded a different charm altogether. However, this particular yellow ensemble suited Wu Tingting splendidly. One-click transformation, it felt akin to a scene from the game. Wu Tingting glanced down at her new skin, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, her eyes sparkling with surprise and shyness. Indeed, from this day forth, this pool party skin belonged to her. Not only could she master the water element, but she could also glide through walls and unleash electric shocks. How exhilarating. I love it. Thank you so much, Brother Qiye. Wu Tingting blew a playful kiss, then began to gather a strand of golden electricity between her fingers. The emergence of her superpower left her both astonished and thrilled. Cao Qiye chuckled softly, gently pinching her cheek, his demeanor a blend of encouragement and authority. However, remember that your abilities are bestowed by me, and I can retract them at any moment. I understand, Master. Wu Tingting nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with determination. Shortly thereafter, the system notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the second skin of the pool party. Water element control ability enhanced by 10, deep diving skill strengthened. Cooldown reduced from 300 seconds to 270 seconds, and the duration for penetrating walls extended from 3 seconds to 4 seconds. The abilities of the pool party have been amplified. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Cao Qiye's eyes. Unlocking skins from the same series not only grants exclusive effects, but also enhances the overall impact of the series skins. In other words, the more pool party skins one unlocks, the stronger the ability to control water elements becomes. While also reducing the cooldown of the deep dive skill and extending the duration one can remain submerged. This is truly remarkable. It is no wonder that the system itself claims that the ultimate skin system is a late-game phenomenon. The growth effect is astonishingly powerful, seemingly without limits. Chapter 12. The convenience store upstairs. Cao Qiye opened his attribute panel. Name, Cao Qiye. Gender, male. Age, 24. Gene lock, 0. Abilities, none. System, supreme skin. Return ability, pool party, 2. Purifying spring, Pikachu. This was quite similar to the descriptions of Wu Tingting and Suing. The section for the gene lock, which had previously been locked, was now marked as unlocked, 0. However, after testing, Cao Qiye realized that his strength and speed had not significantly changed compared to before. This indicated that although his gene lock had been activated, the 0 level bore no distinction from an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Cao Qiye was aware that the upper limit of his gene lock had been reached. In the apocalyptic environment, it was indeed possible to transcend the limits of the human body. Subsequently, Cao Qiye emerged from the room, cradling Wu Tingting in his arms. Wu Tingting was utterly exhausted, languidly leaning against Cao Qiye. Brother Qiye, why did you take so long? Inside the dormitory, Suing pouted, casting an envious glance at the two. She had been waiting outside for a full 5 hours, listening to the sound of rushing water within, her heart boiling with jealousy. Humph. Wu Tingting poked her head out from Cao Qiye's embrace and playfully stuck out her tongue at Suing, her face brimming with pride. As if to say, Brother Qiye still prefers me over you. Seeing this, Suing stomped her feet in frustration yet felt utterly helpless. Cao Qiye observed the rivalry between the two women with a faint smile, choosing not to comment. In truth, he had indeed paid more attention to Wu Tingting, after all. She was the sister of Wu Zhenghao. Recalling the days when he had been deceived and left with nothing, pursued for debts, and reduced to eating steamed buns, a surge of anger welled up within him. Before settling accounts with Wu Zhenghao, he would first collect some interest from Wu Tingting. The thrill of such retribution filled him with immense satisfaction, prompting him to investigate Wu Tingting further. After unlocking 2 skins in succession, Cao Qiye felt somewhat fatigued. He entrusted the night watch to Suing while he nestled against Pikachu and drifted into slumber. The current circumstances were entirely different from before. Having showcased the power of the supreme skin, Cao Qiye had become a figure of domination in the eyes of Wu Tingting and Suing. Their fates had become inexorably intertwined with his. In their minds, Cao Qiye represented their system, their external support in this apocalyptic world. The following morning, Cao Qiye lazily stretched. "Brother Qiye, you're awake." Suing, who had kept vigil all night, immediately rushed over like a clingy kitten, wrapping her arms around his. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of fatigue but could not mask the joy radiating from her heart. "Thank you for your hard work." Cao Qiye chuckled softly, reaching out to gently ruffle her little head, an action imbued with tenderness and a hint of affection. Suing narrowed her eyes, resembling a cat being petted, her face radiating satisfaction. Subsequently, Cao Qiye approached the cabinet and pulled out all the snacks stored inside, spilling them onto the table in a delightful cascade. "Take what you wish, indulge yourselves without concern," he said casually, waving his hand, his tone lighthearted. "In a while, I shall lead you both out of the dormitory to acquire more resources." The two women exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. Wu Tingting eagerly grasped a bag of chips, tearing it open and crunching away. Suing selected a box of chocolates, savoring each small bite, her face aglow with bliss. Observing their voracious appetites, Cao Qiye felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Eat slowly, don't choke. Rest assured, once you follow me, you'll find joy even in your sleep." Wu Tingting and Su Ying's faces flushed immediately. They were well aware of Cao Qiye's formidable prowess, which could only be described in 4 words, utterly terrifying. Now it was time to act. "You two, heed my commands." "Yes, Brother Qiye." After their fill, Cao Qiye's gaze sharpened. In order to thrive swiftly in this apocalyptic world, merely staying in the dormitory would not suffice. He had to take the initiative, recruiting more divine beings to fully harness the advantages of his exceptional skin system. Moreover, during his prior observations, he had already devised a detailed plan. Cao Qiye was located in Building 3 of the girls' dormitory. He had already inquired on the school forum and discovered that Ling Naimei, a sweet beauty renowned alongside Suing, one of the 4 campus flowers of Jiangxing Media College, resided in this very building. Suing could access Ling Naimei's social media updates. In the photographs, the girl sported twin ponytails, her tall stature complemented by her sweet features, dressed in a Lolita-style long dress paired with delicate white shoes, a veritable healing princess. However, in the community, Ling Naimei seemed to be surrounded by numerous unsavory rumors. There were even circulating photos of her allegedly smoking discreetly by the restroom. Though many claimed these were merely fabrications created by malicious fans using AI technology. Cao Qiye scrutinized the smoking photograph, while it bore an uncanny resemblance to Ling Naimei. The demeanor and aura were starkly different. In her candid photos, she appeared sweet and endearing, whereas the candid shot exuded a menacing aura, reminiscent of a mafia heiress, clearly a product of AI manipulation. Ling Naimei, I wonder what kind of skin she might unlock. Cao Qiye mused inwardly, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Yet, at present, his immediate concern was the issue of sustenance. There was no rush regarding Ling Naimei. Although the ability of the spring of purification could generate drinking water, it was immensely taxing on one's stamina. Without food to replenish energy, sustaining a water source would be unfeasible. Thus, Cao Qiye's primary objective remains food. Although the devoted Chen Wei, endowed with spatial abilities, has amassed a warehouse of supplies for him, the male dormitory, located several kilometers away, renders this food stock inaccessible, leaving him in dire straits. However, it is not solely the male dormitory that houses a convenience store. The female dormitory possesses one as well. In Building 3, where Cao Qiye resides, there are 2 such establishments, one on the 3rd floor and another on the 9th, positioned in room 801. The nearest convenience store to Cao Qiye is located on the 9th floor. At this very moment, Wang Lijuan in room 902 is engaged in her usual trade of resources. Wang Lijuan, female dormitory, Building 3, room 902, selling bottled water and food. Ham sausages for 80,000, instant noodles for 200,000, bottled water for 1,000,000. Zhao Xiaowi, Wang Lijuan, why have the prices risen again? Wasn't bottled water 300,000 yesterday? Li Fang, Wang Lijuan, have you gone mad with greed? How is this any different from extortion? Wang Lijuan, you speak the truth. I am indeed extorting. If you can afford it, buy. If not, leave. Li Han, is this not profiting from national calamity? Were your parents and teachers not educators of integrity? Ma Dongmei, exactly. You should share food and water with everyone rather than hawking them. Su Wenwen, Wang Lijuan, if I recall correctly. The convenience store in 902 is run by your roommate Cheng Lu. By what right do you sell her goods? Wang Lijuan, Cheng Lu has turned into a zombie. Now the convenience store in 902 belongs to me. You impoverished wretches, cease your whining. Su Qing, Lijuan, I have a Chanel bag that originally cost 120,000. I've only carried it for a week. May I exchange it for a bottle of water? Shangguani, Su Qing, Are you insane? You acquired that bag after a year of being with that older man, and you wish to barter it for a mere bottle of water? Wang Lijuan, half a bottle. Su Qing agreed. Subsequently, Wang Lijuan utilized a rope and basket to retrieve Su Qing's bag from the 7th floor window, before gradually lowering a previously consumed bottle of water. Such is the reality of the apocalypse, a bag worth over 100,000 exchanged for half a bottle of water. Su Qing, displaying her wits, understands that by tomorrow, her bag might not even yield half a bottle. In the female dormitory, the price of bottled water has already soared to 500,000 in the male dormitory. The males exhibit a more rational approach. Thus, in this new world, currency depreciates at an alarming rate. Furthermore, the males engage in extravagant transactions, utilizing drones for trade. Following the arrival of the Black Mist, electronic devices no longer require power, transforming drones into perpetual motion machines. Those who barter goods for money are, in essence, gambling, betting on the cessation of the apocalypse and the restoration of peace on Blue Star. The apocalypse has only just begun, and in 2 days, money may very well become worthless. The figures in digital wallets, such as ZFB and WeChat, will also revert to mere numbers. Chapter 13. The positions of 901 and 902 should be adjacent to our dormitory upstairs, right? Cao Qiye turned to his companions, Wu Tingting and Su Ying. Indeed, the two women nodded in affirmation, confirming this information. Moreover, they had surmised Cao Qiye's impending plan. The deep dive skill of the pool party could penetrate through walls, indicating that they could directly traverse the ceiling of 801 to access 901. And after the skill cooled down, proceed to the adjacent 902. Of course, another option existed, to first move to 802 next door and then ascend further. Cao Qiye did not act immediately. Instead, he rummaged through the cabinet and retrieved a small mirror, securing it with tape to a clothesline pole. He cautiously extended the pole out the window, utilizing the mirror's reflection to scrutinize the conditions of the 2 dormitories. Within the neighboring 802 dormitory, 2 zombies were aimlessly wandering, their movements stiff, eyes vacant, with dried blood caked at the corners of their mouths. Clearly, this dormitory had succumbed entirely to mutation, with no survivors remaining. Furthermore, the door of 802 was ajar. Even if the trio managed to eliminate the 2 zombies, the noise would undoubtedly attract others lurking in the hallway. Conversely, the 901 dormitory above was enveloped in silence, its door firmly shut, devoid of any occupants. It appeared that during the outbreak of the zombie virus, all residents had vacated for class. Compared to 802, 901 was evidently a more suitable staging ground for infiltrating 902. According to Cao Qiye's conjecture, the outbreak of the zombie virus must have occurred the instant the Black Mist descended, triggering an event that transformed all infected humans into zombies simultaneously. Thus, the scenario of the zombie virus erupting across Blue Star at the same time was established. The situation in Daxia seemed relatively fortunate. At least the outbreak occurred during daylight. In contrast, nations where the virus erupted at midnight faced even lower survival rates for humanity. As per the plan, they would first stealthily advance to 901. Cao Qiye retracted the clothesline pole and turned to Wu Tingting and Su Ying. The 2 women nodded, their eyes brimming with trust and reliance. Standing atop the bunk bed, Cao Qiye took a deep breath and reached out to touch the ceiling, his palm emanating ripples. In the next moment, his body seamlessly melded into the air, effortlessly passing through the ceiling into 901. Wu Tingting and Su Ying followed closely behind, and the 3 of them silently materialized within the confines of 901. The room lay empty, with only a few beds and desks quietly arranged. The cooldown for the deep dive skill is 4.5 minutes. Let us rest here for a moment, Cao Qiye whispered, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. The 2 women nodded in understanding, closely trailing him. Subsequently, the trio collaborated to push a steel bed frame against the dormitory door, securely barricading it to ensure that no zombies from the hallway could break in. All right, this should provide safety, Cao Qiye remarked, brushing the dust from his hands. Immediately thereafter, the 3 commenced scouring the resources within 901, discovering a half-full case of bottled water along with an assortment of snacks, harvesting a bountiful yield. Wu Tingting and Su Ying exchanged excited glances before entrusting all the supplies to Cao Qiye. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye rummaged through the dormitory and unearthed a baseball bat, swinging it with satisfaction. Discovering such a suitable weapon in the girls' dormitory was indeed a stroke of fortune. This bat was likely a birthday gift that Jiao Jiao had purchased for her boyfriend, which had yet to be presented. Wu Tingting explained with delight, as she was close friends with Jiao Jiao from room 901. Suddenly, a deep, guttural growl emanated from the restroom of room 901. The sound seemed to claw its way up from the depths of a throat, imbued with a chilling rasp. It was evident that a zombie was present. Suing furrowed her brow in confusion, questioning, huh? The restroom door is closed. How could a zombie be inside? Woodington scratched her head in perplexity, adding, there are no signs of zombies outside the dormitory. Where could this one have come from? Cao Qiye squinted thoughtfully for a moment before deducing, it's quite simple. A few people from the dormitory likely agreed to attend class together, but suddenly one of them had an upset stomach. Coincidentally, she had been infected by the zombie virus earlier, thus transforming into a zombie while in the restroom. So far, although zombies possess greater strength than humans, devoid of pain and with heightened aggression, they are fundamentally mindless creatures incapable of opening doors. Therefore, it is quite normal for one to find itself trapped in a restroom. Understanding dawned upon Wu-Tingting and Su-Ying as they nodded in unison, enlightened by Cao Qiye's analysis. They had cracked the case. The two women gazed at Cao Qiye with admiration, their respect for him deepening. Their master not only wielded formidable strength, but also possessed remarkable intellect. Being by his side provided them with an immense sense of security. The appearance of this zombie was fortuitous. Cao Qiye waved the metallic baseball bat with a confident smile, the bat slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. I shall test my combat prowess against this zombie, he declared. Wu-Tingting and Su-Ying were momentarily taken aback, disbelief evident in their eyes. In a world overrun by zombies, the average person would flee at the sight of one, yet Cao Qiye contemplated engaging it in battle. Such audacity and spirit left them both astounded and in awe. Su-Ying, open the door and swiftly take cover behind me, Cao Qiye instructed coldly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. This was indeed an opportune moment. The door to room 901 was securely closed. Even if a skirmish broke out inside, it would not attract additional zombies. Although Cao Qiye had viewed numerous human-zombie combat scenarios online, he had yet to engage personally. Only through direct confrontation could he accurately assess the disparity in combat capabilities, enabling him to make the most informed decisions in future crises. Understood. Su-Ying nodded. Though a twinge of fear gripped her heart, she mustered her courage and tremulously approached the restroom door. As her hand brushed against the doorknob, an icy sensation coursed from her fingertips throughout her entire being. With a soft click, the door lock was gently turned, even before the sight of any zombies materialized. Su-Ying, akin to a startled rabbit, darted swiftly behind Cao Qiye. Woodington hurriedly joined them, and the two women clung tightly to one another, their faces pale and hearts racing like drums. Despite having unlocked their genetic locks and acquired supernatural abilities, Su-Ying and Woodington remained, at their core, two ordinary university students. They might excel in makeup, photography, and shopping, but when faced with the prospect of battling zombies, their skills were currently of little utility. In the presence of Cao Qiye, they were merely two ornaments capable of providing some support, needing his guidance to gradually cultivate their own combat prowess. As the door creaked open, a low, guttural roar erupted from within the restroom. Suddenly, a zombie, its face riddled with sores, lunged forth. Its skin bore a sickly grayish hue, and its eyes were clouded and devoid of life, presenting a grotesque visage. For Cao Qiye, this was his first encounter with the undead, and instinctively, he tightened his grip on the metal baseball bat, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. Chapter 14. The Crystal Core. It was Jiao Jiao. Although the visage of the zombie had been grotesquely distorted, Wu-Tingting instantly recognized her dear friend from their club by her attire. The sight of her companion transformed into such a hideous creature sent a jolt of horror through Wu-Tingting's heart. Yet, a flicker of relief coursed through her as well. Had she not encountered a formidable man like Qiye Chao, she might have met the same fate as Jiao Jiao, becoming a mere shell of her former self. Cao Qiye cast a fleeting glance at the zombie's attributes. Zombie. Powers, none. Gene lock, unlocked. The panel was remarkably succinct, indicating that she was among the weakest and most ordinary of zombies. With determination, Cao Qiye gripped the metal bat tightly, raising it high above his head before bringing it crashing down onto the zombie's skull. A resounding thud echoed within the confined space, reverberating painfully in the ears. Black liquid erupted forth as the impact left a conspicuous dent in the creature's head, an acrid stench pervading the air instantaneously. The force of the blow slightly warped the metal bat, sending tingles through his hands and a dull ache into his palms. The zombie collapsed to the ground with a low, guttural growl. However, to Cao Qiye's astonishment, the seemingly insensate creature quickly rose again, lunging at him with renewed ferocity. The dent in its forehead contorted its expression into something even more horrifying, akin to a demon clawing its way out of hell. Electric shock. The zombie's tenacity exceeded Cao Qiye's expectations, and in desperation, he unleashed his Pika-Pika electric attack. The golden current enveloped the bat, emitting a sharp crackle. Without hesitation, he swung again, delivering a more ferocious blow to the zombie's head, enhanced by the electric charge. As the zombie's skull absorbed the impact, the electricity surged into its body, creating a symphony of crackling sounds as the air filled with a charred, fetid odor. The creature let out a piercing shriek, its body convulsing violently. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie was momentarily paralyzed by the electric shock, Cao Qiye struck once more, obliterating its head. Crack! The sound of shattering bone was unmistakable. And the zombie finally succumbed, collapsing heavily to the ground. It was over. Cao Qiye exhaled, the metal bat trembling slightly in his grasp, blood seeping from his palm. He gazed down at the lifeless zombie, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Damn, the intensity was rather absurd. Was this truly an ordinary zombie devoid of powers and with an unlocked gene lock? Even armed, an adult male would find it challenging to dispatch such a creature, let alone a frail university student. Essentially, a single zombie could annihilate an entire dormitory, while on the female side, one could wipe out an entire floor. Jiao Jiao. Wu Tingting's voice echoed from behind, her gaze fixated on the lifeless form of her dear friend on the ground, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Su Ying gently patted Wu Tingting's back, stating, "She is not Jiao Jiao. She has turned into a zombie." Though the two often vied for attention in front of Cao Qiye, they were nonetheless sisters sharing the same dormitory, and now united as companions in their shared affection for him. After gathering their emotions, the two swiftly approached Cao Qiye, their eyes brimming with admiration. "Brother Qiye, you have vanquished a zombie. How remarkable!" they exclaimed in unison. "I always knew you could do it." However, in response to their praises, Cao Qiye furrowed his brow slightly. The violent manner in which he had dispatched the zombie had left him smeared with its dark blood, rendering him filthy. "Brother Qiye, allow me to cleanse you," Su Ying offered, extending her hand, with a shimmering orb of clear water elements forming in her palm. Yet, just as she was about to purify him, a spectacle unfolded that left everyone astounded. As the zombie lay lifeless, the dark blood on Cao Qiye began to slowly vanish, as if consumed by an invisible force. Moreover, the splattered remnants of zombie blood around them gradually dissipated. Even the corpse of the fallen zombie started to crumble, disintegrating into fine dust that ultimately vanished into the air. What is happening?" Wu Tingting gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Su Ying stood frozen, her water element fading as she murmured, "The zombie's body is disappearing on its own?" At that moment, Cao Qiye noticed a small white orb, the size of a grape, materializing where the zombie had vanished. It emitted a faint glow, seemingly harboring some mysterious power. Leaning down, Cao Qiye picked up the orb, its surface smooth and warm to the touch. "A crystal core?" he whispered, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, soon replaced by an inexplicable thrill. What could this be? Wu Tingting leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Su Ying, too, approached, her expression one of intrigue. Could it be a treasure dropped by the zombie? Cao Qiye did not respond, but scrutinized the white orb in his hand. He was unaware of what a crystal core truly was. From all the information available in this post-apocalyptic world, there had been no mention of such a phenomenon. Despite observing online for so long, he had never encountered any reference to the existence of a crystal core. Yet, he sensed that this small orb contained a powerful energy that resonated with him. Wu Tingting and Su Ying, standing nearby, could feel it as well. Perhaps this was the energy crystal left behind after the zombie's demise. Cao Qiye speculated softly. And this crystal core could symbolize a certain rule or source of power in this apocalypse. Rule? Source? Wu Tingting and Su Ying were baffled but could sense that this orb was undoubtedly extraordinary. Let us first take a respite in room 901. Given the commotion we just caused, it is likely that Wang Lijuan next door has already heard us. As Cao Qiye toyed with the crystal core in his hand, he remarked, "I shall first investigate the uses of the crystal core. Once Wang Lijuan lowers her guard, we can proceed to infiltrate." Cao Qiye was not being excessively cautious. He had perused Wang Lijuan's social media, which revealed her to be a formidable presence, akin to a heavy tank weighing over 200 kilograms. The weight of the situation cannot be underestimated. Chapter 15. The demon child Shana. Cao Qiye initially sought information regarding the crystal core online, yet ultimately found himself at a standstill. The system was unable to scan the object's attribute information. Much like what Chun Wei had mentioned regarding mutated fruits, such knowledge, even if possessed by someone, would not be disclosed online. In this early stage of the apocalypse, the value of information disparity is self-evident. However, Cao Qiye was certain that the zombie virus had already erupted in Blue Star for 2 days. Regardless of the zombies' formidable strength, it was inevitable that someone had slain them before him. He was certainly not the first to discover the crystal core. Thus, Cao Qiye retrieved Su Ying's phone and first contacted the infatuated Chun Wei. "Su Ying, brother Chun Wei, look what I found." Image, Cao Qiye directly sent the picture of the crystal core to Chun Wei. This fellow was Su Ying's devoted admirer, easily manipulable, and he need not worry about information leakage. "Chun Wei, a marble? Where did you get it?" Su Ying, "I found it on the ground." Chun Wei, It's probably just a glass bead. This isn't a mutated fruit. It's useless. Suing. Oh. Chunwei. Littling. I sense that this apocalypse will not conclude anytime soon. In a few days, the food I possess will be worth more than gold. And water will be even more precious. Just hold on a bit longer, and I shall exchange for a drone to bring you food and water. Suing, yes. That would be wonderful. It was evident that Chunwei was oblivious to the nature of the crystal core. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Despite his rare spatial ability, he lacked combat prowess, making it difficult for him to slay zombies. With this thought, Cao Qiye recalled someone, the flame-controlling Shauna at the gymnasium. Although 2 days had passed, Shauna was no longer the only one among Jiangqing Academy to publicly exhibit her abilities. Nevertheless, her flame control was formidable, and it was possible she might know what the crystal core was. Furthermore, based on the information available about Shauna, her flame ability seemed to have advanced, and the small group in the gymnasium was rapidly growing. Cao Qiye was certain she had unlocked her genetic locks and likely transcended the initial stages. Thus, Cao Qiye resolved to engage in a private conversation with Shauna under the guise of Suing. However, before doing so, to avoid revealing his true identity, he first sought detailed information about Shauna from Suing and Wudingting. Shauna, 20 years old, a junior in the accounting department at Jiangcheng Media Academy. Shauna was a figure much discussed among peers, her fame rivaling that of Suing. While Suing was one of the 4 campus beauties, a beloved Kozer influencer with millions of fans, pure and sweet, regarded as a goddess by countless boys, Shauna, on the other hand, was infamously known as the demon child. Rumors suggested that Shauna engaged in transactional relationships outside the school and flirted with faculty within, earning her a notorious reputation. Moreover, her background was even more legendary and tragic than her infamy. Her father was a notorious serial killer from Jinghai City, responsible for a series of horrifying murders. Following the exposure of the case, Shauna's mother and younger brother, unable to bear the weight of societal pressure and public condemnation, chose to end their lives. Only Shauna was taken in by her uncle, managing to survive against the odds. Despite her troubled background, Shauna excelled academically, consistently ranking at the top of her classes and being a frequent recipient of the college scholarship. However, in terms of interpersonal relationships, Shauna was exceedingly reclusive, having few friends and often falling victim to bullying by her classmates. As Cao Qiye listened to their descriptions, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. It appeared that Shauna was far more intriguing than he had initially presumed. He murmured to himself, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Online, there existed a photograph of Shauna, a girl adorned with flowing red hair that resembled flames, vibrant and fervent. Her gaze was resolute and piercing, her features exquisitely defined. A prominent nose and distinctly shaped lips imparted an aura of aloofness. Most striking, however, was the noticeable scar on her lower left jaw, extending from beneath her earlobe to her chin, resembling a sinuous serpent. Yet, what puzzled Cao Qiye was that the scar on Shauna's face did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it contributed a captivating sense of fragility. Cao Qiye checked his phone. Suing. Image. Without riddles, he spoke plainly. He could easily envision the temperament of a girl like Shauna, shaped by such experiences. Excessive cunning and deceit would only serve to foster aversion and wariness. Upon seeing Crystal Core, the response was immediate. Shauna, where are you located? Suing. School cafeteria. Cao Qiye remained vigilant. The proximity of the gymnasium to the cafeteria could lead Shauna to believe she could attain this crystal core. Shauna, what ability did you awaken? Shauna's communication was direct and succinct, marked by a strong sense of purpose. She seemed to understand that the crystal core was acquired through the defeat of zombies, prompting her inquiry into Su Ying's abilities. Suing, lightning. Shauna, show me a video. Suing, first, tell me what the crystal core does, and then I will send you a video. Shauna, I can explain the purpose of the crystal core, but discussing it online is inconvenient. Hide in the college cafeteria, and when I establish a foothold in the gymnasium, I will come to speak with you in person. Suing, if you tell me nothing, why should I showcase my abilities to you? Shauna, whether you show me or not is of no concern to me. Shauna's words brought a chuckle from Cao Qiye. This Shauna was indeed unlike ordinary college students. This young lady was quite adept at navigating her circumstances. Did she really believe herself to be Suing? How amusing. A faint smile graced Cao Qiye's lips. In this apocalyptic world, he suddenly felt a sense of rivalry. It seemed that if he did not apply some pressure, he would truly be underestimated. Consequently, Cao Qiye shifted the conversation. Suing, senior. How many people are in your base now? Xiana, 30. If you truly possess special abilities, I can offer you the position of a small team leader. Suing, senior, tell me, how would those people react if they discovered that you were the one who killed the PE teacher? After a few minutes of silence, Xiana, Su-Ying, what nonsense are you speaking? Su-Ying, I witnessed it in the cafeteria. The PE teacher did not commit self-immolation. You killed him, seized his abilities, and then incinerated the body to erase all traces. Xiana, what do you intend to do? Cao Qiye's speculation was indeed correct. Abilities can be plundered. Su-Ying, Senior. I admire you and wish to collaborate with you. Therefore, I will keep this matter a secret for you forever. But you must disclose the purpose of the crystal core to me. After another brief silence, Xiana, very well. Since you are already aware that abilities can be plundered, I might as well reveal the true purpose of the crystal core to you. If you gather enough crystal cores, you can unlock a hidden realm to search for treasures. You've read fantasy novels, haven't you? The crystal core is the key to the hidden realm. The key to the hidden realm? Cao Qiye gazed thoughtfully at the crystal core in his hand. Chapter 16, Confession from Shauna, Su-Ying. How did you come to know? Shauna, there is a hidden ability user in our base who can comprehend the language of zombies. The information about the crystal cores was directly overheard from the mouths of zombies. Su-Ying, so, how many crystal cores has your base collected? Shauna, I possess 5. Su-Ying, then, may I see them? Shauna, I have hidden those crystal cores. It is inconvenient to reveal them now, given the number of people at the base. Shauna's response was prompt and did not appear to be a falsehood. However, upon reflection, Cao Qiye found that many of her statements lacked scrutiny. How could zombies, clearly devoid of intellect, engage in speech? Furthermore, such a crucial item as the crystal cores was not kept on her person, but rather concealed in a crowded base. This was undoubtedly illogical. Su-Ying, Senior, I must express my disappointment. I genuinely wish to collaborate with you, yet you have repeatedly deceived me. Cao Qiye was gradually losing patience. This was his final ultimatum to Shauna. Shauna, you are not Su-Ying. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Shauna stood by the window on the 3rd floor of the gymnasium, gazing at the cafeteria building across the way. She pondered inwardly. The other party had seen through her lie with a single glance, which was clearly beyond the capabilities of the Su-Ying she knew. A sheltered flower like Su-Ying should be easily misled. Thus, she concluded that the individual she was conversing with was undoubtedly not Su-Ying. However, soon after, Su-Ying sent a voice message. Su-Ying, voice, what is this? Has Senior forgotten me so quickly? Shauna could never have anticipated that Su-Ying was right beside Cao Qiye and had become his loyal subordinate. After the other party confirmed their identity, Shauna's gaze gradually turned bewildered. Before the apocalypse, their interactions had been limited. Shauna's impression of Su-Ying had always been that of an arrogant goddess, adored by many. With a haughty temperament, could it be that her judgment was flawed? Was Su-Ying's intellect far superior to what she had imagined? Shauna, so, what is it that you truly desire? After a long pause, Shauna once again posed the initial question. Although it was the same inquiry, her state of mind had transformed entirely. After several pulls and tugs, she felt as if she had lost all strength, aware that her leverage lay firmly in the hands of the other. Moreover, this individual was exceedingly cautious and intelligent. She had relinquished her struggle. For if the people in the base were to discover that Shauna was the one who had slain the physical education teacher, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. All the resources she had accumulated over the past days would be reduced to naught, and she would even be in mortal danger. Su-Ying, did I not mention from the outset? I admire you and have come seeking collaboration. So now, reveal to me the true purpose of the crystal cores. Shauna, having unlocked your abilities, you must be familiar with the concept of gene locks. Su-Ying, indeed. Shauna, the crystal core is not the key to any secret realm, but rather the key to the genetic lock. Sakura, how do we utilize it? Upon hearing this, a smile involuntarily grazed Cao Qiye's lips. Discovering how to transcend the limits of humanity was precisely what he yearned to know. Shauna, consume it. Sakura, consume it? Shauna, video. Noticing Sakura's hesitation, Shauna promptly sent a video. In the footage, a small flicker of dancing flames gathered at Shauna's fingertips, illuminating her face and accentuating her striking yet resolute expression. She then produced a crystal core and swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. Moments later, the flames at her fingertips surged dramatically, as if infused with newfound power, burning with greater intensity. The method to enhance the genetic lock was, in fact, to eliminate zombies. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Cao Qiye's eyes, and clarity washed over him. He glanced at the crystal core in his hand, poised to consume it, when his phone vibrated once more. On the screen, Shauna had sent a lengthy message. Shauna, Sakura, I like you. This opening line left Cao Qiye momentarily stunned. Shauna, you astonish me. You are incredibly intelligent, even more so than I had imagined. Believe me, the apocalypse is far from over. The black mist has shrouded the entire blue star, and humanity has evolved superpowers. This signifies that our civilization will be irrevocably transformed. In times of chaos, the strong shall reign. Together, we can certainly overturn this world long dominated by men. Cao Qiye never anticipated that by merely leveraging Sakura's identity, he would extract information about the crystal core from Shauna, only to find himself the recipient of her confession. What an unexpected turn of events. After a prolonged pause, he finally replied. Shauna's surprising declaration left him at a loss. Sakura, so, you are attracted to girls? What about the rumors circulating outside? Shauna, indeed, I am a lesbian. Those were merely slanders thrown at me by boys after their advances failed. As for the physical education teacher, he persistently harassed me, and when I rejected him, he attempted to coerce me using his powers after the outbreak of the zombie virus, so I dealt with him directly. Shauna, Sakura, listen to me. In this apocalypse, if we women do not stand up for ourselves, we will merely become resources for men. Therefore, let us strive together. Cao Qiye was taken aback by Shauna's ambitious resolve. If he were truly Sakura, perhaps he might have been swayed by her words. A person with a resilient heart, decisive in action, and possessing grand aspirations is someone no woman could resist. Sometimes, gender need not be so rigidly defined. However, it is unfortunate that Cao Qiye was a man. While he greatly admired Shauna, he felt compelled to explain to her why, throughout the years, men have dominated Blue Star. It was not due to the oppression of women, but rather a historical inevitability. Su-ing, we can collaborate, but I must clarify that my sexual orientation is quite conventional. I am fond of men. Xiang Na, that is of no consequence. Once you become accustomed to the grotesque visages and hypocritical facades of men, your perspective will undoubtedly shift. I am willing to wait for you. Despite Cao Qiye's unequivocal rejection, Xiang Na remained undeterred. Cao Qiye pressed the power button, plunging the screen into darkness. His silhouette cast upon the black display. In the dim light, his sharply defined features appeared particularly profound. Gazing at his own reflection, Cao Qiye could not help but manifest a trace of narcissistic amusement. Ah, this damned allure of mine. Chapter 17, A Fatal Strike. No room for error. Although Su Ying's sincerity was palpable, Cao Qiye's inherently suspicious nature compelled him to take precautions. To ensure absolute safety, he procured a fine thread within the dormitory and instructed Su Ying to fashion a basketball net, securely ensnaring the white crystal core within. Subsequently, he tethered the net with another slender thread, ensuring that the crystal core could be retrieved post-ingestion. Caution, after all, is the key to longevity. Once all preparations were meticulously completed, Cao Qiye resolutely swallowed the crystal core contained within the net. Beside him, Woodington and Su Ying were visibly anxious. Cao Qiye represented their unwavering pillar of support in this apocalyptic world. Any misfortune befalling him would yield disastrous consequences. Soon, a warm current began to radiate from Cao Qiye's abdomen, coursing through his entire being as if every vein were infused with newfound vigor. The sensation was akin to luxuriating in a hot spring, yet simultaneously felt like a gentle electric pulse, eliciting waves of extraordinary delight. With his eyes closed, Cao Qiye savored the transformation unfolding within him. After a brief interlude, he unveiled his attribute panel. Name, Cao Qiye. Gender, male. Age, 24. Gene lock, 0 level, 10. Ability, none. System, supreme skin. Regenerative ability, pool party, 2. Purification spring. Pika pika. Indeed, Shauna had not deceived me. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Cao Qiye's eyes. Following the digestion of the crystal core, his gene lock had indeed advanced. Though merely a 10 progression, he could distinctly perceive the changes within his physique, stirring an indescribable excitement within him. This signified that by consistently vanquishing zombies, he could transcend human limitations and grow ever stronger. The surrounding zombies were not merely terrifying monsters, they were, in fact, living repositories of experience. It appeared that beyond gathering resources, incessant hunting of zombies was essential to maintain an indomitable position in this apocalyptic realm. With a sudden heave, Cao Qiye extracted the remnants of the net from his stomach. The sensation was utterly intoxicating. He wiped the corner of his mouth, his complexion slightly pale. He had indeed pushed himself to the limit for the sake of certainty. Nevertheless, every effort was worthwhile. After all, in this world of despair, prudence was the key to survival. Now, we shall swiftly infiltrate Room 902. With everything in place, Cao Qiye was poised to embark on his mission. Although the 10 enhancement of his gene lock had significantly bolstered his combat prowess, he remained vigilant. In this harsh world, reckless actions would only lead to irrevocable peril. He instructed Wu Tingting to pose as a buyer and contact Wang Lijuan via her mobile device, proposing an exchange of a designer handbag for a single sausage. Wang Lijuan, predictably, took the bait. Her greed compelled her to accept the transaction without hesitation. As Wang Lijuan leaned out of the window to retrieve the bag, Cao Qiye stealthily made his way past her. What met his gaze was a dormitory filled with opulence, an array of jewelry and golden adornments. During this period, Wang Lijuan took advantage of the chaos to exchange items with other girls. This woman truly exemplifies foolishness. Cao Qiye murmured to himself, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. In the current state of Blue Star, various luxury goods and jewelry are not only worthless but also burdensome. Only gold retains some value, yet it pales in comparison to the importance of water and food. Meanwhile, Wang Lijuan leaned against the windowsill, anxiously waiting for Wu Tingting to place her bag into the basket, her fury mounting as time passed. What on earth is Wu Tingting doing? How dare she toy with me? Just wait until you starve. She cursed through clenched teeth, the flesh on her face quivering with rage. This was the first time since the apocalypse that she had been stood up. However, just as she turned around, ready to unleash her wrath, a cold metal baseball bat struck her fiercely in the face. Bang! The dull sound echoed as Wang Lijuan's massive 200-kilogram body collapsed to the ground. And Cao Qiye felt as if the entire dormitory trembled in response. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Without hesitation, Cao Qiye delivered several more blows, ensuring Wang Lijuan met her end. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of impact reverberated through the dormitory, causing both Wu Tingting and Su Ying to involuntarily shudder. The scene of Cao Qiye personally eliminating Wang Lijuan was far more shocking to them than slaying a zombie. Although he had previously thrown a self-righteous girl out to feed the undead, that had not been a direct action of his own. Yet now, before their eyes, he had taken Wang Lijuan's life without a shred of hesitation. This decisive brutality inspired both admiration and fear in the two women. They understood that Cao Qiye's coldness and resolution were their greatest assurance for survival in this apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, witnessing such a bloody scene made it momentarily difficult for them to adjust. After completing his grim task, Cao Qiye wiped the blood off the bat and pointed to the rolled-up bedding beside the two women. The edge of the blanket revealed a darkened human foot, sending chills down their spines. This sight instantly rekindled the tension in Wu Tingting and Su Ying, their hearts racing once more. What is this? Cao Qiye did not respond but stepped forward and pulled back the blanket. Beneath it lay a corpse that had long since passed, its body blackened and exuding a nauseating stench. It was Cheng Lu. Su Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't Wang Lijuan claim that Cheng Lu had turned into a zombie? How could she be here? Wu Tingting's voice was filled with confusion. Cao Qiye cast a cold glance at the corpse and stated calmly, the convenience store in room 902 must have been run by her. His words jolted the two women into realization. The convenience store in room 902 had originally been managed by Cheng Lu, but Wang Lijuan had claimed she had turned into a zombie, thus taking it over for herself. However, the truth is evident. Cheng Lu was not transformed into a zombie, rather, she was murdered. The perpetrator is none other than Wang Lijuan, who coveted her convenience store. Sharing a dormitory with the dead daily, does she not fear the torment of nightmares? Wang Lijuan, appearing so simple and honest, turns out to possess such malice. Cao Qiye coldly proclaimed, in this apocalyptic world, the human heart is far more terrifying than the undead. Remember this. Never trust anyone lightly. When you strike, aim for a fatal blow. Do not grant your opponent a moment's respite. Yes, master. Wu Tingting and Su Ying nodded, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. They understood that Cao Qiye's words were not mere hyperbole, but rather the unyielding law of survival in this desolate world. If they could not keep pace with Cao Qiye, they would inevitably be forsaken in the future. Chapter 18. Clearing the zombies after eliminating Wang Lijuan, Cao Qiye effortlessly seized control of the convenience store at 902. Although much of the store's supplies had been squandered by the foolish Wang Lijuan, the bounty remained substantial. Upon inventory, the store still held 5 cases of mineral water, 3 cases of instant noodles, 2 cases of egg noodles, 2 cases of ham sausages, and a variety of loose snacks. These provisions were undoubtedly precious treasures in the apocalypse, sufficient to sustain Cao Qiye and his subordinates. Next, Cao Qiye contemplated how to transport these food and water supplies. Naturally, he also intended to take with him the gold that Wang Lijuan had amassed. As a rare precious metal on Blue Star, gold possesses immense stability and scarcity. Even in the late stages of the apocalypse, with societal order collapsed and the monetary system in ruins, gold retained its value as hard currency. Unfortunately, Cao Qiye currently lacked spatial abilities. Though he had tested that the deep dive skill allowed him to carry a limited number of items underwater, the quantity was restrictive. The cooldown period was lengthy, and it consumed considerable stamina. Clearly, this was not a wise choice. Thus, it seemed more prudent to establish 902 as a stronghold. Cao Qiye resolved to alter his strategy. He had already instructed Wu Tingting and Su Ying to pack the supplies they had previously gathered. Now, The 902 dormitory not only boasted ample food and water, but also the gold jewelry hoarded by Wang Lijuan, making it a suitable temporary safe haven. More importantly, Cao Qiye had learned the method to advance the genetic lock and the source of the crystal cores. It would be advantageous to clear out the zombies on the 9th floor while simultaneously enhancing the genetic lock and scouring the building for other suitable allies to recruit. Establishing this place as a stronghold, Wu Tingting and Su Ying glanced at the disarray within the dormitory, their brows furrowing in concern, especially given the presence of Cheng Lu, who had been dead for quite some time, and Wang Lijuan, who had just met her end at Cao Qiye's hands. Setting up camp here seemed rather ominous. Fear not. A slight renovation will suffice. We won't linger here for long, Cao Qiye reassured them. With that, he rolled up Cheng Lu's corpse and unceremoniously tossed it out the window. As for Wang Lijuan, weighing 200 kilograms, even with a 10% enhancement to his genetic lock, Cao Qiye found himself unable to dispose of her body at that moment. Wu Tingting and Su Ying, being delicate university students, were of little assistance in this regard and could only be temporarily disregarded. Su Ying, stay put in the dormitory and do not move. Tingting and I will head outside to clear the zombies, Cao Qiye instructed. Me? Wu Tingting pointed at herself, feeling somewhat akin to a character being commanded by a powerful figure to eliminate a formidable opponent. Cao Qiye handed her a metal clothes pole. In a moment, you will be responsible for using electric shock to control the zombies while I deliver the fatal blow. Understood. Wu Tingting nodded, though still apprehensive. The thought of fighting alongside Cao Qiye banished much of her fear. Brother Qiye, allow me to join you as well. With more people, we shall possess greater strength. Su Ying, standing nearby, eagerly volunteered, determined not to be outdone by Wu Tingting. There's no need. Your purification spring can cleanse the zombie virus. If Tingting and I get injured later, you must take responsibility for our healing. Cao Qiye gently patted Su Ying's forehead with his sturdy palm, affirming her with a glance. Understood, master. Su Ying nodded resolutely, fully comprehending her role within the team. After devising their strategy, Cao Qiye positioned himself behind the door of dormitory 902, peering through the peephole to scrutinize the situation outside. Occasionally, scattered zombies ambled past the door, their movements stiff and their throaty growls resonating as if they were anticipating the arrival of prey. The moment he confirmed the coast was clear, Cao Qiye swiftly opened the dormitory door and, alongside Wu Tingting, charged out. Yabi Bab. The zombies at the entrance immediately sensed the commotion, turning their murky eyes toward the duo, then lunging forward with clawed hands outstretched. Concurrently, Cao Qiye quickly shut the dormitory door, positioning himself back-to-back with Wu Tingting in the narrow corridor. Each faced a side of the advancing zombies, safeguarding one another's rear. Tingting. When the zombies approach, unleash your electric attack. Understood? Cao Qiye cautioned, his gaze fixed on the zombies ahead. Yes. Wu Tingting trembled, her hands gripping the metal rod tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the exertion. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her eyes were filled with tension and fear. Yet she nodded firmly. Zzz. Zzz. Almost simultaneously, both Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting unleashed their electric shock abilities. Golden arcs of electricity surged from their hands, coursing through their metallic weapons and incapacitating the zombies before them. However, Cao Qiye was acutely aware that mere electric shocks would not suffice to vanquish these creatures entirely. He had previously tested their formidable vitality that could only be truly defeated by violently destroying their skulls. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies were paralyzed, Cao Qiye swung his baseball bat without hesitation, striking the head of the nearest zombie with force. Thud! The sound echoed as the zombie's skull caved in, dark liquid splattering forth. The creature swayed momentarily before collapsing heavily to the ground. After dispatching the zombie before him, Cao Qiye quickly exchanged positions with Wu Tingting. He swung his bat toward another zombie, now immobilized by Wu Tingting's electric shock, while she remained behind him, continuing to control the encroaching horde with her electric attacks. Zzz. The golden electricity flickered in the narrow corridor, accompanied by the incessant wails of the zombies. Cao Qiye's movements were crisp and decisive, each strike landing precisely on the zombies' vulnerable spots. Although Wu Tingting felt the pressure, she gradually found her rhythm under Cao Qiye's guidance. Thus, they alternated seamlessly, their coordination growing ever more attuned. Wu Tingting was responsible for electric control, while Cao Qiye managed the damage output. Soon, they had dispatched 5 or 6 zombies, performing admirably. Cao Qiye exhaled, turning to Wu Tingting with a hint of approval in his tone. A weary smile appeared on Wu Tingting's face, although her hands trembled slightly. A newfound confidence sparkled in her eyes. However, the continuous use of electric shock took a considerable toll on her stamina. Beads of sweat gathered on her forehead. Her breathing became rapid, and she seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet, What puzzled Cao Qiye further was that despite having defeated those 5 or 6 zombies, whose bodies had crumbled and vanished, only a single white crystal core lay on the ground. With no time to ponder, Cao Qiye swiftly picked up the crystal core and grasped Wu Tingting's hand firmly. Let us go back. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, both Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting activated their deep dive skill. In an instant, their bodies melded into the tightly shut dormitory door, passing seamlessly through the wall and returning to room 902. Meanwhile, zombies in the corridor surged in from both sides, colliding at the entrance in a chaotic tangle. They roared, clawing at the air in vain, unable to find their target, whirling in place like headless flies. This was precisely why Cao Qiye had chosen to lead Wu Tingting out of the dormitory. Had they used the deep dive skill to exit directly, they could have moved silently. However, the skill had a cooldown of 270 seconds. If they encountered danger during this cooldown period, they might find themselves unable to return to the dormitory in time, thus falling into a dire predicament. Chapter 19. Genlock 30 Master. Tingting, are you all right? Su Ying, who had been anxiously waiting in the dormitory, rushed over upon seeing Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting return. Her eyes were filled with concern. She had even prepared the purifying spring, ready to heal the two at a moment's notice. We're fine. It's just that Tingting has exhausted her stamina quite severely. Cao Qiye waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm, though a hint of fatigue lingered in his brow. That's a relief. Su Ying finally relaxed, her heart no longer burdened. She let out a long sigh, a smile of relief gracing her face. If anything had happened to Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting, even with all the water and food she had in the dormitory, it would have been of no use, for she could not venture outside. Given the current state of Blue Star, rescue seemed a distant hope. Here, have some water. Su Ying quickly produced the mineral water she had prepared. The purifying spring not only possessed the ability to cleanse, but also aided in stamina recovery. Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting each drank half a bottle, gradually regaining their strength. Although Wu Tingting was drained, Cao Qiye was not faring much better. The continuous heavy blows had caused blood to seep from his palm, and the pain in his hand had reached a point of numbness. In the heat of battle, he had not noticed, but now that he relaxed, the tearing sensation began to wash over him. Brother Qiye, your hand. Su Ying, perceptive as ever, quickly noticed the wound on Cao Qiye's palm. She hurried to his side, gently cradling his hand, her eyes brimming with compassion. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Cao Qiye chuckled lightly, attempting to sound nonchalant. No, I must treat you. Su Ying shook her head resolutely. Closing her eyes, the air around her shimmered slightly as water elements swiftly gathered. The gentle purifying spring enveloped Cao Qiye's hand, the cool sensation instantly alleviating the pain. The blood that oozed was purified, and the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This sensation was akin to a bleeding status in a game being swiftly remedied by a purifying potion. The purifying spring indeed possessed a certain degree of healing efficacy. Although Su Ying's ability was only rated B class, in the apocalyptic environment, her powers proved to be exceptionally vital. Whether it was creating water sources, restoring stamina, purifying viruses, or treating wounds, her abilities demonstrated practicality far beyond their classification. After a period of recuperation, Cao Qiye contacted Shauna once more. Su Ying, Senior, I just killed 5 or 6 zombies again. Why did I only receive 1 crystal core? Upon reading this message, Shauna on the other end appeared somewhat astonished. Shauna, you single-handedly took down 5 or 6 zombies. Is your electric ability really that strong? Shauna, to kill 5 or 6 zombies and only obtain 1 crystal core, you are actually quite fortunate. According to my statistics, the probability of obtaining a crystal core from defeating zombies is only around 10. Su Ying, I see. Cao Qiye nodded thoughtfully. Having obtained the first crystal core from his initial kill, he was under the illusion that all zombies would yield a crystal core. After confirming this information, Cao Qiye consumed the crystal core once more. Genlock, 0 tier, 20, as a warm sensation coursed through him, Cao Qiye experienced another enhancement to his physique. A 10 drop rate is not particularly high, considering that each crystal core increases the 0 tier by 10. He would require a total of 10 crystal cores to break through to the next tier, necessitating the defeat of approximately 100 zombies, a formidable task, given the formidable strength of the undead. Furthermore, not everyone possesses a purification spring as a safety net like Cao Qiye. Any injury sustained in combat could lead to becoming a monster. After resting for an hour, Cao Qiye prepared to join forces with Wu Tingting once more. The number of zombies on the 9th floor was only around 30 or 40. If they could eliminate 5 or 6 with each wave, they would clear the area in about 7 or 8 waves. This time, to avoid straining his wrist, Cao Qiye bound the metal bat to his hand with a bedsheet, thus enhancing his grip and preventing the weapon from slipping away. Another fierce battle ensued. perhaps due to the enhancement of his gene lock. Cao Qiye and Wu Dingting successfully dispatched 8 zombies in this wave. Fortune smiled upon them as they once again procured a crystal core. After consuming it, his gene lock reached 30. Both his strength and agility saw remarkable improvement. With the assistance of Wu Tingting and Su Ying, Cao Qiye astonishingly lifted the 200-kilogram Wang Lijuan and hurled her out of the window. He could distinctly feel his body continuously surpassing its limits. With a resounding crash, Wang Lijuan plummeted from the 9th floor, inadvertently crushing a passing zombie beneath her. The commotion startled the survivors throughout the dormitory. What was that noise? An earthquake? Look. It's Wang Lijuan. She fell from the dormitory. Haha, this is too funny. Evil deeds have their consequences. Indeed, let her taste the repercussions of her actions. People act, and heaven observes. Justice is served. Surely, there must still be plenty of supplies in 902? With Wang Lijuan gone, who can retrieve them? Are there any survivors on the 9th floor? Even if there are, what does it matter? The corridors are crawling with zombies. Who dares to venture out? Moreover, even if they did, no one possesses the key to 902. In the wake of Wang Lijuan's unexpected fall, most people reveled in her misfortune. Given her already poor reputation, coupled with her opportunistic behavior, she was despised by many. Furthermore, they remained unaware of her involvement in Cheng Lu's death. Although Wang Lijuan's demise presented an opportunity for many, it also ignited a sense of hope amidst the despair. However, upon witnessing the zombies lurking in the corridor, everyone could only hesitate in trepidation. The combat prowess of the delicate university students was inherently limited, and this was even more pronounced for the female students. With such formidable zombies, a single one could easily wreak havoc and devastate an entire floor of the girls' dormitory, and this is no exaggeration. Chapter 20. Shang Guanfian. While everyone coveted the resources of room 902 yet hesitated to act, Cao Qiye and Wu Dingting collaborated seamlessly. After 4 back-and-forth missions, they had eradicated all the zombies on the 9th floor. However, this did not guarantee that the 9th floor was entirely secure, as the stairwells above and below remained unsealed, allowing zombies from the 8th and 10th floors to wander in at any moment. After consecutively dispatching over 30 zombies, Cao Qiye acquired 2 crystals. His genetic lock had reached 50 at the 0 stage, and his combat prowess had soared to unprecedented heights. If he continued to develop steadily, he would soon break free from the girls' dormitory, locate Chenwei, and claim his novice gift pack. Strange. Why does it seem like there are fewer zombies on the 9th floor? I think I just heard intense fighting outside. I heard it too, and there were male voices. Males? Who let men into our building? Which sister brought her boyfriend along? With men around, won't they help fight the zombies? Come on, sisters. What do you think men are? Even Tyson might not take on these zombies. But the zombies on the 9th floor really have decreased. I haven't seen one pass by the peephole for a long time. Why don't you just open the door and take a look? Oh my. There really are no zombies outside. Gradually, the survivors on the 9th floor began to realize that the zombies had been cleared away. Oh my, sisters on the 9th floor. Come out and see. The zombies in the corridor are truly gone. Which one of our sisters awakened to supernatural ability? This is simply incredible. Not a single one left. Surely, I'm not dreaming. Is it true? Are there really no zombies on the 9th floor? Then what are we waiting for? Rush to room 902. The supplies are inside. Can those who get in share with me? Upon discovering that there were indeed no zombies on the 9th floor, the entire floor's survivors clung to what felt like their last lifeline, surging toward the entrance of room 902. The door was locked, unyielding. They sought ways to force it open. Without water and food, we would all perish from hunger. Yes, break the door down, enticed by the promise of sustenance. The girls outside began to pound on the door frantically, their faces contorted in desperation, resembling zombies themselves, although their strength could not compare to that of the undead. The fierce will to survive awakened their inner potential. Master, they are about to break in. What should we do now? Wu Dingting sat weakly on the bed, her complexion pale. She had just fought alongside Cao Qiye to clear the corridor of zombies, and her stamina was utterly depleted, with no recovery in sight. While Cao Qiye's body continuously surpassed its limits after devouring the crystals, enhancing his combat power, Wu Tingting's genetic lock remained stagnant, failing to elevate. With each battle, Cao Qiye appeared increasingly at ease, while Wu Dingting found herself exhausted after every wave. However, for Wu Dingting, the distribution of the crystal core held no significance, after all. Only if Cao Qiye grew increasingly powerful would she, and Su Ying, feel a greater sense of security. It's nothing. I fear not the undead. So why should I dread a group of girls? Cao Qiye scoffed, gripping the twisted metal bat in his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade. Anyone who dares to touch our supplies is courting death. After enduring several brutal battles, the bat had become severely deformed, its shaft noticeably bent, appearing to have reached the end of its service. Yet, even so, it remained Cao Qiye's most reliable weapon. I'll count to 10. They'll be gone in a heartbeat. Cao Qiye spoke with unwavering confidence, his tone imbued with a resolute certainty. 10, 9, 8. Wootingting and Suing exchanged puzzled glances, completely unaware of Cao Qiye's intentions. Yet, inexplicably, they placed their trust in him. As Cao Qiye's words echoed, they silently counted along. 4, 3, 2. Before they could reach one, a sudden scream erupted from outside, followed by a cacophony of frantic footsteps, and soon the girls scattered in disarray. Ah, zombies. The zombies are coming. Run, run. The commotion outside swiftly drew the attention of the zombies from the 8th and 10th floors, although their numbers were few. Upon seeing the undead, the girls hastily retreated to their dormitories. However, as the narrow corridor became crowded, a stampede ensued. Don't push. Don't shove. Ah, who stepped on me? Everyone get out of my way. Help. Help me. It seemed as though the girls on the ground were about to be overwhelmed by the zombies. In a moment of desperation, a girl clad in full protective gear suddenly stepped forward, shielding the rear. I will hold them off. You all must flee. Her voice was firm and powerful, wielding a rapier with its tip pointed directly at the oncoming zombies. The girl appeared remarkably imposing in the dimly lit corridor, exuding an air of invincibility. Shang Wanfian. The crowd gasped, instantly recognizing her, the captain of the academy's fencing club. Under Shang Wanfian's cover, the fallen girls began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Although the slender rapier in her hand could inflict little harm upon the zombies, her protective gear was of high quality, resilient against bites, and sufficient to buy time. Thanks to Shang Wanfian's cover, the initially chaotic group of girls gradually regained order and managed to withdraw safely. Cao Qiye observed everything through the peephole, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Name, Shang Wanfian. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene lock, unlocked. Appearance, 80. Physique, 71. Charisma, 89. Charm, 85. Overall rating, 81. Unlockable skin level, common. Though the opponent wore a helmet, obscuring her features, the poised demeanor and agile movements of Shang Wanfian exuded a unique charm. Her actions were swift and decisive. A single woman managed to fend off 2 zombies before her, undeniably showcasing her prowess. A woman of strength stands equal to her male counterparts. Cao Qiye mused softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. His team was in dire need of a capable warrior like her. While Wu Tingting and Su Ying were loyal and dependable, their combat skills were still quite lacking. The emergence of Shang Wanfian undoubtedly filled this void. Furthermore, should Cao Qiye bring her under his command, she could assist in training Wu Tingting and Su Ying, serving a dual purpose. Chapter 21. The Savior Little Flower. Open the door. Let me in. After the other girls fled back to their dormitory, Shang Wanfian arrived at her own door, room 903, adjacent to Cao Qiye's. However, when she pounded on the door with all her might, a cold response came from within. Fian, it's not that I won't open the door. It's just that there are zombies behind you. Yes, Fian, you can't endanger all of us just because of your actions. Since you've chosen to hold the rear, you must possess the resolve to face death. We will remember you. Not only did her roommates refuse to open the door, but they also barricaded it with their metal bunk beds. Hey, do you not have any conscience at all? If it weren't for me covering for you, you'd have been devoured by zombies long ago. Shang Wanfian shouted in anger from outside, her voice laced with bitterness and despair. Yet, despite her pleas, her roommates remained unmoved. In desperation, Shang Wanfian ran to other dormitory doors, seeking help. However, all she received in return was silence and tightly shut doors. No one was willing to take the risk to rescue her. Despite her brave efforts to save everyone, the harsh reality was unforgiving. In this brutal apocalypse, survival was the only rule. Everyone's first instinct was to seek safety. Her kindness and courage might evoke gratitude, but they would not inspire others to make the same choice she had. If only she had chosen to leave first. Shang Wanfian found herself overpowered by 2 zombies, her spirit utterly crushed. Her helmet askew, her vision blurred, and the low growls of the undead filled her ears. Why me? Why me? Reflecting on the recent events, regret began to seep into her heart. If time could be reversed and fate offered her another chance, she would undoubtedly ignore the girls who were trampled. With her agile movements and protective gear, she could have easily saved herself. Alas. Knock. Knock. Just as Shang Wanfian closed her eyes, ready to embrace death, 2 muffled knocks suddenly echoed in her ears. When she reopened her eyes, the imposing figure of Cao Qiye came into view. Clutching a bent baseball bat, his gaze was resolute and unwavering. Let's go. Cao Qiye uttered no further words, swiftly extending his hand to pull Shang Wanfian up and enveloping her in his embrace. His movements were decisive and exuded an irresistible strength. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was being led briskly towards room 902. Why me? Why me? At that moment, another zombie charged out from the hallway, claws bared and lunging at them, with a cold glint in his eyes. Cao Qiye held Shang Wanfian with one arm while swinging the metal bat with the other, bringing it down forcefully upon the zombie's skull. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed as the zombie's head burst open, dark liquid splattering in all directions. The formidable impact caused the already deformed metal bat to snap in two, while the zombie collapsed to the ground. The enhancement of the genetic lock to 50 at the 0 level had bestowed upon Cao Qiye the power to eliminate a zombie with a single hand. His movements flowed seamlessly, as if this were merely an everyday occurrence. The scene before her left Shang Wanfian utterly astonished. She stared at Cao Qiye, her eyes widening beneath her helmet. This man's strength was overwhelming. In his embrace, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. If I am not mistaken, you single-handedly vanquished all the zombies on this floor, didn't you? Who are you? There was a tremor in Shang Wanfian's voice, tinged with shock and admiration. Cao Qiye glanced down at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. I am your savior. At his words, Shang Wanfian's heart quaked. Had it been any other time, as the captain of the fencing club, she would have promptly chastised any boy who dared to speak such words before her. Retorting loudly, are you kidding me? Yet in this moment, her gaze was one of reverence. For at this instant, Cao Qiye was indeed her savior. Subsequently, he led her back to room 902. Upon entering, Shang Wanfian was taken aback. So there had been people inside all along. No wonder they had struggled to kick the door open. Someone had been bracing against it. She almost inquired why they hadn't opened the door for them. But upon reflection, she realized that in this apocalypse, why would anyone be obliged to open the door for them? Then, Shang Wanfian removed her helmet, gently tossing her head to shake out her long, lustrous black hair. Her movements were graceful and composed, exuding undeniable charm. While her features were not remarkably exquisite, they were certainly attractive, especially with her commanding presence that bestowed upon her a unique aura and allure. Cao Qiye momentarily found himself lost in thought, inwardly criticizing. Seriously? With this level of beauty, the system only awarded an 80? That's rather unreasonable. However, upon further contemplation, it made sense. After all, the campus belle Suing, with millions of fans, received a total score of merely 85 and could only unlock a brave skin. To obtain an epic skin, one would need a composite score of 90. According to the system's standards, this was indeed quite challenging. Suing, Wu Tingting. When Shang Wanfian beheld Wu Tingting and Suing in their alluring swimsuits, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had never donned such daring attire, especially not in an apocalypse where zombies roamed freely outside, and yet they appeared as if they were vacationing in Hawaii, creating a stark contrast. Room 902 is now under our control, Cao Qiye stated nonchalantly, gesturing for Su-Ing to fetch a bottle of water and a cup of instant noodles. As long as you are willing to follow me, food and water will be abundant. However, Shang Wanfian did not immediately acquiesce. She merely shook her head with a hint of resignation, a flicker of bitterness passing through her eyes. Thank you for your kindness, but I fear I am not worthy of such fortune, she murmured softly. She cast a fleeting glance at her calf and slowly removed her protective gear. Her armor was severely shattered from the battle with the zombies, revealing a conspicuous bite mark on her left calf, surrounded by flesh that had turned a sinister shade of dark green, clearly infected by the zombie virus. Moreover, there was also an infection on her neck, her skin exhibiting an unnatural grayish-black hue. You might as well kill me, she stated calmly, devoid of fear, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of resignation and acceptance. She even ventured a dark jest. My strength is formidable. If I were to become a zombie, it would surely pose a considerable problem. Chapter 22. Unlocking the new skin. Battle made fear not, for with me around, you shall not become a zombie. Cao Qiye offered a serene smile, his gaze tranquil yet profound, as if everything lay within his dominion. Su-Ing, administer her treatment. Yes, master. Su-Ing nodded, promptly approaching Shang Wanfian, and began to wield the power of purifying spring. Her hands gently enveloped Shang Wanfian's wounds, as the surrounding water elements swiftly converged, transforming into a soothing energy that gradually permeated her skin. Master, did you just call him what? Shang Wanfian was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she one of the 4 renowned beauties of Jiangxing Media Academy, Su-Ing? How could she refer to this man before her as master? Call him Brother Qiye Master, for both Tingting and I are his subordinates, Su-Ing proclaimed proudly, her tone imbued with an air of rightful pride, as if being a subordinate of Cao Qiye was an immense honor. Stunned, Shang Wanfian found herself at a loss for words. She glanced at Su-Ing, then at Cao Qiye, a surge of complicated emotions welling within her. Was this delivery boy truly so enchanting? How could he compel one of the 4 campus beauties, Su-Ing, to willingly don a revealing swimsuit in his company, along with Wu Tingting, another beauty of some renown within the academy? Soon, under Su Ying's healing, the zombie virus within Shang Wanfian had entirely receded, her skin and flesh returning to their original hue. Remarkably, even her wounds had healed as if they had never existed. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Su Ying let out a sigh of relief. The severity of Shang Wanfian's injuries had drained her stamina considerably. Yet a satisfied smile lingered on her face. Thank you for your hard work. Cao Qiye gently patted Su Ying's forehead, a gesture of commendation. Receiving Cao Qiye's affirmation, Su Ying beamed with contentment. To be needed by Brother Qiye was her utmost privilege. I have miraculously healed. I am an ability user. Shang Wanfian gazed at Su Ying in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with the joy of newfound life. She looked down at her fully restored calves and neck, an indescribable excitement swelling within her. Thank you, Su Ying. Shang Wanfian said sincerely, her tone laced with gratitude. Su Ying smiled softly and shook her head. There is no need for thanks. If you are to express gratitude, let it be to Brother Qiye, for he is the one who allowed me to save you. Shang Wanfian turned her gaze towards Cao Qiye, her eyes reflecting a newfound complexity of emotion. She opened her mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately settled for a quiet, thank you. Shang Wanfian had discerned that Cao Qiye wielded absolute authority within this small circle. Moreover, Su Ying and Wu Tingting exhibited unwavering loyalty towards him. Although Shang Wanfian did not share the same social circles as Wu Tingting and Su Ying, she had heard whispers of their exploits to some extent. Wu Tingting's brother is a small business owner, and the number of admirers vying for her attention is as vast as the stars in the sky. She pays no heed to those lacking ambition. As for Su Ying, one of the 4 campus beauties and a cosplay blogger with millions of fans, she has yet to graduate but is already inundated with lucrative commercial contracts and suitors eager to support her lavish lifestyle. However, to Shang Wanfian's utter astonishment, both of these distinguished young ladies find themselves entirely subservient to a humble delivery man. There's no need to thank me so soon, Cao Qiye stated bluntly. Before you lies a choice. Either follow me and become my subordinate, gaining sustenance and powers akin to those of Su Ying and Wu Tingting, or I can summon 2 zombies to take another bite out of you and cast you aside, as if I had never rescued you. At these words, Shang Wanfian paused for a moment. This was hardly a choice at all. There was no real option. Could the other party even rescind an act of salvation? Well, have you made up your mind? Cao Qiye asked, gently lifting Shang Wanfian's chin. Yes, I choose to follow you, she replied timidly, nodding. Her decision stemmed not only from the absence of an alternative but also from the memory of her betrayal by those she once trusted. Disillusioned with the world, she felt her life, saved by Cao Qiye, was best entrusted to him. Ding. System notification. Goddess Shang Wanfian willingly submits to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formidable ally. Successfully unlock the ordinary skin of Battlemaid. Name, Shang Wanfian. Gender, female. Age, 19. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 0. Gene lock, 0. Unlocked. Ultimate skin, Battlemaid Vanguard, ordinary. Based on her unique traits, she acquires an exclusive weapon. Ability, C-class piercing. Physical attacks carry a piercing effect. The host will gain all capabilities associated with Shang Wanfian's skin and possesses the right to don or remove armor at will. A beam of divine light enveloped Shang Wanfian. As if she were transforming like a magical girl, her form gradually rotated within the radiance, her shattered armor disappearing one by one, replaced by a striking black and white cat-eared maid outfit. The adorable cat ear hairpin added a playful charm, while a heart-shaped cutout on her blouse perfectly showcased her elegant collarbone and subtly alluring curves, imbuing her appearance with a touch of sensuality. The skirt billowed slightly, edged with delicate lace, complemented by black thigh-high stockings and petite leather shoes, exuding a lively and playful aura. The leather collar and leg cuffs lent an air of rebellion and wildness, harmoniously blending with her original commanding presence. Truly, she embodied the essence of a battlemaid. What is this? Shang Wanfian gazed down at her new attire, her eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment. Cao Qiye smiled faintly, a hint of teasing in his tone. This is your new skin, the battlemaid. What do you think? Do you like it? I like it. Shang Wanfian replied bashfully, her cheeks flushed as she had never ventured into such daring attire before. At that moment, she also understood how Wu Tingting and Su Ying had come to adopt their outfits. This was indeed the extent of Cao Qiye's capabilities. You must address him as master, Su Ying reminded softly from the side. Upon hearing this, the blush on Shang Wanfian's face deepened, and she timidly uttered, I like it, master. As long as you like it, Cao Qiye replied with a calm smile, giving Su Ying a thumbs up. This little girl was increasingly adept at winning his favor. She certainly deserved a proper reward. Chapter 23. The Life of Dongzhi curiously. Why does Fian's attire differ from ours? Wu Tingting tilted her head, her eyes brimming with intrigue. She glanced at the swimsuits worn by herself and Su Ying, then at the maid outfit donned by Shang Wanfian, unable to restrain her curiosity. You both have pool party-themed skins, which grant the deep dive ability, Cao Qiye explained with a smile. Fian's theme is battle maid, allowing her to summon a unique weapon. As he spoke, Cao Qiye made a gesture in the air, and a jet black spear materialized in his hand. C-class black radiant spear. The spear, entirely dark, shimmered with a cold metallic luster, crafted from a special alloy. Its tip was exceptionally sharp, seemingly able to pierce through any defense effortlessly. Intricate patterns adorned the spear shaft, resembling a black dragon, graceful yet imposing. Cao Qiye grasped the spear, feeling its substantial weight. A flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Just as well, his metal baton had broken. With this exclusive spear, his combat prowess surged once more. Fian, you should give it a try, he encouraged. Upon his suggestion, Shang Wanfian mimicked his gesture, and a sleek, black longsword appeared in her hand. The blade was elongated, razor-sharp, and the hilt was wrapped in delicate leather, providing an exquisite grip. Am I also an empowered one now? Shang Wanfian exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She swung the sword gently, the blade slicing through the air with a whispering sound. Her movements were clean and fluid, as if the sword were custom-made for her. Absolutely fantastic. This sword suits me perfectly. Shang Wanfian caressed the blade, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Although she had majored in Western swordsmanship at university, the slender blade proved challenging against zombies. In contrast, the traditional swords of the Great Xia could thrust and slash effectively. Though everything unfolded seamlessly, Cao Qiye remained troubled. His brow furrowed. He pondered, so it seems that submission unlocks skins. I had thought it required. At that moment, Cao Qiye fully grasped the implications. No, I am not mistaken. His gaze was resolute. As the saying goes, one misstep leads to further mistakes. Since I have erred, I might as well embrace it. Acknowledging one's faults without admitting them is the traditional virtue of the Cao family. Only with such awareness can one possess the spirit of a bold leader amidst chaos. Fian, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Cao Qiye beckoned Shang Wanfian closer. As a newly joined member of the team, he felt the need to thoroughly investigate her background. Knowing one's allies ensures victory in battle. Before Wu Tingting and Su Ying, Cao Qiye demonstrated a remarkable display of spear techniques using his black radiant spear. However, Shang Wanfian seemed unimpressed, even rolling her eyes. Her reaction irked the somewhat petty Cao Qiye. Fortunately, Wu Tingting and Su Ying were supportive, showering him with compliments. With the addition of new members, Cao Qiye's team has significantly enhanced its combat strength. Particularly noteworthy is Shang Wanfian's skin effect. Whether it is the battle-made exclusive weapon or the armor-piercing effect of her pierce ability, both exude pure combat talent, coupled with Cao Qiye's 0-tier 50 gene lock enhancement. It is akin to adding wings to a tiger. As they prepare to confront the zombies, Cao Qiye anticipates that he need not resort to stealth tactics. A direct onslaught would suffice. However, as night falls, human visibility diminishes, while the zombies' aggression intensifies, rendering continued combat ill-advised. That evening, Cao Qiye entrusted the night watch to Wu Tingting and nestled against Su Ying's soft abdomen, slipping into a restful slumber. As the sole and absolute pillar of the team, he required ample rest to restore his vigor. On the fourth dawn following the apocalypse, Cao Qiye lazily stretched, as was his custom. Upon waking, he savored the beef noodles prepared by Wu Tingting, accompanied by a generous chicken leg, while Su Ying attended to his grooming needs. The newly joined Shang Wanfian displayed remarkable consideration, noticing Cao Qiye's overgrown toenails and offering to trim them as he enjoyed his breakfast. Cao Qiye reveled in the attention. Indeed, it is only amidst chaos that one can live a life akin to that of Dongzhuo. After serving him, the women began to partake of their meals. Cao Qiye imposed no restrictions on their consumption. With the resources at hand, they were free to eat as they pleased. This gesture deeply moved Shang Wanfian, who, having gone days without food, found tears welling at the corners of her mouth. She had assumed that with Cao Qiye's indulgence, they would only have soup to sustain them. Fian, take your time, don't choke, urged Wu Tingting. As long as you are with Brother Qiye, such luxuries are standard fare. The two women chuckled at Shang Wanfian's voracious appetite. They secretly lamented that even a champion fencer like Fian, who had triumphed in competitions within the city, found herself reduced to such dire straits in the apocalypse. Had they not encountered Cao Qiye, they would likely have perished long ago. Standard fare? Shang Wanfian joyfully slurped her instant noodles while guzzling unlimited mineral water, her excitement beyond words. Just 2 days prior, she had been drinking her own urine and had even struggled to produce any yesterday. The prospect of daily noodles and mineral water was beyond her wildest dreams. Such a life could hardly be considered standard. Cao Qiye's expression turned stern as he emphatically disagreed. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanfian paused, then nodded earnestly in agreement. Indeed, such good fortune cannot be commonplace. Just as she pondered this, Cao Qiye's next words left her utterly astounded. Merely eating instant noodles will not suffice. Our future standard must include fish and meat, hot pot, poetry, beautiful women, and pft. Ha 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 ha. Cao Qiye's words elicited peals of laughter from the women, who found themselves doubled over in mirth. In the apocalyptic world, had another man uttered such statements, they would merely regard him as a braggart, weaving fanciful dreams. However, when it is Cao Qiye who speaks, there exists a genuine possibility that his words may come to fruition. Although he is, in this moment, spinning tales, he possesses not only the talent to envision, but also the prowess to manifest. He is not merely an exceptional artist. He is also a remarkable chef. Chapter 24. A glimpse of cold light, followed by a dragon's roar after indulging in a sumptuous breakfast. Cao Qiye continued to lead his team into battle. Suing remained behind, while Cao Qiye, accompanied by Wudingting, pursued the zombies alongside Shang Wanfian. After a night had passed, the corridor on the 9th floor once again became crowded with the wandering undead. Before their departure, Cao Qiye received a message from Shauna. Shauna, Suing, please exercise caution while hunting zombies outside. I have encountered a peculiar variant. Suing, a peculiar variant. Shauna, indeed, it is entirely distinct from ordinary zombies, possessing not only extraordinary abilities, but also a degree of cognitive and leadership skills. Due to this variant, we lost 7 or 8 individuals at our base. Suing, zombies with extraordinary abilities? So, it is not just as humans who can unlock our genetic potential, zombies can do so as well. Shauna, that appears to be the case. However, you need not worry excessively. So far, we have only identified one peculiar variant, located on the 2nd floor of the gymnasium. The number of these variants among zombies should be as scarce as the extraordinary individuals among humans. In any case, if you encounter one, do not confront it recklessly. Caution is advisable. Suing, understood. Thank you, Senior. I will share any useful information I discover with you at the earliest opportunity. Shauna, by the way, how much of your genetic lock have you unlocked? Suing, 0 stage, 30. What about you, Senior? Cao Qiye adjusted his level. Shauna, quite fortunate. I lead a team of dozens, and I have only unlocked 0 stage, 80. You have surpassed 30 on your own. Suing, let us strive together. I look forward to the day we reunite. Upon closing his phone, Cao Qiye offered a faint smile. In truth, he found himself somewhat eager for the moment he would meet Shauna. What would her reaction be when she discovered that her object of affection was Cao Qiye? Would she be filled with rage and embarrassment? Or would he successfully win her over? That remained uncertain. Returning his thoughts to the current struggle between humanity and the zombies on Blue Star, Cao Qiye's brow furrowed. His greatest concern had indeed come to pass. Zombies could evolve. He had anticipated this development. Yet he was astonished to discover that the evolved zombies possessed a degree of cognitive ability. The presence of intelligence among zombies signified that they could develop wisdom. If that were the case, humanity's sole advantage would vanish into thin air. It now seemed that the dominion of Blue Star would depend on which side could evolve more rapidly. Although Cao Qiye possessed a system, the initial lack of combat power from the Supreme Skin System forced him to remain hidden in his dormitory for 3 days before emerging, resulting in his development lagging behind extraordinary individuals like Shauna. Moving forward, he needed to accelerate the pace of zombie hunting. Furthermore, upon realizing that zombies could evolve intelligence, a fascinating notion began to take shape in Cao Qiye's mind. If extraordinary abilities were a plunderable resource in the apocalypse of Blue Star, what of the system? After the host is slain, will the system automatically bind the killer as the new host? What if the killer is an evolved zombie? Could it be that a zombie could also become a host of the system? In such a scenario, the system, which was intended to aid humanity in overcoming adversity, might instead transform into a weapon of annihilation against humankind. A chilling thought indeed. Ting, Fian, you two combat the zombies on one side, while I handle the other alone. Cao Qiye devised a plan and immediately set it into motion. Rather than fretting over the uncertainties of the future, it is far wiser to seize the opportunities of the present. Given that Cao Qiye's specialized weapon is the Black Obsidian Spear, it is not optimal for usage in the narrow corridor. Hence, the trio decided to hunt zombies at the corridor entrance. This environment is more conducive for wielding a long weapon, and the position at the corridor entrance is more likely to attract zombies from the 8th and 10th floors, allowing them to catch them all in one fell swoop. The zombies surged forth, their low growls echoing through the corridor. Wudingting and Shang Wanfian swiftly entered combat mode. The two coordinated seamlessly. One incapacitated the zombies with electric shocks, while the other wielded the Black Obsidian Sword, expertly cleaving through the zombies' heads. Although the battle-made specialty weapon is classified as a C-grade armament, its material is unlike any metal found on Blue Star, possessing remarkable strength. Coupled with Shangguan Fian's piercing ability, the black obsidian sword sliced through flesh as if it were mere clay. Each swing effortlessly severed a zombie's head, with the blade remaining entirely intact. With a decisive strike, Shangguan Fian decapitated a zombie, her movements fluid and precise, her gaze imbued with a chilling intent to kill. It was no wonder she was a prodigy who had consecutively triumphed in various fencing competitions within the city. Her combat prowess was leagues beyond that of Wu Tingting and Su Ying. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye was further empowered, grasping the black obsidian spear. Its tip glimmered with a frosty light, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the depths. A flash of cold light heralded his strike as he bellowed, thrusting the spear like lightning, instantly piercing through a zombie's skull. With a flick of the spear, the head burst apart like a watermelon. His movements were as fluid as flowing water. Each thrust was impeccably precise, targeting the zombies' heads with unerring accuracy. A mere glimpse, and it was a kill. One shot, one zombie. Without delay. Already formidable, Cao Qiye became invincible after acquiring the battle-made and piercing abilities. Within mere minutes, the zombies in the corridor were eradicated. However, today was not particularly fortunate for Cao Qiye. After slaying over 30 zombies, he had only obtained 2 crystal cores. It seemed that Su Ying's statistical probabilities were quite accurate. What is this? Shangguan Fian curiously picked up the small white sphere from the ground, sensing a resonance with the crystal core. It is indeed possible to enhance the genetic key. Wu Tingting swiftly picked up another crystal nucleus and promptly handed it over to Cao Qiye, without a hint of covetousness. Observing this, Shangguan Fian, demonstrating her keen insight, also presented a crystal nucleus to Cao Qiye. Her life, as well as her extraordinary abilities, were granted by him, and he possessed the power to strip away their very skins at any moment. Thus, Shangguan Fian remained utterly loyal to Cao Qiye. Her initial hesitation in presenting the nucleus stemmed solely from her own curiosity. Cao Qiye accepted the crystal nucleus and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it. Genetic lock, 0 level. 70. I shall first devour all the crystal nuclei to ensure my own development. In due course, any surplus will be rewarded to those who exhibit exceptional performance. As a leader, it is imperative for Cao Qiye to assert this control. Thank you, Master, Wu Tingting and Shangguan Fian exclaimed with palpable excitement upon hearing this. Though their primary desire in following Cao Qiye was merely to secure sustenance and warmth, and to avoid oppression in this apocalyptic world, the prospect of simultaneously enhancing their own strengths was indeed a most welcomed boon. Chapter 25. Breaking the genetic lock. Once the genetic lock was elevated to 70 of the 0 level, Cao Qiye's strength surged uncontrollably. Armed with the obsidian spear, he resembled a god of war as he commenced his ascent from the 8th floor, sweeping through adversaries with relentless ferocity. The remaining zombies before him were akin to mere paper, utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. The low growls of the zombies echoed through the corridor. Yet before they could draw near, they were pierced through the skull by the chilling gleam of the obsidian spear. Cao Qiye's movements were swift and decisive, each shot striking with unparalleled precision. Wherever the spear tip landed, the zombies' heads burst like overripe watermelons. He ascended to the rooftop, eliminating all the wandering zombies in his path. Like an efficient machine of slaughter, wherever he ventured, no zombie was spared. His actions were as swift as lightning. The zombies had no time to react before they met their demise. After clearing the zombies, Cao Qiye used various debris to barricade the corridor between the 7th and 8th floors. Ordinary zombies lacked cognitive abilities and would resort to brute force to attempt to overcome obstacles, ultimately giving up after failure. Thus, as long as the peculiar mutants mentioned by Shauna did not appear, there would be virtually no zombie activity above the 8th floor of the girls' dormitory. Of course, Cao Qiye only cleared the external corridor and did not inspect each dormitory room individually. It was entirely possible that many zombies remained trapped inside. However, such concerns were not on Cao Qiye's agenda. His objective was to create a relatively safe environment, allowing other survivors to emerge. In doing so, he could conduct a broad selection of potentially capable girls. After dispatching the zombies from 4 floors and a rooftop, Cao Qiye did not keep count of the number he had slain. He was merely aware that he had been occupied throughout the day and had acquired a total of 9 crystal cores. He did not share these with Wu Tingting and Shangguan Fian, who had also toiled throughout the day. Instead, he retained all 9 crystal cores for himself. Genetic lock, 0 level, 80. Genetic lock, 0 level, 90. Congratulations, host. The genetic lock has advanced to the 1st level. At the moment the genetic lock transcended to the 1st level, Cao Qiye sensed a palpable surge of energy erupting within him. This energy poured forth from every cell. Akin to a volcanic eruption, instantly enveloping his entire being. Boom! An invisible shockwave emanated from him, distorting the very air around him. Cao Qiye's body hovered slightly as dust and debris were swept away by the shockwave, creating a fleeting ripple of air. Not only did he perceive the augmentation of his own power, but even Wu Tingting and Shang Wanfian were compelled to take several steps back, overwhelmed by the formidable pressure. What? What is this power? Wu Tingting's eyes widened, her voice tinged with tremor. Shang Wanfian tightened her grip on the obsidian sword, her gaze filled with astonishment. Brother Qiye's aura has become so powerful. Cao Qiye gradually descended to the ground, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. At this moment, he had transcended the limits of humanity, unlocking the genetic shackles that bound mankind. Cao Qiye sheathed his black shining spear and cast a steely gaze upon the wall of the corridor. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly exerted his strength, delivering a formidable strike against the wall. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the cement wall crumbled like tofu, debris scattering and dust swirling in the air. A vast gaping hole appeared instantly in the wall. Cao Qiye stood at the threshold, peering down at the earth beneath him. A gentle breeze flowed through the opening, rustling his garments and dissipating the last remnants of doubt within his heart. Is this the power of the first-tier genetic lock? He murmured softly, his tone laced with unmistakable excitement and fervor. His fist clenched slightly as he felt an unprecedented force within him, as if he were the sovereign of a post-apocalyptic world. Master, has your power truly grown to such an extent? Wu Tingting's eyes shimmered with awe and admiration. In that moment, Cao Qiye was a deity in her eyes. How marvelous! With your protection, I believe the apocalypse will soon come to an end. Shang Wanfian could not help but exclaim, her perception of the apocalypse becoming overly optimistic. Unbeknownst to her of other realities, all thanks to the formidable presence of Cao Qiye. Furthermore, he still possessed 6 crystal cores to enhance his abilities further. Genetic lock. First tier, 5, genetic lock. First tier, 10, genetic lock. First tier, 15, genetic lock. First tier, 20, genetic lock. First tier, 25, genetic lock. First tier, 30. Upon reaching the first tier, the rate of enhancement per crystal core began to slow. The higher the tier of the genetic lock, the greater the number of crystal cores required. It seemed clear that to attain a higher realm, relentless effort was essential. After consuming all the crystal cores, Cao Qiye transported all the food and water to room 801. Wu Tingting and Su Ying wholeheartedly supported this decision, as it was indeed their dormitory, and the living conditions and environment were familiar to them. Observing this, Shang Wanfian also prepared to return to room 903 to fetch her personal belongings. Open the door. Shang Wanfian banged on the dormitory door with fervor. Who is it? Wait, is that Shang Wanfian? She seems to be alive. Are you out of your mind? Shang Wanfian was being chased by zombies. I saw the wounds on her neck. There's no way she could still be alive. I'm not joking. She is not only alive but is also dressed in a rather extravagant maid outfit. I understand every word you're saying, yet when strung together, it sounds utterly bizarre. Shang Wanfian's 3 roommates exchanged bewildered remarks as they gathered by the peephole. Indeed, it was Shang Wanfian, standing alongside a man clad in green. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Cao Qiye has arrived, delivering an extraordinary service. A young woman recited the delivery slogans emblazoned on Cao Qiye's attire, the 3 major delivery groups of Blue Star, the yellow-clad Beautiful Meal, the blue-clad Hungry Group, and the green-clad Chow Chow Delivery. He seemed to be merely a delivery person. Hadn't they mentioned hearing the voice of a man outside? It was likely this delivery person. Do not open the door. They might have perished and returned as vengeful spirits seeking our lives. Are you suggesting that not only are there zombies on Blue Star, but also malevolent ghosts? What should we do? If that is the case, we are doomed. Oh dear, when will the police arrive to rescue us? The 3 concluded that Shang Wanfian had already met her demise, leaving them too frightened to open the door. Cao Qiye, uninterested in further conversation, forcefully kicked the door of dormitory 903 open. In that instant, it resembled an explosion of a gas canister from the outside. The 3 girls, who had been crouching by the door, were blasted away along with the door, landing in disarray. As they lay on the ground, they gazed in terror at Cao Qiye's towering figure in the doorway. He cast a cold glance over the 3, finding no remarkable features among them, merely ordinary university students. The system's evaluations revealed scores of 31, 41, and 44 respectively. Together, their scores barely reached 100, insufficient to unlock any skins. Frankly, it was unnecessary to consult the system. Such individuals held no value in Cao Qiye's eyes, and he did not spare them a second glance. Fian, be swift, he commanded, turning away to await Shang Wanfian's emergence. Chapter 26. Those who disrespect the master shall be executed. Shang Wanfian began to pack her belongings in the dormitory. Fian, you're alive? Her closest friend, Xiaohua, was the first to rise from the ground and approached her. Upon sensing Fian's steady breath, she gasped in astonishment. Get lost. Shang Wanfian replied coldly. While she felt indifferent towards the other two who refused to open the door for her, Xiaohua, being her best friend, was unexpected in her rejection. This betrayal caused Fian to lose all trust in them. She now only wished to stay by Cao Qiye's side, to charge into battle and realize her life's worth in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, only Cao Qiye could provide her with such a stage. Fian, you look well. Have you managed to find food and water? Share some with me. Xiaohua, noticing Shang Wanfian's robust demeanor, was instantly filled with hope. Hearing this, the other two roommates also gathered around, shamelessly begging for Fian's help. Without a word, Shang Wanfian continued to pack her belongings. Many items had become useless in this dystopia. She merely tidied up and departed. Master, shall we go? Cao Qiye nodded, casually pulling out a bottle of pulse, twisting the cap open, and leisurely taking a sip before tossing the bottle back into his backpack. He was utterly oblivious to the storm of bloodshed that such a simple action would incite in this world. At that moment, Shang Wanfian's three roommates rushed out after her. Their eyes were fixated on the bottle in Cao Qiye's hand, glimmering with a predatory hunger. Water. It's water. The trio lunged at him like rabid dogs. Observing the scene, Cao Qiye remained motionless, casting a detached glance at Shang Wanfian. Understanding his unspoken command, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. She clenched her hand, and the black obsidian sword materialized in her grasp. The blade gleamed ominously, radiating a fierce, killing intent. With a swift motion, Shang Wanfian flicked the sword, severing Xiaohua's arm. Xiaohua let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Terror etched across her face, her body trembled violently from the excruciating pain. The two roommates behind her, horrified by the sight, stumbled backward in fear. Anyone who dares to approach again, those who disrespect the master shall be executed. Shang Wanfian's gaze was piercing, her tone as frigid as ice. The tip of her sword pointed threateningly at the trio, devoid of any semblance of jest. The three roommates, petrified, dared not take another step forward. Xiaohua had gone 2 days without water, her body severely dehydrated, and even her blood had begun to thicken. Yet, despite this dire condition, her roommates could not resist the temptation of the blood pooling on the ground, licking it like ravenous beasts. Observing this, Cao Qiye merely shook his head in disdain. The blood of humans contained high levels of salt and metabolic waste. Consuming it could exacerbate dehydration. It was evident that the three would not survive for long. In Cao Qiye's gaze, there lingered not a trace of compassion. He was the fated individual designated by the system, entrusted with the monumental responsibility of revitalizing human civilization. According to the intelligence provided by Shana, the current state of Blue Star had devolved into a frantic race between humanity and the undead. Should Cao Qiye falter, the world would succumb to a global transformation, with zombies usurping humanity's place as the new denizens of Blue Star. The Chosen One bore an immense burden. Yet, there was no time for pity or empathy towards the weak. His resources could not be squandered on those deemed valueless. This was a transformation of human civilization, and sacrifice was an inevitability. Only through relentless evolution could redemption be attained. At this moment, the upper levels of the girls' dormitory, from the 8th floor upwards, had become relatively secure. Cao Qiye assigned Shang Wanfian and Su Ying to guard the supplies in room 801, while he himself, bearing a box of mineral water and a box of ham sausage, confidently positioned himself at the entrance of the 9th floor's corridor, ready to recruit new subordinates. Unbeknownst to the survivors, the zombies outside had been eradicated, and they remained huddled within their dorms, paralyzed by fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Come out. The zombies from the 8th to the 11th floors have been eliminated by my master. Now, my master is openly recruiting beautiful women. If you meet the criteria, water and food are plentiful, Wu Dingting announced through an electric megaphone, her voice resonating in the empty corridor. This device, scavenged from room 902, had unexpectedly proven invaluable. The reason Cao Qiye had brought Wu Tingting along was that he believed women could forge a greater sense of connection among themselves, thereby easing the survivors' apprehensions. Initially, upon hearing Wu Tingting's voice, the survivors did not emerge immediately. They remained concealed within their dorms, cautiously peering through the cracks in the doors, wary of potential traps. However, after observing for a while, they realized that the corridor was indeed devoid of zombies. Not even a faint growl could be heard. At last, someone mustered the courage to open the dormitory door. My heavens! The zombies in the corridor have truly been vanquished. Is it the police? Have they finally come to rescue us? It must be a rescue team. It surely is. And there is free water and food. Let us hurry. the girls exclaimed, their eyes brimming with desire and exhilaration, as if they had glimpsed the hope of survival. However, the critically injured Cao Qiye lay amidst a pool of blood, her vision gradually blurring. Her body had weakened to such an extent that she lacked even the strength to cry for help. Yet, she understood the truth more clearly than anyone else. There was no rescue team, only a malevolent delivery man. Though formidable, he was certainly not there to save them. Chapter 27. Selecting a concubine. Water. Indeed, there is water. And food. We are saved. At last, we are rescued. Strange, are they not the rescue team? Why are they clad in delivery uniforms? We do not know, nor do we dare to inquire. For now, we must secure some sustenance. With this meager supply, it will undoubtedly be insufficient. Is that not Whittington? Why is she still flaunting herself? Even in the apocalypse, she persists in her ostentation, truly a disgrace. Are you foolish? Do you not see that it is Wu Tingting shouting through a megaphone? She has leveraged her assets to gain a position within the rescue team. Hearing this, the girl puffed out her chest. Oh, I'm not lacking either. I too wish to secure a stable position. Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting were soon surrounded by a throng of survivors. Their eyes brimmed with longing, as if the bottled water and ham sausage in Cao Qiye's hands were their sole lifeline. Cao Qiye stood at the center of the crowd, his gaze icy as he surveyed the surrounding women, akin to a contestant on a dating show selecting his desired partner. However, the outcome proved disappointing. Among the first batch of women, none achieved an overall score of even 60, completely failing to meet the criteria for unlocking any skins. After all, even the basic skins require a score exceeding 80. Next batch. Cao Qiye coldly uttered that classic phrase. You do not meet the master's requirements. Leave. Do not obstruct the others. Whittington instantly grasped Cao Qiye's intent and bellowed into the megaphone. Though she was unaware of the specific criteria for recruiting newcomers, it was evident that the standards were quite stringent. This also aligned with her interests, as the growing number of people suggested the supplies would soon be inadequate. Next batch? What does that mean? Cannot you see? This fellow is not a rescue team member at all. Damn. After all this time, it is merely a delivery person posturing here. What, is he to select concubines now? Whittington too felt hunger. Even a delivery boy could attract attention, rendering her years at university futile. Although this delivery lad was somewhat handsome, in the apocalypse, strength and background are paramount. A mere delivery man should not be acting pretentiously. Let us take him down. Indeed. Are we to fear just the two of them? Upon hearing Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting dismiss them, the surrounding women were instantly incensed. They lunged forward, prepared to seize what they desired. Tingting, show them what colors they should see, and demonstrate who wields the power here. Cao Qiye spoke coldly, his tone laced with disdain. Yes, master. Wu Tingting's eyes turned frosty, a cold smile curling her lips. She had long wished to teach this group, who dismissed Brother Qiye, a lesson. How amusing. Calling a delivery boy master. Wu Tingting, you truly. One of the brazen girls had yet to finish her taunt when Wu Tingting's hand was already resting on her shoulder. The air crackled with energy as a golden current surged from Wu Tingting's palm, striking the girl with such force that her body convulsed, her hair standing on end, and wisps of black smoke escaping her lips. A scream erupted, only to be abruptly silenced as the girl collapsed to the ground, her body still twitching, clearly unconscious. An extraordinary being. In that instant, the surrounding girls were rooted in place, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. They swiftly comprehended the reason behind the absence of zombies from the 8th to the 11th floor. It became evident that Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting before them had surpassed all the zombies in strength. Moreover, given Wu Tingting's expression of awe and her respectful tone toward Cao Qiye, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would grasp the truth. At this moment, Wu Tingting, who showcased her abilities, was merely a minor character. The true powerhouse was Cao Qiye, who was in the midst of selecting individuals. Chapter 28. The imprisoned twins. After Wu Tingting's intervention, order gradually emerged in Cao Qiye's domain. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. The next group, the next group, the next group. After scrutinizing 50 or 60 individuals, none met the criteria. Some even attempted to rejoin the line after a touch-up in their dormitory. Yet the system would not alter their evaluations. No, still insufficient. There was one with a score of 75, which was regrettable. But the system's standards for the divine were unyieldingly stringent. A mere 5 points deficiency, or even one, rendered them inadequate. Cao Qiye was beset by frustration, suddenly recalling a female zombie he had dispatched on the rooftop, whose physique had been rather appealing. Had she not succumbed to zombification, she might have garnered a score of 80. Alas, she had met her demise at his hands. Just as despair began to settle in, a girl he had previously rejected approached him. Esteemed one, may I inquire if there are rewards for providing you with information? She asked, her lips pressed together, her gaze fixated on the bottle of water beneath Cao Qiye. Speak. and I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. If you can indeed furnish me with valuable information about beautiful women, I shall provide you with sustenance and water, he replied, intrigued. After all, if he could not find a suitable candidate, his efforts for the day would be in vain. I am from Dormitory 1109, and we have a pair of exceptionally charming twins who would undoubtedly meet your expectations. Twins? Cao Qiye's interest piqued, and he inquired. If they meet the criteria and are not infected by zombies, why have they not come forward themselves? There is a bully in our dormitory who has tormented them since the onset of this apocalypse out of jealousy. They are currently tethered like dogs within the dormitory. Esteemed one, I risk my life to provide you with this intelligence. Should that bully discover my actions, my fate may be even graver than that of the twins. Lead the way, Cao Qiye responded, invigorated by the prospect of exploration. Soon, under the girl's guidance, Cao Qiye arrived at the entrance of Dormitory 1109. Damn. It's all your fault, you wretched pair, that I was not selected. The air was thick with sharp, vitriolic insults, laced with anger and jealousy. Moments later, the sounds of fists and kicks echoed from within, accompanied by the pained gasps and muffled cries of young girls. Upon hearing this commotion, the informant instinctively cowered behind Cao Qiye, trembling with evident fear of the bully. Fear not. Should she lay a hand on you for your information, I shall ensure her demise is most agonizing, Cao Qiye stated coldly. With his current strength, he was the sovereign of this realm, the architect of its rules. However, the moment he opened the door to Dormitory 1109, Cao Qiye stood frozen in shock. Even Wu Tingting, who had never witnessed such a scene, was nearly overwhelmed with nausea. Before her stood two frail girls, their heads shaved, their bodies barely clothed, tethered like dogs to a water pipe beside a restroom. Their scalps were marred with blood and scars, evidently inflicted by sharp instruments in a brutal assault. The girls were even smeared with excrement, their bodies riddled with extensive bruises. A harrowing blend of fresh and old wounds. Name, Xinyoyu. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene lock, unlocked. Appearance, 82. Physique, 82. Temperament, 82. Charm, 82. Overall rating, 82. Unlockable skin level, common. Name, Xinyue. Gender, female. Age, 19. Gene lock, unlocked. Appearance, 82. Physique, 82. Temperament, 82. Charm, 82. Overall rating, 82. Unlockable skin level, common. Although the two girls were in a state of utter disarray, subjected to inhumane treatment, the system still bestowed upon them a remarkably high evaluation. However, at that moment, the scene before them transcended mere ratings. Even if the sisters did not meet the criteria for unlocking skins, this matter could not be overlooked by Cao Qiye. Dita boss? What brings you here? The girl who had inflicted violence upon the sisters was also quite attractive, frequently engaging in fitness, her physique toned and powerful. Cao Qiye remembered her well. She had received a score of 75 from the system, a pity indeed. Upon seeing Cao Qiye, the school bully was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of excitement. Boss, I knew you would notice me. Although my figure and looks may not rival Wu Tingting's, I assure you, I excel in other ways and can certainly satisfy you. The bully believed that Cao Qiye had had a change of heart, her excitement palpable. Yet, at that moment, Cao Qiye's fury had reached a boiling point. He felt a sense of regret, for the system only assessed appearance, physique, temperament, and charm, completely neglecting the moral standard. Had there been a category for ethics, he would have awarded her a score of 0. In a fit of rage, Cao Qiye lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to the bully. Before she could react, he delivered a powerful kick, sending her hurtling into the air. Bang! Her form soared like an arrow released from its bow, crashing through the window of the 11th floor, her screams tracing a fleeting arc through the air before vanishing completely. Cao Qiye understood well that in a world ravaged by chaos, the ugliness of human nature would be magnified infinitely. In this moment on Blue Star, such atrocities were undoubtedly rampant, perhaps even more heinous than the scene before him. Alone, he could not address every injustice, but should he encounter such a sight, he would undoubtedly intervene. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Tingting and the girl who had provided information stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated that Cao Qiye would not turn a blind eye, yet they had not expected his response to be so decisive, so immediately dispatching the school bully. This further deepened Wu Tingting's admiration for the man before her, though he could be quite rough at times and often spoke with an air of dominance. Within him resided a gentle, kind, and just spirit. Moreover, Cao Qiye's sense of justice was not rigidly dogmatic. Rather, it was a pursuit of authenticity, prioritizing his own interests and those of his companions, while adhering to a morally sound course of action. Here are 2 bottles of mineral water and 5 sausages. Cao Qiye instructed Wu Tingting, who stood beside him. He was clear in his system of rewards and punishments. eliminating what needed to be eliminated while ensuring that rewards were duly given. Thank you, esteemed one, the girl stammered. Twisting open the bottle of water and gulping it down eagerly, she devoured the sausages whole, plastic wrapping and all, clearly driven to the brink of starvation. Meanwhile, Xinyoyu and Xinyue remained huddled together, their expressions vacant, as the prolonged torment seemed to have significantly impacted their mental state. As Cao Qiye attempted to approach, the sisters instinctively retreated to the corner, drawing back with all their might. Chapter 29, A Feast of Delights. Tintin, please bring Suing over. Cao Qiye initially intended to use the fountain of purification to heal the two sisters, but feared his actions might distress them. After much contemplation, he believed that the task would be better suited for Suing, who shared their gender. However, while Cao Qiye's attention was solely on Xinyoyu and Xinyue, a girl behind him, who had just finished her meal, stealthily retrieved scissors hidden in her pocket. Her greedy gaze fixated on the box of mineral water and ham sausages beside Cao Qiye. If she could eliminate him, all the supplies would be hers. In this dire environment, such resources were invaluable. This would allow her to usurp Cao Qiye's position and become the ruler of this domain. Moreover, her sympathy for Xinyoyu and Xinyue was insincere. Her motivation for informing Cao Qiye about the school bully was not merely to obtain a reward, but primarily to supplant the bully's authority. She crept closer, her thoughts dark. So, you are an ability user, are you? I shall see if you are indeed impervious to harm. Unbeknownst to her, every move she made had already been discerned by Cao Qiye through the shattered glass on the ground. His gaze sharpened. Just as the girl raised her hand to plunge the scissors into the back of his neck, Cao Qiye swiftly turned, snatched the scissors from her grasp, and plunged them into her throat. With a gruesome sound, blood splattered, terror and disbelief filled her eyes as her body slowly crumpled to the ground. The scissors clattering beside her. Why tarnish my reputation? Cao Qiye shook his head, somewhat vexed. Greed often leads to one's downfall. He was a man of clear rewards and punishments. Eliminating someone who had provided him with information would undoubtedly tarnish his image. Master, what is happening? Meanwhile, Woodington had brought Suing over. She glanced at the girl bleeding out on the ground, bewildered. Brother Qiye is a fair man. This person contributed valuable information. So why is she dead? Attempting to ambush me, Cao Qiye sighed in resignation. He had no desire to resort to violence. But the other party had effectively handed him their life. To attempt an ambush on the master was simply courting death. Woodington cast a cold glance at the corpse, then began to reclaim the unopened mineral water and ham sausages, muttering, such fine water and sausages, do you know how many people outside would fight for them? What a waste. At that moment, Suing, clad in a hood, stepped forward. Since her identity had been co-opted by Cao Qiye, who was currently in contact with Shana, she could not reveal herself prematurely. Is this truly something a person can do? Seeing Xinyoyu and Xinyue before her, Suing stood frozen, her voice trembling. Although she had heard the account from Woodington on the way, witnessing the scene firsthand was still shocking. The spirits of these two little ones seem rather unstable. I apologize for the trouble, Suing. Cao Qiye furrowed his brow slightly. He refrained from unfastening the chains around Xinyoyu and Xinyue's necks, fearing that his actions might provoke a distressing reaction from the sisters. First, let Suing attend to their treatment. We shall address the subsequent matters later. Rest assured, master. I shall take care of it, Suing replied, nodding. It was the first time she had heard the word trouble from Cao Qiye, indicating the gravity with which he regarded this situation. Suing initially employed the ability of purifying spring to cleanse the filth from the sisters. Subsequently, she provided them with food and water while using purifying spring to tend to their wounds. Although purifying spring proved ineffective against previous scars, under Su Ying's meticulous care, Xinyoyu and Xinyue gradually stabilized emotionally. Master, it is done. At Su Ying's signal, Cao Qiye stepped forward and decisively severed the chains binding the sisters' necks. The sound of the chains breaking was crisp and resonant, as if it had shattered the shackles within their hearts. Following that, Suing dressed them in clean garments and gently guided the sisters out of that nightmarish dormitory. At this moment, the sisters' mental states were concerning, let alone the idea of willingly submitting to Cao Qiye to unlock their skins. Fortunately, the two sisters placed immense trust in Suing, and they were swiftly escorted to room 801. Beasts. Utterly despicable beasts. Upon hearing of the sisters' ordeal, Shangguan Fian was filled with indignation. Her fists were clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she longed to rush out and rend the perpetrators limb from limb. However, the opportunity had long since passed. The school bully had already been kicked off the 11th floor by Cao Qiye, and it was likely that he had been reduced to a pulp by now. As night fell, Cao Qiye instructed Su Ying to continue caring for Xinyoyu and Xinyue, while Shangguan Fian took on the watch. As the core and top combatant of the team, Cao Qiye naturally required ample rest to replenish his energy. Meanwhile, Wu Tingting was indulging in a hearty meal. Chapter 30. Mutant Zombies? The following morning, Cao Qiye, as was his routine, stretched like a lazy dog, gazing at the still sleeping Wu Tingting beside him. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, university life had its charms. As usual, the day began with a beautiful girl changing clothes and freshening up, followed by a soothing massage and a delightful breakfast. Recently, Suing had been performing exceptionally well, and Cao Qiye rewarded her with a generous cup of freshly squeezed soy milk, enough to satiate one's hunger. In this apocalyptic world, where others might fight over a drop of water, his subordinates enjoyed imported beverages and snacks daily, leading a life of luxury. Master, I bring you bad news. The serious-faced Shang Wanfian reported from her post at the door. Go on, Cao Qiye replied leisurely, his tone laced with nonchalance. With his current strength, the concept of bad news seemed trivial. The barricades we set up between the 7th and 8th floors were breached by zombies during the early hours. Now, the 8th floor and above have reverted to the previous state, with zombies wandering about, though in lesser numbers than before. I understand, Cao Qiye nodded. He recognized that, given the current state of Blue Star, zombies were an unending plague. He never expected the makeshift barriers to hold for long. The main objective was to clear the building, allowing the female residents to venture out and potentially recruit new subordinates. Meanwhile, the sisters Xinyoyu and Xinyue appeared much improved after donning clean clothes, though the scars on their heads remained distressingly visible. However, Cao Qiye was confident that time would heal all wounds. The sisters were strikingly similar, and with Suing dressing them in identical outfits, Cao Qiye found it difficult to distinguish between Yu and Yue without the system's assistance. It was no wonder that even the system's ratings for the sisters were identical. Fian, you will accompany me to clear the building today. Tingting and Suing will remain at room 801 to keep watch and care for Yu and Yue. Cao Qiye assigned tasks with clarity, ensuring everyone had their roles. Master, please be cautious on your journey and remember to return safely. We will be waiting for you at home. Suing and Wu Tingting expressed their concern. Cao Qiye replied, filled with warmth. Although Blue Star was in an apocalyptic state, having someone awaiting his return made the days feel quite pleasant. Yue, please bid farewell to the master. Suing patiently encouraged the two injured girls like a caring elder sister. Now, repeat after me. Master, be careful. On they rode. Exchanging glances, Xinyoyu and Xinyue slowly began to speak. Be careful. On they rode. Perhaps they did not fully grasp the meaning of the phrase, but it seemed that uttering it brought them both a sense of reassurance. Cao Qiye nodded with a smile. This was the first time he had heard the sisters Xinyoyu and Xinyue speak. To be honest, he felt a twinge of emotion. He believed that with Su Ying's assistance, the sisters would soon regain their health. Subsequently, Cao Qiye and Shang Wanfian charged out of the dormitory. As they stepped outside, two zombies rushed toward them. However, these zombies appeared rather peculiar. They sported long tails protruding from their backsides, resembling some mutated creatures. Fian, be cautious. These zombies are abnormal. Cao Qiye immediately sensed something was amiss, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that they had encountered the aberrant creatures that Shauna had mentioned? Indeed, Shang Wanfian nodded, a glimmer of vigilance flashing in her eyes. She grasped the air, and her obsidian sword unsheathed in an instant, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. Yet, to her astonishment, the typically formidable obsidian sword was halted by the zombie's arm, as if it had been blocked with sheer force. The blade embedded into the zombie's arm, unable to penetrate further. What? Shang Wanfian's pupils constricted, her heart struck with disbelief. Clearly, the bones of this zombie were far denser than those she had previously encountered. However, what surprised Cao Qiye was that this zombie actually had the awareness to block. It was known that ordinary zombies lacked cognitive abilities, merely enduring human assaults with their insensate bodies. The fact that this zombie could actively defend indicated a level of consciousness. Seeing this, Cao Qiye swiftly fired a shot, as if a dragon were surging from the sea. The obsidian spear pierced the zombie's skull in an instant. With a flick of the spear, the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. He replicated the action with the other zombie, shooting through its skull as well. Although these two zombies exhibited a degree of awareness, they were still insufficient against Cao Qiye, who possessed a genetic lock at 30. They were not significantly different from ordinary zombies. However, for Shang Wanfian, the strength of these zombies was decidedly formidable. No wonder our barricades were breached by these creatures. They are entirely abnormal. Shang Wanfian's brow furrowed, her expression grave. She could distinctly sense that the zombies had grown stronger, and not just the two she had just encountered. Looking around, she noticed that all the zombies in the corridor had developed tails, resembling some bizarre evolution. It's not a major issue. Let's investigate and determine what has caused these zombies to mutate, Cao Qiye stated calmly, though a hint of coldness flickered in his gaze. He continued to lead Shangwan Fian through the building, but due to the evident increase in zombie strength, he instructed her to stay behind him, taking the lead himself. Along the way, Cao Qiye dispatched numerous tailed mutated zombies. Their speed and strength surpassed those of ordinary zombies, yet they were still no match for him. The obsidian spear in his grasp was like the side of death, each strike accurate and lethal, resulting in the explosive demise of the zombies' heads. However, when Cao Qiye checked the information on these zombies through the system, he discovered some peculiarities. Zombie. Ability. None. Gene lock. Unlocked. There was nothing extraordinary. He remained devoid of any abilities, the genetic lock still intact, merely an ordinary zombie. This perplexed Cao Qiye, according to the intelligence provided by Shauna. The anomalous zombies among the undead were supposed to possess abilities and unlock their genetic locks, which was exceedingly rare. Clearly, the mutated beings before him, sporting tails, were not of that exceptional kind. To unravel the mystery behind these zombies' mutations, Cao Qiye resolved to investigate the lower floors. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded. It starkly contrasted with the atmosphere of the 8th floor and above. The dormitories on the 7th floor had been violently breached, littered with debris, and the only inhabitants were zombies, devoid of any lingering presence of survivors. The appearance of Cao Qiye and Shangwan Fian drew the attention of all the zombies, their heads swiveling erratically, eyes hollow yet grotesquely menacing. As if anticipating the arrival of prey. Fian, you should return first. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cao Qiye decisively instructed Shangwan Fian to retreat. In such circumstances, her combat prowess would be more of a hindrance. While she could handle ordinary zombies, facing a multitude of these tail-bearing mutants was beyond her capability. Cao Qiye had no intention of diverting his focus to protect her. Shangwan Fian understood the severity of the matter and promptly turned to dash back to room 801. Cao Qiye stood firm, keeping a vigilant watch over the horde of zombies, his expression steely, the black obsidian gun slightly raised, poised for an imminent battle. It's you. At last, I have found you. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, reminiscent of whispers from the depths of hell, imbued with a disconcerting distortion. This voice was unmistakably beyond human capacity, as if it were extruding from the throat of some otherworldly creature. Cao Qiye's gaze sharpened, cautiously directing his attention towards the source of the sound. To his astonishment, the tail-bearing zombies parted to form a path, as if heralding the arrival of a supreme entity. Gradually, a zombie riding another approached. The one atop wore shattered glasses, its face adorned with 9 eyes, densely scattered across its forehead, cheeks, and chin, each eye glimmering with an eerie light. A wave of discomfort washed over him, igniting a primal fear within. Its skin bore a sickly pallor, the corners of its mouth stretching into an unfathomable grin, revealing sharp fangs. The zombie it rode was even more repulsive, possessing 8 legs, resembling a spider as it supported its form. Each leg twisted grotesquely, with sharp bony protrusions at the joints. What was most unsettling was a metal hairpin embedded deeply in one of its eyes, oozing thick black liquid that dripped down its cheeks. Cao Qiye instantly recognized this creature as the zombie administrator he had encountered upon his arrival at the female dormitory. The one he had struck in the eye with Suing's metal hairpin. The female zombie riding it, if Cao Qiye's conjecture holds true, is undoubtedly the hypocritical saintess he had cast aside. Chapter 31 Remarkable. You can speak and even recognize me. Cao Qiye gazed at the figure of the so-called Holy Mother and the zombie administrator before him, his expression tinged with astonishment. This particular zombie not only possessed the ability to articulate human language, but also retained fragments of its human memories. This was undeniably a startling revelation. Of course, I recognize you. It was you who granted me the honor of evolution. In gratitude, I have decided to take you as my steed. The Holy Mother grinned widely, revealing the grotesque sight of blood and flesh within her mouth. Her teeth were sharp and twisted, her gums a sickly black, while her tongue writhed like a serpent, moving restlessly within her maw, a sight utterly repulsive. Upon hearing this, the administrator beneath her displayed an expression of lament as it glanced at Cao Qiye. Its eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, seemingly feeling discontent and jealousy at the prospect of its position being supplanted by Cao Qiye's presence. Cao Qiye swiftly utilized the system to inspect the attributes of the 2 zombies. Anomalous species. Ability, A-class handsomeness. Gene lock, 0 tier, 95. Zombie. Ability, none. Gene lock, 0 tier, 9. A-class ability. Cao Qiye was taken aback, a glimmer of shock flashing across his eyes. This was the highest level of ability he had encountered thus far. However, what exactly was handsomeness? It seemed the system was unable to provide further details. If you wish to claim me as your steed, let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Surrounded by zombies, Cao Qiye felt no fear whatsoever. In his hand, the obsidian spear surged forth like a dragon, its tip glinting with a chilling light, reminiscent of a dark dragon weaving effortlessly through the horde of zombies. Slaying ordinary zombies had a chance to yield crystal cores, so what treasures might emerge from vanquishing an anomalous species? Charge! The Holy Mother's 8 eyes emitted a furious roar. A sound akin to tearing metal, sharp and jarring. Instantly, the surrounding zombies surged forward, as if driven by an invisible force, frantically lunging at Cao Qiye. This corroborated what Shauna had previously mentioned. Anomalous species with abilities indeed possessed a certain leadership quality. Cao Qiye scoffed, his obsidian spear suddenly dancing in the air. The spear tip sliced through the atmosphere, producing a swift whistling sound, forming an impenetrable barrier around him, akin to a dark dragon. Swish, swish, swish. The spear flashed like lightning. As the nearby zombies drew near, they were instantly reduced to mere fragments. Black liquid and dismembered limbs splattered everywhere. The air thick with a putrid stench. After Shangwan Fian departed, the crystal cores scattered across the ground were of no concern to Cao Qiye. He had no time to collect them. However, he had no intention of wasting time on these expendable foes. After dispatching a wave of ordinary zombies, Cao Qiye's gaze hardened. With a powerful push from his legs, he lunged forward in a swift dash, directly confronting the Holy Mother. In the 8 eyes of the Holy Mother, Cao Qiye's pitch-black spear tip was reflected simultaneously. Her pupils suddenly constricted. A flicker of terror flashing in her eyes as if she had witnessed the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Clearly, the speed of Cao Qiye had exceeded her wildest imagination. Move. The Holy Mother hissed, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. The administrator beneath her swiftly reacted, its 8 legs scuttling like a spider as it climbed the wall, deftly evading Cao Qiye's strike. With 8 eyes observing, every movement of Cao Qiye was laid bare before her. Coupled with the agility and reflexes of her 8-legged steed, the Holy Mother possessed remarkable maneuverability, allowing her to elude fatal attacks in the blink of an eye. Something of note, but not much. A glint of determination flickered in Cao Qiye's gaze. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He exerted a surge of power, hurling the black obsidian spear with force. The spear shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, instantly piercing the skull of the Holy Mother's mount, delivering a fatal blow. Without her 8-legged steed, the Holy Mother's mobility was immediately compromised. She slid down from the wall, a glimmer of panic flashing in her 8 eyes. However, at this moment, Cao Qiye was also weaponless. Observing this, the Holy Mother swiftly commanded the surrounding zombies to advance, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yet, Cao Qiye remained unfazed. His form flickered as he leapt atop a zombie's head, soaring into the air like a falcon diving towards its prey. With fists clenched, he prepared to deliver a devastating blow to the Holy Mother. Just then, the Holy Mother's 8 eyes began to glow crimson. A strange red light flickered within her pupils. As if some energy were gathering, Cao Qiye immediately sensed the danger. In an instant, beams of energy erupted from her eyes, akin to laser rays, hurtling directly towards his chest. Cao Qiye reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time. 8 beams of energy grazed his shoulder, striking the adjacent wall and leaving deep, charred marks in their wake. Chapter 32, The Power of the A-Class Commander. So this is its limited might. Cao Qiye cast a disdainful gaze upon the 8-eyed figure. His tone laced with subtle mockery. He had anticipated that the opponent's laser eyes could pierce through walls, only to realize it was a false alarm. With his current strength, he could easily withstand such a feeble attack. However, he remained ever cautious, granting his adversaries not a shred of opportunity. In a fluid motion, Cao Qiye retrieved the obsidian spear affixed to the wall. The spear tip gleamed ominously as it swiftly pierced through the head of the 8-eyed figure, with a sickening sound. As the spear penetrated, the figure's 8 eyes widened in horror, blood vessels bulging, as though threatening to burst. A low, guttural howl emanated from her throat, a sound akin to a lament of despair. In quick succession, her 8 eyes exploded one by one, black liquid and fragments spilling forth. Her body seemed to be drained of all vitality, rapidly decaying, skin rotting, bones shattering, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, as the 8-eyed figure fell, the surrounding zombies lost their tails, reverting to the feeble state of ordinary undead. With a sweeping motion of the obsidian spear, Cao Qiye dispatched a multitude of them. Numerous crystal cores littered the ground. Yet Cao Qiye paid them no heed. His sole concern lay with what treasures might emerge from the complete disintegration of the 8-eyed figure's corpse. As the last remnants of her being vanished, a golden-hued crystal core materialized before him. Not only did its shimmering color set it apart, but this crystal core was also shaped like a hexagram rather than the usual orb. A surge of excitement flickered in Cao Qiye's eyes. He cradled the hexagram crystal core in his palm, scrutinizing it closely. Its surface radiated a soft golden glow, while within, a flow of ethereal energy danced, mesmerizing in its complexity. Cao Qiye sensed a resonance with this crystal core that was far more potent than that of the previous spherical ones. It felt as though an invisible call beckoned to him, suggesting that this crystal core could bestow upon him unparalleled strength. As he meticulously observed the crystal core, his other hand instinctively wielded the obsidian spear, continuously dispatching the surrounding zombies. With the demise of the eight-eyed figure, these zombies posed little threat. Even with his focus solely on the golden crystal core, they stood no chance against him. The intense battles of recent days had ingrained muscle memory within Cao Qiye. By the time he regained his awareness, the surrounding zombies had all been vanquished. Where have all the zombies gone? Cao Qiye found himself momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. Could it be that the bizarre creature's death triggered a self-detonation among the zombies? Unbeknownst to him, he had been so engrossed in the moment, suppressing the exhilaration bubbling within. Cao Qiye sent the crystal core to Shana. Suing, image. Xiangna, you. Which ability user did you kill? Suing, ability user? Xiangna, yes, this is the ability crystal core. I previously killed that lecherous gym teacher of mine and obtained this type of crystal core. Though it was a different color, red instead of gold. Suing, this is the ability crystal core? Xiangna, yes. Consuming it can grant you abilities. However, since you are already an electric shock ability user, I am unsure if it will have any effect on you. Cao Qiye began to comprehend the situation. In essence, the abilities between zombies and humans could also be mutually plundered. Xiangna believed that Cao Qiye had killed an ability user because she thought only by slaying an ability user could one acquire an ability crystal core, just as she had done to gain her flame ability. Unbeknownst to her, killing zombies could yield the same result. Suing, Senior. This crystal core was not obtained from killing an ability user. I acquired it by slaying a peculiar species. Xiangna had provided herself with so much information, and Cao Qiye did not withhold the truth, sharing his insight with her. Xiangna, what? You single-handedly killed a peculiar species? How is that possible? Cao Qiye was somewhat curious about how astonished Xiangna's expression must have been upon receiving this news. Suing, perhaps it was due to the peculiar species I encountered being relatively weak. Cao Qiye casually remarked. Yet, he was acutely aware that the holy woman he had just slain was certainly not weak, as her A-level ability was the most formidable he had encountered thus far. However, Cao Qiye had initially assumed the holy woman's ability was something like laser eyes, only to find it was handsome, leaving him utterly perplexed. What made her handsome? Xiangna, your luck seems remarkably extraordinary. You must have encountered a peculiar species that had just awakened its abilities. I consumed a red ability crystal core, which granted me B-level flame eruption. You received a golden ability crystal core, which I suspect is higher than B-level, possibly A level or above. If your own electric shock ability is below A level, I recommend you consume it. Suing, I already possess an ability. I think I will hold on to it for now. Xiangna, that's fair, as possessing an ability and then consuming an ability crystal core could yield unpredictable results. Nonetheless, you have provided me with invaluable information. It seems slaying peculiar species can also yield ability crystal cores. It appears I must find a way to deal with the peculiar species in the gymnasium. Despite claiming she would not consume it, Cao Qiye promptly swallowed the A-level ability crystal core after replying to the message. Currently, all his abilities were derived from the ultimate skin system. Cao Qiye himself possessed no abilities. This A-level ability crystal core represented an enormous temptation for him. The shimmering golden ability crystal core was swallowed whole by Cao Qiye. As he entered, the crystal core transformed into a surge of searing energy, cascading down his throat and into his abdomen. In an instant, Cao Qiye felt as though he had been ignited. Golden chi rapidly radiated from his core, permeating every vein within him. A faint golden glow enveloped his skin, as if myriad tiny golden specks danced within, imparting an intense, burning sensation. Cao Qiye let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could sense the energy rampaging within, as if striving to reshape every fiber of his being. His bones emitted soft cracking sounds, while his muscles incessantly contracted and expanded, as if undergoing evolution. However, this scorching sensation did not persist for long. As the golden chi gradually harmonized, Cao Qiye's body began to settle into tranquility. His breathing steadied, and the golden luminescence on his skin gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Is this the power of an A-level ability? Cao Qiye clenched his fists, feeling the surging energy within, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, he eagerly examined his status panel. Name, Cao Qiye. Gender, male. Age, 24. Gene lock, level 150. Ability, A-level charisma. Leadership aura, enabling his subordinates to receive a 10 enhancement to their gene locks. System, supreme skin. Feedback abilities, pool party, 2. Battle maid, 1. Purification spring, Pikachu, piercing. Chapter 33. The Tale of the Fairy. It dawned on Cao Qiye that the true meaning of the A-level ability commander was not merely the charm of physical attractiveness, but rather the capacity for leadership. Reflecting upon the capabilities of the so-called Saint Mother, he realized that her true strength did not lie in the laser vision that could not even penetrate walls. Instead, it was her commanding power that enabled other zombies to sprout tails. However, due to her own lack of strength, this 10-gene lock attribute failed to exert a significant effect. Yet, in Cao Qiye's hands, the potential of this ability transformed entirely. If this commanding power could influence his subordinates, then as he continued to grow stronger, he would simultaneously enhance the abilities of those under his command. Even at a mere 10, such an effect could prove to be extraordinarily formidable. Meanwhile, within the confines of Dormitory 801, the university's students tasked with watching over the place were utterly bewildered. Wu Tingting sat on the edge of her bed when she suddenly felt a tingling sensation, as if something were writhing beneath her skin. Instinctively, she reached to touch it, only to encounter a furry appendage. "Ah, what is this?" she exclaimed, springing to her feet and turning to look behind her. To her astonishment, a yellow, lightning-shaped tail was slowly emerging from her coccyx. The tip adorned with a small lightning bolt symbol, reminiscent of Pikachu's tail, radiating a playful charm. I have a tail now." Whittington's eyes widened in disbelief. As she attempted to move the tail, she discovered that it could sway in accordance with her thoughts, as if it were an innate part of her being. On the other side, Suing also sensed something amiss. Standing by the window, she suddenly felt a wave of warmth and turned to see a small, orange cat-like tail gently extending from her back. The tail was soft and fluffy, with a hint of white at the tip, resembling that of a newborn kitten. What is happening?" Suing mused, reaching out to gently caress the tail, which felt warm and inviting against her skin. Her cheeks flushed slightly, both astonished and bashful. Despite the tail's adorableness, she couldn't help but worry about transforming into some peculiar creature. Nearby, Shen Youyu and Shen Yue were equally intrigued, cautiously extending their hands and glancing behind them, curious as to why they had not sprouted similar furry tails like Suing. Shang Wanfian, however, remained relatively composed, seated and polishing her obsidian sword. She suddenly felt a sharp prick at her coccyx, akin to a needle's sting. Frowning, she turned to find a black and white tail resembling that of a border collie sprouting from her back. The tail's dense and sleek fur, with its striking contrast of colors, added an air of wild charm to her presence. A tail? Shang Wanfian raised an eyebrow, reaching to touch the base of the tail to confirm that this was not an illusion. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She attempted to flick her tail, only to discover that it could sway in harmony with her emotions, as if it were an integral part of her being. "What a peculiar sensation," Shang Wanfian murmured, her tone laced with contemplation. "What could this possibly mean? Could it be that we consumed something unusual that led to this transformation? What should we do? Having grown a tail, will our master no longer favor us? I feel as though my body has become stronger. My strength has increased, and my reflexes have sharpened. Truly, it feels as if I have undergone a metamorphosis. If that is the case, I need not fear the zombies outside. I can stand shoulder to shoulder with my master in battle." After experiencing the enhancement of the genetic lock by 10 from Cao Qiye's commanding power, the three women were filled with excitement. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in their minds. "Cao Qiye, hello? Can you hear me?" "Wu Tingting, huh? Who is this?" "Suing. It sounds like our master's voice." "Shang Wanfian. Indeed, it is the master's voice." "Wu Tingting, what is happening?" "Suing, I am unsure. It must be related to our tails." "Shang Wanfian, could it be that our newfound strength is due to our master?" For reasons unknown, they refrained from using their phones, yet they could communicate through their thoughts. "Cao Qiye, have you all grown stronger?" "Wu Tingting, indeed. My genetic lock has reached 0 stage 16. "Suing, same here, 0 stage 16. "Shang Wanfian, I too share the same enhancement." "Cao Qiye, that's excellent. You have inherited my 10 genetic lock enhancement, which means that as I continue to grow stronger, so shall you." "Shang Wanfian, that is wonderful. We can keep pace with you without exerting extra effort." "Suing, I will possess combat capabilities from now on." "Wu Tingting, our master is truly formidable. Even inheriting just 10 feels like a complete transformation." "Cao Qiye, very well. You shall guard the home while I continue my endeavors. By the way, Fian, step outside and accompany me. I will be downstairs." The mental communication concluded. Cao Qiye felt immense satisfaction. Through their feedback, he realized that the commanding power could indeed be inherited by the goddesses with the ultimate skin. Furthermore, he could communicate with his subordinates within the sea of consciousness at any time, proving to be exceedingly convenient. This A-level ability had no effect on the hypocritical individuals. Yet in the hands of Cao Qiye, who possessed the ultimate skin system. It could rival S-level abilities and perhaps even higher. With the ability of handsomeness, his recruited subordinates were no longer mere conduits for his powers. Even in Cao Qiye's absence, they would wield considerable combat prowess. It would not be like earlier when Shang Guanfian had only accompanied me for a brief moment before succumbing to the overwhelming pressure of the zombies, ultimately being compelled to retreat. Had she possessed the power of command and the enhancement of a Tenjin lock, she would have effortlessly managed those zombies. Chapter 34. The New Year and the Playful Tale of a Dogmaster. I have returned, Shang Guanfian declared with exuberance as she prepared for battle once more. Her movements were even more agile than before, and her strength had evidently increased. Encountering a few zombies on the road, she dispatched them with ease. Her Commander-S powers significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Collect the crystal cores on the ground, Cao Qiye instructed, his gaze sweeping over the scattered white orbs. Yes, master. Shang Guanfian replied joyfully. Accompanying Cao Qiye in the fight against zombies was the greatest value of her life. She bent down, diligently picking up the crystal cores. In that moment, Cao Qiye suddenly noticed a black and white tail resembling that of a border collie at her tailbone. The tail swayed gracefully with her movements, exhibiting a remarkable liveliness. Cao Qiye, momentarily bewildered, mistook it for a detachable ornament and reached out curiously to grasp it. To think Fian possessed such an XP, he exclaimed. Shang Guanfian instantly quivered, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. The sensation of her tail was potent when Cao Qiye grasped it. She felt as though she had been struck by an electric current, nearly losing her balance. Realizing the warmth and softness of the tail, Cao Qiye finally comprehended its authenticity. Is it real? He inquired. Indeed, Shang Guanfian replied, her expression a mix of grievance and shyness. Tingting has Pikachu's lightning tail, Suying has a kitten's tail, and I have a border collie's tail. Caught off guard by Cao Qiye's sudden action, she was surprised but offered no resistance. Cao Qiye soon understood that this was the effect of his Commander-S power, akin to the previous character who had empowered nearby zombies by granting them elongated tails. Now, with his own Commander-S strength, each individual could manifest a unique tail. Intrigued, Cao Qiye wished to explore the sensations of different tails. With the new year upon them, he found delight in playing with the tail, relishing its soft fur and warm touch. Shang Guanfian offered no objection, bowing her head. For her greatest satisfaction lay in her master's happiness. In total, Shang Guanfian collected 11 crystal cores. Gene Lock, Level 1, 55. Gene Lock, Level 1, 60. Gene Lock, Level 1, 65. Gene Lock, Level 2, 3. Having previously consumed the abilities of the crystal cores, Cao Qiye's Gene Lock had increased by 20. Thus, the 11 crystal cores facilitated his breakthrough to Level 2. At this moment, Cao Qiye's physical limits experienced a qualitative leap, enabling him to slay zombies with the ease of butchering livestock, slicing through them as if they were mere vegetables. However, simultaneously, the number of genetic locks that each crystal core could provide has diminished to a mere 3, making subsequent enhancements increasingly arduous. Yet, for Cao Qiye, this is not a significant concern. After all, his speed in vanquishing zombies is rapidly escalating. Moreover, bolstered by the power of leadership, the genetic locks of his subordinates have reached the 0 level, 64. With his second-level genetic lock, he now possesses the strength to escape the female dormitory. Nevertheless, given the advantageous developmental environment, Cao Qiye currently harbors no intentions of departure. His immediate objective remains to clear the building, unlock additional skins, and acquire more abilities. Yet, as he descends further, the situation within the female dormitory proves less optimistic than Cao Qiye had envisioned. Perhaps it is due to the emergence of aberrant species. On the 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th floors, he encounters primarily zombies, with only an occasional survivor. However, the system's requirements for unlocking skins are exceedingly stringent, without a substantial base. Recruiting new members becomes a formidable challenge. Even the previously discovered Xinyoyu and Xinyue cannot be unlocked in the short term. They must wait until they recover before seeking further opportunities, currently classified only as potential reserve members. Nonetheless, a floor devoid of survivors and teeming with zombies will undoubtedly allow Shang Guanfian to revel in slaughter. Cao Qiye can sense her animosity towards the undead and her fervor for combat. Within the team, she undoubtedly assumes the role of a vanguard. Suying, on the other hand, serves as the supportive healer. As for Wu Dingting, she occupies a semi-control role, primarily acting as Cao Qiye's instrument for revenge against Wu Zhenghao. Wu Zhenghao could never fathom that his meticulously cared-for sister is being ruthlessly targeted by Cao Qiye daily. It is akin to the time when Cao Qiye diligently managed a company, only to be swindled by Wu Zhenghao, leaving him with insurmountable debt. Indeed, fortune ebbs and flows. Yet, this alone does not assuage Cao Qiye's deep-seated resentment. He yearns to see Wu Jinghao meet his demise at the hands of his beloved sister, allowing him to experience the betrayal of someone he trusted. Following the descent of the Black Mist, the communication range of all tools has been reduced to within 10 kilometers. It has been quite some time since any news from Wu Jinghao has surfaced, which has begun to stir concern within Cao Qiye. Could this traitor have met his end? If so, Wu Tingting would surely suffer the consequences. One can only hope that Wu Jinghao considers his sister's well-being and strives to survive. After exterminating the zombies on the 4th to 7th floors, Cao Qiye directed Su Ying and the others to relocate their stronghold to room 401, facilitating their future operations. During this time, Cao Qiye and Shang Wanfian scoured the dormitory for supplies. With these floors overrun by zombies, it was inevitable that some food would remain uneaten. As Cao Qiye anticipated, the 4th floor of the dormitory contained a considerable quantity of resources, significantly replenishing their team's supplies. After all, Cao Qiye's team has now expanded to 6 members, resulting in substantial daily consumption. However, as the genetic lock continues to evolve, Cao Qiye gradually realizes that his dependence on food and water is diminishing. This is a testament to his genuine evolution. Yet, it does not imply a complete absence of need for sustenance. The true reason for Cao Qiye's current minimal requirement for food lies in his lack of spatial abilities. An excess of food would merely become a burden, complicating transportation. Had he possessed spatial powers, he could have carried these resources with him, enabling him to extensively plunder the materials of the Blue Star for his own use. Master, allow us to wash your feet. Upon returning to 401 with his spoils, Cao Qiye was met by Shen Youyu and Xin Yue, who approached him with a basin of warm water. The two little ones beamed with joy, their eyes sparkling, and their speech had lost its previous hesitation. Very well, Cao Qiye nodded, accepting their offer. It was evident that they had been taught well by Su Ying. Lacking unlocked skills and abilities, they had little to occupy themselves with at the stronghold. Thus, washing his feet was a pleasant task. For now, you need not call me master. Simply refer to me as Brother Qiye. When you truly decide to follow me wholeheartedly, then you may address me as master. With a touch of tenderness, Cao Qiye gently patted Shen Youyu and Shen Yue's heads. Under Su Ying's meticulous care, fine tufts of hair had begun to sprout atop their heads, indicating that their roots remained unharmed. In a few months, they would likely transform into charming young ladies with flowing locks. Chapter 35. Ram and Rim do not feel any psychological pressure. You both just follow me obediently, and I shall provide for you, Cao Qiye said. Gently caressing the scars on Shen Youyu and Shen Yue's heads, his tone both tender and resolute. Meanwhile, the two little ones were diligently washing his feet and giving him a massage, their movements cautious and delicate. As they continued, tears silently fell into the basin, creating ripples in the water. Master, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we truly do not know how long we would have endured such days. Shen Youyu's voice trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks and landing on Cao Qiye's feet. Her fingers quivered slightly, as if suppressing the tumult of her emotions. Thus, we shall follow you like Sister Su Ying and repay the kindness you have shown us. Shen Yue chimed in, her voice likewise tinged with sorrow. The sisters wept freely, their bodies trembling as they sought to release all the grievances and fears they had harbored for so long. Reflecting on the days of humiliation in the dormitory and contrasting that with the warm life they now shared with Cao Qiye filled their hearts with gratitude and relief. They had never imagined they would experience gentleness again. Is this what Sister Su Ying taught you? Cao Qiye glanced at Su Ying beside him. Su Ying quickly waved her hand, a smile of reassurance gracing her features. I did not teach them this, Master. Congratulations on gaining a delightful pair of twins. All right. No more tears. From now on, this will be your home, and no one will dare to bully you again, Cao Qiye said with a chuckle. With me, there will be no tears. I will ensure that each of you finds joy even in your dreams. Upon hearing this, Su Ying, Wu Tingting, and Shang Wanfian all felt a blush rise to their cheeks. They had witnessed Cao Qiye's remarkable prowess, especially after the evolution of his genetic lock, which had only heightened his formidable strength. He was indeed a force to be reckoned with, a veritable powerhouse capable of executing a series of flawless A-class combos, unmatched by anyone. Shen Youyu and Shen Yue lifted their heads, gazing at Cao Qiye with tear-filled eyes brimming with trust and reliance. Ding. System notification. Goddess Shen Youyu voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fierce warrior. Successfully unlocked the ordinary skin of combat maid. Name, Shen Youyu. Gender, female. Age, 18. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 0. Genetic lock, 064. Ultimate skin, combat maid Little Ram, ordinary. Based on her unique traits, she gains a dedicated weapon. Ability, sea level flame. The host will inherit all abilities associated with Shun Yoyu's skin and has the right to don and remove armor at will. Ding. System notification. Goddess Xin Yue voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a formidable warrior. You have successfully unlocked the ordinary skin of the battle maid. Name, Xin Yue. Gender, female. Age, 18. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 0. Gene lock, 0.64. Exquisite skin, battle maid, little rim, ordinary. According to her inherent traits, she has obtained a unique weapon. Special ability, grade C ice. The host will gain all abilities associated with Xin Yue's skin and possesses the right to don or doff her armor at will. Congratulations, host. On unlocking the second battle maid skin, the special weapon of the battle maid has advanced from grade C to grade C. Congratulations, host. On unlocking the third battle maid skin, the special weapon of the battle maid has advanced from grade C to grade B. After Xin Yoyu and Xin Yue chose to follow Cao Qiye, they simultaneously unlocked two battle maid skins. Although the grade C fire and ice abilities hold little utility for Cao Qiye, they merely add two additional attributes to his arsenal. However, the effect of the battle maid, 3, elevates the special weapon to grade B, which significantly enhances both Cao Qiye and Shang Wanfian, who also possesses a battle maid. Moreover, to Cao Qiye's delight, upon unlocking the battle maid skins, Xin Yoyu and Xin Yue experienced a remarkable transformation as their nascent hair rapidly grew, aided by the system's power, culminating in a splendid metamorphosis akin to a rebirth. Xin Yoyu now sports a cascade of soft, water-pink hair that gracefully obscures her right eye, revealing only her clear, water-like pink left eye. Xin Yue's hair, a soothing water blue, similarly cloaks her left eye, leaving her gentle and crystalline blue right eye visible. Both sisters possess tails reminiscent of jellyfish, translucent, one pink and the other blue, short and utterly adorable. Their personalities are equally shy and reserved, exuding an ever-innocent charm, akin to Ram and Rim from Ri, 0, starting life in another world. At this moment, Xin Yoyu and Xin Yue have donned charming yet alluring maid outfits. The bodice features a heart-shaped cutout that tastefully highlights their budding allure. The skirts billow slightly, adorned with delicate lace at the edges, swaying gently with their movements, exuding a playful and lively spirit. Chapter 36. The gravitational meteor hammer. Let us test the extraordinary powers I have bestowed upon you, Cao Qiye said with a smile, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He was eager to witness the performance of the twin sisters after they acquired their newfound abilities. Extraordinary powers? The two charming girls echoed. Subsequently, he could not resist invoking the abilities of Combat Maid 3. B-class specialized weapon, Thunder Spear. With a swift motion, a resplendent golden spear materialized in his grasp. The shaft of the Thunder Spear shimmered with a brilliant golden light, intricate lightning patterns coiling around its tip, occasionally discharging tiny arcs of electricity with a sizzling sound. Compared to the previous Black Spear, the Thunder Spear exuded an even more formidable and magnificent aura. The shaft was adorned with complex runes, each seemingly imbued with immense power. Cao Qiye gripped the Thunder Spear, feeling its substantial weight with a sense of satisfaction. He elegantly swung it, the spear tip slicing through the air, generating a golden arc of electricity, which combined with Wu Tingting's electrocution ability, rendered him even more formidable. Indeed, this B-class Thunder Spear was significantly superior to the C-class Black Spear. Nodding in approval, he glanced at Xin Yoyu and Xin Yue, who emulated him by summoning their own specialized weapons. B-class gravitational meteor hammers. Despite their petite frames and gentle dispositions, the two girls wielded enormous gravitational meteor hammers. Not only did they share identical appearances, but their specialized weapons were also the same. If it weren't for their differing hair colors, Cao Qiye would struggle to distinguish between them without the system's aid. The hammerheads were the size of basketballs, their surfaces bristling with sharp metallic spikes, each glinting with a menacing sheen, exuding a weighty force. The sight of these diminutive girls brandishing such colossal weapons created a striking contrast. Although their movements were somewhat clumsy, the awakening of their extraordinary powers infused their gazes with newfound confidence. Nearby, Shang Wanfian also tested her new weapon, a wind element long sword, which boasted enhanced piercing and lethality. Much to her delight, Wu Tingting and Su Ying, being part of the pool party series, lacked the specialized weapons of Combat Maid, and they gazed enviously at their sisters, each wielding their unique armaments. Fear not. When I acquire a remarkable weapon in the future, you too shall not be overlooked, Cao Qiye remarked with a smile, his tone imbued with affection. Possessing the specialized weapon of Combat Maid, his need for armaments was not pressing. Yet he would certainly prioritize Wu Tingting and Su Ying when he obtained exceptional weaponry. The black mist rendered all firearms ineffective. In this new era on Blue Star, the age of cold weapons had dawned. In such a transformative time, a good weapon could often determine life or death. Thank you, Master. Wu Tingting and Su Ying exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. They understood that Cao Qiye never made promises lightly, but once he did, he would unequivocally fulfill them. Following Cao Qiye not only assured their safety, but also allowed their own strength to flourish continuously. Gradually, the apocalyptic calamity that was deemed catastrophic for the Blue Planet began to lose its terror in their eyes. After all, with Brother Qiye by their side, all was well. Su Ying, you have been tirelessly caring for the young Yu and Wei these past few days. Cao Qiye gazed at Su Ying, his voice low and gentle. A hint of gratitude reflected in his eyes. He knew that his swift success in unlocking the skins of Shun Yuyu and Shun Wei was largely due to Su Ying's assistance during this time. Her patience and meticulousness had made everything considerably smoother. It is merely my duty. Su Ying replied with a soft smile, her eyes radiating warmth. Her smile was like a gentle breeze, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye added an intriguing allure. In the past, when playing Source God, Cao Qiye's favorite character had been Raiden Shogun. Before him, Su Ying was not only a beloved cosplayer adored by countless fans, but bore an uncanny resemblance to Raiden Shogun, capable of imitating her essence, as if she had stepped out of a different dimension. You know I am always just in my rewards and punishments. Cao Qiye's tone suddenly deepened, infused with an undeniable authority. Those with malicious intent shall not escape my retribution. However, individuals like you, who work diligently and selflessly, deserve to be duly rewarded. Before he finished speaking, Cao Qiye took a step forward and effortlessly lifted Su Ying into his arms. Su Ying was momentarily taken aback, instinctively clutching his shoulders, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Master, what are you doing? Su Ying's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of shyness. This is the reward you deserve. Cao Qiye cast a glance at her, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He carried Su Ying directly towards the bathroom. Inside, the air was thick with steam, and a warm ambience enveloped them. Chapter 37. The invincible Qian Wei. On the following morning, while Cao Qiye was preparing to set off, Su Ying remained in a deep slumber. Tingting, you stay in the dormitory to take care of Su Ying. I, along with Fian, Youyu, and Yue, will venture out to clear the building. Cao Qiye paid no mind to Su Ying, who had been casting him disdainful glances throughout the previous day. After breaking through to the second stage of the gene lock, Cao Qiye's combat power had reached a level that few could withstand. Had it not been for Su Ying's 10 gene lock enhancement from her commanding prowess, she would likely have remained unconscious for several days. Fortunately, Cao Qiye had acquired this A-grade ability. Otherwise, he would have had to tread lightly during battles, unable to unleash his full potential. Such restraint would have rendered the encounters unsatisfying. In the interest of efficiency, we shall act separately today. If you encounter any danger, call for me through mental telepathy. Do not attempt to be brave. Prioritize your safety. If you sustain injuries, it would pain me greatly. And I'm sure you wouldn't want your master to be distressed. Yes, master. With that, the group dispersed. Shangguan Fian led the charge as she always did. Her form darting like a swallow, her sword gleaming like lightning. Ever since her specialized weapon, the Battle Maid, had advanced to the Wind-Whispering Sword, her swordsmanship had become increasingly fierce. The wind attribute enhancement elevated her speed and lethality to unprecedented heights, and wherever her blades swept, the zombies fell like stalks of wheat. The cutting edge of her wind blades was impeccably smooth, akin to butter. Shangguan Fian weaved through the corridors like a tempest, leaving no adversary standing in her wake. Furthermore, her weapon, a sword, was well suited for combat in confined spaces. Meanwhile, the sisters Yu and Yue, despite their lack of combat experience, possessed powers that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, as Gene Lock Zero Stage 64 ability users. Coupled with their B-grade specialized weapon, the gravitational meteor hammer, they faced the common zombies with relative ease. Huh! Yu exclaimed, wielding her meteor hammer with fervor. The hammer, ablaze with flames, traced a graceful arc through the air, reminiscent of a shooting star, crashing into the horde of zombies. Boom! The meteor hammer struck like a bowling ball, annihilating all zombies in a straight line. In an instant, flames erupted, and blood and flesh flew, creating a scene of utter devastation. The true power of the gravitational meteor hammer lay in its ability to alter its own gravity at will. In the sisters' hands, it felt as light as a feather. Yet once released, its weight would multiply exponentially, far exceeding its outward appearance. This stark contrast rendered the hammer's destructive capability astonishing. Wow! Yu and Yue gazed in awe at the spectacle before them, even startling themselves. They realized that the seemingly lightweight hammer concealed such terrifying power. As university students, they instinctively felt that this defied the laws of physics, But upon reflection, they acknowledged that in this apocalyptic world, scientific validity no longer held significance. Witnessing her sister's prowess, the younger Xin Yue was unwilling to be outdone and hurled her own meteor hammer. Boom! With a resounding explosion, yet another wave of zombies fell. Even the zombies that have not been directly slain will be frozen by the chilling aura emanating from the meteor hammers. The two sisters, one embodying ice and the other fire, wield the formidable gravitational meteor hammers, making their combat prowess rival that of Shang Wanfian. However, this strength is confined to their ability to eliminate zombies. Should a confrontation arise, the agile Shang Wanfian would effortlessly evade the attacks of Xin Youyu and Xin Yue. If the sisters were to be cornered, Shang Wanfian could easily pierce through them both. What pleasantly surprised and intrigued Cao Qiye was that Xin Youyu, possessing the flame ability, subsequently launched an icy meteor hammer, while Xin Yue, wielding ice, cast forth a fiery meteor hammer. Although the reason remained a mystery, it appeared that their powers were interconnected. Moreover, the ice used by Xin Youyu was a delicate pink, while the flames conjured by Xin Yue were a striking blue. This peculiar phenomenon was utterly fascinating. Were the twins mutually reinforcing each other's abilities? Cao Qiye pondered. Remarkably, even he had been infused with the pink ice and blue flames. A unique boon bestowed upon him by the twin sisters, which might prove advantageous in the future. Standing quietly to the side, Cao Qiye observed the performance of Shang Wanfian and the Xin sisters, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He resembled a proud father, watching his nurtured daughters gradually mature, now capable of standing on their own in a world fraught with peril. Even in his absence, they possessed the strength to survive, provided they did not encounter other ability users or aberrant beings. With Shang Wanfian aiding, the collection of crystal cores by Xin Youyu and Xin Yue would undoubtedly elevate Cao Qiye's growth to new heights. As his subordinates exerted themselves, he too remained diligent, brandishing his thunder spear, leaving no foe unscathed. Ding ding. Xinwei, Suing. I heard there's an exceptionally skilled delivery person on your floor who has eliminated all the zombies, recruiting beautiful women with food. It seems that Wu Tingting from your dormitory and Shang Wanfian from the fencing team have both been won over by her. Is that true? Just as Cao Qiye finished vanquishing all the zombies on a floor, Su Ying's phone buzzed with a message from the infatuated Xinwei. Suing. I've been hiding in the dormitory, so I'm not sure, but the zombies in the corridor have indeed vanished. Xinwei. It seems likely to be true. Suing, keep your distance from that delivery person and avoid getting involved with her. I will come to pick you up from Building 3. You can come to my dormitory where it's safe, and there is an abundance of food. Suing, you're coming to get me? But the outside is swarming with zombies. How will you manage that? Xinwei. That's not for you to worry about. Wait for me on the rooftop of the dormitory in 10 minutes. I have a surprise for you, but keep it quiet. Don't let that wicked delivery person find out. I have a feeling she has quite the lecher, and if she sets her sights on you, it could spell trouble. Suing. But as a girl, won't it be dangerous for me to go to your male dormitory? What if someone tries to bully me? Xinwei, haha. Sakura, you have been hiding in the dormitory, perhaps unaware of the existence of the crystal core. To be candid, my current prowess transcends mere humanity. In any case, now that you are here, no one can bully you except for me. Suing. Wu, you are so mean. Xinwei, Sakura, let me be honest with you. Individuals like me, endowed with spatial abilities, are akin to sovereigns in this apocalyptic world. Invincible, you understand? To put it plainly, the Blue Star is, for me, akin to a light-hearted novel, and I could indulge my every whim. However, for your sake, I am willing to restrain my desires. I wish for you to be my first woman. Suing, let us wait until the afternoon. It's not convenient for me at the moment. Xinwei, then let us meet on the rooftop at 5 o'clock, and I shall not depart without you. Suing is in the hands of Cao Qiye, who knows full well that she will not awaken any time soon, thus he has postponed their meeting to the afternoon. Closing his phone, Cao Qiye offered a faint smile. He had not yet sought out the novice gift pack, yet it seemed the grand gift was eagerly presenting itself. It is uncertain what fortune Xinwei has encountered in recent days that allowed him to come for Suing. It is worth noting that the distance from the male dormitory to the female dormitory is quite significant, surrounded by zombies, and the possibility of encountering aberrant creatures looms. The rooftop. Contemplating the keywords provided by Xinwei, Cao Qiye appeared to grasp something profound. Xin Youyu, Xin Yue. Chapter 38. It turns out to be Xiao Wei at 5 p.m. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the earth in a warm golden red hue. Although the black mist enveloped the sky, it did not obstruct the sunlight. Cao Qiye often found himself intrigued by what lay beyond that gray fog, which could disrupt communications and obliterate firearms. At this moment, Suing stood alone on the rooftop of the female dormitory, a gentle breeze tousling her violet hair, which shimmered softly in the sunset's glow. Her gaze was fixed on the distance, her expression calm yet tinged with anticipation, as if awaiting a significant moment. Not far from her, in the shadows of a wooden crate, Cao Qiye quietly concealed himself, patiently awaiting the appearance of his prey. His eyes peered through the slats of the crate, his mind strategizing the forthcoming actions. Having shared his chat history with Suing, she was already aware of all his plans. Xiaoing. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. A figure appeared against the backdrop of the setting sun, precisely depicting a person carrying another, the latter flapping wings as they sped toward the rooftop. The wings glimmered faintly in the sunlight, seemingly adorned with a golden edge. A subtle smile crept across Cao Qiye's lips as he thought to himself, just as I suspected. He had anticipated that Qinwei chose to meet on the rooftop precisely because of his ability to fly. Otherwise, traversing such a distance in a world ravaged by zombies would be impossible. Moreover, Qinwei had initially slated the meeting for 10 minutes later, even with extraordinary capabilities. It would be unfeasible to reach the rooftop of Building 3 of the female dormitory within that time frame. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. He could fly, or his companion could. Qinwei, you truly are quite remarkable. Cao Qiye felt a surge of emotion. It was genuine sentiment, not mere jest. Not only had he gifted him spatial abilities, but he had also generously included the power of flight. What an extravagant gesture. Qinwei's actions left Cao Qiye feeling somewhat bashful, for despite having unlocked skins for so long, he had yet to acquire such extraordinary abilities. It wasn't that the abilities unlocked by the ultimate skins were not impressive. Rather, spatial and flight abilities were simply too exceptional. Here I am, Qinwei. Suing waved, her voice laced with urgency. Soon, the winged figure, a youthful boy with tousled hair, landed gracefully on the rooftop, carrying a bespectacled male student, concealed within the wooden crate. Cao Qiye discreetly utilized the system to examine their attributes. Name, Qinwei. Gender, male. Age, 21. Gene lock, 0 level, 35. Ability, A-level storage space. Name, Ma Fei. Gender, male. Age, 20. Gene lock. Ability, A-level wings. Wow. Away. You truly managed to connect with the campus bell, Suing. Impressive. All your previous efforts were not in vain. As soon as the brash Ma Fei touched down, his gaze unabashedly roamed over Suing, filled with avarice and frivolity. Suing felt profoundly uncomfortable under his brazen stare, her heart racing with unease. Yet she suppressed her disdain and maintained a facade of calm. Goodness. Such looks. Such a figure. It's truly intoxicating. I could only fantasize before. But now it's a tangible reality. Thanks to the zombie virus. Thanks to the apocalypse. Ma Fei laughed boisterously, his voice laced with unmasked lewdness. Fei Gu, please refrain. You'll frighten Xiaoing. Qinwei interjected timidly, his tone lacking the invincible bravado he had displayed during their online interactions with Suing. In that moment, he resembled a craven lackey, a stark contrast to the boastful persona he had previously portrayed. His grandstanding online echoed loudly, yet in reality, he was a complete coward. What is the harm in scaring her? Ma Fei scoffed, his disdain palpable. With my current prowess, for her to be enjoyed by me is her fortune. And as for that Shauna from the gym, I will certainly claim her as well. As he spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. And he shot a glance at Qinwei, commanding, Go, close the rooftop door. I intend for the campus bell to experience what the new breed of humanity can truly offer. At his command. Qinwei shuddered slightly, but hurriedly made his way to the rooftop door, locking it securely. His actions appeared frantic, as if he were evading something. Qinwei, what does this mean? Suing feigned anxiety, her voice trembling slightly. However, her inner calm remained unshaken, for she knew her brother Qiyu was nearby, ready to intervene at any moment. She was merely surprised that the bravado Qinwei had exhibited during their chats could dissolve into such cowardice in reality. Suing, do you not see the situation is clear? Qinwei has betrayed you. Ma Fei approached her with a sinister grin, his tone dripping with arrogance. Did you think I brought him along for nothing? The round-trip fare is you. Ha. Standing to the side, Qinwei tightly shut his eyes, his body trembling slightly as he whispered, Xiaoing, please, bear with it a little longer. Once we reach our dormitory, everything will be safe. Qinwei, you are truly repugnant. Suing glared at him, her eyes filled with disappointment and fury. When Cao Qiye had proposed this plan, she had even pleaded for Qinwei, hoping her brother would spare his life. Little did she expect him to be such a vile and despicable person, even more loathsome than the lecherous Ma Fei before her. The thought of dealing with such a person herself crossed her mind. Shout. The louder you scream, the more excited I become. And remember, this is the rooftop. There will be many spectators. Ma Fei advanced step by step, his grin becoming increasingly malevolent. Ha. Cough. However, Ma Fei's laughter abruptly ceased beneath the setting sun, his grotesque visage seemingly frozen in time, rigidly fixed upon his face. Though his mirth had not entirely dissipated, it was abruptly interrupted by an invisible force, as if a spectral hand had seized him by the throat. Standing sentinel at the door, Chun Wei sensed the anomaly and slowly opened his eyes. However, the sight before him plunged him into an icy abyss, causing his legs to falter as he collapsed onto the ground. Before him, a golden spear pierced Ma Fei's heart with the ferocity of thunder. Droplets of crimson blood cascading from its tip, glaringly vivid in the glow of the sunset. Behind Ma Fei loomed a tall and imposing figure, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. It was Cao Qiye, who had silently approached from behind using his deep dive skill and struck with lethal precision, leaving no opportunity for escape. Cao Qiye's methods were always decisive, particularly since Ma Fei possessed the ability of flight. Should he have fled, it would have posed significant trouble. Chun Wei, you beast, how dare you conspire against me? Blood gushed from Ma Fei's mouth, his eyes filled with incredulous malice. Until his final breath, he was convinced that Chun Wei had orchestrated his demise, his gaze rife with resentment and fury. The word color has a knife above it, had I known. His words trailed off as he succumbed, his body limply hanging from the Rayo spear held by Cao Qiye. In the wake of his death, a golden aura emanated from Ma Fei's dantian, gradually coalescing into a shimmering six-pointed star crystal core, a manifestation of his extraordinary ability. With Ma Fei's demise, Chun Wei, now bereft of his flight, found himself ensnared like a turtle in a jar, with no escape. He sat on the ground, his face as pale as a sheet, trembling in fear and despair. He bellowed, "It's that wicked delivery man. Su-Ying, you wretched woman, you have indeed allied with this foul courier." Likewise, Su-Ying's voice cut through the air, her gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over the prostrate Chun Wei. The warmth that once characterized her eyes was replaced by an unwavering resolve and ferocity. "Master, may I take action myself?" Cao Qiye remained silent, casually discarding Ma Fei from the Rayo spear as one might discard refuse, then handed the weapon to Su-Ying, his eyes reflecting approval and recognition. Cao Qiye had not anticipated that the typically gentle and submissive Su-Ying would reveal such tenacity and decisiveness. Perhaps, through their profound exchanges, she had gradually absorbed some of his own ruthlessness and resolve. Chapter 39. The Sweet School Bell. Ling Naimei. Su-Ying took the thunder gun, gripping its handle tightly, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Chun Wei. "Su-Ying, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me." Chun Wei pleaded from his kneeling position, pulling resources from his psychic space. "I possess a plethora of supplies. If you do not kill me, I can offer you everything, and I am an A-grade storage space ability user. I can serve as your mobile warehouse." Unbeknownst to him, Chun Wei was oblivious to the fact that abilities could be plundered. While he had gleaned some information about the apocalypse, his knowledge was limited. Seeing Su-Ying and Cao Qiye remain unmoved, Chun Wei hastily opened the rooftop door and fled, cleverly locking it behind him as he departed. However, he was unaware that Su-Ying's pool party possessed the deep dive skill, allowing her to traverse any wall. Barely having fled a few steps, Chun Wei felt Su-Ying pierce through his chest from behind. "Su-Ying, I, actually, really, like you." Chun Wei gazed at the wound in his chest, his hand weakly rising in an attempt to touch the girl he yearned for. Regrettably, the scene before him grew increasingly blurred. As Su-Ying withdrew the thunder gun, Chun Wei's body crumpled to the floor of the corridor. Cao Qiye observed Chun Wei lying in a pool of blood, utterly perplexed. If he claimed to like Su-Ying, how could he have sold her to Ma Fei? Yet if he did not have feelings for her, why would he take such risks to seek her out in this perilous world? A devoted fool, truly a creature of intrigue. Nonetheless, these ponderings were not what occupied Cao Qiye's thoughts at that moment. Having acquired 2 psychic nuclei, he faced a new dilemma. He now possessed A-grade commanding power. Although this ability was also A-grade, it was of paramount significance to him, constituting his core competency. Unless it was an exceptionally overpowered ability, he would not consider a replacement. Thus, the spatial nucleus and the flying nucleus could only be allocated to others. Cao Qiye also contemplated conducting an experiment. What transformations might occur if someone who already possessed abilities consumed an ability nucleus? Among the goddesses he held, aside from Su-Ying's purifying spring, which was irreplaceable, he could attempt to replace Wu Jingting's electrocution, Shang Wanfian's piercing, Shin Youyu's flame, and Shin Youwei's ice, as they were all relatively mediocre C-grade abilities. However, before proceeding, Cao Qiye noted a unique phenomenon of mutual enhancement between Shin Youyu and Shin Youwei, a phenomenon typical of twins. This enhancement would invariably extend to him. If he were to administer the ability nuclei to Shin Youyu and Shin Youwei, it was conceivable that Cao Qiye might acquire 2 wing abilities and 2 storage space abilities. Upon this realization, Cao Qiye found himself growing increasingly impatient. Meanwhile, Shin Youyu and Shin Youwei were engaged in combat against zombies outside the women's dormitory. Earlier that morning, Cao Qiye had eradicated all the zombies within the entire dormitory building. Now, The two sisters, along with Shang Wanfian, had commenced their assault on the zombies outside, armed with dual flame and dual ice abilities. Every time they hurled their gravity meteor hammers, they decimated a substantial number of the undead. Throughout the day, the sisters had amassed 15 crystals. They envisioned that by presenting these crystals to Brother Qiye, they would undoubtedly receive rewards akin to those bestowed upon Sister Suing. Filled with joy, Shen Youyu and Shen Yue began to conjure images of Sister Suing, both pained yet elated. Gradually becoming entranced, their hearts raced with excitement, contemplating the sheer bliss that must accompany such rewards. Lost in their thoughts, they soon noticed 2 more crystals appearing on the ground. Their fortune was indeed remarkable. The sisters exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with delight. However, just as they bent down to collect the crystals, a black shoe suddenly crushed the white orbs beneath it. "Hey, you too, do you not realize that these zombies belong to my domain?" A frigid voice resonated from above, infused with an air of imperious authority. The sisters looked up to find a tall woman standing before them. "Leave the crystals behind and be gone." The young woman held a slender cigarette between her fingers, the smoke swirling around her visage like a shroud. Her long, straight black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her exquisite features were obscured by a pair of dark sunglasses, beneath which her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Clad in a dark, Gothic-style JK uniform, she wielded a katana stained with zombie blood. The black uniform jacket was adorned with silver embroidery, and a finely crafted skull brooch was pinned at the collar. Beneath her short skirt, her long legs were tightly encased in black, with elegant white skin visible at the thigh, adorned with black garters. Ling Naimei? Shen Youyu and Shen Yue slowly raised their heads, recognizing the young woman before them, familiar yet foreign. Familiar because Ling Naimei, like Suing, was one of the 4 campus beauties of the academy. Foreign due to the stark contrast between the Ling Naimei they remembered and the one standing before them now. Her demeanor was frigid, a smirk playing at her lips, reminiscent of a merciless assassin. "Ling Naimei, do not bully my companions," Shang Wanfian interjected, having just dispatched several zombies. She flicked the black blood from her wind-whispering sword with an elegance that retained a fierce edge. As a senior to Shen Youyu and Shen Yue, she could not tolerate the mistreatment of her younger counterparts. How could she face Cao Qiye if word of this reached him? Shang Wanfian? Ling Naimei cast a sidelong glance at her, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "So, it is you who has been shielding these reckless little ones. How about this? Would you care to join my Gate of the Emperor's Prison as my deputy? In the future, I shall protect you all. In this region, apart from the members of our Gate of the Emperor's Prison, no one shall seize the crystal core." Ling Naimei evidently holds a considerable regard for Shang Wanfian's prowess. She is aware that the latter was originally the head of the fencing department and has now awakened her supernatural abilities, making her a formidable ally. As for Shen Youyu and Shen Yue, despite their seemingly dazed demeanor, they too possess extraordinary powers, so they might as well be accepted. Upon concluding her remarks, numerous survivors armed with weapons emerged from the nearby ruins. Each bore a skull brooch on their chest, indicating their affiliation with the so-called Gate of the Emperor's Prison. "The name Gate of the Emperor's Prison strikes me as rather juvenile, Ling Naimei. I do not have the time to indulge in your child's play." Shang Wanfian scoffed, her gaze sharpening. "I apologize, but I already have my own master and cannot become another subordinate." Shang Wanfian's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Deep within her heart, she had already resolved to steadfastly follow Cao Qiye, for only he could fulfill her ambitions, no one else could. "So, you intend to disrupt the proceedings then?" Ling Naimei retorted with a cold snort, abruptly raising her blade, the tip aimed directly at Shang Wanfian. Chapter 40. Capturing Ling Naimei for my master. "No, I am here to collect you on behalf of my master," Shang Wanfian declared with sudden inspiration. With meticulous care, Suing had aided Cao Qiye in winning over the newcomers, Shen Youyu and Shen Yue. The immense rewards bestowed upon her by Brother Qiye in the past had filled the void within her heart, leaving Suing in a state of blissful bewilderment. Shang Wanfian also yearned for Cao Qiye's commendation. However, her prowess lay solely in combat, rendering her incapable of assisting him in the same manner as Suing. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that if she could subdue the campus beauty, Ling Naimei, and present her to Cao Qiye, she too would be worthy of the grand rewards akin to those received by Suing. Thus, she resolved to capture Ling Naimei for Cao Qiye. "You dare claim to collect me for your master? Such audacity. Let us see if you possess the ability." Ling Naimei scoffed, her form suddenly crouching low like a poised leopard. With a swift motion, she twirled her great blade, the edge slicing through the air, as she lunged towards Shang Wanfian. With narrowed eyes, Shang Wanfian gently flicked her foaming sword, producing a crisp hum. She deftly sidestepped, evading Ling Naimei's initial strike with a grace akin to the wind. The blade grazed the hem of her garment, the force of its passage tousling her hair. Instead of retreating, Shang Wanfian advanced, the tip of her sword now aimed at Ling Naimei's throat. Reacting with remarkable speed, Ling Naimei positioned her blade horizontally, firmly blocking the onslaught of the foaming sword. At the moment of collision, sparks erupted, accompanied by a resonant clang of metal striking metal. Intriguing, Ling Naimei smirked, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. With a sudden twist, her blade struck out like a venomous serpent, aiming for Shang Wanfian's side. In response, Shang Wanfian pivoted, her foaming sword carving a graceful arc through the air, precisely striking the back of Ling Naimei's weapon and neutralizing the attack. Their movements flowed like water, a dance of blades between them, both fierce and elegant. Ling Naimei's assault was relentless, each strike imbued with lethal intent, while Shang Wanfian's foaming sword danced lightly, concealing its sharp edge beneath a fade of grace. Bang! Another fierce clash echoed through the air as their weapons intertwined, producing a thunderous roar. Ling Naimei's blade was slightly deflected, while Shang Wanfian's sword was repelled. They both retreated a step, locking eyes, each harboring a hint of admiration and caution. Truly impressive for the captain of the fencing club, Ling Naimei remarked with a light laugh. Raising her blade once more, her curiosity piqued about the master behind Shang Wanfian, whose formidable skills had captured her unwavering loyalty. You are not lacking either, Shang Wanfian replied coolly, her foaming sword poised once more, its tip directed at Ling Naimei. At this moment, Shang Wanfian's heart was filled with doubt. The situation seemed to unfold far less smoothly than she had envisioned. Ling Naimei's prowess was certainly not inferior to her own. Meanwhile, Xin Youyu and Xin Yue seized the opportunity amidst the combat to gather the Dao scattered on the ground. The sisters wished to assist, but Shang Wanfian declined their offer. The prospect of facing a formidable opponent like Ling Naimei exhilarated her. Her combative spirit surged, and she yearned to personally subdue Ling Naimei and present her to Cao Qiye. She understood that the greater Ling Naimei's strength, the more formidable the rewards from Cao Qiye would be. It appeared that without the use of her abilities, she would be unable to overcome her adversary. Ling Naimei's expression grew solemn, her tone laced with gravity. Glancing down at the katana in her hand, she noticed fine cracks beginning to mar the blade. This was her ancestral weapon, never before damaged in battle. Her father, as the leader of the assassination organization of the Imperial Abyss Gate, had used it to sever countless heads. Yet today, Shang Wanfian's foaming sword had inflicted irreversible harm upon it. Ling Naimei's interest in Shang Wanfian had waned. Her desire now lay solely in the divine weapon wielded by Shang Wanfian. Ah, I have played long enough. Shang Wanfian's gaze was sharp as she gently trembled the foaming sword, producing a clear, resonant hum. Shadow clone technique, Ling Naimei called out, her form suddenly flickering as she split into three identical figures. The trio of Ling Naimei surged towards Shang Wanfian, their blades carving silvery arcs through the air, seemingly intent on encircling her completely. The sudden appearance of three opponents galvanized Xin Youyu and Xin Yue, who could no longer remain passive, launching their ice and fire meteor hammers with vigor. In response, Ling Naimei dispatched two of her clones to counter the sisters' assault. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Ling Naimei's two clones were obliterated into smoke by the sisters' strikes. She had never anticipated that the sisters she had always looked down upon wielded such lethal weapons. Nevertheless, Ling Naimei was astute. She used the cover of the vanishing smoke from her clones to swiftly approach Shang Wanfian. Futile, my blade surpasses yours. Shang Wanfian's gaze intensified as she abruptly shook the foaming sword, the runes along its blade igniting with a soft azure glow. An invisible pressure of wind enveloped the sword, as though the air itself was being cleaved apart. Crack! A crisp sound of fracture resonated as Ling Naimei's katana shattered in her grip. Without missing a beat, Shang Wanfian thrust the foaming sword, its tip poised against Ling Naimei's throat. Do not move. Should you stir, I shall end your life. Shang Wanfian's voice was as frigid as ice, causing Ling Naimei to stand rigidly, unable to dare even the slightest motion. Boss. This scene left Ling Naimei's subordinates in utter shock. No one had anticipated that the formidable Ling Naimei, who effortlessly dispatched zombies, would be vanquished by Shang Wanfian. As the crowd eagerly brandished their weapons, intent on rushing to rescue Ling Naimei, Shang Wanfian coldly commanded them to remain still. Her foaming sword poised dangerously close to Ling Naimei's throat. The blade pressed against her skin, its frigid touch causing Ling Naimei to involuntarily hold her breath. Don't come any closer, she urged helplessly, halting her subordinates, most of whom were female students from Jiangxing Academy. They had merely sought refuge in this apocalyptic world alongside Ling Naimei, none truly wishing to engage in a deadly struggle. Shang Wanfian, I refuse to accept this. You have not adhered to the rules of a one-on-one duel. Were it not for these two assisting you, I believe that alongside my doppelganger, I could have matched you in combat, and your weapon is simply not on the same caliber as mine, Ling Naimei retorted, her face a mask of defiance. Truthfully, She did not believe she would lose to Shang Wanfian under fair circumstances. Yue, come here and bind Ling Naimei with rope, Shang Wanfian commanded. Her focus solely on restraining Ling Naimei to return to Brother Qiye for her reward. I never claimed I would duel you, she added dismissively. You. Ling Naimei's frustration boiled over, yet she felt powerless. But we don't have any rope, Shen Weiying stammered, momentarily at a loss for where to procure such an item. However, Shen Yue suddenly had a bright idea, brandishing the chain connected to her meteor hammer. Sister Fian, if we don't have rope, the chain will suffice, won't it? Even better, Shang Wanfian nodded in approval, recognizing Ling Naimei as a dangerous adversary. The chain would indeed be a more secure option than rope. The sisters promptly set to work, Shen Weiying clumsily wrapping one end of the chain around Ling Naimei's wrist, her earnestness evident despite her awkwardness. Meanwhile, Shen Yue took charge of securing the other end around Ling Naimei's ankle, ensuring she could not easily escape. As the chain tightened around her, Ling Naimei regarded them coldly, a flicker of disdain in her eyes, yet she made no move to resist. She understood that any attempt at defiance would only plunge her into a more perilous situation. All done, Sister Fian, Shen Yueing and Shen Yue announced, stepping back to admire their handiwork. Ling Naimei found herself ensnared completely by the chain, with 4 hefty meteor hammers hanging from her body, rendering her utterly immobile. It was crucial to note that the weight of the meteor hammers would exponentially increase once detached from Shen Yueing and Shen Yue, leaving Ling Naimei with no feasible means of escape. Chapter 41. Shang Wanfian's yearning for advancement. Cao Qiye. Fian, Yue, where are you? The hunt has concluded. Return swiftly, for I have pressing matters to attend to. Shen Yue. Yes, master. Shen Yue. Yes, master. Shang Wanfian. Master, I have a delightful surprise to share with you. Cao Qiye. Oh? I am eager to see what this surprise may be. Fian. You are aware that I am strict with rewards and punishments. Should you dare to misrepresent the situation, I shall impose severe consequences upon you. Shang Wanfian. Rest assured. Master, you shall be thoroughly pleased. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye and Su Ying, having acquired 2 extraordinary crystals, returned to base 401. Yue, let us hasten back as well. The thought of the forthcoming reward from Brother Qiye caused a blush to rise on Shang Wanfian's cheeks. Indeed, Shen Yue and Shen Yue nodded, grasping the gravity meteor hammer and escorting Ling Naimei back. The chains in their hands clinked lightly, producing a sound like gentle chimes. Where are you taking me? Ling Naimei, ensnared by the dark chains, struggled to move, hopping awkwardly in her constraints. Did I not inform you? I am here to escort you to our master, naturally. Shang Wanfian patted Ling Naimei's shoulder, saying, Ling Naimei, fear not. Brother Qiye is ever gentle with beautiful women. Soon, you shall become one of us, and you will be grateful to me for leading you here. Shang Wanfian, release me. I have several crystals hidden in my base. I will offer them to you. Ling Naimei's voice was laced with urgency. How could this proud daughter of the Yamaguchi-gumi, clad in a maid's outfit, submit to calling another master? This was utterly inconceivable. Yet, what astounded Ling Naimei even more was Shang Wanfian's utter indifference towards the precious crystals. In her gaze, there was no hint of greed, only an insatiable thirst for progress. Master, I have captured one of the 4 campus beauties, Ling Naimei, for you. Upon entering the dormitory, Shang Wanfian eagerly sought to take credit. Ling Naimei? Cao Qiye's eyes sparkled with interest as they fell upon the bound Ling Naimei, ensnared by the meteor hammer's chains. Her hands were tightly restrained, her ankles ensnared, leaving her in a precarious and defiant stance. Cao Qiye nodded in approval, a smile gracing his lips. He had previously received word that one of the 4 campus beauties, the sweet flower of the campus, resided in Building 3, yet a thorough search of the female dormitory had yielded no sign of Ling Naimei. He had feared she had succumbed to the zombie infection, only to discover she had ventured outside the dormitory. Ah, Shang Wanfian, I had wondered who your master might be. So it is indeed this wicked delivery man. Ling Naimei gazed at Cao Qiye with an expression of disdain, her eyes brimming with contempt. As the daughter of the Yamaguchi-gumi leader, she had been instilled with animosity towards the people of the great Xia since childhood, and at this moment, she did not conceal her aversion. Ah, what a delightful expression. Observing this, Cao Qiye's interest surged. He was particularly fond of such stubborn and proud dispositions. The more untamable they were, the more they ignited his sense of achievement. Fian, you have accomplished a remarkable feat today, and I shall reward you handsomely. Cao Qiye turned to Shang Wanfian, his tone laced with a hint of affection and approval. Indeed. Shang Wanfian nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had long been eager for the reward from her elder brother Qiye. Chapter 42. The 4 styles of the Mad Dragon. Cao Qiye resolved to impart an unparalleled spear technique to Shang Wanfian. Fian, come, grasp it firmly. I shall teach you the 4 styles of the Mad Dragon. Pay close attention, and immerse yourself in the experience. Standing behind her, Cao Qiye guided her hands to hold the thunder spear, allowing her to feel the surging energy and fury of lightning. The first style, the fierce dragon raises its head. With a commanding tone, Cao Qiye thrust the spear upward. The spear tip cleaved through the air, tracing a sharp arc, reminiscent of a slumbering giant dragon awakening with a majestic presence. As the spear tip reached its apex, the air seemed to tear apart with a shrill whistle. This style emphasizes taking the initiative with a decisive strike. The second style, the dragon emerges from the sea. Swiftly, Cao Qiye pivoted, launching the thunder spear forward. The spear tip surged forth like a dragon breaking through the waves, imbued with an unstoppable force aimed directly ahead. As the spear advanced, the air compressed, creating a visible shockwave. This style highlights the perfect amalgamation of speed and strength, overpowering the opponent. The third style, the spear strikes like a dragon. Cao Qiye's movements accelerated, the thunder spear transforming into a flurry of afterimages, delivering rapid thrusts akin to a tempest. Each strike bore a lethal intent, as if countless dragons danced through the air, dazzling the onlooker. This style focuses on an incessant barrage, leaving the adversary with no avenue for escape. The fourth style, the dragon's breath. With a sudden withdrawal, Cao Qiye swept the spear horizontally. In that fleeting moment, it resembled a fearsome dragon unleashing a torrent of searing breath. As the spear sliced through the air, it ignited the atmosphere, generating a scorching wave that engulfed the surroundings. This style serves as the finishing move, requiring precise timing for a fatal blow. After 5 hours of rigorous practice, Cao Qiye had thoroughly imparted the essence of this spear technique to Shangwan Fian. "Fian, have you grasped it?" he inquired, leaning against the window while lighting a cigarette. Fian remained silent, savoring the profundities and intricacies of the spear technique. Observing her dedication, Cao Qiye nodded in approval, yet reminded her, "Fian, the depths of martial arts cannot be swallowed in one breath. One must savor each lesson and progress gradually. Do not be overly eager for quick results." Under Cao Qiye's meticulous guidance, Shangwan Fian appeared to gradually comprehend the underlying truths. Subsequently, he summoned Shin Yoyu and Shin Yue to his side, producing the flight and spatial crystal cores. "Yoyu, Yue, try consuming these extraordinary crystal cores and see what happens." To mitigate any unforeseen consequences, Cao Qiye first instructed Shin Yoyu to ingest the flight crystal core. Based on the information currently possessed by Cao Qiye, he himself remains uncertain about the effects of ingesting an ability crystal core for those endowed with extraordinary powers. Therefore, it is prudent to conduct an experiment with the flight crystal core as a precaution. After all, the spatial crystal core is essential. Without it, subsequent endeavors will be severely constrained. While the ability to fly is indeed remarkable, it is not an absolute necessity. Without any hesitation, Shin Yoyu followed Cao Qiye's instructions and directly consumed the flight crystal core. As the golden ability crystal core surged into her body, Cao Qiye observed with the naked eye that the veins and meridians of Shin Yoyu's entire form were suffused with this golden essence. Her body began to levitate gently, adorned with golden runes and patterns. Chapter 43 Interrogation of Ling Naime Young Fish. "What do you feel?" Cao Qiye inquired urgently. "Master, a voice has emerged in my mind. It presented me with 3 options. First, to replace the sea-level flame with the A-level wings. Second, to evolve the sea-level flame into A-level. Or third, to devour the A-level wings to enhance my genetic lock." Shin Yoyu recounted her sensations as she experienced the transformation in her body. Upon hearing this, Cao Qiye nodded thoughtfully. This implies that individuals with abilities, upon consuming an ability crystal core, can choose to replace, evolve, or devour. "Younger fish, what is the success rate of evolution?" "I don't know. It wasn't mentioned." "I see. You choose to replace," Cao Qiye casually remarked, as his initial intention was indeed to opt for the replacement. After all, even if the sea-level flame succeeded in evolving, it would merely become an A-level offensive ability, which pales in comparison to the fully functional A-level flight. "Host, your subordinate Shin Yoyu has consumed the A-level ability crystal core, replacing sea-level flame with A-level wings, and your restorative ability will also be replaced." Immediately, Cao Qiye activated his powers, and 2 pairs of wings unfurled dramatically from behind him. One pair of wings shimmered in a soft pink hue, the feathers delicate and airy, reminiscent of cherry blossoms blooming in spring, exuding a faint fragrance. The other pair sparkled in a watery blue, the feathers crystal clear, akin to gems from the deep sea, radiating a mysterious glow. The 2 pairs of wings fluttered gently, stirring a refreshing breeze that filled the air with a revitalizing aura. As Cao Qiye savored the strength of the wings, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Indeed, his assumption was correct. Although only Shin Yoyu had acquired the wings ability, her twin sister Shin Yue similarly gained the same power. As the master of these twin sisters, Cao Qiye possessed 2 pairs of wings. Eagerly, Cao Qiye then encouraged Xin Yue to consume the spatial crystal core, again opting for the replacement. Thus, he acquired 2 A-level storage space abilities. With his left hand, he could summon a pink spatial vortex, while his right hand could invoke a blue spatial vortex. Through exploration, Cao Qiye discovered that both storage spaces held a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, and the contents within remained in a state of absolute stillness. This meant that the provisions stored in these storage spaces would not spoil, regardless of the duration. Furthermore, the supplies previously stored by Chun Wei were still intact, representing a significant haul, albeit not as substantial as what Cao Qiye had scavenged in recent days. Currently, the storage spaces of Xin Yoyu and Xin Yue were independent of each other, and Cao Qiye categorized them as 2 distinct warehouses. Subsequently, he examined his own attributes. Cao Qiye. Gender, male. Age, 24. Genetic lock, stage 2, 96. Has digested and absorbed the collected crystal cores. Ability, A-level handsomeness. Under the guidance of Cao Qiye, Shang Wanfian's development value has been elevated to 15. The purpose of this value remains a mystery to Cao Qiye. However, it is undoubtedly linked to the rewards he bestows upon his subordinates. The more rewards they receive, the higher their development value climbs. Regardless of its significance, Cao Qiye resolves to attain a full 100. As the night deepens, after finishing a cigarette, Cao Qiye approaches Ling Naimei, the so-called sweet schoolbelle. However, she seems to lack that charm. Grasping her chin, he observes her. Bound and curled up in a corner of the dormitory, her expression resilient and defiant, presenting a unique allure. Yet, Cao Qiye feels that Ling Naimei bears no resemblance to the sweet schoolbelle depicted in social media. Name, Ling Naimei. Gender, female. Age, 20. Gene lock, 0 level, 72. Ability, B-grade mirror clone appearance, 89. Figure, 75. Aura, 90. Charm, 90. Overall score, 86. Unlockable skin level. Heroic, don't touch me. My father is the leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi in Sakura country. If he discovers your disrespect towards me, you will be doomed. Ling Naimei attempts to shake off Cao Qiye's filthy hands, but her immobilized state renders her powerless, leaving her only with disdainful glares to chastise him. Sakura country? That explains why she doesn't quite resemble the girls from our great Xia. Upon hearing she hails from Sakura country, Cao Qiye's smile widens with excitement. Since she is not of his kind, he feels no obligation to be courteous. Without further ado, he drags Ling Naimei into the dormitory restroom for a thorough interrogation. Tell me, what is the purpose of the Yamaguchi Gumi's presence in our great Xia? Besides you, who else is involved? Cao Qiye demands fiercely. Clearly, Ling Naimei is masquerading as a sweet schoolbelle at Jiangxing Academy for a specific reason. There must be a conspiracy at play. It is possible that the Yamaguchi Gumi is linked to the outbreak of the zombie virus in Blue Star. And Cao Qiye is determined not to miss the opportunity to uncover the truth. I will never tell you. No matter what methods you employ, I will not succumb, you lowly fish. Despite enduring a harsh reprimand from Cao Qiye, Ling Naimei's eyes grow clearer, yet her defiance remains unyielding. I never expected you to be so resilient. If you refuse to speak, then I shall oblige you. Cao Qiye continues his relentless questioning without hesitation. With this cherry blossom maiden, there is no need for pretense. He is indeed a fervent youth. When presented with the opportunity to fight for his country, he will undoubtedly lead the charge without mercy. The scene is drenched in blood and brutality, causing the sisters Xin Yoyu and Xin Yue to cover their eyes in fright. They have never witnessed such a violent side of their master. However, this also deepens their admiration for Cao Qiye. For their master's gentleness is not bestowed upon all women equally, but is uniquely reserved for them. Chapter 44. Ling Naimei fully confesses. After a series of brutal interrogations by Cao Qiye, Ling Naimei finally spoke. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore, she pleaded. Tell me, what conspiracy does your Yamaguchi Gumi have in our great Xia? Leaning against the window, Cao Qiye lit a cigarette. After beating Ling Naimei for so long, he found himself somewhat fatigued. Surprisingly, the women from Sakura country possessed considerable endurance. Despite Cao Qiye being at the pinnacle of the second stage of the genetic lock, nearing the third stage, he was still significantly worn out. However, there was little he could do, as he had spent the day exterminating zombies, which had severely drained his stamina. Upon returning to the dormitory, he still needed to teach Shang Wanfian gun techniques. His schedule was already packed. Fortunately, through sheer effort, he finally managed to pry open Ling Naimei's mouth. I infiltrated Jiangxing Media Academy, posing as a sweet campus belle, with a singular purpose, to assassinate Professor Kong of our academy, Ling Naimei confessed, her voice barely a whisper. She had come to deeply understand Cao Qiye's formidable strength, and was acutely aware that if she remained silent, she might truly perish here. The people of Great Xia inherently possessed an advantage when battling those from Sakura country. Cao Qiye's might surpassed her wildest imagination. Professor Kong? Cao Qiye furrowed his brow, glancing at Shang Guanfian beside him. He was not from Jiancheng Media Academy and naturally had no knowledge of this Professor Kong. Professor Kong is our academy's most renowned professor. Having published numerous papers in biology and chemistry, holding a significant position in the academic world, Shang Guanfian explained. Upon hearing the terms biology and chemistry, Cao Qiye pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps this was indeed related to the zombie virus from Blue Star. Speak. Why does your Yamaguchi-gumi want to assassinate Professor Kong? Cao Qiye continued his interrogation. I don't know. It was my father's order. He said to send me to Great Xia for some training. Brother Cao, this is my first mission. The task hadn't even begun before the virus outbreak occurred. I swear, I didn't kill anyone. I have never harmed a single person from Great Xia. Ling Naimei's eyes, after being educated by Cao Qiye, had transformed to a state of utter clarity, devoid of her previous arrogance. You don't know? Cao Qiye grasped Ling Naimei's chin, applying slight pressure to compel her to meet his gaze. He cared not whether Ling Naimei had harmed anyone from Great Xia. The mere intent was enough to seal her fate. Whether Ling Naimei could survive in Cao Qiye's hands depended on her ability to abandon her dark intentions. Brother Cao, I truly don't know. Ling Naimei trembled under Cao Qiye's penetrating stare, her voice quaking with fear. Her eyes were filled with terror, akin to a fawn ensnared by a predatory beast. The Yamaguchi-gumi, of which I am a part, is solely concerned with accepting assassination contracts, never questioning the motives of our clients, such as the fundamental ethic of a killer's organization. Do you truly remain oblivious? Truly unaware? The gaze of Ling Naimei was entirely dominated by an overwhelming fear of Cao Qiye. The opponent's strength far exceeded her wildest imaginings of a man. She was utterly honest, incapable of uttering a single falsehood. Aside from yourself, how many others from the Yamaguchi-gumi have come this time? This question evidently struck a nerve with Ling Naimei. She hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty passing through her eyes. Cao Qiye's brow furrowed, his grip tightening slightly, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Perceiving this, Ling Naimei recalled the terror of Cao Qiye once more, daring not to conceal anything, and confessed everything in a rush. Cao Gu, you know my father is the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi. I brought over 1,000 people with me. In the school security team, 2 are my bodyguards, but they have already turned into zombies. The rest are outside the academy, engaged in restricting the dark mist, and I cannot contact them at present. She paused before continuing. Cao Gu, my father's subordinate, Fu Bailin, is the foremost assassin of the Gate of the Emperor's Abyss and is also in Jiangxing. If you escort me to his side, I can offer you any amount of money you desire. No. Money has lost its value in this apocalypse. Whatever quantity of gold and crystal cores you require, I can provide. Cao Qiye extracted Ling Naimei's phone, confirming the veracity of her words with no trace of deceit. Nevertheless, he remained unmoved by the conditions she presented, setting aside the possibility of the people from Sakura country turning against him upon delivering Ling Naimei. The mere fact of Cao Qiye's identity as a citizen of Daxia precluded him from such an act. Am I to be a traitor? A successor with roots as firm as mine? What nonsense is this? To carry out an assassination of our nation's elite in Daxia, regardless of the intent. I will not permit these individuals to live. Those who dare to disrupt my Daxia, be it the Yamaguchi-gumi or the Gate of the Emperor's Abyss, shall face annihilation. Cao Qiye's gaze was icy as he regarded Ling Naimei, his words laden with an overwhelming pressure. It would be wise for you not to attempt any tricks, or else I trust you are aware of your fate. Hi. Ling Naimei nodded fervently, so fearful that her native tongue nearly escaped her. After interrogating Ling Naimei, Cao Qiye unceremoniously tossed her into the dormitory restroom, locking her away. With the gravitational meteor hammer of Shun Yoyu and Xin Yue securing her, she was unable to escape in the slightest. Meanwhile, the emergence of the Yamaguchi-gumi from Sakura country and the Gate of the Emperor's Abyss rendered the current situation increasingly enigmatic. Subsequently, Cao Qiye perused the Academy's forum. After so much time had passed, it seemed the dynamics of Jiancheng Academy had undergone a significant transformation. With the continuous growth of ability users, numerous small teams had begun to rise within the Academy. The 4 teams generating the most buzz were especially noteworthy. The earliest emergence of the gymnasium was heralded by Shauna, followed by the malevolent deliver-man from the girls' dormitory, the formidable director Wang Tsigan from the teaching building, and the creation of the Gate of the Second Dimension by Ling Naimei. However, this afternoon, members of the Gate of the Second Dimension proclaimed that their leader had been captured by Shang Guanfian, a minion of the wicked deliver-man. This revelation instantly ignited a frenzy within the Academy's forum. For the other survivors, aside from the ascendant Shauna, the powers of the various factions seemed relatively balanced. In fact, There were even rankings of ability users circulating on the forum. No. 1. Flame Emperor Shana. No. 2. King of Fighters Cao Qiye Zombie. No. 3. Butcher Wang Xigan. The malevolent deliveryman Cao Qiye did not even make it into the top 10. The title of malevolent deliveryman for Cao Qiye became widely disseminated on this forum. Yet, the shock arose when the top-ranked NO. 5. Ling Naimei was apprehended by a subordinate of the wicked deliveryman, causing an uproar on the Academy forum. Chapter 45. The creation of the Goddess Alliance. Cao Qiye exhibited no interest in such matters. After all, the rankings of the top power users were merely fanciful entertainment lists concocted by a group of idle survivors with nothing better to do. Even Cao Qiye, the possessor of a system, could not access the genetic lock information of these abilities. What could those survivors, hiding in the shadows and barely hanging on, possibly know? Yet, this was understandable. Given the current state of Blue Star, 99, 9 of survivors could only conceal themselves in corners, unable to move freely. It was inevitable that they would pass the time online, seeking some form of spiritual solace. Noticing the burgeoning activity on the Jiangqing Academy forum, Cao Qiye decided to harness the power of the internet to continue recruiting new members. Due to the presence of the Black Fog, all electronic devices on Blue Star had become bloodlocked, transforming into perpetual motion machines that required no electrical power. Recruiting subordinates directly on the Academy forum would undoubtedly be more effective than his arduous efforts to scour the buildings alone. Moreover, with his current combat prowess, Cao Qiye possessed the capability to venture outside the dormitory for exploration. Thus, Cao Qiye summoned all the girls to his side to discuss the next phase of their plans. Determined to expand and strengthen his team. Ultimately, he chose to name his team the Goddess Alliance, willingly accepting the role of the man behind all the goddesses. Subsequently, under the banner of the Goddess Alliance, Cao Qiye released his first video on the Academy forum. The footage showcased him surrounded by beauty, Wu donned in a Pikachu swimsuit, and Shangguan Fian, Xin Youyu, and Xin Yue in alluring maid outfits. Each participant radiated brilliance against the backdrop of a mountain of various food supplies and neatly stacked bottled water. In the apocalypse, these provisions appeared extraordinarily precious, akin to a mountain of gold and silver, evoking a sense of longing. Standing before the camera, Cao Qiye wore a confident smile. His voice deep and powerful, join the Goddess Alliance and become the dominator of the apocalypse. Here, there is food, water, warm embraces, and boundless possibilities. Survival in the apocalypse is no longer a solitary struggle but a team-esque glory. The Goddess Alliance awaits your challenge. Following this, Cao Qiye outlined the criteria for joining the Goddess Alliance in the video. Since the team was named the Goddess Alliance, the recruitment conditions naturally revolved around beauty. He used Wu Tingting as an example, providing scores for her: appearance, 81, figure, 89, temperament, 70, charisma, 82, overall score, 80. Anyone who believed their overall score could reach 80 was encouraged to enthusiastically apply. Upon the video's release, the Academy forum erupted with excitement. Witnessing the abundance of resources and beauties in Cao Qiye's possession, the male survivors collectively protested, their frustration palpable. How was it that, in this dire apocalypse where everyone was focused on survival, he appeared to be living a life of indulgence akin to that of a tyrant? This was profoundly disheartening. While personal failure was indeed terrifying, the success of others could be even more distressing. Master, why did you give me only 80 points? I am second only to the campus belle in our academy. Surely I deserve at least a 90. Wu Tingting pouted, expressing her bewilderment at Cao Qiye's evaluation. When Cao Qiye had singled her out, she had been overjoyed. However, upon hearing the subsequent remarks, her expression turned to one of disbelief. The good news, she was a benchmark for the Goddess Alliance. The bad news, she was the lowest benchmark. Tingting, think carefully. My recruitment criteria could apply to anyone, except for Su Ying, who cannot currently make an appearance. Fian can, as can Youyu and Yue. So why did I specifically choose you? Cao Qiye grasped Wu Tingting's conscience and spoke earnestly, because you hold a special significance for me. This score is merely arbitrary. Anyone could receive an 80. Really? Is that true? Wu Tingting's cheeks flushed at his words. She had already been charmed into submission by Cao Qiye. Nevertheless, his assertion was not mere fabrication. Wu Tingting indeed held a unique importance in his life. Wu Jinghao, the lingering shadow of the past, must be dealt with by Wu Tingting herself. Thus, his demeanor and expression had been genuine. Of course, Cao Qiye smiled lightly, his performance seamlessly crafted. Subsequently, he entrusted the management of the Goddess Alliance recruitment to Su Ying. After all, the resources he possessed were akin to those of a millionaire in a post-apocalyptic world. Although the video faced vehement opposition upon release, the influx of private messages in the background was immediate. During the day, Cao Qiye focused on hunting zombies to enhance his genetic lock. While at night, he honed his shooting skills. Such trivial matters were delegated to his subordinates. He merely needed to reap the rewards. The Goddess Alliance did not accommodate idlers. It was not that an increase in numbers intensified Cao Qiye's burden, but rather that it allowed him to lessen his responsibilities. This, indeed, epitomized a competent leader. To elevate his prestige, he altered his account name to Boss Cao. The title of Evil Deliverer Man was simply too humiliating. From this moment onward, he aimed to reinstate the title of Boss Cao within the Jiangsheng Media Academy. The following morning, Cao Qiye awoke as usual, yet this time he refrained from stretching lazily. This was due to the fact that his left arm was wrapped around Xin Youyu and his right around Xin Yue, leaving him unable to extend himself. These two young ladies had gathered a considerable number of crystal cores the previous day and thus deserved a reward. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, Cao Qiye resolved to lead another zombie hunting expedition. Suing, are there any suitable newcomers? Before setting off, Cao Qiye first inquired of Suing. With the video released the previous day, he no longer needed to search blindly for targets. Furthermore, with his newly acquired ability to fly, Cao Qiye could now appear anywhere within Jiangsheng Academy in under 5 minutes. Yesterday, I received over 800 private messages. However, due to your high standards, and considering the prevalence of photo editing and beautification online, there are currently only 10 newcomers who may meet your expectations. Subsequently, Suing submitted the information of these 10 selected individuals to Cao Qiye. Thank you for your efforts. Cao Qiye affectionately stroked Su Ying's silky hair and then led the team on their way. The system is unable to provide ratings based solely on photos and videos, so Cao Qiye must assess each individual in person. Fortunately, with the ability to fly, this task is not particularly daunting. The first person he chose was named Su Qing. Based on her photo and physique, she might just manage a score of 80. Notably, Su Qing is located in the gymnasium, which allows Cao Qiye the opportunity to visit Xian Na as well. After such prolonged communication, it is indeed time for a face-to-face meeting. Whether he can sway Xian Na's affections will depend on Cao Qiye's prowess. Chapter 46, Chaos and Betrayal. On this expedition, Cao Qiye brought along all of his subordinates. With the newfound ability to manipulate space, their stronghold could now move at will. Without a home, there was no need to defend one. As for Ling Naimei, her leg shackles had been removed, but her hands were bound, and she was personally escorted by Xin Youyu. The entire female dormitory had been thoroughly searched, and the nearby zombies could not keep pace with Cao Qiye's rapid development. It was time for him to venture outside. After deciding to meet with Shauna, Cao Qiye took the initiative to contact her. Suing, Senior, are you free today? Let us meet. However, time passed without any response from Shauna. It was peculiar. She usually replied immediately, yet today there was no sign of activity. Cao Qiye furrowed his brow slightly. Nevertheless, he refrained from taking immediate action and first collected crystal cores around the dormitory. Cao Qiye's gene lock had reached the critical point of the second stage, just a step away from the third stage. The destination he intended to visit was the stronghold with the largest number of people at Jiangsheng Academy. He would elevate his gene lock to the third stage before proceeding, ensuring a more secure approach. Of course, when he spoke of being cautious, he did not refer to himself. With a peak second stage gene lock, he was already formidable enough to navigate Jiangsheng Academy with ease, not to mention the numerous extraordinary abilities he possessed. The reason for elevating his gene lock to the third stage was that it would allow his subordinates to inherit stronger attributes, thereby enhancing their overall combat effectiveness. With a thunderous roar, the golden dragon surged into the sky, and Cao Qiye's gene lock swiftly ascended to the third stage. As the energy within his bloodline surged, his combat prowess reached an entirely new level. Simultaneously, his subordinates received the benefits of his leadership, unlocking their gene locks to the first stage, 42. Yet, there was still no reply from Shauna. Unable to reach Shauna, Cao Qiye decided to contact Su Qing instead. As a survivor from the gymnasium, she might have insights into Shauna's situation. Ciao, boss. Su Qing, where are you now? I'll come find you. Su Qing, boss Cao. I'm currently on the third floor of the gym, but it's not convenient at the moment. Could you come by in the afternoon instead? Cao Qiye, not convenient? Do you think I have nothing better to do than discuss timing with you? Su Qing, it's just that, boss Cao. I mean, no offense, but there has been a riot involving the unusual species on the second floor of the gym. It's quite dangerous for you to come here right now. Ciao, boss. It's just a cricket-like unusual species. What can it do to me? Su Qing, boss Cao, what I mean is, this is Shauna's territory, and she is currently leading a team to hunt that unusual species. If you show up, she might mistakenly think you're trying to seize her resources, and I fear a conflict could arise. Cao Qiye, rest assured, Shauna and I are friends. Your concerns are unwarranted. Su Qing, then, I'll wait for you on the first floor. Although Shauna could not be reached, according to Su Qing, Cao Qiye was already somewhat aware of the situation in the gymnasium. What he never anticipated was that the peculiar creature Shauna had mentioned remained unresolved to this day. He was eager to discover what manner of zombie could have perplexed Shauna for so long. Subsequently, Cao Qiye, Xinyoyu, and Xinyue suddenly unfurled their wings and, accompanied by others, soared directly towards the gymnasium. This spectacle left Ling Naimei utterly astonished. How could the sisters, who merely threw hammers yesterday, transform into four-winged archangels today? It was no wonder that Cao Qiye showed no interest in her Yamaguchi-gumi and the gate of the Emperor's Abyss. With the prowess of Cao Qiye's team, they were undoubtedly the rulers of the apocalypse. Inside the gymnasium on the second floor, chaos reigned. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and the metallic tang of blood. The once spacious and bright basketball court was now unrecognizable. The floor marred with cracks and scorch marks as if it had been ravaged by fire and explosions. The basketball hoop lay askew, besieged by frost. The surrounding walls were stripped, exposing the steel reinforcements within. The ceiling lights swayed precariously, with exposed wires occasionally sputtering sparks. Fragments of shattered glass, broken weapons, and several lifeless human corpses littered the ground, blood seeping into dark crimson puddles. At that moment, a woman was besieged by a throng of attackers. Her bloodied red hair clung to her shoulders, her face smeared with blood and dirt, yet her gaze remained as sharp as a blade. Approximately 20 assailants surrounded her, each wielding weapons and eyes brimming with malice, seemingly harboring deep-seated hatred towards her. "Shauna, today is your end," declared the short-haired girl at the forefront, clutching an ice blade that emanated a chilling aura. "Your fiery outburst is completely suppressed by my abilities. Cease your struggles. From this moment forth, I, Xuebing, shall be the leader here." Xuebing's voice dripped with cold mockery, her eyes gleaming with triumph. "Indeed, Shauna, you are nothing more than a despicable wretch. By what right do you lead us? Given that zombies can yield abilities known as crystal cores upon death, it stands to reason that an ability user would similarly produce a crystal core upon demise." Shauna's powers were undoubtedly seized from the physical education teacher. It was clear she had stealthily slain the teacher during a moment of camaraderie, subsequently appropriating the abilities while erasing all traces of the crime. Otherwise, how could both awaken identical powers by mere coincidence? The daughter of a murderer truly embodies the same nature. Let us together rid ourselves of this demon. Xuebing, our esteemed senior, is the true leader. Others within the establishment echoed their sentiments, their eyes alight with greed and madness. Shauna was pierced through the abdomen by an ice blade radiating a relentless chill, her complexion as pale as paper, yet her gaze remained icy, fixated on Xuebing. "Xuebing, I entrusted you with the crystal core of that peculiar creature and nurtured you as my subordinate, yet you conspired against me?" Shauna's voice quivered slightly, yet it was predominantly filled with disbelief and fury. The sensation of being stabbed in the back by someone she trusted the most was utterly desolate. "You are offering me the ability crystal core? Shauna, do you even comprehend the words you are uttering? This crystal core is something for which many of our brothers and sisters have sacrificed their lives. It rightfully belongs to us, not a gift from you. Do you understand?" "Huh. Xuebing, cease your grandiloquent rhetoric. Is it not enough that I have expended the majority of my strength battling the aberrant creatures, while you, having only just awakened your abilities, dare to boast before me? The truth is, you have hoarded all the crystal cores for yourself. However, that matters not. By eliminating you and devouring your crystal core, I shall become the most formidable leader here. Indeed, the strongest leader in all of Jiangqing Academy." Xuebing erupted in maniacal laughter, even bestowing upon himself the title of emperor. The Flame Emperor is destined to fall. Now, it is my reign as the Ice Sovereign. Chapter 47. My friend, do you wish to ruin me? Do you even deserve it? With a cold laugh, Shauna's eyes glimmered with disdain. She had no desire to hear any more of this traitor's nonsense. A wave of heat surged within her, instantly coalescing into a colossal fireball that hurtled towards Xuebing with searing intensity. "Ice wall." Xuebing reacted swiftly, conjuring a thick barrier of ice in an instant. The fireball collided with the ice wall, emitting a hissing sound as the surface of the wall rapidly melted. Yet, it ultimately managed to withstand the fiery onslaught. Despite Shauna's gene lock having reached the first tier, 20, and Xuebing, who had only recently awakened her powers and consumed the core of a peculiar entity. Being at the Zeroth tier, 50, Shauna's stamina was nearly depleted from her previous battles against the strange creatures. Coupled with Xuebing's sneak attack and the other's relentless assault, she was already at her wit's end. Even her final furious strike was effortlessly neutralized by Xuebing. A cold smile crept across Xuebing's lips as she retrieved Shauna's phone from her pocket, shaking it mockingly. "Shauna, I never imagined that in addition to enjoying being a man's lapdog, you also have an affinity for women." The phone had been dropped by Shauna during the skirmish, and as Xuebing glanced at the screen, she continued, I have already lured Suing out. If you surrender obediently, I promise not to harm her. Otherwise, I can easily ensnare her and seize her electric shock ability. Xue Bing was acutely aware of Su Ying's strength. A direct confrontation would likely result in her own injury. Rather than risk mutual destruction, she opted to leverage Su Ying as a means of coercion against Shauna, compelling her to submit. This way, she could effortlessly claim victory over Shauna without bloodshed. Huh, Xue Bing, do you take me for a fool? Shauna retorted with a scornful laugh, her eyes flashing with determination. Even if I abandon my struggle now, you will not spare Su Ying. Rather than sit idly by, I would prefer to perish alongside you here. That is the best way to protect Su Ying. Shauna saw through Xue Bing's cunning ruse. She could not afford to err again. In her resolve to safeguard Su Ying, she resolved to expend every last ounce of her strength. I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Brothers, charge. At Xue Bing's command, the crowd surged forward. They all understood that Shauna was at her last gasp, making it the prime opportunity to strike. However, in that very moment of their advance, Xue Bing retreated a step back, a cold smile gracing her lips as she mused. Shauna is now a cornered beast, desperate to retaliate. I have no desire to incur her wrath. Once these expendable pawns deplete her final reserves of energy, I will reap the benefits. Boom. Just as Shauna prepared for a final desperate struggle, the windows of the gymnasium suddenly shattered under the force of a violent whirlwind, glass shards scattering like rain. The immense pressure swept through the arena, forcing everyone to shield their heads in a defensive stance. Yet, amidst the tempest, Shauna stood resolute, unyielding. The howling wind whipped her hair and clothing, but she seemed impervious to any threat. For her, death had long been a predetermined conclusion. No unforeseen event could instill fear within her. Is it truly appropriate for so many of you to bully a single girl? A voice resonated with righteous authority amidst the storm, carrying an undeniable weight. As the tempest gradually subsided, a towering figure emerged before Shauna, clad in divine wings. He appeared as though an angel had descended to earth. Who dares to disrupt the gymnasium? Xue Bing bellowed, her eyes wide with fury. It is you. That wicked. Cao boss, what brings you here? Yet upon recognizing Cao Qiye before her, Xue Bing's expression shifted to one of trepidation and astonishment. For her plan had been to eliminate Shauna first, then lay in wait with Su Qing on the first floor to dispose of Cao Qiye and seize the vast resources he possessed. However, Xue Bing had never anticipated that Cao Qiye would possess the ability to fly, bursting in from the second floor. The Su Qing she had arranged was still stationed on the first floor, keeping watch. What? Is it not permissible for me to appear here? Cao Qiye jested with a smirk. Although he had only just arrived, the unfolding situation allowed him to deduce what had transpired. Su Qing had messaged that Shauna was on the second floor exterminating the aberrant beings. Yet there was not a single zombie in sight, indicating a clear deception. The short-haired girl with ice blade abilities before him was likely in collusion with Shauna. It appeared that not only did they wish to eliminate Shauna, but they also sought to dispose of him. Boss Zhao, I am aware that your goddess alliance desires nothing but beauty. Xue Bing smiled. Attempting to negotiate with Cao Qiye, you may choose any of the female survivors here, and Su Qing, the one you have your eye on, is on the first floor. I shall summon her immediately. As long as you do not interfere with our personal affairs, I am willing to cooperate with you. You with me? Cao Qiye cast a sidelong glance at Xue Bing. We are known as the Girls' Alliance, not the Ugly Alliance. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own character before seeking to align with me. Ha ha ha, well said. Shauna exclaimed with delight, though they had never met. Shauna was unaware if Cao Qiye was friend or foe, nor did she realize he was the Su Ying she had longed for. However, the fact that he had so boldly challenged Xue Bing made her believe that Cao Qiye was someone worth relying on. Ugly? How dare you call our leader ugly? Are you seeking death? Seeing Xue Bing ruthlessly mocked by Cao Qiye, a subordinate beside her erupted in rage. Pointing an accusing finger at Cao Qiye and unleashing a torrent of insults, his tone the epitome of arrogance. Cao Qiye did not relent. With a flap of his wings, pure white feathers shot forth like arrows, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Feathers rained down like droplets of rain, accurately piercing the man's body. In an instant, he became akin to a porcupine riddled with arrows, blood dripping from the feathers as he froze in place, unable to utter a cry of agony before collapsing to the ground. With a mere gesture, one can take a life. Xue Bing swallowed hard. Cursing incessantly in his heart, this fellow, a mere subordinate, has single-handedly vanquished Ling Naimei, one of the so-called four great powers. Are you truly attempting to ruin me with your scorn, my friend? Chapter 48. Su Ying, we finally meet Boss Cao. Please, do not be enraged. My subordinates lack understanding. As the leader here, I extend my apologies. Xue Bing, having witnessed Cao Qiye's formidable prowess, could only acquiesce. We are all survivors in this post-apocalyptic world and should assist one another. Our base possesses ample resources. Beyond the beautiful women, you shall receive your share of provisions. At that moment, she deeply regretted her earlier decision. Had she foreseen the unexpected arrival of a formidable adversary, she would have seized the opportunity to capture Shauna immediately, thus preventing the proverbial cooked duck from flying away. Of course, this could not solely be attributed to Xuebing, after all. Who could have anticipated that Cao Qiye possessed the ability to fly, and with 4 wings at that? In less than 3 minutes of contacting Su Qing, he had stormed onto the 2nd floor of the gymnasium. Half. Cao Qiye scoffed with a mocking smile. I desire it all. Without offering Xuebing an ounce of respect, he continued, and you, of such caliber, dare to claim leadership? I recognize only Shauna as the leader of this gymnasium. Then it seems there is nothing left to negotiate. Xuebing's gaze hardened, a flicker of malice gleaming in her eyes. Suppressing her fury, she spoke with an undertone of menace. Boss Cao, I respect you. But it would be wise not to provoke me. With so many brothers here, a single individual cannot withstand the might of many. Before her words fully settled, several crossbowmen behind Xuebing raised their weapons, their icy arrows aimed directly at Cao Qiye's head, the air thick with impending violence. Haha. No matter how many ants there are, they remain mere ants, Cao Qiye responded, unfazed, his laughter echoing. He turned to Shauna, casually inquiring, shall I assist you in clearing your doorstep? Shauna's eyes glinted with cold fury as she grit her teeth, declaring, I have long desired to eliminate these ungrateful traitors. Let them perish. Then let it be so, Cao Qiye replied, his tone as detached as a divine judgment. With a sudden flourish, his wings unfurled, their pristine feathers glinting with a chilling radiance under the sun. In a blink, he darted downward like a bolt of lightning, charging toward Xuebing and her cohorts. Fire! Xuebing commanded, and the crossbowmen immediately pulled their triggers, unleashing a torrential barrage of arrows upon Cao Qiye. Simultaneously, Xuebing flung 2 ice blades imbued with a frigid aura, aimed at his throat. Yet, amidst the deluge of assaults, Cao Qiye merely grasped at the void, summoning forth a spear radiating with golden lightning, the thunderous spear. The weapon whirled, conjuring a barrier of golden arcs that deflected all arrows and ice blades with ease. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows and ice blades collided against the thunderous spear, producing a resounding metallic symphony before plummeting to the ground. Subsequently, Cao Qiye retracted his wings and surged into the fray like a specter. Although possessing the ability to fly was advantageous, it demanded considerable stamina, and Cao Qiye was reluctant to expend his energy against such rabble. The radiant thunder spear danced in his grasp, its tip glimmering with a frosty gleam, each swing conjuring a cascade of golden lightning. A flicker of cold light heralded its arrival, swiftly followed by the spear's dragon-like strike. His movements were as swift as lightning, the spear's shadow resembling a dragon, and wherever he passed, foes fell like harvested wheat. Blood splattered, and cries of despair echoed, transforming the entire arena into a realm of carnage. Within mere moments, all lay in pools of blood save for Xuebing. Witnessing the carnage, Xuebing's face turned pale as she hurriedly raised her ice shield in defense. Yet, before Cao Qiye's radiant thunder spear, her shield crumbled like fragile paper. Crack! The spear pierced through the ice shield with ease, its tip aimed directly at Xuebing's throat. However, Cao Qiye chose not to take her life. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly severed her tendons like a serpent striking. Ah! Xuebing let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground. Utterly unable to move, Cao Qiye cast a cold glance her way before kicking her towards Shauna, his tone frigid. Traitor, handle her yourself. Thank you. Shauna looked up at Cao Qiye, her gaze filled with a hint of gratitude, yet intertwined with complex emotions. She remained uncertain whether he was friend or foe, or what his true intentions were. Nevertheless, he had undoubtedly aided her significantly. Though she pondered not the reasons behind his actions, she resolved to deal with Xuebing first. The subsequent inquiries could wait. Sister Shauna, I momentarily lost my senses. I genuinely wish to follow you. Grant me another chance. Xuebing, lying in a pool of blood, struggled to move, her eyes filled with desperation, her voice trembling and faint. Observing Xuebing's pitiful state, much of Shauna's resentment inexplicably dissipated. Perhaps it was because Cao Qiye had already vented all her fury. Or perhaps it was simply the absurdity of Xuebing's current plight that amused her. Xuebing, do you think uttering such words now holds any significance? Shauna coldly retorted. In the face of death, why not maintain some dignity? No sooner had she spoken than a fiery breath surged within her, seething flames brewing deep in her throat, poised to deliver a fatal blow. I care not for dignity. I only wish to live, to live. Xuebing's voice dwindled to a whisper, her eyes brimming with despair and defiance. Yet, Shauna offered her no further chances. Boom. A searing inferno erupted from Shauna's mouth, instantly engulfing Xuebing. Within the flames, Xue Bing's figure twisted and writhed, emitting a heart-wrenching shriek, but she was soon consumed, reduced to ashes. Witnessing this scene, a wave of complex emotions surged within Shauna. This sister, who once fought alongside her, now met such a tragic end. This post-apocalyptic world is far more perilous than we could ever imagine. Shauna murmured softly, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in her eyes. She is intelligent, yet not sufficiently so. Meanwhile, other members of the Goddess Alliance began to arrive at the scene one after another. Master, why didn't you leave me even 2 shrimp soldiers or crab generals? As the vanguard, Shang Guanfian felt a twinge of regret upon seeing that all the surrounding enemies had been dealt with by Cao Qiye. Wasn't Shauna supposed to be fighting the aberrant beings? Why were all the fallen foes merely humans? Suing surveyed her surroundings, her eyes brimming with confusion. Clearly taken aback by the unfolding scene. Upon seeing Suing, Shauna's eyes lit up. Disregarding her own injuries, she hurriedly rushed over and embraced her tightly. Suing, I finally found you. Having just endured a life-and-death moment, Shauna's embrace was particularly fierce, as if she sought to expel all her fears and anxieties. The two women pressed closely together, creating a poignant tableau. However, as Shauna continued to sense the moment, she gradually discerned something amiss. The Suing before her seemed devoid of any emotional fluctuations, even appearing somewhat unfamiliar. Shauna felt that this Su-Ing was entirely different from the clever, resolute, powerful, and charming Su-Ing she had always known. I am not the Su-Ing you seek, Su-Ing replied with a faint smile, her tone gentle yet distant. She gently pushed Shauna away and pointed towards Cao Qiye, a hint of amusement in her eyes. He is. Following Su-Ing's gesture, Shauna's gaze fell upon Cao Qiye, the very individual who had just rescued her from peril, leaving her momentarily stunned. The information was overwhelming, and she struggled to process it all. Senior Shauna, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Cao Qiye asked with a slight smile, his tone laced with playful teasing. Upon hearing him address her as Senior Shauna, a realization dawned on her, and a multitude of memories flashed through her mind. At that moment, she finally understood why Cao Qiye had chosen to assist her. Chapter 49. Unlocking the new skin of the Beast Girl tribe, Cao Qiye walked slowly to Shauna, opening his broad chest, gently yet firmly embracing her. For a brief moment, Shauna's body stiffened, but she soon relaxed, allowing herself to lean against him. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Cao Qiye said, gazing down at her with a deep and gentle voice. I am Cao Qiye, the leader of the Goddess Alliance, and the one you have been in contact with, Suing. Su-Ing. Shauna murmured softly, her expression gradually becoming distant. She felt the warmth emanating from Cao Qiye's chest, a familiar sensation flooding her heart. Indeed, the person before her was the one with whom she had confessed her feelings, envisioned a future, and engaged in profound conversations. It dawned on her that her affections were not for Suing, but for the man disguised as Suing, Cao Qiye. This realization plunged Shauna into a turmoil of conflicting emotions. She had always believed she was attracted to girls, so why did she feel this way towards a man? Could it merely be because he had posed as a woman? Yet, when faced with Cao Qiye, she felt no revulsion. Instead, an indescribable sense of comfort and excitement enveloped her. This feeling was both unfamiliar and enchanting. Shauna, join the Goddess Alliance, and let us create a warm sanctuary together. Cao Qiye's voice was low and tender as his fingers lightly brushed over the scar on Shauna's jaw. In his eyes, this scar was not a blemish, but a testament to an imperfect reality, akin to the captivatingly incomplete arm of Venus. Shauna felt the powerful aura of masculinity radiating from Cao Qiye, her heart racing uncontrollably, her cheeks flushing slightly. This was her first intimate encounter with a man, where she could distinctly feel the warmth of his fingertips and the rhythm of his breath. Having been shunned since childhood due to her father being a murderer and her mother's subsequent suicide, Shauna had always kept her distance from men. However, Cao Qiye's presence illuminated her world, filling her with the love and protection she had long yearned for. It was astonishing to realize how wonderful it felt to be cherished. In that moment, Shauna's emotional defenses crumbled entirely. She lifted her gaze slightly, a hint of shyness mixed with determination in her eyes, and softly said, "All right. I will join." Shauna. Gender, female. Age, 21. Appearance, 91. Physique, 89. Charisma, 88. Charm, 92. Overall rating, 90. Unlockable skin level, epic. Cao Qiye was instantly elated. Shauna could unlock the epic skin, and the system had rated her appearance at 91, even surpassing Suing. This was perfectly aligned with Cao Qiye's aesthetic preferences. Beep. System notification. Goddess Shauna voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a formidable ally. Successfully unlocked the epic skin of the Beast Girl tribe. Shauna. Loyalty, 100 development value, 0 Gene Lock. First level 42, Ultimate Skin. Beast Girl Tribe Dragon Blood Warrior, Epic. Ability to transform into a beast form and orc form based on personal characteristics. Superpower. Class A Fury Flame. A formidable burst of fire attribute, intensifying with the host Rising Fury. The host shall acquire all abilities of the Shauna skin, with the privilege to don and doff armor at will. With Shauna's arrival, Cao Qiye has finally unlocked the third series of skins, Beast Girl Tribe. This skin series enhances the ability to switch between beast and orc forms based on individual traits. Eager to explore, Cao Qiye yearns to discover the essence of his orc form. Suddenly, a deafening beastly roar erupted from Cao Qiye's mouth, reverberating through the air like thunder. His body began to undergo tremendous transformation. Bones cracked audibly, muscles swelled rapidly, and a thick layer of golden scales emerged upon his skin, gleaming with a metallic sheen. His hands morphed into sharp claws, glinting ominously, as if capable of rending anything asunder. Gradually, his once handsome visage transformed, revealing resolute dragon patterns. With fierce dragon eyes radiating wildness and authority, a robust tail sprouted from his back, its tip as sharp as a spear. Capable of stirring a tempest with a mere sweep, Cao Qiye gazed at his claws, flicked his tail, and a wild grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. A golden imperial dragon? Quite befitting my character. Upon entering his orc form, Cao Qiye was instantly imbued with a surge of ferocious power. He swung the thunder spear in his grasp, and amidst the golden lightning, a dragon's roar resonated, exuding unparalleled dominance. Simultaneously, Shauna was adorned in a striking dragon flame armor. The armor's design was masterfully crafted. Though it covered minimal areas, it perfectly accentuated her graceful curves. Shauna's slender waist and elongated legs were captivating, embodying both majesty and allure, in contrast to the refreshing vibe of the pool party and the charm of the battle maid. The Beast Girl Tribe skin radiated an aura of wildness and strength. Shauna sported a pair of dainty dragon horns atop her head, transitioning from red to white like tender bamboo shoots after rain, utterly adorable. The Dragon Blood Warrior's tail was not sharply defined but rather soft and plump. Oh, delightful, indeed. As Cao Qiye fondly caressed the dragon horns atop Shauna's head, the texture was exquisite. Dragon Blood Warrior Shauna, Jaw Scar AI reference only, for illustration purposes. Chapter 50. Dimming the glow. Haha. Fian, you have lost. I knew no one could withstand the master's onslaught. Upon witnessing Shauna's capitulation, Wu Tingting danced with joy. What? It was settled so swiftly? Didn't the master say Shauna was a lesbian? How could she be turned so quickly? Shangguan Fian wore an expression of disbelief. Her brow furrowed as she muttered, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Subsequently, with a resigned sigh, she leaned her head forward, allowing Wu Tingting to deliver a crisp flick to her forehead. Ouch! Be gentle. Shangguan Fian clutched her forehead, shooting Wu Tingting a glare. It was evident that the two were wagering over Shauna, and the ensuing farce lightened the atmosphere considerably. What is going on? Meanwhile, Su Qing, alerted by the commotion, rushed upstairs with the remaining survivors from the first floor. She had initially believed that Xue Bing had successfully captured Shauna's ability, the Crystal Core, but was utterly unprepared for the total defeat of Xue Bing. As she gazed at the center of the gymnasium, where Cao Qiye, in his Emperor Dragon form, stood, her legs weakened, causing her to collapse to the ground. Cao Qiye cast a sidelong glance at Su Qing. The system's comprehensive score, 53. Just a pure facade. Run. Although Su Qing was oblivious to the events that had transpired, the scene before her prompted an instinctive desire to flee. Thus, she exchanged merely a fleeting glance with Cao Qiye before hastily retreating with several survivors toward the first floor. These individuals must have been lying in wait for me on the first floor, Cao Qiye mused as he regarded Shangguan Fian as the vanguard of the battle maidens. She was perfectly suited for handling such matters. Master, leave it to me. I shall spare none. Shangguan Fian understood immediately, eager to unleash her frustration from Wu Tingting's earlier flick upon these intruders. Anyone who dared to threaten Brother Qiye or the Goddess Alliance, be they zombie or human, would be deemed an enemy. It was her duty to eliminate the riffraff. Cao Qiye first instructed Su Ying to tend to Shauna's injuries, then retrieved the crystal core that had emerged upon Xue Bing's demise. It was a yellow six-pointed star, based on the information he had gathered. The colors of the crystal cores were categorized as follows: C-grade yellow, B-grade red, and A-grade gold. As for the color of S-grade, that remained a mystery to him. Although the C-grade crystal core held little utility for him, it was a coveted treasure in the outside world. Afterward, following Shauna's lead, Cao Qiye utilized his spatial abilities to gather all the resources from the entire stronghold. This is spatial ability. Shauna was utterly astounded by the spectacle before her. She understood the immense value of spatial abilities in the apocalyptic world. Cao Qiye had brought her countless surprises, And it was no wonder the other members of the Goddess Alliance were unwaveringly loyal, willingly referring to him as their master. It's merely a spatial ability. The master's powers extend far beyond this, Wu Tingting declared, her expression one of superiority, laced with a hint of pride, like a junior displaying their prowess before a senior. There was a glint of pride in Ling Name's eyes. However, why was her treatment different from everyone else's? Shauna's gaze fell upon Ling Name. Ensnared by dark chains, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes. She had long heard the rumors of Ling Name being favored by Shang Wanfian. Logically, Ling Name should have joined the Goddess Alliance before herself. After all, Ling Name was one of the 4 campus beauties of Jiacheng, undoubtedly meeting the recruitment criteria of the Girls' League. This individual is a killer from the Yakuza of Sakura Country, Cao Qiye remarked coolly, a hint of chill in his tone. A killer from Sakura Country. Shauna was once again taken aback, her pupils contracting slightly. She had not expected that this so-called sweet campus beauty, Ling Name, possessed such an identity. Reflecting carefully, she realized that Ling Name's name indeed carried the essence of Sakura Country. And although her appearance bore a resemblance to the large shrimp, there was an exotic charm in her features. Observing Ling Name's disheveled state, Shauna silently applauded Cao Qiye. She had initially thought that the Goddess Alliance he founded would accept any beautiful woman, but in the face of significant matters, Cao Qiye exhibited remarkable discernment. Jiangcheng Media Academy, Underground Biological Research Institute. In the dimly lit laboratory, the cold light of fluorescent lamps spilled over a laboratory bench cluttered with test tubes and instruments. The air thick with the acrid scent of disinfectants mingled with chemical agents. Professor Kong stood before the lab bench, holding a test tube that shimmered with a faint blue light, his eyes brimming with fervor and excitement. I did it. Ha ha, I have succeeded. His laughter echoed within the vast laboratory, tinged with a touch of madness and relief. The surrounding assistants were swept up in his fervor, ceasing their tasks as their gazes converged on the test tube. The liquid within sparkled like stars, harboring boundless hope. Professor Kong's hand trembled slightly, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out with exhilaration, and tears glimmered in his eyes. Professor, is this the serum to combat the zombie virus? A young assistant could not restrain their disbelief, their voice quivering. Indeed, this is the answer we have been tirelessly pursuing. Professor Kong's voice grew hoarse with excitement as he raised the test tube high, as if proclaiming his triumph to the world. After countless failures, we have finally discovered the key component, the microglow, that can utterly eradicate the zombie virus. The atmosphere in the laboratory erupted with enthusiasm. Assistants cheering and some even embracing in exhilaration. The prolonged suppression and despair were finally released in that moment, joy and hope illuminating every face. Quick, immediately published the results of microglow on the Academy forum. Professor Kong took a deep breath, attempting to quell the tempest within. Yet his voice remained unable to hide his excitement, as if every word trembled with anticipation. The assistant beside him sprang into action, his eyes gleaming with a near-sacred sense of purpose, as if what he held in his hands was not merely a keyboard, but the very hope of humanity. Moments later, an academic achievement regarding the luminescent suppressants was officially announced. The constituents of the luminescence could effectively inhibit the deterioration of the zombie virus, and the suppressants derived from it could restore rationality to those humans infected and undergoing transformation. Although the discovery of luminescence could not revert those who had already turned into zombies back to their former selves, the success in suppressing the viral infection was sufficient to astonish the entire Blue Star. After all, not everyone possesses an extraordinary ability like Cao Qiye's fountain of purification, which allows one to disregard the encroachment of the zombie virus. The emergence of luminescence undoubtedly adds a vibrant stroke to the ongoing struggle between humanity and the undead. Even more admirable is Professor Kong's decision not to claim this discovery for himself in the pursuit of personal gain amidst the apocalypse, but rather to share it selflessly with the public. Moreover, the components of luminescence are not complex, merely requiring extraction from the crystal core. For the survivors grappling with the harsh realities of the end times, this is undoubtedly a potent tonic. Despite the shroud of black mist limiting communication to a mere 10 kilometers, this significant achievement can still rapidly disseminate throughout the Blue Star via a tiered relay. Luminescence may very well be the first ray of dawn that reignites hope for humanity amidst this calamity. Chapter 51. The puppet master behind the scenes. It is Professor Kong. He has actually developed a remedy to suppress the zombie virus. This is splendid news. Truly splendid. We have just conducted a test, and the extracted luminescent substance indeed proves effective in purifying the zombie virus. With this, we need no longer be overly cautious when dealing with zombies, fearing infection. Professor Kong has selflessly shared this monumental scientific achievement on the Academy Forum. He is undoubtedly the greatest scientist in this world. If only this discovery had come sooner, then my sister would not have to. The aftereffects of the luminescent inhibitor are continuously spreading across Blue Star. This marks an extraordinary moment of triumph for humanity. Professor Kong has successfully developed a luminescent substance to combat the zombie virus. Upon witnessing the results of the luminescent inhibitor, Cao Qiye was equally astonished. However, his focus diverged sharply from that of the others. The chemical formula of the luminescent substance is not overly complex. Even if Professor Kong had not made the discovery, humanity would eventually unveil its secrets. Yet, Professor Kong's revelation has afforded humanity a precious advantage in this war. Cao Qiye's gaze turned icy as he approached Ling Naimei. His tone chillingly insistent. You were aware that Professor Kong could devise the luminescent substance all along, which is why you attempted to assassinate our biological professor, correct? A strong premonition gripped Cao Qiye. Someone had foreseen the outbreak of the zombie virus on Blue Star. In fact, this catastrophe itself appeared to be orchestrated. Otherwise, the actions of Sakura Nation in preemptively assassinating a biological professor are utterly inexplicable. I truly do not know. I merely received the assassination order and had yet to act. Ling Naimei's face paled in fear under Cao Qiye's penetrating gaze. And she hurriedly explained, according to the original plan, I was supposed to proceed with the mission the following day. But who could have anticipated the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus that trapped me in the dormitory? It was only after awakening my abilities that I managed to escape. Speak. Who else is on Sakura Nation's assassination list aside from Professor Kong? Cao Qiye pressed closer, his tone frigid. There is no one else, only Professor Kong. Impossible. There must be others on the list. Cao Qiye's eyes were sharp as blades, fixed intently on Ling Naimei. Although Professor Kong had successfully developed the luminescent substance, it was inconceivable that he was the sole target of the assassination. Unless they were already aware that only Professor Kong could discover the existence of the luminescent substance at the earliest opportunity in the entirety of Jiang City, or even in all of Daxia. More than that, Cao Qiye was inclined to believe that the true targets of Sakura Nation's assassinations were all biological virus experts in Daxia, with Professor Kong merely being one among them. Speak. If you do not, I will end your life immediately. Cao Qiye gripped Ling Naimei's chin, his gaze piercing. I truly am not lying. Faced with Cao Qiye's overwhelming presence, Ling Naimei's mind raced, and just before he erupted, she recalled a potentially useful piece of information. Brother Cao, it has come to my recollection. Although I am unaware of the employer's intricate details, I do recall my father inadvertently mentioning that the individual in question is an American. An American? Are you certain? I cannot say for certain, but I believe. Perhaps this information may prove beneficial to you. Cao Qiye furrowed his brow slightly. It was precisely such uncertainty expressed by Ling Naimei that led Cao Qiye to believe she was not being deceitful. This implies that the Yamaguchi Gumi from the land of cherry blossoms is merely a blade, while the puppeteer behind it is an American. However, based on the current information, this remains merely a conjecture. The truth shall be revealed when Cao Qiye locates the 1,000 Yamaguchi Gumi members that Ling Naimei mentioned had come to Jiangqing. You all proceed to hunt zombies near the gymnasium and collect the crystals. I, along with Youyu and Yue, will escort Ling Naimei on an outing. In my absence, the squad will be commanded by Su Ying. Yes, master, we shall ensure the mission is accomplished. As soon as the words left his mouth, Cao Qiye's wings unfurled dramatically, their pristine feathers cutting through the air with a sharp arc. He lifted Ling Naimei with one hand and soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Youyu and Yue followed closely, their graceful forms resembling two small birds, swiftly guiding Cao Qiye. Before long, the trio arrived at the experimental building of Jiangqing Academy. Although Professor Kong had never publicly disclosed the location of his experiments, within the entire Jiangqing Media Academy, only this experimental building housed a research facility underground. Professor Kong must be below, Shin Youyu murmured, her gaze solemnly fixed on the building. At that moment, the exterior of the experimental building was besieged by a horde of zombies, the putrid stench permeating the air, inducing nausea. At the entrance, a female professor clad in a white lab coat was attempting to break through with several students. However, the sheer number of zombies rendered their efforts futile. What should we do, Professor Jiang? There's no way we can break through. A student exclaimed, despair etched across his face, his voice trembling. Professor Jiang gritted her teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. We must find a way to break through. Professor Kong and the others have gone days without rest or food. If we cannot find sustenance and water soon, we will all perish here. Indeed, Professor Kong has made such significant contributions to humanity. He cannot die. Another student clenched his fists, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Precisely, even if it means death, we must carve a bloody path and bring back food. The group echoed in unison, their voices tinged with fear, yet resolutely determined. Under Professor Zhang's leadership, they bravely charged forward, disregarding their own safety. However, Courage seemed feeble in the face of the frenzied zombies. The growls of the undead resounded, mocking their audacity. By the time Cao Qiye reached the skies above, Professor Jiang and her group had nearly been annihilated. One by one, the students were overwhelmed by the horde of zombies. Their screams drowned amidst the relentless tide of the undead, leaving only Professor Jiang to fight for survival. To make matters worse, due to her own physical limitations, her ample bosom obstructed her view, rendering her unable to see the path ahead. As a result, she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, on the brink of being engulfed by the advancing mass of corpses. Chapter 52, the first numerical monster, Jiangling. Even after Professor Jiang's fall, her form rebounded twice on the cushioned surface, a spectacle clearly observed by Cao Qiye from his elevated vantage point. Even the well-versed Cao couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing elasticity displayed. However, despite his admiration, he did not remain a mere spectator in this critical moment. As Professor Jiang frantically searched for her glasses on the ground, fearing she would soon become a meal for the undead, a golden lightning spear descended like a divine weapon, piercing through the zombie before her with a piercing whoosh. The golden lightning coiling around the spear erupted instantly, paralyzing the surrounding zombies, leaving them frozen in place. Boom. The residual energy of the lightning exploded in the air, akin to a golden bolt cleaving the sky. Following that, Cao Qiye retracted his wings and swooped down like a meteor. His right arm transformed instantaneously, muscles covered in dragon scales bulging with ferocious strength. Upon landing, he seized the lightning spear embedded in the ground, its tip shimmering with blinding lightning. Roar! Cao Qiye let out a low growl as he wielded the spear, each strike echoing the roar of a thunder dragon, imbued with cataclysmic might. The shadows of the spear flickered like lightning, sweeping through the horde, severing several zombies in half, their dismembered limbs soaring through the air. Then, with a swift turn, he plunged the spear into the ground, sending arcs of electricity sprawling, incinerating the nearby zombies into charred ashes. Cao Qiye's movements flowed like a river, embodying the reaper of the battlefield, as zombies fell one after another in his wake. In his hands, the lightning spear was not merely a weapon but resembled a living thunder dragon, roaring and tearing apart all adversaries. To Professor Jiang, whose vision was clouded, this scene appeared surreal and resplendent. Was a deity come to save humanity? Professor Jiang stared in awe at Cao Qiye, who seemed to descend from the heavens, uttering such thoughts despite being an avowed atheist. Meanwhile, Xinyo Yu and Xin Yue swiftly entered the fray, the sisters coordinating seamlessly to rescue several surviving students from the encircling zombies and escort them to safety. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. After dispatching the zombies, Cao Qiye approached Professor Jiang, who was seated on the ground, appearing somewhat disheveled yet still radiating her unique grace. Clad in a pristine white lab coat over a dark turtleneck sweater, she exuded an air of both dignity and elegance. Her long golden hair was elegantly pinned up, her features refined and mature, with an aura of intellect emanating from her brow. Beneath her prominent nose lay a pair of subtly pursed red lips, exuding a soft and warm charm. Particularly striking was her impressive figure, undoubtedly the foremost numerical entity of the current version. Even Wu Tingting, who held the top position under Cao Qiye, would pale in comparison. A supermodel. Truly, she was the epitome of a supermodel. Jiangling. Gender, female. Age, 29. Gene lock, unlocked. Appearance, 85. Physique, 96. Poise, 87. Charisma, 92. The comprehensive rating is 90. The unlockable skin level is epic. The system has granted Jiangling high recognition. With a height of 96, it is no wonder that Cao Qiye's gaze remained fixated on her, as if guided by an auto-targeting mechanism, rendering him incapable of recalling what Professor Jiang looked like. Professor Jiang, your glasses, Cao Qiye said, handing the spectacles that lay on the ground to Jiangling. The glasses were merely to her left, yet the preceding perilous scene had left her momentarily flustered, unable to locate them. Thank you, Jiangling exclaimed as she donned the glasses. Instantly, her aura elevated to a new echelon. Cao Qiye unilaterally declared that with the glasses on, Professor Jiang's charm had increased by another 5 points. None of you possess the ability to unlock the genetic locks. Why rush outside? Isn't that courting death? Cao Qiye questioned, perplexed. Thank you for saving me and my students, Jiangling reiterated her gratitude, then expressed her helplessness. To be frank, the laboratory supplies have been entirely depleted. Professor Kong has fallen into a coma after successfully developing the microlight suppressor. Rather than waiting to perish in the lab, it is better to take a chance. Her bravery was commendable. Cao Qiye silently nodded, acknowledging the courage of the group. There was no denying that, in the face of zombies, ordinary people felt exceedingly small and fragile. You are the esteemed Cao, the founder of the Goddess Alliance. Jiangling recognized him, as the name of the Goddess Alliance had spread throughout the college forum. Had it not been for Professor Kong's microlight suppressor, it would still be trending at #1. It is I, Cao Qiye replied with a smile, surprised that his name was so well known even among the professors of the academy. I have seen your videos online. It seems the Goddess Alliance has an abundance of supplies. Although you just saved us and I have yet to repay you, I now have a rather unreasonable request. Jiangling grasped Cao Qiye's arm like a lifeline. Her eyes filled with desperation. Do tell, Cao Qiye responded calmly. I wish to borrow some food and water from the Goddess Alliance, Jiangling said, biting her lip, finding it difficult to articulate her plea. She was acutely aware of how excessive her request was. The other party had just saved her life. Yet she could offer nothing substantial in return, and now she sought to borrow resources. In this post-apocalyptic world, food and water were more precious than gold. Moreover, considering their current predicament, they had no means to repay such a debt. No, Cao Qiye rejected her outright without a moment's hesitation, his tone cold and unequivocal. The Goddess Alliance does not have a habit of borrowing from others. Upon hearing this, Jiangling lowered her head in silence, biting her lip. She understood fully that she had no right to demand the lending of such invaluable resources. Yet, the thought of her famished and desperate colleagues and students in the underground research facility twisted her heart with anguish. In their joint efforts to save Blue Star, they had tirelessly collaborated to develop the microlight suppressor. They are heroes and should not meet such an untimely demise. However, Cao Qiye suddenly shifted the subject, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. You may offer something in exchange. Exchange? Jiangling was momentarily taken aback. She possessed nothing. So what could she possibly trade? Cao Qiye offered no response, his gaze slowly traversing Jiangling's form, from her tousled golden hair to her slightly trembling fingertips. Ultimately lingering upon her mature and exquisite visage, his eyes betraying an unabashed scrutiny. In an instant, Jiangling comprehended his implication, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Even the roots of her ears turned scarlet. Instinctively, she took a half-step back, her voice quivering slightly. You mean, me? Chapter 53, The Transaction Indeed. Cao Qiye nodded, a flicker of approval crossing his eyes. As expected of a professor, she grasped the concept immediately. Well then. Jiangling bit her lip, a faint blush rising to her cheeks, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. For the sake of ensuring the survival of the heroes who would save Blue Star, she was prepared to pay any price. Thus, Jiangling took a deep breath. Her fingers trembling as she began to unbutton her blouse, her voice barely audible. How much food and water can you provide me at once? I may need quite a bit. This sudden turn of events left Cao Qiye momentarily speechless. He quickly raised his hand to halt her. Professor Jiang, I believe you have misunderstood. What I am proposing is not a one-time transaction, but rather a long-term and permanent arrangement. I hope you will consider joining our Goddess Alliance. In exchange, I can ensure that Professor Kong and the others receive some food and water. Cao Qiye was somewhat taken aback by Jiangling's decisiveness. Her blush seemed merely a physiological reaction as a woman. Inwardly, she appeared to have no struggle at all, simply agreeing without hesitation. Is this the resoluteness of a highly educated individual when faced with a choice? Jiangling froze at his words, her movements coming to an abrupt halt. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt a desperate urge to disappear into the ground. Yet somehow, she experienced an inexplicable sense of relief. So, are you saying that as long as I join your Goddess Alliance, I will receive food and water? She asked tentatively, struggling to believe such good fortune could exist. Indeed, Cao Qiye smiled slightly, his tone tinged with playful intrigue. However, Professor Jiang, your recent actions certainly caught me by surprise. After all, your student was right beside you. Reminded by Cao Qiye, Jiangling's face turned even redder, and she hastily rebuttoned her blouse, murmuring softly, I just thought. You meant that I needed your body? Cao Qiye raised an eyebrow, deliberately teasing her. Ahem, enough of that. I am willing to join your Goddess Alliance. Jiangling interrupted, flustered and embarrassed, her face resembling a boiling kettle. She even felt the gaze of her fellow students shift toward her. All right, then let us seek out Professor Kong, Cao Qiye replied, immediately taking action. His purpose for coming here was indeed to confirm a few matters with Professor Kong. For a selfless scientist like him, he was more than willing to lend a hand. Naturally, if he could simultaneously persuade Professor Jiang to join the Goddess Alliance, that would be even better. Food and water were already part of his intended support. If he could also gain the company of a sensual and beautiful professor, it would be a win-win situation. However, Jiangling's participation did not immediately unlock any new possibilities for Cao Qiye. Upon their initial meeting, Jiangling was not entirely willing to follow Cao Qiye. However, Cao Qiye remained unperturbed. Having joined the Goddess Alliance, the beautiful Professor Jiangling was destined to be part of it sooner or later. With a nod, Jiangling promptly took the lead. With the support of a formidable ally like Cao Qiye, she was confident that they would undoubtedly overcome their challenges. As they walked through the dimly lit corridor leading to the underground research facility, curiosity suddenly overtook Jiangling, prompting her to ask, "Boss Cao, doesn't the Goddess Alliance only recruit beautiful women? You gave Wudingting, such a stunning girl, only an 80. I'm almost 30, not as youthful as they are. And I'm merely a rather dull, highly educated professor. Why did you invite me to join?" Cao Qiye turned his head, giving her a meaningful glance, his lips curving into a slight smile. Clearly, Jiangling was entirely unaware of her own prowess. She was recognized by the system as an exceptional talent. With a physique rating that reached an unprecedented 96, and an overall score soaring to 90, sufficient to unlock epic-level skins. Perhaps the plethora of internet influencers with their photo-editing filters had distorted Jiangling's self-perception, leading her to underestimate her striking beauty. Alternatively, as an academic, she might have been so absorbed in her research that she lacked a proper understanding of standards of beauty and physique. Cao Qiye found Jiangling's self-awareness rather endearing, especially in stark contrast to those who, despite scoring below 50, would audaciously rate themselves above 90. "You are already a member of the Goddess Alliance, henceforth. Do not refer to me as Boss Cao, that is what outsiders call me," he remarked lightly. "You should address me as Master." "Very well, Director," Jiangling replied effortlessly. "It is Master, not Director," Cao Qiye corrected her with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, all right, Master," Jiangling conceded, her tone calm as though she were addressing an academic query. Cao Qiye found himself both amused and bewildered. Although the term had been altered, Jiangling's address of Master lacked the shyness and submission typical of other goddesses. Instead, it carried an air of formality, akin to reporting data in a laboratory setting. Shaking his head, he found this version of Jiangling to be all the more intriguing. Upon witnessing Cao Qiye shake his head, Jiangling assumed he had reconsidered and quickly exclaimed, "Hey, Master, you must not backtrack now." "Ha." Cao Qiye couldn't help but laugh aloud. After traversing a narrow and dim tunnel, Cao Qiye finally arrived at the underground research facility. As he pushed open the heavy blast door, the scene before him momentarily stunned him. The interior of the research facility was spacious, yet it exuded an atmosphere of tension and exhaustion. The walls were adorned with cold white LED lights. Although the illumination was bright, it imparted a chilling sense of oppression. The laboratory was adorned with an array of intricate instruments, including microscopes, centrifuges, and spectrometers, all meticulously arranged. Flickering screens displayed an intricate tapestry of data and curves. Scattered across the floor were various documents and discarded experimental equipment, indicating a long period of neglect. The air was permeated with a faint scent of disinfectant. All the professors and their assistants slumbered in the corners, oblivious to the entrance of Jiangling and Cao Qiye, who strolled in unnoticed. Jiangling Chapter 54. Overcoming adversity, everyone. Wake up. I have returned with food and water. Jiangling's exuberant voice echoed through the vast underground research facility. After a considerable pause, a young assistant stirred from his slumber, rubbing his bleary eyes before hastily rousing the elderly professor beside him. The prolonged confinement and intense research, compounded by the severe scarcity of supplies, had drained the energy of these aged scholars, leaving some in a state of mental fog. Cao Qiye observed the scene before him, a surge of genuine reverence swelling within his heart. These researchers had pushed themselves to the brink for the sake of humanity's future. "Sister, you are finally back." A bespectacled youth awakened and immediately leaped into Jiangling's embrace. This display elicited a pang of envy in Cao Qiye. The collective slumber had bestowed upon Jiangling's younger brother the illusion that his sister had been away for an eternity. In reality, Jiangling had merely ventured to the entrance, narrowly escaping a horde of zombies, fortunate to encounter Cao Qiye, who ensured her safe return. The entire episode transpired in less than half an hour. "Everything is fine now, Xiaorue." Jiangling gently held her brother Kongrue, her face aglow with a tender smile. She affectionately tousled his hair, her tone laced with endearment. "Did you take good care of our father while I was away?" "Of course." Kongrue puffed out his chest, pride radiating from him as he patted his heart. He then turned to the unconscious Professor Kong, lightly shaking his shoulder. "Father, wake up. Sister is back and she has brought food and water." Jiangling and Kongrue were the children of Professor Kong, one bearing the father's surname and the other the mother's. Observing this heartfelt reunion, Cao Qiye remained silent, tossing a bulging backpack before the group. The bag hit the ground with a dull thud, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Jiangling hurried forward, unzipping the backpack to reveal it brimming with bottled water and bread. The sheer quantity far exceeded her expectations. This revelation was akin to someone bursting into your peaceful abode and unceremoniously dropping a sack of gold at your feet. What? So much? Jiangling's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice quivering. She turned to Cao Qiye, her gaze filled with gratitude and astonishment. In the next moment, overwhelmed with excitement, she enveloped him in a heartfelt embrace. Instantly, Cao Qiye was met with a soft sensation, mingled with a delicate fragrance. As though he were enveloped in a warm sea of clouds. Though her embrace was somewhat unexpected, it was imbued with sincere emotion, allowing Cao Qiye to experience an exquisite moment of warmth. "Thank you, master," Jiang Ling whispered, her voice tinged with emotion. Cao Qiye was momentarily taken aback, before gently patting her back, his tone soothing. "Let us first distribute the food and water among everyone to replenish our strength." Only then did Jiang Ling release her hold, hastening to share the provisions from the backpack with the group. The atmosphere within the research institute suddenly became vibrant, as the weary researchers rekindled the spark of hope in their eyes. Standing by, Cao Qiye watched this scene with great satisfaction. In a post-apocalyptic world, decisiveness in violence is the rule of survival. However, this does not imply the obliteration of humanity and emotion. He did not turn a blind eye to anyone in need, but rather chose to extend his limited assistance to those who genuinely contribute to the future of humanity. Once the researchers had somewhat recovered their strength, Cao Qiye called Professor Kong aside and, cutting straight to the chase, asked, "Professor Kong, are you aware that you are on the assassination list of the Shadow Gate in Sakura Nation?" "What? The Shadow Gate? I believe I have heard of that organization. Do they truly exist?" Professor Kong adjusted his thick black-rimmed glasses, his graying beard trembling slightly, his tone laced with confusion and unease. It was evident that he was completely oblivious to the situation. Cao Qiye nodded and pointed to Ling Naimei, who was bound by chains beside him. She is the daughter of the Yamaguchi-gumi leader in Sakura Nation and also an assassin of the Shadow Gate. She came to Jiangxing Media Academy disguised as a campus belle, solely to assassinate you. "Assassinate me?" Professor Kong appeared bewildered, even with Ling Naimei standing before him. He found it hard to believe. "I am merely an old man engaged in biological research. Why would they want to assassinate me?" Cao Qiye's expression turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. "Because your research results involve the luminescent material. It has the potential to inhibit the deterioration of the zombie virus, which represents hope for humanity, but poses a threat to certain individuals. Professor Kong, your existence has already encroached upon the interests of certain factions." Professor Kong fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "I had thought that in this apocalyptic scenario, humanity should unite to combat the zombies. I never expected that there would be those conspiring behind the scenes. However, the most pressing issue at hand is not this." Cao Qiye's tone suddenly turned serious, his gaze imbued with profound significance. Professor Kong furrowed his brow, evidently intrigued by Cao Qiye's words. "The crux of the matter lies in the fact that you began researching luminescent material only after the outbreak of the zombie virus, correct? After all, the existence of the crystal core was only discovered days after the outbreak. Yet, the assassination operations of the Shadow Gate commenced even before the virus erupted. Moreover, as far as I know, you are the sole name on their assassination list." "You mean?" Professor Kong's voice gradually lowered, as if he sensed a hint of conspiracy. "Indeed, this is decidedly not a coincidence," Cao Qiye asserted, his gaze sharp and his tone resolute. "It appears that someone had foreseen that you would inevitably research the luminescent material. This is too chilling upon further reflection." Professor Kong's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "If that is the case, it is indeed perplexing. After all, in the field of viral research, I am not the most authoritative figure in Daxia, let alone in Jiangxing. There are many scientific professors like myself. I have merely experienced a stroke of good fortune in discovering dark matter ahead of others." Professor Kong adjusted his thick black-rimmed glasses, his brow furrowed in evident perplexity. Could it be that someone has invented a time machine? Cao Qiye shook his head, his tone calm, yet resolute. "I believe it is unlikely to be a time machine. Rather, it may involve precognition or the existence of reincarnators." Upon hearing this, Professor Kong's pupils constricted sharply, clearly taken aback by this audacious hypothesis. Cao Qiye's words were not mere conjecture. The current situation on Blue Star has transcended scientific explanation. Black mist, zombies, supernatural abilities, and even systems exist. It is entirely possible that there are indeed travelers from other realms and reincarnators. After a moment of silence, Professor Kong smiled wryly. "If that is the case, then this world is far more intricate than I had ever imagined." Cao Qiye's gaze deepened. "Therefore, we must prepare for the worst. Regardless of who is orchestrating all of this from the shadows, their intentions are evidently not limited to mere destruction. They harbor greater ambitions." Professor Kong took a deep breath, expressing his resignation. "I have already exhausted my strength. If we are to uncover the truth behind the black mist and the zombie virus, it will rely on young individuals like you." Cao Qiye nodded, feeling the enigma grow ever more elusive within his heart. His urgency in seeking out Professor Kong stemmed from a desire to validate his suspicions. The answer was clear. Professor Kong is not an authority on biological viruses and had not engaged in dark matter research prior to the apocalypse. Yet, the gate of the Imperial prison in Sakura Nation had foreseen and targeted Professor Kong. Or perhaps it was the hidden puppeteer behind the gate that had marked him. Now, Cao Qiye is nearly certain that the zombie virus is no mere coincidence. Concealed within the black mist undoubtedly lies a staggering secret. Although he remains in the dark about it, he is fortunate to have awakened the supreme skin system. In this vast game of chess, he is no longer a pawn to be manipulated, but has gained the right to become a player. Cao Qiye chose not to speak further. Instead, tightening his grip on the thunder ray gun, he silently vowed, regardless of who the mastermind may be, he will unmask them with his own hands. Even if his opponent is a deity, he shall strive to defy the heavens. Chapter 55. Unlocking the New Skin, Brave Bull Professor Kong. I shall not linger here any longer. Let us keep in touch. Inform me at the earliest opportunity of any significant discoveries. Cao Qiye had numerous tasks awaiting him, and his speculations had already found resolution. It was indeed time for him to depart. He was a man racing against the divine, and to him, time was of the essence. Before leaving, Cao Qiye entrusted the precious ability crystal core belonging to Schwebbing to Professor Kong. It is better to teach a person to fish than to give them fish, rather than bequeathing them with abundant resources. It was far more prudent to impart the ability to procure resources themselves. Witnessing Cao Qiye leave such a valuable ability with him, Professor Kong felt a profound sense of gratitude. He understood that he could not repay this debt, yet as he observed the savior of their people preparing to depart, he made an unexpected yet entirely reasonable decision. Xiaoling, come here. Professor Kong first called out to Cao Qiye, then beckoned his beloved daughter, Jiangling. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Professor Kong gently placed his daughter's hand into Cao Qiye's. His tone earnest and resolute. My daughter Jiangling has inherited much of my life's learnings. Boss Cao, did you not establish an organization called the Goddess Alliance? Xiaoling's qualifications undoubtedly meet your standards. Today, I entrust her to your care. Through their recent conversation, Professor Kong had fully recognized Cao Qiye's strength and capabilities. In this perilous era of the apocalypse, entrusting his precious daughter to a formidable man was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Cao Qiye was momentarily taken aback. It appeared Jiangling had not disclosed her membership in the Goddess Alliance to her father. However, this was fortuitous. What began as a mere exchange of interests had transformed into a father-esque trust, ultimately more advantageous for unlocking the supreme skin. Very well. Cao Qiye nodded, his voice steady and resolute. Professor Kong, rest assured, I shall take good care of Jiangling. Jiangling, standing beside them, was clearly taken aback by her father's decision. A blush creeping onto her cheeks. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Dad, what are you doing? Professor Kong chuckled softly, patting the back of his daughter's hand. Xiaoling, Boss Cao is a trustworthy individual. With him by your side, I can be at ease. Jiangling bit her lip, casting a furtive glance at Cao Qiye, her heart racing uncontrollably. Though typically composed and rational, she found herself at a loss in the face of her father's direct delegation. Observing Jiangling's bashful demeanor, Cao Qiye boldly embraced her, exuding an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. After departing from the underground research facility, Jiangling's mindset underwent a transformation under her father's trust. Ding. System notification. Goddess Jiangling voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formidable ally. Successfully unlocked the epic skin beast girl tribe. Jiangling gender, female. Age, 29. Loyalty, 100 development value. 0 gene lock. First stage, 42. Exquisite skin. Brave bull from the beast maiden tribe, epic. Can transform into a beast or orc form based on one's characteristics. Special ability, A-class indomitable resilience. Vitality, physical strength, and endurance are significantly enhanced, with the augmentation increasing the longer the battle endures. The host will acquire all abilities of the Jiangling skin, with the right to don or remove armor at will. As a radiant light enveloped Jiangling, her form seemed to be shrouded in a gentle halo, reminiscent of a magical girl-esque transformation. As the brilliance gradually faded, Jiangling had donned an entirely new ensemble, the brave bull from the beast maiden tribe. She adorned a form-fitting sweater, predominantly pure white, adorned with irregular black spots. The alluring open-back design, complemented by her golden locks, accentuated Jiangling's voluptuous figure to an astounding degree. Viewing her from various angles, the landscape of her beauty shifted, revealing different charms at every glance. Cao Qiye beheld Jiangling before him, a flicker of astonishment dancing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this brave bull skin would so impeccably enhance Jiang Ling's aura. Blending the intellectual elegance of a scholarly professor with an added touch of playfulness and vitality. Particularly striking was the A-class ability of indomitable resilience bestowed by the epic skin, which served as a formidable boon. Vitality, physical strength, and endurance, each attribute, when considered individually, holds tremendous significance. Furthermore, the longer the battle persists, the greater the enhancement becomes. This extraordinary ability would empower Cao Qiye in the ensuing fierce combat, allowing him to grow increasingly valiant, especially when paired with his thunder spear, truly embodying the phrase. A spear unleashed like a dragon, unyielding and resolute. Chapter 56. The Deities of Empowerment and Deprivation. What is happening? Jiang Ling felt the unfamiliar attire enveloping her, her face instantly flushed with bashfulness. The exposed back design sent a chilly sensation down her spine, as though a breeze in the gaze of Cao Qiye were seeping through her garments. As a young research professor, Jiang Ling had devoted the majority of her life to the laboratory, always clad in layers, never daring to don such audacious clothing. Particularly, a golden cowbell dangled from her neck, chiming melodiously with each step she took. For a moment, she felt utterly out of her depth, even believing she could scarcely move. "This is your new skin, imbued with powers, and I have also unlocked your genetic lock," Cao Qiye said, encircling her smooth waist from behind. The warmth of his hand permeated her skin, causing her to shudder involuntarily. He gestured towards several wandering zombies outside, speaking casually. "You now possess the strength akin to Xinyoyu and Xinyue. Go and test it." "Me?" Jiang Ling pointed incredulously at herself. She had witnessed the formidable capabilities of Xinyoyu and Xinyue firsthand. They could unfurl pristine wings like Cao Qiye and wield meteoric hammers with astonishing force, shattering zombies with a single blow. How could a mere researcher, accustomed to the confines of a lab and devoid of any combat prowess, suddenly acquire such strength? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart. She glanced at her hands, clenched her fists, and suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her veins. Her heartbeat accelerated, as if a torrent of warmth radiated from her chest throughout her entire being. Even the physical engine at her chest began to tremble. "Ah!" Jiang Ling shouted, summoning her courage as she charged towards the zombies outside. The zombies, aimlessly wandering, immediately turned towards Jiang Ling upon hearing the commotion and surged towards her. Bang! Jiang Ling instinctively closed her eyes and threw a punch. The tremendous force erupted instantaneously, sending the struck zombie soaring like a cannonball, crashing into the horde behind it, and scattering them like bowling pins. Clang, 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 clang. The gust generated by her punch caused the bell around her neck to ring out sharply. When she finally opened her eyes again, the previously roaring zombies lay sprawled across the ground, some even shattered, their black blood and decaying flesh strewn about. Jiang Ling stood in place, gazing at her fist in disbelief. She had never imagined she could unleash such terrifying power. With a genetic lock level of 42 combined with the wild strength of the Beast Girl tribe and the vitality bestowed by the brave cow skin, her physical prowess and endurance had received a monumental enhancement. Jiang Ling has transformed from merely a creature of exaggerated physical proportions into a multifaceted powerhouse. Her strength and stamina have ascended to astonishing heights. In this moment, she resembles a fierce beast awakened, exuding an aura that evokes both admiration and trepidation. "How does it feel?" Cao Qiye inquired with a playful smirk, a hint of mockery in his tone. Jiang Ling inhaled deeply, striving to quell the turmoil within her. Turning to Cao Qiye, her eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. I have never felt this powerful before. Your abilities are a gift from me. As long as you remain utterly loyal, your strength will continue to grow," Cao Qiye stated, shifting the tone of the conversation. "Conversely, I can retract your skin and abilities at any moment, just like this." With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Ling's brave bull attire and the wild power coursing through her vanished in an instant. She felt an unexpected lightness, as if the vitality within her had been siphoned away, leaving her exposed in the open air. Fortunately, only Cao Qiye, Xinyoyu, and Xinyue were present. "Ah!" The sudden disarmament startled Jiang Ling, prompting her to instinctively embrace herself, her expression a portrait of confusion and disarray. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes betraying a mix of grievance and helplessness. With another snap of his fingers, Cao Qiye restored the brave bull skin and her powers. As if the previous events had been but a fleeting mirage, she stood frozen, her heart still racing, the blush on her face deepening. Cao Qiye observed her flustered demeanor, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Don't be anxious. I merely wish to tease you." Jiang Ling lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "Master, you are quite mischievous, but I like it." The latter part of her thought remained unspoken. It was this man before her who had liberated her from the stifling confines of the laboratory, infusing her life with vibrancy and excitement beyond mere scientific pursuits. At this moment, the term master took on a new resonance, devoid of its previous connotations. She finally comprehended why the formidable Xinyoyu and Xinyue willingly followed Cao Qiye, referring to him as their master. For before her stood not merely a leader, but the sovereign of this apocalyptic realm. He possessed the ability to bestow everything and the power to take it all away. Cao Qiye's presence was akin to that of a supreme deity, engendering both dependence and reverence. Chapter 57. The Extraordinary Rabbit. Brave Nian Jiang Ling. With Jiang Ling's addition, the combat prowess of the Goddess Alliance squad was significantly enhanced. The members split up, systematically eliminating the zombies surrounding the experimental building and the gymnasium. Each squad member acquired a substantial number of crystal cores. However, the sun had yet to set, and the hunt was far from over. Cao Qiye, continue the hunt. Strive to gather as many crystal cores as possible. Regroup at the gymnasium by 8 in the evening. All goddesses. Yes, master. Currently, every member of the Goddess Alliance possessed formidable combat capabilities, enabling them to collect crystal cores at an astonishing pace. Cao Qiye understood that in this apocalyptic world, time equated to life. He must utilize every precious moment of daylight to accelerate their growth. He unfurled his wings and soared directly to the back street of Jiangxing Academy. This area was densely populated with zombies, the streets teeming with them like a relentless tide. The air thick with the stench of decay. At present, no faction dared to hunt zombies here, as the peril surpassed that of other locales. However, for Cao Qiye, this posed no challenge. There was no corner of Jiangxing Academy that he would shy away from. Suspended in midair, his gaze cold and calculating, he surveyed the bustling streets below, his mind already formulating a plan. His purpose for coming here was straightforward. Food and water were amply stocked in his spatial abilities. Yet his supplies of daily necessities were insufficient. He had come to procure more. Suddenly, before Cao Qiye could draw his thunder gun to dispatch the zombies, an eerie figure bolted from the rooftop of a small shop. The figure moved with astonishing speed, akin to a silver flash of lightning, and in an instant, it stood before Cao Qiye. Two sharp kitchen knives gleamed ominously as they came slashing toward him. With a reflexive contraction of his pupils, Cao Qiye instinctively drew his thunder gun and raised it to block. Clang! The blades clashed against the gun, producing a piercing metallic ring accompanied by a shower of sparks. The immense force caused Cao Qiye to slightly recoil in midair, yet he steadied himself and fixed a steely gaze upon his assailant. It was at this moment that he discerned the true identity of his attacker, a muscular, grotesque zombie rabbit, an extraordinary species. This zombie rabbit towered several times larger than an ordinary rabbit, nearing 2 meters in height, its sinewy muscles bulging like steel, its skin a bizarre silvery hue, marred by patches of decay. Its eyes glowed a menacing red, fangs bared, with dried blood staining its jaw, rendering it a most fearsome sight. What drew the eye most were the 2 kitchen knives it wielded, their serrated edges riddled with nicks, indicative of countless encounters with hard objects. The blades were also smeared with dark red blood, exuding a potent stench of carnage. The movements of the zombie rabbit were extraordinarily agile. After its initial strike failed to connect, it offered no respite to Cao Qiye, swinging its cleaver once more, aiming a horizontal slash at his neck. The blade glimmered like lightning, its speed so swift that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. Cao Qiye let out a cold snort, his wings abruptly flaring behind him, propelling him swiftly backward to evade the blow. In an instant, the black obsidian spear in his grasp erupted with dazzling lightning. Its tip aimed directly at the chest of the zombie rabbit. A bolt of lightning shot forth from the spear's tip, hurtling toward the creature. However, this zombie rabbit exhibited a reaction speed far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. It executed a deft somersault in midair, narrowly evading the attack and landing back atop the building. How intriguing! Cao Qiye narrowed his eyes. He had not anticipated that this zombie rabbit would prove to be such a formidable adversary. Although he had not been fully earnest in his efforts, this creature was undeniably the strongest opponent he had encountered thus far, managing to exchange a few blows with him. Who possessed a third-tier genetic lock. Indeed, it possessed remarkable prowess. Furthermore, the rabbit's leaping ability was astonishing, enabling it to reach him even at a height of 50 meters. It was no wonder that this backstreet bore no signs of human presence. What a powerful human! Ha 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 ha. Such a potent human must have a delectable heart. The zombie rabbit emitted a low growl, its crimson eyes glowing with an eerie light as it lunged once more at Cao Qiye. Its strong thighs propelled it with such force that it left a dent in the concrete upon takeoff. In an instant, it was before him, wielding its cleavers, which sliced through the air, creating a deadly web of glimmering blades aimed directly at him. Impressive. You are quite formidable. Ha 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 ha. The zombie rabbit's strikes grew increasingly rapid, its fervor intensifying. Its blood-red eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. Its mouth twisted into a grin that revealed sharp fangs, accompanied by an unsettling laughter. Yet, all its movements appeared to Cao Qiye as though they were in slow motion, posing no threat whatsoever. He felt no urge to transform into a beast. Instead, he effortlessly wielded the black obsidian spear, deflecting each of its attacks with ease. Clang, clang, clang. The blades clashed against the spear, sparks flying. Yet Cao Qiye's expression remained as tranquil as still water. Such combat was utterly mundane for him. You are quite weak, he remarked. The zombie rabbit paused momentarily, a flicker of astonishment crossing its crimson gaze. It had believed itself evenly matched with Cao Qiye, even anticipating a thrilling contest. However, his words fell upon it like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing its excitement in an instant. What are you pretending for, you feeble human? The zombie rabbit bellowed in fury, increasing the speed of its cleaver strikes, the blade's light blending into a singular wave, seemingly intent on consuming Cao Qiye entirely. Yet, Cao Qiye merely smiled lightly. With a swift motion, he thrust the black obsidian spear forward, its tip piercing through the zombie rabbit's shoulder with the precision of a striking serpent. With a resounding thud, the lightning erupted, leaving the rabbit's shoulder charred and its movements momentarily halted. Immediately, Cao Qiye delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the creature, sending it flying several meters away. With a resounding crash, the rabbit zombie landed heavily on the ground, its kitchen knife slipping from its grasp. It struggled to rise, but Cao Qiye had already materialized before it like a specter, the tip of his obsidian spear aimed directly at its skull. Game over, he uttered coldly, as the black spear erupted with blinding lightning. With a thunderous boom, the lightning surged forth like a dragon, piercing through the rabbit zombie's head. Its body stiffened for a moment before collapsing helplessly to the ground, transforming into a charred remnant. Anomalous species. Ability, Class C Leap. Gene Lock, Level 2, 85. Cao Qiye picked up the yellow crystal core of the ability from the ground, deep in thought. He hadn't anticipated the emergence of a Level 2 anomalous species. It appeared that the zombies were evolving at a swift pace. Cao Qiye recalled that there was a notorious zombie mentioned in the entertainment top rankings of the Jiangqing Academy Forum. It was said to be exceptionally fierce, having decimated several survivor teams, renowned for its prowess in Muay Thai, earning it the moniker Cha Chai. Although Cao Qiye had never encountered this particular zombie, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, there was no detailed information regarding the whereabouts of this anomalous being online. After all, zombies roamed aimlessly, and seeking them out would be a considerable waste of time. Whether he would encounter Cha Chai would simply depend on fortune. After eliminating the anomalous species in the backstreet, he swiftly dispatched the surrounding minions. Subsequently, Cao Qiye proceeded to gather all the supplies from the backstreet, storing them within his storage space. The pink storage space contained food and water, while the blue storage space was designated for daily necessities and other resources. In the meantime, he changed into a neat black suit. Chapter 58, Shauna the Flame Dragon versus the Porcupine Aberration as Cao Qiye scavenged for supplies in the backstreets. Shauna's gaze was fixed upon the cafeteria across from the gymnasium. Within the cold storage of the cafeteria, a substantial stock of frozen meat and ingredients undoubtedly awaited. In the apocalypse, such resources were invaluable treasures. As a newly inducted member of the Goddess Alliance, Shauna was eager to demonstrate her prowess before Cao Qiye and the other team members. Previously, as the leader, she had intended to seize the cafeteria after vanquishing the aberrations on the second floor. Alas, the rebellion instigated by Xue Bing, who had consumed the ability crystal core, led to the annihilation of everyone in the gymnasium by Cao Qiye. However, this was a consequence of their own actions. Now, Shauna possessed not only a formidable new skin, but had also awakened her A-grade powers, with her gene lock having improved slightly. The once inaccessible realms now lay within her grasp. Dragon form. Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, Shauna let out a low roar, and the power of the beast within her surged forth. Her body began to transform rapidly, a layer of crimson scales emerging upon her skin, shimmering with the heat of molten lava. Unlike the majestic golden dragon form of Cao Qiye, Shauna's beast form radiated a violent flame energy. Roar. Shauna tilted her head back and unleashed a thunderous dragon roar. Flame breath. She opened her mouth, and a torrent of searing flames erupted forth, sweeping towards the horde of zombies at the entrance like a fiery dragon. Where the flames passed, the zombies were reduced to ashes before they could even emit a scream. The air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh, and the ground cracked under the intense heat. With the flames dissipated, the zombies at the doorway had vanished, leaving only a charred residue. Shauna did not linger. Her gaze was locked onto the firmly shut doors of the cafeteria. Flame Fist. With a powerful swing of her fiery dragon arm, she unleashed a fist imbued with scorching flames, resembling a miniature sun. Her fist struck the heavy door with tremendous force, causing an explosion of fire that shattered the thick metal into fragments. Bang! As the shards scattered, Shauna retracted her fist, the flames slowly extinguishing upon her dragon claws. She stepped into the cafeteria, stirring a wave of hot air, embodying the Queen of Flames with an unmatched aura. Is this the power of the Dragon Blood Valkyrie paired with A-grade fire abilities? Excitement sparkled in Shauna's crimson dragon eyes. Although her gene lock had merely increased from level 130 to level 142 since joining the Goddess Alliance, her strength was incomparable to her former self. Now, she felt capable of defeating at least 10 versions of her past. No jest. Yet, upon realizing that this was merely a reflection of Cao Qiye's 10 attribute enhancement, she profoundly grasped his formidable strength. By this reckoning, could it not be said that he could vanquish 100 of her former selves? In her prior conversation with Su Ying, she had sensed the strength of Cao Qiye masquerading as Su Ying. Little did she anticipate that he had grown so formidable. Following such a man might truly bring an end to the calamity plaguing Blue Star. Therefore, she resolved to exert herself diligently, striving to seize control of the cafeteria and contribute her share to the cause of 7 Knights. However, as Shauna was engaged in exterminating zombies while searching for the location of the frozen storage, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, countless steel needles shot towards her from behind, the sound slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing intensity. Shauna's pupils constricted as she swiftly pivoted to evade. Yet several needles struck her left shoulder. Each needle was coated with a viscous green venom, penetrating her dragon scales and embedding themselves into her flesh, sending a chilling wave coursing through her body. Gasping in shock, Shauna instinctively turned around, her crimson dragon eyes locking onto the source of the threat. Emerging from the shadows was a colossal zombie porcupine. Its form was grotesquely peculiar, completely shrouded in a multitude of sharp quills, each glimmering with a cold luminescence akin to steel needles. Its skin exhibited a morbid shade of dark green, marred by decaying patches that emitted a repulsive stench. Most striking was its head. Where eyes should have been, there were only 2 dark voids, yet its mouth was abnormally large, with exposed fangs continuously oozing a viscous toxin. With a low, menacing growl, the zombie porcupine issued a sound laced with a chilling threat. Its body arched slightly, the spines on its back erecting as if poised to unleash a subsequent assault. An aberrant species, Shauna murmured softly, a flicker of excitement dancing in her gaze. After tirelessly expelling the surrounding minor zombies with dragon fire, she was finally confronted with a worthy opponent. Suppressing the pain, Shauna forcibly extracted the steel needles from her arm and retrieved a vial of purifying spring from her backpack, pouring it over her wound. The gentle spring water immediately neutralized the dark green venom. Following this, a searing dragon breath surged within her, her mouth expanding as if it were a volcano on the verge of eruption. With a roar, the dragon fire erupted forth, resembling a blazing column rushing towards the zombie porcupine. The air distorted in the wake of the flames, and the ground was scorched black in an instant. Yet, the seemingly clumsy zombie porcupine reacted with astonishing swiftness. It curled into a ball, its quills forming an impenetrable armor around its body. The porcupine zombie began to spin at high speed, resembling a massive ball of steel needles, swiftly rolling aside to narrowly evade the direct assault of the dragon flames. With a thunderous crash, the dragon fire collided with the wall, creating a gaping hole as flames erupted in all directions. Nevertheless, the zombie porcupine did not halt. Leveraging the momentum from its spin, it accelerated fiercely towards Shauna. Her pupils dilated as she swiftly dodged to the side, wielding her fiery dragon arm to shatter the ordinary zombies that lunged at her while desperately evading the onslaught of the porcupine zombie. However, the speed of the porcupine was staggering, its spinning form pursuing her relentlessly like a rolling boulder. Amidst the chaos wrought by the ordinary zombies, the steel needle ball struck Shauna with precision. Gritting her teeth, she raised her fiery dragon arm in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow. However, the force of the porcupine zombie exceeded her wildest expectations. The steel needle ball collided violently with her fiery dragon arm, sending her hurtling backward to crash against the wall. A resounding boom echoed as the wall cracked instantaneously, debris scattering in all directions. Ugh! Shauna let out a muffled groan, her arm pierced by the steel needle, blood trickling down from the wound. Curse that wretched porcupine! With gritted teeth and a flicker of rage in her eyes, she sprang to her feet. Flames coalescing once more in her right hand, her dragon gaze ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. I am not a porcupine, but I sense you are about to become one at my hands. The porcupine zombie, witnessing Shauna's plight, could not suppress a mocking taunt, its voice eerie and sinister, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Chapter 59, The Fiery Struggle Whoosh. The porcupine zombie incessantly quivered, its steel quills cascading like a torrential downpour, densely aimed at Shauna. The piercing sound of the quills slicing through the air resembled the whispers of death, sending chills down one's spine. Shauna danced amidst the horde of zombies. Her movement swift as lightning, yet the ordinary zombies surged toward her like an unstoppable tide. She found herself continually harassed by the ranged attacks of the porcupine zombie, making it difficult for her to close the distance. To make matters worse, she had discerned that her adversary's genetic lock was evidently superior to her own. Had it not been for the formidable powers bestowed upon her by Cao Qiye, she would have been pierced through like a hedgehog long ago. Nevertheless, Shauna had no intention of retreating. A glint of cunning flickered in her eyes as a strategy began to form in her mind. Instead of forcing her way towards the porcupine zombie, she deftly maneuvered through the horde, using the porcupine zombie's quills to eliminate the surrounding ordinary zombies. Each time a quill was launched, she skillfully dodged, allowing them to strike the zombies trailing behind her. Thud, thud. The quills penetrated the bodies of the zombies, black and blood splattering everywhere. One by one, the ordinary zombies fell, while Shauna remained unscathed. What is this? Have my earlier attacks instilled such fear in you? Afraid to attack again? Weak little human flame. Ha. The porcupine zombie cackled, becoming increasingly invigorated, completely oblivious to Shauna's intentions. Its quills rained down like a deluge, heedless of the consequences. By the time it realized the situation, its own minions had already been taken down by its own onslaught. In the entire cafeteria, only it and Shauna remained in a standoff. Damn it, how dare you toy with me? The porcupine zombie, belatedly aware, erupted in fury, its quills erect once more, launching a renewed barrage towards Shauna. This time, the assault was more concentrated, nearly sealing off all of Shauna's escape routes. However, Shauna no longer evaded, gritting her teeth. She braced herself with her dragon-scale armor against the oncoming quills, rapidly advancing towards the porcupine zombie. The quills pierced through her flesh, blood and venom coursing down her body, yet her gaze grew increasingly resolute. Not enough, not nearly enough. A surge of heat expanded within her, flames roiling deep within her throat. With the characteristic of raging flames, her fury intensified the flame's ferocity, and her power surged rapidly. Roar. At last, Shauna's rage reached its zenith. She opened her mouth wide, unleashing a torrid breath of dragon fire that erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, hurtling straight towards the porcupine zombie. Boom. The flames instantaneously engulfed the porcupine zombie, the intense heat distorting the very air around them. The porcupine zombie, intending to curl up for protection, realized that all its quills had been expended, with no new ones yet to grow. It let out a piercing shriek, its body writhing in the flames, unable to escape the fate of being consumed by fire. Shauna observed this scene coldly, her dragon eyes ablaze with furious light. The dragon's fiery breath persisted for a full 2 minutes, reducing the porcupine zombie to mere ashes, which transformed into a crimson ability crystal core. With a sigh of relief, Shauna collapsed against the wall, utterly spent. Shauna, Suing, where are you? I am severely infected by the zombie virus here. I need your support. I am in the cafeteria. Suing, all right, I will be there shortly. Shauna had nearly exhausted all the purification springs she carried, yet she was still unable to quell the infection of the zombie virus. After all, her injuries were grievous. The steel needles had nearly penetrated her armor and dragon scales entirely. She had effectively exchanged her life to vanquish this second-tier aberration through the eruption of rage flame. At this moment, Shauna felt immense gratitude for having encountered Cao Qiye beforehand. Even if Xue Bing had not betrayed them, their combined strength would have led to their utter annihilation against this formidable foe. Shauna, how did you end up like this? Su Ying's brow furrowed with concern and compassion upon seeing Shauna's injuries. She hurried to Shauna's side, crouching down to inspect her wounds closely. Lying on the ground, Shauna's breath was faint, her body riddled with holes from the steel needles, blood seeping continuously from her wounds, staining her armor and the ground crimson. Nevertheless, her gaze remained resolute, even infused with a hint of pride. She struggled to retrieve an ability crystal core from her bosom, trembling as she handed it to Su Ying. I understand. You are remarkable. Please, do not speak any further. Let me heal you. Su Ying's focus was not on the ability crystal core. As she immediately began her treatment, her tone firm yet laced with concern. As the appointed deputy leader by Brother Qiye, she could not fathom how to explain to everyone if anything were to happen to Shauna. A gentle radiance emanated from Su Ying's hands as she delicately covered Shauna's wounds. However, while her ability could purify the zombie virus, its healing efficacy was rather modest. Even after the virus was cleansed, Shauna's injuries remained critically severe. When she had arrived, Suing had pondered how each team member had carried over 5 bottles of purification springs, and yet here they were, in dire need. You must not push yourself so hard. Suing sighed, her tone carrying a hint of reproach, yet underscored by deep sympathy. Fortunately, Shauna, as the wielder of the dragon blood warrior's skin, possessed an extraordinary recovery ability typical of her beast kin. Thus, she was not in immediate life-threatening danger. Though she would require a period of rest, Suing carefully assisted Shauna to her feet, and together they soon discovered a cold storage filled with a bounty of meat. There were also plenty of vegetables and fruits. Now, we can enhance our meals, Shauna exclaimed with a smile, gazing at the plentiful supplies before her. Her fatigue and pain seemed to vanish in an instant. Well done, Shauna. Suing expressed her heartfelt praise. She initially believed that Confronting, the vanguard, was already formidable enough, but little did she expect that within the Goddess Alliance team, another relentless warrior, Shauna, would emerge. Nevertheless, Suing felt a sense of comfort in this, for her brother Qiye had gained yet another valiant general among his ranks. Chapter 60. The suit-clad boss Cao. As dusk fell, Cao Qiye, after gathering supplies from the back streets, arrived at the academy cafeteria accompanied by numerous women. The moment he touched down, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to him. Dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, his figure was impeccably outlined, showcasing his robust physique. The collar of his shirt was slightly unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of his toned chest, exuding both solemnity and a hint of untamed wildness. With his innate charm, enhanced by the golden dragon pupils of the Imperial Dragon and his formidable build, Cao Qiye appeared utterly flawless. Suing exclaimed, "Wow, master, you look incredibly handsome. May I call you hubby?" Wu Tingting chimed in, "Oh my, is this what being sealed in takeout attire does to one's looks? If only you had worn this outfit to the dorm earlier, I could have avoided those 2 slaps." Shauna added, "No wonder you've straightened out my orientation. You are simply too captivating." Yu and Yue remarked, "You must have been startled by master. We were taken aback when we first saw him too." Shangwanfian commented, "With looks like yours, master, in peacetime, you would have surely debuted at the top." The gazes of everyone were fixated on Cao Qiye. Amidst a flurry of infatuated remarks, it was hardly surprising, as his transformation into this attire rendered him irresistibly magnetic, a veritable embodiment of raw lure. Even Ling Naimei, bound and subdued, felt that Cao Qiye perfectly matched every fantasy she harbored about men. Moreover, Cao Qiye was not merely handsome, his strength and endurance were astonishingly formidable. Ling Naimei had experienced this firsthand, as a mere series of silky maneuvers had left her consciousness in disarray. Otherwise, she would not have divulged the secrets of the Imperial Abyss Gate so readily. Such brutal interrogation methods left no woman capable of maintaining silence under his imposing presence. "Allow me to introduce our new member, Professor Jiang Ling, who will henceforth be part of our Goddess Alliance," Cao Qiye announced to the group. "Hello, I am Jiang Ling," she replied, slightly bashful. After all the other women present were students of Jiangxing Media Academy, while she stood alone as a teacher, indeed, a professor. However, it wasn't long before Jiang Ling seamlessly integrated into the Goddess Alliance. The others were quite attentive to her, and soon they all bonded as one. Particularly striking were Jiang Ling's admirable attributes, which under the Brave Bull ensemble, appeared exceptionally supermodel-like, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Professor Jiang, do you have any tips?" they inquired. "No wonder Master S' gaze was glued to you just now. Your allure is indeed unfair. Sharing is caring. Do reveal your secrets." The students, each vying to speak, soon left Jiang Ling blushing with embarrassment. Previously, their relationship had been that of teacher and students, marked by respect, but within the Goddess Alliance, it transformed into sisterhood, where all matters could be discussed openly. Even the least capable Su Guanfei Yan has taken the initiative. Cao Qiye sensed an impending misfortune. He hadn't even had a bite yet, and the crab meat was already devoured by this young lady. It was utterly outrageous. "It's not that I wish to withhold from everyone. It's simply a natural inclination of mine," Jiang Ling remarked, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Disregarding the playful bickering among the women, Cao Qiye took the opportunity to gather all the ingredients from the cafeteria's cold storage. Fortune smiled upon him, as a fresh batch of supplies had just arrived before the outbreak of the zombie virus at the academy, resulting in an abundance of provisions. An impressive array of pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, fish, and a variety of fruits and vegetables were all impeccably preserved in the temperature-controlled storage. Once he transferred them into his storage space, he felt a wave of relief, for the otherworldly realm remained in a state of absolute stasis, ensuring that the items would not deteriorate over time. "Shauna, splendid job," he declared, summoning his diligent aide to his side, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Master, please refrain. Everyone is watching," Shauna blushed, flustered. While Cao Qiye shared the kiss, his hands were not idle, as such gestures were instinctive to men. However, he reminded himself to prioritize his safety moving forward. He shifted the conversation, refraining from excessive admonishment, understanding that Shauna's unique ability, Rage Flame, grew stronger with heightened anger. In ordinary circumstances, her power might only reach a B rank level, but under dire conditions, it could attain an A rank peak. I know, you've mentioned it before. If you can't handle it, just call for me. As night fell, the gymnasium's second floor radiated light and laughter, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic world outside. Cao Qiye organized a bonfire party, enjoying a hearty beef hot pot with the goddesses, fulfilling a promise made to Su Ying and Wu Dingting. As they dined, some of the girls were moved to tears, realizing the rarity of such moments in a world turned upside down. Who could have imagined that being by Cao Qiye's side would allow them to savor hot pot while singing merrily? The sense of security provided by the Goddess Alliance stood in sharp contrast to the dangers lurking outside, creating a peculiar sense of disconnection. After feasting, they collectively indulged in a relaxing hot bath, reveling in the comfort. The pool party atmosphere, combined with Shauna's Rage Flame, ensured that while others struggled for a sip of water, Cao Qiye's Goddess Alliance had already achieved the luxury of a hot spring experience. Chapter 61. Classic Skin Switching. Subsequently, everyone presented their collected crystals. Su Ying, 21 pieces. Wu Tingting, 34 pieces. Shang Wanfian, 52 pieces. Xin Youyu and Xin Yue, 81 pieces. Shauna, 101 pieces, including one special ability crystal. Jiang Ling, 34 pieces. It is evident that although Shauna joined the Goddess Alliance later, her combat prowess is indeed formidable. No wonder she maintains her position at the top of the entertainment ability rankings on the Academy Forum. In addition to the 309 crystals collected by Cao Qiye, the total amounted to 632 ordinary crystals and 2 special ability crystals. With the continuous enhancement of the genetic lock, Cao Qiye gradually discovered that he could now absorb the energy within the crystals to elevate himself, even without consuming them. He piled all the collected crystals together and gently brought his palm closer, feeling a warm energy flowing through his fingertips. As his will stirred, the energy from the crystals began to slowly seep out, intertwining in the air like the resplendent light of a galaxy, forming a magnificent energy vortex. The abundant energy poured into Cao Qiye's body like a cascading Milky Way, continuously flooding him. His physique resembled an insatiable abyss, greedily absorbing the pure energy. Each strand of energy entering his body bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, the crystals from which the energy was drawn gradually lost their luster, transforming into dull stones, akin to ordinary pebbles. Indeed, the enhancement of the genetic lock has granted me greater control over the crystals, Cao Qiye mused softly, a hint of confidence in his tone. As the last trace of energy was absorbed, he slowly withdrew his palm, reveling in the surging power within him. His golden dragon eyes shimmered with an even more dazzling brilliance in the night, as if they could penetrate all illusions. However, as the levels of the genetic lock escalated, the rate of enhancement also slowed. Despite absorbing over 600 crystals, Cao Qiye had only progressed from the third tier, 1, to the third tier, 21. Each crystal contributed merely about 0.03 to his advancement. Yet, much to his delight, the energy contained within the 2 special ability crystals had propelled the genetic lock to a remarkable increase of 30, reaching an astonishing third tier, 51. The swiftness of the rabbit zombie contained the energy of a second-tier genetic lock, 85. The poison spike of the porcupine zombie held the energy of a first-tier genetic lock, 88. Together with the energy from the 2 special abilities, the enhancement derived from these 2 ability crystals far surpassed that of the more than 600 ordinary crystals. Under the inheritance of commanding power, the genetic locks of others in the Goddess Alliance also elevated from the first tier, 42, to the second tier, 14. Professor Jiang, could you assist me in calculating the disparity in strength between each tier of the genetic lock? In order to gain a clearer understanding of the combat data associated with the genetic lock, Cao Qiye disclosed all known information to Jiang Ling, hoping she could help him with the calculations. The arrival of a professor in the team was a rare opportunity that must be fully utilized. Upon acquiring the data, Jiang Ling meticulously outlined a plethora of intricate mathematical formulas, eventually deducing that each tier of the gene lock enhancement equates to an approximate 5-fold increase. The disparity in strength was indeed substantial. It is no surprise that the women who had merely obtained 10 of Cao Qiye's gene lock had already reached the second tier, 14. Therefore, it is not that each core contributes less to Cao Qiye's enhancement, but rather that his power has significantly escalated, resulting in a diminished enhancement ratio from each core. It appears that to swiftly elevate the gene lock, merely hunting ordinary zombies proves insufficiently efficient. Starting tomorrow, everyone is encouraged to seek out and eliminate the anomalous species. But remember, your safety is paramount. Engage only if you are capable, and call for me if you are not. With this, Cao Qiye cast a glance at the side, where Shauna stood. Although Shauna's performance today was commendable, it was solely due to her unique ability, Raging Flame, which serves as a quintessential negative example that others should not emulate. For me, while cores hold significance, you all are far more important. Faced with Cao Qiye's heartfelt declaration, the women were profoundly moved. Their master, they desperately yearned to prove their worth in Cao Qiye's eyes. Yet he reassured them that they were his most cherished treasures. With those words, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves for him at any moment. Moreover, Cao Qiye spoke candidly. A few cores pale in comparison to the skins unlocked by the system. All right, tonight, Professor Jiang will stand guard. The rest of you should rest. After designating the sentinels, Cao Qiye summoned Xinyoyu and Xinyue to his side. During this period, the sisters had been exceptionally obedient, prompting Cao Qiye to decide to impart some combat techniques to them. A river crab scuttled by. Xinyoyu and Xinyue contemplated every move and technique that their elder brother Qiye had just demonstrated. Only by grasping the profound truths can one comprehend the intricacies involved. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye delved into the supreme skin system. With the continuous expansion of the Goddess Alliance, he recognized a pressing issue. Although every skin produced by the system is exquisite, allowing for the perfect display of one's allure, wearing swimwear daily proved rather inconvenient. After all, Cao Qiye's subordinates were not just anyone who could be gazed upon indiscriminately. Thus, he began to ponder whether there was a way for them to change skins themselves. The host can switch the classic skins of the goddess's ordinary forms in the Goddess Management Authority interface, which refers to their original skins. The system was quite responsive, swiftly alleviating Cao Qiye's concerns. The original skin refers to the attire worn by the goddesses when they unlocked their skins, such as Wu Tingting's cartoon t-shirt paired with hot pants, or Su Ying's Raiden Shogun cosplay outfit. With the delegation of authority to Cao Qiye, the goddesses are now afforded the liberty to seamlessly switch between classic skins and system skins, alleviating the daily awkwardness. Chapter 62. The Four School Beauties. The following morning, as was customary, Cao Qiye awoke to the presence of a multitude of goddesses attending to him. Having just achieved a double kill, his spirits were exceptionally high. The enhancement of Brave Nyo had rendered him invincible throughout, promising yet another invigorating day ahead. In pursuit of unlocking additional system skins to augment his prowess, Cao Qiye engaged in hunting bizarre creatures within the academy while simultaneously seeking female students who might attain a score of 80. His strategy entailed departing the academy once his genetic lock reached the 4th tier, setting his sights towards the area where Wu Jinghao resided. Prior to the complete descent of the black fog upon Blue Star, Wu Jinghao had sent Wu Tingting his location. The distance between them was a mere 20 kilometers. The black fog could only obstruct communications beyond 10 kilometers, implying that Cao Qiye needed to traverse just over 10 kilometers to establish contact with Wu Jinghao, assuming he was still alive. Little did Wu Jinghao know that. At this very moment, the individual who wished for his survival the most was none other than Cao Qiye, the partner he had betrayed. However, fortune seemed to elude Cao Qiye that day. After a long day of efforts, he had only succeeded in slaying a single first-tier bizarre creature and meeting a few female students who had registered for the Goddess Alliance. They were either misrepresentations or traps. The misrepresentations were somewhat bearable. As long as their comprehensive scores were above 60, Cao Qiye would leave behind a bottle of water as a token of goodwill. But those who attempted to seize his resources faced dire consequences, as he effortlessly dispatched them without leaving anyone alive. Ultimately, he garnered a single ability crystal core from slaying zombies, while he obtained 2 crystal cores from countering others, though they were all C-grade abilities. Of little use to Cao Qiye. Nonetheless, the essence contained within elevated him to the 3rd tier 60. Realizing this approach was unsustainable, he sought to communicate through the power of command. Cao Qiye, our academy famously boasts 4 school beauties, does it not? One is Su Ying, another is Ling Naimei. Who are the remaining 2? Since these mediocre individuals did not pique Cao Qiye's interest, he resolved to search for the other 2 school beauties. Su Ying. The other 2 lovely beauties are Li Luyao, the long-legged beauty Gu Anren, but it seems both have gone missing. Additionally, Gu Anren has a boyfriend. Her close friend mentioned on the forum that during the outbreak of the zombie virus, she was bitten while trying to save him. And she has likely turned into a zombie by now. Shang Wanfian, Gu Anren's boyfriend, Yang Feng, appears to have established a stronghold near the library and is recruiting survivors. He possesses quite a bit of resources. Cao Qiye, I see. One has vanished without a trace, and the other has succumbed to the undead. This predicament was indeed troublesome. It seemed that the beauties of Jianqing Academy were nearly extinct, and it was time for Cao Qiye to relocate. Yet, prudently, he he decided to elevate himself to the 4th tier before making his departure. At the current rate of advancement, this would likely occur within the next couple of days. On the other side, witnessing Shauna's triumph in securing a cafeteria and receiving praise from Cao Qiye, Shang Wanfian could hardly contain her impatience. After all, prior to Shauna's joining the Goddess Alliance, Shang Wanfian, as the vanguard, was undoubtedly the strongest force in the team aside from Cao Qiye. Thus, driven by her competitive spirit, she ventured alone to the 2nd cafeteria of the academy, intending to seize the resources from the cold storage to prove her worth was no less than Shauna's. However, upon arriving, she discovered that the cafeteria had recently endured a fierce battle. The air was thick with the scent of blood, remnants of zombies lay scattered across the ground, and the walls bore the marks of conflict. A group of boys was diligently cleaning the battlefield, their movements swift and orderly, indicative of a well-trained squad. Arriving too late, noticing that the supplies had been claimed by others, Shang Wanfian contemplated turning back. Though she yearned to bring these resources back to her brother Qiye, she dismissed the idea of seizing them from other humans. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, internal strife among humanity would only allow zombies to emerge victorious in the end, a scenario she wished to avoid. However, just as she turned to leave, a mocking voice echoed from behind her. "Oh, isn't this Shang Wanfian? You're certainly not late." Shang Wanfian frowned and turned to see a group of boys approaching with ill intentions. The cafeteria door slammed shut behind her, sealing off her escape. "Look at this little lady, all dressed up nicely. It seems she's been living quite well with Boss Cao. Why don't we capture her, have some fun for a few days, and then extort Boss Cao for a hefty sum? What a splendid idea. Damn it, ever since we followed Director Wang, it's been ages since we had a proper catch like this. Just look at her figure, her face. It's simply exquisite." The 3 leading boys leered at Shang Wanfian, their eyes greedy and lustful, as if they were about to pounce and devour her whole. "Step aside." Shang Wanfian's gaze was frosty, her tone icy. "Step aside. Ha 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 ha. She wants us to step aside. How amusing. What if we refuse? What do you intend to do?" The men encircled her, their faces alight with mockery. They clearly underestimated Shang Wanfian, treating her as a mere plaything to toy with. "Refuse. And do not blame me for being impolite." Her eyes sharpened, and she clenched her hand, the Wind Whisper sword materializing in an instant. She had no desire to engage in conflict with other ability users, which would weaken humanity's stance against zombies. Yet, if they insisted on provoking her, she would not hold back. "Brothers, did you hear that? She is threatening us. Ha 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 ha. Has she been dazed by being around Boss Cao? Does she truly believe she can challenge us 3? What is so commendable about that delivery person? Join us, brother. And today you shall truly understand what it means to be a real man." The 3 of them erupted into laughter, their tones saturated with derision and disdain. Meanwhile, they each revealed their weapons. It was evident that all 3 were also endowed with extraordinary abilities. Chapter 63, The Butcher Brothers, Hand Me the Tools. "Once we have taken them down, I shall leave you a bowl of broth." An ability user was the first to charge forward. He bellowed, and the surrounding survivors immediately tossed their weapons into the air. In an instant, the ability user soared into the sky, 6 arms sprouting from his back, deftly catching every weapon that fell. Knives, swords, hammers, axes. He collected them all. His movements were swift, the 8 arms weaving like an impenetrable net. Descending upon Shang Wanfian. "I have heard you are the head of the fencing department at the academy, yet you wield but a single sword. Do you believe you can best me, the master of weapons?" The 8-armed man sneered, pride radiating from his eyes. However, Shang Wanfian merely smiled coldly, gently waving her Wind Whisper sword. The blade flashed like lightning, instantly severing all the weapons in his grip, cutting through iron as if it were mud. The grin on the 8-armed man's face froze in disbelief. Before he could react, 3 of his arms were swiftly severed by Shang Wanfian. "Ah!" He cried out in agony as blood gushed forth. "Is this all you can muster? You dare call yourself a master of weapons?" Shang Wanfian's tone dripped with disdain as she flickered forward, swinging her sword once more. 3 more arms fell, and the 8-armed man was reduced to a mere 2. "Call forth the hyenas." Meanwhile, another ability user formed seals with his hands, summoning a soul array beneath his feet. 2 massive hyenas leapt from the array, lunging directly at Shang Wanfian. "Kill her." Yet, with a graceful spin and leap, Shang Wanfian evaded, appearing above the 2 beasts. The Wind Whisper sword traced 2 arcs of cold light, swiftly severing the heads of the hyenas. The creatures collapsed, lifeless, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. "My hounds! How is this possible?" The man gaped, disbelief etched across his face. "Your dogs are far too weak," Shang Wanfian retorted with a cold snort. At that moment, another ability user sent a flying sword towards her. Without even a glance, Shang Wanfian flicked her Wind Whisper sword. Clang! The flying sword was cleaved in 2, its tip clattering to the ground. In the next instant, the tip of her sword was pressed against the man's throat, the icy touch causing him to shudder. Please, spare us. The three ability users trembled, their eyes wide with terror, having lost all semblance of the ferocity they had moments before. In just a brief encounter, Shang Guanfian had reduced them to a state of utter defeat. It was clear that all three were first-tier genetic lock ability users, entirely outmatched by Shang Guanfian, who stood at the second tier. Who dares to wreak havoc on my territory? Just as Shang Guanfian prepared to leave after teaching the three a lesson, a thunderous roar echoed from outside. The voice was like thunder, causing the entire cafeteria to tremble slightly. Director Wang has arrived. Shang Guanfian, your time is up. Upon hearing the sound, the boy, who had just been held by Shang Guanfian with a face full of trepidation, suddenly burst into laughter. With a thunderous crash, the cafeteria doors were flung open by an overwhelming force. A colossal figure stormed in, his body reeking of decaying flesh, wielding a blood-soaked machete, and barreling straight towards Shang Guanfian with a howling wind. Shang Guanfian's pupils constricted, instinctively raising her wind whisper sword to defend herself. Clang! The clash of sword and blade produced a piercing metallic resonance. However, the strength of her adversary far exceeded her expectations, the powerful impact sending her sprawling backwards. Thud! She collided heavily against a pillar behind her, barely managing to steady herself. A wave of nausea surged in her chest, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. What immense power! Shang Guanfian was inwardly astonished, swiftly locking her gaze onto the foe. He was a bald giant, towering over 9 meters, with a muscular build and a menacing glare. Most shocking was the grotesque sight of rotting zombie flesh clinging to his body, infested with maggots as flies swarmed around him, exuding a repugnant odor. Director Wang? Shang Guanfian instantly recognized him. It was none other than Wang Zigan, the butcher, who had previously ranked second on the entertainment abilities list. Wang Zigan had been the academy's director, infamous for his strict teaching style, earning him the nickname Butcher among students. After the apocalypse erupted, he awakened a certain power-related ability, and despite his grotesque appearance, his strength was formidable. He swiftly established a stronghold within the academy, which grew significantly. During the time Cao Qiye was preoccupied with Xian'an, Wang Zigan had annexed 3 nearby small strongholds, becoming the most populous faction within Jiangqing Media Academy. His followers numbered over 300, and besides himself, 3 other ability users served under him. Wang Zigan's reputation and strength allowed him to supplant Xian'an, claiming the top spot on the entertainment abilities list. Shang Guanfian, how dare you cause a ruckus in my territory? Wang Zigan declared coldly, his face twitching ominously. Shang Guanfian wiped the blood from her mouth, gripping her wind whisper sword tightly, yet her eyes revealed no hint of fear. Director Wang, your subordinates lack discipline. I merely sought to teach them a lesson on your behalf. A lesson? Wang Zigan scoffed, abruptly swinging his machete, its blade aimed directly at Shang Guanfian. My subordinates are not for you to discipline. Before he finished speaking, he lunged forward, the machete slicing through the air towards Shang Guanfian once more. She dared not meet the blow head-on, swiftly evading the strike. The machete came crashing down, severing the pillar at the center of the cafeteria. Crack! With the shattering of the stone column, the structural integrity of the entire cafeteria began to falter, the roof creaking ominously. The ground quaked violently, sending dust and debris cascading from the ceiling. Suddenly, Shang Guanfian trembled, unable to fathom the consequences had that blade struck her. Wang Zigan's strength exceeded her expectations. Shang Guanfian, you are no match for me. Begone. Wang Zigan did not pursue his advantage, but stood coldly in place, his broadsword resting on his shoulder, his gaze laced with disdain. Clearly, he had no intention of continuing the fight. That last strike served merely as a caution to Shang Guanfian. Although Wang Zigan was not present during the altercation, he was well aware of the character of his subordinates and could surmise the events that transpired. It was evident that the 3 ruffians had spoken indiscreetly, and since Shang Guanfian had spared their lives, she had only imparted a lesson. Thus, he had no intention of complicating matters for her. His intervention was simply to uphold his authority within the group. After all, as the leader, if he did not reclaim his honor after his underlings were harmed, how could he continue to lead them? Wang Zigan, though seemingly ferocious, was, in truth, a meticulous and discerning instructor at heart. I was about to leave, but now, it is you who must depart. However, having suffered defeat, Shang Guanfian was unwilling to concede. If she were to leave without a fight, what would become of the reputation of the Goddess Alliance? What began as a mere scuffle among juniors had escalated with Wang Zigan's intervention, compelling Shang Guanfian to summon Cao Qiye, so these individuals could truly comprehend what it meant to be a formidable force. Shang Guanfian initiated a mental communication. Shang Guanfian, Master, I am at the second canteen and have encountered a small problem. The opponent's combat power exceeds mine, requesting assistance. Cao Qiye, understood. Chapter 64. A-level corpse accumulation. Shang Wanfian, do not mistake my courtesy for fear. Do you really think I, Wang Zigong, am intimidated by your divine alliance? Wang Zigong's gaze sharpened, and the accumulation of decaying zombie flesh around him rendered his expression most ferocious. His body was smeared with black blood and putrid flesh, making it difficult to discern whether he was human or a mere zombie. The atmosphere was tense and charged. Just as Shang Wanfian and Wang Zigong were poised for another confrontation, a sudden clamor erupted from outside. Director Wang, no. This is bad. Several aberrant beings have appeared outside. A subordinate rushed in, panic-stricken, his face pale and voice trembling. Shang Wanfian and Wang Zigong exchanged a glance, instantly setting aside their previous enmity, and swiftly made their way to the entrance of the cafeteria to assess the situation. Aberrant beings are the evolved forms of zombies. Typically, only one appears in a given area. The emergence of several at once was highly unusual. Before them unfolded a scene of chaos, as hundreds of zombies clashed fiercely with Wang Zigong's men. Leading the charge were three aberrant beings. One sported a metal bucket atop its head, its body encased in heavy iron, resembling a moving fortress. Its skin was impervious to blades and bullets. Ordinary attacks were rendered futile against it. Another stood 5 meters tall, a colossal figure with sinewy muscles. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. Its strength was formidable, capable of reducing a car to scrap with a single punch. The last one bore a striking resemblance to a humanoid rat, wielding a hand crossbow capable of firing arrows laced with venom. All three aberrant beings exhibited remarkable power, their genetic locks presumably at the second tier. Although Wang Zigong's subordinates fought valiantly, the onslaught of the zombie horde, led by the three aberrants, surged like a relentless tide. In no time, their defenses were utterly breached, and the survivors began to scatter in panic. Retreat. Everyone, take cover inside the cafeteria. Wang Zigong bellowed, his voice like thunder, momentarily halting the surrounding zombies. Brandishing his broadsword, he charged into the throng of the undead like a raging beast. Wherever his blade passed, zombies fell as if mowed down by a scythe. Black blood splattered, and rotting flesh flew through the air. Strangely, each fallen zombie left behind a mass of decaying flesh upon Wang Zigong. These remnants rapidly accumulated on his already bulky frame, augmenting his size and further enhancing his muscularity. This was Wang Zigong's ability, A-level superpower corpse accumulation. Upon vanquishing an enemy, he could temporarily siphon 20 of their strength for 5 minutes, capped at 500 of his own power. Additionally, each kill allowed him to permanently absorb 0. One of the opponent's strength, up to a maximum of 200 of his own power. This was a growth-type ability, exceptionally potent in its effects. It was precisely through this power that Wang Zigong rapidly ascended in the apocalyptic world, emerging as the most formidable force in Jiangxing Media Academy, second only to Cao Qiye. In truth, Wang Zigong's genetic lock is merely at the second tier, 20, not markedly different from Shang Wanfian. However, the reason he can completely overpower Shang Wanfian in strength lies in the accumulated zombie flesh he bears, a temporary acquisition of power. With a low, rumbling roar, Wang Zigong swung his broadsword down with ferocity, the blade imbued with a sharp intent, aimed directly at the iron barrel zombie. Even the seemingly indestructible metallic exterior was marred by a deep fissure from this strike. Concurrently, a colossal giant zombie swung its fist towards him. Yet Wang Zigong astonishingly caught it with one hand, the immense impact fracturing the ground beneath him. His arm bulged with muscle, veins protruding, as he withstood the blow. Nevertheless, one man cannot contend against two foes. Despite the augmentation of his accumulated flesh ability, Wang Zigong began to feel the strain of battling 2 second-tier aberrations, compounding his troubles. A rat zombie armed with a crossbow continued to unleash venomous arrows from a distance, each projectile striking with serpentine accuracy, aimed squarely at Wang Zigong's form. Although the zombie flesh on him could absorb some damage, it too would perish upon taking harm, swiftly draining the power he had temporarily siphoned. Damn it! Wang Zigong gritted his teeth, a flicker of urgency flashing in his eyes. His strength was rapidly waning, while the giant zombie's onslaught intensified. Director, we will cover you. At that moment, the Esper team that had just been caught in Shang Wanfian's attack surged forward without hesitation. Though their abilities were limited, they resolutely joined the fray, striving to buy Wang Zigong time for retreat. The clumsy man, after a brief recovery, regrew the arm that had been severed, while the summoner called forth 2 hyenas to charge the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, the object controller, after having his flying sword severed by Shang Wanfian, resorted to wielding 2 kitchen knives in the cafeteria to assist in battle. However, their efforts were fleeting, soon ensnared by the surrounding lesser zombies. Yet, their intervention was not without merit. At the very least, Wang Zigong no longer had to divide his focus on the ordinary undead. Quickly retreat, protect the other survivors. Wang Xigan bellowed with great difficulty. The situation was dire. He understood all too well that if they did not flee now, none would escape. No. We shall stand with the director to the bitter end. Yet, the three espers stood their ground unwaveringly. Despite their own trepidation, Wang Xigan, as their leader, led by example. This resolve deeply moved the trio, igniting within them a sense of responsibility akin to that of a squad leader. Meanwhile, Shang Guanfian seized the opportunity to charge at the rat zombie, which had been persistently attacking from afar. Her form was like lightning. The wind whisper sword slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, aimed directly at the rat zombie's throat. Whoosh! The rat zombie sensed the imminent danger and swiftly loosed a poisoned arrow towards Shang Guanfian's face. However, she merely sidestepped gracefully, evading the attack. The wind whisper sword lunged forth. Thud! The tip of the sword pierced through the throat of the rat zombie, and dark blood gushed forth. However, the vitality of the zombie was remarkably resilient, and this strike was not fatal. Shang Guanfian understood this well. She swiftly withdrew the wind whisper sword from the creature's throat and launched another attack, severing the hand crossbow from the zombie's grasp. Left weaponless and severely injured, the rat zombie could only flee in haste, allowing several ordinary zombies to momentarily impede Shang Guanfian's pursuit. Without the harassment of the long-range poison arrows, Wang Xigan first evaded the attacks of the barrel zombie and the giant zombie, then plunged into the throng of ordinary zombies. With wild swings of his broadsword, he began to fell the undead, causing the decaying flesh to accumulate once more upon him. Regaining his strength, Wang Xigan delivered a powerful punch that sent the pursuing giant zombie reeling back. Had it not been for Shang Guanfian reducing the enemy's ranged assault to a mere shadow of its former self, he would never have seized this opportunity. Shang Guanfian, I owe you a favor. Chapter 65. The Corpse King. Cao Qiye, just hold on for a moment. My master will arrive shortly, said Shang Guanfian with unwavering confidence. Her tone resolute. It was as if the mere arrival of Cao Qiye would instantly dominate the battlefield. Are you referring to Boss Cao? Wang Xigang inquired. Although he had never encountered Cao Qiye, he held a profound respect for the extraordinary individual who founded the Goddess Alliance. Particularly after learning online that Cao Qiye had rescued Professor Kong and his companions, his admiration for Cao Qiye had only grown. Indeed, once my master arrives, it will spell the end for these zombies. Shang Guanfian had already established a telepathic link with Cao Qiye and estimated that he would reach their location in mere minutes. However, she had initially contacted him after experiencing a setback at Wang Xigang's hands. Yet, due to the emergence of the aberrant beings, her call had turned into a timely rescue. Is he truly that formidable? Wang Xigang pondered, his uncertainty evident. But upon reflection, it was clear that even a powerful ability user like Shang Guanfian willingly served under Cao Qiye, indicating his considerable strength. Cao Qiye remained relatively unknown on the Academy's forum, primarily because he was not originally a student of Jiangcheng Media Academy. Moreover, the Goddess Alliance's recruitment criteria, which favored only female members, had led to dissatisfaction among many male students, resulting in a majority of negative comments about Cao Qiye on the forum. You will find out soon enough. Shang Guanfian remarked lightly. The strength of Cao Qiye needed no further elaboration. She anticipated Wang Xigang's astonished expression. However, just as the tide of battle began to shift and Shang Guanfian exchanged a few words with Wang Xigang, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bang! With a muffled thud, the eight-armed man was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. His chest appeared as though it had been cleaved by a sharp weapon, blood gushing forth in torrents, leaving him in a critically grievous state. Even a first-tier ability user who had unlocked their genetic lock would hardly survive such injuries. Wang Xigang and Shang Guanfian simultaneously turned to gaze in the direction from which the eight-armed man had been struck. They beheld a decrepit zombie clad in security uniform slowly emerging. Its movements appeared sluggish, yet each step carried an eerie sense of rhythm. Its hands were slightly raised, droplets of blood still dripping from its elbows, evidently the weapon used to injure the eight-armed man. It's Cao Qiye. Wang Xigang's pupils constricted in alarm. His eyes filled with apprehension. The being before them was rumored to be the most formidable zombie within the Academy's forum. The original identity of this creature was that of an elderly security guard proficient in Thai boxing, who, upon transforming into a zombie, had retained the brutal and precise techniques of his former self. He had already decimated several groups of ability users. In an instant, both Wang Xigang and Shang Guanfian comprehended that the three second-tier aberrant beings were merely the minions of the elderly security guard. The true peril lay in the seemingly frail yet exceedingly vicious Thai boxing zombie before them. At this stage, a zombie capable of commanding other aberrant beings undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of the Corpse King. Having dispatched the eight-armed man, the elderly security guard's movements showed no signs of hesitation. He bent down, his decayed fingers piercing into the chest of the eight-armed man like daggers, blood gushing forth instantaneously. The security guard stirred within the chest cavity for a moment, then yanked violently, extracting a still-twitching heart. Vivid crimson blood dripped from his fingers as he gazed upon the heart in his grasp, a glint of avarice flashing in his hollow eyes. Subsequently, he opened his maw, lined with sharp fangs, and voraciously bit down before the eyes of all present. The audible crunch of the heart being shattered resonated clearly, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and splattering onto the ground. His throat convulsed, as if savoring this sanguine delicacy. After consuming the heart of the ability user, the security guard's body seemed to pulse, enhancing the genetic locks within him once more. Humans elevate their genetic locks by devouring crystal cores, while zombies achieve the same by consuming human hearts. The distinction between the two is negligible, as both involve the annihilation of the other. The heart of an ability user is akin to the crystal core produced by aberrant species for a zombie. It is not only extraordinarily delectable but also brimming with potent energy. The surrounding zombies appeared to be roused by this spectacle, emitting low growls, restless with anticipation. Then, the security guard's vacant gaze narrowed, and he surged forward with astonishing speed, moving like a wraith towards the summoner. "Hyenas, attack!" commanded the summoner, directing the hyenas to assault. However, as soon as his hyena pounced, the security guard dispatched it with a swift kick, reducing it to a mist of blood. Immediately, the security guard leaped into the air, his elbow striking like a razor-sharp blade, plunging directly into the summoner's chest. The impact was palpable. Blood sprayed forth as the young man crumpled to the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Before he drew his last breath, he helplessly watched as the security guard excavated his heart, greedily relishing the flavor. Damn it! The object man, witnessing this, promptly wielded a cleaver towards the security guard. Yet, the guard leaped with such speed that he surpassed even the flying cleaver, delivering a flying knee that obliterated the object man's skull. It burst apart like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. This manner of death bore a certain advantage. He was spared the agony of having his heart ripped from his chest, making him the most fortunate among the three. In mere seconds, all three ability users lay slain by the security guard's lethal strike. His movements flowed seamlessly, each blow precise and merciless, akin to a master of Muay Thai. Furthermore, after devouring the hearts of the three ability users, his powers surged yet again. However, this was not the worst of it. The first victim, the eight-armed man, had already begun to mutate, transforming into a new aberrant species. The summoner and the object man would soon follow suit, becoming aberrant beings themselves. Consequently, the plight of Wang Xigan and Shangwan Fian would grow increasingly dire. Then, the security guard turned his head, his empty gaze locking onto Wang Xigan. In an instant, the figure lunged forward, appearing abruptly before Wang Xigan, its elbow striking like a bolt of lightning aimed straight at his throat. Wang Xigan immediately raised his hand to block the attack. Yet the force was so overwhelming that it sent a jolt of numbness through his scalp. Moreover, the security guard's ulna, sharp as a blade, sliced through the decaying flesh on his arm. It was only due to Wang Xigan's temporary absorption of substantial energy from the accumulation of decay that he managed to barely withstand the blow. Otherwise, he would have surely sustained severe injuries from that single strike. Following this, the security guard executed a fierce roundhouse kick, shattering Wang Xigan's knee joint. Seizing the moment of his imbalance, the guard delivered a knee strike directly to Wang Xigan's crown. The techniques of Muay Thai were lethally precise and brutally effective. After a seamless series of fluid maneuvers, Wang Xigan found himself momentarily deprived of consciousness. Chapter 66, Wing Chun vs. Muay Thai in a moment of peril. The wind-whispering sword wielded by Shangwan Fian suddenly thrust forth, its blade gleaming like lightning, effectively halting the relentless assault of the security guard. Had it not been for this timely intervention, Wang Xigan would surely have faced dire consequences at the hands of the guard's brutal techniques. However, Shangwan Fian, unable to contend even with Wang Xigan, was no match for the seasoned guard. Her sword was swiftly dislodged by a fierce elbow strike, clattering to the ground with a resounding clang. With a sickening thrust, the security guard's elbow pierced Shangwan Fian's chest, blood gushed forth, staining her maid's attire crimson. Alarmed, her complexion turned ashen as she staggered back, acutely aware that the guard's next strike could seal her fate. Run. I dislike being in debt to others. In this life and death moment, Wang Xigan, regaining his senses, positioned himself protectively in front of Shangwan Fian. Humph. None of you shall escape, the security guard scoffed, intensifying his grip, preparing to eliminate both of them simultaneously. Yet, a sudden flash of lightning flickered through the guard's vacant gaze. A glimmer of cold light preceded the eruption of a gunshot, as Cao Qiye appeared like a bolt of lightning, brandishing the thunderous spear that crackled with electric fury, aimed directly at the guard. realizing the imminent danger. The guard abandoned his assault on Shang Wanfian, swiftly pivoting to defend. He raised his elbow sharply to intercept the spear's tip, resulting in a jarring metallic clash. Clang, clang, clang. Cao Qiye's onslaught resembled a tempest, his spear carving through the air, each thrust imbued with the force of thunder. Although the guard moved with remarkable agility, he was compelled to retreat under Cao Qiye's relentless barrage. Boss Cao. Wang Xigan's pupils dilated in shock. He could hardly fathom that anyone could temporarily suppress this formidable third-tier Muay Thai zombie. Even he, fully imbued with the strength of decaying flesh, had been thoroughly dominated by the security guard. Cao Qiye's prowess was unfathomable. Master, Shang Wanfian, who had resigned herself to certain death, felt a flicker of hope upon witnessing Cao Qiye's arrival. She struggled to maintain her composure, blood trickling from her lips, yet a semblance of relief illuminated her face. Fian, are you all right? Cao Qiye, while fending off the guard, enveloped Shang Wanfian in his embrace. Master, now that you are here, I feel at ease. She managed to smile weakly, her voice frail yet brimming with trust. Leave the rest to me. With that, Cao Qiye's gaze hardened as it locked onto the security guard. His earlier warmth replaced with steely resolve. It's you? The guard abruptly ceased his assault, raising his hand to signal the surrounding zombies to halt. None of you move. I wish to face this man in single combat. The guard's actions bewildered both Shang Wanfian and Wang Xigan. Regardless of whom he encounters, the security guard is typically taciturn, always opting for lethal strikes without uttering a single word. Yet, upon arriving at the presence of Cao Qiye, he undergoes a remarkable transformation. The guard tilts his head, a flicker of excitement brightening his otherwise vacant gaze as he fixates intently on Cao Qiye, as if he has stumbled upon a long-lost prey. At last, I have found you. His voice, raspy and deep, carries an uncanny thrill. Looking for me? Who are you? Cao Qiye responds, perplexed, although the man appears somewhat familiar. Cao Qiye struggles to recall where they may have crossed paths. He examines the security guard's attributes. Anomalous species. Gene lock. 3rd stage, 66. Ability. Class C heavy strike. Goodness, a Class C ability zombie has managed to elevate its gene lock to 3rd stage, 66. Quite impressive. I am your elder. The guard suddenly points menacingly at Cao Qiye, his eyes brimming with fury. In my 40 years of service, I have never allowed any delivery person into the school, and you have become the sole blemish on my career. Ah, now I remember why you seem familiar. You are that old security guard who practiced Muay Thai and barred me from entering the school, Cao Qiye exclaims, slapping his forehead as an expression of displeasure washes over his face. Had it not been for my knowledge of Wing Chun, you would have indeed kept me outside the school gates. The disparity is substantial. Outside, even with the awakening of the supreme skin system, he would likely have been fodder for zombies. If the system fell into the hands of the undead, Cao Qiye would become an eternal scourge hastening humanity's demise. When adversaries meet, hostility intensifies. A sinister glint flashes in the security guard's eyes, as if recalling the humiliation he endured in life. Not only did you intrude upon the school that day, but you also publicly dismantled my Muay Thai with your Wing Chun in front of so many students. My lifelong reputation was shattered by you. What's the matter? Even as a zombie, you remain unconvinced? I merely underestimated you and did not evade. You, a lad in your 20s, resorted to deceit and ambush against a 60-year-old man. Is that honorable? It is not. I advise you to be cautious. Would you care for a rematch? Let me tell you, regardless of how many attempts you make, your Muay Thai cannot surpass my Wing Chun. Cao Qiye releases Shang Wanfian, decisively placing the Rayo gun aside. He then bends his legs slightly, sinking into a standard Yip Man stance. His movements are swift and precise, his gaze steely, exuding the aura of a master preparing for battle. Wing Chun, Cao Qiye. Ha ha ha. You dare to challenge me barehanded in this body. The guard erupts into a cacophony of laughter, his voice raspy and grating. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of my peak fighting prowess. With that declaration, the guard lunges forward, swiftly closing the distance to Cao Qiye. Wing Chun against Muay Thai, a contest of precision versus ferocity. Each strike is lethal as they engage in a deadly dance. Cao Qiye and Cha Chai, both possessing mid-level 3rd-tier genetic locks, found themselves in a stalemate, with neither side gaining a discernible advantage. For a brief moment, it was impossible to ascertain who held the upper hand. Even the 3 peculiar subordinates of the security guard were rendered speechless. It was their first encounter witnessing another being capable of withstanding their leader's initial onslaught. Shang Wanfian. Perhaps you should speak to Boss Cao and urge him to cease his showboating and draw his weapon, Wang Xigan suggested, his anxiety palpable as the fierce battle raged on. After all, both he and Shang Wanfian were grievously injured, surrounded by hundreds of ravenous zombies, as well as 6 peculiar creatures. had it not been for the security guard's desire to engage Cao Qiye in a one-on-one duel. Wang Xigan genuinely felt at a loss regarding how to confront such overwhelming odds. Just watch closely. My master will tire of this soon enough, and will undoubtedly take care of it, Shang Wanfian remarked, unperturbed. For reasons unbeknownst to her. The mere presence of Cao Qiye instilled a profound sense of calm within her, even in the face of their dire situation. Chapter 67. I, Cao Qiye, shall call you the strongest. Ah, what a remarkable youth you are. No wonder you are the one who once bested me in combat. Your Wing Chun has indeed reached its zenith. I, Master Tai, am compelled to declare you the strongest. After a round of sparring, the security elder could not help but praise Cao Qiye's performance. In his gaze, there was even a hint of admiration, as if he were marveling at Cao Qiye's growth. Yet, the elder's heart swelled with relief. Had he not recently consumed the hearts of 3 special ability users, elevating his genetic lock from level 3, 49, to level 3, 66, he might have truly found himself at a disadvantage against Cao Qiye. How many years have you practiced your Wing Chun? The elder inquired, adjusting his breath, after having trained in Thai boxing for 40 long years, exchanging blows with Cao Qiye. Half a year, Cao Qiye replied candidly. Indeed, his practice of Wing Chun had occurred over the course of these 6 months, albeit sporadically. Half a year? Are you jesting with me? The elder was taken aback, feeling as though he had been made a fool of. Simultaneously, Cao Qiye had grown weary of the exchange. Suddenly, his muscles surged with vigor, golden dragon scales enveloping his form, as his hands transformed into sharp dragon claws, and a powerful tail sprouted from behind. In his golden dragon beastman form, Cao Qiye's speed and strength surged, the primal force of the beast pushing the elder back repeatedly. Cao Qiye's golden claws were sharper than the elder's ulna beak, and his robust lower limbs, adorned with dragon scales, could effortlessly withstand the elder's formidable elbow strikes and kicks. The lethal techniques of Thai boxing lost all efficacy before him. What kind of monster are you? The elder exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. You're the real monster here, old man, Cao Qiye retorted with a cold smirk, as he swiftly lashed out with his golden tail, ensnaring the elder's calf. With a sudden burst of strength, he lifted the elder high and slammed him down to the ground. Bang! The elder's body crashed onto the earth, causing the ground to splinter and dust to billow. Yet, this was not the end. Cao Qiye hoisted the elder once more, forcefully throwing him to the other side. After a series of brutal slams, Cao Qiye unleashed a powerful straight punch, his golden dragon fist striking like lightning, landing heavily upon the elder's face, leaving him dazed and unable to retaliate. Cao Qiye wielded the powers of various skins and numerous enhancements. Even a level 4 genetic lock zombie would stand no chance against him, let alone the elder with his level 3, 66 status. Is the boss about to be overwhelmed? Should we intervene? The giant zombie scratched his head, a hint of concern gracing his simple face, his voice deep, as if pondering aloud or seeking the counsel of his companions. Absolutely not. The boss has declared this a one-on-one duel. He values martial ethics above all else. Would you dare to place him in an unjust position? The iron barrel zombie replied with righteous indignation, his mind as unyielding as his physique. Two fools. If you don't lend a hand soon, once others finish off the boss, it will be our turn. The mouse zombie cast a scornful glance at the 2 inept teammates and couldn't help but curse. What should we do? At that moment, the giant zombie and the barrel zombie finally grasped the gravity of the situation. What to do? Let us call those 3 newcomers and charge together. The mouse zombie gritted its teeth and swiftly made a decision. It turned to the 3 newly transformed aberrants and waved its hand, signaling them to follow. Brothers, charge. Say the boss. At the mouse zombie's command, all the zombies surged forward, heading straight for Cao Qiye. A bunch of rabble. Cao Qiye snorted coldly, his form suddenly moving as he delivered a Wing Chun punch directly to Cao Qiye's chest. With a thunderous force, the power concentrated at a single point erupted instantaneously. Bang! The security guard's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the horde of zombies. It tumbled several times on the ground before barely stabilizing, already gravely injured, dark blood pouring from its mouth. Following this, Cao Qiye thrust his hands, crackling with golden lightning, into the ground. Lightning obliteration. Suddenly, the earth erupted with myriad arcs of electricity, forming a vast electric net that enveloped all the surrounding zombies. Zzz. The sound of electricity crackled piercingly as the zombies were rendered paralyzed, unable to move. Next, a surge of heat erupted from Cao Qiye's mouth, flames spewing forth like a volcano. Wherever the flames passed, the zombies were instantly ignited, letting out piercing screams. First came the paralysis from the lightning, followed by the searing fire. After this onslaught, the surrounding zombies were utterly incinerated, leaving behind a charred scent in the air. Aside from the severely injured security guard, who was now blackened, The other aberrants were reduced to ashes, leaving behind a few glowing crystal cores of supernatural energy. It's over, Cao Qiye stated coldly. Kicking aside the thunder spear, the spear transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, hurtling towards the security guard's heart. The thunder spear pierced through Cao Qiye's chest, dark blood gushing forth. The security guard's body quivered violently, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. I have trained in Muay Thai for 40 years. And yet, I have lost again. He then transformed directly into a yellow supernatural crystal core, a C-class aberrant. With gene locks capable of unlocking to the mid-third tier, was already quite formidable. Cao Qiye, gazing at the disintegrated body of the security guard, nodded in approval and echoed the final words spoken. Old Dang, your Muay Thai is commendable. I, Cao Qiye, shall call you the strongest. The scene before Wang Xigang left him utterly dumbfounded. With thunder and flames, in the dragon-like form, he was bewildered as to what supernatural ability Cao Qiye truly possessed. Could this be an S-class ability? No, it must be SS class. Or perhaps even SSS class. The true power? The level of zombies encountered was merely a warm-up for my master, Su Guanfan declared with a sense of pride. At this moment, her assertion that her master would naturally eliminate them once he had had his fill only served to elevate the weight of her words. Subsequently, Cao Qiye collected all the peculiar crystal cores scattered on the ground and consumed them entirely. These were all C-class abilities, none of which were suitable for the replacements he sought. Among them were 5 first-tier cores and 1 third-tier core, 66. The formidable energy surged through Cao Qiye, propelling his gene lock to the 4th tier. A powerful shockwave erupted from within him as a golden dragon spiraled upwards, soaring into the heavens. Simultaneously, the gene locks of the other members of the Goddess Alliance also broke through to the 2nd tier, 38. Chapter 68, Betrayal of Kindness? Boss Cao, thank you for saving us. Despite his severe injuries, Wang Xigang struggled to stand upright, expressing heartfelt gratitude to Cao Qiye. He felt a twinge of shame when recalling his previous altercation with Shang Guanfian. There is no need for thanks. Offer something of tangible value instead, Cao Qiye replied nonchalantly. Seemingly indifferent to Wang Xigong's appreciation, he had initially intended to teach Wang Xigang a lesson, but out of respect for his recent selflessness in protecting Shang Guanfian, he decided to let it go. Boss Cao, all the supplies from the 2nd cafeteria belong to you. I still have over 200 crystal cores that I haven't consumed. They're yours, Wang Xigang said earnestly, almost offering everything he could muster to Cao Qiye. Thank you, Cao Qiye nodded, somewhat satisfied. However, he had no intention of taking all the supplies, as he had plenty of food and expected even more in the future. He did not mind leaving a bit of the leftovers for someone as perceptive as Wang Xigang. Boss Cao, you jest. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not arrived in time, we would have perished at the hands of that Muay Thai zombie, Wang Xigang insisted, repeatedly gesturing in appreciation. As the conversation continued, he suddenly shifted his tone. Boss Cao, I have an unreasonable request. Speak, Cao Qiye replied. With your extraordinary prowess, you are undoubtedly the hope of humanity's future. I wish to join the Goddess Alliance and follow you. Wang Xigang's eyes were sincere, filled with a yearning for advancement. Cough. Cough. Director Wang, hold on. Cao Qiye nearly choked, hastily waving his hand in refusal. Boss Cao, I am quite formidable. My combat abilities are surely on par with Shang Guanfian's. And I will obey your commands without question, Wang Xigang continued. I'm not disputing your combat skills. However, the Goddess Alliance only recruits goddesses. Do you understand? Cao Qiye interjected. Boss, Wang Xigang attempted to say more, but was cut off by Cao Qiye. Director Wang, let us settle this matter. If you were to join the Goddess Alliance, it would be an act of betrayal, Cao Qiye declared, unwilling to engage in further dialogue. He then proceeded to the frozen storage of the 2nd cafeteria to gather supplies. To his pleasant surprise, in addition to the meat and vegetables, he discovered a considerable stock of frozen seafood, including squid and shrimp. It was an excellent opportunity to change things up. Wang Xigang was somewhat bewildered by Cao Qiye's rejection. He believed that his abilities and powers were quite unique in this post-apocalyptic world. Although he could not compare to the seemingly invincible Cao Qiye, securing a prominent position within his group should not be a problem. What use is there in having so many women? They are nothing but a burden and could easily lead to discord. Wang Xigang pondered as he watched Cao Qiye's retreating figure, perplexed. With thoughts that were difficult to reconcile, he decided not to dwell on them further. Instead, he established a temporary base at the 2nd cafeteria, intending to use it as a foundation for continued development. In this battle, his team not only lost 3 key members, but he himself sustained severe injuries. However, the supplies left behind by Cao Qiye were sufficient for him and the surviving comrades to enjoy a hearty meal. Wang Xigang had just resolved to take a moment to recuperate here before making a triumphant return. after vanquishing the most formidable corpse king of Jiangxing Academy. The prestige of Boss Cao and the Goddess Alliance had reached its zenith within the Academy. On the Academy Forum, the rankings for the top combatants among the empowered individuals at Jiangxing Media Academy were as follows. Number 1, Boss Cao Qiye. Number 2, Butcher Wang Zigan No. 3, Thunder God Yang Feng. Despite the persistent skepticism from many, Cao Qiye's name still reigns supreme at the top of the forum's rankings. One might feel a sense of indignation, yet the undeniable strength he possessed could not be dismissed. Nevertheless, such matters were of little concern to Cao Qiye. After all, his gene lock had reached the 4th tier, and it was time for him to depart from Jiangxing Media Academy. His goddess and the supplies had been thoroughly scavenged by him. The next journey awaited. The sky, shrouded in black mist, began to drizzle gently. Raindrops pattered against the ground, producing a crisp sound as they pooled into foul-smelling puddles. In a dimly lit underground warehouse of Jiangxing Media Academy, a group of girls sat in a circle, whispering amongst themselves. Have you seen the Academy Forum rankings? Boss Cao has ascended to the top, one girl exclaimed, holding her phone. The screen displaying the latest rankings of empowered individuals. How can a mere delivery man like Cao Qiye dominate our Jiangxing Media Academy? Our male counterparts truly are lacking. Another chimed in, incredulous. I thought Director Wang could outshine Cao Qiye, but it seems he was no match either. What a waste of the title Butcher and his abilities. He resembles a zombie more than the actual zombies. Utterly repulsive. The girls exchanged remarks, their tones laced with derision and disdain. Just a fool with brawn, who happened to gain formidable powers, one voiced scornfully. My friend Jia and I went through the trouble of beautifying ourselves to invite him to join the Goddess Alliance. And guess what? He only gave me a score of 50. Meanwhile, he rated Su Ying, that rustic girl, over 80. With such taste, he dares to form a Goddess Alliance? Bah, he lacks discernment. A red-haired girl, impeccably made up, expressed her frustration, evidently dissatisfied with Cao Qiye's criteria for evaluation. In contrast, Yang Feng's warm home is far better. There are no barriers to entry, and he even promised to make me a squad leader if I joined. If you can be a squad leader, then so can I. Look in the mirror before you compare yourself to me. You must be joking. What did you say? Are you looking for trouble? The tension escalated as the girls grew louder, the atmosphere thick with animosity. Let us all calm down and conserve our energy. Indeed, Jia. When will Yang Feng, whom you contacted, arrive? A girl, seemingly composed, interrupted their quarrel and turned to glance at a bespectacled girl in the corner. He will be here shortly. Yang Feng mentioned he has arrived at the entrance and requested us to let him in. Jia adjusted her glasses, the glow from her phone casting light upon her pallid smile. Splendid. We can finally leave this wretched place. The group had been trapped in this warehouse for an extended period, their food and water supplies depleted. If no one comes to their rescue soon, it is likely they would perish from hunger in this desolate setting. Chapter 69. A warm home. Yang Feng, at long last, has found you all. Fear not. For with me, Yang Feng, you are now safe. As the door to the underground warehouse swung open, a tall and handsome young man entered. A gentle smile graced his face, and he bore several bottles of mineral water, appearing before the crowd like a savior. Water. It's water. I must drink first. I'm parched. Yang Feng is my contact, so I shall drink first. The throng, on the brink of dehydration, erupted into a frenzy over the side of the water, vying for a single bottle. Boom. Yang Feng furrowed his brow, raising his hand as a surge of piercing purple lightning coalesced in his palm. The flickering sparks instantly subdued the crowd. Do not fight. Yang Feng's voice resonated, deep and commanding. In that moment, his handsome visage appeared even more captivating under the glow of the violet lightning. Yang Feng, renowned for his sunny demeanor and striking looks, was not only the acknowledged heartthrob of Jiangxing Media Academy but also the president of the Student Council, a paragon in the eyes of countless girls. Moreover, he was exceptionally devoted in love. Despite the throngs of girls pursuing him, Yang Feng remained steadfastly loyal to his girlfriend, Gu Anren, maintaining a deliberate distance from other females. His unwavering devotion even led to Gu Anren, the school's leggy beauty, facing ostracism from her peers. Wow, brother Yang Feng is so handsome. The red-haired girl was the first to rush forward, her eyes brimming with admiration. He's far superior to that delivery guy, Boss Cao. Here we go again. You said the same when Boss Cao visited last time. Ignoring her companion's retort, the red-haired girl pressed against Yang Feng, rubbing her chest against his arm. Her tone laced with teasing. Brother Yang Feng, I heard that Anren tragically turned into a zombie. You must be devastated. But fret not. I will take care of you from now on, filling the void in your heart. Smack. Before the red-haired girl could finish her sentence, Yang Feng's fury ignited, and he delivered a resounding slap across her face. The sharp sound echoed throughout the warehouse, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Do not utter unnecessary words. Yang Feng's gaze turned frigid in an instant, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. The purple lightning crackled in his grasp, as if poised to erupt at any moment. The red-haired girl, having seemingly triggered a sensitive reaction, now looked on in terror and distress, clearly unprepared for the anger she had provoked. The atmosphere in the warehouse became palpably tense, and the other girls dared not utter a sound, casting cautious glances at Yang Feng. "It's all right, everyone drink some water. After replenishing your strength, I will take you to the sanctuary of the warm home. There, you will find not only water but an abundance of food. You must be quite hungry." Yang Feng's countenance softened once more, a warm smile returning as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Upon hearing of food, the girl's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one of joyous anticipation. It was as though the light of salvation had finally graced their faces. At long last, sustenance has arrived. Yang Feng, you are truly our savior. A warm home. Merely hearing the name evokes a sense of love and comfort. The women exchanged words, their tones imbued with gratitude and admiration. Yet, the red-haired girl remained silent, her head bowed, a flicker of resentment glimmering in her eyes. Having suffered repeated humiliations before Cao Qiye and Yang Feng, her displeasure was palpable. It is worth noting that she hailed from a family of officials, with each elder in her clan holding a significant reputation in Jiangxing. Under normal circumstances, anyone daring to strike her would have faced dire consequences. However, in this apocalyptic world, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and follow Yang Feng out of the warehouse. Though Yang Feng had struck her, he was certainly preferable to Boss Cao, as he not only offered her water but also promised food. The red-haired girl consoled herself with this thought, yet her resentment remained unabated. She silently vowed that once she weathered this catastrophe and her family's rescue arrived, she would exact a reckoning upon both Cao Qiye and Yang Feng. "There are 12 of us, right? Come, I shall lead you to the stronghold." Yang Feng counted the heads and then guided the group away. The women followed eagerly, their faces radiant with anticipation. However, as they emerged from the underground warehouse, they were taken aback. The outside was teeming with zombies. Logically, given Yang Feng's path had been one of slaughter, the number of zombies should have been minimal. Yet, there were no signs of struggle whatsoever. Not even a single corpse in sight. This situation was exceedingly peculiar. "Do not panic, I possess a camouflage ability to these zombies. You will appear as one of their own," Yang Feng reassured them, his voice laced with confidence. He then boldly stepped into the throng of zombies alone. The undead continued to wander aimlessly, seemingly oblivious to the presence of a human among them. Remarkably, some even regarded Yang Feng as one of their kind and greeted him. He reciprocated with a reply, albeit with an accent. The zombies remained unaware of any anomaly. Witnessing this, the women mustered their courage and stepped out as well. A camouflage ability? How astonishing. This meant they could traverse freely among the zombies. Truly remarkable. Yang Feng was indeed exceptional. Can even the aberrant types not discern this? One astute girl inquired. "But, Yang Feng, isn't your ability the purple thunder?" Yang Feng appeared momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. "In truth, I am a dual ability user." "I understand. In your terms, this is akin to a once-in-a-century twin martial soul," exclaimed another. "My goodness, how extraordinary. I have always maintained that the rankings of the Academy's ability users were arbitrary. Yang Feng must undoubtedly be at the pinnacle." Moreover, Yang Feng was not only gentle and considerate but would certainly surpass Boss Chao's undesirable influence in the future. Indeed, men like Senior Yang Feng are the true heroes in a post-apocalyptic world, possessing a sense of duty and responsibility. They strive to assist the vulnerable around them after fortifying their own strength. In contrast to Boss Cao, who exploits others for personal gain. It is disheartening to witness such selfishness. If all the abilities in this desolate era were embodied by individuals like Senior Yang Feng, the calamity would hardly seem insurmountable. The girls, exchanging words with one another, cautiously navigated through the throngs of zombies, their hearts a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. Leading the way, Yang Feng maintained a gentle smile, though a subtle chill flickered in his eyes. He glanced back at the girls, reassuringly stating, "Do not rush. We shall arrive soon." Chapter 70, The Gift of Fate. Already priced in shadows as dusk approached, Yang Feng guided a group of young women to the entrance of the academy. Scattered around them, aimless zombies wandered, the damp air heavy with a putrid stench. At the academy gates, beneath the towering statue of the Star of Hope, a bride zombie stood silently. Clad in a gown as white as snow, her once beautiful attire could not conceal her decayed and grotesque form. Her skin bore a sickly grayish hue, her face marred with cracks, and her hollow gaze shimmered with an eerie glow. "Senior Yang Feng, have we taken a wrong turn?" one girl questioned. "Yes, it's swarming with zombies, and there's not a single building to shelter us from them. The stronghold should be in the adjacent teaching building, right? This place hardly resembles a source of water or food." A wave of doubt washed over the girls, their voices tinged with unease. Have you all brought what was necessary? Yang Feng inquired. Just as the young women debated, a chilling voice suddenly echoed through the air. It was a raspy, deep tone that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell. Creak, creak, creak. The bride zombie's head twisted unnaturally like a wind-up doll, producing a spine-tingling mechanical sound. Her movements were stiff and bizarre, sending shivers down the spines of those present. It's the bride zombie. She spoke. It's an aberration. Calm down. Didn't Senior Yang Feng just say that his camouflage technique can deceive even the most common aberrations? Must you all make such a commotion? Can't you maintain composure like I do? In times like this, it is crucial to act like a zombie to escape unnoticed, determined to reclaim her dignity. A red-haired girl boldly approached the bride zombie. Summoning her courage, she mimicked the voice of a zombie and uttered, "Wobble babacoin." However, the ensuing scene left the gathered girls in utter shock. No sooner had the red-haired girl spoken, the bride zombie's hand shot out, piercing through her chest like a razor-sharp blade. Blood gushed forth, and the girl's eyes widened in disbelief. With a sickening sound, the bride zombie withdrew her hand from the girl's chest, clutching a still-beating heart. Lowering her head, she opened her putrid mouth and devoured the heart whole. The crunching echoed painfully in the still air, blood trickling down her chin, staining the once pristine wedding gown. Ah! The girls screamed in terror, retreating in horror, their faces etched with fear and despair. Yang Feng, however, stepped closer to the bride zombie, gently caressing her hair, which was nearly falling out due to decay, and spoke softly, "My dear, was it delicious?" The bride zombie remained silent, consumed by her feast of fresh flesh, juices dripping from her lips. Her actions were mechanical yet ravenous, as though relishing a grand banquet. We've been deceived. Damn it. I knew there wasn't a single good man among them. How did you come to know? Just now. It was you who called out to Senior Yang Feng with the most enthusiasm. Look at those extraordinarily long legs of that peculiar creature. What are you doing still admiring legs at such a critical moment? Hurry and run. What I mean is, doesn't she resemble Yang Feng's girlfriend? Are you referring to our college's long-legged campus beauty, Guanren? Oh no, we have been sold out. That scoundrel Yang Feng is a traitor among humanity. Upon witnessing this situation, even the dimmest among them realized they had been deceived by Yang Feng. What pretense of supernatural ability? It was merely that the surrounding zombies were the minions of the bride zombie. The dual-soul weapon was also a fabrication. Just as the group prepared to flee, the scattered zombies gradually closed in around them. Though their movements were sluggish, their numbers were overwhelming, quickly encircling the girls. No, don't come any closer. Yang Feng, you bastard. Help. Is there anyone who can save us? The girls screamed in terror, their faces etched with despair. They attempted to escape, but the horde of zombies had them completely surrounded. In that final moment, a certain figure from the Goddess Alliance, Boss Cao, suddenly came to mind. Although Cao Qiye was exceedingly arrogant, regarding them with disdain as if they were mere ants, and had not spared even a drop of water despite the abundance of supplies, she had never contemplated harming them. In a normal society, helping others is a courtesy, while not helping is merely a duty, especially in an apocalyptic world. They could only watch helplessly as their companions' hearts were devoured by the bride zombie, knowing that they would soon meet the same fate. It was only at this moment that they fully comprehended their predicament. The gifts of fate had long been marked with their price in the shadows. After devouring the hearts of several girls, the bride zombie felt an overwhelming surge of power within her. She tilted her head, gazing at Yang Feng with a savage and greedy expression, her lips stained with drying blood. Delicious hearts, how delightful, yet still not enough joy. Anren, rest assured, I shall find you more exquisite hearts to ensure your everlasting happiness. Yang Feng caressed the bride zombie's cheek, his fingers gently tracing her decaying skin. Regardless of how Gu Anren transformed, he would remain steadfastly by her side. Just give me your heart, and all will be well. The bride zombie pointed with her sharp claws at Yang Feng's chest, her eyes brimming with longing. Her nails, dark as ink and glinting ominously, seemed poised to pierce Yang Feng's heart at any moment. Indeed, once humans become zombies, they retain some memories from their former lives. However, fundamentally, they have transformed into a new species, with entirely different cores of thought and biological instincts. Although the bride zombie still recognized Yang Feng, the love had vanished. For within the genes of a zombie, love does not exist. She merely regarded Yang Feng as a tool for collecting human hearts. Very well, Anren. My heart is yours to take whenever you desire. Yang Feng appeared utterly unperturbed, his tone even tinged with a hint of affection. However, the moment Gu Anren's nails grazed his chest, his body trembled slightly, a manifestation of humanity's primal fear of death. Part of this response stemmed from Yang Feng's fervent devotion to love. He understood that once transformed into a zombie, he would, like Gu Anren, forget the essence of love. Only by remaining human and by her side, Sustaining this twisted relationship, could he preserve the grotesque affection nestled within his heart? A chilling, high-pitched laughter erupted from the throat of the zombie bride. Oh, are you frightened? How could I bear to devour a traitor like you? I intend to make full use of you. Only by consuming a sufficient number of human hearts can I surpass that security guard and descend as the king of the dead here. The zombie bride's confession pierced Yang Feng's heart, yet he maintained his smile. As long as he could remain by Gu Anren's side in human form, that was enough. Suddenly, the manhole cover beside them was flung open with a jarring metallic screech. A half-charred rat zombie clambered out, its body blackened and reeking of burnt flesh, clearly having endured a harrowing ordeal. Coughing hoarsely, the rat zombie's eyes were filled with terror and panic. Fortunately, it had sensed danger and fled in advance. Otherwise, it would have been instantly obliterated by Cao Qiye's area of effect attack. What brings you to my territory, rodent? The zombie bride cast a disdainful glance at it, her tone laced with a chill and displeasure. Zombies, having evolved into aberrant forms, possessed rudimentary cognitive abilities and territorial instincts. Above them were the corpse kings, who could lead other aberrant zombies. Although zombies did not engage in deceit or slaughter their kin, two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain. The zombie bride and the security guard were rival corpse kings of Jiangqing Media Institute, forever at odds. Sister Leg, I've come to seek refuge with you. Tai Yi is dead, the rat zombie murmured, a note of sorrow and helplessness in its voice. Sister Leg was Gu Anren's title in the zombie realm, while Tai Yi was a respectful reference to the security guard. Just moments ago, the rat's leader, Tai Yi, had been slain by Cao Qiye. Chapter 71. Class a rapid breakthrough dead? A flicker of doubt crossed the eyes of the bride zombie. Mouse, you wouldn't be attempting some trickery, would you? If it were the iron barrel zombie or the giant zombie bringing word, I might believe it, but with you, I have my reservations. After all, during the frictions with Lord Tai, the mouse had deceived them on numerous occasions. Zombies do not deceive zombies. The mouse spoke earnestly. Meanwhile, Yang Feng pulled out his phone to check the Academy forum, confirming the news. Lord Tai was indeed dead, at the hands of Boss Cao, who had now surpassed Wang Zigan to claim the top position on the leaderboard. Hadn't Lord Tai's genetic lock already advanced to the mid-third stage? Coupled with his formidable Muay Thai skills, even I would have to regard him with some caution. Is it truly possible for a human to have slain him? A glimmer of disbelief flickered in the hollow gaze of the bride zombie. In her eyes, Lord Tai was an exceedingly formidable adversary. Despite her low level of ability, her 40 years of rigorous Muay Thai training was brutally effective, leaving no room for opposition. The notion that a human's strength could surpass that of Lord Tai was unfathomable. Surely, that individual must have sustained severe injuries. The bride zombie caught a whiff of opportunity, her eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. With her rival now deceased, there remained a human who had just consumed Lord Tai's ability, the crystal core, but was also gravely wounded. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Injured? A mere 6 months of Wing Chun practice shattered the results of Lord Tai's 4 decades of training. That lad has consumed Lord Tai's crystal core, likely elevating his genetic lock to the pinnacle of the 3rd stage. I advise you to reconsider any thoughts of confronting him. The mouse zombie cautioned, its tone laced with trepidation. The memory of that encounter still haunted it. That human had vanquished Lord Tai and them with overwhelming force. Akin to a war god, timid as a mouse. The bride zombie scoffed at the mouse zombie's fearful demeanor. A smirk curled at the corners of her lips, revealing a sinister grin imbued with arrogance and confidence. Mouse, you may not yet comprehend the extent to which my genetic lock has advanced. With that, the bride zombie leapt into the air, her soiled wedding gown billowing in the wind. Her movements were both graceful and fierce, exuding a lethal aura. Swish, swish, swish. Her legs cut through the air like razors, moving with a speed that rendered their trajectory nearly invisible. When she landed, the immense statue of the Hope Star beside her shattered like butter, splintering into fragments. Boom. The shards of the statue scattered, a cloud of dust rising around her. Standing proudly amid the debris, the bride zombie wore a triumphant smile. Did you see that? This is my power. My genetic lock has long since broken through to the 4th stage. The bride zombie's ability was classified as a level rapid breakthrough. Although this ability lacks any combat prowess, the efficiency of gene lock advancement can be enhanced by 30%. Additionally, with Yang Feng, the human trader, having just consumed a substantial feast, the bride zombie has already ascended to the 4th tier, 35. The gene lock surpasses even that of Cao Qiye. Initially, she intended to absorb Taiye's influence, recruiting him as a subordinate to become the most formidable zombie king of Jiangqing Media Academy. However, she did not anticipate that Tai Yi would be eliminated by Cao Qiye first. Yet, this turn of events may not be entirely detrimental for the bride zombie. While humans may slaughter one another, Zombies will never consume their own kind. This principle is ingrained within their DNA. They may be foolish and lack cohesion, but zombies will never devour their compatriots to enhance their strength. However, now that Cao Qiye's ability, Crystal Core, has been consumed by Cao Qiye, if the bride zombie were to devour Cao Qiye's heart, her power would undoubtedly make her the strongest entity in all of Jiangqing. Fourth tier. Sister Leg, you are incredibly powerful. The rat zombie's eyes widened in awe, stuttering in reverence. I, the rat, will follow you from now on. Follow me. What makes you think you can? I haven't settled the score for your previous trickery yet. Do you still wish to align with me? I could easily have my dog devour you. The bride zombie glared fiercely at the rat zombie, while Yang Feng, standing nearby, had his purple thunder prepared. Clearly, the dog referred to by the bride zombie was Yang Feng. Zombies indeed do not consume their own kind, but the bride zombie is an exception, as she possesses a loyal human lackey. Sister Leg, please, I come to ally with you not empty-handed. The rat zombie's eyes flickered with trepidation as he regarded the thunder in Yang Feng's grasp, his survival instinct kicking in. Oh, a glimmer of interest flashed in the bride zombie's eyes. Although the human who defeated Tai Yu is unharmed, he fled after the kill. While those we intended to ambush are all in the second cafeteria, and their leader was injured by Tai Yu, over 300 human survivors remain within that cafeteria, including a second-tier gene lock ability user. A cunning smile crept across the rat zombie's face. Sister Leg, if you consume this batch of humans, your strength will undoubtedly surge, allowing you to eliminate the one who defeated Tai Yu with utmost certainty. Chapter 72, Night Raid on a Rainy Night. Wang Xigan, along with over 300 survivors, was stationed at the second cafeteria. The night not only severely hindered human vision but also enhanced the combat capabilities of the zombies. Thus, as night fell, people ceased all activities, quietly hiding and awaiting the dawn. Not everyone, however, possessed the audacity of Cao Qiye, who reveled in the midst of a zombie-infested apocalypse. Although they had just endured an assault from the formidable zombie king, Cha Chai, during the day, Cao Qiye had arrived just in time to save the day, allowing them to escape this calamity unscathed. Moreover, Cao Qiye had left behind ample supplies for Wang Xigan and the others, enabling the beleaguered survivors to enjoy a hearty meal for the first time since the outbreak of the zombie virus as they drifted into dreams, hoping to end this absurd nightmare by morning. Little did they anticipate that misfortune would arrive sooner than dawn. Suddenly, numerous poisoned arrows pierced the walls of the cafeteria, shooting in with a piercing whistling sound, shattering the night's tranquility. With a sickening thud, several sentinels on watch were struck by the poisoned arrows, collapsing instantly as their faces turned green, clearly infected by the zombie virus. Charge. The rat zombie stood at a distance, gripping a hand crossbow oozing with venom, its eyes filled with malice. Following a volley of fire, it immediately signaled, and the horde of zombies surged towards the cafeteria like a relentless tide. The guttural growls of the zombies echoed hauntingly through the rain-soaked night as they swiftly encircled the cafeteria's entrance, their decaying bodies appearing even more grotesque in the downpour. Inside, those struck by the poisoned arrows began to mutate, and with this internal and external assault, the cafeteria's doors were soon breached. Enemy attack! Everyone, wake up! The sentinels shouted, their voices laced with panic and despair. In an instant, the entire cafeteria descended into chaos. During the night, as long as no light or sound was emitted, they would not be actively attacked by zombies. This indicated that a commanding aberrant species had set its sights on them. At that moment, Wang Xigan, heavily bandaged and resting on the second floor to recuperate, sat up in alarm upon hearing the news of the zombie incursion. The injuries he sustained during the day's battle were severe. The third-tier security guard's lethal prowess was formidable, and had it not been for Cao Qiye's timely intervention, he would have likely perished at the hands of the enemy. This was highly unusual, Wang Xigan thought, puzzled. The most powerful zombie king security guard of Jiangcheng Media Academy had been vanquished by Cao Qiye, along with many of its underlings. Why then was there still an organized attack by aberrant zombies? Gritting his teeth against the pain, he painstakingly moved to the surveillance screen. On the display, the horde of zombies was frantically assaulting the cafeteria's entrance, and behind this throng, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was the rat. Wang Xigan recognized it at once as the aberrant creature skilled in ranged attacks that had served under the security guard. It was still alive. Wang Xigan was somewhat taken aback. He had presumed that Cao Qiye's Thunder Prison had annihilated all the zombies, yet unexpectedly, a few had eluded capture. Reflecting on the previous battle, his expression grew increasingly grave. The ranged attacks of this rodent zombie had caused him considerable distress. Had it not been for Shang Wanfian's timely intervention to sever its assault, the consequences would have been dire. How audacious of this wretched rodent to return for its demise. Wang Xigan gritted his teeth, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. He bore the excruciating pain and grasped the horse-slaying sword beside him, struggling to rise to his feet. Although nightfall rendered combat unfavorable for humans, the enemy had breached his sanctuary, leaving him no choice but to fight with all his might. Everyone, heed my command. Guard the entrance. Do not allow them to penetrate further. After Wang Zigong joined the fray, order gradually returned to the cafeteria. The horse-slaying sword in his hand became akin to the scythe of death, relentlessly cleaving through the surrounding zombies. As the piles of decaying flesh accumulated, his strength grew exponentially, emboldening him in battle. Even severely wounded, he never entertained the thought of abandoning the survivors around him. At 52 years of age, Wang Zigong had spent 30 years at this university. He had witnessed the numerous transformations and reforms of Jiangcheng Media University, observing countless young scholars as they entered and departed. From a naive student to a seasoned professor, and now a leader of survivors, he had devoted his entire life to this place. Hence, he resolved to fight until the very end, safeguarding the land he cherished deeply. Kill. Wang Zigong broke through the horde of zombies, braving the rodent zombies' toxic arrows, and charged towards it with his horse-slaying sword. At last, I've cornered you. Now I shall end you. The sword in his grip sliced through the air with a fierce wind as he swung downwards. However, the rodent zombie stood its ground, exhibiting neither fear nor retreat, only a sinister smile curling at the corner of its mouth. Suddenly, a white figure materialized like a specter. The bride zombie executed a swift kick, clean and precise, shattering Wang Zigong's skull. Blood erupted forth, staining the bride zombie's pristine wedding gown. Subsequently, the bride zombie proceeded to excavate Wang Zigong's heart, savoring it delicately. What a delectable heart. This is the tastiest I have ever consumed. The bride zombie's eyes sparkled with greed and satisfaction. After all, it was the heart of a second-tier A-grade supernatural being. It not only contained the essence of the second-tier gene lock, but also possessed the A-grade ability accumulation of decay. Much like a human consuming a supernatural crystal core, upon consuming the heart, a voice resonated within the bride zombie's mind. You have devoured the A-grade ability accumulation of decay. Please make a choice. 1. Replace ability. 2. Absorb ability. Given that the bride zombie's own ability was also A-grade, there was no option for evolution. Absorb. The bride zombie decisively chose to absorb, converting the A-grade ability into potent essence to enhance her gene lock. Although the decaying flesh heap possesses formidable power, for the sake of long-term development, its own rapid breakthrough proves to be far more advantageous. As the energy transformed, the bride zombie's body trembled violently, causing its genetic lock to elevate from level 4, 35, to level 4, 45. Its strength experienced yet another qualitative leap. As Wang Zigong fell, the remaining survivors were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, treated by the bride zombie as a buffet. A few minutes later, none of the over 300 survivors remained alive. After indulging in the feast, the bride zombie's genetic lock ascended further to level 4, 47. Having savored the appetizer, it was now time for the main course. Feeling an overwhelming surge of power, the bride zombie's gaze brimmed with avarice. With Wang Zigong dealt with, its next target was none other than Cao Qiye. Anren, you must remain vigilant. According to the rat, Cao Qiye effortlessly dispatched Tai Yi. This individual harbors too many uncertainties, and your abilities have not been enhanced in combat. To ensure absolute success, I believe we must engage our intellect. Upon seeing Gu Anren preparing to confront Cao Qiye, Yang Feng promptly stepped forward to offer advice. Then, this matter shall be entrusted to you. You will lure Cao Qiye here, and I shall take care of the rest. The bride zombie held great trust in Yang Feng. Without his earlier assistance, the bride zombie, lacking any combat prowess of its own, would never have reached such heights. It would be a grave misfortune not to make full use of such a capable human pawn. Anren, rest assured, I have actually been prepared to take action against Cao Qiye for quite some time. Yang Feng's tone was laced with a hint of confidence and coldness, as if everything lay within his grasp. He retrieved his phone, opened an album, and presented a photograph to the bride zombie. The girl in the picture was petite, confined within an iron cage, her eyes covered with a black cloth, and her hands bound behind her back. Despite her dire circumstances, her delicate skin and charming visage were still evident. This is Li Lu Yao, the long-missing campus beauty from Jiangcheng Academy. She has actually been in my possession all along. Isn't Cao Qiye on the lookout for goddesses? Li Lu Yao perfectly fits his criteria. Yang Feng's lips curled into a sly smile. With beauty as bait, we shall undoubtedly ensnare Cao Qiye, leaving him with no means of escape. Chapter 73. The Dragon Tamer meanwhile, unaware of Yang Feng's sinister plot, Cao Qiye was preparing to leave Jiangcheng Media Academy after tonight. At this moment, he was engrossed in fulfilling a dream that every man has cherished since childhood, the aspiration to become a magnificent dragon rider. Shauna, I'm coming. Today. Allow me to lavish you with my affection. Cao Qiye exclaimed as he tightly embraced Shauna's plump tail. Master, please wait. I'm still in my dragon form. Give me a moment to revert, Shauna replied, her crimson dragon eyes brimming with shyness, her cheeks slightly flushed. In her dragon form, Shauna's tail was undeniably the most alluring feature. With Cao Qiye holding her so closely, she felt as though she might just melt away. No, no, no. What I desire is the flame dragon. Cao Qiye waved his hand, his tone tinged with impatience. His body swiftly transformed, golden dragon scales enveloping him as he too entered dragon form. The imperial dragon versus the flame dragon, now that struck a chord. He had already experimented with Pikachu, Raiden Shogun, and battle maids, and today marked the glorious moment of his ascension as a dragon rider. The following morning, let us go. Our next destination is Wanda Plaza. Now a dragon tamer, Cao Qiye felt invigorated and ready to embark on a new journey with his companions. Wanda Plaza? My brother is there too, Woodington exclaimed, her spirits lifting upon hearing the next destination. Master, my brother has been my closest companion since childhood. May I extend an invitation for him to join the Goddess Alliance? She inquired cautiously, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. That is not permissible. Our Goddess Alliance only admits goddesses. This has been my founding principle, and it shall remain unchanged, Cao Qiye replied, shaking his head. Noticing Wu Tingting's disappointment, he added with a smile, Tingting, you are my woman. And your family is naturally my family as well. If we find your brother, we can offer him some assistance and provisions. Really? That would be wonderful. Wu Tingting's face brightened with a smile, her eyes filled with gratitude. Wu Tingting, silly girl, have I ever deceived you? He is my beloved brother-in-law, Cao Qiye said with a smile, his voice tinged with affection. In truth, Cao Qiye had chosen Wanda Plaza not only because it was the nearest large shopping mall, but also primarily because Wu Jinghao's last known location was there. Master, I received an application from Li Luyao on the Academy forum. She mentioned she was in the teaching building by the Academy's main entrance and hopes to join our Goddess Alliance. Suing suddenly interjected just as everyone was preparing to depart. Her tone carried a hint of skepticism, clearly questioning the authenticity of this news. Li Luyao, one of the 4 enchanting flowers of our Academy, has recently re-emerged after a period of mysterious absence. She claims her phone was lost, and only now has it been recovered. A lost phone now found? Cao Qiye pondered skeptically, his brow furrowing slightly. He picked up his phone and initiated a video call to Li Luyao. The call rang for 5 or 6 minutes without a response. Just as Cao Qiye was about to give up, a call came through from her side. Hello? This is Li Luyao. I'm trapped in classroom 404 of the teaching building. I wish to join the Goddess Alliance. Boss Cao, I implore you. Please come to my rescue. The image displayed a girl in tears, her face a picture of distress, as if she had just endured a severe fright. Her green hair was styled in a bun, and her round cheeks resembled 2 stuffed nuts, adorably plump. All right, I will arrive in 10 minutes. Cao Qiye merely glanced at the screen, nodded in agreement, and then ended the call. Shang Wanfian interjected, Master, I sense something amiss. The evident marks on her wrist suggest she was not merely separated from her phone, but rather restrained by someone. Her speech resembles that of a rehearsed script, clearly indicating manipulation from behind the scenes. Moreover, she frequently glances in the same direction, revealing the presence of the mastermind nearby. If Shang Wanfian, the astute scout, could detect such anomalies, it was evident that Cao Qiye discerned the truth immediately. Shang Wanfian, puzzled, inquired, if there is a problem, why did you agree without hesitation, Master? I am curious to uncover their ulterior motives. In the realm of Jianqing Academy, how dare anyone covet what belongs to me, Cao Qiye? It is nothing short of courting death. His gaze was sharp, his tone laced with a chilling intent. Wait here for me. I shall return swiftly. After all, with his deep dive skill, he could simply slip away at the first sign of danger. Chapter 74. The hypocrisy that sends chills down one's spine. Master, please be cautious on your journey. The goddesses waved their hands, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles, reminiscent of wives awaiting their husband's return at home. They held no concern for Cao Qiye's perilous undertaking. After all, they had all personally experienced his formidable strength. Whether it was his explosive power, endurance, or rhythm, it was an unparalleled experience in their lives. In their hearts, they believed there were only 2 types of women in this world. Those, like themselves, who had witnessed Cao Qiye's might and were deeply enamored, and those who had yet to experience his power and remained ignorant of strength. To them, women who had not encountered Cao Qiye's greatness were pitiable. Brother Qiye is simply too powerful. Even in my dragon form, I cannot withstand it, Shauna said shyly, her legs trembling slightly. This was the most severe damage her dragon form had endured, even worse than her previous battle against the porcupine zombie. Suing smiled gently, a hint of teasing in her tone. What can we do? We are following the strongest man in the world. Shang Wanfian nodded. A trace of pride in her voice. With greater power comes greater responsibility. These are burdens we must bear. Shin Youyu and Shin Yue exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Neither of us can match Brother Qiye, let alone you alone. Wu Tingting blinked. Her face alight with anticipation. I also wish to experience Brother Qiye's dragon form. Shang Wanfian responded sharply. Tingting, are you seeking death? Jiang Ling felt both fear and anticipation. And not me next, right? Su Ying comfortingly patted Jiang Ling's shoulder. Professor Jiang, do not be anxious. Trust me, once you experience Brother Qiye's strength, it will be an unforgettable moment for you. Everyone was deeply captivated by Cao Qiye's charm, genuinely feeling that joining the Goddess Alliance was their greatest fortune. Moreover, they regarded each other as sisters, not as rivals. After all, Cao Qiye's power was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. Fine wine is delightful, but one must be cautious not to overindulge. Consuming it daily would surely take a toll on one's health. With many sisters around, they could share the burden. Meanwhile, Ling Naimei, bound in a corner, silently watched them. A flicker of helplessness in her eyes. Is no one speaking up for me? At the same time, Cao Qiye had already soared to the academy's main gate. He hovered in midair, gazing downwards, where he beheld a dense throng of zombies poised for battle. Intermixed with a few aberrant creatures, it was evident that there must be a zombie king of the same caliber as the security guard lurking in this vicinity. Logically speaking, how could any human survivors possibly exist in such an area? Cao Qiye furrowed his brow, his heart brimming with caution. Brother, save me. Suddenly, a cry for help resonated from below. Cao Qiye lowered his gaze and observed a human male struggling amidst a horde of zombies. Yang Feng. Gender, male. Age, 22. Gene lock, second stage, 94. Ability, A-class purple sky thunder. Yang Feng? Cao Qiye recognized him as the leader of the warm home. Hovering in midair, Cao Qiye meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment. Yang Feng's position was perplexing. He was encircled by zombies. Yet there were no signs indicating how he had arrived there, as if he had been parachuted into this spot. Furthermore, Yang Feng's persona struck Cao Qiye as insidiously hypocritical. In this apocalyptic world, how could he unconditionally recruit civilians, distribute resources, and engage in such thankless endeavors? How did he survive, evolve, and protect his subordinates? Where did those resources originate? Such thoughts were chilling. Is he performing a scene here? Cao Qiye smirked mockingly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly hurled his thunder spear, which embedded itself beside Yang Feng. Golden lightning surged forth, instantly incapacitating the surrounding zombies. Boom. Following this, Cao Qiye dove down, retrieved the spear from the ground, and executed a sweeping motion that eliminated all nearby zombies with precision and grace. Brother, thank you. I am Yang Feng of Warm Home. Let us forge a bloody path together. Upon witnessing Cao Qiye's assistance, Yang Feng hurriedly expressed his gratitude, urgency lacing his tone. No need for thanks. Cao Qiye replied with a faint smile. In the next instant, he initiated a strike, the thunder spear darting forth like lightning. I shall borrow your A-class ability. A glimmer of cold light preceded him, as the spear tip aimed directly at Yang Feng's heart. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the bride zombie appeared just in time, kicking Cao Qiye's thunder spear off target, causing the electrified weapon to pierce Yang Feng's left shoulder instead. Yang Feng's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. How could this individual have attacked him without warning? Was there a traitor? Had his plans been exposed? Oh, humans and zombies actually teaming up? Cao Qiye quipped as he withdrew the spear, his gaze falling upon the bride zombie, whose 2-meter-long legs resembled stilts. A spark of excitement flickered in Cao Qiye's eyes. Anomalous species. Gene lock, 4th stage, 47. Ability, A-class rapid breakthrough. Remarkably, this zombie had reached the mid-stage of the 4th gene lock, advancing at a speed even faster than Cao Qiye's. This was surely linked to its rapid breakthrough ability. If he could seize this power, Cao Qiye's own rate of advancement would be significantly enhanced. Do you dare to injure my companion? You are courting death. The bride zombie, enraged at Yang Feng's near-fatal encounter with Cao Qiye, seethed with fury. That was its reserve heart, nearly lost due to Cao Qiye's reckless attack. The towering legs of the bride zombie suddenly lifted, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh akin to a razor, aimed directly at Cao Qiye. With a resounding thud, Cao Qiye swiftly raised his spear to block, the Lei Yao spear colliding with the zombie bride's leg, sending sparks flying. The immense force propelled Cao Qiye backwards several steps, leaving cracks in the ground beneath him. The leg techniques of the bride zombie were as sharp as blades, each strike carrying a lethal threat. Her movements were as swift as lightning, overwhelming Cao Qiye and forcing him to retreat continuously. An unexpected concern from Anren stirred within Yang Feng's heart. Witnessing Gu Anren's furious reaction on his behalf filled him with a profound sense of emotion. Chapter 75. Die, you scoundrel. Having consumed Lord Tai's crystal core, your prowess is disappointingly mediocre. It seems I have overestimated you, as well as Lord Tai. The bride zombie, witnessing Cao Qiye's relentless retreat, revealed a hint of disdainful laughter upon its face. Its long legs sliced through the air like razors, and aside from the thunder gun in Cao Qiye's grasp, the surrounding structures crumbled under the aftermath of their fierce battle. Walls, pillars, and even the ground were mercilessly cleaved apart. With a roar of indignation at being underestimated, Cao Qiye transformed into his dragon man form. The power of the Golden Emperor Dragon surged through him, exponentially augmenting his combat strength. The thunder gun danced wildly in his hands, swiftly reversing the tide against the bride zombie, which found itself utterly powerless to retaliate. Although the bride zombie possessed a genetic lock that surpassed Cao Qiye's, the might of the Golden Emperor Dragon, coupled with his indomitable spirit that grew fiercer with each confrontation, rendered Cao Qiye's fundamental attributes significantly superior. In simpler terms, Cao Qiye had already attained the capability to challenge those beyond his tier. Moreover, he faced a high-level zombie like the bride, devoid of any combat abilities. Regardless of how elevated the genetic lock, to Cao Qiye, it was merely a larger experience point. In a brief exchange, the bride zombie's body bore numerous punctures from the thunder gun, riddled with several gaping holes. Quite frankly, you do not compare to the security guard at all, Cao Qiye remarked with a smirk. The security guard, despite possessing a mere sea-level ability, compensated with his Thai boxing skills and continuously grew stronger through sheer effort. In contrast, the bride zombie wielded an A-level ability, rapid breakthrough, and had Yang Feng, the traitor, assisting. Yet, this is the level of performance? It genuinely left Cao Qiye feeling somewhat disheartened. Anren, I come to your aid. Observing Gu Anren in a precarious position, Yang Feng suddenly condensed purple lightning in his hands, unleashing a violent bolt aimed directly at Cao Qiye's head. Simultaneously, the bizarre creatures under the bride zombie's command joined the fray. One wielded a massive warhammer, another bore sharp bone spikes across its chest, while a third possessed razor-sharp claws. The rat zombies unleashed a rain of toxic arrows, each glimmering with a sinister green hue. Faced with the encroaching onslaught from all directions, Cao Qiye remained unfazed. He disregarded the rat zombie's poisoned arrows, for such meager ranged attacks could not penetrate his dragon scale armor's defenses. Then, with a swift motion, he raised one hand, his golden dragon claw catching Yang Feng's purple lightning with surprising ease, only a tingling sensation coursing through his fingertips. In the next instant, he deftly evaded the lethal strike of the clawed zombie. With a flick of the thunder gun, he redirected the force of the warhammer zombie's attack, causing it to veer off course and crash into the spiked zombie. A thunderous crash echoed as the bone-spiked zombie was sent flying, its chest spike shattering upon impact. Without delay, Cao Qiye's thunder gun thrust forward like a darting dragon, the tip shimmering with a chilling light, accompanied by a piercing sound as it pierced through the chest of both the warhammer zombie and the clawed zombie. With a single strike, he pierced through two foes. In a mere encounter, Cao Qiye swiftly vanquished the three formidable generals of the bride zombie's minions, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. At that moment, the bride zombie finally grasped the dire nature of the situation. A flicker of panic coursed through its crimson pupils, as it realized that if the battle continued in this manner, it would surely meet its demise at the hands of Cao Qiye. Thus, it abruptly turned, extending its sharp claws toward Yang Feng, who harbored deep affections for it. Yang Feng, now is the moment for you to offer your heart. If I consume your A-grade purple sky thunder and combine it with my mid-stage 4th-tier genetic lock, I will undoubtedly reverse the tide of battle and emerge victorious. However, Yang Feng stood frozen, gazing at the bride zombie's grotesque visage. Within his mind, that face morphed incessantly. One moment, it was his beloved girlfriend, Gu Anren, gentle and familiar. And the next it transformed back into the horrifying visage of the zombie, twisted and fearsome. The two faces flickered back and forth, as if they were tearing at his very soul. Ultimately, the image settled upon the decayed face of the zombie. No. The terror of death surged forth like a tidal wave, jolting Yang Feng back to reality. He swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the bride zombie's lethal claws, while simultaneously channeling the purple sky thunder in his grasp, sending it crashing toward the creature's face. Boom. Thunder erupted, violet light scattering in all directions. Yet, Yang Feng's strength proved insufficient. Even the A-grade purple sky thunder merely rendered the bride zombie momentarily incapacitated. You wretched dog, how dare you betray me? The bride zombie, taken aback by the betrayal of its once loyal servant, was consumed by rage and humiliation. It charged at Yang Feng, claws glinting with cold light, aiming directly for his chest. In that critical moment, a bolt of golden lightning flashed through the air. With a piercing sound, the thunder spear pierced through the bride zombie's chest, the tip emerging from its body and spraying forth a foul, dark blood. Gasp. The bride zombie's movements came to an abrupt halt, its grotesque expression freezing in shock. Following this, Cao Qiye descended from above, delivering a forceful stomp upon its head. Boom. The ground trembled violently as the bride zombie's head was driven deep into the earth. Damn it, that was close. Cao Qiye uttered a string of expletives. In truth, it was not Yang Feng who was most fearful in that instance, but Cao Qiye himself. For if the bride zombie had succeeded in seizing Yang Feng's purple sky thunder, her rapid breakthrough would have been lost. Compared to the combative purple sky thunder, Cao Qiye yearned far more for the developmental rapid breakthrough. Fortunately, he had intervened in time, narrowly averting disaster. To prevent further complications, Cao Qiye unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, engulfing the bride zombie's form in searing flames. Ah! Amidst the inferno, the bride zombie writhed and screamed, desperately attempting to resist, yet each time it was swallowed by the dragon's breath. Cao Qiye observed coldly, and only when the essence of the creature was thoroughly scorched did he finally extinguish his fiery breath. After all, this was a mid-stage fourth-tier corpse king, and he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. Yang Feng, beside him, was rendered speechless by the scene before him, until Gu Anren's unique ability, Crystal Core, manifested, prompting him to murmur, Anren. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye picked up Yang Feng's girlfriend. Before his very eyes, he absorbed all the energy contained within her. The energy from the fourth tier, 47, propelled Cao Qiye's genetic lock from the fourth tier, 0, to a remarkable fourth tier, 30. During the process of absorption, the energy could not fully integrate into one's bloodline. For instance, if an ordinary person consumed a crystal core containing a second-tier genetic lock, their own genetic lock would only ascend to about the first tier. Thus, Cao Qiye's leap of 30 within the fourth tier was an extraordinary enhancement. Your girlfriend is truly exceptional, Cao Qiye remarked, as he felt the energy within his bloodline undergo a qualitative leap once more, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Si Cao boss. I was coerced by Gu Anren. I am human," Yang Feng stammered, trembling as he looked at Cao Qiye. Although the latter's face was adorned with a smile, Yang Feng could still sense a profound intent to kill. "You are the most despicable individual I have encountered thus far. As a human, you betray your kind. As a lover, you cannot consistently harbor affection. Everything you have done is surely merely to appease your own incompetence. Die, you wretch." With that, Cao Qiye thrust the thunder spear in his hand, unhesitatingly piercing through Yang Feng's heart. Chapter 76. Unlocking the new skin of the forest spirit. Sensing the imminent danger, the mouse zombie attempted to burrow away. Did it think it could escape? Beneath Cao Qiye's feet, ripples surged across the ground, and with a swift deep dive, he plunged into the earth. The terrain transformed into a liquid ocean before him, and he surged forward like a marlin slicing through the waves. The radiant spear in his hand left a dazzling golden trail in its wake. Just as the mouse zombie had darted a dozen meters away, its fur stood on end, overwhelmed by a chilling aura of dread that loomed behind it. "I've caught you." The radiant spear pierced through the rock layers from below, erupting from the ground amidst a shower of debris. The mouse zombie, impaled at the spear's tip, convulsed violently, the acrid scent of charred flesh mingling with the metallic tang of blood. Whether above or below ground, no creature could escape once it fell under Cao Qiye's gaze. Previously, he had overlooked this wretched mouse amidst the chaos, but he would not make the same mistake again. Subsequently, Cao Qiye consumed the newly acquired ability crystals. Retaining only the A-level abilities Rapid Breakthrough and Purple Sky Thunder, he devoured everything else, including their powers. His genetic lock advanced from the fourth tier, 30, to the fourth tier, 40. As for Rapid Breakthrough and Purple Sky Thunder, he intended to bestow these upon Wu Tingting and Shang Wanfian, both of whom possessed C-level abilities and were due for enhancement. With all aberrant creatures eradicated, Cao Qiye surveyed the surroundings, now littered with a vast tide of corpses. For someone whose genetic lock had reached the fourth tier, the gains from consuming ordinary crystals had become negligible. However, the rampant horde of corpses could not be ignored, as it was likely to give rise to new aberrant creatures and zombie overlords. Moreover, the gathering of the undead minions under the command of the Zombie King effectively assisted Cao Qiye in amassing foes, although the ordinary crystals offered minimal enhancement. Even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. Thus, Cao Qiye summoned the other members of the Goddess Alliance to aid in clearing the ordinary zombies. Meanwhile, he proceeded to the teaching building, seeking out Li Luyao, who was imprisoned by Yang Feng. In the dimly lit classroom, a girl with a bun hairstyle huddled in the corner of an iron cage. Her eyes were covered by a black cloth, and her petite frame trembled at the sound of approaching footsteps, instinctively shrinking further into her confinement. Li Luyao. Gender, female. Age, 19. Genetic lock, unlocked. Beauty, 89. Figure, 77. Temperament, 87. Charm, 89. Overall score, 86. Unlockable skin level, brave. Cao Qiye opened the cage and gently lifted the trembling Li Luyao into his arms. She resembled an injured kitten, utterly fearful. Her delicate form felt as light as a feather, and she quaked, holding her breath. Do not be afraid. As Cao Qiye removed the black cloth, Li Luyao's eyelashes fluttered. Adjusting to the light, she looked up to find a tall and handsome man before her. She recognized the person before her. It was the deceitful boss Cao, whom Yang Feng had instructed her to video call. They're in ambush. Hurry, run. Li Luyao spoke with a voice as faint as a whisper, as if she were expending her last ounce of strength. It's all right now. Yang Feng and the surrounding zombies have been dealt with, Cao Qiye said, gently caressing Li Luyao's plump cheeks with a smile. Truly, she was the adorable campus belle of Jiangxing Media Academy. This pitiful little girl evoked a sense of tenderness. Li Luyao's reaction resembled that of a stray kitten suddenly scooped up and cradled, yearning for a home while feeling trepidation about the uncertain future. What do you mean? I saved your life. From now on, I am your master, Cao Qiye replied with a faint smile. Welcome to the Goddess Alliance. The Goddess Alliance? Li Luyao blinked her large, watery eyes in confusion. Since being captured by Yang Feng, she had been cut off from the outside world. Thus, she was unaware of what the Goddess Alliance was or how Jiangxing Media Academy had transformed. For days, the only company she had was the cold iron cage that confined her. Cao Qiye did not answer her question directly. Instead, he gently lifted her petite, delicate body as one would handle an injured bird and set her down on the desk. Then, a swirl of energy emanated from his palm as he retrieved a steaming bowl of beef noodles from his storage space. The rich aroma instantly filled the classroom, with steam rising from the noodles as if they had just been served from the stove. This beef noodle dish was prepared by Su Ying, and Cao Qiye had stored many such meals in his storage space. Time within the extraordinary space was suspended, thus, regardless of how long it had been since he placed the food inside, it would always emerge in the same condition. Beef, noodles. As Li Luyao inhaled the appetizing scent, tears streamed down her face. She could hardly believe her eyes. Amidst the apocalyptic environment, she was seeing beef noodles in her lifetime, and freshly made, no less. Go ahead and eat, Cao Qiye said with a smile, and then he produced a pair of chopsticks. You're giving me food? Li Luyao was incredulous, thinking she would only be allowed to smell it. She had been confined in the cage for days, and Yang Feng would only provide her with scraps after long intervals, forcing her to eat like a dog. Eat, and as long as you are with me, you can have whatever you desire. Moreover, the Goddess Alliance has many companions: Su Ying, Shana, Shang Wanfian, Wu Dingding, Professor Jiang Ling, Xin Youyu, and Xin Yue. You should know them all. They are all part of the Goddess Alliance? Li Luyao asked, her words muffled as she devoured the noodles. She certainly remembered these renowned beauties from the academy. Tears mingled with the broth as feelings for the Goddess Alliance surged within. Indeed, from now on, you too shall be a part of it. Cao Qiye smiled as he gently pinched Li Luyao's delicate, soft cheek, reminiscent of a newborn's tenderness. The sensation was delightful. Li Luyao nodded gratefully, her eyes brimming with appreciation. With steaming food before her and familiar classmates around, what reason could she have to refuse? As long as it meant joining the Goddess Alliance, she would gladly serve the handsome man before her. System notification. Goddess Li Luyao willingly submits to the host. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a formidable ally. The heroic skin, Forest Elf, has been successfully unlocked. Name, Li Luyao. Gender, female. Age, 19. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 0. Gene lock, 3, 5. Ultimate skin, Forest Elf Magical Deer Hero. This skin grants access to the magical realm of the Elf clan. The more individuals equipped with this skin, the larger the realm's expanse. Superpower, B-class possession. This ability allows transformation into a spirit that attaches to allies, forming a defensive shield. The host will gain all abilities associated with Li Luyao's skin and has the right to equip or unequip at will. Chapter 77. The Enchanted Realm. In an instant, a verdant holy light enveloped Li Luyao, causing her garments to flutter down like petals. Amidst the radiant glow, her form began to undergo a transformation. Crystal-like antlers sprouted from her crown, her skin shimmered with a lustrous pearl-like sheen, and beneath a skirt woven from green leaves. Her legs were swathed in pure white silk, with intricate vine patterns adorning her ankles. She bore a resemblance to Yao from the game King of Glory, and also echoed the spirit of the Dendro Archon from Genshin Impact, exuding an ethereal essence of a nature sprite. A fluffy deer tail playfully swayed behind her, and around her neck hung a crescent-shaped emerald pendant that glimmered softly with her breath. What is this? Li Luyo, feeling the changes in her body and attire, gazed with her large, ethereal eyes, a mix of excitement and confusion. After a thorough explanation from Cao Qiye, she came to understand the cause. So this is the power you have bestowed upon me. With her eyes welling with tears, Li Luyu burrowed into Cao Qiye's sturdy chest, resembling a frightened fawn finally finding solace. Her petite frame appeared even more delicate in that moment, her slender fingers instinctively clutching at Cao Qiye's clothing. Naturally inclined to be reliant, the fear of struggling alone in a post-apocalyptic world surged forth as she encountered such a formidable man, unleashing an overwhelming desire for protection that manifested in hot tears. Soaking Cao Qiye's garment. You shall call me master. Cao Qiye affectionately pinched Li Luyo's soft cheek. This adorable school belle turned out to be a clingy little dear. Particularly, Li Luyo's modest height of 155 centimeters heightened the protective instincts within him. It is the power granted to me by my master. Li Luyo shyly bit her lip, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as it was her first time addressing someone as master. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, Cao Qiye had not only provided her with delicious sustenance, but also endowed her with extraordinary abilities. She would gladly call him master, or even daddy, if that's what it took. Such a good girl. Cao Qiye smiled. Eagerly, he began to experiment with the new abilities of the forest spirit. He closed his eyes, focusing intently as energy surged within him like a tide. As his thoughts flowed, the air before him abruptly twisted and contorted, giving rise to a swirling vortex of emerald light. This was not a mere subtle fluctuation of storage space, but rather an oval portal towering 2 meters high, its edges adorned with mysterious runes. Come, let us explore. Cao Qiye grasped Li Luyo's delicate hand and stepped boldly into the vortex. As a fleeting veil of daylight dissipated, the sight that greeted them left both breathless. Before them stood a colossal and ancient tree of life, its trunk entwined with vibrant green vines, while its crown scattered twinkling bioluminescence. Beneath their feet lay soft moss, and a myriad of colorful mushrooms radiated a gentle glow. A crystal-clear stream wound through the dense forest, its surface adorned with exquisite lotus flowers. The air is infused with the sweet fragrance of blossoms, and occasionally, one can catch a glimpse of a few translucent forest sprites flitting among the branches. Is this a fairyland? Li Luyo's eyes widened, her deer-like ears twitching involuntarily. Perhaps it is. Cao Qiye cannot help but exclaim in wonder. The scene before them is so dreamlike, resembling the enchanting realms of fairy tales. Most notably, the secret realm of the elven clan is teeming with life, starkly contrasting with the apocalyptic ruins of Blue Star. One is vibrant and flourishing, while the other lies in utter decay. With this secret realm, Cao Qiye will no longer need to construct makeshift shelters during perilous nights. Instead, he can build his own haven within this magical forest. The abilities of the forest sprite are indeed marvelous. Grasping tightly, Cao Qiye unfurls his wings and lifts Li Luyo effortlessly into his arms. With a powerful flap, they soar into the sky. The fierce winds lift Li Luyo's skirt, prompting her to exclaim and instinctively cling to Cao Qiye's neck. She never anticipated that he could fly. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye yearns to see the expanse of this secret realm from above. They dart through the dense canopy like arrows, and suddenly, the view opens up before them. The towering tree of life stretches endlessly into the clouds, seemingly without limit. However, to Cao Qiye's surprise, the entire magical forest spans merely 100 meters in width. Surrounded by swirling black mist, he attempts to approach the edge of the fog but is repelled by an invisible barrier. A protective enchantment? Cao Qiye seems to grasp the rule at play. This indicates that the magical forest is an infinitely expansive dimensional secret realm. The more skins from the Forest Sprite series he unlocks, the greater his freedom to roam. Nonetheless, this is already sufficient for Cao Qiye to establish his haven. There is room for expansion later, alleviating any concerns about space. He even spots a plethora of adorable creatures within the magical forest: birds, fawns, wild boars. The lake teems with an array of peculiar fish and shrimp. If Cao Qiye isn't mistaken, he even glimpsed a brachiosaurus just moments ago. So many delectable options. In Cao Qiye's eyes, these creatures are walking delicacies. It has been ages since he savored fresh meat, although he has procured ample supplies from the cafeteria's freezer, granting him a degree of freedom in the post-apocalyptic world. The frozen meat cannot compare to fresh fare. The texture and aroma are entirely different. In a world ravaged by the zombie virus, the prospect of indulging in exquisite game is something Cao Qiye once dared not dream of. Yet, the emergence of this secret realm has filled him with hope. One wonders if dinosaur meat is delicious. Chapter 78, 100,000 volts. Without lingering too long in the secret realm, Cao Qiye swiftly returned to the classroom with Li Luyo. Meanwhile, The goddesses had also cleared the surrounding zombies. After a brief self-introduction, Li Luyao quickly integrated into the ranks of the Goddess Alliance team. Everyone regarded her as a younger sister. After all, who could resist a charming little deer spirit? Tingting, Fian, come here. Cao Qiye summoned the only 2 C-rank ability users in the squad. Subsequently, he bestowed the ability Rapid Breakthrough upon Shangwan Fian and Purple Sky Thunder upon Wu Tingting. It was an A-rank ability, Core. Shangwan Fian was filled with excitement upon seeing the golden ability Core, bursting forth with joy. After all, A-rank was the highest known tier of abilities at present. She believed that as long as she remained firmly by Brother Qiye's side, he would procure any level of ability Core. I knew Master would not forget my contributions, Wu Tingting said as she wrapped her arms around Cao Qiye's neck and bestowed upon him a great, affectionate kiss. It was worth noting that every morning, she personally prepared the soybean milk. What seemed like a simple nutritious breakfast was, in reality, a challenge to satisfy Cao Qiye's discerning palate. She had invested so much into this team, and at last, she reaped her just rewards. Tingting, you are so cunning, taking advantage of Master, Shangwan Fian remarked, refusing to be outdone as she delivered a kiss of her own. Following this, both women eagerly consumed the ability cores. Fian, you choose to replace. Tingting, you choose to evolve, commanded Cao Qiye. Yes, Master. Tingting and Shangwan Fian nodded in unison, without any dissent. After all, the advancement path determined by their master was undoubtedly the most suitable for them, as the 2 A-rank ability cores were absorbed. The attributes of Wu Tingting and Shangwan Fian underwent a profound transformation. Name, Wu Tingting. Gender, female. Age, 19. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 29. Gene lock, 3rd stage, 5. Ultimate skin, Pool Party Pikachu common, possesses water element control, can perform deep dive, treating any wall as an ocean, allowing free passage as if in water. The more individuals who unlock this skin, the longer the deep dive skill lasts, and the shorter its cooldown. Ability, C-rank electric shock. Successfully evolved to A-rank 100,000 volts. Capable of harnessing golden currents of up to 100,000 volts. The host will gain all abilities of Wu Tingting's skin and retains the right to don or remove armor at will. Name, Shangwan Fian. Gender, female. Age, 19. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 16. Gene lock, 3rd stage, 5. Ultimate skin, Battle-Made Vanguard common. Based on one's unique characteristics, one can acquire a personalized weapon. The more individuals who unlock this skin, the higher the weapon S level. The ability, classified as C-grade penetration, has successfully been upgraded to A-grade rapid breakthrough. The advancement speed of the genetic lock is enhanced by 30. It has been detected that your genetic lock inherits the value of leadership power, rendering further breakthroughs impossible. The system automatically compensates you with a 30 increase across all attributes, while the feedback attributes remain unchanged. The host will gain all the capabilities associated with the skin of Shangwan Fian, along with the right to don or doff the armor at will. The processes of replacement and evolution proceeded remarkably smoothly. In truth, Yang Feng Zixiao Tianlei is also commendable. Wu Tingting could opt for a replacement, as the success rate for such an endeavor stands at a perfect 100. Evolution, however, carries a risk of failure. Nonetheless, Cao Qiye deemed the purple lightning less dazzling than its golden counterpart. Hence he boldly chose to pursue evolution despite the peril. After all, even in the event of failure, he could easily acquire a new A-grade ability, Crystal Core, without concern. Kilovolt. Following her ability's advancement, Wu Tingting radiated excitement, her delicate fingertips suddenly bursting forth with blinding golden light. A tempestuous current surged within her palm, coalescing into a crackling spherical lightning bolt, with golden arcs dancing like serpents through the surrounding air, casting her visage in a flickering glow. Megavolt. With a soft command, Wu Tingting's current intensity escalated abruptly. The once fist-sized electric sphere swelled exponentially, its surface arcs thickening to the girth of a child's arm, while the air became saturated with the acrid sin of ozone. The debris upon the ground levitated under the influence of the formidable electromagnetic field, spiraling gently around the electric sphere. 100,000 volts. Wu Tingting channeled all her energy. In an instant, the brilliant electric light erupted like a miniature sun, saturating the entire space in a dazzling gold. A lightning beam as wide as a bowl intertwined around her, while the ground cracked and charred under the high-voltage current, and the air warped due to the intense heat. She appeared as though transformed into a deity of thunder, her hair standing on end from static electricity, dancing wildly amidst the electric brilliance. Chapter 79. The electric female officer. Is this the power of 100,000 volts? Indeed, indeed. Even the bystander, Cao Qiye, couldn't help but praise the extraordinary ability of 100,000 volts as it unleashed such formidable destructive force in the hands of Wu Tingting, who possessed a third-tier genetic lock. If wielded by himself, its potency would undoubtedly escalate to new heights. Suddenly, Wu Tingting's legs weakened, and she collapsed into Cao Qiye's embrace. Although the surge of electricity was potent, it had swiftly drained Wu Tingting's energy. Tingting, are you all right? She gasped. I feel as though my body has been completely drained. Wu Tingting panted weakly, realizing just how terrifying the energy consumption of this ability truly was. Is the energy consumption of 100,000 volts really so severe? Let me give it a try. With one arm cradling Wu Tingting, Cao Qiye gathered the storm's energy into his palm, aiming it forward. Boom! A thunderclap resonated as a bolt of lightning struck down, creating a charred pit 10 meters in diameter. The fragments of rock, even before they could settle, were vaporized into dust by the intense heat. This spectacle caused all the goddesses present to inhale sharply, once again recognizing the chasm that lay between them and Cao Qiye. In reality, this strike had consumed nearly 20% of Cao Qiye's energy. It seemed that the might of 100,000 volts was directly proportional to its energy expenditure. Particularly for Wu Tingting, her experience was most poignant. She had merely unleashed the 100,000 volts and had collapsed from exhaustion, while Cao Qiye's effortless strike far surpassed her limits. Yet he remained unfazed. Against lesser foes, it seemed that a mere 1,000 volts would suffice. Cao Qiye's gaze swept across the smoldering crater, contemplating silently. Compared to the overwhelming might of 100,000 volts, the additional 30% attribute boost from Shang Wanfian appeared somewhat feeble. However, Shang Wanfian understood that her ability was designed to serve the entire team. Much like Su Ying's purifying spring, which was irreplaceable. It was a mark of absolute trust that Brother Qiye would entrust such a crucial ability to her. Having fortified 2 Class A abilities, Cao Qiye finally set forth from Jiancheng Media Academy, hastening towards Wanda Square. With the blessing of the Forest Spirit Secret Realm, the operation became significantly more convenient. According to the original plan, only Cao Qiye, Shen Youyu, and Shen Yue possessed the ability to fly, while the other members needed their assistance for flight. The wing's ability consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and carrying additional individuals would exacerbate the exhaustion. This was a trivial matter for the fully realized Cao Qiye, yet the Shen sisters, who had only unlocked 10% of their genetic locks, would likely struggle to sustain it for long, inevitably slowing the entire team's progress. Thus, Cao Qiye decided to have all members of the Goddess Alliance enter the private secret realm. Upon reaching their destination, he would open the realm and bring everyone out. This is akin to Cao Qiye acquiring an extraordinary spatial ability that allows him to disguise himself. It is exceedingly convenient. However, Cao Qiye did not permit the goddesses to remain idle within the secret realm. He entrusted them with a formidable task. Professor Jiang was to draft the architectural plans for a home, which they would subsequently construct within the enchanted forest, creating a sanctuary of their own. Ideally, they would also capture a few wild boars to raise. After encountering living wildlife, Cao Qiye had lost all interest in frozen meat. In the evenings, he yearned for a roasted suckling pig to satisfy his palate. At this moment, on the Blue Star, anyone possessing livestock that had not succumbed to the zombie virus would undoubtedly hold a veritable treasure trove, capable of trading for abundant resources and crystal cores. Not to mention the allure of wild game. Just as Cao Qiye's thoughts were consumed by the tantalizing aroma of roasted pig, a sudden commotion erupted in the streets below. A middle-aged couple was daringly venturing out in search of sustenance, but the wife inadvertently fell prey to a zombie, which sank its teeth into her neck. In a desperate attempt to save her, the husband was knocked to the ground. Daddy, Mommy. At that moment, 2 small figures bolted from their hiding place. The 8-year-old brother tightly embraced his 3- or 4-year-old sister, crying out as they raced towards their parents. Their cherubic faces were streaked with tears, and their thin garments fluttered in the wind. Don't come any closer. Run. The man screamed in despair. His wife's chest had been torn apart, her innards devoured by the zombie, and her body was beginning to mutate. The man's own wound was rapidly turning green, the virus gnawing at every nerve within him. The only thing keeping him going were the 2 children stumbling towards danger. Just as the zombie's claws were about to reach the children, a bolt of crimson lightning suddenly cleaved through the street, racing towards them. It was a red motorcycle, enveloped in aerospace-grade carbon fiber, its sleek body glinting with a metallic sheen, exuding an air of cool sophistication. Atop the motorcycle sat a strikingly attractive female police officer, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, dancing wildly in the fierce wind. With a graceful drift, she executed a perfect tailspin, the rear wheel of her bike sparking crimson flames against the pavement, propelling the zombie away from the children. In a swift motion akin to scooping up a pearl from the depths, she deftly gathered the two children into her embrace. Chapter 80. Lin Qiye suddenly. Two miniature machine guns emerged from either side of the motorcycle's headlights, their barrels gleaming with an ethereal blue energy. As the projectiles sliced through the air, they left behind not the acrid scent of gunpowder, but trails of azure particles. Heat weapons? Cao Qiye's pupils constricted as he descended upon a nearby rooftop. It was known that after the advent of the black mist, all thermal weapons had turned into mere scrap metal. How was it possible for this woman to wield firearms? Lin Qiye. Gender: female. Age: 26. Appearance: 90. Physique: 93. Charisma: 93. Overall rating: 91. Unlockable skin level: epic. Gene lock: second tier: 55. Ability: B-class motorcycle combat vehicle. Upon reviewing Lin Qiye's attributes, Cao Qiye realized that the projectiles emanating from the motorcycle's barrels were not traditional bullets, but highly compressed energy. Lin Qiye? Quite intriguing. Observing from his elevated position, Cao Qiye found himself captivated by the motorcycle-riding female officer. Despite Lin Qiye's relentless adjustments to her motorcycle to sweep through the encroaching horde of zombies, she was unable to eliminate them all. As the zombies closed in on her from both sides, Cao Qiye sensed the opportune moment to intervene. Just as he prepared to act, three men suddenly charged in from the side, the leader wielding a formidable Guan Yu broadsword, cleaving through the zombies that threatened Lin Qiye from behind. Zhao Meng. Gender: male. Age: 32. Gene lock: second tier: 60. Ability: B-class brutality. Equipment: B-class crescent blade. Zhao Meng, the leader, was not only a mid-tier B-class ability user but also possessed a B-class weapon. The other two men were merely low-tier ordinary individuals without any abilities. With the widespread availability of crystal cores, ordinary people had gradually realized they could consume these cores to enhance their gene locks, albeit without any special abilities. Given such a configuration, dispatching the zombies before them was hardly a challenge. However, Cao Qiye found himself curious about the origin of the C-class weapon in Zhao Meng's possession. His own ray gun, Shang Guanfian's Wind Whisper Sword, and Xin Youyu and Xin Youwei's Gravity Meteor Hammer were all provided by the battle-made skin. He had always assumed these weapons were exclusive to the system. To his surprise, it appeared that other ability users in Blue Star had also acquired such weapons. This suggested that, aside from Cao Qiye's Supreme Skin system, there were alternative means to produce unique weapons that originally did not exist in Blue Star. While Cao Qiye and the members of the Battle Maid did not require such items, it was conceivable that goddesses from other skin series could equip them. Moreover, it was possible they could also obtain other artifacts and treasures beyond mere weaponry. Xiaowu, Atai, I leave the children in your care. Lin Qiye deftly handed the two children to her companions behind her, then promptly leaned forward on the motorcycle. Her elongated figure harmoniously melded with the streamlined silhouette of the motorcycle, the hem of her uniform billowing in the brisk wind, revealing a slender waist. Those long legs, encased in form-fitting leather pants, tightly gripped the fuel tank, while the alluring curvature of her rounded hips became particularly striking as she sped along. With a roar, the engine surged to life, propelling the motorcycle forward like an arrow released from a bow. Swiftly advancing, she executed precise shots with remarkable accuracy. Xiao Wu and Atai stood frozen in place, instinctively swallowing hard. Lin Qiye's graceful curves, accentuated by the undulating movement of the bike and the taut, peach-like posterior encased in leather, traced an exhilarating arc beneath the sun. Stop dawdling. Stay alert. Zhao Meng's thunderous voice broke through their reverie. Yet, Lin Qiye's poised and alluring figure had already etched itself indelibly in their minds. Chapter 81. The toad ascends to the heavens. Zhao Gu, surpassing Sister Chao's figure. TSK. Xiao Wu rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed in awe. Atai licked his lips, exclaiming, not only is her figure extraordinary, but her skills are even more remarkable. That marksmanship, that waist strength. Just wait and see if I one-T gouge out your eyes. Zhao Meng shot a menacing glare at the two, then turned his attention to Lin Qiye's silhouette, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Just wait. This police flower will eventually be mine. With such a figure, she clearly has the potential to bear robust children. Xiao Wu shrank back, saying, Zhao Gu, we are fugitives, contemplating actions against the police. To hell with it. Zhao Meng slapped the back of Xiao Wu's head, declaring that in this world, there is no distinction between police and fugitives. Only the strong and the weak exist. The three of them were once notorious criminals imprisoned in Jiangxing police station. Zhao Meng was particularly infamous as the king of thieves, whose bank heist had shocked the entire province. On the day the zombie virus erupted, the police station descended into chaos. If it hadn't been for Lin Qiye's daring act of unlocking their cells, they would have long since become mindless corpses. Ironically, It was this group of desperate rogues' fierce struggle that allowed Lin Xiaoyu to break free from the encirclement. Yet now, this debt of gratitude had transformed into Zhao Meng's confidence in coveting the police flower. Boom. The ground suddenly erupted as a low-tier 3-stage centipede zombie burst forth. Its 10-meter-long body was adorned with grotesque human heads, each pair of eyes swiveling in unison, instilling a chilling dread. Although Zhao Meng quickly blocked with his blade, he was still hurled away by the tremendous force. The crescent blade skidded across the ground, sparking for dozens of meters before finally embedding itself into the asphalt. This is bad, Lin Xiaoyu thought, sensing imminent danger. With Zhao Meng knocked back, only 2 powerless humans remained beside the children. Faced with a 3-stage aberration, they had no chance to resist. Tat 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 tat. Lin Xiaoyu immediately redirected her firearm, unleashing energy bullets that erupted in azure flames upon the centipede zombie's exoskeleton. However, this merely delayed its advance, as the creature swiftly burrowed into the ground. Take the children and go, Lin Xiaoyu shouted while firing. Yet, Xiaowu and Atai exchanged glances, disregarding her command, abandoning the children to flee in panic. Damn it. Lin Xiaoyu twisted the throttle, her motorcycle darting towards the kids. Just as she bent down to scoop up the 2 children, the earth erupted once more. Bang. The motorcycle was thrown high into the air, and Lin Xiaoyu's back crashed heavily against the ruins. She tightly shielded the children in her arms. But she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her police uniform instantly stained a dark crimson. The centipede zombie raised its head, covered in barbs, its mandibles glinting ominously. Sensing its prey injured, it emitted a thrilling screech, charging forth like a train. Clang. In a critical moment, the severely injured Zhao Meng intercepted the lethal blow with his blade. The knife collided with the creature's pincers, sparking a blinding light. The zombie's overwhelming force relentlessly pushed him back until he stood before Lin Xiaoyu. Damn you, foul insect. Zhao Meng, with a split mouth, grinned menacingly. Dare to touch my woman? Have you consulted my crescent blade? Who is your woman? Lin Xiaoyu, struggling to rise while leaning on her knees, was covered in dust from her police uniform. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze sharp as a blade. Indeed, Zhao Meng possessed remarkable strength and had expressed his intentions multiple times during their escape. However, as an exceptional graduate of the police academy, Lin Xiaoyu found it impossible to connect with this foul-mouthed bank robber. Even in this apocalyptic world, she regarded him merely as a temporary partner. Xiaoyu, if I slay this centipede beast, will you be mine? Sure. Whoever can fell this giant centipede, I shall be theirs. Lin Xiaoyu readily agreed. From the earlier tremendous impact, she had already discerned that the centipede before them was undoubtedly a 3rd-tier aberration, and neither she nor Zhao Meng stood a chance against this zombie. Their immediate concern was to devise a means of escape. All right, it's a deal. Tonight, you shall clean up in my bed, just wait. Zhao Meng roared with fervor, his strength surging as he genuinely forced the centipede zombie back several steps. The crescent blade clanged against the zombie's massive pincers. Seizing the moment, Zhao Meng leaped, wielding his weapon in a downward arc flying dragon in the sky. Lin Xiaoyu's pupils constricted in astonishment. She had never anticipated that her jest could unleash such formidable potential in Zhao Meng. A hint of regret crept in. Yet, beauty seldom lasts beyond 3 seconds. With a resounding crack, the centipede zombie's long tail lashed out like a steel whip, sending the airborne Zhao Meng crashing into a roadside shop, shattering the glass facade with a thunderous crash. Flying dragon in the sky? What a ludicrous name. The centipede zombie emitted a metallic chuckle, dozens of grotesque faces displaying mocking expressions. I would suggest a more fitting title, Toad Ascending to the Sky? However, just as the centipede elder reveled in its triumph, a deafening roar erupted. A golden lightning bolt suddenly tore through the heavens, striking down upon its crown like divine retribution. In the next moment, the angelic figure of Cao Qiye, wielding a thunderous spear, descended from the sky like a radiant comet. With a piercing thrust, the spear pierced through the centipede zombie's head, obliterating all in its path, cleanly traversing from its cranium to its tail segment. And how shall you judge my technique? Cao Qiye stood poised, the spear tip still crackling with dancing arcs of lightning, a smirk gracing his lips, his tone playful yet imbued with undeniable authority. Impressive. Utterly impressive. The centipede elder's form stiffened, each head embedded in its exoskeleton perforated by lightning, its grotesque visage frozen in terror. In the next heartbeat, its body shattered inch by inch, ultimately transforming into a crimson 3rd-tier ability orb, suspended in midair. This spectacle left Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Meng utterly speechless. Heaven, brother angel. Even those 2 frightened children gazed wide-eyed at Cao Qiye, murmuring their gratitude. Thank you for saving us. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the tall, handsome man before her, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. Had it not been for Cao Qiye's timely intervention, she might have lost her life today. Yet, the power he possessed instilled a deep sense of caution in her, for this was a post-apocalyptic world, and her genetic locks and abilities were merely a means of survival in the presence of true strength. No need to thank me. Cao Qiye tucked away his wings and, having absorbed the ability Dao, approached Lin Xiaowei at a leisurely pace. A playful smile lingered at the corners of his lips. As your man, it is my duty to ensure your safety. Huh? Lin Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard. What? You just said it yourself. Cao Qiye leaned slightly closer, his voice low and tinged with mockery. Did you not just declare that whoever could slay this giant centipede would have you as theirs? Surely, you wouldn't go back on your word, especially with children present. As a police big sister, you ought to set a good example. Cao Qiye's long fingers gently lifted her chin, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing Lin Xiaowei. Her exquisite features, striking figure, and the bloodstained police uniform only added to her chaotic allure. A paragon of beauty among beauties. Lin Xiaowei opened her mouth to protest, but was abruptly silenced by Cao Qiye's dominating kiss. Her pupils dilated, her mind going blank in an instant. Cao Qiye smiled lightly. As your man, a brief taste is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? You. Lin Xiaoyue's cheeks flushed instantly, a blend of embarrassment and indignation flooding her. This was her first kiss. Chapter 82. The King's Contempt. You little brat. How dare you lay a hand on my woman? Have you lost your mind? Upon witnessing his beloved goddess being kissed by another, Zhao Meng erupted with a thunderous roar, rising from the ruins. Grasping his crescent blade, he charged forward with a menacing aura, the blade screeching against the ground. However, rather than retreating, Cao Qiye tightened his grip on Lin Xiaoyue's neck and deepened the kiss. Lin Xiaowei caught a glimpse of Zhao Meng rushing towards them, instinctively clutching at Cao Qiye's clothing. She ought to have been furious, yet the fervent breath entwined between their lips rendered her weak, her thoughts momentarily frozen. How peculiar. She should have incapacitated this brat with a single kick. Why was she instead concerned for his safety? The muscle memory of the combat champion was utterly failing her. She could even hear the erratic thumping of her heart. It's all right. Cao Qiye chuckled lightly, barely sparing Zhao Meng a glance, casually raising a hand. Boom. A golden bolt of lightning struck mere inches in front of Zhao Meng, scorching the earth and sending him staggering backward in the ensuing shockwave. As the dust settled, a chasm-like crack remained, its edges pulsating with dazzling electricity. Swallowing hard, Zhao Meng stared at the charred ground before his feet, his throat constricting. If that strike had been off by even a fraction, it would have been fatal. Cold sweat soaked his back as he stiffly met Cao Qiye's indifferent gaze, which bore the disdain of a king surveying an insignificant insect. Please, continue, big brother. Zhao Meng suddenly jolted, his crescent blade clattering to the ground. Allow me to clear the area. I shall not let any riffraff disturb your enjoyment. With that, he picked up his blade and charged into the throng of corpses, dispatching the ordinary zombies with ease, akin to a dutiful guard dog. Indeed, one could not deny that he was a master thief. Such perceptiveness was not common. Pleased with Zhao Meng's display, Cao Qiye spared him for the moment. As the kiss continued, Cao Qiye's hand grew bolder, reaching towards Lin Xiaoyue's curves. Click. With a sharp sound, Lin Xiaowei produced handcuffs, swiftly locking his right hand to her own. In an instant, Cao Qiye found himself apprehended. Don't push your luck. Though her breath was still somewhat erratic, her eyes regained their clarity. Prop play? How delightful. Cao Qiye chuckled softly, suddenly twisting his wrist, easily pinning her arms behind her back. The disparity in their genetic prowess left Lin Xiaowei with no room to resist. He skillfully retrieved the key from her pocket, unlocking his cuffs before securing her hands behind her. In truth, with Cao Qiye's strength, he could have easily broken free from the handcuffs at any time. However, such an entertaining prop would be a pity to destroy. What are you planning? I am a police officer. Lin Xiaowei let out a playful protest. I understand, she replied. Cao Qiye leaned closer to her flushed earlobe and declared, what I desire is merely a warning. With that, he effortlessly hoisted Lin Tianyi over his shoulder, deliberately giving her a couple of playful slaps on her well-rounded backside. Oh, the sensation. Delightful. Cao Qiye spread his wings and, before departing, casually tore open a portal to another realm, retrieving bread and bottled water, which he tossed to the two children. Eat up, he said, his voice unexpectedly gentle. Your angelic brother is leaving. Surviving in a post-apocalyptic world was exceedingly difficult for children, and Cao Qiye had no intention of taking them in. Moreover, even if he were to consider it, a single man could hardly accommodate them all. His mere presence had already saved the two little ones once. The rest was up to their own fate. At the very least, they could hope to die with full bellies. Wait a moment. Lin Xiaowei suddenly began to struggle. Observing Cao Qiye's charitable act, she bit her lip, wishing to secure another chance for the two children. I can be your woman, but you must promise me one request. Cao Qiye raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you negotiating with me? Indeed. Lin Xiaowen nodded resolutely. Your condition is void, for as you previously stated, you have already claimed me as yours. Cao Qiye decisively rejected her. Lin Xiaowen gritted her teeth, aware that without presenting new terms, this man would never acquiesce. Thus, summoning her courage, she exclaimed, our stronghold is nearby. If you agree to take the 2 children to safety, I will submit to your will. Upon uttering those words, Lin Xiaowen felt her face flush intensely. Submit to your will? As it stands, you are already at my mercy, Cao Qiye stated, shaking his head, feeling that he was not gaining much from this arrangement. That is different, Lin Xiaowen replied, biting her lip, her cheeks aflame, her voice barely above a whisper. It's a deal. Now, share the location of the stronghold with me. Cao Qiye pondered thoughtfully. There was indeed a distinction between willingly submitting and being coerced. Furthermore, the Supreme Skin system did not advocate for the violation of a woman's consent. In this post-apocalyptic landscape, such a healthy and positive system was undoubtedly a breath of fresh air. Subsequently, Cao Qiye carried Lin Xiaowen and the 2 little ones, patting his backside as he made his exit. Of course, the pat he gave was not directed at his own. Chapter 83, The 1,000 Birds in the Sharp Gunweight. I have a small request. Lin Xiaowen's gaze sharpened as she looked towards the distant ruins. Xiao Wu and Ah Tai, who had just abandoned the child, were stealthily hiding behind a broken wall. Could you help me deal with those 2 scoundrels? Lin Xiaowen's voice was icy. Had it not been for their cowardly retreat, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. As the captain of the Special Police Force, she harbored a profound disdain for deserters, cowards who betrayed their comrades. It cannot merely be a request, it must be articulated as a plea. Cao Qiye did not respond affirmatively, but instead corrected Lin Xiaowen's grammatical misstep. It is a request. I implore you to handle them before you depart. Lin Xiaowen quickly acquiesced, altering her phrasing. That suits me perfectly. Cao Qiye did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he conjured a bolt of heavenly thunder, obliterating the 2 men into mere fragments. He was pleasantly surprised by the female officer's fierce sense of justice. He found himself liking her even more. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu and Ah Tai's abrupt demise, Zhao Meng trembled in fear. Hey, help me retrieve the crystals. Cao Qiye gestured towards Zhao Meng. Without a moment's delay, Zhao Meng hurriedly collected the crystals left by Xiao Wu and Ah Tai, mindful not to display any sign of negligence. Although neither of the men possessed special abilities, they were humans who had unlocked their genetic locks, and their deaths resulted in the emergence of ordinary crystals. Naturally, Cao Qiye would not let such resources go to waste. Boss, here are the crystals you requested. Zhao Meng reverently presented the 2 crystals from his fallen comrades, internally lamenting, Xiao Wu, Ah Tai. It is not that the elder brother does not seek vengeance for you. It is merely that this man is far too formidable. You might as well accept your fate. Cao Qiye raised his hand and effortlessly absorbed the 2 crystals. In an instant, the faintly glowing remnants of his brothers transformed into gray-white dust, cascading through his fingers. I have a question for you. Cao Qiye turned to Zhao Meng, his light tone sending a shiver down the latter's spine. Boss, as long as I know the answer, I shall respond without reservation. The crescent blade in your possession is not a weapon native to Blue Star, is it? Where did you acquire it? Impressive insight, boss. This crescent blade was obtained from a peculiar statue. If you fancy it, I shall gift it to you. Zhao Meng hastily thrust the crescent blade towards Cao Qiye, his survival instinct kicking into overdrive. It was preferable for him to offer the weapon voluntarily than to face the possibility of being killed and having it taken from him. How embarrassing. Though he feigned reluctance, Cao Qiye accepted the crescent blade, stowing it in his ability space. Noticing that Zhao Meng was somewhat astute, he continued his inquiry. Where is the statue you mentioned? It is located in an alley right outside the police station, featuring a peculiar horse-headed figure. One can converse with it by paying 10 ordinary crystals. It proposed a little game. Should I win, I would receive a B-grade treasure. And what if you lose? If defeated, one must either forfeit 1,000 crystal cores or surrender their own life. Zhao Meng swallowed hard and continued. Who possesses such a vast quantity of crystal cores? To hold on to them without consuming them would be sheer folly. What sort of game is this? Cao Qiye's interest peaked increasingly. He never anticipated that. Aside from the outbreak of a zombie virus, Blue Star would also unveil a realm reminiscent of an apocalyptic game. If Zhao Meng's words held any truth, it was indeed bewildering. It was a rather ordinary horse racing game, featuring 10 horses. As long as one could predict the winning horse, victory was theirs. Though I have not received formal education, I understand that the odds of selecting the winning horse are decidedly low, hence my reluctance to participate. Without 1,000 crystal cores, losing would mean death. Nevertheless, I have many brothers. I allowed a few of my subordinates to partake. That day, fortune smiled upon us, and only 3 brothers perished, resulting in the acquisition of this B-grade treasure. At this juncture, Zhao Meng wore a proud expression, as if those brothers who perished in pursuit of the B-grade treasure had met their fate honorably. So it was. Cao Qiye nodded, grasping the mechanism behind the statue. Zhao Meng, did you not claim that this Guangong's broadsword was something you found? Lin Xiaowei, who perched upon Cao Qiye's shoulder, interjected fiercely. Clearly, she had been duped by Zhao Meng previously. Hee, Zhao Meng chuckled. Officer, how could I divulge such secrets that lead to treasures so easily? Do not forget, I am the king of thieves. Then let us proceed to the statue. Cao Qiye resolved to alter their course. Ascertaining the veracity of Zhao Meng's claims took precedence over escorting the two children to the stronghold. Boss, it's not that I am unwilling to take you. It's simply unattainable. After we wagered on the winning horse, that miraculous statue shattered. Otherwise, I would have long since taken the ordinary folks from the stronghold to exchange for treasures. Zhao Meng recounted earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaowei rebuked, Zhao Meng, I knew from the start that you were no good. Zhao Meng scratched his head in response. What you say is true. I am certainly no good person. If I were, I would not be confined in a detention center. Cao Qiye, contemplating this, nodded in agreement. This fellow likely wouldn't dare to lie, and Zhao Meng's reasoning was sound. Had the statue still existed, he would undoubtedly have taken the ordinary people to exchange for treasures. However, the existence of the statue sparked a thought in Cao Qiye's mind. Perhaps in the hidden corners of Blue Star, countless such statues remain, from which humanity can procure treasures to combat the zombies. This would undoubtedly be splendid news for humankind. Boss, unless there are other matters at hand, I shall take my leave. So as not to intrude upon your time with Officer Xiaowei, Zhao Meng thought constantly of making a hasty exit, aware that being near Cao Qiye could spell peril at any moment. Begone! Cao Qiye waved his hand, signaling that the other could depart. Zhao Meng, feeling as if released from a great burden, turned and fled. Yet, at the very moment he took his first step, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Cao Qiye's eyes. In an instant, a bolt of golden lightning coalesced, transforming into a piercing beam of light that precisely penetrated Zhao Meng's back. As the golden current surged through his chest, one could even observe the charred marks left upon his heart, reminiscent of Sasuke's Chidori from an anime. This technique was a newfound skill that Cao Qiye had comprehended under the guidance of Professor Jiang Ling after acquiring the extraordinary ability of 100,000 volts. It could be interpreted as a plasma beam formed by high-voltage electricity. When the voltage reached the level of 100,000 volts, the air would become ionized, creating a conductive pathway that allowed the current to be directed and released like a tangible spear. This high-energy plasma beam could reach temperatures of several thousand degrees, sufficient to instantaneously carbonize human tissue. Zhao Meng, in disbelief, glanced down at the charred void in his chest, his lips quivering for a moment before he collapsed with a resounding thud. Did you not say you would spare him? Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback. She marveled at Cao Qiye's command over lightning, never expecting him to be so decisively ruthless. I possess no habit of leaving roots unsevered. This fellow was already a dead man the moment he swung his blade at me. I merely had a few questions for him, and whether he answered or not, his fate was sealed. Cao Qiye coldly flicked his wrist, the golden electric glow gradually dissipating from his fingertips. He turned to Lin Xiaowei, a playful smile returning to his lips. What? Do you find me too cruel? Lin Xiaowei bit her lip but remained silent. Having survived in this apocalyptic world for so long, she understood that one must never show weakness in their actions. Her decision to save the child stemmed from her duty as a police officer, but that did not imply she was a saint. Moreover, individuals like Zhao Meng were hardly deserving of sympathy. Chapter 84. Unlocking the new skin. Doomsday Mech. The distance was not far. After devouring Zhao Meng's crystal core, Cao Qiye cradled two children in his left arm while lifting Lin Xiaowei with his right, arriving at the destination above in less than 30 seconds. It was a 5-story abandoned warehouse, its gray-white exterior glowing ominously in the crimson hues of the setting sun. Something felt amiss. Lin Xiaowei's brow furrowed sharply, her body tensing beneath her police uniform. There should be sentinels on the rooftop. She had specifically instructed that someone must be on guard, ever vigilant of the movements of the anomalous creatures in the vicinity. A quick inspection would reveal the truth. Cao Qiye descended onto the rooftop and casually unlocked her handcuffs. You have witnessed my strength. Do not attempt any tricks, for it would endanger not only your life but many others as well. Lin Xiaowei bit her lip in acknowledgement. But as she turned, her pupils dilated in shock. The remnants of two sentinels lay dismembered, their limbs severed with precision, blood splattered across the walls, droplets dripping from the ventilation ducts. Strangely, there were no corpses in sight. How could this be? Lin Xiaowei stumbled down the staircase, but froze at the corner. The vast warehouse resembled a scene from hell. Severed arms lay scattered about, thick pools of coagulated blood covering the floor. Blood splatters adorned the walls, shelves, and even the ceiling, yet there were no signs of any survivors. The scene was eerily bizarre. It was all my fault. It was all my fault. Lin Xiaowei knelt in the crimson pool, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Had she not led the team outside, such a tragedy would never have occurred. Judging by the evidence at the scene, although no survivor bodies were found, it was likely that their fates were dire. The area bore witness to numerous signs of battle. Alongside ashes left by the decayed corpses of zombies, Cao Qiye scratched the wall with the tip of his shoe, stirring the ashes. These remnants were traces left behind by zombies after their bodies had disintegrated. If I am not mistaken, your companions must have transformed into zombies and were subsequently annihilated by other ability users. Yet, if they were indeed eliminated after becoming zombies, what then explains these severed limbs? Lin Xiaowei was at a loss. I do not possess the answers for now, Cao Qiye replied, shaking his head. However, before he could ponder further, he soon discovered what appeared to be a survivor's last words scrawled in blood at the corner, the two characters Cherry Blossom. It was those beasts from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Lin Xiaoyue's pupils constricted as she recognized her companion's final message, immediately comprehending the implications. Yesterday, we encountered a group of ability users from the Cherry Blossom Nation who demanded we join their Imperial Abyss Gate. Without a second thought, I refused. They must have harbored resentment and launched a surprise attack on our stronghold. The words Cherry Blossom Nation and Imperial Abyss Gate resonated in Cao Qiye's mind, connecting the dots to the severed line from Ling Naimei. Help me avenge everyone. As long as you assist me, I am willing to comply with any request, even if it means toiling endlessly for you, without a hint of complaint. Lin Xiaowei gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, clutching Cao Qiye's wrist tightly, her eyes pleading. I have long been aware of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss, a notorious assassin organization under the Yazakura group of Sakura country, and their leader's daughter, Ling Naimei, is still in my possession. Cao Qiye gently placed his palm on Lin Xiaoyue's shoulder, offering comfort. How dare these individuals cause chaos in our great Xia? Even if you remain silent, our goddess alliance will eradicate the Gate of the Imperial Abyss from Jiacheng. Subsequently, Cao Qiye informed Lin Xiaowei about the assassination attempt on Professor Kong by the Gate of the Imperial Abyss. These ruffians dare to target the professor who discovered the microlight suppressor in Jiangxing? Lin Xiaowei felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. What do you think? Would you like to join our goddess alliance to eradicate the Gate of the Imperial Abyss and these scoundrels from Sakura country? At this moment, Cao Qiye extended an invitation to Lin Xiaowei. The Goddess Alliance? You mean, you have companions? Lin Xiaowei, not being a student of Jiangcheng Media Academy, was unfamiliar with the Goddess Alliance. Yes, the Goddess Alliance is my creation. Aside from me, Cao Qiye, all other members are women of divine caliber. Very well. I shall join you. Lin Xiaowei slowly rose, her gaze resolute. She was eager to exact vengeance upon the scoundrels of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss. And Cao Qiye's formidable power was precisely what she needed to fulfill her quest for retribution. Ding. System notification. Goddess Lin Xiaowei voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a formidable ally. Epic skin, Apocalypse Mecha, successfully unlocked. Name, Lin Xiaowei. Gender, female. Age, 26. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 0. Gene lock, tier 3, 5. Ultimate skin, Apocalypse Mecha speed exceed, epic. Gains the ability to transform into a mech and can merge with other holders of Apocalypse Mecha skins. Superpower, A-class flash. Rolls forward a certain distance, gaining a charged strike that enhances the damage of the next attack. During the roll, invincibility frames are granted. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The host will inherit all abilities of Lin Xiaoyue's skin and has the right to don or remove the armor at will. In an instant, dazzling blue and white particles enveloped Lin Xiaowei entirely. Her uniform disassembled and reconfigured within the data stream, gradually transforming into a skin-tight battle suit infused with futuristic technology. The silver-white nanomaterial perfectly accentuated her alluring curves, with azure energy rings embedded at her joints. Her originally black hair was styled into vibrant orange twin tails, the tips crackling with arcs of light. The visor was semi-transparent, revealing her striking features, with her right eye displaying fluctuating tactical data. In the blink of an eye, under Cao Qiye's power, Lin Xiaowei transformed into a cybernetic policewoman. Lin Xiaowei gazed at her reflection in disbelief. Transcendence, welcome. You have officially joined the Goddess Alliance squad and become my subordinate. Cao Qiye glanced at Lin Xiaoyu's cyberpunk-inspired peach-shaped posterior, feeling a greater sense of satisfaction. Swiftly outpacing Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 85. In the past, I was the sole ruler of Jiangxing. Let's test my newfound abilities. After a thorough explanation from Cao Qiye, Lin Xiaowei began to grasp the effects of the ultimate skin. Naturally, Cao Qiye also demonstrated the ability to shed armor for her. Transformation. Lin Xiaoyue took a deep breath, feeling the surging mechanical energy within her. In an instant, her entire nano-armor began to rapidly reorganize. Silvery mechanical components flowed and extended like living creatures. Her legs converged into a streamlined chassis, while her arms disassembled and reconfigured into a front fork suspension system. The 4 mechanical wings on her back retracted and transformed, forming a futuristic turbo engine. Accompanied by the precise hum of machinery in operation, a cyberpunk-styled super motorcycle materialized before her. The vehicle gleamed in silver. Adorned with ethereal blue energy patterns, its overall design preserving Lin Xiaoyue's graceful curves while exuding a brutal mechanical aesthetic. At the front, a translucent holographic projection formed a visage resembling a human face, faintly revealing Lin Xiaoyue's striking features. 2 rows of delicate energy conduits extended from the handlebars, pulsating with a rhythmic blue glow in sync with the engine's roar. This sensation is truly marvelous. The motorcycle emitted a sound with a hint of Lin Xiaoyue's electronic essence. Her ability had transformed from summoning a motorcycle war chariot to becoming a super motorcycle herself. Cao Qiye approached, his fingers lightly caressing the vehicle's surface. Surprisingly warm to the touch. Particularly, the seat perfectly replicated the contours of Lin Xiaoyue's peach-like form. Cao Qiye patted it, appreciating its round and bouncing nature. It was that familiar sensation. Qiye, please refrain from such antics. The holographic projection at the front displayed Lin Xiaoyue's blushing face, her mechanical voice tinged with evident fluster. The vehicle trembled slightly, the blue glow of the turbo engine flickering, mirroring the fluctuations of her current emotions. Oh, I forgot to mention. All members of the Goddess Alliance must refer to me as Master. Cao Qiye directly mounted the super motorcycle transformed by Lin Xiaoyue, grasping the handlebars radiating gentle warmth. Master? That seems inappropriate. Lin Xiaoyue's face flushed with shyness. As Cao Qiye held the handlebars, Lin Xiaoyue felt as though her twin tails were being grasped. Do you wish to shed your armor? Cao Qiye leaned closer to the front projection, his fingertips gliding over the cold metal exterior. No, I do not wish to shed my armor. But Lin Xiaoyue hurriedly denied it, the engine emitting an urgent hum. My idol once said, in the new daxia, there are no slaves. Oh, your idol is Cao Qiye suddenly found the phrase somewhat familiar, yet could not recall it at the moment. Mr. Lu Sun. What a coincidence. Mr. Lu Sun is also my idol. I wholeheartedly agree with his sentiment. In new daxia, there are no slaves. Cao Qiye suddenly chuckled softly, his palm brushing over the streamlined body of the motorcycle. However, Cao Yu, I believe you have misunderstood. The master of the Goddess Alliance is not a remnant of the feudal society, a lofty slave owner, but rather the leader of a new world. The leader of the new world. Lin Xiaoyu murmured, as if she had attained some profound understanding. Resolutely, she called out to Cao Qiye. Yes, master. Subsequently, Cao Qiye activated the engine, and blue flames erupted, propelling them forward and shattering the door. The speed was so rapid that Cao Qiye momentarily failed to react. Fortunately, the metal strength of the vehicle was remarkably high, and as a 4th-tier ability user himself, he remained unscathed despite the destruction of the door. Master, do you not know how to ride a motorcycle? Perhaps I should take the wheel. Lin Xiaoyu, witnessing how Cao Qiye obliterated the door with a mere press of the accelerator, assumed he was incapable of driving and considered taking over. This cyberpunk-inspired super motorcycle was, after all, a mechanized battle vehicle that Lin Xiaoyu could pilot herself. I can't ride a motorcycle. Cao Qiye lowered his stance, his body melding against the contours of Lin Xiaoyu's mechanical frame like a leopard. I was once the king of deliveries for Cao Cao, in the entire Jiang City. From the old town to the development zone, there is not a street or alley that I am not familiar with. With that said, Cao Qiye twisted the throttle, and the turbo propeller exhaled a ghostly blue ion flame, using the collapsed ruins as a launch pad to soar into the air. Phew. The moment the tires made contact with the ground, Cao Qiye tightened his legs around the bike, executing a stunning drift that sent debris flying. He then began to showcase a myriad of stunts, speeding along walls, performing death spirals, and even utilizing Lin Xiaoyu's mechanical wings for brief glides. Moreover, during his exhilarating drive, he wielded the thunder gun, simultaneously clearing out surrounding zombies while speeding ahead. Even Lin Xiaoyu, with her background in special police, was left in awe of his driving prowess. After a few laps, Cao Qiye remembered the children were still on the rooftop and took the 2 shivering little ones aboard, continuing their journey. With Lin Xiaoyu's stronghold having been obliterated by the gate of the Imperial Abyss, Cao Qiye had no choice but to keep the children close until they found a new base. Master, where are we headed next? Lin Xiaoyu inquired. Though she had begun to grasp that her master was not a relic of the past, but a leader of the new era, she still felt a twinge of shyness and awkwardness addressing him in such a manner. After all, she was a distinguished police officer. Fortunately, in this apocalyptic world, Had it been in peaceful times, calling a man master would have surely landed her in trouble with the police force. Let us head to Wanda Plaza. Since the gate of the Imperial Abyss is active in this area, the resource-rich Wanda Plaza is undoubtedly a battleground they will contend for. Rather than wandering aimlessly in search of them, it would be wiser to seize the resources of Wanda Plaza and wait for them to come to us. Cao Qiye had long since devised his plan for the future. Lin Xiaoyu nodded, feeling an added measure of respect for Cao Qiye. The man before me possesses not only extraordinary strength but also remarkable intellect. In fact, this strategy was learned by Cao Qiye while playing video games. Instead of scattering about to capture individuals one by one, it is far more advantageous to seize the resource points, compelling the opponent to converge and engage, thereby ensnaring them all at once. Chapter 86. The Masked Fiend with Lin Xiaoyu by his side. Cao Qiye found his journey not only swift, but also effortless. Most importantly, the streets of this apocalyptic world resembled an unpredictable obstacle course, each moment revealing unforeseen surprises, allowing Cao Qiye to experience an unusual delight along the way. Before long, he encountered a group of extraordinary beings engaged in a fierce battle on the street ahead. To be precise, a band of masked fiends was relentlessly pursuing another group. The leader of the fiends wielded a formidable katana, capable of severing the limbs of his adversaries with a mere swing. His subordinates, each possessing exceptional prowess at the second tier of genetic locks, exhibited formidable combat abilities. The beleaguered individuals being hunted had no means to retaliate. You have a saying in Great Xia, those who seek death shall find it. I offer you one last chance to abandon the shadows and join the gate of the Imperial Abyss. Not only will you gain the extraordinary ability of Crystalline Core, but you will also break through to the second tier of genetic locks. Otherwise, do not blame me for the ruthlessness of my subordinates. The leader of the masked fiends threatened in broken Great Xia language. I would never join your Imperial Abyss. Even if you kill me, it would be futile. We of Great Xia would rather perish than become the lackeys of you cherry blossom people. Despite being reduced to a mere figure lying in a pool of blood, the man remained defiant. His companions mirrored his resolve. Not a single one begged for mercy, even in the face of death. Seeking death, the fiend leader swung his katana, and his followers swiftly drew poison blow darts, targeting those Great Xia individuals whose limbs had already been severed. Since you refuse to serve the Great Cherry Blossom Nation, you shall become sustenance for our Lord of the Locusts. Before long, the Great Xia individuals began to undergo grotesque transformations, only to be mercilessly slain by the assassins of the Imperial Abyss who extracted their crystalline cores. These scoundrels. Lin Xiaoyu recognized the culprits immediately, her eyes ablaze with fury, wishing to rush forth and dismantle those scoundrels into pieces. Cao Qiye's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he slammed the accelerator and surged forward. The roar of the turbo engine thundered as the armored vehicle hurtled toward the battlefield. He finally comprehended their sinister strategy. They were infecting ordinary people to turn them into zombies, thereby harvesting crystalline cores. Such an atrocity against their own kind was utterly intolerable. Within the vehicle's projection, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes transformed into a crimson mode of slaughter. 2 rows of miniature missiles deployed from the sides of the vehicle, and the mechanical wings fully unfurled. Boom! The energy missiles detonated amidst the masked fiends, instantly disrupting their formation. Several slower fiends met their demise on the spot. Who dares to oppose the gate of the Imperial Abyss? The leader of the fiends clumsily rolled to evade, his mask blown away by the shockwave, revealing a face marred by scars. He locked his gaze onto the speeding silver vehicle, the katana shimmering with an eerie purple light. With a shrill screech, Cao Qiye maneuvered Lin Xiaoyu's vehicle into a dramatic stop at the heart of the battlefield. The armored front of the vehicle transformed with a resounding click, as the 6-barreled energy cannon swiftly locked onto its target. Ethereal blue beams cascaded down like a torrential downpour. The multitude of ghost-faced adversaries was effortlessly subdued by Cao Qiye's formidable firepower alone. Lin Xiaoyu, transformed into the swift and unparalleled being, exhibited not only remarkable speed but also an array of energy weaponry, exuding an aura of sheer magnificence. Who dares to provoke the gates of the Imperial Abyss single-handedly? Where does this audacious youth hail from? The leader of the ghost-faced men surged forward, wielding his katana with ferocity, unleashing a flurry of slashes. This individual, a third-tier esper, was a formidable force within the apocalyptic realm, thus exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, unbeknownst to him was the true strength of the man before him. Cao Qiye merely waved his thunder spear, effortlessly deflecting the leader's onslaught. Did he dare to wreak havoc in the Great Xia with such paltry skills? What? The leader's pupils constricted in disbelief as his full-force attack was so casually neutralized. Cao Qiye did not grant his opponent a moment to react. He pressed the accelerator, propelling his swift form like a bolt of lightning, as the thunder spear traced a brilliant golden arc through the air. Just as the scarred face attempted to raise his weapon in defense, a searing pain shot through his shoulder. It was too swift. The thunder spear pierced through his shoulder blade with precision, the tip emerging bloodied from his back. With one arm wielding the spear, Cao Qiye lifted this third-tier powerhouse into the air. The anguished screams pierced the heavens as golden currents surged through the scarred man's body like countless venomous serpents. His muscles convulsed violently, and charred, web-like patterns marred his skin, causing him to writhe like a fish stranded on land. With a final crackle of electricity, the scarred man fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, his body reeking of charred flesh. Yet, Cao Qiye meticulously controlled the intensity of the current, ensuring that this wretch still drew breath. "Do not hasten your demise," he said, lifting the man's chin with the spear's tip. "I have yet to administer your punishment." The other ghost-faced assassins, however, were not as fortunate. Lin Xiaoyu fully unfurled her mechanical wings as the six-barreled energy cannon spun rapidly, unleashing cascading beams of ethereal blue light. Boom, boom, boom. Each beam struck true, and the assassins could barely utter a cry before being engulfed in blinding explosions of energy, transforming into a mist of blood and gore. Severed limbs and shattered innards rained down upon the charred ruins. When the gunfire ceased, the entire street had morphed into a scene of carnage. Lin Xiaoyu, driven by a frenzy of slaughter, continued to unleash her firepower even as the ghost-faced foes lay vanquished, until the barrels began to smoke and her energy was utterly depleted, leaving her to regain her senses and gradually come to a halt. Meanwhile, the previously infected citizens of Great Xiao underwent a complete transformation. They writhed on the ground like maggots, their mutilated bodies oozing dark blood, emitting inhuman howls from their throats. Even in the face of death, they refused to submit to the Sakura people. Cao Qiye offered a simple bow to the crowd, a gesture of respect. "Allow me to accompany you on your journey." He could not bear to see his compatriots suffer, taking a deep breath as a surge of draconic energy roiled within his chest. The searing flames of the dragon erupted forth, transforming this congregation of tormented souls into a cloud of ash. These wretched beasts. Lin Xiaowei had exhausted his strength and reverted to his human form. The scene was one of utter devastation. However, the keen-eyed Cao Qiye discerned a peculiar phenomenon. Though the ghastly-faced individuals were all second-tier, zero, supernatural beings, upon their demise, they did not release any supernatural crystals. This was profoundly abnormal. In stark contrast, the ordinary individuals who had been injected with the zombie virus by the ghostly figures each emitted ordinary crystals upon death. Yet, Cao Qiye distinctly recalled that the probability of an ordinary zombie, with an unbroken gene lock, producing an ordinary crystal was merely 10. How could it then be 100? Could it be that the zombie virus administered to the citizens of Daxia by these beings was of a different nature altogether? Had these fiends discovered a novel virus? Or was it possible that the zombie virus of Blue Star was originally crafted by these creatures? Chapter 87. The Goddess Alliance headquarters. The situation appeared to be more intricate than Cao Qiye had anticipated. He recalled the leader of the masked ones mentioning that joining the gate of the Imperial Abyss would grant one supernatural abilities and unlock the second-tier genetic lock. Setting aside the matter of the cost, such an offer was an immense boon in the apocalyptic world. The rarity of the supernatural ability crystal core is well known, and for a newly inducted survivor to unlock their second-tier genetic lock would require a significant amount of ordinary crystal cores. In the current state of Blue Star, it was inconceivable for anyone to possess crystal cores and refrain from utilizing them for personal gain, especially not someone as extraordinary as Cao Qiye. Moreover, ensuring that every survivor could unlock their second-tier genetic lock would necessitate an astronomical quantity of crystal cores. Everything seemed fundamentally illogical. Thus, Cao Qiye's initial instinct was that the opposing party was deceiving him. Such a feat was impossible. However, he quickly found himself overturning his own deduction. Upon removing the masks from several masked ones, he was astonished to discover that they were all, in fact, individuals from the Great Xia. Moreover, their pupils glowed with an eerie crimson hue. Judging by their performance in prior battles, these individuals were undeniably second-tier supernatural beings. This indicated that the individual had not been lying. Anyone who joined the gate of the Imperial Abyss could indeed become a second-tier supernatural being. This conclusion left even Cao Qiye in a state of profound shock. It was no wonder that the people from the gate of the Imperial Abyss dared to flaunt their power in the Great Xia. It seemed they had long prepared for this apocalyptic virus, and it was highly probable that they were the masterminds behind it all. Returning to reality, Lin Xiaowei was equally astonished to find that several of the masked ones were her colleagues, Old Wu, Old Liao, and Xiao Ma. For a moment, she struggled to comprehend how these educated public servants, trained as special police officers, could become executioners for the land of cherry blossoms. She mused. The price of becoming a second-tier supernatural being must entail becoming a puppet of the gate of the Imperial Abyss. Observing the vacant expressions in their eyes, It was evident they were being manipulated. Cao Qiye contemplated, if I possessed the power of leadership, could others also wield similar capabilities? Having captured one who spoke, they could commence thorough interrogations. With a flourish of his Thunder Radiance gun, Cao Qiye traced a circle in the air, causing the space around him to ripple like water. A portal exuding a ghostly blue luminescence slowly unveiled itself, revealing a verdant forest within. Qiye, allow me to take you to our Goddess Alliance's headquarters, he announced. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, astonished to discover that Cao Qiye possessed spatial abilities. Before her lay an enchanting magical forest, she and the two children stood in awe. Towering ancient trees pierced the clouds, their leaves dappled in golden sunlight. Crystal-clear streams wound through the lush greenery, and the air was imbued with the fragrance of flowers and grass, creating a stark contrast to the desolate wasteland outside. It was a scene that resembled a paradise. Look, our master has returned. With a resounding cheer, several graceful figures rushed in from all directions. Upon seeing Cao Qiye appear in the secret realm, the women, who had been preoccupied with their tasks, immediately set aside their work and flocked towards him, eagerly seeking his presence. Su Ying exclaimed, Master, is this our new sister? Shang Guanfian added, she is a beautiful police officer. Wu Dingding questioned, what is the story behind these two children? Jiang Ling remarked, could it be that time in this secret realm flows differently, 1 hour here equating to a year outside? We've been busy for half a day, and the master has children this age with someone else. No, that's not true. Lin Qiye hastily interjected, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. These two children are not from me and Qiye. We rescued them from outside. Seeing Lin Qiye make another blunder, Cao Qiye playfully slapped a round figure, saying, if this happens again, I shall have to punish you severely. They're not my children with the master. Lin Qiye quickly corrected herself, her face a deep shade of red. Meanwhile, the twin sisters Shun Yue and Shun Youyu sighed in relief, saying, you scared us. We thought the master had a baby with another woman. They had been discussing who would be the first to bear a little Qiye while constructing a house. Master, come and see the love nest I designed, Jiang Ling exclaimed, pulling Cao Qiye to the center of the secret realm, where a towering ancient tree stood majestically. Astonishingly, this tree of life had been transformed into a charming treehouse. Initially intending to build a wooden house beneath it, they discovered the trunk was hollow, reminiscent of the African baobab tree. Jiang Ling proudly showcased the spiral staircase of the treehouse, stating, we've only modified 2 levels for now. As we gather more sisters, we can continue to expand upwards. Cao Qiye gazed upward, admiring the intricately carved doors and windows on the sturdy trunk, with balconies entwined in vines and magical crystals twinkling like stars suspended from the canopy. The ancient tree retained its primal vitality while exuding a warm, homely atmosphere. Truly impressive, Professor Jiang, Cao Qiye praised, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. This design is absolutely exquisite. Jiang Ling's cheeks flushed with pride as she leaned closer to Cao Qiye, whispering, so, master, would you like to thoroughly inspect the designer's work tonight? The treehouse is soundproofing. I've specially designed it too. Sure, Cao Qiye replied with a smile, surprised by Jiang Ling's boldness. After all, aside from the recently joined Li Luyao and Lin Qiye, she was the only one who had not yet received his guidance. Subsequently, Cao Qiye entrusted the two children to Su Ying's care while he personally interrogated the leader of the ghost-faced men. He also brought Ling Naimei along, intending to administer a comprehensive memory restoration technique to both individuals. Little Kojiro? Ling Naimei immediately recognized him. Cao Qiye's suspicion proved correct. The two were acquainted. With a splash, a bucket of ice water was poured over little Kojiro, startling him awake. He struggled to rise, only to find himself ensnared by magical vines emanating a ghostly blue light. These plants, originating from the depths of a hidden realm, were impervious to blades and would tighten their grip the more he fought against them. Where's this place? As Kojiro glanced around in confusion, his gaze fell upon Rin Nami, equally restrained. His pupils dilated in shock. Milady? You are not dead? How did you end up here? Could it be that this is hell? Have I perished as well? Chapter 88. The truth behind the zombie virus. You are not dead, but this place is indeed hell. Cao Qiye leisurely donned a pair of pristine white gloves, his slender fingers toying with a syringe that emitted an eerie blue glow. This was a specially formulated neural sensitizer crafted by Jiang Ling, capable of amplifying the sensitivity of pain receptors tenfold. It's you. Upon recognizing Cao Qiye's visage, Kojiro trembled violently. He vividly recalled that it was this man who single-handedly annihilated his phantom squad. Kojiro, disclose everything you know to the master. Rest assured, I can guarantee your survival. Suddenly, Ling Naimei interjected. Cao Qiye's gaze flickered with a hint of perplexity. He had yet to commence the interrogation, and this woman was already assisting. Moreover, she had audaciously referred to him as her master, although Cao Qiye had severely reprimanded Ling Naimei. He had neither invited her to join the Goddess Alliance nor permitted her to call him master. Such a title was not one to be casually bestowed. Unbeknownst to Cao Qiye, after being detained for so long, Ling Naimei had already come to a realization. They were all goddesses. Why should Su Ying and the others thrive alongside Cao Qiye, indulging in a life of luxury, while she lived like a mere dog in captivity? Furthermore, she had witnessed Cao Qiye's formidable strength and rapid growth. He was akin to a deity in this apocalyptic world. To remain obstinately ignorant would be sheer folly. Though assigned the task of assassinating Professor Kong, Ling Naimei had never harmed a single citizen of the Great Xia. She felt there was still a chance for redemption. With Cao Qiye having captured Kojiro, if she diligently cooperated during the interrogation, perhaps she could alter Cao Qiye's perception of her. This opportunity was one she could not afford to miss. Miss, you're alive? What on earth is happening? Kojiro's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the scene before him. I am not dead. I have been at Jiangxing Media Academy all along. Who told you I was dead? Ling Naimei too unraveled the mystery that had plagued her heart. No wonder she had been missing for so long. And not a single member of the Gate of Imperial Abyss had come to seek her. It turned out that someone had claimed she was deceased. It was Lord Fu Hong who said that you were tragically slain by the Great Xia while on a mission. Which is why the current Gate of Imperial Abyss operates solely under his command. What? That scoundrel Fu Hongren seized the opportunity to control the Gate of Imperial Abyss while I was absent. Ling Naimei suddenly sensed the whiff of conspiracy. Subsequently, observing Ling Naimei's compliance, Cao Qiye untangled her bindings, allowing her greater ease in guiding Kojiro to divulge the truths he harbored. The two began to confront one another. Cao Qiye, standing by, discerned the sequence of events. The arrival of the Yamaguchi-gumi at Great Xia was to collaborate with a certain American named Mark, with the intent to seize control of the entire Jiangxing. Not only did he foresee the precise timing of the zombie virus outbreak, but he also possessed two formidable genetic serums, one being the EPX7 gene serum, enhanced pseudo-X gene, which allows individuals to temporarily breach the second-order genetic lock and acquire pseudo-superpowers. The other is the Necro-X gene virus, Necrotic X virus, capable of transforming humans into zombies that are certain to erupt with crystal cores. Armed with these two serums and the assistance of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss, Mark is entirely capable of exerting control over the entire city of Jiang. Moreover, according to the Gate of the Imperial Abyss, not only Jiang City, but the entirety of the Great Xia, and even the entire Blue Planet, is under the watch of individuals like Mark. They intend to utilize genetic viruses to dominate the entire Blue Planet and establish a new order. Meanwhile, Ling Naimei has fallen victim to the betrayal of Fubuki Rin, the foremost assassin of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss. Initially, Ling Naimei was designated as the primary individual responsible for assisting Mark in seizing control of Jiang City. However, Fubuki Rin, unwilling to remain a mere pawn, removed her from the equation and assumed the role of second-in-command in Jiang City. I had an inkling that this zombie virus outbreak was orchestrated by human hands, thought Cao Qiye, filled with dread. The so-called zombie virus was, in fact, a byproduct of a recent global viral influenza outbreak that had swept across the Blue Planet. Known for its high infectivity and the significant loss of life it caused, the entire Blue Planet was engulfed in fear. Subsequently, a certain biotechnology firm in the United States swiftly developed an influenza vaccine and selflessly shared this scientific achievement, distributing the vaccine formula worldwide. At that time, many scientists, led by Professor Kong, discovered numerous unknown factors within the influenza vaccine and recommended against its use. Yet, under the prevailing circumstances, many rushed to receive the vaccine regardless. However, what appeared to be an influenza vaccine was, in reality, a latent zombie virus. All those who had been vaccinated transformed into zombies simultaneously. But what of the ominous black mist in the sky? Where did the black mist originate? Cao Qiye continued to interrogate Kojiro. The black mist. I truly have no knowledge of it, Kojiro replied, shaking his head. He had already disclosed everything he knew to Ling Naimei. As for the black mist, it is a supernatural phenomenon, far beyond anyone's scheming. Yet, it was evident that the black mist was also part of the adversary's plan. Had it not been for the black mist disrupting communications and nullifying firearms, even with the outbreak of the zombie virus, the formidable military strength of the Great Xia would undoubtedly have quelled it. The emergence of the black mist utterly severed the possibility of the Great Xia resisting the zombie virus. Consequently, the mastermind could ensure their dominion over this superpower. The only unforeseen element for them may have been the appearance of Cao Qiye. Additionally, Cao Qiye can now ascertain that the shadowy figure behind the American biotechnology firm is likely a reincarnator. They are leveraging their experiences and research from their previous life in the apocalypse, not only achieving advanced development, but also aspiring to dominate the entire Blue Planet. This is truly terrifying. Fortunately, the other party seemed oblivious to the system's emergence and took no action against Cao Qiye. That scoundrel, Fahaka Rin, dared to betray me. Ling Naimei's attention was solely focused on Fahaka Rin's treachery. Not only was Fahaka Rin the foremost assassin of the Imperial Abyss Gate, but he was also Ling Naimei's mentor. Her swordsmanship and ninjutsu were both imparted by him. Ling Naimei had always regarded Fahaka Rin as her closest confidant, second only to her father, and never anticipated such betrayal at a critical moment. Master, allow me to assist you in dealing with Fahaka Rin. Ling Naimei raised her delicate visage, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. She leaned slightly forward, her collar inadvertently slipping to reveal a glimpse of her snow-white shoulder. Both Kojiro and I are willing to aid you. Grant me this opportunity. I had no choice before, but now I wish to become your woman. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity, but you had better not play any tricks on me. Cao Qiye grasped Ling Naimei's chin. This woman, indeed, was becoming increasingly intriguing. Among so many, she was the first to openly declare herself as my servant. Chapter 89, The 10 Assassins of the Imperial Abyss Gate with her exceptional talents. Ling Naimei is indeed qualified to join the Goddess Alliance. At this moment, Ling Naimei has contemplated submitting to Cao Qiye, yet the system has not provided any indication. This implies that even if a goddess wishes to become a subordinate of Cao Qiye, it ultimately depends on the consent of the host. Whether Ling Naimei can become a member of the goddess team will depend on her own performance. Although Cao Qiye harbors a profound aversion towards the Sakura people, if it concerns an extraordinary Sakura girl, it could be regarded as a contribution to the cause of resisting the encroachment of the Day of Great Xia. Furthermore, since Ling Naimei is inclined to abandon the darkness for the light, Cao Qiye is willing to grant her an opportunity. Where is the headquarters of the Imperial Abyss Gate? And provide me with your main combat intelligence. Cao Qiye directed his gaze towards Kojiro. Understanding both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. Since they intend to take action against the Imperial Abyss Gate, it is imperative to first comprehend the configuration of their forces. After all, they are numerous and have entered this apocalyptic world with preparations in place. With the aid of pseudo-ability potions and viral agents, their advancements may have surpassed his own. Miss, should I truly disclose this to the person from Day of Great Xia? Kojiro hesitated as he looked at Ling Naimei. Brother Qiye is my master, and the Imperial Abyss Gate is loyal to my Yamaguchi group, not to the traitor Fushiguro Rin, Ling Naimei declared with unwavering determination. Seeing that the young lady of the Yamaguchi group had spoken, Kojiro no longer withheld information. The combat strength of the Imperial Abyss Gate is exceptionally formidable, with its key members including the 10 assassins, myself included. No. 10. Kojiro, codename, the Executioner. My ability is B-grade cutting, with a gene lock at the early stage of the 3rd level. No. 9. Yukimura Chizuru, codename, Ice Blade. Her ability is B-grade absolute 0, with a gene lock at the mid-stage of the 3rd level. No. 8. Kuroki Rin, codename, Glutton. His ability is B-grade gluttony, with a gene lock at the late stage of the 3rd level. No. 7. Ijuin Hayato, codename, Powder Butterfly. His ability is B-grade scale transformation, with a gene lock at the early stage of the 4th level. No. 6. Hoshino Rei, codename, Puppet Master. Her ability is A-grade reverse binding, with a gene lock at the mid-stage of the 4th level. No. 5. Fma Katar, codename, Shadow Dancer. His ability is A-grade invisibility, with a gene lock at the late stage of the 4th level. No. 4. Tsukimi Riko, codename, Eagle Eye. Her ability is A-grade Eagle's Eye, with a gene lock at the early stage of the 5th level. No. 3. Onizuka Ryazaki, codename, Steel Bone. His ability and gene lock remain unknown. No. 2. Kujosaya, codename, Blood Rose. Her ability and gene lock remain unknown. No. 1. Fushiguro Rin, codename, Shadow Crow. His ability and gene lock remain unknown. Kojiro relayed all the combat capabilities of the Imperial Abyss Gate to Cao Qiye. Is the 4th-ranked individual already at the 5th level of combat capability? Cao Qiye squinted his eyes slightly. Indeed, it was accurate, with preparations made and the assistance of 2 major gene potions. The development of the Imperial Abyss Gate has indeed exceeded Cao Qiye's expectations. At the forefront, Fubuki Rin has likely achieved the terrestrial tier, and may even possess an S-class ability. Moreover, the adversary commands a formidable army of numerous pseudo-secondary ability users. Any reckless action on our part would surely lead to defeat. Fortunately, prior to this, Cao Qiye encountered Kojiro, for otherwise, venturing to Wanda Square could have resulted in dire consequences. Crucially, all of this merely represents the combat strength of the Imperial Abyss Gate. The true mastermind behind Jiangqing is Mark. He is the rightful owner of the serum, and Fubuki Rin of the Imperial Abyss Gate is merely his pawn. The extent to which this individual's genetic lock has evolved remains a mystery to Cao Qiye. This upheaval resembles an unprecedented biochemical war. With the enemy donning gas masks, even Cao Qiye, equipped with a system, finds himself in a disadvantageous position. One can only imagine the profound despair of the other citizens of Daxia. The survival of Daxia through this biochemical invasion seems entirely dependent on Cao Qiye's performance. It turns out this viral outbreak was orchestrated by foreign entities. Master, to protect Daxia, I, Shang Wanfian, shall lead the charge. Upon hearing the call to defend Daxia, the vanguard Shang Wanfian immediately proclaimed her fervent intentions. With the enemy outnumbering us and their strength overwhelming, this battle will be arduous. After analyzing the situation, Shana wore a grave expression. Cao Qiye, however, glanced at his own attributes. Name, Cao Qiye. Gender, male. Age, 24. Genetic lock, 4th tier, 57. Ability, A-class commanding power, 3rd tier, 16. System, Supreme Skin. Series skins, Pool Party 2, Battle Maid 3, Beast Girl Tribe 2, Forest Spirit 1. Apocalypse Mecha 1. Reflexive abilities, Purifying Spring, 100,000 volts, Rapid Breakthrough, Wings, Storage Space, Wrath Flame, Indomitable Resilience, Possession, Flash. Development values, Suing 36. Wood Eating 41, Shang Wanfian 20, Xinyo Yu 18, Xinyue 18, Shana 12, Jiangling 8, Li Liu 5, Lin Chao is 0. Although the opponent's strength is formidable, Cao Qiye possesses a greater array of abilities. The situation is manageable. As long as he can discern the enemy's movements, he can systematically eliminate them. A faint smile graced Cao Qiye's lips. The mightier the adversary, the more exhilarated he becomes. After all, the stronger the opponent's genetic lock, the greater the evolution he can attain through absorption. The same holds true for abilities. Thus, the advantage lies with him. Let us commence with the 9th-ranked Yukimura Chizuru and the 8th-ranked Kuramaki Rin. After devising a plan, Cao Qiye departed the private secret realm with all but Suing. Previously, they had operated as solitary warriors. This time, confronting the powerful Imperial Abyss Gate, Cao Qiye resolved to engage in a collective battle alongside the goddesses. He sent a message stating he had encountered a formidable Daxia ability user and requested reinforcements. Once the ambush was set, Cao Qiye instructed Kojiro to lure out Yukimura Chizuru and Kuramaki Rin. The group had already laid a trap amidst the ruins, awaiting their quarry. Remember, his fingertips danced with a perilous arc of electricity, brushing almost imperceptibly against Ling Naime's snow-white neck. Dare to play tricks? Your young lady will suffer a fate worse than death at my hands. Surely, you do not wish for Ling Naime to be ruined by me? Kojiro trembled and nodded in acquiescence, subsequently adhering to Cao Qiye's plan. At this moment, the gate of the Imperial Abyss, bolstered by the genetic serum provided by Mark, had long since grown contemptuous of all. The communication channel was immediately filled with the haughty, icy laughter of the adversary. Waste. You cannot even handle a few Daxia pigs? In less than 10 minutes, the distant roar of engines echoed through the air. Haimo Yin commanded the modified war vehicle, her robust figure nearly filling the entire cockpit. Xiuetsuan Qianhe stood atop the vehicle, her waist adorned with a katana that glimmered with a chilling radiance. A mechanical war chariot. Jiang Ling gazed in astonishment at the approaching steel behemoth. After the arrival of the Black Mist, did not all conventional weaponry become ineffective? She turned to Kojiro, questioning why their war vehicle still functioned. These are the crystal core-powered vehicles crafted by Mark's engineers. Following the descent of the Black Mist on Blue Star, many energy sources were rendered unusable. Even nuclear energy vanished, leaving only the crystal core as a viable propulsion mechanism, Kojiro elucidated. Cao Qiye, however, remained fixated on the increasingly imminent war vehicle. Interesting. It seems this Mark possesses genuine skill. He turned to Jiang Ling, saying, no guns, no cannons? No matter. The enemy shall provide. We will seize this war vehicle shortly. It will be yours to study. Indeed. Jiang Ling nodded excitedly, already contemplating ways to modify the war chariot. Chapter 90, Exclusive. You sister, where is Kojiro? A man with a single-sided glasses and a sinister countenance hovered in midair, his mechanical wings, powered by crystal cores, buzzing ominously. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Not only the 8th and 9th ranked Kuroki Rin and Yukimura Chizuru, but even the 7th ranked Ijuin Hayato had arrived. I don't know, Chizuru responded coldly, crouching down to examine the corpse of the demon-faced man, her brow furrowed. It's a one-hit kill. The opponent's ability to eliminate so many pseudo-second-tier ability users is not to be underestimated. Haha, Chizuru, you're being overly cautious. These Daxia people are nothing more than unevolved savages in our eyes. Killing them is as simple as squashing an ant. Kuroki Rin remarked arrogantly while devouring a greasy chicken leg. Ijuin Hayato adjusted his glasses, his demeanor calm. Don't be careless, Rin. The opponent who prompted Kojiro to request assistance is likely not an ordinary foe. Drive E, what brings you here as well? Kuroki Rin inquired, scratching his greasy head in confusion. Isn't it to prevent you, greedy fool, from causing any trouble? Hayato retorted impatiently. Meanwhile, Yukimura Chizuru spoke with composure. Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on things. At that moment, Cao Qiye, hidden in the shadows, observed Ijuin Hayato's sudden appearance without taking any rash actions. Kojiro, are you trying to deceive us? Shauna gripped Kojiro's collar fiercely, her eyes filled with murderous intent. No, I didn't summon him here. You must believe me, I am utterly loyal to the young lady, Kojiro stammered in fear. Jiangling, understanding the nuances of their language, whispered, Kojiro is not lying. The other two genuinely did not know Hayato had arrived. What shall we do now? Are we still going to act? Woodington inquired, her large eyes wide with confusion. She understood little, only that her brother Qiye had indicated to act when he said so. Let us move. What is there to fear? These country bumpkins from the Cherry Blossom Nation, I'll take 1 down, 2 down, and if 3 come, I'll slay them all. Cao Qiye declared as he devised a new battle plan. I'll go out first to engage them, wearing them down, then lead them back here. I'll handle the 4th tier Ijuin Hayato. Shauna, Tingting, Professor Jiang, you will deal with Kuroki Rin, Fian, and Xiaoyu. You two handle Yukimura Chizuru and Yue. Keep an eye on Ling Naimei and Kojiro. And what about me? Li Lu Yao pointed to herself, feeling left out. Cao Qiye replied, Yao Yao will be with me. Upon hearing she could fight alongside her brother Qiye, Li Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face radiating joy. She was the only one permitted to act with him. The other women cast envious glances, yet on the battlefield, Cao Qiye's words were law, and none dared to question his commands. With a gentle incantation, Li Lu Yao's form gradually transformed into a vibrant emerald light, akin to the purest essence of nature in the spring, softly merging into Cao Qiye's being. In an instant, a faint green halo emerged around Cao Qiye, as if enveloped by the blessings of the natural world. Master, this will render you immune to most toxins and negative effects. Li Lu Yu became an unselectable spirit, merely the size of a palm, perpetually hovering by Cao Qiye's side. He tightened his grip on the thunder spear, which was now entwined with strands of verdant energy patterns, harmonizing beautifully with the original golden lightning. The surrounding air shimmered with countless tiny motes of light, forming a transparent shield of natural power that even the slightest toxic powder could not penetrate. Cao Qiye, feeling the surge of natural energy within him, couldn't help but smile. In the past, while playing as an archer, his companion, Yao Mei, would always follow him into the jungle, often leaving him stranded in the bottom lane. Now, having his own dedicated Yao Mei felt utterly magnificent. Diving deep, Cao Qiye plunged into the depths like a shark entering the sea, surging towards the 3 at the gate of the Imperial Abyss. Just as the 3 assassins were filled with confusion, Cao Qiye erupted from the ground. The thunder spear enveloped in golden lightning, instantly piercing through the robust chest of Hai Malian. The moment before, Hai Malian had been savoring a chicken leg, now rendered speechless as the leg fell from his grasp. Beside him, Shiuetsu and Qianhe and Ijuin Hayato were equally astonished by the sudden turn of events. It was well known that Hai Malian was a formidable tank with an unyielding physique, yet here he was, pierced through as if he were made of mere tofu. What are you standing there for? Eliminate him. Hai Malian, though not dead, swiftly seized Cao Qiye's thunder spear in an attempt to restrain his movement. Scale powder bombs. At this moment, Ijuin Hayato's mechanical wings fired several projectiles surrounding Cao Qiye. Strangely, however, they caused him no harm, merely leaving a trail of pink powder in the air. Meanwhile, Hai Malian and Shiuetsu and Qianhe donned gas masks, realizing that he had been ensnared. A triumphant smile crept across Ijuin Hayato's face. Inhaling the powder would cause one's body to scale up, becoming incredibly tough. Having lingered in the powder for so long, Cao Qiye was about to become a living target. Blade slash? Shiuetsu and Qianhe drew her katana, her figure transforming into a streak of light as she sliced through Cao Qiye's form. Despite Cao Qiye's attempt to roll away, she struck a vital point. Too slow. Your body has already scaled, she remarked coolly, sheathing her blade with unwavering confidence. Remarkably, her blade bore not a single drop of blood. Although Shiuetsu and Qianhe was ranked 9th among the assassins of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss, she was, in truth, the strongest among the trio. However, due to past conflicts between the Shiuetsuan clan and the Fukuhara clan, she remained underutilized within the Imperial Abyss. Her swordsmanship is swift, precise, and ruthless. Just moments ago, that very strike had accurately pierced through Cao Qiye's throat. At this moment, it is likely that this arrogant youth has already succumbed, blood gushing forth, meeting his untimely demise. The Magical Fawn, Li Luoyao. Chapter 91. The unrivaled flash with a resounding clang. The katana of Yukimura Chika was sheathed. Yet the anticipated scene of Cao Qiye's blood splattering did not materialize. However, as the moment passed, a powerful fist struck her gas mask with force. Bang! The metallic mask crumpled instantaneously, sending Yukimura Chika hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. How could this be? Ijuin Hayato gazed in horror at the still agile Cao Qiye, incredulous that my powder had proven ineffective against him. Meanwhile, Kuroki Rin seized the opportunity to draw the rake spear from his abdomen, hastily shoving debris into his mouth. As the crunching sounds echoed, his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Cough, cough. Yukimura Chika struggled to rise from the rubble, discarding her deformed protective mask. Blood surging from her lips. She glared fiercely at Cao Qiye, unable to comprehend why her decisive strike had failed. Is this all? Cao Qiye disdainfully flicked his wrist, tauntingly asking if the other assassins of the Imperial Abyss Gate possessed such meager skills, even inferior to that of Kojiro. Ijuin Hayato's powder had long been repelled by the shield of natural forces. Logically, Yukimura Chika's draw slash should have breached the shield. Yet during Cao Qiye's flash maneuver, an invincible frame allowed him to negate any damage. What appeared to be an ordinary flash was, in fact, imbued with formidable rule-based power. Moreover, following the flash, a charge effect would amplify the damage of the subsequent attack. A superlative ability that encompassed displacement, invincibility, and damage, with an impressively short cooldown. Do not become too complacent. Kuroki Rin bellowed, rising to his feet as his corpulent form began to swell grotesquely, charging towards Cao Qiye like a giant. Allow me to demonstrate the true evolution of gluttony. Yukimura Chika once again unsheathed her katana, frost forming ominously along its blade. Ijuin Hayato's mechanical wings unfurled completely, dozens of cannons simultaneously locking onto Cao Qiye. The trio launched their assault, yet still failed to apply any pressure on him. After all, he possessed nearly 20 high-tier abilities, and his gene lock was at mid-level 4, making it exceedingly easy to dispatch these foes. However, Cao Qiye chose not to eliminate them directly. Instead, he executed a flash to retrieve his rake spear, feigning retreat to allow the women to hone their skills. Though the current situation did not necessitate the Goddess Alliance to fight as a unit, one must prepare for battle in times of peace. Without practice, one could falter at critical moments. Thus, this rare opportunity would not be squandered by Cao Qiye. What? The wild monkeys of the Great Xia have exhausted their strategies, reduced to leaping about without daring to retaliate? Observing Cao Qiye being driven back by their combined efforts, Kuroki Rin immediately jeered. To overwhelm the few with the many. What skill is that? Cao Qiye continued to fight while retreating. Doctor? What is this brat saying? Himalayan could not comprehend the language of the Great Xia. He proclaimed that with our numbers outmatching yours, he sought to challenge you to a duel. Meanwhile, Ichiyu and Hayato engaged in combat with scale powder missiles while simultaneously translating online. Ah, how laughable. You wish to duel me. Do you think me a fool? Do you grasp the essence of tactics? If you possess the capability, summon your allies. Himalayan, emboldened by his momentum, laughed heartily. You said it yourself. Thus I shall call upon my comrades as well. Cao Qiye smiled faintly. He too had Professor Jiang providing real-time translation, communicating through mental connection. In an instant, the members of the Goddess Alliance, who had long been lying in ambush, surged forth, encircling the 3 formidable assassins of the Imperial Abyss Gate. Baka! Himalayan cursed vehemently. Cao Qiye retorted, Look, I truly called for help, yet you seem displeased. Be brave, my friend, fear not the challenges ahead. With a thunderous roar, the beastly Jiang Ling confronted Himalayan. Yet, the figure of Himalayan, akin to a small mountain, was unexpectedly sent flying into the air by Jiang Ling's fierce charge. Even with the power bestowed by gluttony, in a sheer contest of physical strength, Himalayan was utterly defeated by Jiang Ling. Before Himalayan could land, Shauna unleashed a torrent of fiery dragon breath, engulfing him in the air. Heart-wrenching screams resonated amidst the flames, the acrid scent of burning fat permeating the air. It is my turn. Finally, Shinyo-yu cried out, delivering a crushing blow with her gravity hammer that struck Himalayan squarely in the face. Bang! Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, Himalayan's massive head exploded like a ripe pumpkin. Red and white matter splattered, and his headless, corpulent body twitched a few times before collapsing heavily to the ground. Sister! Well done! Shinyo cheered for her sister, Shinyo-yu, eager to fight alongside everyone. Yet, she understood that her own task was equally vital. Meanwhile, the young Kizuo was left astounded by the spectacle. He had initially believed that among the great Xia, only Cao Qiye was a superlative warrior, yet these seemingly delicate women possessed formidable strength as well. It appeared as though 3 were pitted against 1, swiftly leading to a kill. However, in every bout, Kizuo could sense that even if Himalayan faced any one of them, he would be no match. On another front, Shangwan Fian wielded the Wind Whisper sword, fiercely clashing with Yukimura Chizuru's katana. The sword light shimmered like a rainbow, while the blade's shadow resembled snow, with sparks flying from the metallic collisions between the two. Clang, clang, clang. Although Shangwan Fian displayed exquisite swordsmanship, she began to falter under the relentless assault of Yukimura Chizuru, a swordsmanship prodigy of the Imperial Abyss Gate. Each strike imbued with a bone-chilling coldness that forced Shangwan Fian to retreat step by step. "Fian, be cautious," Woodington called out, her palm facing forward as she accurately shot several arcs of electricity to disrupt Yukimura Chizuru's onslaught. Lin Xiaowei lay behind cover, the energy cannon on her shoulder beginning to charge, emitting a dangerous hum. Lin Xiaoyue's apocalyptic mecha also possessed two forms, one of which transformed her into a super motorcycle, allowing Cao Qiye to ride. Another approach involves transforming the mech into a colossal energy cannon, hoisted upon the shoulder for assault. At the moment when Shiwetsuin Qianhe was momentarily repelled by Shangwan Fian's sword, Woodington suddenly exclaimed, 10,000 volts. A blinding bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Shiwetsuin Qianhe with precision. The potent current caused her body to convulse, rendering her instantly paralyzed. Now is the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Xiaoyue's eyes as her form swiftly morphed into an afterimage. Activating the flash skill, she charged while rolling, and the shoulder cannon burst forth with resplendent blue radiance. Boom! The energy projectile struck Shiwetsuin Qianhe squarely, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. The katana in her grasp was forcefully knocked away, embedding itself firmly into a nearby wall. As the dust settled, all that remained was a charred, deep crater and a luminous crystal core of extraordinary power. Chapter 92. With a confident smile, Aijuin Hayato unfurled his mechanical wings and attempted to flee, sensing danger looming. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Cao Qiye could also soar through the skies, and at a swifter pace. As the four wings of the angel behind Cao Qiye spread wide, Aijuin's pupils constricted, a dawning realization of his fate dawning upon him. "Please, don't kill me. I'm a scientist. I can be of assistance to you." With a flash of golden lightning, Cao Qiye ascended into the heavens, piercing Aijuin Hayato's chest with a single shot. Yet, he deliberately avoided the vital organs. Even without Professor Zhang's translation, Cao Qiye understood the urgency behind Aijuin's pleas. To prevent his escape, Cao Qiye dismantled the mechanical wings on his back and severed his Achilles tendon. As the thunderous spear lodged itself into Aijuin's ankle, the cowardly Kojiro, who had taken cover, swallowed hard. He was grateful he had betrayed Aijuin early. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly share the same grim fate. Cao Qiye then brought Aijuin Hayato before Professor Jiang. "This fellow is now in your hands." Indeed, Jiang Ling nodded enthusiastically. She was eager to delve into her area of expertise. However, to research the pseudogenetic serum, the viral antidote, and the crystal core energy, she realized she would require certain laboratory equipment. For a moment, she felt a twinge of frustration. Although the headquarters of the Goddess Alliance was secure, it lacked a proper laboratory. Cao Qiye glanced at Aijuin Hayato. He is a scientist, and surely there is a specialized laboratory within the gates of the Imperial Abyss. We can simply seize it. Yes. Jiang Ling nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the merit of this plan. Though Cao Qiye possessed nothing at present, he had a private sanctuary and an extraordinary realm. Whatever the enemy possessed, he would take. Without firearms or artillery, he would have them forged. With the three formidable assassins of the Imperial Abyss eliminated, numerous secondary pseudo-ability users adorned with the masks of the Imperial Abyss surrounded them. Cao Qiye commanded Aijuin Hayato to have these individuals approach him, then removed his own mask. Indeed, every face concealed behind the masks was one he recognized. They were familiar visages from the Great Xia. They all shared a common trait: crimson eyes. A consequence of consuming the pseudo-ability serum and being subjected to the control of the Imperial Abyss. "Produce the antidote," Cao Qiye demanded, aiming the gun at Aijuin's throat. "There is no antidote. These serums are entirely under Mark's control. We of the Imperial Abyss are merely pawns in another's game." Aijuin hastily waved his hands, asserting that he was but a tool. Seeing this, Cao Qiye ceased his interrogation and attempted to use his fountain of purification to cleanse the effects of the pseudo-ability serum. As the purifying essence flowed into the mouth of a controlled citizen of the Great Xia, the crimson hue in his eyes began to fade. "Wait, I can move freely now?" The liberated individual gazed in disbelief at his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. What have I done?" Though under the control of a counterfeit superpower agent, their memories remained intact. In the moment of regaining freedom, he found it unbearable to accept that his hands had harmed so many of his own kin. Success. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Cao Qiye's eyes. It appeared that the power of the Fountain of Evolution could counteract the enemy's counterfeit superpower agents. This scene left Yujuyuin Hayato, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. After obtaining Mark's counterfeit gene agent, the Gate of Imperial Abyss had attempted to replicate and create an antidote but had ultimately failed. Yet, this young man from the Great Xia had effortlessly lifted the control of the counterfeit superpower agent. It was astonishing. Subsequently, Cao Qiye retrieved a collection of bottled water from the storage space, instructing Yujuyu and Hayato to distribute them, with each person to drink one bottle. This was no ordinary bottled water. It was a stock created by Su Ying using the Fountain of Purification, originally intended to cleanse the zombie virus. It had never been utilized due to Cao Qiye's overwhelming strength. We have regained our freedom. My heavens, I have killed so many of my brethren. I truly deserve to die. Had I known it would come to this, I would rather have perished at the hands of those scoundrels. As the group regained consciousness, they were engulfed in guilt and self-doubt. Cao Qiye said nothing, for these individuals were cowards who had betrayed the Great Xia, no different from the previous counterfeit troops. Boss, we will follow you from now on. I want to slay those dogs of the Gate of Imperial Abyss. Yes, boss, take us in. I wish to atone for my sins. Boss, take us with you. One by one, they knelt before Cao Qiye, imploring him to accept them and to fight against the Gate of Imperial Abyss. It is you who must seek atonement, not I. Cao Qiye coldly regarded them. He had no inclination to shelter these individuals. With the counterfeit gene agent rendered ineffective, they were mere ordinary people. Keeping them around would waste resources and provide no combat value, an entirely detrimental affair. Upon being rejected by Cao Qiye, the light gradually faded from their eyes. Lin Chao stepped forward, offering them a glimmer of hope. Walk approximately 500 meters to the east. There is a stronghold where you can join them and relay the information regarding the Gate of Imperial Abyss to other compatriots. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement and began to head in the direction Lin Chao indicated. There was no other course of action available. Changwei, Yue, escort them there. And bring the two children along. Leave some supplies behind as well, Cao Qiye instructed. He then asked Su Ying to retrieve the two children from the private realm. Although the distance was merely 500 meters, the surrounding area was rife with zombies, posing a significant danger to these ordinary individuals. While he could not take them in, at the very least, he could ensure they reached a safe location. Otherwise, the act of lifting their counterfeit superpower agent's control would hold no significance. He hoped these individuals could use their experiences to assist other survivors. Subsequently, Cao Qiye directly absorbed the extraordinary abilities, the crystal cores, of Haimu Lian and Yukimura Chika. His gene lock ascended from the 4th tier 57 to the 4th tier 66. The other members of the Goddess Alliance also experienced an enhancement, with their gene locks rising from the 3rd tier 16 to the 3rd tier 20. At this moment, twilight had descended. However, Cao Qiye had no intention of halting. Instead, he aimed to capitalize on this momentum and orchestrate something grand. Reveal the location of your laboratory to me, Cao Qiye directed his gaze towards Iju and Hayato. He intended to establish an underground laboratory for Professor Jiang within a private secret realm, thus necessitating another acquisition of resources. Chapter 93, The Battle Beautiful as a Painting Kojiro. You are still alive? Hayato Ijuin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Kojiro, but soon comprehension dawned upon him. You scoundrel, you have betrayed the Gate of Imperial Abyss. In response to Ijuin's accusation, Kojiro wore an expression of indifference. The one who betrayed the Gate of Imperial Abyss is not me, but that scoundrel, Fubuki Rin. What nonsense are you spouting? Ijuin retorted in disbelief. Kojiro gestured towards Renamii Ling beside him. Look for yourself, who is this? When Ijuin beheld that Renamii was indeed alive, his eyes widened in astonishment, mirroring Kojiro's reaction upon seeing her. Miss? How are you still alive? He stammered, unable to accept the reality. The news of Renamii's demise had been proclaimed by none other than Fubuki Rin, the leader of the Gate of Imperial Abyss. It was that bastard Fubuki Rin who betrayed me and deceived you all. Renamii declared fiercely. I treated him like a mentor, and now it feels like a cruel joke. After their exchange of pleasantries, Cao Qiye urged Ijuin to sketch the location of the Gate of Imperial Abyss's laboratory. With Renamii's assistance, Ijuin complied readily. Once the map was secured, Cao Qiye directed everyone, except for Li Luyao, to enter the private realm, while he and Yao Yao soared towards the laboratory's location. In less than 10 minutes, a well-fortified sanctuary emerged within their line of sight. Encircled by high walls and electric fences, searchlights swept back and forth. While patrolling pseudo-second-tier ability users conducted their rounds with military precision, it was astonishing that a base of such scale could be established merely a month after the apocalypse had descended. Clearly, they had been plotting for this zombie virus for quite some time. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the night sky. Have we been discovered? Cao Qiye furrowed his brow, for he believed he was maintaining a safe altitude and should not have been exposed. Master, it seems they are pursuing a group of people, Li Luyao observed in her ethereal form. At that moment, chaos erupted within the sanctuary as all guards rushed towards the southeast corner, utilizing the beams of the searchlights. Cao Qiye caught a glimpse of several figures skillfully maneuvering between the walls, seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil. He silently descended onto a watchtower and swiftly eliminated one of the sentinels. Master, the enemy is in disarray. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Li Luyao exclaimed. It's chaotic. But not chaotic enough, Cao Qiye smirked. His weapon cut through the swirling space, and members of the Goddess Alliance began to emerge in succession. Let us wreak some havoc. Yes, Master. The group replied in unison, their fighting spirit ignited. I shall lead the charge, Shang Guanfian declared as she leaped forward, accompanied by Lin Xiaowei, who had transformed into a cyber motorcycle. She mounted the bike, her wind-whispering sword gleaming with a cerulean light in her hand. With the vanguard now possessing a cyber steed, she was undoubtedly the first to plunge into the fray. Virum. The roar of the turbo engine resonated as both rider and machine surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards the enemy ranks. The wind blade unleashed by the wind-whispering sword harmoniously melds with the energy cannon of the motorcycle, executing a seamless transition between long-range bombardment and close-quarters slashing, leaving the guards utterly decimated in its wake. Sisters Shun Youyu and Shun Yue, undeterred, resonate with one another, fighting back to back. The pitch-black chains in their hands writhe like ethereal serpents, contrasting sharply with their petite figures in the exaggerated weight of their gravity hammers. With a thunderous crash, the gravity hammer descends, causing the entire guard tower to collapse in response. Amidst the flying debris, the sisters leap gracefully, their chains tracing elegant arcs in the air. The surrounding walls are torn apart as if made of paper, creating gaping breaches of several meters. The shockwave instantly topples the approaching foes, reducing them to mere pulp. Despite their seemingly delicate demeanor, each swing of the hammers sends tremors through the earth, leaving only shattered remnants in their path. The chains entwined with the hammers not only shatter enemies but also dismantle the entire base's defensive structures. In perfect synergy, they operate like two precision demolition machines, imparting the most terrifying destruction with the gentlest of touches. On another front, the pairing of Wu Tingting and Jiang Ling, though somewhat inexperienced, proves remarkably harmonious. The brave bull charges through the enemy ranks, her dual horns wreaking havoc and toppling foes. Even the armored tanks powered by crystal core energy are effortlessly overturned by her. With exceptional resilience, she withstands the onslaught of localized supernatural attacks, remaining unscathed, although her damage output is somewhat lower. Wu Tingting's supportive fire from the rear perfectly compensates for this shortfall. Tingting, 3 o'clock. Jiang Ling bellows, sending 5 or 6 enemies soaring into the air. Received. Wu Tingting responds with a fierce shout, gathering blinding lightning in her palm. 1,000 volts. The furious lightning lashes out like a silver serpent, striking the airborne enemies with pinpoint accuracy. The current dances among their bodies, reducing them to charred remains mid-air. Wu Tingting rarely employs her full force attack of 100,000 volts, as the golden thunder, while devastating, severely drains her stamina. With her current genetic lock, she cannot yet wield her power with the grace of Cao Qiye. Well done, Tingting. Jiang Ling screeches to a halt, leaving deep ruts in the ground, before spinning around for another ferocious charge. One more wave. Wu Tingting seizes the opportunity, rapidly gathering golden lightning in her palm, poised to unleash divine retribution. The unyielding tank, paired with the high explosive firepower of the 100,000 volts, promises to evolve into an unparalleled destructive duo with time. In the heart of the battlefield stands Shana, exuding an overwhelming draconic majesty. She forgoes the agile orc form, opting instead to liberate her most primal beastly essence. With a thunderous roar that reverberates through the air, a 10-meter-long eastern flame dragon emerges, its regal presence commanding the attention of all. The crimson scales shimmer in the flickering flames, the elongated dragon form exuding both elegance and lethality, its sharp talons capable of effortlessly tearing through steel and concrete. As the dragon's maw opens, a torrent of searing breath cascades down like a waterfall. The inferno blazes. Where the flames traverse, the ground instantly transforms into molten lava, leaving enemies to disintegrate before they can even utter a cry. With a sweeping motion of its tail, an entire row of armored vehicles is appended like mere toys. The ancient beast gallops unabashedly across the battlefield, conjuring a sea of fiery death with each exhale of its breath. Occasionally, a stray foe attempts a sneak attack. Yet before they can approach, they are reduced to mere pulp beneath the dragon's claws. Although Shana stands alone, she embodies the might of 1,000. A solitary force capable of holding the line against countless adversaries. Initially paired with Li Luyao, she has now been separated as Yao has been claimed by Cao Qiye. As for Su Ying, Her fate is to remain as a steadfast guardian at home. Despite Kojuro and Ijuin Hayato being ensnared by vines, and Hayato suffering grave injuries, Cao Qiye remains uneasy, entrusting the non-combatant suing to oversee matters within the private realm. Many companions harbor inquiries regarding the inheritance of combat prowess. Thus, the author shall elucidate the combat power framework. 0th Tier 0 Combat Power 1. Each tier increases by 5-fold. In Tier 0 5. In 1 Tier 0. Percentage increases linearly, for instance. First Tier 55-0. 5. 255. 15. Protagonist status. Fourth Tier 66 Commanding Power. Bestowing 10 of one's attributes upon the goddess base. 0th Tier 0. Combat Power 1. 1. Protagonist's current combat power. 4th Tier 66. 4th Tier 0 625. 5th Tier 0 3125. Increment range 3125 6250 66. Increase 6250. 66 25006 2 516 502 275. Therefore, the protagonist's combat power is 2275. 2. Calculation of additional attributes 10 additional 2 2750 1227. 5. The goddess acquires combat power of 227. 5. 3. The goddess's final combat power base 1 additional 227. 5. Total combat power 228. 5. 4. Conversion to tier percentage 228. 5. Lies within. 3rd Tier 0 125. 4th Tier 0 625. Increment range 500 exceeding value 228. 512. 5103. 5 percentage 103. 550,020. 7. Thus, the goddess's final combat power stands at 3rd Tier 20. 7. Chapter 94. The original Unit 731 is this. Are these the ones you brought to rescue me? The man who had just fled in haste stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. How could this be? Jingu. We lack such extraordinary powers. Although we do not know who they are, they have indeed aided us significantly. Beside him, a younger brother tugged at his arm, urging, "Forget about that. We must flee quickly. Many brothers sacrificed themselves to break in and save you. Only a handful of us remain in this stronghold." Wait. Shinshin shook off the grip of his companion, excitement igniting in his eyes. Could it be? Are these the elite forces of the Great Xia government? I've long said that the days of those scoundrels from the Cherry Blossom Nation are numbered. Shinshin suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. Since the apocalypse erupted, Shinshin had obtained an A-grade ability from the outset and established his own stronghold. He had hoped to grow stronger and achieve greatness, only to encounter the minions of the Cherry Blossom Nation's Imperial Abyss. They demanded his allegiance to the Imperial Abyss, threatening death otherwise. Shinshin would rather die than yield. To protect his brothers, he allowed himself to be captured by Ijuin Hayato and brought to this research facility. However, his comrades did not abandon him. Seizing the opportunity while Ijuin was away, they risked their lives to infiltrate the facility and rescue their leader, Shinshin. Now that the Great Xia government had come to eradicate the Cherry Blossom faction, why should we flee? We shall charge back and join the official forces. Shinshin resolved not to escape, but to lead his remaining brothers back into the fray. His companions found his words compelling and decided to follow him further into the chaos. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye stealthily led Li Lu into the core area of the research facility. After dispatching the guards at the entrance, they pushed open the heavily secured metal door marked Top Secret. Even someone as accustomed to life and death as he was could not help but have his pupils constrict at the sight. In the center of the laboratory, dozens of transparent incubation chambers were neatly arranged. Each chamber housed a disfigured citizen of the Great Xia, their skin mostly stripped away, exposing muscle tissue laced with intravenous tubes. Most horrifying of all, these experimental subjects were still alive, their murky eyeballs slightly shifting in the preservative fluid. "Master." Li Lu tightly clutched Cao Qiye's clothing, her voice trembling. She saw in the corner a pile of lifeless children, each skull punctured, their brain matter missing. These beasts. Cao Qiye covered her eyes, his raylight gun emanating a bloodthirsty golden glow. The research logs plastered on the wall ominously stated, "On the application experiments of pituitary extracts." Bastards. Who are they? 3 researchers in white lab coats had just raised their tranquilizer guns when their throats were pierced by the electric light emitted from the raylight gun. Cao Qiye kicked open the iron door to the inner chamber, and the scene before him froze the blood in his veins. On the operating table lay a boy, his abdomen opened, weakly convulsing. His liver was completely extracted, immersed in a nearby petri dish. The bald professor, wielding the scalpel, excitedly recorded in the language of cherry blossoms. Subject 147 survived for 37 hours without anesthesia, setting a new record. Beast. Cao Qiye bellowed. driving his lightning spear directly through the old beast's chest. As the man struggled on the tip of the spear, Cao recognized his badge. Unit 731, 3rd Research Institute. Chief Expert, Kintaro Matsumoto. Bang! In a fit of rage, Cao Qiye crushed his skull. Master, look! Li Luyao trembled, pointing at the wall where an old, yellowed photograph was affixed. It depicted the entirety of Unit 731 gathered before a crematorium in 1945. At the top of these photographs hung the name of the person in charge, Hayato Ijuan, whom he had previously captured. He tore down the information board from the wall, which meticulously detailed how to modify the human gene sequence using the NecroX virus. As Cao Qiye packed all the laboratory data and equipment into his supernatural space, he slaughtered the demons within the lab. In the safe, he discovered even more astonishing revelations. Mark's true identity was that of a genetic weapon expert dispatched by the Pentagon. And Jiacheng was merely one of 12 experimental sites in the Great Xia. Master, Li Luyao suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a hidden cold storage behind the incubation chamber. Through the frosted glass, he could see hundreds of metal canisters neatly arranged, each labeled with specific regional strains. Cao Qiye punched open the cold storage door. In the frigid air of minus 70 degrees, he found the most damning evidence. A vial marked Jiangxing T12 of the viral solution. The production date was astonishingly 3 months prior to the zombie outbreak. This undoubtedly confirmed Cao Qiye's suspicions that the zombie virus was concocted by these fiends. Moreover, there were still 12 experimental sites like Jiacheng within the Great Xia. The turmoil within the laboratory also drew the attention of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss. The 6th-ranked FMK Tar and the 5th-ranked Hoshino Ray had already arrived on the scene. Both possessed formidable genetic locks. One at the 4th level, 67, and the other at the 4th level, 89, both surpassing Cao Qiye. Chapter 95. What on earth is this guy, Ijuan Hayato, doing? His territory is in such turmoil, yet he does not emerge to take charge. F. Makotur, bearing a glistening scythe upon his shoulder, is wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. With only his crimson eyes visible, gleaming with a ferocious light, he anxiously strikes the ground with the handle of his scythe, producing a sound that grates on the nerves like a metallic clash. Is Yukimura Chizuru and Kuroki-rin not nearby? With such chaos unfolding, why have they not appeared? Hoshino Ray seems to be the first to voice her doubts. Her long, seaweed-like hair moves as if stirred by an unseen wind, undulating strangely behind her. Clutching a doll in her arms, she suddenly twists her neck with a crackling sound. Could it be they have already been eliminated? It matters not, after all. They are merely the dregs. Even if they were to perish, Lord Fushiguro has an abundance of crystals at his disposal, ready to elevate new candidates. Though they are comrades. F. Makotur appears indifferent to their lives. In the realm of the Abyssal Gate, a hierarchy of disdain exists. It would be best if the surplus crystals were handed over to us, to nurture some useless beings. It is truly a waste otherwise. After all, the crystals belonging to our Abyssal Gate must also be contributed to Lord Mark. Hoshino Ray's thoughts align closely with those of F. Makotur. In this apocalyptic world, crystals are paramount. By incessantly consuming crystals, one can continuously unlock their genetic potential and become immensely powerful. These meddlesome monkeys seem formidable. They could aid me in breaking through the 5th genetic lock. F. Makotur grins ominously, his bandaged form gradually becoming transparent until he fully merges with the night. Hey, what is yours is mine. You cannot hoard it all, Hoshino Ray asserts, unwilling to concede as F. Makotur prepares to strike. Her seaweed-like hair suddenly grows longer, each strand entwined with a grotesque doll soldier. These dolls, joints clicking ominously, wield various deadly weapons as they surge toward the battlefield like a tide. Go forth, my darlings. Hoshino Ray gently caresses the face of the doll in her embrace, transforming those beautiful sisters into new toys. In her beastly form, Shana's stamina is severely depleted, yet she remains unfazed. After all, according to Cao Qiye's plan, they only need to create chaos here for 5 minutes. Rip. In the darkness, a slicing strike suddenly tears through her body. The tough dragon scales are brutally ruptured, blood splattering everywhere. Cackling. More bizarrely, she hears an eerily strange laughter. Yet the enemy remains unseen. Subsequently, another slash is aimed directly at Shana's dragon head, a chilling aura approaching. Although she cannot see her opponent, Shana senses the breath of death and instinctively raises her claws to block. In an instant, her forepaw is severed by the sharp blade, blood gushing forth. Dragon breath. Enduring the excruciating pain, Shana unleashes a torrent of searing dragon flames toward the source of the attack. The flames bizarrely forked in midair, as if obstructed by an invisible force. Invisibility. Shana immediately discerned her opponent's ability, and with a fierce sweep of her dragon tail, she aimed at the distorted air. Yet, Wind Demon Kitaro had already repositioned himself, and his scythe struck from an unexpected angle. Clang! At that crucial moment, Shang Wanfian, wielding the wind-whispering sword, successfully parried Kitaro's attack. Your sword is quite impressive, and your technique is commendable. Ha 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 ha. Before Shang Wanfian stood a man, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, wielding a scythe. Observing this, Lin Qiaoyue hefted an energy cannon and launched a powerful strike. However, Wind Demon Kitaro activated his invisibility once more, vanishing into the night. Be cautious, this fellow possesses the ability to become invisible, Shauna warned. Shauna, quickly revert to your human form. Your beastly shape is too conspicuous. Shang Wanfian remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Understood, Shauna nodded, her massive dragon form suddenly shrinking back into her human shape. The claw that Kitaro had severed now lay on the ground, transformed into a hand. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. The beastly power of the Beast Maiden tribe would enable Shauna to regenerate her lost limb, albeit requiring some time. We are no match for this adversary. Let us swiftly send a distress signal to Brother Qiye. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling and Wu Tingting found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Roar! Jiang Ling's body was already marred with wounds, yet she steadfastly shielded Wu Tingting. Her heavy breaths resonated ominously in the night. Each collision shattered several puppets, but more and more continued to surge forth. Thunder Wu Tingting unleashed her final burst of electric energy, incinerating the approaching puppets into charred remnants. Her legs had grown weak, and beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. The continuous release of golden lightning had nearly exhausted her. Just when it seemed dire, Xin Youyu and Shun Youwei's gravity hammers swept in, providing a much-needed reprieve. However, the four were swiftly encircled by a new wave of puppet soldiers. This cannot continue. We shall carry you to safety. Shun Youyu and Shun Yuwei resolved to unfurl their wings and ascend into the sky with Jiang Ling and Wu Tingting to evade the onslaught. Simultaneously, they sent a support message to Cao Qiye. Yet, what Shun Youyu and Xin Yuwei did not anticipate was that the night sky was already ensnared by the strands of Xingye Li's hair. In the darkness, her hair was as sharp as blades and utterly invisible. As soon as Shun Youyu and Xin Yuwei took flight, the sharp strands sliced through their wings, sending them crashing to the ground. He. The figure of Xingye Li slowly emerged from amidst the puppets, her seaweed-like hair dancing ominously. Thinking of escape? My dolls have yet to find their satisfaction. Suddenly, the western doll in her arms splits its bloodied mouth wide. Sisters, your skin is exquisite. It could surely produce dolls of remarkable quality. In an instant, countless dolls converged once more, encircling the crowd. At this critical juncture, a man emerged before the multitude of women. The dual domain was about to unfold. The newcomer was none other than Qin Shun, who had returned earlier. His A-level dual domain could draw a single adversary into a special space for combat. As Hashino Rei was drawn into the domain, the doll soldiers under her command also vanished without a trace, likely pulled into the same realm. It was this very tactic he had employed to rescue his comrades from the grasp of Ijuin Hayato. In that moment, he resolutely stepped forward, once again sacrificing himself. Qin Shun declared, "Brothers, retreat with the official personnel. I shall devise a means to escape on my own." Chapter 96, Wind Demon Kitaro Boss. How could you be so foolish? This guy appears to be even more formidable than that Yajuin Hayato. What do you intend to escape with? Never mind. Let us not betray the boss's noble intentions. We should promptly retreat with the officials, preserve the Green Mountains, and we need not fear the absence of firewood. If the big shot cannot withstand it, none of us will be able to flee. Upon witnessing Chun Chen's selfless act, the others resolved to guide Wu Tingting and her companions, preparing for a strategic withdrawal. Officials? We are not part of the Daxiao officials. Jiang Ling directly dismissed the others' goodwill, asserting, moreover, we have no need to retreat. The women remained unfazed, for Cao Qiye had already vanquished the 731's minions, clearing out all data and equipment, and had fought his way out. You are not Daxia officials? What a disaster! The boss has perished in vain. What shall we do? What can we do? Shall we simply accept our fate? Are we retreating now, or shall we wait for the boss's domain to conclude? Is that even a question? If Haiwa goes all out, will the teammates guard him or flee? Since these ladies refuse to retreat, neither shall we. We may as well face our demise together. Qin Shun was a man of great loyalty, and his subordinates mirrored his sentiments. Otherwise, they would not have braved the night to rescue him. Seeing that Jiang Ling and her group had no intention of fleeing, they too changed their minds and decided to await Qin Shun's return. On the other side, the Wind Demon Kitaro, leveraging his invisibility, found himself on the defensive against the dragon-formed Cao Qiye. His stealth was utterly outmatched by Li Luyao's perceptual abilities. Master, this way. In his ethereal state, Li Luyo continually relayed Wind Demon Katara's position to Cao Qiye, who, in his golden dragon form, mounted Lin Xiaoyue, leaving Kataru with no means of retaliation. This fellow is incredibly strong. How can such a powerful individual exist among Daxia? Wind Demon Kataru retreated, perplexed by Cao Qiye's might. Their rapid genetic advancements were attributed solely to Mark's genetic serum, compounded by their prior preparation against the zombie virus. In their collective strength, Cao Qiye was merely an ordinary citizen of Jiangqing. How could he possess such power? Kataru even began to suspect that the secrets of the zombie virus had been leaked, granting Daxia the foresight to prepare. I must eliminate that little sprite who keeps revealing my position. Seizing the opportunity, Wind Demon Kataru wielded his scythe with deadly intent. Master, directly ahead. That fellow is approaching. Following Li Luyao's guidance, Cao Qiye accelerated, executing a rapid launch that left a golden trail with his thunder gun. Just as the two were about to collide, Wind Demon Kataru executed a clever maneuver, swiftly evading and altering his position. Master, in the blink of an eye, Li Luyao was unable to provide any warning. However, even without Li Luyao revealing the precise location of Fuma Kataru, Cao Qiye swiftly redirected his spear, piercing directly through the heart of Fuma Kataru. A spurt of blood erupted from Fuma Katara's mouth as he was impaled on the tip of Cao Qiye's weapon, lifted into the air. How? How is this possible? How did you know I was there? The mortally wounded Fuma Katara gradually became visible, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared fixedly at Cao Qiye. Do you believe I owe an explanation to a corpse? Cao Qiye withdrew the Thunderlight spear and fired another shot at Fuma Katara's head, ensuring his demise before halting, only when the crystal core erupted. Thus, the fifth-ranked Fuma Katara fell beneath Cao Qiye's spear. After absorbing his crystal core, Cao Qiye ascended from level 466 to level 481. Yet, he chose not to consume the A-grade invisibility crystal core. While the ability to become invisible could, like Fuma Kataru, create a dependency on one's surroundings, dulling the enemy's perception of attacks, it still held its merits at times. Therefore, Cao Qiye resolved to retain it instead of assimilating it. Master, I didn't T-report his location to you. How did you know that scoundrel was there? Li Luyo expressed her disbelief. Silly child, your abilities were bestowed by me. Naturally, I possess your perception as well, Cao Qiye replied with a faint smile. Then why did you rely on my location before? To deceive that scoundrel into lowering his guard, directing his attention solely towards you, Cao Qiye elucidated. Every strategy was laid out for this decisive shot. I see now. Li Luyu realized, her admiration for Cao Qiye deepening. It was all part of Brother Qiye's plan. Otherwise, how could someone at the late stage of level 4 be so easily vanquished? After eliminating Fuma Kataru, Cao Qiye hurried to Wudingting's side. Where's the opponent? He inquired. Their leader has drawn them into his domain, Jiangling explained, recounting the recent events. A dual domain? Cao Qiye found Qinshin's ability quite intriguing, enforcing a 1v1 confrontation. Quite interesting. Master, what shall we do now? Should we retreat or wait for that fellow to emerge? Xiana asked nervously. Although Cao Qiye had thoroughly raided their laboratory and acquired what he desired, should their main forces arrive, the situation might not remain favorable. In the battlefield, every fleeting moment could dictate life or death. Give him 1 minute. If he does not appear, we shall withdraw, Cao Qiye decided. After all, this individual had assisted Wudingting and her companions. It would indeed be remiss to abandon them. Yet, remaining in such a perilous location was clearly untenable. Thus, Cao Qiye set a deadline. After that, one could only rely on this fellow's fate. He could not possibly jeopardize himself and his women for a stranger. However, matters were not as complicated as Cao Qiye had imagined. Just a few seconds after he spoke, a ripple in the night sky indicated a spatial disturbance. It was the boss preparing to emerge. The little brothers beside him displayed expressions of delight. Cao Qiye had just vanquished the elusive Wind Demon Kojiro. If he were to lend his assistance, it would surely aid in rescuing their leader. Most importantly, Qinshin possessed an inherent damage resistance within his dual domain, which should prevent him from being swiftly dispatched by Hoshino Rei. Chapter 97. Starry Night Li's contingency. As the spatial fluctuations intensified, Cao Qiye suddenly unfurled his 4 wings, the ground beneath him erupting in a cacophony of destruction as he shot forth like a bolt of golden lightning. The thunder spear in his grasp radiated blinding arcs of lightning, its tip condensing a thunderous energy that ionized the very air around him. He intended to stand guard outside the duel arena, poised to eliminate Xingye Li the moment she appeared. Big guy, slow down, don't hit the wrong person. Qinshin's subordinates shouted in alarm, fearing that this cataclysmic thunder might inadvertently strike their leader. Just as the duel arena began to dissipate, Qinshin fell to his knees, his body punctured by numerous blades, surrounded by a dense army of puppets. A puppet wielding a knife raised its blade high, preparing to strike down upon Qin Qin's crown. Boom! The golden lightning pierced the battlefield like divine retribution, obliterating all puppets in its wake. The thunder spear maintained its relentless momentum, swiftly piercing Xingye Li's heart, leaving a charred gash in her chest, a flawless execution. Cao Qiye's lips curled into a slight smirk. Yet, just as he believed Xingye Li to be defeated and was about to retract his spear, he was startled to see her hair suddenly rise like a tempest. Hundreds of puppets simultaneously turned their empty gazes upon him. It was then that he realized the truth. The seemingly perforated Xingye Li was, in fact, a sophisticated mechanism, with gears and black hair intertwined in a network that crackled in the lightning. This meant that the woman who appeared to control all the puppets with her hair was, in essence, a puppet herself. Oh, intriguing. Cao Qiye suddenly recalled the doll that had always been cradled in her arms. That must be the true essence of Xingye Li. As the lightning swept through, swathes of the puppet army were annihilated, yet the real Xingye Li had vanished without a trace. Hee. An eerie laughter drifted through the night wind, growing fainter until it dissipated completely. Cao Qiye had no intention of pursuing. Instead, he urged everyone to hastily retreat. There was no other choice. Xingye Li had left a contingency plan. Despite Cao Qiye's exceptional intelligence, he was not a prophet. Xingye Li's escape signified that Cao Qiye's information would soon be compromised, and the imperial prison gate would immediately take notice of his existence. Thus, it was unwise to linger in this place. Since this was guerrilla warfare, it was time to change positions and continue the game. Thank you for saving our lives. As they exited the safety zone, Qin Qin and his companions expressed their profound gratitude to Cao Qiye. Had it not been for the Goddess Alliance's ruckus at the experimental base, they would never have had the chance to escape. I am Qin Qin, an A-class ability user, with a third-tier gene lock, 15. Alongside my brothers, all of whom are second-tier ability users, I am willing to pledge our loyalty to you, to serve you faithfully. Although Qin Qin had discerned that Cao Qiye and his companions were not part of the official Daxia organization, he was nonetheless eager to follow after witnessing Cao Qiye's true prowess. Apologies, but our Goddess Alliance only accepts goddesses, not men. Cao Qiye cast a glance at them, delivering a clear and definitive response. Among these individuals, although there are women present, it is evident that none conform to the standards set by the system. Nevertheless, Cao Qiye holds great confidence in Qin Qin. Though their numbers barely exceed 30, Qin Qin, as their leader, values loyalty and righteousness, and his followers are sworn to follow him unto death. Given time, they shall surely carve out their own domain in this apocalyptic world. The food, water, and medical supplies shall be left for you. Find a place to rise anew and fight for the great Xia. Before departing, Cao Qiye bestowed upon Qin Qin a considerable amount of resources, viewing it as an investment in this promising individual. After all, to Cao Qiye, this was merely a trifling matter. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed leader. Should I, Qin Qin, achieve renown in the future, I shall repay even the smallest favor with boundless gratitude, Qin Qin expressed, overwhelmed with appreciation. At that moment, he was severely injured, evading the pursuit of the imperial prison gate while remaining cautious of the surrounding zombies. The provisions and medicines were lifelines for him, especially the medical supplies, which felt like a timely blessing. Although he could not join Cao Qiye's team, Qin Qin felt a deep sense of fulfillment. He could only lament why he was not a woman, for then he could strive alongside the goddesses by Cao Qiye's side and accomplish great feats. After parting ways with Qin Qin and the others, Cao Qiye hurriedly made his way to the vicinity of Wanda Plaza. In the darkness before dawn, he sought refuge in an abandoned underground parking lot, which served as the entrance to a mystical realm, the magical forest. It was now 3 in the morning. The night sky above the magical forest resembled a breathtaking canvas, with a brilliant river of stars cascading down and countless magical lights drifting like fireflies, enveloping the entire forest in a hazy, dreamlike glow. Among the towering ancient trees, glowing birds occasionally flitted by, leaving behind trails akin to shooting stars. Cao Qiye retracted his wings and treaded softly upon the mossy ground. In the distance, the silhouette of the tree of life shimmered in the starlight, with warm yellow lights spilling from the treehouse windows, adding a touch of earthly warmth to this serene sanctuary. The night breeze carried the fragrant air of flowers and grass, finally easing his taut nerves. Upon returning to his base, the first task Cao Qiye resolved to undertake was to eliminate Ijun Hayato with a single shot. The original 731 units laboratory was utterly devoid of morality. Master, rather than granting him a swift end so easily, it would be far more fitting to reciprocate his methods, allowing him to taste the agony of being a test subject, suggested Zhang Ling, grasping the lightning spear that Cao Qiye had thrust forth. She declared, "Leave this beast to me. I will ensure he experiences a fate worse than death." Then I shall entrust him to you, Professor Jiang. Cao Qiye relented, retracting the lightning spear that had nearly pierced Ijuin Hayato. What? Could my intelligence be flawed? I have not lied. Ijuin Hayato, under the impression that his information was faulty, found himself at a disadvantage in this encounter. Your intelligence is sound. However, you, as an individual, harbor significant issues. Jiang Ling patted Ijuin Hayato on the shoulder before inserting a syringe into his major artery, injecting an unknown liquid into his system. Oh my god. Ijuin Hayato's skin instantaneously flushed crimson, veins bulging, his entire form curling up like a cooked shrimp. His eyes were suffused with blood, and his nails dug deep into his flesh, leaving trails of crimson across his visage. Kill me. Please, just kill me. His anguished screams reverberated through the jungle as he madly struck his head against the ground, his forehead soon a gruesome mess. His body convulsed uncontrollably, as if countless ants were crawling through his veins. This was merely the beginning. Jiang Ling adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses, the lenses reflecting a chilling glimmer. In her hand, a test tube swayed, containing a viscous, scarlet liquid. This was a neurotoxin extracted from the body of the fire-poison ant queen in the enchanted forest, capable of subjecting a person to the simultaneous torment of 1,000 biting ants and the searing agony of fire. Ijuin Hayato had already torn his clothing apart, his skin a canvas of lacerations. His screams gradually became hoarse, yet he still clung to the last vestiges of sanity, pleading, "Please, grant me a swift end." Cao Qiye cast a glance at the nearby Ling Naimei. Ling Naimei, come here. He is quite irritable today. Chapter 98. Unlocking the new skin. Azure Wave Shark in the magical forest, the flow of time synchronizes perfectly with the outside world, continuing its tumult until dawn. Both Ijuin Hayato and Ling Naimei succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye lingered in slumber until the sun was well above the horizon, feeling quite fatigued from the intense battles that spanned a day and a night. Master, you have finally awakened. As he emerged from the treehouse, the girls immediately gathered around him. Suing kindly offered a damp towel, while Xinyue presented a freshly brewed floral tea. The group escorted him to a clearing by the creek, where a barbecue grill and hot pot had already been set up. Master, look, Shangwan Fian exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the sizzling wild boar meat on the grill. We caught it this morning, and I even set aside 3 piglets to raise. The bank of the creek was adorned with a bountiful array of ingredients. Skewered river shrimp curled and turned crimson over the coals. Freshly caught trout seasoned with herbs was being smoked, and a vibrant salad of wild greens glistened with droplets of water, while chilled beer rested in the creek. Lin Chaowei deftly turned the meat skewers on the grill, and Jiang Ling brushed on a secret sauce. Nearby, Xin Youyu and Xin Yue frolicked in the shallow waters, splashing about and startling a few fish. Cao Qiye stretched lazily, accepting an ice-cold beer from Wudingting. The golden liquid slid down his throat, bringing with it a refreshing malt flavor. Paired with a freshly grilled leg of meat, the experience was simply divine. In such a delightful moment, it was hard to believe they were in a post-apocalyptic world. Ling Naimei, following Cao Qiye, gazed at the lively and warm scene before her, swallowing hard, as this was the life she had long desired. Suing, please prepare a set of utensils for Ling Naimei, Cao Qiye remarked, and the girls eagerly surrounded her. Wudingting pulled her down to sit by the campfire. Xinyue pressed a glass of chill juice into her hands, and Shangwan Fian offered her a freshly grilled skewer of meat. Though Ling Naimei was the esteemed young lady of the gate of the Imperial Abyss, her cooperation during these days had been invaluable, allowing the Goddess Alliance to deal a heavy blow to the gate and reap substantial rewards. She had played an integral role in all of this. Thank you, Master. Thank you, everyone, Ling Naimei exclaimed, holding her plate, tears welling in her eyes. The fat from the grilled meat dripped onto the coals, producing a sizzling sound reminiscent of her elated heart. She took small bites of the grilled meat, savoring the immense happiness it brought her. Looking up, she saw Cao Qiye raising his glass in her direction, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. In that moment, Ling Naimei finally understood. The Goddess Alliance had embraced her. Thus, last night was not a punishment, but rather a reward. Ding. System notification. Goddess Ling Naimei voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fierce warrior. Successfully unlocked the hero skin. Pool party. Name, Ling Naimei. Gender, female. Age, 20. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 33. Gene lock, tier 3, 28. Ultimate skin, Pool Party Azure Wave Shark Hero. Possessing the ability to manipulate water elements, she can dive deep, perceiving any wall as an ocean, traversing through it with the grace of a fish in water. Her extraordinary ability is classified as a B-grade shark. This allows her to transform water elements into formidable deep-sea sharks to strike her foes. The host shall inherit all capabilities of the Ling Naimei skin. with the right to don or shed her armor at will. The azure currents enveloped Ling Naimei completely, reminiscent of a magical girl-ash transformation. Her original schoolgirl JK uniform dissolved and reformed in the shimmering waves. As the watery veil dissipated, there stood a revitalized deep-sea huntress. The upper half was adorned with a cerulean strap bikini, the shark-skin bodice delicately embracing her voluptuous curves, exposing swathes of pristine skin and a slender waist. A chain woven from pearls and shells encircled her waist, producing delicate sounds with each breath. The lower half featured a translucent chiffon miniskirt. The gradient ocean blue hem adorned with dynamic wave patterns, creating genuine ripples with every step. Most striking was the shark tail that emerged from behind her, not merely an ornament, but a genuinely flexible appendage. The silvery blue fin glimmered with a cold light, capable of carving deep marks on the concrete with a mere swish. In moments of excitement, the tail would rhythmically strike the ground, splashing water imbued with stardust. "I absolutely adore this," Ling Naimei exclaimed, twirling to allow Cao Qiye to admire every detail of her new appearance. "It looks magnificent. Turn around, let me touch your tail." Cao Qiye expressed keen interest in Ling Naimei's fish tail, fondly caressing and squeezing it. The texture surpassed even that of Shauna's dragon tail in silkiness, though it lacked the latter's robust strength, possessing a unique charm of its own. Moreover, Cao Qiye observed that upon unlocking the azure wave shark, even her teeth had become sharp, each resembling adorable fangs. "Once I acquire the A-grade ability core, I'll evolve your powers," he said with a smile. While he possessed an A-grade invisibility core that could enhance Ling Naimei's abilities, he was particularly fond of this shark power and did not wish to overshadow it. He preferred to see it evolve further. As for the invisibility core, he decided to keep it for a potentially better opportunity in the future. "Thank you, Master." Ling Naimei expressed her profound gratitude. Knowing that most of their powers had already evolved to grade A, she understood that Cao Qiye's words were not mere empty promises. There was indeed a chance for her to ascend to A grade. "All right, let us feast together." With Ling Naimei's arrival, the Goddess Alliance gained a new strength. Together, they raised their glasses, laughter resonating through the forested mountains. However, at that moment, Wudingting received a message on her phone. "Wu Jinghao, Tingting. I've recently found a powerful ally and will soon come to see you. Please take care and wait for me." Chapter 99. A game with Jinghao? Cao Qiye was momentarily taken aback. He had been intending to seek out this fellow, yet the latter had unexpectedly appeared before him. Consequently, Cao Qiye promptly responded to the message. "Wudingting, brother, where are you?" The private realm belonged to a dimensional world. Although the entrance could only be accessed by Cao Qiye and those possessing the forest experience skin, Cao Qiye's current location was actually the parking lot where he had just opened the entrance to the secret realm. It was akin to a four-dimensional space. Thus, even within the magical forest, Cao Qiye could communicate with individuals from the outside world via his mobile phone. "Wu Jinghao Tingting, you're alive? That's splendid, truly splendid. This means you are now less than 10 kilometers away from me." Location. Upon receiving Wu Tingting's message, Wu Jinghao was overwhelmed with excitement. After all, his constant messages to Wu Tingting had merely been a manifestation of his own longing, akin to a prayer to the heavens, hoping his sister could evade this calamity. Cao Qiye glanced at Wu Jinghao's location, which was approximately 8 kilometers away from Wanda. Moreover, Cao Qiye had some influence over this position, as previously. Shikuzai had provided information about the territories of the top 10 powers of the Imperial Gate. Wu Jinghao's location was precisely the stronghold of Amber in the Moonlit Realm. Ranked 4th among the assassins of the Imperial Gate, with a genetic lock at the initial stage of the 5th level. Why was Wu Jinghao in the stronghold of the Imperial Gate? Moreover, he claimed to have allied with a powerful faction. Could it be that he had defected to the Sakura nation? Upon further contemplation, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. The fact that Wu Jinghao could retain his own will and use a mobile phone indicated he was not like the cannon fodder who had consumed the pseudo-superpower potion. It appeared he had, indeed, betrayed his own kind while in the hands of the Sakura nation. Without a doubt, this was the only possibility. Thus, Cao Qiye smiled faintly and handed the phone to Wu Tingting. "Tingting, it's your brother." "My brother?" While enjoying roasted meat, Wu Tingting immediately dashed over upon hearing news of her elder brother. Naturally, she also selected a river shrimp from the barbecue grill, peeled it, and fed it to Cao Qiye. "Master, eat slowly. Be careful, it's hot." Cao Qiye relished the meal. He was quite pleased with Wu Tingting's demeanor. Even though she was thrilled to receive a message from her brother, she had not forgotten her duty to serve her master. Furthermore, Wu Tingting did not take the phone from Cao Qiye. She merely gazed at the content he was showing her with a beaming smile. In the entire Goddess Alliance, only Cao Qiye possessed the ability to use a mobile phone. Without Cao Qiye's permission, even with news from Wu Jinghao, Wu Tingting dared not contact her brother. Master, may I call my brother? Ever since the outbreak of the zombie virus in Blue Star, I have not heard from him. While gently massaging Cao Qiye's back, she implored him earnestly. It is indeed possible, but I must insist that you refrain from disclosing any information regarding the Goddess Alliance, as this generation is under the watchful eyes of the Imperial Abyss Gate. Upon observing Wu Tingting's obedient demeanor, Cao Qiye did not decline and presented his phone before her. Thank you, Master. I comprehend everything you've stated. Wu Tingting, filled with excitement, planted a fervent kiss on Cao Qiye's cheek before reaching for the phone. Wait a moment. Just as Wu Tingting's hand was about to make contact with the device, Cao Qiye halted her. What is it, Master? I have conceived a rather intriguing game. Cao Qiye replied with a mischievous grin. Oh, what kind of game? Wu Tingting inquired, her expression one of confusion. Cao Qiye, seated comfortably, instructed Wu Tingting to crouch down. Is that appropriate? At this, Wu Tingting cast a shy glance at the other girls nearby, her face flushing from her neck to her ears. It seems you are not particularly eager to call your brother. No. It's not like that, Master. Wu Tingting bit her lip and ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 100, Ambiguity in a Realm of Survival. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Dozens of ragged citizens of the Great Xiao were encircled by a group of ghost-faced men, and the ground lay strewn with the bodies of those who had resolutely refused to yield. One last inquiry. Will you submit, or shall you become a zombie? Miyazaki Amber toyed with the flaming blade, its tip plunged into the thigh of a middle-aged man sprawled on the ground. Hisses. The glowing sword seared the man's flesh like a branding iron, wisps of smoke rising as he howled in agony. Spitting blood, the man gasped. We, the children of Great Xia, would rather die than. In a flash, the blade glinted, and the man's head rolled away. Blood splattered across the faces of his compatriots. Yet none faltered. Such fortitude. Miyazaki Amber gestured for the ghost-faced men to draw forth their crossbow arrows laced with the viral agent. Then let us all become zombies. Wait, my lord, allow me to reason with them. Stepped forward a bespectacled gentleman. Wu Jinghao adjusted his tie, revealing a duplicitous smile. Fellow compatriots, heed my words. There is no need for such resistance. Lord Amber seeks only to save us. Rather than starve here, perpetually fearing a zombie attack, why not join the gate of the Imperial Abyss? This serum will not only save your lives, but also grant you extraordinary power to combat zombies, and together forge the foremost sanctuary in Jiangxing. Traitor fed on dog food. What extraordinary power? Merely a puppet, cried out one. We would rather starve or feed the zombies than become pawns of the gate of the Imperial Abyss. How dare you? Traitor of Great Xia. Wu Jinghao adjusted his glasses, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. I am a mere dog? Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Has the era not changed? Is it not preferable to thrive alongside the gate of the Imperial Abyss? With that, Wu Jinghao commanded the ghost-faced men to inject the resisting individuals with the zombie virus, watching with cruel delight as they transformed into the undead, subsequently slaughtered to extract their crystal cores. Witnessing this, a few timid souls could no longer contain themselves, gulping down the pseudo-superpower serum held by Wu Jinghao. With his assistance, over 20 out of 50 chose to don the ghost masks, becoming puppets of the gate of the Imperial Abyss. Well done. Keep up the good work. Miyazaki Amber congratulated Wu Jinghao with a pat on the shoulder, handing him 2 ordinary crystal cores. Wu, once we dominate Jiangxing, I shall appoint you as the leader of this region and help you search for your missing sister. Thank you, my lord. Wu Jinghao beamed with sycophantic pride, reveling in his astute choices. He was now a favored figure beside Miyazaki Amber, having consumed genuine crystal cores and unlocked his genetic potential to the initial 3rd tier. Moreover, he could command 10 pseudo-superpowered individuals. All of this achieved through persuading the defiant citizens of Great Xia to betray their kin. Much like the betrayal of Cao Qiye in the past, as He Yuejian completed the recruitment of pseudo-psychics, Wu Jinghao stood in a corner, sending messages to his sister. Wu Tingting. He sent these messages daily, fully aware that he would likely receive no reply. Nevertheless, in this vast world, if there was anyone he truly cared for, it was Wu Tingting. How could this be possible? Wu Jinghao's eyes widened in disbelief, for he had just sent a message and received an immediate response in return. How could I bear to blame you for your mistakes? It was I who granted you the freedom that led to your torment and ultimately ensnared you in a whirlpool of emotions. Just as Wu Jinghao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, his phone rang. It was his sister, Wu Tingting, calling. He wiped the tears and snot from his face, composed himself, and without a moment's delay, he answered the call. Hello, brother, is it you? Came the familiar voice from the other end, sending a buzz through Wu Jinghao's mind, as if he were dreaming. Although he sensed something peculiar in his sister's tone, her words somewhat hesitant and unclear, he was too elated to dwell on it. Choking back tears, he replied, Tingting, it's your brother. Where are you now, brother? I've encountered, a powerful figure. He said I could give you my location, and you could come find me. All right, send me your location, and I will come to you immediately. Ting, let me tell you, I'm doing exceptionally well now. I can get you whatever delicious food you desire. Rest assured. Once I find you, I will ensure you face no further hardships. Brother, I'm doing well here too. Ting, what is wrong? Are you unwell? And no. Woo, I'm fine. As long as you're fine. Please send me the address shortly. I'll come to you right away. Slurp. After hanging up, Wu Jinghao felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss with his sister on the other end of the line. He was not blinded by the sudden wave of happiness. Instead, he grew wary. Perhaps Wu Tingting had been kidnapped, and this was a trap. Nevertheless, he was relieved to ascertain that the voice was indeed that of his sister. Now, with the formidable backing of the Imperial Abyss Gate, he felt assured. No matter who the adversary might be or what schemes they harbored, should they dare to threaten him, it would lead to their demise. Thus, he approached He Yuejian and recounted the entirety of the message he had received from his sister. Esteemed Amber, my sister is the epitome of beauty at Jiangsheng Media Academy at the tender age of 19. Not only does she excel in her studies, but her striking appearance and figure are truly remarkable, a stark contrast to the frivolous women you have previously associated with. Wu Jinghao articulated this in fluent Sakura language, a skill honed during his previous engagements with clients from the land of cherry blossoms, which is a principal reason for his esteemed position beside you, Amber of Tsukimi. There exists an ancient proverb in our great Xian nation: a debt of life cannot be repaid, save for the offering of oneself. You have rescued my family from the depths of despair, and in return, my sister and I can offer no greater tribute than to have her serve you. This is the finest fate I can envision for her. Currently, Jiangxing is under the dominion of the Imperial Gate of Sakura, and serving a ranked assassin from such a prestigious organization is the aspiration of many. Furthermore, having my sister by your side will undoubtedly fortify my own standing within the Imperial Gate. It is indeed a double blessing. Oh, Wusen intends to offer his sister as a tribute to me? Amber of Tsukimi remarked with a mischievous smile, clearly intrigued by Wu Jinghao's sister. Esteemed Amber, how could you use such a term as sacrifice? It is our honor to serve you. Excellent. If all the people of Xiao were as astute as Wu San, fewer lives would be lost. Amber of Tsukimi expressed her satisfaction with Wu Jinghao's proposition. Let us set forth immediately. I wish to meet Wu San's sister tonight. That would be splendid. Wu Jinghao and Amber of Tsukimi shared a mutual understanding and promptly decided to head towards Wanda Plaza. Amber had long coveted the resources at Wanda Plaza but had refrained from action due to the presence of a formidable corpse king. However, with Wu Jinghao's assistance, the pseudo-ability users he leads have significantly strengthened, making this a perfect opportunity for a trial. In the Enchanted Forest, Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting were engaged in a picnic by a brook. Master, may I send our location to my brother? Wu Tingting inquired hesitantly. Certainly, Cao Qiye nodded. He had indeed suggested that they inform Wu Jinghao of their whereabouts. After all, within the secret realm, even if Wu Jinghao knew their location, he would be unable to locate them within the Enchanted Forest. The initiative remained firmly in his grasp. Wu Tingting nodded, her spirits lifting at the thought of soon reuniting with her brother. Cao Qiye pointed to the yogurt lingering at the corner of her mouth. Tingting, don't waste it. It's quite nutritious. Wu Tingting smiled, licking her lips in satisfaction. It is worth noting that during this apocalyptic era, yogurt is a perishable delight. And only with Cao Qiye can one savor such exquisite and fresh yogurt. Chapter 101. Cao Qiye deceived me out of millions after a hearty meal. Cao Qiye instructed everyone to remain at the base to refine the construction of the underground chamber and laboratory, while he took Wu Tingting out to prepare for the arrival of Wu Jinghao. The two concealed themselves along a route that Wu Jinghao was destined to traverse. Tingting, I understand your brother is coming, and you are elated, but Cao Qiye candidly shared his suspicions with Wu Tingting. The location provided by Wu Jinghao was precisely at the Sanctuary of Amber in the Moonlit Realm, suggesting he might have already allied himself with the Gate of the Abyss. No, my brother would never do that, Wu Tingting declared emphatically, steadfast in her belief that her brother, who had always cared for her, would not engage in such treachery. Cao Qiye refrained from further discussion and continued to observe through his telescope. Before long, they spotted a group of masked figures clearing the path ahead, followed closely by Wu Jinghao and Amber from the Moonlit Realm. Wu Jinghao, while consulting a map, obediently followed Amber's lead, portraying an unmistakably sycophantic demeanor. Tingting, see for yourself. Your brother has brought the people of the Gate of the Abyss with him, Cao Qiye remarked, handing the telescope to Wu Tingting. The sight of her brother behaving like a submissive lapdog before the agents of the Gate of the Abyss sent a shiver through Wu Tingting. Although she was reluctant to accept the reality, The evidence before her was undeniable. Perhaps there was some hidden motive, or maybe Wu Tingting sought to conjure a justification for Wu Jinghao's actions, yet after much contemplation, she found herself devoid of a plausible excuse. After all, Wu Jinghao had not become a puppet like the other masked figures. Instead, he willingly chose to curry favor before Amber, caught between familial bonds and a greater national duty. Wu Tingting was at a loss. Just as uncertainty enveloped her, Amber from the moonlit realm suddenly turned, her hawk-like eyes piercing through the distance directly toward Wu Tingting's hiding spot. Ah! Wu Tingting gasped, her body trembling, nearly dropping the telescope as cold sweat drenched her back. How could this be? They were at least 500 meters apart, and she could only discern the scene through the telescope, yet Amber had spotted her concealed presence within the towering buildings with mere naked eyes. What is it? Cao Qiye perceptively noted her distress. The other side has detected us. Wu Tingting's voice trembled as she handed the telescope to Cao Qiye. Cao Qiye took the telescope, his brow furrowing at the sight before him. Amber's predatory gaze had firmly locked onto their hiding place. Those were not eyes one would expect of a mere human. The pale golden irises were adorned with intricate black patterns, and the pupils had constricted into narrow slits, exuding a chilling sharpness akin to that of a true raptor. As he gazed, her eyes remained unwavering, their glassy surface reflecting an unsettling metallic sheen. In the moonlit realm, Amber cast a peculiar smile towards Cao Qiye, even gracefully waving her hand as if in greeting. It must be her extraordinary ability. I recall Kojiro mentioning that she possesses A-grade eagle eyes. Cao Qiye remarked warily, it seems the opponent has already noticed our presence. He had considered that their eagle eyes could see far, but he never anticipated such acute sensitivity. Master, my brother must be under duress from them. Perhaps there are unspeakable circumstances at play. We should eliminate that cherry blossom person and rescue him. Wu Tingting attempted to defend her elder brother. Yet, what if Wu Jinghao truly is a traitor? Cao Qiye asked solemnly. In that case, there's no need for you, master. I shall take matters into my own hands. Wu Tingting's gaze was resolute, suggesting she had made her decision long ago. Cao Qiye glanced at Wu Tingting's loyalty, which remained at a steadfast 100 points. A glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. He understood that a grand performance was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Amber had also noticed Cao Qiye's gaze, and then glanced at Wu Tingting beside him. Wu sang, it appears your sister has already attracted the attention of a man, and he does not seem pleased with our arrival, Amber remarked meaningfully. Milady, you have sensed my sister? Wu Jinghao, unaware of Amber's true abilities, assumed she possessed some extraordinary perception of her surroundings. In his mind, the individuals from the Imperial Abyss Gate had become utterly deified. He could not fathom that she merely utilized her powers to see Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting from a distance. Indeed, just ahead, Amber pointed towards a building. Rest assured, my lord, once I arrive there, I will not only persuade my sister to submit to you, but also compel that group to bow before the Imperial Abyss Gate, willingly serving us. Wu Jinghao had already devised his plans. The fact that Wu Tingting had accompanied them from Jiangqing Meteor Academy to this location indicated that their prowess was commendable. At the very least, they could deal with the surrounding zombies. However, in comparison to the Imperial Abyss Gate, they were nothing. After all, this zombie virus was originally their creation. Thus, Wu Jinghao believed that by leveraging Amber's capabilities, he could easily compel the opposing party to comply. Should that person recognize the situation, they might retain their life. If they dared to oppose the Imperial Abyss Gate, they would become mere crystal cores. Soon, Amber and Wu Jinghao arrived beneath the building. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye leaped from the 8th floor, holding Wu Tingting, landing gracefully on the ground. Impressive agility, Amber applauded, expressing her admiration. Cao Qiye's descent from such a height without damaging the concrete below demonstrated his ability to mitigate the force of impact before landing. Brother, how could you associate with those beasts from the Imperial Abyss Gate? Are you aware of how these individuals treat us, the people of Daxia? You must distance yourself from them. My brother Qiye and I will ensure your safety. Upon their first encounter, Wu Tingting urgently urged Wu Jinghao to abandon his dark path. She understood that if her brother could reform, there would undoubtedly be a way for him to survive. Although joining the Goddess Alliance was unattainable, she could arrange for Qiye to provide her brother with ample supplies and grant him a supernatural ability, the Crystal Core, to establish a small stronghold, ensuring survival in the apocalypse. After all, Qiye casually consumed B and C-level crystal cores without hesitation. If she indulged him a few times, he would certainly not refuse. Cao Qiye. Wu Jinghao stared at the tall, handsome, and imposing man beside Wu Tingting, momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by the unexpected recognition. Although Cao Qiye's appearance had not changed, his aura had transformed remarkably. He was an entirely different person from the Qiye he once knew. Do you know each other? By the way, Wu sang, what did your sister say? She seems rather displeased with me. Yukimi's amber gaze fell upon Wu Jinghao, who could only comprehend a fragment of the Daxiao language. Wu Jinghao quickly nodded and explained in the language of Sakura, Lady Amber, my sister, like many ordinary Daxiao people, harbors some resentment towards Sakura country. No worries, she listens to me. I will reason with her, and she will surely comply. Oh? Observing Wu Tingting's fiery demeanor, Yukimi became intrigued. Wu sang, I find her current attitude and expression quite appealing. In fact, there is no need for you to persuade her. I can personally educate her. Lady Amber, please grant me a moment. I can manage this, Wu Jinghao said anxiously upon hearing Yukimi's intentions to employ force. He feared for his sister's well-being and hastily urged, Tingting, how can you speak to Lady Amber like that? Come here. That Cao Qiye is not a good person. When we collaborated on business, he deceived your brother out of millions. Chapter 102. Those who dare offend the great Xia shall be executed. Wu Jinghao. Do you still have any shame? Witnessing Wu Jinghao play the victim nearly amused Cao Qiye. Tingting, I was once a partner with your brother. He deceived me out of millions, forcing me to deliver takeout, and here is the evidence. Fortunately, Cao Qiye had prepared himself well, promptly pulling out his phone to display the account transactions to Wu Tingting. Master, you need not show me. I believe you. Wu Tingting, without even glancing at the screen, had already formed her judgment. She looked at her brother with a face full of disappointment. Brother, do not cling to your delusions. Rest assured. Brother Qiye is not that petty, and besides, I am already his woman. He will not hold this against you. What? You scoundrel, Cao Qiye. Wu Jinghao's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Cao Qiye. He could not fathom that during his absence, his beloved sister had been taken by Cao Qiye. This was more painful than death itself. You did this on purpose, didn't you? I merely borrowed some money from you, and now you've taken my sister. What does that mean? Enraged, Wu Jinghao lunged forward, his arm instantly hardening like rock, aiming a punch at Cao Qiye's face. Wu Jinghao was a third-tier ability user, the top lackey of Amber and Moonlit, and in this apocalyptic world, he was indeed considered a formidable force with the audacity to match. However, he was utterly unaware of Cao Qiye's true capabilities. Otherwise, he would surely regret throwing that punch. Yet, in the face of Wu Jinghao's assault, Cao Qiye did not retaliate. Instead, he stood frozen, allowing the punch to come. Although he could easily eliminate Wu Jinghao, such an outcome would be far too mundane. Brother, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? Just as Wu Jinghao's fist was about to strike Cao Qiye, Wu Tingting stepped between them, arms wide open. She had just confirmed from her brother's own words that Brother Qiye had not deceived her. It was indeed her brother who had swindled Brother Qiye. Reflecting on this, Wu Tingting felt even more assured that trusting Brother Qiye was the right choice. He was not only powerful and handsome, but also magnanimous, repaying grievances with kindness. Even knowing she was the sister of his enemy, he still cared for her frequently. She was utterly moved. Faced with this situation, Wu Jinghao had no choice but to relent. Tingting, do not be willful. Lord Amber's patience is limited. I must speak plainly. If you do not obediently comply, not only will I face consequences, but you will also suffer. Listen to me. As long as you serve Lord Amber well, we siblings can thrive in this apocalypse without worry for food and can live in splendor. Wu Jinghao had no idea how delightful it was for Wu Tingting to be by Cao Qiye's side. In the latter stages of the third level, with the gene lock, great abilities, the sanctuary of an idyllic paradise, an abundance of exquisite delicacies, and a host of kindred spirits with whom to share one's thoughts. The propositions presented to Wu Tingting held no allure whatsoever. What? Wu Tingting gazed incredulously at Wu Jinghao, tears streaming down her cheeks. Brother, you actually intend to sell me to the Sakura people? Are you truly the caring brother I once knew? Tingting, you fail to comprehend the current situation in Jiangcheng. This is the territory of the Imperial Abyss, where those who comply thrive, and those who resist perish. My intention in having you follow Lord Amber is not to harm you, but to provide you with a formidable ally amidst this apocalypse. How can you not grasp your brother's benevolent intentions? When did Jiangcheng become the domain of the Imperial Abyss? Cao Qiye interjected, unable to endure the absurdity any longer. With a piercing gaze, he declared, this is the land of the Great Xia, and those who offend the Great Xia shall be annihilated. Ha 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 ha. Wu Jinghao erupted into a fit of laughter. Cao Qiye, has your mind become befuddled? Do you know why I was able to deceive you? It is because you cannot discern the prevailing circumstances or distinguish between the powerful and the weak. To be candid, this zombie virus was concocted by the Imperial Abyss and MLC. Others possess ability serums and virus antidotes. What do you have to contend with them? If you wish to survive, you should kneel and humbly plead with me to speak a few good words on your behalf before Lord Amber. With a sharp crack, Wu Tingting could no longer contain herself and delivered a resounding slap to Wu Jinghao. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at her brother, now consumed by madness. Her eyes filled with disappointment. She had never anticipated that the reunion she had longed for would devolve into such a situation. Wu Jinghao stood momentarily stunned by his sister's blow, his expression shifting as a fierce light ignited in his eyes. He seized Wu Tingting's wrist and flung her aside. "Get away from me," he roared, and with a mighty swing of his iron-like fist, he aimed a strike at Cao Qiye's face. "Don't!" Wu Tingting cried out, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. She was acutely aware that this punch could be fatal for Wu Jinghao. Bang! The sound echoed as Cao Qiye remained steadfast, absorbing Wu Jinghao's punch with his face. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Jinghao's iron fist was repelled, his entire arm trembling from the recoil. Wu Jinghao's expression morphed into one of disbelief. "Is that all?" Cao Qiye's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing the intricate golden dragon scales that emerged on his face where Wu Jinghao's fist had made contact, glistening coldly under the sunlight. Chapter 103. Wu Tingting's Awakening. How is this possible? Wu Jinghao stared in horror at the unscathed Cao Qiye. His recent strike felt as though it had collided with an immovable mountain. His opponent remained utterly unfazed. The depth of Cao Qiye's strength was unfathomable and truly terrifying. "Wu Jinghao, you dare to harm Brother Qiye." Wu Tingting's palm crackled with thunderous energy. In an instant, a bolt of divine lightning descended. At him, the golden lightning surged into Wu Jinghao's body, electrifying him to the point of anguished screams. He had never imagined that his beloved sister would turn against him, nor that her strength would be so formidable. "Wu Jinghao, you have deeply disappointed me." Wu Tingting's gaze was piercing. She had not intended to strike him, but he had crossed her line. Indeed, Cao Qiye was her bottom line. Since Wu Jinghao sought to harm her brother Qiye, she could no longer consider their sibling bond. As the lightning dissipated, Wu Jinghao's body was charred, surrounded by remnants of golden power. "Tingting, you resolutely attacked your own brother for this man." Wu Jinghao coughed out smoke, though his body was paralyzed by the electric shock. His heart was tortured as if by 1,000 blades. "Cao Qiye, I know this is all you're doing. You brainwashed Tingting while I was away." "Brainwashed Tingting?" Cao Qiye chuckled mockingly. "Tingting is not without her own mind. She can discern right from wrong and weigh importance herself. You conspired with the gate of the Imperial Abyss and sold your sister to them, truly beneath contempt." "Ha ha ha. Cao Qiye, I admit you have been fortunate to acquire great opportunities in this apocalypse, but you have chosen the wrong path, no matter how strong you are. You are no match for Lord Amber," Wu Jinghao bellowed. At this moment, he still refused to acknowledge his own faults. "Tingting, handle this yourself. Do not let me down." Cao Qiye patted Wu Tingting's shoulder. He could easily eliminate Wu Jinghao right now, but that would not be his most fitting end. The best demise for Wu Jinghao would be at the hands of Wu Tingting, whom Cao Qiye had nurtured. Let him experience the agony of betrayal from someone he trusted. "Yes, master, I will not disappoint you." Wu Tingting nodded solemnly, her palm crackling with golden lightning once more. The moment Wu Jinghao attempted to strike Cao Qiye, Wu Tingting had already prepared herself for the righteous act of severing familial ties. Hence, she had tried desperately to intervene. But since she could not stop him, she must take action herself. Only in this way could she quell the fury within Brother Qiye. In Wu Tingting's eyes, Cao Qiye had shown enough restraint by not attacking Wu Jinghao from the start, granting her ample dignity. She could not afford to let Brother Qiye down any further. One must consider the master even when striking a dog. "You lot seem to have too little regard for my presence." In the moonlit realm, Amber wielded his flaming blade, which erupted into a brilliant blaze. With a fierce horizontal slash, the ground was immediately carved into a burning chasm, flames surging forth like a tempest. "Your adversary is me," Cao Qiye declared in a deep voice, his right hand grasping at the air, summoning the radiant thunder spear. He thrust the spear into the ground, and golden lightning spread across the surface like a spider's web, colliding violently with the oncoming flames. The thunderous explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves of energy that hurled the surrounding rubble into the air. Cao Qiye's feet carved deep grooves into the ground as he was forced back several steps by the force of the impact. He narrowed his eyes, feeling a slight numbness in his hand that gripped the spear. Truly, the initial phase of the 5th-tier genetic lock possessed formidable strength, exceeding his expectations. Amber caressed the blade, flames dancing at her fingertips. "What's this? Can't handle it already?" With that, she suddenly surged forward, her blade transforming into a fiery arc descending with ferocity. The spectacle was just beginning. Seeing this, Cao Qiye was compelled to exert all his power, transforming into the Dragonman form of the Golden Imperial Dragon. The golden thunder clashed fiercely with the crimson flames in midair, the chaotic energy scattering debris within a 100-meter radius. Cao Qiye, now in dragon form, was enveloped in dazzling lightning, each thrust of the radiant thunder spear creating explosive bursts in the air. For a time, he battled Amber to a standstill. "You've got some skill. No wonder you dare to confront us at the gate of the abyss." Amber complimented Cao Qiye, before her flaming blade blazed a deeper red. Meltdown. The moment the blade made contact with the radiant thunder spear, it heated to its melting point, visibly softening and deforming, the spearhead glowing like molten lava. Startled, Cao Qiye swiftly retreated, using his dragon tail to propel himself back, leaving a shocking corrosion mark on the spear. After creating distance, he cautiously surveyed Amber's blade. An A-class chi xiao. To his astonishment, it was indeed an A-class weapon. Had he not retreated quickly, his radiant thunder spear would have likely shattered. Ha, kid. Your reflexes are impressive. Though the artifact you acquired in the statue's secret realm is quite good, it pales in comparison to my infernal thong, Amber stated confidently, mistakenly believing Cao Qiye's weapon was also an artifact from the Doomsday game. I can't understand your rambling, Cao Qiye replied impatiently. With Jiangling absent, he found himself perplexed by the incomprehensible chatter, which was merely an annoyance. Meanwhile, the sole translator, Wu Jinghao, was being pursued by Wu Tingting. Observing this, Amber opened a translation app on her phone. I am one who values talent. Would you consider joining our Gate of the Abyss? You possess remarkable strength. I would not treat you as I do Wu Jinghao. In fact, I could secure you a leadership position within the Abyss. There happens to be a vacancy among our top 10 assassins. Although the mechanical translation lacks any semblance of emotion, it nonetheless conveys an appreciation for Cao Qiye. Have you ever considered that the vacancies among the top assassins of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss are, in fact, the result of my actions? Oh, quite impressive that you managed to eliminate those insignificant foes. The Gate of the Imperial Abyss has always valued the capable, and this further attests to your strength. Upon hearing that his comrades fell to the hands of Cao Qiye, Yuezhi Luhong did not express any regret. Rather, he became even more intrigued by Cao Qiye. Pray tell, little Jiro, which of these individuals, Kuroki Run, Ijuan Hayato, or Mafu Kotaro, did you bring down? In response, Cao Qiye raised an eyebrow and declared, I took them all down. Chapter 104. You be my fist, and I shall be your brain. All of them were slain by me. What? Gazing at the translation on his phone, Tsukimi Riko's expression suddenly turned grave, as he began to realize that something was amiss. Initially, he had thought that these 4 individuals had perished at the hands of different foes. However, if they had all fallen before the man standing before him, it indicated that the target of this individual might very well be himself. Furthermore, according to the intelligence provided by Hoshino Rei, the man who had killed Kazama Kotaro was not only exceptionally powerful but also possessed abilities surpassing their own, accompanied by a cadre of highly formidable subordinates. With this thought in mind, Tsukimi Riko vigilantly scanned his surroundings, fearing that he had already fallen into the trap set by the adversary. Stop looking around. You're already surrounded by us. Cao Qiye's gun tip sliced through the swirling secret realm, as Lin Xiaowei and Li Luyao stepped forth side by side. Xiaowei, Luyao. Let's go. Cao Qiye affectionately patted Li Luyao's small head and gave Lin Xiaoyue's peachy rear a playful smack. In an instant, Li Luyao transformed into a vibrant green orb of light, coalescing into a semi-transparent spirit hovering above his head. Lin Xiaowei, amidst the sound of mechanical transformation, morphed into a sleek cyber motorcycle, speeding past. With Li Luyao perched atop him and riding Lin Xiaowei, Cao Qiye assumed a ready stance, as the thunder spear in his hand became entwined with azure waves. Given that the opposing force wielded a fire attribute A-grade artifact, he opted to utilize the water attribute control of Pool Party 3 to counter it. Interesting, Tsukimi Riko noted, showing no fear as he sheathed his flame blade at his waist and prepared to draw it. Boom. The turbine engine of Lin Xiaowei erupted with a deafening roar, the rear wheel sparking against the ground. Merging with his vehicle, Cao Qiye surged forth, the spear's tip trailing a spiraling vortex of water and thunder. Dragons soaring through the heavens. Clang. As Tsukimi Riko raised his sword to block, the moment the crimson blade clashed violently with the thunder spear. The flames upon the blade were forcibly subdued by the torrent of water, which then surged along the blade and up Tsukimi Riko's arm. Golden lightning coursed through his entire being, and a suppressed groan escaped from beneath his demonic mask. How can this fellow possibly control water attributes as well? Tsukimi Riko pondered, utterly baffled as to how an ability user could command 2 elemental forces. Little did he know, this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding Cao Qiye's capabilities. Man-eating shark, Cao Qiye bellowed, as the water elements surrounding him suddenly boiled. 5 azure torrents coalesced behind him, swiftly transforming into 5 ferocious liquid sharks. These predators, composed entirely of pure water elements, bared their fangs. Their semi-transparent bodies shimmering with golden lightning, the splashes created by their tails crystallizing into ice in midair. Swish. The 5 sharks lunged forth in an instant. Tsukimi Riko, engaged in fierce combat with Cao Qiye, found himself with no avenue for escape. One shark clamped onto his calf, another seized his neck, a third latched onto his arm. A fourth gripped his waist, and the fifth ensnared his lower back. The shark's razor-sharp teeth relentlessly tore at their prey, gnashing and thrashing with ferocity. The anguished screams of Yuelian Liwa reverberated through the air as 5 sharks unleashed their might, tearing at his body like a rag doll pulled in various directions. Blood sprayed outward in a radial pattern. Immediately following this, before Yuelian Liwa could catch his breath, Cao Qiye's figure surged through the blood mist. The Thunderlight Spear, entwined with spiraling watermine dual energy, left a trail of ionized air in its wake. In the dilated pupils of Yuelian Liwa, the final image reflected was the spearhead piercing through his heart. With a sickening thud, the Thunderlight Spear penetrated Yuelian Liwa's heart, delivering the final blow. The shark's ability was indeed formidable. Cao Qiye felt a profound satisfaction with Lin Naimi's newly unlocked powers. Had it not been for the shark, although he could have defeated Yuelian Liuhua, it would not have been so effortlessly achieved. Collecting Yuelian Liuhua's anomalous ability crystal core and the A-grade Qi Shao, Cao Qiye then leisurely glanced at Wu Dingting and Wu Jianghao behind him. Boom! A golden bolt of lightning struck again, hitting the barely conscious Wu Jianghao. His already charred body convulsed once more, a wisp of blue smoke escaping his lips as he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Without hesitation, Wu Tingting gathered another surge of golden lightning, intent on granting Wu Jianghao a swift end. In her eyes, Wu Jianghao had become a thoroughly corrupt traitor. Yet, this was not the most significant matter. What truly crossed her line was his audacity to strike against her brother, Qiye. Thus, even if he were her own brother, Wu Tingting would show no mercy. Wait. However, Cao Qiye halted her attack. He approached Wu Jianghao, crouching beside him, and summoned a stream of water, splashing it to awaken him. Regaining consciousness, Wu Jianghao found himself facing Cao Qiye, plunging him into despair once more. He quickly glanced around, searching for Yuelian Liuhua. But the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of his presence. Stop searching. That fellow has already been eliminated by me. Cao Qiye produced the 5th-tier anomalous ability crystal core, placing it before Wu Jianghao's eyes, effectively extinguishing any lingering hope. Gazing at the 5th-tier gene lock contained within the crystal core, Wu Jianghao could not help but swallow hard. Though he appeared calm, a tempest raged within him. He stared at the formidable man before him, feeling an ever-growing sense of unfamiliarity. How could the 5th-tier gene-locked Yuelian Liuhua have been so effortlessly dispatched by Cao Qiye? Just how powerful was this individual? Moreover, from the exchange between Cao Qiye and Yuelian Liuhua, Wu Jianghao learned that Cao Qiye had already dispatched 4 assassins from the gate of the Imperial Abyss, making Yuelian Liuhua the 5th. Could it be that I have chosen the wrong side this time? For the first time, self-doubt crept into Wu Jianghao's mind. He could not help but ask himself, had he known such a formidable anomalous user existed in the Great Xia, would he still have chosen to become a pawn of the gate of the Imperial Abyss? Wu Jianghao cast a glance at his sister and then at Cao Qiye. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He seized Cao Qiye's pant leg and said, "Qiye, I have forgiven you for your involvement with my sister. In that case, we can consider the matter of my deceit as settled. I have been compelled to stay close to the amber in the moonlit realm, and it has caused me great inner turmoil. Who would willingly harm their own kin? I have resolved to amend my ways. I possess a wealth of intelligence concerning the gate of the Imperial Abyss, and I propose we collaborate. Qiye, now that you are my brother-in-law, I am your elder brother. With your formidable strength and my keen intellect, let us unite our powers, your might as my fist and my wisdom as your mind, to jointly dismantle the gate of the Imperial Abyss. What do you say?" Chapter 105. Your sister is quite alluring. Have you forgiven me? Will you be my brain? Cao Qiye jestingly patted Wu Jianghao's face, his laughter resonating with a playful humor. Wu Jianghao could only smile awkwardly, fully aware that with Cao Qiye's temperament, he would not escape unscathed. He silently hoped that for the sake of Wu Tingting, he might be granted a reprieve. However, given the current circumstances, even that glimmer of hope seemed dim. After all, his own sister was poised to end his life. Brother-in-law, let me say one last thing. Soon, your dear sister will escort you on your final journey. Cao Qiye whispered conspiratorially as he draped an arm around Wu Jianghao's shoulder. Then, in the depths of Wu Jianghao's despairing gaze, Wu Tingting's hand crackled with golden lightning, delivering the final blow. The sensation of being betrayed by a beloved family member, sent to the executioner's platform, was an excruciating revelation for Wu Jianghao. Cao Qiye took possession of Wu Jianghao's ability, the crystal core, casting a cold glance at the lifeless body before him. "Consider this my forgiveness," he declared, thus concluding their bitter conflict. Turning to Wu Tingting, Cao Qiye intended to offer her words of consolation, but to his surprise, she spoke first. "Master, there is no need for guilt. Though Wu Jianghao is my brother, he betrayed our kin, turned against me, and even attempted to harm you. Such a person deserves his fate. Her gaze was sharp and unwavering. The death of her brother stirred not a trace of emotion within her. The trials of the apocalypse had transformed Wu Tingting from a sheltered university student into a formidable survivor, her hands stained with the blood of countless undead. Cao Qiye nodded, thoroughly impressed with Wu Tingting's demeanor. "Tingting, this is for you," he said, handing her the A-class artifact, Qishao. This young lady was increasingly aware of her potential. Besides bestowing her with the artifact, he felt a celebration was in order for her commendable performance that night. As for himself, he merely needed to unlock the combat made to advance, finding weaponry more suited to his style and firearms rather than blades. "Thank you, Master," Wu Tingting replied, her eyes gleaming with gratitude as she accepted Qishao. Her ability, 100,000 volts, was effective at range, yet in close quarters, she would find herself in peril. With this A-class flame blade, she could seek out Su Guanyin to learn sword techniques, undoubtedly elevating her combat prowess. Subsequently, Cao Qiye consumed the 2 crystal cores, and a powerful pulse erupted, sending shockwaves through the air around him. 2 golden dragons spiraled forth, soaring into the heavens. "Ah!" Cao Qiye bellowed, feeling an unparalleled surge of exhilaration coursing through his entire being, a sensation more invigorating than any other experience he could recall. Cao Qiye felt that it was not merely the ethereal dragon formed by Qi that had just ascended to the heavens, but rather himself. Sensing the transformations within his bloodline, he once again accessed the system panel. Name, Cao Qiye. Gender, male. Age, 24. Gene lock, 5th level, 8. Superpower, A-class commanding force, 3rd level, 58. System, exquisite skin. Skin series, Pool Party 3, Battle Maid 3, Beast Girl Tribe 2, Forest Elf 1, Doomsday Mecha 1. Reinforced abilities, Purifying Spring. 100,000 volts, Rapid Breakthrough, Wings, Storage Space, Raging Flame, Unyielding Resilience, Possession, Flash, Shark. Development values, Suing 45, Wu Tingting 81, Shangwan Fian 22, Shun Yu 22, Shun Yue 22, Shana 15, Jiang Ling 10, Li Luyao 7, Lin Chaiwa 0, Ling Naimei 37. Crystal Core, A-class Stealth, A-class Eagle Eye. Ordinary Crystal Core X1029. Cao Qiye had merely consumed the Qi from the A-class superpower Crystal Core belonging to Amber of the Moonlit Realm, thereby retaining the ability. The Eagle Eye seemed to possess extraordinary long-range vision capabilities, an excellent perception skill worth preserving. As for Wu Jinghao's C-class toughening, that was simply devoured without hesitation. Furthermore, during this period, he refrained from consuming the ordinary crystal cores collected by the Goddess Alliance team, instead storing them all in his ability space. Firstly, Cao Qiye's current gene lock level was already quite elevated, rendering ordinary crystal cores exceedingly inefficient for enhancement. Secondly, according to previous intelligence from Zhao Meng, locating a special statue could grant entry into his secret realm for a doomsday game, where victory would yield divine artifacts, while defeat demanded the sacrifice of numerous ordinary crystal cores, or worse, one's life. Thus, Cao Qiye prudently stockpiled ordinary crystal cores in preparation for future endeavors. Although his own divine artifact could be upgraded through the numbers of battle maids, other series of divine skins could also wield divine artifacts. Moreover, he himself could equip multiple artifacts of various types. It is always wise to prepare in advance. After breaking through to the 5th level of the gene lock, Cao Qiye experienced a qualitative leap in strength, significantly enhancing the overall power of the Goddess Alliance. Having reached the vicinity of Wanda Plaza, it seemed prudent to gather resources from this area before departing. Wanda is the largest shopping center in Jiangxing, boasting an abundance of supplies. Most importantly, Cao Qiye had surveyed Wanda Plaza and found it teeming with zombies, devoid of any human presence. This indicated that no one had survived in this vicinity. All hearts of the survivors had been consumed by the undead. This also suggested that a formidable zombie king must exist here, for otherwise, the resources in this area would have long been depleted by the forces of the Imperial Abyss Gate. Thus, Cao Qiye once more drew forth the secret realm vortex with the tip of his gun, summoning all the goddesses of the Goddess Alliance. During the time when Cao Qiye was asleep, the underground interrogation room and laboratory of the main base had been completed. Kojiro and Ijuin Hayato found themselves imprisoned in a dark, lightless dungeon, free from any lingering concerns. The target was Wanda Square. All visible supplies were to be stored within the dimensional space. As per the established protocol, when encountering formidable aberrant creatures, one should not engage recklessly but instead summon assistance. Ultimately, the acquisition of resources pales in comparison to the paramount importance of personal safety. Chapter 106. The Turtles of the Sewer. Indeed, my master. The goddesses were all aflame with excitement as they prepared for their mission. This time, they divided into 3 small teams. Cao Qiye rode upon supreme velocity Lin Qiaowei, with magical fawn Li Luyao adorning his head, forming the Goddess Alliance's illusionary T0 team. Dragon Blood Warrior Shana, Vanguard Shengwan Fian, Azure Wave Shark Ling Naimi, and Little Rim Shin Yoyu comprised a T1 combat team of 1 warrior, 2 assassins, and 1 support. Pika Pika Wu Tingting, Brave Nyo Nyo Jiangling, and Little Yim Shin Yue formed a T2 support team of 1 mage, 1 tank, and 1 support. As Deep Blue Summer Su Ying lacked formidable combat prowess, Cao Qiye assigned her to guard the spot where Yedrin Li Amber had been eliminated. Should the forces of the Imperial Abyss Gate discover her demise and send reinforcements, Cao Qiye's side would be prepared. This arrangement allowed all 3 teams to utilize spatial abilities, significantly enhancing their efficiency in both collecting crystal cores and gathering resources. Cao Qiye charged forth, his steed's supreme velocity roaring beneath him, enveloped in a tempest of thunder as he plunged into the tide of undead. The remaining 2 teams swiftly embarked on their respective battles. Wanda Plaza brimmed with resources and was overrun by countless undead hordes, each a source of abundant crystal cores. After ascending to the 5th tier, the overall strength of the Goddess Alliance reached new heights. The surrounding hordes fell like ripe wheat under the scythe. Though they occasionally encountered peculiar variants, their genetic locks and ability levels were exceedingly low. Cao Qiye dispatched them before he could even discern their nature. Strange. It seemed that no particularly formidable variants were present. The ease with which events unfolded left Cao Qiye feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, without powerful variants maintaining a presence, this area's hordes would have long been cleared by other ability users. It was implausible for them to remain unscathed until now. Master, look. There are many strange rats on the ground, exclaimed Li Luyo, who had been perched atop Cao Qiye's head, pointing towards the sewer below. In the shadowy crevices of the sewer, dozens of crimson eyes were fixated intently upon Cao Qiye. The rats exhibited decayed fur, revealing purple-black muscle beneath. Their teeth grotesquely transformed into serrated bone spikes. Even more bizarrely, they appeared to be whispering among themselves. After a moment of chaos, the swarm suddenly dispersed, as if receiving some unseen command, burrowing into various tunnels. Their movements left behind a trail of viscous secretions, creating glowing green corrosive marks upon the ground. These rats seemed to form a network of intelligence, the center of which lay in a vast underground city. Bang! A turtle shell crashed heavily against the rusted iron cage. In the arena's center, 4 humanoid turtles besieged a standing rat. Clad in tattered dark red robes, the rat's spine had mutated into a 9-sectioned whip, each swing unleashing a tempest of blood and carnage. Although its eyes had degenerated, 6 pairs of compound eyes sprouted from either side of its temples, allowing it to anticipate attacks with 360-degree precision. Coordination was painfully slow. Suddenly, the mouse executed a backflip, its bony whip coiling around Leonardo's katana like a venomous serpent. Leonardo, your sword is swift, but not swift enough. Immediately following this, it propelled itself into the air, its decaying paw striking Raphael's face. Raphael, the price of recklessness is, before the words could fully escape, its tail struck the ambushing orange-masked turtle, Michelangelo. Are your nunchaku meant to amuse me? Finally, the master mouse executed a sweeping kick, toppling Donatello, the purple-masked turtle, pressing the tip of its bony whip against his throat. Donatello, technology is not an excuse to neglect basic skills. The 4 turtles gasped for breath, kneeling on the ground, their shells stained with slime and blood. Just as the master mouse was about to continue its admonishment, a one-eared zombie mouse suddenly leapt onto the stage, squeaking erratically. The master mouse's 6 pairs of multifaceted eyes simultaneously contracted, slowly turning towards the entrance of the sewer. It seems we have uninvited guests in our dojo. Let us greet them. Yes, master. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Emperor's Abyss, Onizuka Ryazaki was leading his team towards Wanda Square. Ryazaki. That brat Tsukimi has no sense of decorum. Kenta Noira kicked a zombie's head out of the way, the hydraulic mechanisms of his prosthetic arm emitting a sharp hiss. We agreed to collaborate to take Wanda Square, yet he brought his personal guard ahead of us. Suddenly, Ryazaki halted, his 5-meter mechanical frame casting an oppressive shadow over the street. The unit led by Ryazaki was not composed merely of himself and his aide Kenta, both of whom were cybernetic enhancements. Even the figures behind them were mechanically enhanced. A sinister grin stretched across Ryazaki's remaining jawbone. Did you see it with your own eyes? Absolutely. Kenta pounded his alloy chest armor, the sound echoing. Even Wu Jinghao's little pug came along. That brat is quite the sycophant, boasting about offering his own sister to Tsukimi. With a click, Ryazaki's mechanical spine extended 3 cooling pipes, steam hissing forth. Do you think you can seize my 3rd position using Wanda's resources? Dream on. Ryazaki's right arm morphed, revealing a spinning chainsaw. The entire unit switched to annihilation mode. I will make this fool understand. The third position is forged with steel. At Ryazaki's command, everyone activated their tread wheels, accelerating swiftly towards Wanda Square. At that moment, they were oblivious to the fact that Tsukimi and Wu Jinghao had already been eliminated by Cao Qiye. No one would be contesting his ranking. On the side of the Goddess Alliance, Suing was fortunate to have captured this critical information through her telescope. Although Cao Qiye had acted merely as a precaution, the forces from the gates of the Emperor's Abyss were indeed on their way, led by the formidable Ryazaki, currently ranked among the top 3 in combat strength. The intel provided by Kojiro had even omitted details regarding this individual's abilities and genetic lock tier. The only certainty lies in his strength, which undoubtedly surpasses that of Yuumi Riko, and it is highly likely that he is equipped with a divine artifact of grade A or higher. Suing, Master, your strategic foresight is truly remarkable. I have indeed encountered a member of the Imperial Abyss Gate, and it is none other than the third-ranked Kazuka Ryazaki. Cao Qiye, Kazuka Ryazaki, are you certain you are not mistaken? Cao Qiye narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not possess any extraordinary foresight. Rather, he had assigned Suing a trivial task due to her somewhat limited combat capability. Unexpectedly, by mere chance, she had indeed stumbled upon someone from the Imperial Abyss Gate. Suing, I might misidentify others, but I would never mistake Kazuka Ryazaki, the 5-meter-tall mechanical cyborg. Cao Qiye, I understand. You should withdraw swiftly and regroup with the main force. As the situation evolved, Cao Qiye resolved to consolidate his team, seeking to conceal their position and observe developments cautiously. After all, they were dealing with the formidable Kazuka Ryazaki, who ranked among the top 3. Although Cao Qiye had just defeated Yuumi Riko and had himself advanced to the 5th tier, his stamina had also been significantly depleted. Engaging in direct combat at this juncture would be disadvantageous. Chapter 107. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles upon learning of the unexpected arrival of Onizuka Ryazaki. Cao Qiye sought refuge at a vantage point. He had always found Wanda Plaza rather peculiar, and it seemed prudent to let this unfortunate soul, Ryazaki, scout the way for him. My lord, I was just getting into the heat of battle. Indeed, there are still many crystals we have yet to collect. Just as we were stretching our limbs, alas, we have been summoned back by our master. My lord, please allow us a little more time to play. The goddesses had been fiercely battling the zombies when Cao Qiye called them back, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Thus, they began to voice their complaints before him. However, they understood Cao Qiye's intentions, and their expressions seemed more like playful pouts than true grievances. All right. There will be ample opportunity for you to showcase your prowess soon. Cao Qiye, reclining on a lounge chair while enjoying fruits and seeds, remarked, let us first witness a splendid performance. Onizuka Ryazaki arrived at the outskirts of Wanda Plaza, surveying the remnants of battle left by the Goddess Alliance. It was indeed true that Tsukimi no Kahaku led the charge. Misled by Fujiwara Kinta, Ryazaki erroneously believed that all the destruction was the work of Kahaku. Brother Ryazaki, let us advance swiftly, lest we arrive too late and find nothing left. Fujiwara Kinta was in a state of frantic urgency. Word of the Zombie King's presence in Wanda Plaza had spread, and everyone was aware of it. Given that the combat prowess of Tsukimi no Kahaku and Onizuka Ryazaki was relatively comparable, should Kahaku consume the Zombie King's crystal, it was conceivable that her genetic lock could surpass that of Ryazaki, a scenario he fervently wished to avoid. All forces, advance. Crush them. Ryazaki's mechanical voice erupted in a piercing metallic tone, as the heat exhaust valve behind him erupted with scalding steam. Dozens of mechanical specters simultaneously activated their combat modules, their visors glowing a fierce crimson as they advanced in unison. Fujiwara Kinta led the charge, his hydraulic arm emitting a deafening shriek as 5 metallic fingers whirled into action, transforming into a rapidly spinning chainsaw blade. Let us turn them into minced meat. As the chainsaw blade tore into the horde, putrid flesh and bone fragments splattered like a torrential downpour. His left shoulder's missile pod unleashed a barrage, exploding the distant gathering of zombies into a cloud of crimson mist. The bisected zombies, still writhing, were incinerated by the mechanical specters following closely behind, their flamethrowers turning them to cinders. Ryazaki was akin to a human war machine. The crystal reactor on his chest glowed ominously red, and 2 rotary machine guns emerged from his arms, unleashing a storm of bullets that severed the zombies in their path. Even more terrifying was the Hellfire jetpack on his back, which unleashed 3 streams of blue-white flames, vaporizing entire streets of zombies, leaving behind only molten glass-like fissures on the ground. Not only were Ryazaki and his lieutenant Fujiwara Kinta extraordinarily fierce, but even their subordinates, the mechanical specters, surpassed the ordinary second-tier pseudo-ability users in strength. Led by the formidable Kazuka Ryazaki, the Mechanical Legion advanced with unstoppable force, mercilessly annihilating the remnants of the undead tide that the Goddess Alliance had already decimated. Kazuka Ryasaki. Race, human gender. Male age, 41 gene lock. Level 5, 33. Ability, A-class hyperfrequency overload artifact. A-class Hellfire Ejector Kenta Fujiwara. Race, human gender. Male age, 33 gene lock. Level 3, 99. Ability, B-class shield upon surveying the prowess of these two individuals. Cao Qiye felt a twinge of disappointment. If this was the caliber of the top 3 contenders from the Imperial Abyss Gate, it was likely that even all 3 combined would struggle to match his own strength. After all, at this moment, Cao Qiye had not only reached level 5 in his gene lock, but also possessed an abundance of high-tier abilities. Even formidable adversaries of the land level would find themselves challenged in combat against him. Presently, Kazuka Ryasaki had effectively neutralized any threat to himself. The focus now shifted to the strength of the Zombie King in Wanda Square. As Kazuka Ryasaki's Iron Legion charged forth with fervor, a sudden surge of exhilarating battle music resonated across the battlefield. In an instant, shadowy figures sprang forth from the sewers, muscular, humanoid zombie turtles, accompanied by the rousing melody. Donatello, clad in a purple bandana, hoisted a speaker aloft and shouted triumphantly. With his alloy staff crackling with purple electricity, he struck down the mechanical phantoms, causing them to short-circuit and collapse into heaps of scrap metal. Not fast enough. Not fast enough. Still not fast enough. Leonardo, adorned in a blue bandana, wielded twin blades with such speed that they left afterimages in their wake, swiftly dismantling the surrounding mechanical phantoms into mere components. Yet, the teachings of his master echoed in his mind, urging him to accelerate his attacks in pursuit of the true essence of swordsmanship. A bunch of rabble. Raphael, with a red bandana, unleashed a torrent of fury, his bone-spiked gauntlets vibrating with high frequency. Each punch unleashed a deafening crack, effortlessly piercing the alloy armor of the mechanical phantoms as if it were mere paper, sending sparks and hydraulic fluid spraying in every direction. Haha. Tin cans. Michelangelo cackled as he twirled his nunchaku, the skull-shaped ends shattering the mechanical heads with pinpoint accuracy. His attacks, though chaotic, proved deadly, with one mechanical phantom impaled by its own severed limb as it was thrust into its control core. Leonardo. Race, Zombie Aberration Gene Lock. Level 4, 66. Ability, B-Class Illusion Raphael. Race, Zombie Aberration Gene Lock. Level 4, 72. Ability, B-Class Fury Michelangelo. Race, Zombie Aberration Gene Lock. Level 4, 48. Ability, C-Class Taunt Leonardo. Race, Zombie Aberration Gene Lock. 4th level, 12. Ability, B-Class Intelligence. Astonishing. Ninja Turtles? Cao Qiye gazed at the 4 bizarre creatures possessing 4th level gene locks, utterly astounded. The fact that zombies had evolved into such peculiar beings reminiscent of those in video games and anime was simply unfathomable. If this were the case, Cao Qiye had grounds to speculate that the Zombie King in Wanda Plaza might be a rat, or perhaps a crocodile, a mechanized warrior. Chapter 108. In a fleeting moment, dozens of elite mechanical specters were utterly annihilated by 4 zombie turtles. The ground was strewn with crackling mechanical debris, while hydraulic oil mingled with coolant, forming an eerie rainbow-hued puddle. Grind those teeth. Kenta Fujiwara bellowed, his chainsaw blade whirring at high speed as he charged at Leonardo. Too slow. Leonardo's dual blades traced 2 ethereal blue afterimages. Accompanied by the sickening sound of metal being torn apart, Fujiwara's alloy arm was instantaneously severed into 7 distinct fragments, clattering to the ground. With a swift thrust, Raphael seized the opportunity, executing a spiraling drill that pierced through Fujiwara's chest cavity. Subsequently, he extracted the remnants of Fujiwara's innards with his bone spikes, relishing them as one would savor sashimi. TSK, is this the last of the oversized fool? Michelangelo snatched the speaker from Donatello's shoulder, setting up a beat for an impromptu rap. Yo, Tinkin fool, don't be so brazen. I'll dismantle you like a package. Circuit boards I'll crunch like chips, scrap metal for cash. That's the script. Donatello adjusted his goggles, remarking, this behemoth's core reactor design is quite ingenious. Brothers, be gentle, don't ruin it, as I intend to take it back for study. How dare a bunch of sewer turtles mock me? Ryuzaki Onizuka's mechanical pupils constricted violently, steam hissing from the cooling valves, enveloping the area in a shroud of mist. At this moment, he was filled with rage, never imagining that as the third-ranked powerhouse of the Abyssal Gate, he would be ridiculed by a horde of zombie turtles, especially the one spouting that dreadful rap. Unbeknownst to him, Michelangelo's unique ability was to provoke, and Ryuzaki had unwittingly been drawn into the emotional turmoil. Hellfire Jet. Ryuzaki hoisted the Hellfire flamethrower, and with the shriek of an overloaded hydraulic system, a molten fire column 2 meters in diameter erupted forth. Wow, the barbecue party begins. Michelangelo had anticipated this, sliding behind an overturned truck while raising the speaker to play disco music. He even poked his head out, curling his decayed turtle claw into a grin and making a face at Ryuzaki. Simultaneously, two drones, crackling with purple arcs of electricity, swooped in from the side. Donatello expertly maneuvered the drones to unleash high-energy lasers, striking the seams of Ryozaki's neck armor with precision. Ryuzaki was compelled to brace the flamethrower with one hand while hastily shielding his smoking neck with the other. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Phantom Slash, Leonardo's figure abruptly fragmented into dozens of blue phantoms, each maintaining a distinct posture of attack. As these afterimages traversed Ryozaki's form, his alloy armor erupted with a myriad of slashing marks, hydraulic oil gushing forth like blood from the fissures. And this was not the end. Without granting Onizuka Ryuzaki a moment's respite, Raphael executed a heart-piercing thrust, spinning forth like a cannonball, and collided with the mechanical breastplate of the formidable giant. The impact, akin to that of an armor-piercing projectile, sent the 2-ton behemoth hurtling away. Onizuka Ryuzaki crashed through 3 concrete walls before finally coming to a halt. The casing of its reactor indented and deformed, dangerously emitting arcs of blue electricity. Woohoo! The 4 turtles did not pursue their advantage. Instead, they exchanged high-fives in celebration. After a round of attacks, their coordination was impeccable, rendering even the 5th-tier gene-locked Onizuka Ryuzaki utterly powerless to retaliate. At the same time, the disheveled scene of Onizuka Ryuzaki was observed by the hidden members of the Goddess Alliance. Despite its formidable name, they could hardly believe its ineptitude. Unable to defeat even 4 turtles, even Suing could not help but scoff. Onizuka Ryuzaki, who appeared fierce and intimidating, led a group of subordinates that proved to be markedly less formidable than other leaders within the Imperial Gate, disappointing their expectations of strength. In truth, it was not that Onizuka Ryuzaki was weak, but rather that the turtles' synergy was exceptional. Cao Qiye found this quite normal. Transcending levels was not solely a human prerogative. Why should humans be the only ones to challenge zombies at higher tiers? Why could there not be zombies that could overpower humans? With that thought, Cao Qiye gestured for Wu Dingting to cease her meal, instructing Shinyoyu and Shinyue, who were massaging him, to stop as well. After stretching, Cao Qiye prepared to take action. If the situation continued as it was, Onizuka Ryuzaki would likely be defeated by the 4 zombie turtles in no time. Cao Qiye aimed to strike before Onizuka Ryuzaki was entirely vanquished. He would allow the 4 turtles to do some work for him. The ability Crystal Core would undoubtedly belong to him. However, Cao Qiye did not intend to act immediately. After all, Onizuka Ryuzaki was an A-grade ability user with a 5th-tier gene lock and should possess greater prowess. Damn it. Today, I shall roast you all to a crisp. Onizuka Ryuzaki rose from the rubble with a thunderous crash, its mechanical joints groaning under the strain. The Hellfire jet once again roared to life, this time spewing forth not flames, but a torrent of near-incandescent heat. The metallic debris of the street melted under the terrifying temperature, and the asphalt bubbled violently. Sizzle! Not only could the surrounding structures not withstand the assault, but even the jet's own exterior began to twist and warp, a spiderweb of cracks appearing on its dark red surface. Yet, the 4 zombie turtles displayed remarkable intelligence in the face of such devastating firepower. While the flamethrower's destructive force was immense, it was also cumbersome. Thus, the turtles hopped and dodged nimbly, occasionally allowing Michelangelo to freestyle and deliver some extreme taunts. After several rounds of attack, only the edges of Raphael's shell had been singed. Conversely, Onizuka Ryozaki's Hellfire jet was nearing overload. No need to panic. Donatello's goggles flashed with data streams. This fool's cooling system had completely crumbled. To think there exists a more reckless lunatic than myself, Raphael, still haunted by the memory, gingerly touched his charred shell. Leonardo, crossing his dual blades over his chest, cautioned, enough of this. Once his weapon overloads, prepare for a lethal strike. Michelangelo chimed in, yo. The red-hot canister is about to explode, and the turtle is sending you back home. An alarm blared, its mechanical tone sharp and grating. The armor of Onizuka Ryuzaki glowed with a perilous orange-red hue, hydraulic oil gushing from the seams, igniting upon contact with the air. Now is the moment. For figures surged forward simultaneously. Leonardo's dual blades aimed for the neck joint of Onizuka Ryuzaki. Raphael's spiked fists targeted the chest. Donatello's electromagnetic net ensnared the legs. And Michelangelo's nunchaku struck directly at the face. Chapter 109. The Master Mouse Yet, the mechanical giant, which should have been paralyzed, suddenly erupted. Overclock overload. The temperature of the formidable Kazuka Ryuzaki surged, tripling his speed and strength in an instant. His mechanical arm twisted at angles that defied the laws of physics, delivering a devastating punch that sent Leonardo flying. The moment his fist struck Leonardo's chest, it seared a large hole into the turtle shell. Raphael's bone spikes melted mere centimeters from Kazuka Riyazaki's chest, while Donatello's electromagnetic net was incinerated by the backlash of the overloaded energy. Michelangelo fared the worst. As the scalding mechanical foot bore down on his shell, continuously melting it and releasing wisps of smoke. You'll be the first to suffer. Kazuka Riyazaki aimed his crimson chainsaw blade at Michelangelo's head. In this overloaded state, not only had he reached the pinnacle of speed and strength, but the extreme heat emanating from him could melt anything in its path. This allowed Kazuka Riyazaki to swiftly turn the tide. He had grown weary of this incessantly chattering turtle. Observing from the shadows, Cao Qiye raised an eyebrow slightly. This is the level expected of a 5th-tier ability user. Although the 4 turtles coordinated remarkably well, their frivolity was their downfall. Had they decisively attacked when Kazuka Riyazaki was vulnerable instead of celebrating their success, they might have had a chance to defeat him. But the moment Kazuka Riyazaki shed his underestimation and unleashed his overclock overload, the odds were stacked against the turtles. Nonetheless, the 4 turtles had performed admirably, managing to exhaust Kazuka Riyazaki while inflicting significant damage. Cao Qiye clenched his fist, summoning the Thunder Spear once more. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Now was his moment to reap the rewards. Clang. However, before Cao Qiye could make his move, a bone whip suddenly ensnared Kazuka Riyazaki's chainsaw. From the shadows, Master Splinter's 6 pairs of compound eyes glimmered with intensity. You dare bully my disciple? Have you consulted me first? Cao Qiye paused momentarily. Splinter. Species, Zombie Anomalous Type. Gene Lock. Land Tier, 0. Ability, S-Class Master of Shadows. Master, are we not departing soon? Why have you halted? Asked the already winged Shinyoyu, her curious eyes wide open. S-Class Ability, Land Tier Gene Lock. Upon learning of Splinter's information, Cao Qiye found himself momentarily paralyzed. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable anomalous type. A shift in circumstances. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Qiye traced the tip of his gun, creating a portal to their base, summoning all the goddesses back. The goddesses had never witnessed Cao Qiye's serious demeanor before. They realized he was not jesting. Cao Qiye was not a coward. His prompt command to retreat indicated that they faced an opponent beyond the current capabilities of the Goddess Alliance. Yet another foul rodent had appeared? The mechanical eye of Onizuka Ryazaki flickered with a crimson glow, reminiscent of a searing grill ready for a sumptuous feast. He regarded the elegant figure before him with utter disdain, until his first punch met only empty air. Boom. His iron fist crashed into the ground, sending molten metal splattering like lava. Onizuka Ryazaki's overloaded body radiated an ominous heat, each step leaving a smoldering imprint upon the concrete. Yet, Splinter danced like a leaf in the wind, effortlessly evading the force of his blows with a graceful agility. What a cowardly old fool. In a fit of rage, Onizuka Ryazaki tore through an entire wall, challenging his opponent to confront him head-on. But before he could finish his taunt, Splinter's tail suddenly split in two. The moment Onizuka Ryazaki's fist pierced the left shadow, the true form of Splinter materialized behind him. Even more terrifying, both Splinters simultaneously assumed an aggressive stance. Shadow Claw. 6 ethereal talon marks appeared out of thin air, precisely severing Onizuka Ryazaki's hydraulic tubes, neural connectors, and cooling valves. As he staggered to turn around, Splinter's Essence and Phantom executed a rapid succession of 10 cross attacks, leaving Onizuka Ryazaki's mechanical body in shambles. Even in his overclocked state, he was no match for Splinter. No wonder he had yet to see the likes of Amber from the Moonlit Realm. Onizuka Ryazaki collapsed to the ground, his formidable mechanical frame damaged, revealing a grotesque and bloodied flesh beneath. Gone was his once imposing figure. He now resembled a frail old man, more so than Splinter himself. In his final moments, he foolishly assumed that Amber had also fallen to the enemy. Splinter's lethal claws pierced through Onizuka Ryazaki's chest, extracting a still-beating heart. With deliberate calmness, he took a bite, tossing the other half to his disciples. Remember, in the duel of the strong, victory often hinges on a fleeting moment. When in an advantageous position, strike swiftly and mercilessly, leaving no room for reprieve. Michelangelo, this is your fault. You insisted on that freestyle nonsense, causing us to be reprimanded by the master. Raphael tapped Michelangelo's head with a bone spike. Michelangelo, looking aggrieved, replied, "You were the most enthusiastic during the celebration." Donatello, on the other hand, began to toy with Onizuka Ryazaki's Hellfire launcher. Observing his playful disciples, Splinter shook his head in resignation, his 6 compound eyes gazing thoughtfully at a bird soaring in the distance. However, that bird was not a true avian creature but the retreating figure of Cao Qiye. It wasn't until he had flown several kilometers away from Wanda Square that Cao Qiye opened a secret realm, returning to the base. "Master, are you all right?" The goddesses hurriedly surrounded him, anxious for his safety. In this apocalyptic world, they had developed a profound reliance on Cao Qiye, uncertain of what they would do if he were no longer present. "I'm fine." Cao Qiye waved his hand reassuringly, relieved it was merely a false alarm. No wonder Wanda Square couldn't even breach the gate of the Imperial Abyss. It was being guarded by an S-class terrestrial aberration. Moreover, it seems that it is not merely that mouse. Perhaps there are also formidable crocodiles and armored beings involved. Given that Cao Qiye cannot currently seize the resources of Wanda Plaza, it would be prudent to set that matter aside for the time being. After all, the Supreme Skin system is a remarkable late-game feature. The more skins one unlocks, the stronger their abilities become. At present, Cao Qiye still requires development. Furthermore, in addition to unlocking more new skins, he has discovered a new avenue to explore development value. Su Ying 45, Wu Tingting 81, Shengwan Fian 22, Xin Yu 22, Xin Yue 22, Shana 15, Jiang Ling 10, Li Luyao 7, Lin Chaiwa 0, Ling Naimi 37. Cao Qiye has always been perplexed by the utility of this development value. However, observing the percentages of the various goddesses, with Wu Tingting far ahead, he begins to grasp that it is likely related to the knowledge unlocked by these deities. The more knowledge one unlocks, the higher the development value. Although Cao Qiye is still uncertain of the purpose of the development value, he firmly believes that by diligently maximizing it, the answers will eventually reveal themselves. Thus, he resolves to take a few days off to thoroughly investigate this development value. Chapter 110. Fubuki Yuki in the heart of Jiangcheng, a colossal fortress. Constructed from obsidian and alloy, stands majestically. Above the fortress, a semi-transparent energy barrier envelopes it, powered entirely by crystal cores, making it impervious even to colossal beasts. Bang! Fubuki Rin smashed the conference table before him with a single palm, his pitch-black pupils contracting violently. What? Kojiro, Chizuru Yukimura, Ren Kuroki, Katara Fuma, Hayato Ijuin, Kahaku Tsukimi, Ryuzaki Onizuka, all dead. The gate of the Imperial prison had believed that with Mark's genetic serum, they would become invincible in Jiangxing. However, they had not anticipated that 7 out of the 10 elite assassins of the gate had already perished. And they were utterly unaware of the perpetrator's identity, only knowing it was a man from Daxia, accompanied by a group of women. To one side, Sayaka Kuta held a lace fan, stating, "Rin, if Lord Mark learns of this, we shall undoubtedly face dire consequences." The doll-like figure of Hoshino Rei trembled involuntarily. Her seaweed-like long hair stained with remnants of blood. The speed at which that man has grown is truly terrifying. When Kataru and I first confronted him, we were evenly matched, but in just a few days, he has eliminated even the third-ranked Rizaki Onizuka. Hoshino Rei felt a lingering dread. Had she not been cautious and quick to escape that day, she too would have met a grim fate. Of course, they remained oblivious to the fact that Ryuzaki Onizuka had fallen at the hands of Splinter, thus attributing the blame to Cao Qiye. How could that boy's growth not be swift? These fools were rushing to deliver their heads to him. Veins bulged on Fubuki Rin's forehead, and the shadowy raven feathers behind him stirred without wind. He could scarcely fathom that the power he had painstakingly built was being dismantled by a mere youth from Daxia. The crystal cores painstakingly collected by the gate of the Imperial prison had now transformed into a mobile experience pack for the adversary, a notion he could not accept. Moreover, Mark would soon arrive, and the gate of the Imperial prison needed to supply a vast quantity of extraordinary crystal cores. With 7 of the 10 assassins slain, the remaining ones were plagued by fear, pushing Fubuki Rin to the brink of fury. He had betrayed the Yamaguchi Gumi, and this position, once belonging to Renamii, was now fraught with peril. MLC had established testing grounds akin to Jiangxing throughout Daxia and across the globe, with over a dozen overseen by the Yamaguchi Gumi, 3 of which were situated in Daxia. This signified that Rin was not the sole representative of the Yamaguchi Gumi in Daxia. Should his betrayal of Renamii come to light, others would not spare him. Thus, Fubuki was compelled to devise every possible means to grow stronger, even aspiring to usurp Mark's position and become the true master of Jiangxing. Little did he expect that the previous emperor's endeavors would be abruptly halted, leaving only 3 of the 10 assassins of the gate of the Imperial prison remaining. The dream of replacing Mark had now transformed into a mere fantasy, and even the necessary crystal cores to appease Mark were beyond his reach. Shea and Hoshino Rei, I do not care what methods you employ. Even if you must dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find that man from Daxia. Otherwise, when Mark arrives, we shall all share in our misfortune. Since there seems to be no solution at hand, Fubuki Rin decided to exert pressure on his teammates. Misery shared is better than solitary suffering. Reluctantly, Kyuju Shea acquiesced, constrained by Fubuki Rin's authority. Meanwhile, Hoshino Rei's expression was one of deep dismay. After her previous encounter with Cao Qiye, she was utterly terrified. Now, with Cao Qiye having eliminated several leaders of the Imperial Gate and grown even more powerful, she dared not provoke him further. Fubuki Rin's only recourse was to locate Cao Qiye, only by obtaining his unique ability, the Crystal Core. Could he remedy the current predicament of the Imperial Gate? Thus, the specters of the Imperial Gate commenced a large-scale search. However, regardless of how Fubuki Rin exhausted the resources of the Imperial Gate and employed every means at his disposal, he could find no trace of Cao Qiye. Among the survivors of Jiangqing Meteor Academy, he heard whispers of a legend concerning the Goddess Alliance and learned that Cao Qiye was known by the moniker Boss Cao. Boss Cao, do not hide too well. If I catch you, you shall meet a most dreadful fate. Fubuki Rin growled at his reflection in the mirror, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He gradually closed his eyes, his fingers drumming a solemn rhythm on the armrest. At the seventh knock, he abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within his pupils. Bring Miss Shui here. 10 minutes later, the paper door was gently pushed open. Inside, the flickering light revealed the graceful silhouette of a woman. Fubuki Shui wore an elegant dark-hued kimono, its hem adorned with intricate dark red spider lilies. Her hair, as white as snow, was loosely held up by a bone hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her porcelain neck, swaying gently with each breath. Fubuki Shui was not only Fubuki Rin's junior, but also his childhood sweetheart. Has something significant occurred, senior brother, that you summoned me at such an hour? Her voice was as soft and cool as snow landing upon silk. Fubuki Rin's fingertips curled unconsciously. After 20 years, each time he beheld her figure, memories of that snowy night flooded back. The 7-year-old orphan huddled in a refuse heap was offered hot taiyaki by this little girl, who sheltered him with her paper umbrella. Fubuki Shui was not merely Fubuki Rin's junior, she was also the daughter of his mentor, Fubuki Tian, once a nameless orphan. Fubuki Rin was discovered by Fubuki Shui in the garbage and brought to her father, Fubuki Tian, who adopted him and bestowed upon him the name Fubuki Rin. Grateful for his salvation, Fubuki Rin applied himself diligently, earning not only Fubuki Shui's affection but also the esteem of Master Fubuki Tian. Ultimately, he inherited the legacy of the Imperial Gate. Fushiguro Rin and Fushiguro Yuki share a profound bond, having grown up together as childhood companions. However, Fushiguro Ten, fully aware of their romantic feelings, did not bestow his daughter's hand upon Rin, even in his dying moments. Deeply ingrained with a sense of inferiority, Fushiguro Rin has never dared to approach Yuki, believing himself unworthy of his junior sister. Thus, he feels compelled to achieve great deeds in this apocalyptic world. Subsequently, Rin confides in Yuki about the matter concerning the gate of the Imperial Abyss. My senior brother intends for me to. Yuki's delicate brows furrow slightly, clearly grasping the implication, yet she remains unwilling to accept that the one she loves dearly would use her as bait. Chapter 111. Thunder of the Dark Prison. I need your assistance in luring out Boss Cao and getting close to him. Fushiguro Rin's nails dug into his palm. Though he was reluctant, circumstances had reached a critical point. Mark would be arriving in a few days, and given the current situation at the Imperial Prison Gate, only you could aid me. Very well. Fushiguro Yuki nodded in agreement, then gazed at her elder brother's top profile. A sudden light laugh escaping her lips. Father was right all those years ago. You will always be. She left the sentence unfinished, gracefully turning away. The hem of her kimono brushed against Fushiguro Rin's knee, leaving a faint trail of sandalwood fragrance. After Yuki departed, Fushiguro Rin punched the wall in frustration, his heart aching. He would forever remember his master's dying words. Rin, you are unworthy of my daughter. Do not even think about it in this lifetime. On another front, the reason Fushiguro Rin had been futilely searching for Cao Qiye was that he had been in seclusion, diligently practicing. He had been studying new knowledge with Wu Tingting at their base, unlocking the 18 styles of awe. After 3 days of effort, he finally achieved a breakthrough, elevating Wu Tingting's development value to 100. Congratulations, host, for raising Wu Tingting's development value to 100. Legendary skin unlocked. Pool Party Pikachu. Wu Tingting. Gender, female. Age, 19. Beauty, 8197. Figure, 8998. Charisma, 7890. Overall score, 8295. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 100. Gene lock, level 3, 28. Ultimate skin, Pool Party Pikachu Legendary. Has control over water elements, can perform deep diving, perceiving any wall as an ocean, freely traversing through it like a fish in water. Ability, S-Class Dark Prison Thunder. Combines dark and thunder attributes to shape any desired form. The host will inherit all abilities of Wu Tingting's skin and has the right to don and remove armor at will. Legendary skin, S-Class ability, Dark Prison Thunder. Cao Qiye was taken aback, astonished that reaching a development value of 100 would yield such extraordinary effects. He then looked down at the sleeping Wu Tingting in his arms. The girl's pale cheeks still bore traces of dried tears, her sweat-drenched hair clinging to her delicate collarbone, rising and falling gently with her faint breaths. Unlocking the legendary skin was a testament to Wu Tingting's hard work over the past few days. However, after achieving a development value of 100, Wu Tingting had also received a comprehensive enhancement. Her beauty, figure, temperament, and charm were now incomparable. Undoubtedly, Wu Tingting, adorned in her legendary skin, had become the brightest new star in the Goddess League. With near-perfect beauty, her figure's metrics now overshadowed Zhang Ling, while Pikachu's already plump cheeks began to take on an abstract quality. In summary, she was on the verge of bursting forth. It had been a laborious journey. Caring for Wu Tingting by tucking her in, Cao Qiye departed from the treehouse, eagerly yearning to test his newly acquired S-class ability. Although Cao Qiye had undoubtedly exerted the most effort in recent days, his indomitable resilience allowed for a remarkably swift recovery, and his genetic lock was tenfold that of Wu Tingting's, rendering him seemingly unaffected. "Shauna, go for it." A jubilant cheer wafted through the air. Cao Qiye turned towards the sound, witnessing a plume of dust rising beside the creek. A 5-meter-tall steel triceratops roared defiantly, its body adorned with glistening metallic scales, while 3 sharp horns atop its head gleamed dangerously in the sunlight. Simultaneously, Shauna, in her dragon form, struggled against the massive horns of the triceratops. Her elongated tail was deeply embedded in the ground, carving 2 deep furrows in the soil, yet she was still being pushed back by the sheer brute force. Finally, a worthy opponent, Cao Qiye mused, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had long sensed the presence of ancient creatures within the magical forest, and today he had finally encountered one. "Shauna, step aside, allow me." His commanding voice seemed to carry an enchanting allure, prompting Shauna to turn abruptly, her vertical pupils reflecting the familiar figure. A radiant smile blossomed upon her face. "Master, you have arrived." Wow, the master has finally emerged from seclusion. The other sisters rushed over, their envy palpable as they regarded the time Cao Qiye and Wu Tingting had spent in isolation. At that moment, the Triceratops seized the opportunity to charge, and though Shauna attempted to evade, she was still sent flying. Yet, Cao Qiye's figure appeared behind her, his robust chest catching her with ease. "Are you all right?" He gently patted Shauna's head. As he turned, dark lightning began to swirl around him. "Leave this formidable creature to me." Black lightning. It seemed that the master's lightning ability had once again grown in strength. Heavens, the oppressive aura is overwhelming. I can scarcely breathe. The goddesses displayed expressions of astonishment, as it was their first encounter with black lightning, dark as ink, yet brimming with a heart-pounding ferocity. At that moment, Cao Qiye merely stood there, emanating an indescribable sense of pressure. The dark lightning danced around him, illuminating his austere profile, making him appear as a deity of thunder emerging from the abyss, majestic, domineering, and fierce. Roar. The Triceratops unleashed a deafening roar, its immense body charging like a war chariot. Dark Abyss Thunderweb. Calmly, Cao Qiye raised his hand, summoning countless streaks of ebony lightning that intertwined into a colossal electric net, swiftly enveloping the charging Triceratops. These dark bolts were not mere currents, they shimmered with a golden sheen. As the Triceratops collided with the lightning web, it abruptly froze in place, its muscles still straining. Yet it appeared as though the play button had been pressed to pause. Strangely, the surrounding space began to distort, with light flickering erratically, as if the entire battlefield had been fragmented into disjointed realms. The paralyzing effect of the dark and thunder attributes intertwined was strikingly different from ordinary lightning. "Dark Abyss Thunder God Halberd," murmured Cao Qiye, his right hand clenched in a fist, as a pitch-black halberd materialized amidst the thunderous chaos. The shaft was entwined with dark lightning patterns, while the tip pulsated with a disquieting energy. The black lightning flickered, casting an aura around him reminiscent of the war god El Bu. Delighted with the halberd in his grasp, Cao Qiye realized that if he could coalesce a net, he could also forge a weapon. This implied that not only the halberd, but also ranged weapons like bows and arrows should be within reach. Is this the power of an S-grade ability? It seems overwhelmingly formidable. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Cao Qiye's eyes as he leaped into the air, the halberd carving a flawless arc. With a swift motion, the massive head of the Triceratops fell in response, its severed neck not spewing blood, but shimmering with black electricity. Even more astonishing, the headless body maintained its charge, frozen in the lightning web, utterly motionless. Chapter 112. Encountering the divine deer. This is simply too formidable. Shauna, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless by her astonishment. Having previously engaged with that Triceratops, she found herself unable to withstand its strength, even in her dragon form. Yet, before Cao Qiye, it appeared as if it were merely a toy. The shock was not solely rooted in raw power, but also in the oppressive sensation emanating from the dark attribute of thunder. "My lord, I desire to cultivate alongside you. Indeed, if Tingting could achieve this, so too could we. Yes, my lord must not show favoritism. Upon witnessing Wu Tingting's extraordinary energy unleashed by Cao Qiye, the other goddesses began to feel envious. Do not rush. One at a time, let us proceed slowly. Cao Qiye shared this sentiment. Since Wu Tingting had successfully reached 100 development, unlocking her legendary skin and obtaining an S-class ability, it stood to reason that the other goddesses could achieve the same. Cao Qiye glanced at the development values of the others. Su Ying 45, Wu Tingting 100, Shangwan Fian 22, Shun Yu 22, Xin Yue 22, Shana 15, Jiang Ling 10, Li Luyao 7, Lin Chao 0, Ling Naimei 37. Considering efficiency, the next candidates should be Su Ying or Ling Naimei. However, in terms of the goddesses' abilities, Cao Qiye favored Lin Xiaoyue's rapid ascend and Li Luyao's magical little deer. After much contemplation, he resolved to advance these two first. Xiaoyue, Luyao, Cao Qiye declared. Really? My lord, how fortunate Luyao is. Li Luyao exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Cao Qiye's neck and planting a swift kiss on his cheek. My lord, as I am the last to join, would this be unfair to my sisters? Lin Xiaoyue's development value remained at 0, and she had yet to witness Cao Qiye's formidable prowess. Feeling the envious gazes of her sisters, she felt somewhat bashful. Fear not, everyone will be developed in due time. It is merely a matter of when, Cao Qiye reassured them. In the realm of the goddess alliance, his word was law, leaving no room for dissent. Though the other goddesses felt envious, they could only wait patiently. Moreover, in every battle, Cao Qiye consistently brought Lin Xiaoyue and Li Luyao along, indicating a strategic purpose behind his choices. Emotionally and logically, there would be no objections from anyone. Yet, envy was inevitable, nevertheless. All believed that Brother Qiye would indeed develop each of them in due course. It was simply a matter of sequence. Besides, Cao Qiye had already developed Wu Tingting. With prior experience, subsequent developments would be executed with greater ease. A week passed. Congratulations, host, for elevating Li Luyao's development value to 100. Original Forest Spirit Hero Skin, Magical Little Deer, has advanced to Legendary Skin. Li Luyao. Gender, female. Age, 19. Beauty, 89.99. Figure, 77.87. Charisma, 87.99. Charm, 89.99. Overall score, 86.96. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 100. Gene Lock, 3rd level, 28. Ultimate Skin, Forest Spirit Magical Deer, Legendary. This skin unlocks the magical realm of the fairy clan. The more individuals that possess this skin, the larger the realm's extent. Ability, S-Class Encounter with the Divine Deer. This allows the user to transform into a spirit and attach to teammates, forming a defensive shield. During the shield's existence, teammates receive a 30 damage reduction and can teleport to the user's side or summon the user to their location. The host will acquire all abilities of the Li Luyao skin and has the right to don or remove armor at will. Congratulations to the host for elevating Lin Xiaoyue's development value to 100. The original Doomsday Mech's ordinary skin has rapidly transcended, evolving into a legendary skin. Lin Xiaoyue. Gender, female. Age, 26. Beauty, 90.99. Figure, 89.93. Charisma, 93.99. Charm, 92.99. Overall score, 91.97. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 100. Gene Lock, 3rd level, 28. Ultimate Skin, Doomsday Mech Rapid Transcendence, Legendary. Grants the ability to transform into a mech and merge with owners of other Doomsday Mech skins. Ability, S-Class R-Flash. Teleport to a designated location, with a brief invincibility frame following the teleport. During the skill's release, the user can also utilize the teleport, altering the original skill's trajectory. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The host will acquire all abilities of the Lin Xiaoyue skin and has the right to don or remove armor at will. Upon unlocking their legendary skins, Li Luyao and Lin Xiaoyue, like Wu Tingting, experienced comprehensive enhancements. Li Luyao transformed from a cute little deer into a charming fairy-like creature. Lin Xiaoyue's peach-shaped figure became even more pronounced and voluptuous. Most significantly, Li Luyao's encounter with the Divine Deer, in addition to its attachment ability, now incorporates a damage reduction effect, further augmenting her protective capabilities. However, the teleportation effect is even more crucial. Consequently, Cao Qiye need no longer worry when he is absent that the goddesses might encounter peril. Moreover, after testing, Cao Qiye discovered that this teleportation skill has no distance limitations. In essence, regardless of the distance, he can instantly teleport to any goddess or summon them back to his side. The only constraint is that the greater the distance, the higher the energy consumption. Overall, it is an exceptional strategic skill. Cao Qiye has grown increasingly familiar with Lin Xiaoyue's R-Flash. This essentially means that in the future, he can seamlessly connect any skill with a flash. For instance, when you deliver a kick to your opponent, the force exerted will undoubtedly cause them to retreat. However, if you employ the R-Flash technique at the instant of impact, you will propel your adversary backward. At this juncture, some may wonder what distinguishes this from merely flashing behind the enemy and kicking them. The difference is indeed significant. In a confrontation of equal prowess, if you merely flash forward, your opponent may have the opportunity to react. Conversely, by utilizing the R-Flash after the kick has landed, your adversary is left with no room for response. Though it may appear ordinary, it is, in fact, a remarkably potent strategic maneuver. Chapter 113, The Battle Against the Four Turtles. After this period of seclusion, Cao Qiye acquired 3 S-rank abilities, significantly enhancing his strength once more. Consequently, he resolved to confront the Four Turtles at Wanda Plaza again. As before, Cao Qiye divided the Goddess Alliance into 3 teams to clear the undead horde at Wanda Plaza, attempting to lure the opposition out. However, he refrained from engaging in battle himself, opting instead to wait patiently for the opportune moment from the rear. The operation progressed smoothly. The peculiar communication mice had appeared, signaling to Cao Qiye that news had reached the underground. This time, he was acutely aware of the need for vigilance in critical moments. One must never let their guard down. Prior to their departure, Splinter cautioned his disciples, "Do not be careless." Yes, the 4 turtles affirmed with unwavering resolve, their determined gazes assuring their master that they would not repeat past mistakes. Subsequently, the 4 zombie turtles playfully ventured down the sewer. Splinter trailed behind them, secretly observing their performance. His greatest concern lay with the playful Michelangelo and the hot-headed Raphael. Moreover, according to the recent intelligence from the Mouse Sentinels, the human forces attacking Wanda Plaza bore a striking resemblance to those from before, heightening Splinter's wariness. He recalled the unusual bird he had seen from a distance after defeating ghostly Izuka. It seemed to have been watching them secretly before taking flight. The enemy's return suggested they might be well prepared this time, prompting Splinter to follow closely, anxious about the safety of his students. With Michelangelo hoisting a loudspeaker and letting out a wild cry, the 4 little ones made their grand entrance. Having consumed half of ghostly Izuka's heart, their strength had notably increased. As the leader among them, the composed Leonardo took the lead. With his dual blades drawn, he sliced through the air, creating arcs of brilliant blue light. His swift movements left behind several afterimages, and his blades descended like a torrential downpour. Shang Wanfian, wielding her sword in a hurried defense, clashed with his blades, producing dazzling sparks. Moreover, the unblocked strikes swiftly grazed her, leaving crimson marks. Such speed! Shang Wanfian thought in astonishment, involuntarily stepping back. In mere seconds, she had already sustained several wounds. Roar! Fian, I shall assist you. Shauna, cloaked in dragon scales, joined the fray with her lethal claws. The clash of dragon claws against dual blades resonated with a metallic ring, barely managing to withstand this wave of assaults together. Clang! 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 The air was filled with the sound of rapid buzzing. Observing his brother's prolonged struggle, Donatello's drone swarm formed an attack matrix, unleashing a rain of purple lasers. Be careful! Shang Wanfian cried as a laser grazed her shoulder, instantly tearing through her flesh. Meanwhile, Shauna, protected by dragon scales, fared slightly better in the encounter. However, under the protective firepower of Donatello, even the combined efforts of Shang Wanfian and Shauna could not contend with Leonardo, and the two gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Everyone, down! Shinyoyu exclaimed with a commanding tone as her gravity meteor hammer soared into the air, enveloped in a distorted gravitational field. Boom! With a single strike, she brought down a large number of Donatello's drones, effectively disrupting the rhythm of their firepower. Simultaneously, Ling Naimi had already employed her deep dive technique, heading straight for Donatello. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Donatello's mechanical detector blared with an ear-piercing alarm. He quickly lowered his head. Splash! In an explosive burst of water, the Chi-Shao sword surged forth, accompanied by a searing shockwave. The blade glowed a fiery red, warping the air around it due to the intense heat. Clang! Donatello hastily attempted to block with his metal staff, only for it to melt into 2 pieces upon contact. The Chi-Shao was borrowed by Ling Naimi from Wu Tingting, and using it once required her to wash Wu Tingting's underwear for an entire week. Although Wu Tingting was not closely acquainted with Ling Naimi, her skin had advanced to legendary quality, allowing her dark prison thunder extinction to be reshaped at will, rendering weapons unnecessary. Thus, she lent the Chi-Shao, which had been gifted to her by Cao Qiye, to Ling Naimi, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Following this, after severing Donatello's weapon, Ling Naimi aimed the Chi-Shao directly at his vulnerable spot. What? Donatello's pupils constricted as he instinctively retracted his head into his shell, narrowly avoiding the blow. Yet, Ling Naimi did not relent. A chilling glint shone in her eyes as she swiftly redirected the blade, targeting Donatello's heart. Severing strike, heart piercer. The crimson tip of the sword pierced through the shell as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, releasing a plume of smoke mingled with the stench of charred flesh. Donatello's muffled screams emanated from within his shell. In excruciating pain, his head involuntarily protruded. Now's my chance. A giant shark, formed from condensed water elements, leaped from the ground. Its sharp fangs lashed onto Donatello's exposed neck, severing his head in one swift motion. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and Donatello's mechanical eye flickered a few times before finally dimming. Blood splattered onto Ling Naimi's cheek, while not far away, Leonardo roared in anguish. Donatello. Meanwhile, Raphael and Michelangelo, the dynamic duo, found themselves in the most dire predicament since the onset of battle. Originally a casual team, the second squad experienced a dramatic shift in combat power following Wu Tingting's advancement. What the hell? Why are these girls so strong? Michelangelo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nervously twirling his nunchaku. Wu Tingting, hovering in midair, was surrounded by an eerie black lightning. Dark Prison Thunderbow. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the surging black lightning coalesced into a menacing longbow in her grasp. The moment the bowstring was drawn taut, the very dark elements of the surrounding space trembled in response. A thunderous arrow, enveloped in an aura of destruction, gradually took form, its tip crackling with dark electricity that made the very air emit a mournful hiss. Just as Raphael parried Jiang Ling's whip kick, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, raising the hairs on his body. Whoosh! Before the sound of the arrow could reach him, it was already upon him. The shadowy arrow struck Raphael with pinpoint accuracy, the ferocious dark thunder instantaneously permeating his limbs and bones. He stood frozen like a statue, black lightning patterns spreading across his shell like armor like a web. Jiang Ling's eyes sparkled with intensity. She twisted her slender waist, drawing her right fist back to its utmost limit, the immense power coalescing at her knuckles causing the surrounding space to distort ever so slightly. Boom! Her fist struck Raphael's abdomen with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. He crashed through 3 walls in rapid succession before finally embedding himself into the 4th, debris cascading down around him. The thunderous longbow in Wu Tingting's grasp continued to crackle ominously. Jiang Ling shook her slightly numb fist, a dangerous smile curving at the corner of her lips. The two women exchanged a knowing glance. Their synergy had become even more harmonious following Wu Tingting's advancement. Michelangelo stood in stunned silence, gazing in the direction of his vanished companions. Chapter 114. The Shadow Kill Formation. Though the 4 youngsters displayed commendable combat prowess under Sprint's tutelage, demonstrating formidable pressure against the likes of Guizhou Longqi, they still found themselves in a precarious position when confronted by the highly coordinated and powerful Goddess Alliance team. Even at the moment of Donatello's dire straits, Sprint had already intervened. However, his whip did not save his disciple. Instead, it coiled around Cao Qiye's black halberd. Teleportation. Sprint gazed at the sudden appearance of Cao Qiye, astonished. His 6 compound eyes failed to detect Cao Qiye's presence, nor could he sense the opponent nearby. Where on earth did this fellow emerge from? You shall contend with me, Cao Qiye declared, his thunder halberd vibrating as it deflected the bone whip from Sprint's grasp. Indeed, he had not been in the vicinity moments ago. Yet, the ability encountering the divine deer endowed him with the power to appear beside the goddesses at will or summon them to his side. Much like the flying thunder god technique, each member of the goddess team served as a mark for him. This meant that at any moment, in any location, Cao Qiye could materialize beside the goddesses. It was also the reason he dared to allow the goddesses to launch a full-scale assault despite being aware of Sprint's presence. It appears that to rescue my disciple, I must first eliminate you. Sprint's white beard fluttered without wind, and his gaunt hands formed a seal across his chest. Suddenly, the shadows behind Cao Qiye contorted, manifesting a shadow clone identical to Sprint himself. 3 figures swiftly arranged themselves into a perfect encirclement, trapping Cao Qiye in the center. A glimmer ignited in Sprint's murky eyes. Both his true form and the clone launched simultaneous attacks, the bone whip slicing through the air with a piercing shriek from both directions. Their movements were flawless, even the flutter of their garments synchronized perfectly. Buzz! Cao Qiye twisted the throttle, his motorcycle emitting a primal roar as he deftly slid to the side at a critical moment. The 2 bone whips whizzed past, leaving deep fissures in the concrete beneath. Riding Lin Xiaowei, Cao Qiye exhibited remarkable agility, evading the most ordinary assaults with ease. Quite intriguing. He deftly controlled the bike in reverse with one hand, as the halberd in his grasp transformed into black lightning and dissipated, almost simultaneously. A longbow entirely enveloped in darkness took shape, completing the transition from cavalry to archer. The bowstring was entwined with ominous dark lightning, devouring the surrounding light. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a dragon, the pitch-black thunderbolt piercing the sky. Sprint's whiskers trembled slightly, his figure suddenly blurred, swapping places with the shadow clone in an instant. The thunder arrow penetrated the illusion, exploding against the rear wall, creating a 3-meter-wide shard crater. Cao Qiye squinted. The shadow clone, devoid of substance, could perfectly replicate the trajectory of the attack. More troublingly, the shadow clone suddenly assumed the same starting posture as the original, launching 2 shurikens simultaneously. Cao Qiye swiftly evaded. The motorcycle's taillight swept by the residual force, shattering into fragments in an instant. The interplay of illusion and reality, the art of movement. He furrowed his brow. Indeed a tricky situation. Shadow clone, triangular kill formation. Splinter once again formed seals with his hands, and suddenly, another afterimage appeared behind Cao Qiye. At this moment, Splinter and his 2 afterimages formed a perfect triangular formation, encircling Cao Qiye. A chilling glimmer erupted from Splinter's sleeve, and poisoned shurikens rained down like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, the other 2 afterimages mirrored Splinter's actions, launching their own attacks. Even with Lin Chaoyue's mobility enhancement, Cao Qiye found himself cornered. Just as the poisoned blade was about to pierce his body, Cao Qiye activated the teleportation ability of meeting the divine deer once more. The space suddenly warped, and Cao Qiye's figure vanished into thin air. In the next moment, he materialized beside Shang Wanfian, shimmering with spatial ripples. The longbow in his hand transformed into the Feng Dianyue halberd, crackling with black lightning. With a roar, Lin Chaoyue dove down, and Cao Qiye's halberd, entwined with destructive lightning, cleaved Leonardo in half from head to toe during their struggle. With a single teleportation, Cao Qiye not only evaded Splinter's attack but also effortlessly eliminated the team leader, Leonardo. Leon. Splinter's eyes widened in rage, his white beard trembling violently. Leonardo was his most prized disciple. He lacked Raphael's volatility, Michelangelo's playfulness, and Donatello's singular focus on technology. He was composed, calm, and gifted. Yet now, he lay dead at the hands of a human. In his fury, Splinter tore open the scroll on his chest. Instant shadow kill formation. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones emerged like phantoms, surrounding Ling Naimei completely. Each clone assumed the same lethal stance, the air thick with the aura of death. You have slain my land, so I shall take your woman. Master. Ling Naimei's grip on Qixia trembled slightly, her fish-like scales quivering in fear. The overwhelming intent to kill made her feel, for a moment, that she had been cast aside by Cao Qiye. Just as the attack was about to reach her throat, the familiar sound of deer calls resonated across the battlefield. A rift in space opened beneath Ling Naimei, enveloping her in starlight before vanishing. All of Splinter's deadly strikes went awry, and the terrifying force tore the ground within a 10-meter radius into a spiderweb of cracks. Master, I thought you had abandoned me. Ling Naimei, overwhelmed with joy, leaped into Cao Qiye's embrace, her emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. She felt guilty for her previous thoughts. Brother Qiye had not forsaken her. Cough, cough. Splinter, exhausted from exertion, coughed violently. His 6 compound eyes glared fiercely at the distant Cao Qiye. In this round of the contest, Cao Qiye emerged victorious once again. Not only was Ling Naimei unharmed, but she had also outwitted Splinter profoundly. More critically, with the demise of Leonardo and Donatello, Raphael and Michelangelo found themselves besieged by 2 teams from the League of Goddesses. Their situation had become exceedingly perilous. Raphael, Michelangelo, we must retreat. After much contemplation, Splinter resolved to withdraw. Having already lost 2 of his disciples, he could not afford to lose any more. Chapter 115. Breaking through the earth level. Raphael, we must flee. Otherwise, we shall perish here. Michelangelo, abandoning his previous carefree demeanor, grasped Raphael's arm, ready to heed his master's command and escape at once. However, Raphael forcefully shrugged off Michelangelo's grip. I refuse to retreat. I seek vengeance for Leon and Donatello. Raphael clenched his teeth, his gaze filled with fierce determination as he glared at all the members of the Goddess Alliance. Instead of retreating, he executed a daring maneuver, charging straight at Jiangling. Thundernet. Cao Qiye extended his hand, conjuring a massive net woven from black lightning that enveloped Raphael entirely. Raphael's iron head collided with the thunderous web, rendering him instantly paralyzed and immobile. Moreover, Michelangelo was struck by an arrow shot by Wu Tingting, while the remaining 2 little turtles were also immobilized. Nevertheless, Cao Qiye did not rush to eliminate them. His objective in Wanda was not to deal with these 4 unruly 4th-tier creatures, but rather to capture Splinter, the Earth-level Corpse King. Recognizing the troublesome nature of his opponent's S-class abilities, Cao Qiye opted for a strategy of encirclement rather than a direct assault. It was evident that Splinter held deep affection for his 4 disciples. As long as he could use the remaining 2 turtles as hostages, he need not fear Splinter's approach. Despicable human. Splinter, fully aware that this was a trap set by Cao Qiye, nevertheless charged forward resolutely, driven by his love for his 2 beloved disciples. Witnessing Splinter's actions, Cao Qiye couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It was indeed ironic that a mere human would resort to emotional manipulation against a zombie. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the villain in this narrative. Yet, this was of little consequence. This was a war between humanity and the undead. Against enemies, one must remain ruthless. Although Splinter's shadow clones could inflict damage and could not be targeted, their sole drawback was their inability to move. Thus, by distancing himself from the array of shadow clones, Cao Qiye could evade a direct confrontation. This was precisely why he sought to lure Splinter out. Engaging amidst so many shadow clones would not allow him to truly understand his opponent. Now, if Splinter wished to showcase his full potential, he would need to release his shadow clones anew, a true test for Splinter, who was already exhausted. Shadow clone. As anticipated, Splinter released a shadow clone at the site of the thunder net, exploiting its untargetable nature to sever the net and rescue Raphael. However, the shadow clone lacked mobility and could only mimic Splinter's movements. At the moment Splinter executed the action to save Raphael, a bolt of black lightning streaked through the air. Cao Qiye's steed, Lin Xiaowei, buzzed beneath him, the Fang Tianhua halberd swirling with devastating dark lightning, aimed directly at Splinter's chest. The inky arcs of electricity erupted in the air, this strike swift enough to seemingly tear through the fabric of time and space. Yet, Splinter remained utterly composed, not even causing a ripple in his ropes. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, as Cao Qiye's Fang Tianhua Ji was poised to pierce through Splinter's heart. Yet, in a bold decision, Cao Qiye made a sudden shift. With a flash, he abandoned the attack on Splinter's true form and instead appeared before Splinter's shadow clone. Just as the blade was about to penetrate the illusion, Splinter subtly switched positions with his true self, a mere 0.01 seconds behind. The tip of the spear, enveloped in black lightning, accurately pierced Splinter's chest, unleashing a violent tempest within. Splinter's pupils dilated in shock. He could scarcely believe that his scheme had been discerned by his adversary. Cao Qiye had anticipated his move, waiting for him to walk into the trap. I have predicted your prediction. With a deft twist of his wrist, Cao Qiye twisted the blade within Splinter's chest, exacerbating the wound. He had calculated that Splinter would attempt a last-minute switch. Though there was an element of gamble involved, it was ultimately a victorious wager. This was the advantage of the R flash. The opponent was left with no room to react. In that moment, aware of his impending demise, Splinter lashed out with his bone whip, ensnaring Raphael and casting him away. Simultaneously, the swapped shadow clone mimicked Splinter's last action and hurled Michelangelo aside. A zombie, in the final throes of existence, was not bent on retaliating against its foe or escaping with the last vestige of strength, but rather focused on saving its disciple in its dying moments. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Qiye, having pierced Splinter's chest, swiftly delivered a fatal strike to sever his head. Go, press the advantage and eliminate those 2 turtles, he commanded, prompting the members of the Goddess Alliance to spring into action. While he held a deep respect for Splinter's actions, leaving any survivors posed a perilous threat for the future. Should Raphael and Michelangelo survive, harboring their current animosity, it would spell disaster for both Cao Qiye and the Goddess Alliance. Thus, he resolved to eradicate the threat entirely. Subsequently, Cao Qiye consumed Leonardo, Donatello, and Splinter's power. The Crystal Core. He also absorbed the previous A-grade abilities, Eagle Eye and Invisibility, now that he comprehended the usage of development points. And with the goddesses capable of advancing to S-grade powers, these A-grade abilities were rendered unnecessary. 2 B-grade crystal cores, 2 A-grade crystal cores, and 1 S-grade crystal core. Along with 2 4th-stage gene locks and 1 6th-stage gene lock, a surge of powerful energy flooded into Cao Qiye's veins, a warm sensation coursing through his body. Exhilarating beyond measure. It was a sheer delight. Joy sparkled in Cao Qiye's eyes as the golden dragon surged forth once more, propelling his gene lock from the 5th stage, 8, to the 6th stage, 0. Once again, a qualitative leap has been achieved. Meanwhile, the goddesses pursuing Raphael and Michelangelo experienced a sudden rush of exhilaration as their genetic locks surged from the 3rd tier, 50, to the 4th tier, 37. Soon, under Li Luyao's perceptive abilities, they discovered the gravely injured Raphael and Michelangelo. It is I have caused the demise of my master. I have caused the demise of my master. The wounded Raphael, carried on Michelangelo's back, was in a state of utter despair. His heart was filled with immense guilt. Had it not been for his rashness in the end, perhaps their master would not have fallen to that human's hands. This was all his fault. Raphael. We must pull ourselves together and escape. We cannot allow our master's sacrifice to be in vain. Michelangelo sprinted forward, carrying Raphael. His cheerful disposition rendered him the most resilient in this moment of crisis. Ziz is easy. Observing this, Wu Tingting swiftly nocked an arrow on her thunder longbow, intending to deliver a final blow to the two turtles. However, just as she was about to release the bowstring, a large hand seized her. Chapter 116. The Apocalypse Game Master. Wu Tingting turned to see Cao Qiye, who had just devoured the crystal core and teleported beside her. She was puzzled. Wasn't it Cao Qiye who ordered no survivors? Why was he now intervening? Had he changed his mind? Of course, he intended to kill. When had he ever left anyone alive? Cao Qiye smiled faintly, gazing in the direction of Michelangelo's escape. However, we must play the long game. Observing the escape route of these two small turtles, there might be unexpected surprises hidden beneath Wanda Square. Thus, Cao Qiye followed Michelangelo, delving deep into the dark sewer until they arrived at the underground hideout of the four turtles. This was a semi-technological utopia constructed by Donatello, though not vast. It was equipped with all essential facilities. Raphael, hold on, I'll get the medical kit, Michelangelo said, just as he placed his severely injured comrade on the operating table. No need. Raphael suddenly widened his eyes, gripping Michelangelo's arm tightly. When Michelangelo turned around, he found Cao Qiye, the Grim Reaper, had tracked them down. Let us fight. With no escape left, the two turtles rose in rebellion, battling fiercely. Yet, in mere moments, Michelangelo was pinned beneath the dragon-formed Shana, who unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, incinerating him into a charred husk. Raphael met a similar fate, impaled by Lin Nimi's crimson spear through his heart. The strength of the Goddess Alliance team had once again surged, leaving the exhausted turtles with no chance of retaliation. Warning! Warning! Enemies have breached our defenses. Meanwhile, several automated sentry machines aimed at them, but their guns were swiftly rendered scrap metal by Lin Qiue's energy cannon. These items are quite commendable. They could be taken back for study. Jiang Ling adjusted her glasses. Indeed, Cao Qiye nodded. Then instructed Shen Yuyu and Shen Yue to collaborate in transferring Donatello's possessions into their otherworldly space. Master, come quickly. Su Ying's exclamation halted everyone's movements. In the center of the underground utopia stood a grayish statue of a child, about 3 feet tall, its surface marred by web-like cracks. It was the teleportation statue of the Apocalypse Game. Cao Qiye's eyes sparkled as he recalled Zhao Mang's intelligence. He immediately produced 10 ordinary crystal cores from his pocket and placed them before the statue. The glowing surface of the crystals was absorbed by the statue, swiftly turning to powder. With a series of cracks, the gray shell of the statue began to flake away, revealing the delicate skin beneath. When the last fragment fell, a little girl with horn braids blinked and flashed an innocent smile at the crowd. Big brothers and big sisters, our village is surrounded by bad goblins. Can you help us? She waved her small hand, splitting the air with a rainbow-hued vortex. Cao Qiye exchanged glances with the group of women before stepping into the mysterious realm. In the midst of swirling chaos, a group of individuals found themselves standing in a picturesque valley, replete with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. In the distance, beyond a village where wisps of smoke curled into the sky, shadowy figures with green skin could be discerned. However, these creatures were rendered motionless, their numbers vast yet immobilized. Grandfather Village Chief, I've found some helpers, a little girl exclaimed, skipping joyfully towards the elder at the village entrance. The white-bearded village chief, leaning on his oak staff, turned unsteadily, and his murky eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. Challengers, the rules are quite simple, he declared, gesturing towards the crystal monument at the center of the village. Our game is called Defend the Village. Participants must form a team of 5 to fend off goblin attacks and will receive rewards based on the number of villagers who survive. If all villagers perish, the game is lost, and each participant must either forfeit 1,000 crystal cores or pay with their lives. Upon hearing the rules, Cao Qiye furrowed his brow. So, to ensure a safe exit in the event of failure, one would need at least 5,000 crystal cores, correct? The old chief nodded in affirmation. Glancing at the count of ordinary crystal cores in his possession, which stood at only 599, it was evident that he was far from the required amount. Village chief, what about the ability crystal cores? Can they be counted as multiple ordinary ones? Xiana inquired. Producing 2 ability crystal cores from the recent endeavors of Raphael and Michelangelo, both B-grade cores from the 4th order gene lock, worth at least several hundred ordinary cores. Apologies, but we only acknowledge the quantity of crystal cores. While I will accept your ability crystal cores, they will only count as 1, the village chief replied. What? A B-grade core from a 4th order gene lock counts as merely 1 ordinary core? Why not just seize them? Wu Tingting rolled her eyes in exasperation. To count as just 1 is rather excessive, she added. Master, here, take this. Let us consume the rest ourselves. Reluctantly, Suing surrendered the ability crystal cores to Cao Qiye. There was no alternative. Rules were rules. If one wished to partake in another's game and claim their rewards, adherence to their rules was imperative. Cao Qiye accepted the ability crystal core and consumed it, witnessing his gene lock rise from level 6-0 to level 6-2. Upon reaching level 6, he felt that consuming ordinary ability crystal cores would yield minimal enhancement, indicating that he would need to challenge stronger opponents to progress. Furthermore, this was achieved under the influence of an A-grade rapid breakthrough ability. Without it, even a 2 increase would have been unattainable. Old man, can I participate in the game alone? He proposed. Given that 5 individuals required 5,000-foot crystal cores for security, he thought that 1,000 would suffice for himself. Alas, young one, our game requires 5 participants to commence. The village chief replied, shaking his head. Master, why don't we just enter directly? This game doesn't seem particularly challenging. With our strength, we should definitely be able to clear it, Su Ying suggested, eager to take a risk. Forget it. Since there are insufficient crystal cores, let us return another time. Cao Qiye shook his head. It is not that one cannot take risks, rather, he believes it is unnecessary. Chapter 117, Purely Natural, No Additive Subsequently. Cao Qiye declined the invitation of the little girl and the old village chief, resolutely leading the goddesses away from the secret realm. Master, must we relinquish this rare opportunity? Woodington felt a twinge of regret. After all, it was their first encounter with a statue that could lead them into a hidden realm amidst the apocalypse. Not at all. However, we must prepare thoroughly before entering, Cao Qiye reasoned. He believed that wagering the lives of the goddesses for an unknown artifact was not worth the risk. After all, if they perished, his own abilities would diminish. Furthermore, they were women with whom he had forged deep connections, and he did not wish to see them harmed. The goddesses were touched by Cao Qiye's concern for their well-being and silently vowed to follow their brother Qiye for eternity, regardless of what lay ahead. Once they exited the secret realm, the once vibrant little girl transformed back into a dull, lifeless statue. Cao Qiye attempted to move the statue, but it seemed bound by an irresistible force. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not budge it even an inch. His spatial abilities also proved ineffective. Let us first venture outside and gather 5,000 ordinary ability crystal cores. Since we cannot take the statue with us, we must find a way to acquire the necessary crystal cores, he decided. After all, there was a vast horde of corpses outside Wanda Plaza, and the hidden underworld was quite concealed, making it unlikely for anyone to discover the statue in the short term. Thus, Cao Qiye led the goddesses back to Wanda Plaza, hunting the horde of corpses while collecting crystal cores and various supplies. True to its reputation as the largest shopping center in the Great Xia, Wanda Plaza boasted an abundance of resources. Whether it was food or an array of daily necessities, everything was plentiful, even on the 3rd floor of the enormous mall. There was a global chain store offering unique trinkets. Cao Qiye was thoroughly pleased and collected all of it into his ability space. From noon until afternoon, the Goddess Alliance finally emptied all the supplies from Wanda Plaza. In doing so, Cao Qiye effectively carried a massive shopping center with him. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a real-life doorman. The provisions in his ability space rivaled those of the robotic cat's treasure bag. The only regret was that despite clearing the surrounding hordes of corpses, he had only gathered 3,000-foot crystal cores, still falling short of the 5,000 required. However, Cao Qiye was not anxious. Instead, he returned to the base with the goddesses, enjoying fresh game while indulging in various services. The triceratops they had previously slain remained stored in his ability space, and with today's bountiful harvest, having vanquished a Land-tier corpse king and secured an entire shopping mall, it was the perfect opportunity to feast on some dinosaur meat as a delightful treat. However, it was also the first time for Cao Qiye to savor dinosaur meat, as this extraordinary creature had long been extinct for tens of thousands of years on Blue Star. Were it not for this paradise-like secret realm, he would never have had the pleasure of indulging in such a delicacy. Naturally, the task of preparing the Triceratops meat fell to the exceptionally skilled chef, Su Ying. Formerly a cosplayer blogger, she had honed various talents, including culinary skills, to attract traffic to her platform. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the thickly sliced Triceratops tenderloin danced upon the iron griddle. The moment the fat met the scorching surface, a fragrant aroma reminiscent of pine wafted around. With a deft flick of her wrist, Su Ying quickly formed a flawless charred crust on the meat surface. Master, please have a taste, she said as she placed the first piece of seared meat onto the fine bone china plate before Cao Qiye. As he gently sliced through it with the tip of his knife, a rush of pink juices cascaded forth. At that instant, Cao Qiye raised an intrigued eyebrow. He never anticipated that the texture of this meat would surpass even that of the finest wagyu. It possessed a subtle nutty fragrance, with a hint of wildness lingering on the palate. The neck meat is suitable for stewing, Suing remarked as she placed the cut pieces into the clay pot. This particular muscle was robust in fiber, yet rich in collagen. Jiang Ling adjusted her glasses and added, indeed, it contains an abundance of collagen. While incorporating an appropriate amount of herbs into the pot, although she lacked culinary experience, her wealth of knowledge was undoubtedly unparalleled among the group. 3 hours later, a lavish feast featuring an array of dinosaur dishes was presented before everyone. The tenderloin was cooked to medium, paired with a black truffle sauce that melted in the mouth. The leg meat was slow roasted to a crispy exterior, revealing a tender interior. The tail was sliced thinly for hot pot, crisp and delightful. The platter of internal organs showcased a rich liver, a springy heart, and a brain that was as smooth as cream. Most astonishing was the pot of dragon bone broth, which had been simmered to a milky white, floating golden droplets of oil, leaving one feeling utterly rejuvenated after a sip. To Cao Qiye's surprise, this iron lump of meat was extraordinarily delicious. Li Luyo, her face flushed, cradled a bowl and savored the broth heartily. Suing, your culinary skills are impressive. Cao Qiye expressed his high praise for her efforts. While high-quality ingredients often require the simplest of preparations, the exquisite flavor of Triceratops largely stemmed from its freshness and uniqueness. Nevertheless, it was Su Ying's skillful cooking that brought this delicacy to its fullest potential. Cao Qiye relished every bite. As he enjoyed the dinosaur meat alongside a glass of freshly squeezed milk from the Brave Cow brand, life felt endlessly joyful. Although there was a slight hint of fishiness, it was the epitome of pure, natural, additive-free goodness. The unique texture and rich dairy flavor were paramount. Most importantly, it was healthy. In this post-apocalyptic world, physical well-being was the foundation of survival. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Cao Qiye intended to scroll through his phone to catch up on the recent developments in Jiang City. However, he soon realized that the signal station had likely been destroyed. Previously, he could receive messages from within a 10-kilometer radius, but now his phone had become virtually useless. Nevertheless, from the outdated messages he had not yet reviewed, he discovered an intriguing piece of information. A force rising against the gate of the Emperor's Abyss had emerged in Jiang City, known as Shui. The leader is a woman named Xiaoxue. Not only does she possess breathtaking beauty, but what is even more striking is her long hair, pure and pristine like frost and snow. The silvery strands seem to encapsulate the essence of millennia-old ice, cascading like a waterfall, exuding an air of detachment from the mundane world. Her frosty demeanor renders her akin to an untouchable ice mountain, beautiful yet formidable, instilling a sense of caution in those who dare to approach. Only when she slightly furrows her brow does the faint tear mole at the corner of her eye infuse a hint of vitality into her chilling elegance. Although it is merely an image captured on a mobile device, and the system is unable to provide a rating, Cao Qiye, drawing from his extensive experience with photographs, concludes that this woman undoubtedly meets the standards of the Supreme Skin system, and her quality is nothing short of exceptional. After dedicating these days to developing the goddess, it is indeed time to recruit new talent. Chapter 118, Xiaoxue vs. Hoshino Rei Fubuki Yuki. Ling Naimei gazed at the woman in the photograph and instantly recognized her. Eh? Cao Qiye expressed his confusion, wondering why Ling Naimei was familiar with this individual. This woman is Fubuki Rin's junior, Fubuki Yuki, Ling Naimei asserted, pointing at the woman in the image. Could it be? Cao Qiye squinted slightly, sensing something amiss. Nevertheless, he voiced his doubts. After all, he had witnessed Xiaoxue in combat against the gate of the Imperial Abyss. Apart from her striking ice abilities, the woman spoke fluent Daxia, appearing far from foreign. Master, trust me, this person is undoubtedly a fraud. Ling Naimei's conviction deepened. I suspect Fubuki Rin is setting a trap for us, showcasing his own junior sister as part of the plan to sell beautiful women through the goddess alliance you established. Well, that possibility cannot be dismissed. Cao Qiye mused, nodding thoughtfully. He then turned to Jiang Ling beside him. By the way, you haven't exhausted your research on Ijuin Hayato and Kojiro, have you? Show them this photograph and see if she is indeed Fubuki Rin's junior. Jiang Ling scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled. They haven't perished, but I've been studying gene viruses on them these past few days. They're nearly transformed into zombies, though they retain some human awareness. I'm uncertain if they can identify anyone. Ling Naimei, feeling anxious, interjected, Master, believe me, this woman is absolutely Fubuki Yuki. Moreover, inquiring with Ijuin Hayato and Kojiro would be futile. This is a closely guarded secret of the Fubuki family, known only to my father and me. I am not questioning your honesty, I merely fear you might misidentify someone. Cao Qiye reassured her, patting Ling Naimei's shoulder with a smile. He had unwavering faith in her loyalty. Upon hearing Cao Qiye's affirmation, Ling Naimei's tone softened. Furthermore, Fubuki Yuki is the former leader of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss, the daughter of Fubuki Ten, and a zero-class ace assassin within the organization. Before the apocalypse, she was a direct disciple of Fubuki Ten, surpassing even Fubuki Rin in strength. Subsequently, Ling Naimei conveyed the entirety of the relationship between Fubuki Rin and Fubuki Yuki to Cao Qiye, including that Fubuki Rin was the adopted son of Fubuki Ten and their childhood bond. Fubuki Rin has even sent his beloved junior sister to allure you. It truly is a case of not wanting to spare the child yet trying to catch the wolf, Ling Naimei exclaimed. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed it. Moreover, considering the current situation, Ling Naimei could firmly conclude that Fubuki Yuki was undoubtedly targeting her brother Qiye. Quite intriguing. Cao Qiye mused while stroking his chin. If Ling Naimei could perceive this, he too could see through it at a glance. I find it quite amusing how Fushiguro Rin and Fushiguro Yuki, having grown up together in innocent camaraderie, are now entangled in a web of schemes where Yuki is to be ensnared. At this moment, if Cao Qiye were to falter, it would indeed be a failure to appreciate the subtleties of the situation. Master, we could seize the opportunity to capture Fushiguro Yuki and leverage her against Fushiguro Rin, Ling Naimei suggested after a moment of contemplation. Very well, I shall meet with Fushiguro Yuki, Cao Qiye replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was all too aware that to knowingly venture into danger was simply his way of conducting affairs. However, his true aim was not to capture Yuki but to confront Rin, since the latter had already sacrificed his childhood companion. It was clear that he had weighed his options and made a choice, prioritizing power over his beloved junior. Thus, utilizing Yuki as leverage against Rin would prove futile. Consequently, Cao Qiye's objective was straightforward, to engage with Fushiguro Rin. Fushiguro Yuki's organization was publicly known, enabling Cao Qiye to swiftly locate their stronghold, not far from Wanda Square. Yet, upon his arrival, he stumbled upon a fierce confrontation between Yuki and the Gate of the Imperial Abyss. Amidst the ruins, the doll army controlled by Hoshino Rei clashed violently with the survivors led by Yuki. Cao Qiye stood atop a tall building, observing the spectacle unfold. In the center of the battlefield, Yuki stood with regal poise, her wine-red battle attire accentuating her flawless silhouette. Her long, snow-white hair danced wildly in the tempestuous winds, and her eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, glimmered with a chilling resolve. With her specially crafted iron gloves slightly apart, a palpable aura of frosty energy enveloped her. With a crackle, dozens of puppets commanded by Hoshino Rei surged from all directions, yet within a mere 3 meters of Yuki, they froze instantaneously. Crystalline frost spread rapidly along the joints of the dolls, transforming them into lifeless ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. The relentless assault continued. Yet Yuki remained steadfast in her defense, leading to a stalemate. Go, Yuki! You're incredible! We must defeat that puppeteer this time, cheered the survivors. Look, Hoshino Rei's puppets can't even approach her. A voice from the crowd added, with Yuki here, victory is assured. The admiration for Yuki soared. Even as the leader of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss proved no match for her prowess, the eldest among the survivors stroked his beard and mused. This must be the 8th encounter between our Yuki and Hoshino Rei. Another nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hoshino Rei is cunning, despite her inability to best Yuki. She always manages to escape. A young man gazed at Yuki's figure with unwavering determination and exclaimed, I predict today will be Hoshino Rei's demise. She will not escape this time. From the murmurs of the crowd, Cao Qiye had come to grasp the ruse between the Gate of the Imperial Abyss and Fuhaku Rin. It turned out they had been rehearsing here daily. Each day, it was Fuhaku Yuki commanding an army of puppets resembling Hoshino Rei. And the Gate of the Imperial Abyss couldn't even spare a faux esper. Truly, there was a complete absence of any acting finesse. It was as if they considered Cao Qiye a fool. Fuhaku Rin was a character that Cao Qiye found increasingly perplexing. If one were to label him as stingy, it was evident he wouldn't even part with his beloved junior sister. Yet, if one were to deem him generous, he was miserly with even a few semblances of espers. Relentlessly tormenting Hoshino Rei's puppets, Cao Qiye scratched his head, observing that Hoshino Rei was indeed unfortunate, and resolved to liberate her entirely from this predicament. Chapter 119. The frigid storm. The doll in Hoshino Rei's hands vigilantly surveyed its surroundings. Her mission was to cooperate with Fubuki Yuki to lure out Cao Qiye. Ever since that near-fatal encounter with him, Hoshino Rei had been struck with fear, becoming a skittish bird, anxious at the slightest rustle. More critically, Cao Qiye had uncovered her trump card. Her true self was not the black-haired woman controlling all the puppets, but rather the doll cradled in her arms. Such a ruse could not save her twice. Were it not for the pressure exerted by Fubuki Rin, she would not dare to act as bait here. Due to Hoshino Rei's agitation, even during her battle with Fubuki Yuki, the puppet's movements faltered repeatedly, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. For reasons unknown, Hoshino Rei's left eyelid had been twitching all day, instilling within her a sense of foreboding. Cao Qiye also discerned her tension and, with a swift dive, appeared beneath her. Instantly, a black halberd surged forth from the ground, piercing through the doll in Hoshino Rei's grasp with breathtaking speed. In her final moments, Hoshino Rei once again beheld Cao Qiye's visage, akin to that of the Grim Reaper. Ever since Fubuki Rin devised this baiting strategy, Hoshino Rei had been plagued by nightmares each night. Each time she opened her blanket, it was Cao Qiye, torturing her in myriad ways. Today, her nightmare had come to fruition. After devouring Hoshino Rei's unique ability, Crystal Core, Cao Qiye's genetic lock ascended by another one. With her demise, the grotesque puppet army began to crumble, disintegrating into dust. By heavens, that scoundrel truly predicted it. Hoshino Rei has indeed been eliminated, an elder in the crowd lamented. He had witnessed Hoshino Rei's confrontations with Fubuki Yuki on 8 occasions. At last, it had come to an end. However, what no one anticipated was that the one who vanquished Hoshino Rei was not their revered Yuki, but a tall, formidable man wielding a black halberd. Upon seeing Cao Qiye emerge, Fubuki Yuki's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She had believed that her and her senior brother's ploy would deceive Cao Qiye. Yet, unexpectedly, this man had finally made his appearance. Moreover, the man before her was strikingly different from the Cao Qiye portrayed in the intelligence regarding the Imperial Abyss Gate. Although his appearance remained unchanged, his entire demeanor and the aura radiating from him commanded Fubuki Yuki's respect. "My apologies for seizing your crystal core," Cao Qiye declared. Bearing the halberd forged from black thunder, akin to the war god El Bu, as he advanced slowly toward Fubuki Yuki, treading upon the remnants of dissipating lightning. Fubuki Yuki faltered in her breath, intimidated by his presence. After a moment, she regained her composure and coldly remarked, "You have dealt with that troublesome individual for me. I should thank you." The mere proximity of this man sent shivers down her spine, but she quickly steadied her emotions. She extended her hand, her expression still frosty. "I am Lu Xiaoxue, a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Although these words were imbued with warmth, when spoken by Fu Heixue, they felt as cold as ice. "Cao Qiye." Cao Qiye offered a faint smile, taking Fu Heixue's hand. Her touch was gentle yet frigid, exuding an aura of profound chill. It was apparent that without a proper warmth, her existence might be fleeting. "Cao Qiye, a rather unique name. Given your strength, would you consider joining my team to combat the wretched Gate of the Abyss?" Fu Heixue's gaze was slightly frigid as she responded coolly, diving straight into her proposition. Although her words were plentiful, they carried an air of detached indifference. As if from another realm, the Gate of the Abyss certainly deserves condemnation. Cao Qiye continued along the lines of Fu Heixue's statement. "However, I possess my own faction and cannot align myself with others." "I see. That is truly unfortunate," Fu Heixue replied with a hint of regret. She chose not to press Cao Qiye further about joining her team, nor did she directly suggest joining his goddess alliance. Such directness bore too much intent, and she feared it might raise his suspicions. Nevertheless, with Cao Qiye's rare appearance, Fu Heixue was determined to seize the opportunity. Why not forge a powerful alliance and confront the Gate of Hell together? Cao Qiye did not rush to respond. Instead, he scrutinized the woman before him with an intense gaze. Fu Heixue. Gender, female. Age, 22 years. Ability, S-Class Extreme Cold Storm. Gene Lock, 5th Stage, 88. Appearance, 90. Figure, 90. Charisma, 91. Overall rating, 90. Unlockable skin level, Epic. Ling Naimei was indeed loyal. The woman before him was none other than Fu Hailan's disciple and Fu Haitinan's daughter, Fu Heixue, with a 5th Stage, 88, Gene Lock and S-Class abilities. Had Cao Qiye not developed 3 types of S-Class powers and vanquished the Corpse King Sprinter, he would have had little assurance of being able to dominate Fu Heixue. To be honest, with such combat prowess, it would be a challenge for her to contend even with someone as mediocre as Xingyeli. Yet at this moment, Fu Heixue stood before Cao Qiye, akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den, with no hope of escape. A powerful alliance to confront the Gate of the Abyss? Quite intriguing. Cao Qiye did not refuse. Instead, he took the initiative. "Coincidentally, I discovered a secret realm statue in the underground of Wanda Plaza that requires 5 participants. Why don't we join forces for this apocalyptic game and secure the artifact?" "A secret realm statue? Excellent." Fu Heixue found this proposition most agreeable, as it would provide her the opportunity to gauge Cao Qiye's true strength. Should she ascertain that he was not as formidable as he appeared, she might consider eliminating him within the realm to eliminate future threats. Thus, she could forego joining any goddess alliance. Although she had reached the pinnacle of disappointment with her senior, Fushiguro Rin, her feelings towards the newly met Daxia individual, Cao Qiye, were even more unfavorable. As the ace assassin of the 0 rank at the Gate of the Imperial Abyss, it was imperative for her to eliminate someone like Cao Qiye. who posed a threat to the future of the organization. Find 3 more individuals, and we shall proceed together. Cao Qiye had initially intended to participate in the secret realm game alone, wishing to spare the goddesses from peril. However, the game necessitated a group of 5. If the remaining 4 were all members of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss, it would pose no issue. Their demise within the secret realm would bear no consequence for him. It would merely serve to fulfill the participant requirement. Well, I do have a few capable ability users on my side. Fushiguro Yukino readily agreed, yet she voiced her concerns. Isn't it inappropriate to have all your people join, given that they are all mine? She recalled distinctly that the information on Cao Qiye from the Gate of the Imperial Abyss indicated that his goddess alliance comprised numerous formidable women. Why would he not enlist his own members for the secret realm game? Could it be that this Cao Qiye was merely a lecherous individual, enamored with every woman he encountered? Beneath a facade of authority and dominance, was he truly attempting to curry favor with her through his resources? It's quite distant. My people are all within the sanctuary, and calling them from Lawanda Plaza would be rather inconvenient. Is it far? Where exactly? I cannot divulge that information. Cao Qiye beckoned Fushiguro Yukino to draw nearer. Allow me to share a secret with you. Go on, she replied, leaning closer to him. Many leaders of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss have perished, all at my hands. At this moment, their chief, Fushiguro Rin, is dispatching individuals in search of me. You are aware of him, aren't you? A beast among beasts. If my subordinates were to fall into his clutches, it would spell trouble. Cao Qiye narrowed his eyes. Chapter 120. The Apocalypse game commences. Understanding the situation, Fubuki Snow nodded, simultaneously uttering a curse directed at Fubuki Rin. Indeed, Fubuki Rin was the epitome of a wretched creature. It seems you harbor a deep-seated resentment towards him, Cao Qiye remarked, gazing into Fubuki Snow's eyes, his expression tinged with curiosity. It was evident that Fubuki Snow was thoroughly displeased with Fubuki Rin's machinations. Otherwise, the naturalness of her expression while denouncing him would be inexplicable. As a child of the great Xia Empire, I loathe every individual who dares to infringe upon our dominion, Fubuki Snow declared with sincerity and conviction, nearly eliciting a laugh from Cao Qiye. What a grand declaration for the great Xia Empire. Had it not been for his professional training, he might have burst into laughter right then and there. However, in this moment, Cao Qiye had no intention of exposing Fubuki Rin. He awaited assistance in gathering his forces. Encouragingly, he patted Fubuki Snow's shoulder. Excellent. With your presence, I foresee the demise of the gates of hell. Subsequently, Fubuki Snow mentioned that she had selected 3 individuals from her stronghold. Upon inspecting the system, Cao Qiye was pleasantly surprised to find that their names comprised 4 or 5 characters each. This reassured him, as they were evidently loyal subordinates of Fubuki Snow. Their strength hovered around the mid-3rd tier, making them inconsequential to Cao Qiye at this juncture. This predicament was unavoidable. The more reputable assassins from the Imperial Abyss had already fallen to Cao Qiye's blade. Fubuki Snow could hardly invite her senior brother, Fubuki Rin, to join them. Not only was it risky, but Fubuki Rin was currently preoccupied with dealing with Mark, leaving him no time to spare. Thus, Cao Qiye led Fubuki Rin to the Utopia beneath Wanda Square, arriving at the gray statue of a little girl. Did you construct this? Fubuki Snow inquired, surveying the surroundings. It was built by 4 turtles and a mouse, Cao Qiye replied. Fubuki Snow initially thought Cao Qiye was jesting. 4 turtles and a mouse? Surely. You must be referring to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. What of the crocodile and the armored figure? Cao Qiye chuckled softly. Perhaps they truly exist. Thereafter, Fubuki Snow took out 10 crystals and activated the statue once more. Big brother, big sister, are you here to assist me? The little girl beamed with an innocent smile. Exchanging a glance with Fubuki Snow, Cao Qiye stepped into the secret realm together. Soon after, the old village chief reiterated the game rules. Form a team of 5 to defend the village against the goblin onslaught, earning rewards based on the number of surviving villagers. Cao Qiye and Fubuki Snow nodded in agreement, resolved to participate. Apocalypse game, defend the village. Officially commencing. A mechanical voice resonated from above. And the goblins, previously frozen at the village's periphery, sprang into action, rushing towards the village's 4 entrances. Concurrently, 100 villagers materialized within the once desolate village. Men, women, the elderly, and children, all are present. These villagers are scattered across various corners of the village. Given the current situation, it is imperative for each individual to guard a thoroughfare. Should any participant falter in their duty, the villagers would face casualties, thus diminishing the rewards of the game. Why not gather all the villagers together? This way, it would be easier for us to manage and collaborate, proposed Fubuki Yuki, her mind sharp and insightful as she pinpointed the game's critical issue. I think that's a good idea, Cao Qiye nodded, in agreement with Fubuki Yuki's suggestion. If her idea were to succeed, Perhaps he could complete the game alone, for if his strength were sufficient. Defending against a single wave of goblin attacks would be akin to guarding against 4. They endeavored to assemble the villagers at the village center, enabling teamwork to safeguard their safety. However, perhaps due to the constraints of the game rules, all the villagers were reluctant to leave their homes. When Cao Qiye attempted to forcibly relocate them, he was immediately met with a backlash from the rule's power, an irresistible force pushing him back. Please do not forcibly move the villagers, the mechanical voice from above proclaimed, shattering Fubuki Yuki's plan. Let us each guard a thoroughfare for now. Reluctantly, Fubuki Yuki had no choice but to adhere to the rules and act separately. The village was not particularly large, approximately 2,000 square meters. Yet the goblins were attacking from 4 fronts simultaneously, in the absence of the ability to relocate the villagers. It was nearly an impossible task for one person to defend them all. This indicated that the game necessitated teamwork and significantly tested each individual's capabilities. Should any thoroughfare be breached, goblins would invade the village. Cao Qiye finally comprehended why this apocalyptic game required 5 participants, relying solely on one person, no matter how powerful, could not avert the goblin onslaught. How about this? You 4 guard separate thoroughfares, and if I notice one is on the verge of collapse, I shall assist, he proposed. Remaining in the center of the village. Agreed, Fubuki Yuki nodded without objection. The 4 began their tasks, while the goblins advanced menacingly. Caw, 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 caw. They breached the village, slaughtering the men and capturing the robust women to serve as breeding machines for their king. Chapter 121. Too simple suddenly. Dense green figures surged forth from the 4 village paths. Goblin warriors, with pointed ears and jagged teeth, brandished their rusted curved blades. Their limbs were elongated, and their crimson eyes glowed with a sinister light, while viscous drool dripped from the corners of their mouths, emitting a nauseating cackle. The leading goblin warrior bellowed, "Charge in, steal food, loot money, and take the women." Disgusting. Fu Haishui, with her snow-white hair billowing without a breeze, delicately raised her slender hand. A chilling aura erupted forth, instantly freezing dozens of goblins, their lewd grins solidifying into icy sculptures. Although she recognized this was merely an apocalyptic game, the grotesque and lascivious visages of the goblins thoroughly irked her. These creatures were undeniably weak. Other practitioners at different paths also took action, effortlessly employing their abilities to annihilate all goblins in their vicinity. It was evident that, despite their fierce appearances, these goblins were exceedingly feeble. However, the game did not conclude there. A second wave of goblins was imminent. 2 minutes later, they charged again, numbering approximately 50 at each entrance. This time, in addition to the goblin warriors wielding blades, there were also goblin archers positioned at the rear, capable of ranged attacks. Yet, even with this configuration, they proved no match for the practitioners, who swiftly dispatched them with ease. Their strengths were simply on entirely different levels. The subsequent 3rd, 4th, and 5th waves followed suit, all yielding similar results. Ultimately, the final boss appeared, a goblin mage with crimson skin. Faced with the goblin mage's fireball spell, Fu Haishui did not even blink. The fireball was dissipated by the cold emanating from her body when it was merely 3 meters away, transforming into a wisp of white smoke. Subsequently, with a casual flick of her fingers, an ice needle pierced through the flames, precisely embedding itself into the grotesque tumor on the shaman's forehead. Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully cleared the first phase of the village defense game. Remaining villager count, 100. Rewards available. Choose one from 3 C-class artifacts. Is that all there is to it? Confusion spread among the group. If this was the case, then this secret realm game was far too simplistic. For them, it hardly even qualified as a warm-up. Cao Qiye and Fu Haishui exchanged glances, both frowning in unison. This outcome was clearly not what they had hoped for. To Cao Qiye, a C-class artifact held no value, merely junk, taking up space in his ability space. As for Fu Haishui, such an uncomplicated apocalyptic game could not possibly test Cao Qiye's true strength. They had essentially been doing the labor while Cao Qiye stood at the village center, casually munching on a freshly procured cucumber. Fortunately, at that moment, the voice from above resonated once more. You now have 2 choices. 1. Claim the reward. 2. Proceed to the second phase. Friendly reminder. The difficulty of the second phase will increase significantly, so please prepare yourselves mentally. Let us choose the second phase. Fu Haishui approached Cao Qiye calmly and remarked that, for their prowess, the first stage was exceedingly simple, devoid of any challenge, and they were undoubtedly destined to advance to the second stage. Indeed, Cao Qiye replied, chewing on a fresh, crisp cucumber, nodding in agreement. For the second stage, we shall switch positions. You will take the northern route while I serve as a substitute in the center. Without hesitation, Fu Haishui snatched the cucumber from Cao Qiye's hand and began to munch on it, her tone seemingly more of a declaration than a negotiation. Very well, Cao Qiye said, choosing not to contest Fu Haishue's actions. You enjoy cucumbers, do you? I shall ensure you have your fill later. In the second stage, Cao Qiye was tasked with guarding against the goblins emerging from the north. Compared to the first stage, the initial wave of goblin attacks in the second stage numbered in the hundreds. Furthermore, this wave included not only goblin warriors and archers, but also several goblin mages, previously encountered as bosses in the first stage. How remarkable! The boss from the last level has now become mere fodder in this one, Cao Qiye quipped, incredulous at the goblin mage's diminished status. He recalled the goblins from the first stage, mere cannon fodder lacking any genetic unlocks, likely incapable of even besting the pseudo-ability users from the Abyssal Gate. The level seemed designed to provide ordinary ability users with C-grade artifacts, easily conquerable by any moderately capable team of ability users. From this, one could infer that the initial difficulty of this apocalyptic game was not particularly high. Those who perished within its confines did so either due to their insufficient abilities or their insatiable greed for superior artifacts. The goblins in the second stage, however, exhibited a marked increase in strength. The goblin warriors and archers were of the first tier, while those goblin mages behind them had even reached the second tier. Coupled with their overwhelming numbers, the disparity from before was indeed striking. For a team of less competent ability users, the second stage posed a significant threat. Yet, to Cao Qiye, whose genetic lock was at the sixth tier, these goblins were akin to mere ants. With a slight gesture, he summoned a bolt of lightning that decimated the goblin horde in an instant, leaving behind only a charred pit where they once stood. How astonishing! He is truly formidable. Fu Haishui gasped, taken aback by the display of power. While she had anticipated Cao Qiye to be strong, she never imagined he would be this powerful. The goblins had been nearly 100 meters away, yet they were obliterated in the blink of an eye. Such prowess was beyond comprehension. Fu Haishui questioned herself. Even at her late 5th tier level, she could never achieve such a feat. Was it possible that his genetic lock had already ascended to the 6th tier? The thought sent a chill down her spine. It was crucial to remember that her own advancement to the late 5th tier had been solely due to the viral and genetic serums provided by Mark. Absent this orchestrated zombie virus, as an ordinary individual, she might not have perished, but she certainly would not have reached her current strength. The gene lock, at most, is merely at the 3rd tier. Yet, how has Cao Qiye, a man from the Great Xia, managed to achieve this? This left Fu Haishui utterly perplexed. No, such an individual cannot be allowed to develop unchecked. He must be eliminated at once. As Fu Haishui gazed at Cao Qiye's imposing silhouette, her eyes gradually turned cold. The formidable strength of Cao Qiye had begun to instill fear within her, and the disparity between his prowess and the description provided by Hoshino Li was simply too vast. Either Hoshino Li had misrepresented the facts, or it was indeed the case that Cao Qiye's rate of growth was astonishingly rapid. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye sensed Fu Haishui's murderous intent. However, he chose not to expose it, for he still intended to make good use of Fu Haishui to navigate through this enigmatic realm. Chapter 122. Inability to defend in the face of the initial wave of the second stage of the assault, Cao Qiye merely waved his hand, obliterating the goblins entirely. However, the other 3 extraordinary beings, confronted with the same onslaught, clearly struggled to withstand the pressure. Although they managed to tenuously defend their respective positions, it was evident that they were laboring under the strain. In the subsequent wave, while the number of goblins did not increase, their genetic locks exhibited a slight enhancement. Moreover, alongside the fiery red goblin mages, a new variant emerged, the frost-skin goblin. The elevation of genetic locks, coupled with the diversification of elemental attributes, prompted the other extraordinary beings to falter, compelling them to seek assistance from Fu Haishui. Yet, Fu Haishui alone could not assist all 3 fronts. By the time he aided 2 routes and arrived at the 3rd, the extraordinary being from the Imperial Abyss Gate had already perished in battle. Fortunately, Cao Qiye arrived just in time to thwart the goblin invasion of the village. Why did you not arrive sooner? Fu Haishui inquired, her tone laced with reproach as she regarded Cao Qiye. For even though the intensity of the second wave of goblins had escalated, they were still but mere targets for Cao Qiye. He had ample time to provide support at the other locations. Yet, he chose not to intervene, allowing the extraordinary being from the Imperial Abyss Gate to be slain by the goblins. My duty is to defend the northern route, ensuring that no goblins breach my position. You are the support role, thus his death bears the greatest weight upon you. Fu Haishui intended to retort, but was momentarily rendered speechless by Cao Qiye's rebuke. Indeed, it was she who had voluntarily requested to swap positions with him. The death of their comrade was a burden she had to bear. Moreover, the pressing issue remained. They were now 1 person short, and it was imperative to fill that void. With the next wave approaching, they could no longer afford a support role. Before Cao Qiye could finish his statement, the third wave of goblin aggression arrived. This time, not only had the goblins' genetic locks been further enhanced, but they also included goblin shamans capable of healing. The forefront was fortified with warriors, the rear with archers, and there were mages wielding both frost and flame elemental powers, alongside supportive shamans. Such a configuration of goblin forces was beyond the capacity of a mere third-tier extraordinary being to resist. Before long, under the relentless assault of the goblin horde, all routes save those of Cao Qiye and Fu Heishui were breached. Moreover, the other two extraordinary beings perished, and the villagers fell victim to the goblin massacre. Warning! Warning! Villagers are under attack by goblins. Immediate support is requested. Remaining villagers, 97. Warning! Warning! Villagers are under attack by goblins. Immediate support is requested. Remaining villagers, 82. Warning! Warning! Villagers are under attack by goblins. Immediate support is requested. Remaining villagers, 70. Urgent alerts echoed from above. Despite the swift assistance from Cao Qiye and Fu Heishui, the villagers continued to suffer devastating losses at the hands of the goblins. Before the two could catch their breath, another wave of goblin assault was upon them. A friendly reminder, the previous wave of goblins captured 5 women, and this subsequent assault will see an additional 500 goblins. As misfortune would have it, the villagers taken by the goblins have become breeding machines for the Goblin King, leading to a significant surge in their numbers. Defending against the goblins at the crossroads is no longer feasible. We must focus on safeguarding a single villager to ensure the game does not end in failure. Realizing this, Cao Qiye has entirely relinquished his hopes for rewards, instead seeking to prevent the game's failure. Otherwise, he risks losing 1,000 ordinary crystal cores. Fu Heishui nodded in agreement, contemplating that this was the only viable course of action. She never anticipated that, as a formidable S-rank ability user at the late stage of the 5th tier, she would be unable to defend even a single village. However, such a predicament was unavoidable, as goblins approached from all directions. Should any entrance fall, the village would be utterly doomed. Unless one possessed the ability to teleport instantaneously to any location, it would be impossible to withstand the onslaught of the goblin horde. This game not only tests the ability of participants to cooperate as a team, but also rigorously evaluates individual combat prowess. A minimum of 4 ability users must possess the capability to act independently. Regarding the deaths of the third-tier villagers, Fu Heishui could only express her deep regret, as they held no value. In contrast, Cao Qiye held a differing perspective. He believed that the demise of those 3 was justified. This challenge has provided him with a clearer understanding of the game's mechanics surrounding village defense. While it may appear that 4 strong, independent ability users are necessary, the ability to teleport would allow one individual to defend all 4 routes. However, such a feat is nearly impossible. Not only must one consider the distance of teleportation, but the repeated use of such an ability would also impose a significant physical toll. Nevertheless, for Cao Qiye, this presented no substantial issue. His ability, encountering the divine deer, allows him to traverse between teammates with ease. This ability is not only low in consumption, but also boasts a short cooldown. The teleportation cost and cooldown are directly related to distance, with a few hundred meters requiring minimal energy and a cooldown of less than 3 seconds. Thus, Cao Qiye is confident in his capacity to manage 4 routes, successfully clearing the 2nd phase and even progressing into the 3rd phase of the village defense to acquire more potent artifacts. The 2nd phase's boss is a goblin gunner wielding a green machine gun, with a genetic lock reaching the 3rd tier. Nonetheless, such strength is trivial for both Cao Qiye and Fu Heishui. Under the guardianship of Cao Qiye and Fu Heishui, the two successfully repelled all goblins, completing the challenge of the 2nd phase. Congratulations to all, you have successfully cleared the 2nd phase of the village defense game. Remaining villagers, 1. Rewards available, 10 ordinary crystal cores. Please choose to receive your reward or proceed to the 3rd phase. Insufficient participants detected, with fewer than 5 individuals. Should we choose to enter the 3rd stage, we can supplement with additional participants at any time. Perhaps we should seek out a few more individuals to attempt the 3rd stage? Cao Qiye was naturally eager to challenge the 3rd stage, particularly for the reward of 10 ordinary crystal cores, which was merely sufficient to activate the statue. The dwindling number of villagers made the 2nd stage's rewards even less appealing than those of the 1st stage. However, the dilemma remained. Where could they find 3 more allies? In this game, the absence of formidable individuals capable of standing alone rendered their efforts futile. Fu Heishui shook her head, unwilling to see her comrades perish in vain. Chapter 123, The True Goddess. By the way, I happen to know several formidable warriors, although they are somewhat distant from here. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. The rewards from this secret realm promised to be quite remarkable. Fubuki Yuki tentatively suggested, intending to call Fubuki Rin over to join forces against Cao Qiye. Given the abilities Cao Qiye had just displayed, she felt that taking him on alone, even with a surprise attack, would not guarantee success. I will send someone to inform them. When the time comes, the divine artifact can be yours first. All we require from you is a few crystal cores of extraordinary abilities. After all, it was you who discovered the secret realm first. To entice Cao Qiye, Fubuki Yuki resorted to the allure of the divine artifact. Once Fubuki Rin arrives, they would seize the opportunity to eliminate him and claim both his life and the artifact for the gate of the Imperial Abyss. Very well. I shall take the artifact first. Cao Qiye nodded, but he discerned Fubuki Yuki's intentions. She was clearly planning to seek external assistance. Naturally, Cao Qiye had no intention of complying with her wishes. You have already lost 3 comrades. Let me find new allies, as I will be the one acquiring the artifact. It would be inappropriate for me to keep putting your people in danger. It's quite all right. Fubuki Yuki attempted to persist, but was abruptly interrupted by Cao Qiye's assertive demeanor. All right, it's settled then, and my allies need not wait. They will arrive immediately. Cao Qiye had no intention of negotiating further, and he promptly opened a spatial vortex, summoning Wu Tingting, Lin Xiaoyue, and Li Luyao. With that, the 5 of them were assembled. Let us directly challenge the 3rd stage. Fubuki Yuki gazed at the 3 stunning beauties who had suddenly appeared beside Cao Qiye, her eyes widening slightly. She had always considered her own beauty to be unparalleled in every aspect. However, upon witnessing the 3 women beside Cao Qiye, she realized how superficial her previous thoughts had been. The proud and alluring campus belle Wu Tingting, the dashing cyberpunk policewoman Lin Xiaoyue, and the ethereal and charming maiden Li Luyao, all 3 eclipsed her in terms of appearance, figure, temperament, and allure. This was the first time Fubuki Yuki felt utterly disadvantaged in this regard. Previously, she had thought that leveraging her Ice Queen persona would easily ensnare a lecherous man from the great Xian nation. Now, it seemed that this strategy was utterly futile. Standing before the goddesses of the Goddess Alliance, she felt diminished, even despondent. She had assumed the Goddess Alliance was merely a code name for an organization, consisting of women of decent beauty at most. Little did she anticipate that they were true goddesses. Come on, why are you still standing there? Wu Tingting regarded Fubuki Yuki with disdain, fully aware that this individual was there to assassinate her brother Qiye. Had it not been for Cao Qiye's prior warning about Fubuki Yuki's potential usefulness, she would have already unleashed her dark prison thunder annihilation. Fu Heishui nodded, steeling herself to follow the others back into the secret realm. The current situation had deviated entirely from her expectations, rather than surrounding Cao Qiye alongside Fu Hei Rin. She found herself encircled by the members of the Goddess Alliance. However, having finally approached Cao Qiye, Fu Heishui was determined not to relent. With Plan A failing, she resolved to execute Plan B. Since Cao Qiye had already seized dominance of the scene, she decided to play along. Soon, she would boldly engage with Cao Qiye, seamlessly integrating herself into the Goddess Alliance. Although her beauty paled in comparison to the enchanting women surrounding Cao Qiye, she believed her qualifications would suffice to gain entry. Once a member of the Goddess Alliance, she would have ample opportunity to eliminate Cao Qiye. After all, despite still being a maiden. As the ace assassin of the Imperial Gate, she had long mastered the art of ninjutsu through illusion, honing her skills in the delicate act of dispatching men at their most vulnerable. This was a signature technique of the female ninjas from Sakura country. She had rehearsed it countless times in the realm of illusion and was now quite adept, though lacking practical experience. Fu Heishui had originally wished to bestow her first time upon her beloved senior, Fu Hei Rin, but having discerned his cowardice during this mission, she resolved to target Cao Qiye instead. With her first drop of blood, she would take Cao Qiye's first life. Cao Qiye, consider yourself fortunate, for you are the first worthy of my method of assassination. Fu Heishui gazed at Cao Qiye's retreating figure, her heart resolute. Soon, the group re-entered the secret realm. Xiao Shiwei, let us adhere to the previous arrangement. I'll take the support position, and the 4 of you will guard the respective paths, Cao Qiye stated directly. With 5 individuals in the team, 4 of whom were members of the Goddess Alliance, Fu Heishui found herself stripped of any authority if she wished to remain. Compliance was her only option. Yes, master, replied Wu Tingting, Lin Xiaoyue, and Li Luyao, standing at attention. In the Goddess Alliance, being one of Cao Qiye's women necessitated strict discipline. As the first 3 to break through to the legendary level, their adherence to rules was impeccable. Master, Fu Heishui gasped inwardly, utterly astonished. She never anticipated that the goddesses beside Cao Qiye could utter those 2 words without a trace of shame. Even having grown up in Sakura country, known for its relatively open culture, Fu Heishui was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, witnessing 3 breathtakingly beautiful, goddess-like maidens bowing to him. Fu Heishui increasingly sensed that Cao Qiye was far from ordinary. After all, the more beautiful a woman, the stronger her pride. She herself was a testament to this. Not to mention the three goddesses who eclipsed her in every conceivable way. Master, my solo combat abilities are not strong. Li Luyu timidly interjected, poking her middle finger and speaking softly. Her abilities are supportive. It would indeed be challenging for her to guard a path alone. But fear not, for I am here. Cao Qiye chuckled as he gently patted Li Luyao's forehead. Since he had summoned her, he certainly had devised a strategy. So there was no need for concern. Feeling the warmth of Cao Qiye's hand, Li Luyao nodded resolutely. With her elder brother Qiye behind her, she harbored no doubts. She cherished the sensation of having him at her back. It was fulfilling, joyous, and imbued her with a profound sense of security. Subsequently, the four women took their respective paths and embarked on the third phase of the apocalyptic game. This time, the goblin warriors in the front row astonishingly reached the second tier. Moreover, adhering to previous conventions, the second phase's boss, the goblin machine gunner, had now become a mere minion, with a genetic lock soaring to the third tier. From the outset, the intensity was remarkably high. Chapter 124. Burning bridges. Confronted by the formidable goblin army, Fu Heishui's cold gaze sharpened, and with a graceful sweep of her delicate hand, she summoned forth the ice giant. The ground erupted violently as a 5-meter-tall ice giant emerged from the earth, its crystalline form radiating an intense chill. It swung its colossal fists, reducing swathes of goblin warriors to mere pulp. The frost goblins unleashed their icy shards. Yet their attacks were as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. They could not breach the ice giant's defenses. Only the fireballs from the flame goblins and the bullets from the goblin gunners inflicted minimal damage upon the ice giant, while the ice giant absorbed the onslaught of attacks. Fu Heishui's palm surged with energy. A blizzard erupted. In an instant, the world was transformed. Snowflakes, resembling goose feathers, morphed into razor-sharp ice blades, sweeping through the battlefield surrounding the ice giant. The goblin army was swiftly engulfed in a silvery storm of death, their screams silenced before they could escape. When the tempest subsided, only glistening ice sculptures remained, frozen in their last moments of terror. With Fu Heishui's formidable prowess, even the third-tier goblin army was no match for her. Humph. Cao Qiye, I shall finish my task without lending a hand. I am eager to see if your women can withstand this, Fu Heishui scoffed, her disdain palpable. It was evident that she harbored a grudge from before. Cao Qiye's inaction had led to the demise of her 3 loyal subordinates within this secret realm. Now, having completed her own duty, she chose not to assist others, instead waiting to witness the fates of Cao Qiye's companions. In Fu Heishui's eyes, Cao Qiye's overwhelming strength was surely acquired at the cost of the lives of those within his organization. Much like the Imperial Abyss Gate, the 10 assassins had unlocked such high gene locks through the assistance of pseudo-ability users who sought the crystal course. Yet, in such a scenario, only one exceptionally strong individual could exist within an organization, while the others were mere fodder. It would be advantageous for her if these women perished. Their demise would solidify her standing within the Goddess Alliance. Fu Heishui smiled faintly, envisioning the tragic fates of Wu Ting and the others. Cao Qiye, who will you save? Rescue one, and another shall perish. With 3 such exquisite goddesses, how can you bear to choose? As Fu Heishui awaited the unfolding drama, the other members of the Goddess Alliance were fiercely battling the goblin horde before them. Wu Ting summoned forth black lightning from her palm. Though her damage output fell short of Cao Qiye's might, and her area of effect was limited, her strength remained formidable. Once the goblin ranks before her were left in disarray, she drew her thunderous longbow, unleashing black arrows to reap her foes. Although the lightning strikes held great lethality, they also exacted a significant toll on Wu Ting, preventing her from using them continuously. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu transformed into his cyber motorcycle, firing bullets as she swept through the ranks of goblins, all while maneuvering at high speed, deftly evading and repositioning herself. Like a driverless version of Goya, she persistently maneuvered through the challenges, although her damage and destructive capability were not as formidable as Wu Ting's. She took a bit more time, yet ultimately managed to withstand the initial wave of attack alone. However, Lin Xiaoyu's advantage lay in her lesser physical exhaustion compared to Wu Ting. In the long run, Lin Xiaoyu's performance was bound to be superior. As for Li Luyao, Cao Qiye was aware of her mediocre solo combat abilities. Thus he never intended for her to hold her ground alone. His support position was not at the center of the village, but rather stationed along Li Luyao's route from the very beginning. Boom! With a swift motion of his hand, Cao Qiye summoned a dark thunderstorm that obliterated the goblin horde before Li Luyao. How is this possible? Observing the situation on the other routes, Fu Heishui was utterly astonished. Events had deviated completely from her anticipated script. These goblins undoubtedly possessed strength. During the second phase, her forces could barely withstand them, let alone the intensity that surged during the third phase. While it was understandable that Cao Qiye could annihilate these monsters, how could the women beside him also hold their own against the onslaught? This was simply unscientific. According to the intelligence from the Gate of Imperial Abyss, the number of members in the Goddess Alliance was limited, and Cao Qiye did not possess the pseudo-ability serums and viral agents like those of the Gate of Imperial Abyss. How then did he manage to assemble an organization not only endowed with exceptional strength but also comprised of individuals of remarkable prowess? It was a perplexity that Fu Heixue could not fathom. It was akin to enduring arduous training and scheming for years in a game, only to be soundly defeated by an opponent wielding cheat codes, leading to a deep spiral of self-doubt. Nevertheless, Fu Heixue also recognized that while the others were indeed powerful, they were still beneath her level. This indicated that if she were to join the Goddess Alliance, she would still hold an advantage. Moreover, as the goblins advanced, the strength of their genetic locks would increase. While they could withstand the first wave, it did not guarantee their endurance against the subsequent onslaughts. As anticipated by Fu Heixue, during the second and third waves, without Cao Qiye's assistance, Wu Tingting and Lin Xiaoyue continued to withstand the pressure along their respective routes with their own might. However, as the genetic locks of the goblins intensified and Wu Tingting began to show signs of physical fatigue, she started to struggle. Yet, this was not of great concern. For after dealing with the enemies on his own path, Cao Qiye teleported directly to Wu Tingting's side, effortlessly eliminating the goblins in her vicinity. Shortly thereafter, he teleported to Lin Xiaoyue's side as well, similarly dispatching the goblins she was contending with. Instant teleportation. Fu Heixue was once again left in awe of Cao Qiye's prowess. How many abilities does this individual possess? The terrifying Dark Thunder, the Spatial summoning ability, and now instantaneous movement? At that moment, Fu Heixue felt utterly outmaneuvered by Cao Qiye. He clearly had the capacity for instantaneous movement to support others easily. Why had he not intervened previously? Watching her loved ones perish before her eyes was akin to being a mere pawn in a game where the rules were manipulated at will. Once the mechanisms were mastered, they would simply replace her allies with their own. She felt utterly deceived. Cao Qiye, possessing the ability of instantaneous movement. Why did he not offer assistance during the second phase? Fubuki Yuki could no longer contain her frustration and confronted Cao Qiye directly. This is not instantaneous movement. It is a teleportation ability, and it can only transport me to the side of my beloved, Cao Qiye explained with a hint of displeasure. Although his actions were deliberate, he recognized Fubuki Yuki's potential value. He still needed her to guard a crucial passage. Thus, it was not yet the time to sever ties. Chapter 125, Success is the Only Option Teleportation Ability? Fubuki Yuki furrowed her brow slightly as she meticulously recalled the recent maneuvers of Cao Qiye, noting that he indeed teleported to his woman each time. Perhaps he was not lying after all. Indeed, if you cannot defeat them, you may become my woman. And then I shall be able to support you, Cao Qiye remarked with a subtle smile, his gaze penetrating and assertive as it fell upon Fubuki Yuki. Become your woman. Fubuki Yuki felt her cheeks flush. She could hardly believe that Cao Qiye would unabashedly voice such a proposition in front of her three goddesses. More astonishing was the fact that after Cao Qiye's declaration, Wu Tingting, Li Luyo, and Lin Xiaowei exhibited no signs of jealousy. It seemed as though they had no objections to his boldness, and it did not appear to be an act. It is well known that jealousy is a woman's nature, making the scenario utterly incomprehensible. Are you inviting me to join the Goddess Alliance? This notion resonated perfectly with Fubuki Yuki's intentions. Her plan B was to infiltrate the Goddess Alliance and employ the deadly techniques of a female ninja to eliminate Cao Qiye on the spot. No rush. Let us swiftly prepare to defend against the next wave of goblins, she suggested. With that, Cao Qiye turned back toward the entrance. The fifth wave of goblin forces was already approaching with ferocity. Wu Tingting, exhausted from previous encounters, could only deploy a black electric net to delay them, awaiting Cao Qiye's timely assistance. As before, Cao Qiye first dealt with the goblin horde threatening Li Luyao, then teleported to confront the goblins harassing Lin Xiaoyue and Wu Tingting. Upon successfully overcoming the fifth wave, the final boss of the third stage finally emerged. It was a goblin king with a gene lock of level 5, flanked by numerous level 4 goblin gunners and an overwhelming horde of over 500 level 3 goblin warriors. However, this last offensive was not divided into segments but rather a concentrated assault. Fubuki Yuki continued to employ her combination technique of the Ice Giant and Blizzard. Yet this time, her Ice Giant did not withstand the onslaught as effectively as before. The Goblin King wielded his staff and unleashed a devastating spell, Gold Coin Bomb. A colossal gold coin plummeted from the sky, exploding upon impact. The 5-meter-tall Ice Giant was engulfed by a miniature mushroom cloud, and when the smoke cleared, it lay in ruins, reduced to crystalline debris. This boss is formidable. Fubuki Yuki's lovely eyes narrowed. The enemy had effortlessly annihilated her ice giant with a single skill, showcasing remarkable prowess. Furthermore, the Goblin King was surrounded by a cadre of highly capable subordinates. Fubuki Yuki realized that unless there were 5 individuals of her caliber in the team, victory would be arduous. Is that so? Cao Qiye replied confidently, his hand unabashedly landing on Lin Xiaoyue's curvaceous form. The cybernetic policewoman's face flushed crimson, and her figure abruptly transformed. Mechanical parts rapidly reconfigured, morphing in an instant into a sleek cyber motorcycle. Meanwhile, Li Luyo gracefully leaped, transforming into a petite and enchanting spirit form, securely landing atop Cao Qiye's head. A low hum resonated as Cao Qiye abruptly twisted the throttle, the cyber motorcycle emitting a beastly roar, morphing into a silver bolt as it surged into the enemy ranks. Dark Abyss Thunder Halberd. Instantly, he clenched his right hand in the air, gathering pitch-black lightning in his palm, which swiftly coalesced into a halberd entwined with annihilative energy. Following this, Lin Xiaowei executed a stunning leap at high speed, prompting Cao Qiye to swing his halberd in a sweeping motion. Thunderous Crescent Slash. An explosive arc of black lightning erupted in a fan shape, leaving the frontline goblins to be reduced to charred remains without a single cry of despair. The cyber motorcycle weaved through the enemy throng, each swing of the halberd conjuring a torrential downpour of blood. The rear-line mages fumbled in their incantations, while the gunners frantically unleashed their fire, inadvertently wounding their own comrades. Boom! The Goblin King, in a fit of rage, hurled a gold coin bomb, yet it failed to match the velocity of Cao Qiye's exhaust. Underneath him, the swift Lin executed a dazzling drift, leaving a trail of brilliant arcs across the battlefield, where only devastation remained. The intent of the charge was one of life or death. Alone, Cao Qiye plunged into the heart of the enemy ranks, where carnage ensued in his wake. Each swing of the halberd sent dismembered limbs flying, as the black lightning wreaked havoc amongst the goblin hordes, transforming the battlefield into a hellish realm. The Goblin King gazed in terror as his army collapsed like wheat before the scythe, his jewel-encrusted crown shaking violently amidst the black lightning. Before him stood Cao Qiye, resembling a war god from the depths of hell. Just as he turned to flee, a streak of black lightning struck before him. With a swift thrust, the halberd pierced directly, sending the crowned head soaring, its grotesque visage frozen in disbelief. Cao Qiye deftly hoisted the Goblin King's severed head atop the halberd, blood cascading down the shaft and pooling on the scorched earth. An effortless victory. Disappointment etched on his face, Cao Qiye casually tossed the head towards the mountainous heap of goblin corpses. In an instant, he returned to Wu Tingting's side. This. Fukahe Shui unconsciously swallowed hard, her throat tightening slightly. She stared in astonishment at the triumphant Cao Qiye, then surveyed the battlefield, where not a single complete corpse of the goblins remained. A peculiar sense of deja vu enveloped her, as if the final boss had yet to reveal itself. The once fearsome goblin army and the swiftly dispatched Goblin King now appeared as fragile as paper before Cao Qiye. He effortlessly dispatched the 3-stage boss with ease. Severing the enemy commander from the ranks felt as though he wandered through an unguarded realm. Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully completed the 3rd stage of the village defense game. Remaining villager count, 100. Rewards available. Choose one from S-rank artifact or 5 random A-rank artifacts. Please select your reward or proceed to the final stage. Is this the end? Fukahe Shui murmured, her fingertips still tinged with lingering frost. Before she had the chance to enter the arena, Cao Qiye had already achieved a flawless victory. At this moment, Fu Heishue felt an overwhelming sense of relief for not recklessly attempting to ambush Cao Qiye. Otherwise, given his formidable strength, she would have undoubtedly returned empty-handed, or worse, lost her life in vain. Moreover, after witnessing Cao Qiye's prowess firsthand, Fu Heishue began to comprehend her senior brother Fu Hailan's decision more deeply. Such a powerful adversary could not be overcome unless approached at the moment of his utmost relaxation. Cao Qiye, fortunately, is a man. Fu Heishue silently mused. It is fortunate that Cao Qiye is a man of desire. Otherwise, he would indeed be invincible. Yet as long as Cao Qiye harbors desires, he possesses a critical vulnerability. Fu Heishue understood well that his moments of greatest ease coincided with his moments of greatest pleasure. If she could seize that rare opportunity, she could deliver a fatal blow. With this thought, Fu Heishue began to feel a surge of anxiety. She knew that her chance was but a singular one. Should she fail, it would not only spell doom for herself but also for the entire gate of the Imperial Abyss, which would face inevitable destruction if such a powerful enemy were allowed to grow unchecked. Therefore, for the future of the gate of the Imperial Abyss, she had to succeed. Failure was not an option. Chapter 126. Fubuki Yuki's Awakening. Shikiya. How wonderful it is to have you. Otherwise, we truly would not have been able to defeat this third-stage boss, Fubuki Yuki remarked somewhat awkwardly. Shall we opt for an S-class artifact or 5 A-class artifacts? Since you have contributed the most, the decision rests with you. I don't wish to decide, Cao Qiye responded, shaking his head. Let us take a moment to rest and prepare for the challenge of the 4th stage. Ah, what? Fubuki Yuki thought she must have misheard. The intensity of the 3rd stage was already so high. How could this person even consider challenging the 4th stage? Surely, he was jesting. Indeed, Wu Tingting, Li Luyao, and Lin Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement without a hint of dissent. This exemplified the discipline within the Goddess Alliance team. Whatever Cao Qiye said was the final word, rendering any further discussion meaningless. Fubuki Yuki was once again taken aback. These three, clearly less powerful than herself, were they truly unafraid? She was acutely aware that they had barely held their ground during the 3rd stage, and given the escalating intensity of this mystic realm, the goblin horde of the 4th stage would undoubtedly exceed imagination. Qiye, I think it prudent to know when to retreat. You witnessed during the 2nd stage that this mystic game has a mechanism. If the goblins invade the village and abduct a woman, each wave will spawn an additional 100 goblins. Fubuki Yuki urged with great concern. If we allow even one route to be breached, the goblin horde's numbers will swell, and we will be doomed. We must remember, this is the 4th stage, not the 2nd. Should such a scenario unfold, it is highly likely we would perish within. Moreover, even if we abandon the villagers and escape, not only would we lose the S-class artifact, but we would also have to pay 5,000-foot crystal cores. Fubuki Yuki's analysis was astute. The consequences of being breached in the 4th stage were indeed dire. Although Cao Qiye possessed a teleportation skill, the increase in intensity would render his support less swift than in the 3rd stage. At this juncture, challenging the 4th stage was undeniably a perilous endeavor. How many crystal cores do you have? Cao Qiye inquired. Approximately over 4,000, Fubuki Yuki replied, handing her tactical backpack to him. It felt heavy. Filled entirely with ordinary crystal cores, numerous pseudo-ability users had assisted in collecting crystal cores in the Imperial Abyss Gate, resulting in a substantial quantity. Can this small backpack truly contain over 4,000-foot crystal cores? Cao Qiye questioned, pondering. While the weight suggested it was feasible, the spatial dimensions seemed unrealistic. Could it be that this backpack possessed spatial abilities? This is a tactical backpack, possessing a slight spatial capability, albeit weak and insufficient to reach the level of a true ability. However, it can accommodate items of lesser weight and crystal cores quite well. Fubuki Yuki elucidated that, in order to avoid arousing Cao Qiye's suspicions, she even added, this tactical backpack was acquired after I eliminated a minor leader from the Imperial Abyss Gate. Such a remarkable item. Cao Qiye nodded thoughtfully. However, Fubuki Yuki's explanation seemed rather contrived. After all, despite Cao Qiye having dispatched several prominent figures from the Imperial Abyss Gate, he had never encountered anyone possessing a tactical backpack. Nevertheless, he refrained from pressing further. After all, Fubuki Yuki's true identity had long been unveiled to him, Iron Wolf. Subsequently, Cao Qiye emptied over 2,000 crystal cores from the tactical backpack and returned it to Fubuki Yuki. Xiaoxue, lend me 2,000 crystal cores. We shall continue to challenge the 4th stage. S-grade artifacts do not satiate my appetite. I desire SS grade. Cao Qiye proclaimed with unwavering ambition. Qiye, did you not just inquire whether I would join the Goddess Alliance and become your woman? Fubuki Yuki raised her hand to block him, returning the tactical backpack. Your strength is formidable. If we ally, we can surely accomplish great feats. I am willing to join the Goddess Alliance. And consider this tactical backpack along with the ordinary crystal cores as my gift to you, as well as a token of greeting from the other ladies. Fubuki Yuki exhibited remarkable generosity and adeptness in her dealings. She was eager to gain Cao Qiye's trust and affection, believing that such rapport would enhance the success rate of her meticulously plotted assassination. In Fubuki Yuki's perspective, although Cao Qiye possessed numerous abilities, the tactical backpack endowed with spatial capabilities developed by MLC's Mark was exceedingly rare. He would undoubtedly not decline it. Very well. I can allow you to join the Goddess Alliance. However, I trust you understand that absolute obedience is requisite within the alliance. I have no need for undisciplined women. Cao Qiye stated from a position of authority. He then kicked the tactical backpack back. Such worthless items, I shall keep for myself. With that, Cao Qiye raised his hand slightly, manifesting his spatial abilities, and swiftly cleared all the crystal cores from the ground. Spatial abilities? Fubuki Yuki's eyes widened in astonishment. It was no wonder he was indifferent to such a rare tactical backpack. He indeed possessed genuine spatial powers. The surprises that Cao Qiye presented to Fubuki Yuki were overwhelming, even causing her to feel a twinge of apprehension. What if this individual harbored additional trump cards for self-preservation? For instance, the ability of reincarnation. Should he be killed? Could he resurrect? That would be disastrous. Although somewhat far-fetched, given the current circumstances, it was not entirely implausible. After all, every so often, Cao Qiye would deliver a shock that upended her understanding of reality. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, Fuhaku Yuki resolved to act against Cao Qiye without delay. She lightly bit her lip as her silken white hair danced in the breeze. She approached Cao Qiye with measured steps, her delicate hand resting upon his shoulder. Whispering softly in his ear, "Qiye, my sisters are utterly exhausted now. What you mentioned earlier, that only by becoming your woman can one wield the teleportation ability, is that correct?" Suddenly, Fu Beishui rose onto her toes, her crimson lips nearly brushing against Cao Qiye's earlobe. "I fear I may falter in the fourth stage soon. How about we take advantage of this moment?" Fu Beishui's supple form pressed entirely against him. "Shall we attend to the matter at hand first?" Her ice-blue eyes shimmered with a glistening sheen, betraying none of the demeanor of a top assassin from the Imperial Abyss. "Very well." A glint of mischief sparkled in Cao Qiye's eyes as he encircled Fu Beishui's slender waist. To refuse her at this juncture would seem rather lacking in sensitivity. "Qiye, I have never experienced this before. Please be gentle." Fu Beishui's cheeks flushed crimson, her snow-white hair cascading between them, while her ice-blue eyes glistened with a dreamy mist. Chapter 127. A heartless kill subsequently. Cao Qiye effortlessly lifted Fu Beishui in a princess carry and entered a humble thatched cottage belonging to a villager. Although the conditions were rather rudimentary, there was an undeniable charm to it. The thatched windows and beams bore the brunt of the storm's wrath. The fierce winds roared as if 1,000 cavalry were galloping through the sand. Torrential rains poured down, resembling a breach in the heavens. The dilapidated walls trembled, and the thatch fluttered wildly. The thorny doors shook, as if their hinges were about to give way. The frail weeds by the eaves bent low. Surrendering to the earth 2.5 hours later, Cao Qiye emerged from the cottage, brimming with vitality. He seemed completely unscathed. Even he felt a sense of disorientation, as he vaguely sensed that Fu Beishui might have intended to strike when he let his guard down. Thus, while reveling in the battle, Cao Qiye remained vigilant, ever ready to retaliate. This intuition was further confirmed when he did not trigger the system's skin after subduing Fu Beishui. This indicated that she was not genuinely committed to joining the Goddess Alliance. This raised a perplexing question. If Fu Beishui was indeed a spy sent by Fu Hailan, why had she refrained from attacking him just moments ago? Could it be that she had developed feelings over time? That seemed implausible, as their acquaintance had been brief, rendering such a possibility unlikely. So why did Fu Beishui choose not to strike him down, opting instead for a passive submission? This left Cao Qiye, having just pulled up his trousers, utterly baffled. Could it be that he had overthought the situation? Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu Beishui, experiencing the thrill of battle for the first time, wore a dazed expression. The reality was seemingly at odds with her expectations. Or perhaps, Cao Qiye was different from what she had envisioned. The chasm between theory and reality left her breathless, her mind a complete blank. After a considerable time, Fu Beishui regained her composure, her gaze sweeping over the disarray within the room, and only then did she realize that she had surrendered herself without resistance. How could this have happened? She clenched the bed sheets tightly, her fingertips trembling slightly. The most significant moment of her life had been claimed by Cao Qiye. Yet her meticulously crafted assassination plan had never even commenced. For someone like Fu Beishui, who had honed her killing techniques through countless experiences and illusions, committing such a fundamental error was utterly unacceptable. Thus, she could only dress while replaying her recent misstep in her mind. Initially, her resolve had been steadfast, determined to deliver a fatal blow at the moment Cao Qiye was most relaxed. However, as Cao Qiye's actions unfolded, her rationality crumbled like a sandcastle washed away by the tides. In the end, she had even willingly acquiesced. Damn it, Fu Beishui covered her flushed cheeks, the mortifying scenes flashing repeatedly before her eyes. All thoughts of mission and assassination dissolved into ephemeral joy in those fleeting moments. It was all right. It must have been my inexperience that led to this failure. Fu Beishui reflected meticulously on her shortcomings, then encouraged herself to persevere. Next time, I will ensure that the lecherous Cao Qiye meets his demise on the spot. Subsequently, due to Fuhaku's severe depletion of energy, everyone took a moment to rest. Cao Qiye even produced various ingredients and began preparing a succulent meat hot pot for everyone. The meat, remnants from their previous meal featuring a triceratops, had been preserved impeccably within the spatial abilities, appearing as fresh as if just slaughtered. What? Fresh meat. Although Fuhaku was well supplied within the sanctuary of the Imperial Prison Gate, this was her first experience indulging in fresh meat hot pot amidst the apocalypse. Eat well. We still have to challenge the fourth stage later, Cao Qiye remarked with a smile. After an exhilarating battle, the relationship between the two began to morph into something complex and subtle. Initially, their plan was for Fahaku to execute a covert assassination, culminating in an open confrontation. Cao Qiye intended to capture Fahaku and eliminate her before Fuhakulin, making a poignant example of the fate that befalls those who attempt to undermine him. The goal was to shatter Fuhakulin's spirit before vanquishing him, killing both body and heart. However, due to an oversight on Fahaku's part, the narrative had veered off course. Yet, this was not a significant issue, as Fahaku could still be utilized to navigate the fourth stage of defending the village. Otherwise, Cao Qiye would need to seek out another ally. Although Fahaku's strength did not match that of Cao Qiye, she should be capable of holding her ground during the fourth stage. What a peculiar taste. Fahaku delicately lifted a slice of dinosaur meat, as thin as a cicada's wing, and gently swirled it in the bubbling red oil of the hot pot for 3 seconds. The meat curled enticingly, coated in the fragrant, spicy broth. She hastily brought the morsel to her mouth, and in an instant, her expression transformed with astonishment. The unique fibers of the dinosaur meat unfurled under the high temperature, releasing a tender, juicy texture that burst in her mouth, accompanied by the tantalizing flavors of the spicy broth. So delicious. Fahaku exhaled warmly, unable to resist grasping a second slice. Her delighted demeanor completely overshadowed her current identity, momentarily forgetting that Cao Qiye was her adversary. Chapter 128. Capture the thief by seizing the leader. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, the final phase of the apocalyptic game has finally commenced. According to established tradition, the formidable boss from the previous stage transforms into a mere minion in the new phase. However, this time presents a slight deviation. The Goblin King has metamorphosed into the Goblin Elder, yet he retains the ability to unleash formidable gold coin bombs. The initial wave of goblins in this conclusive stage boasts a genetic lock at the pinnacle of the second tier, merely a step away from the third tier. Moreover, the commanding Goblin Elder has achieved a genetic lock at the fourth tier. Countless goblin warriors surge forth from 4 different paths, a relentless tide of menace. Ting, Qiye, your task is solely to buy time. Conserve your strength and withstand 5 waves of assault, Cao Qiye instructed. He had long since devised a strategy for this final phase. Fubai Shui was to handle her segment independently, while Wu Dingting and Lin Xiaowei were not to engage aggressively, but merely to obstruct and delay, until Cao Qiye could assist with the goblins that Li Lu Yao would confront. In essence, Cao Qiye was to single-handedly eliminate the goblin hordes from 3 fronts, a monumental test of his endurance. Xiaoxue, are you capable of holding off an entire wave of goblins alone? This too was a formidable challenge for Fubai Shui, tasked with resisting a full onslaught by herself. Jia, leave it to me, Fubai Shui declared with unwavering determination. She felt an urgent need to prove herself before Cao Qiye, believing that such a display would earn his trust and secure another opportunity for assassination. After all, within the ranks of the Goddess Alliance, there were numerous women who surpassed her in beauty and allure. She could not ascertain when she would be afforded a second chance. Thus, she endeavored to excel, compensating for her prior missteps. Address me as master, Cao Qiye remarked, gently grasping Fubai Shui's chin with a subtle smile. Why yes, master, she stammered, biting her lip in embarrassment. At this moment, there was no retreat for her. As the goblin's genetic locks grew increasingly powerful, under Cao Qiye's meticulously devised plan, the team managed to endure and reach the boss level. At this juncture, Wu Dingting and Fubai Shui were utterly drained, and amid the intense combat, Fubai Shui had sustained serious injuries, her life hanging by a thread. In this climactic battle against the final boss, both women had evidently lost their capacity to fight. Only the formidable trio of Cao Qiye, Li Lu Yao, and Lin Xiaowei remained. However, after withstanding such a multitude of goblin forces, Cao Qiye's endurance had also been severely taxed. Had it not been for his unyielding resilience, he might have already succumbed to exhaustion. Upon returning, he resolved to thoroughly develop Jiang Ling's potential, recognizing the critical importance of stamina. Roar. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, 4 towering goblin giants, each standing 10 meters tall, trampled the ground with their grotesque visages marred by twisted flesh. To the astonishment of all, the final boss's goblin army included genetically locked, Tier 7 goblin giants. Even more crucially, atop a tunnel boring machine, the operator was none other than the genetically locked, Tier 7 Golden Goblin King. My lord, perhaps we should reconsider. In comparison to an SS-grade artifact, I believe your life and the lives of others hold greater significance, murmured Fubiexu, her voice trembling as she instinctively grasped Cao Qiye's arm. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, regret washed over her. Her ice-blue pupils dilated in horror. What had she just uttered? This was the perfect opportunity for a covert assassination. Why should she concern herself with Cao Qiye's safety? If he were to perish at the hands of the Golden Goblin King, would that not facilitate her mission? Could it be that her recent intimacy with him had sparked an instinctive desire to protect him? Fubiaxia shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. As the ace assassin of the Imperial Abyss Gate, she bore the weight of its future and could not afford to develop feelings for someone from the Great Xia. I understand, but since we have come this far, we must at least attempt to engage, Cao Qiye replied, acknowledging the formidable lineup of the final boss, which filled even him with uncertainty. Nevertheless, the thought of retreating without trying seemed a pity to him. Ultimately, he resolved to make an attempt. If it proved futile, he could always withdraw, as he possessed sufficient crystal cores to offset the penalties of failure. However, Fubiaxia's warning struck him as peculiar. If this woman truly harbored intentions to kill him, she ought to have conserved her strength during their previous encounters, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when he was weakened by the Golden Goblin King. Yet, the current scenario revealed that Fubiaxia had endured the brunt of the attacks to preserve Cao Qiye's stamina, rendering her the most severely injured member of the team. This left Cao Qiye perplexed regarding her true intentions. With her level of skill, could she genuinely be regarded as the ace assassin of the Imperial Abyss Gate? Was Lin Naimei merely toying with him? He narrowed his eyes in contemplation, grappling with the enigma of Fubiaxia's actions. Despite his growing confusion, he remained vigilant. Perhaps her peculiar maneuvers were designed to lower his guard. Which direction shall we breach? Lin Qiye inquired, her gaze fixed upon the ominous ranks of goblins, the engine emitting a restless hum. Let us capture the king first and head straight for the Golden Goblin King. Cao Qiye's spear pointed directly at the steel war chariot of the Golden Goblin King. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Qiye activated the rear turbines, unleashing a torrent of azure flames as the vehicle shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The goblin army erupted into chaos at Cao Qiye's unexpected aggression. Archers in the rear drew their bows to the limit, mages began chanting spells, and machine gunners readied their rotary weapons. A rain of arrows, fireballs, and bullets converged into a deadly barrage. Yao Guang's shield, Li Lu Yao shouted, and a curtain of radiant white light unfurled instantaneously. The arrows shattered against the barrier, while fireballs sent ripples cascading outward. A bunch of miscreants. Get out of my way. Cao Qiye roared, wielding his Fong Tianhua Ji, enveloped in black thunder, and struck down with tremendous force. The ground trembled and cracked as dozens of goblin warriors were sent flying by the shockwave, creating a blood-soaked pathway. With a roar, goblin giants on either side swung their spiked clubs to encircle him. Lin Qiye executed a graceful drift, the vehicle carving a perfect arc through the blood-soaked mud. The two goblin giants, akin to clumsy cinders outmaneuvered by a top defender, could not match Lin Qiye's deft maneuvering. Stumbling, they crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, raising clouds of dust. Qiye, it's your turn now, Cao Qiye whispered into Lin Qiye's ear, his hand gently brushing over her streamlined chariot. Don't worry, I'll return at the first sign of danger. Before his words faded, he instinctively patted the leather seat behind her, and using the cover of the dust kicked up by the fallen giants, he abruptly detached himself from the motorcycle. The moment his body touched the ground, he propelled himself like a fish diving into water, executing a skillful maneuver known as deep dive, instantly sinking beneath the earth. The soil transformed into an ocean before him as Cao Qiye darted underground like a speeding arrow, heading straight for the direction of the Golden Goblin King's chariot. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye's engine roared defiantly, the headlights cutting a dazzling arc through the smoke, continuing to draw the enemy's fire. Come at me, you scoundrels. Lin Qiye executed a stunning tailspin, the alloy rims sparking against the ground. Let us have some fun, shall we? Concurrently, Cao Qiye and Li Luyao had already pinpointed the location of the Golden Goblin, his black Fong Tianhua Ji trailing a dark luminescence, brimming with murderous intent. Facing the goblin horde head-on, Cao Qiye knew that, in his current state, he could not prevail. The outcome hinged on this singular strike. Chapter 129. The Golden Goblin King seized that buffoon. The Golden Goblin King bellowed in a fit of hysteria, his gem-encrusted scepter crashing down upon the control panel. The entire tunnel-boring machine emitted a deafening roar as its colossal drill spun wildly, pursuing Lin Qiye. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye cleverly exploited the immense obstacles presented by the goblin giants, engaging the goblin army to divert their attention and buy precious time for Cao Qiye's ambush. At that moment, Cao Qiye had already emerged from the depths, arriving beneath the Golden Goblin King's tunnel-boring machine. The ability of deep dive allowed him to traverse any object as if it were an ocean. Thus, upon leaving the ground, he seamlessly entered the inner workings of the tunnel machine and ascended to the cockpit above. Suddenly, a series of eerie ripples began to emanate from the cockpit floor. Cao Qiye's figure rose like a specter from the metallic floor, the black halberd crackling with lethal lightning. I hear you seek me? A chilling voice erupted in the air, causing the Golden Goblin King's corpulent body to tremble. Before it could turn around, a searing agony surged from below, striking straight through to its very core. With a sickening thrust, the black lightning-infused halberd pierced upward, emerging from the throne and impaling the golden goblin king. The creature's eyes widened, bloodshot and incredulous, as it beheld its own rotund form lifted into the air. Success! Fubai Shui, observing from a distance, felt an unexpected thrill of surprise. After all, this was a genetically locked, 7th-tier supermonster, flanked by numerous formidable generals. Cao Qiye, visibly drained and in poor condition, should never have initiated such an assault. From any perspective, the odds were insurmountable. Yet, against all reason, he charged forth, driven by an insatiable desire to test his limits. Beside him, the women displayed no hint of trepidation, despite the battle being well beyond their capabilities. They were unwavering, prepared to lay down their lives at Cao Qiye's command. This profound sense of unity and resolve utterly astonished Fubai Shui. She was acutely aware of her political stance as the ace assassin of the gate of the Imperial Abyss, while Cao Qiye stood as her assassination target. Yet, even with this clarity, she found herself fervently wishing for Cao Qiye's triumph. In that moment, she genuinely believed in his ability to vanquish the Golden Goblin King. This was the magnetism that Cao Qiye exuded. In this regard, he starkly contrasted with her senior, Fubai Lin. Though Fubai Lin was undeniably strong, recognized by all within the industry and having successfully inherited the legacy of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss, he lacked the same inspiring aura that Cao Qiye possessed. However, due to a single utterance from his father, Fushahira Ten, Fushahira Rin found himself ensnared in a profound sense of inferiority. He resolutely believed that only by achieving remarkable accomplishments could he earn recognition in the eyes of the deceased Fushahira Ten. Only then would he deem himself worthy of Fushahira Yuki. Yet, a living person can never attain the acknowledgement of one who has passed away. In his relentless pursuit of glory, he even lost sight of his original intentions, compelling Fushahira Yuki to devote her loyalty in confronting Cao Qiye. Perhaps, in the depths of Fushahira Rin's heart, the possibility of marrying Fushahira Yuki had become inconsequential. What he truly sought was an abundance of vanity to fill the void of his self-doubt and conceal his humble origins. What Fushahira Rin lacked was the unyielding courage exemplified by Cao Qiye. In truth, if only Fushahira Rin desired it, she would willingly retreat with him, leading a life devoid of worldly strife and idle chatter. Yet, until this moment, Fushahira Yuki had come to realize that all her hopes had been one-sided. What Fushahira Rin sought was not her at all. At this juncture, Fushahira Yuki had utterly relinquished any thoughts of that coward. Even if she were to kill Cao Qiye afterward, she would never associate with someone like Fushahira Rin. In a certain sense, her father, Fushahira Ten, had indeed foretold everything. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, just as the Golden Goblin King was about to be pierced, it suddenly erupted in a blinding golden light. The golden body. The power of the 7th-tier genetic lock surged forth, and it withstood the lethal strike of the Feng Dianhua halberd with its own resilience. Shark. Cao Qiye's pupils constricted as he harnessed the power of water, summoning 5 colossal sharks formed from high-pressure water blades that surged forth. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The continuous use of high-level abilities had left him on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, Cao Qiye was acutely aware that he had an abundance of physical energy at this moment. It was his singular opportunity. Should the Goblin King regain its breath, all would be for naught. Roar. However, in the face of the shark's assault, the Golden Goblin King unleashed a thunderous roar, its previously diminutive form expanding rapidly as if inflated. Beneath its golden skin, muscles coiled, and in an instant, it sprouted 8 robust arms, resembling a mythic warrior. It grinned malevolently as it tore apart the oncoming water sharks, exposing its fearsome fangs amidst the splashing water. Cao Qiye's lips twitched. He had initially assumed that this Golden Goblin King, wielding a staff while operating an excavator, was a mage, but it turned out to be a warrior instead. His grip on the halberd quivered slightly. This had escalated into a serious predicament. Chapter 130. Amaterasu Thunder Slash. As the Golden Goblin King unleashed his fist wind, a radiant golden light enveloped Cao Qiye, who instantly transformed into the form of the Imperial Dragon. Golden scales adorned his entire being, and fierce determination blazed within his dragon-like eyes. A cacophony of thunderous collisions erupted in the air. 8 muscular golden arms engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows with the dragonized Cao Qiye. Each impact unleashed visible shockwaves that rippled through the atmosphere. With a muffled groan, Cao Qiye felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. His already depleted stamina, compounded by the disparity of the genetic locks, began to overwhelm even his dragon form. The Golden Goblin King's punches accelerated, culminating in a flurry of golden afterimages. With a relentless barrage, the king's fists rained down upon Cao Qiye, shattering his dragon scales. In a final, cataclysmic strike, the 8 colossal hands converged into a hammer, descending with the force to obliterate worlds. Boom! Cao Qiye plummeted like a shooting star, the ground within 100 meters collapsing beneath him, fissures spider-webbing outwards. This marked the first instance since activating the system that he had been so thoroughly overpowered. Fu Heishue's eyes widened in horror as she silently screamed within her heart. That man, Cao Qiye, had been struck by the monstrous force of a 7th-tier genetic lock. His survival seemed precarious at best. The sheer impact on the ground made it difficult to fathom how he could endure such a devastating blow. Could it be that her assassination plan would come to fruition in such a muddled manner? No, it cannot end this way. Fu Heishue shook her head vehemently. Cao Qiye, do not perish. If you must fall, let it be at the hands of my ace in the Imperial prison gate. Do not allow yourself to be slain by that grotesque creature. Simultaneously, Cao Qiye's brief disappearance intensified the pressure on Lin Xiaoyue. Yet, she had no alternative but to continue to strain against the odds, striving to buy precious time for her brother. Meanwhile, the Golden Goblin King, having exhausted its formidable strength, reverted to its previous diminutive stature, resembling a deflated balloon. Damn that human, you nearly scared me to death. The Golden Goblin King slumped against the halted drilling head of the tunnel excavator, still haunted by the memory of Cao Qiye's sudden assault. Had it not kept a reserve of power, it would likely be in dire straits by now. Fortunately, its explosive might had triumphed over the adversary. The consequences of failure were too grim to contemplate. Forget about that metal motorcycle, flatten this village. With the most formidable threat neutralized, the Golden Goblin King resolved to disregard Lin Xiaoyue's interference. With a wave of its hand, it led its army to advance. Lin Xiaoyue, Master, are you all right? Wu Tingting, Master, please respond if you can hear us. Lin Xiaoyue, Yao Yao, can you hear me? Despite their desperate calls through their mental connection, neither Lin Xiaoyue nor Wu Tingting received a response from Cao Qiye. A sense of foreboding surged within the hearts of both women. Upon hearing the calls of Lin Xiaoyue and Wu Tingting, the goddesses within the base began to inquire about the situation, concerned for the well-being of their brother, Qiye. In that moment, every goddess in the alliance, including the seemingly allied Fu Biixu, silently offered prayers for Cao Qiye. What shall we do now? Fu Biixu asked Wu Tingting, her gaze fixed on the ominous goblin army. Wu Tingting did not spare her a glance and replied resolutely, my final task for my master is to guard this passage. Even if it means death, I shall not retreat a single step. I understand you do not genuinely wish to be part of the goddess alliance. If you want to leave, then be gone. Do not underestimate me. If you refuse to retreat, why should I? Fu Biixu felt a surge of determination within her. She could not comprehend why, even in Cao Qiye's absence, Wu Tingting and Lin Xiaoyue remained so steadfast. Thus, she resolved to fight alongside them. Perhaps by truly considering herself a member of the goddess alliance, she could grasp the bond between Cao Qiye and the goddesses. In a certain light, she found herself envious of Wu Tingting and Lin Xiaoyue. Although the Golden Goblin had recently battled with Cao Qiye and appeared somewhat fatigued, its subordinates, the Goblin Elders and Goblin Giants, were far from weak. Fu Biixu, already grievously wounded, and Wu Tingting, whose stamina had been depleted in previous encounters, were ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught. Even if Lin Xiaoyue were to arrive, the three would still find themselves in dire straits. At that moment, both Wu Tingting and Lin Xiaoyue regarded Fu Biixu with perplexed expressions, unable to discern her true intentions. Meanwhile, deep beneath the earth, Cao Qiye's body plummeted like an arrow shot into the abyss, rapidly descending through the liquefied soil, dissipating the terrifying impact layer by layer. Fortunately, as he neared the ground, he bore the excruciating pain to activate Deep Dive, transforming the hard surface into a serene, azure sea. Master, please awaken, Li Luyao called out incessantly. A mouthful of blood seeped from the corner of Cao Qiye's lips, diffusing in the liquid soil. Despite the cushioning of the ocean, that cataclysmic blow rendered him momentarily unconscious. His body continued to sink uncontrollably until the sharp pain in his lungs jolted him awake. Coughing violently, Cao Qiye expelled crimson blood that spiraled into the depths. He struggled to regain his composure, his dragon eyes reigniting with fervor. Though he had sustained grievous injuries from the Golden Goblin King, it simultaneously awakened the fighting spirit of raging flame within him. With a fierce flick of his dragon tail, golden scales refracted dazzling light throughout the sea. His form ascended rapidly like a torpedo, as the powers of raging flame and dark abyss thunder extinction intertwined chaotically within him. The clash of black thunder and crimson flames erupted in his palms, ultimately merging into a swirling mass of dark thunderous fire. The surface of the energy sphere pulsated with ominous black electric sparks, while within it lay a seething heat akin to molten lava. Amaterasu Thunderslash! Cao Qiye's dragon-like eyes erupted with a terrifying brilliance as he lifted this ball of destructive energy from the earth. Wherever it passed, the black energy trace scorched the void, leaving behind distorted fissures, while the intertwining light of thunder and fire illuminated the entire sea, casting erratic shadows. Brothers, charge forth. Seize the riches. Snatch the provisions. Capture the women. At the village entrance, the Golden Goblin King bellowed his rallying cry once more. The goblin army stirred restlessly at his command. His lecherous gaze fell upon Wu Tingting, Lin Xiaowei, and Fu Heixue. Do not kill these 3 women. Bring them to me alive. Ha 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 ha. Though this was merely an apocalyptic game, death was still a possibility. Furthermore, female participants, like the NPCs within the village, faced the grim risk of being violated by goblins, potentially becoming breeding machines for the Golden Goblin King, transforming into a spawning ground for goblin warriors. Suddenly, the ground erupted with a jet-black pillar of thunderous flames, akin to a deathly eruption from the depths of the underworld. The violent force of thunder instantaneously severed the tunnel drilling machine, its heavy steel armor reduced to mere shreds. The Golden Goblin King's maniacal laughter was abruptly silenced. His arm remained poised in mid-swing, yet a grotesque expression was frozen on his face. In the next instant, the black flames, as if animated, coiled around him, completely engulfing his resplendent, rotund form. Struggling, he lowered his gaze to witness his own body ablaze. And before him stood a man who appeared as a specter. No, it cannot be. Chapter 131. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. King of the Golden Goblins never anticipated that Cao Qiye would execute a counterattack, striking at his most vulnerable moment and delivering a fatal blow. Your king is dead. Those wishing to survive, flee immediately. Cao Qiye proclaimed, brandishing the burning head of the Golden Goblin King atop the excavation machine. The surrounding goblins, witnessing the demise of their ruler, stood frozen in shock. If you do not depart now, do not blame me for sparing none. Cao Qiye's gaze was piercing, and the black flames in his hand intensified, incinerating the head of the Golden Goblin King completely. His overwhelming presence left the goblins gasping for breath. If even their king was no match for this adversary, it would be prudent for them to flee. After a prolonged moment of disbelief, the first goblin soldier turned to flee, followed by a wave of panic that spread through the ranks like a plague. Whispers of fear filled the air as they scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Cao Qiye finally exhaled in relief. He did not even resort to the teleportation skill encounter with the divine deer, but instead walked towards Wu Tingting and Lin Xiaowei. His physical stamina had been utterly depleted. Had the goblins not been intimidated by his earlier display of power, the situation could have turned dire. Master, I knew you would return. What happened to you just now? You frightened us to death. Wu Tingting and Lin Xiaowei rushed to him, their eyes brimming with tears of concern. Fortunately, the low intelligence of these creatures spared them from a dire outcome. Otherwise, they would have truly struggled to survive this final phase. Cao Qiye embraced both girls. Feeling their softness alleviated his fatigue considerably. A master, Fu Heixue approached him, lightly biting her cherry lips, her white hair swaying gently in the breeze. Congratulations. You truly achieved it. She raised her delicate face, her ice blue eyes sparkling with genuine joy. That smile was pure and untainted, reminiscent of melting ice and snow. She rejoiced sincerely for Cao Qiye's victory. It wasn't just me, it was us, Cao Qiye replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he looked at the girls. His warm hand gently caressed Fu Heixue's silken hair. Thank you for fighting alongside Xiao Yu and Tingting. Fu Heixue shivered slightly, the warmth radiating from above igniting a wave of warmth in her heart. The eyes that often glimmered with lethal intent were now misty with unshed tears. This was a feeling she, as the ace assassin of the Imperial Gate, had never experienced before, the acknowledgement and need of another. Congratulations to all. You have successfully completed the final stage of the village defense game. Remaining villagers, 100. Rating, SSS. Final prize, choose one from 3 SS-grade artifacts or receive 5 random S-grade artifacts. Please promptly claim your rewards, as this secret realm will completely vanish in 5 minutes. An SS-grade artifact. Cao Qiye did not consult anyone and directly stated, in the team. One person has already selected the SS-grade artifact. Please, the others cast your votes. Naturally, there were no objections from the others, and ultimately, the selection of the SS-grade artifact was unanimously approved, choosing from 3 options. Please select. As the voice resonated from above, 3 artifacts enveloped in beams of light materialized before them. The Demon Chainsaw, a massive chainsaw, entirely black, with blood-red runes dancing along its serrated edges. Its handle wrapped in demonic leather. Grade, SS, ability. Upon activation, it emits a roar akin to a hellish engine. Its blade can tear through space, inflicting true damage on spiritual entities. Cost, its use erodes the user's mind with demonic whispers. Excessive use may lead to demonic transformation, rendering the user an irreversible war machine. The Resurrection Cross, a platinum cross pendant embedded with 9 blood diamonds, glowing with liquid light from within. Grade, SS, ability. Upon the wearer's death, they transform into an unselectable tombstone, reviving after 5 seconds and restoring to peak condition while stunning all within a 10-meter radius. Cooldown, 24 hours. Cost. Each resurrection results in the permanent loss of an organ. The Storm Staff, a spiraled staff of deep blue, with a miniature storm vortex hovering at its apex. Grade, SS. Ability, it can summon a devastating storm covering a 100-meter radius, within which lightning tornadoes randomly manifest. Cost. Increases damage taken by the user. Each artifact clearly delineated its abilities and side effects. Artifacts, indeed, possess side effects? Was there a misunderstanding? The erudite Fu Haishui first raised the question. Within the gate of the Imperial Abyss, nearly 10,000 pseudo-psychics have acquired numerous artifacts from secret realms. Even the frostbite gloves in her possession is a remarkably rare S-grade artifact. Fu Hai Rin also holds several S-grade artifacts. Yet, she had never heard of any artifact possessing side effects. However, the 3 SS-grade artifacts before them all exhibited such drawbacks. It seemed they were inferior to the S-grade artifacts. Perhaps you do not comprehend this, Cao Qiye interjected. The renowned marine biologist Cao Qiye once stated that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The more severe the side effects, the more formidable the artifact. Only trash artifacts lack necessary limitations. This perspective starkly contrasted with Fu Haishui's. As Cao Qiye believed that the more powerful something is, the more restraint it requires, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. This precisely illustrates that SS-grade artifacts represent a watershed moment. Artifacts below SS grade, devoid of side effects, are merely ordinary. Only SS or SSS-grade artifacts can be considered truly elite. That makes sense. Fubuki Yuki nodded thoughtfully, beginning to concur with Cao Qiye's perspective. She found Cao Qiye's approach to problem-solving remarkably unique, entirely from an angle she had never considered. Master, which one shall we choose? Woodingding inquired, scratching her head. She was the least decisive among them, often unable to provide any useful insights when faced with such dilemmas. I believe Master will undoubtedly opt for the demon chainsaw. Such a weapon, characterized by its obsession, madness, and a hint of darkness, is most favored by boys, Lin Qiaoyue analyzed with conviction. I think we should select the staff. Ranged attacks are the safest option, and the side effects are not severe. Li Luyao expressed her opinion based on her personal preference. I choose. Chapter 132. The choice of the SS-class artifact, Rebirth Cross. To the surprise of all, Cao Qiye opted for the most conservative of the artifacts. Lin Qiaoyue tilted her head, gazing at Cao Qiye with a hint of regret. Did I miscalculate? It appears the master prefers stability. You are not mistaken. I indeed have a fondness for the demon chainsaw. Its aesthetic and capabilities are simply irresistible to most men. Cao Qiye affirmed Lin Qiaoyue's analysis before adding with a smile. However, the ability of the Dark Prison Thunder Extinction allows me to condense into any form of weapon. Moreover, the characteristics of the battle made grant me access to artifact weaponry. For the time being, my demands for weaponry are not particularly high. Instead, the Rebirth Cross is vital for preserving my life in critical moments. Just as Cao Qiye was about to make his selection, Fubuki Yuki stepped forward. Master, I believe that the Rebirth Cross possesses rather mediocre abilities. Not only does it fail to enhance combat strength, but it also bears outrageous side effects. Reviving would result in the permanent loss of an organ. What if it were the heart? Wouldn't that lead to immediate demise? Personally, I feel that Qiaoyue is correct. Choosing the demon chainsaw would be much better, powerful and stylish. Perfectly aligning with your essence, Master. Fubuki Yuki naturally hoped that Cao Qiye would not choose the Rebirth Cross, for her intent was to eliminate him. Given the difficulty of the task, should he select resurrection, he would become invincible. What then would become of her mission? Would she not be rendered utterly futile? Was it possible she would have to join the Goddess Alliance to combat the Imperial Gate? Cao Qiye cast a glance at Fubuki Yuki, noting her slightly unnatural demeanor. Although he did not comprehend why she had refrained from attacking him previously, it was clear that she still harbored intentions to kill him. Thus, he felt even more compelled to select the Rebirth Cross. I do not require your opinion. I trust my own judgment. Ignoring Fubuki Yuki's persuasion, Cao Qiye stepped confidently between the 3 beams of light, as his fingertips grazed the Rebirth Cross. The other 2 artifacts emitted a reluctant hum before dissipating into particles of light. The platinum pendant, adorned with a blood diamond, settled into his palm. Its texture as smooth and warm as a maiden's skin. The entire secret realm then crumbled into oblivion. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back in the underground utopia beneath Wanda Square. The statue of the little girl had vanished, as if nothing had ever occurred. Only the cross pendant on Cao Qiye's chest glimmered with an eerie blood-red light, a testament to their secret realm challenge. Yet, Fubuki Yuki, observing the Rebirth Cross upon Cao Qiye's chest, was suddenly engulfed by despair. It's over. I failed miserably. In that moment, Fuhaku Yuki was filled with regret, for her previous failure had caused her to miss a golden opportunity. Now, with Cao Qiye possessing the ability to resurrect on the spot, how could the mission possibly succeed? Fuhaku Yuki had initially believed that by joining the Goddess Alliance and remaining by Cao Qiye's side, she would secure a second chance. Now, however, her hopes had been utterly shattered. However, the situation was not utterly dire, for she stood beside Cao Qiye and at least grasped his trump card. Moreover, if circumstances permitted, she could first stealthily seize Cao Qiye's rebirth cross, and then proceed with her assassination, thus achieving a lethal strike. Nevertheless, the difficulty and risk were indeed magnified compared to before. Contemplating this, Fubuki Yuki reached for the hidden compartment at her chest, within which lay a warm vial of potion. Kakarimino no Ko, a legendary phantom scent passed down through generations of the Imperial Abyss Gate, capable of amplifying a man's desires infinitely. Furthermore, this potion, once opened, was colorless and odorless, leaving no trace for the target to detect. She considered her prior failure a result of underestimating Cao Qiye's resolve. This time, she intended to employ the most potent potion from the Imperial Abyss Gate, convinced that Cao Qiye would not withstand it. After navigating through the secret realm, Cao Qiye opened the spatial vortex of his private domain, bringing Fubuki Yuki into the heart of the Goddess Alliance for the first time. He had observed her active cooperation during the apocalyptic game. He resolved to grant her one final opportunity. If she chose to forsake the Imperial Abyss Gate and genuinely join the Goddess Alliance, he would spare her life. Should she remain obstinate, he would not hesitate to withdraw his mercy. My heavens, is this your created private realm? Fubuki Yuki gazed in awe at the spectacle before her, her heart profoundly shaken once more. She had never anticipated that, at this juncture, Cao Qiye's displayed prowess was merely the tip of the iceberg. There were still surprises concealed within him. Indeed, this is the stronghold of the Goddess Alliance, and only those whom I truly trust may enter, Cao Qiye remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Fubuki Yuki. Does this mean I have finally passed your test? Fubuki Yuki's eyes flickered, betraying a hint of panic. Cao Qiye dropped the pretense, stating plainly, I have long known you are not Lu Xiaoxua. Your true name is Fubuki Yuki, the junior sister of Fubuki Rin. Fubuki Yuki, what are you saying? I do not understand, she vehemently denied, her expression betraying no sign of her professional assassin training. I won't linger on this any longer. Let me introduce you to someone, Cao Qiye said, waving his hand to beckon Ling Naimei forward. Young lady. Fubuki Yuki looked at Ling Naimei in disbelief. You are unharmed? But Rin clearly said you were dead. You have all been deceived by Fubuki Rin. I am very much alive, and it is he who betrayed the Imperial Abyss Gate, Ling Naimei replied vehemently, though her gaze softened as she turned to Cao Qiye. However, it is also thanks to Fubuki Rin that I did not become an accomplice to MLC Mark, but rather fortuitously met Brother Qiye. Therefore, Yuki, you two should abandon the darkness and join us. The overwhelming influx of information momentarily left Fushihara Yuki at a loss. The Gate of the Imperial Abyss was established by his father, Fushihara Ten, as a means to repay the Yagami family's life-saving grace. Consequently, all members of the Imperial Abyss were bound to pledge their allegiance to the Yagami household. Lin Naimei, the esteemed young lady of the Yagami family, embodied this loyalty as Yagami Lin Naimei. Thus, both emotionally and rationally, he found himself compelled to honor her decisions. Fushihara Yuki began to realize that he seemingly no longer possessed any justification for assassinating Cao Qiye. Chapter 133. The 0-degree Forbidden Zone snow enveloped the surroundings as Fushihime Rin not only sacrificed you, but also altered the very essence of the Gate of Imperial Abyss. He is the true traitor of the Gate. Ling Nai grasped Fushihime Yuki's arm, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Surely, you have witnessed the prowess of our master. Join the Goddess Alliance, and together, let us transform this world. Fushihime Yuki hesitated momentarily, for the revelation that Ling Nai was still alive was utterly unexpected, a turn of events she had not foreseen. More crucially, she believed she had concealed her true self quite effectively. Unbeknownst to her, Cao Qiye had known her authentic identity from the very beginning. This realization made Fushihime Yuki feel like a mere jester, wrestling with the notion of eliminating Cao Qiye, only to discover that he was already privy to her intentions, merely observing her performance. It was at this juncture that Fushihime Yuki recalled her previous attempt to assassinate Cao Qiye, a moment thwarted by her own exhilaration, causing her to forget the task at hand. Had she acted in that instance, she would undoubtedly have faced a counter from the ever-prepared Cao Qiye. Fortunately, her mind had gone blank then. Otherwise, she would have likely found herself a captive by now, deprived of such fortuitous days. Reflecting on Cao Qiye's peculiar expression during that encounter, she imagined he must have been pondering why she delayed her strike. essentially gifting him an escape. A chuckle escaped her lips as she mused over the absurdity of it all. Perhaps this was simply the hand of fate at play. Now that she had aligned herself with Cao Qiye and the moon goddess family of the Gate of Imperial Abyss had chosen to join the Goddess Alliance. What grounds did she have to refuse? Very well, from this moment forth, I, Fushihime Yuki, pledge my allegiance to the Goddess Alliance. She turned her gaze towards Cao Qiye, having finally made her decision. Ding. System notification. Goddess Fushihime Yuki willingly submits to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formidable ally. Epic skin pool party successfully unlocked. Fushihime Yuki. Gender, female. Age, 22. Gene lock, level 588. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 5. Ultimate skin, pool party 0 degree forbidden zone, epic. Possesses water element control, capable of deep diving, treating any wall as an ocean, and traversing it with the grace of a fish. Ability, S-Class Extreme Cold Storm. Possesses control over wind and ice attributes. The host will gain all abilities associated with Fushihime Yuki's skin and has the right to don or shed armor at will. Suddenly, a fierce blizzard swirled around Fushihime Yuki, her garments dissolving inch by inch in the tempest, revealing skin as pure as snow. An ice-blue radiance spread from her slender waist, ultimately coalescing into a crystalline bikini. The upper half was a minimalist design, accentuating her snow-like complexion. Delicate ice diamonds adorned her collarbone, shimmering with each breath, while flowing frost patterns edged the ensemble, exuding both sensuality and elegance. Her snow-white hair was elegantly adorned with crystalline hair accessories, the tips scattering tiny ice particles like twinkling stars. Beneath her elongated legs, frosty high-heeled shoes left ephemeral traces of frost upon the ground with each step. Most striking was the ice-blue gauze draped around her waist, flowing with the weightlessness of liquid nitrogen, seemingly delicate, yet brimming with a frigid power. Master, what is this? Fubuki Yuki was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of shyness and awe like all the goddesses who first encountered the capabilities of the supreme skin system, confronted by Cao Qiye's transformative prowess. From now on, you are truly a part of the Goddess Alliance. Cao Qiye cradled Fubuki Yuki's face in his hands. Her demeanor, enhanced by the 0 degree forbidden zone skin, radiated an even more aloof elegance. His thumb gently caressed her icy cheek, savoring the unique sensation. Despite her frigid temperature, an unusual warmth surged within him. Congratulations, Master, for adding another sister to the Goddess Alliance. The others rejoiced at Fubuki Yuki's inclusion, for she was the ace assassin of the Imperial Abyss Gate, possessing intricate intelligence on Fubuki Rin and Mark. This development would undoubtedly expedite the Goddess Alliance's victory against the Imperial Abyss Gate, yet unnoticed by all. A delicate silver necklace around Fubuki Yuki's neck flickered with an imperceptible glow. This was the S-grade artifact of the Imperial Abyss Gate, the heart-piercing chain. At that moment, far away at the headquarters of the Imperial Abyss Gate, Fubuki Rin fixated on Fubuki Yuki's every expression through the crystal ball. Even though he could only see Fubuki Yuki and not the surrounding environment, he sensed Cao Qiye's presence palpably. His beloved woman was being cherished by another man. Wretch. Fubuki Rin's fist smashed the nearby coffee table, his eyes bloodshot with rage. His meticulously crafted assassination plan had not only failed but had also resulted in a double loss. More infuriating was the memory of that day in the secret realm. The unbearable sight of Cao Qiye and Fubuki Yuki lingered in his mind, an indelible stain. The bicycle he could not bear to ride was now being pedaled by that scoundrel at an alarming pace during its break-in period. Fubuki Rin let out a beastly growl, his nails digging deep into his palm. Blood dripped between his fingers. Yet it was but a fraction of the agony within his heart. He had thought that as long as Cao Qiye perished, he could endure anything. However, the outcome was that Cao Qiye not only survived, but had also completely swayed his disciple to betray him, genuinely joining the Imperial Abyss Gate. No, Yuki would never betray the Imperial Abyss Gate, even if she harbored hatred towards me. She must be playing a grand game. Fubuki Rin had lost all reason, desperately attempting to console himself. However, the heart-piercing chain could merely pinpoint Fubuki Yuki's location. It allowed him to see her, but not hear the surrounding sounds. Thus, his reasoning, though flawed, was not entirely without merit. Indeed, it is certain that the junior sister has gained the trust of Cao Qiye and is preparing for a second assassination plot. I believe we must not wrongfully accuse her. Chapter 134. A reunion with Chuncheon with the addition of Fuhai Shui. The Goddess Alliance successfully dismantled over a dozen strongholds of the Abyss Gate, liberating tens of thousands of faux superhumans in the Great Xia. During this process, Cao Qiye encountered Chuncheon once again, the individual he had previously met in the laboratory. Following their last encounter, Chuncheon's influence grew significantly. He seized a stronghold of the Abyss Gate, establishing it as his sanctuary. Not only did he command over 1,000 followers, but his genetic lock had also advanced to the 4th tier, marking his rapid progression. Recognizing Chun Chen's loyalty, Cao Qiye recommended all rescued foe superhumans to his sanctuary, resulting in a sudden expansion of Chun Chen's faction, swelling to a scale of over 10,000. Brother Cao, you are truly the benefactor of the citizens of Jiang City. Why not take the position of leader yourself? Within the vast sanctuary, despite being a leader of such a large group, Chun Chen remained exceedingly respectful towards Cao Qiye. He understood that, without Cao Qiye's assistance, he would not have achieved such growth, nor would he have been able to secure the stronghold he had captured. It was precisely due to Cao Qiye's relentless assaults on the Abyss Gate that the organization had been unable to focus on him, allowing Chun Chen to attain his current success. I believe you are doing remarkably well. Moreover, not only Jiang City requires my aid, numerous cities in the Great Xia, like Jiang City, are plagued by similar gangs. They control foe superhuman serums and viral agents, exploiting and bullying our compatriots, Cao Qiye stated resolutely. Those who offend the Great Xia shall be punished, no matter how distant. Cao Qiye refrained from establishing his own sanctuary in Jiang City, as he had already prepared for the next step. Based on the information previously provided by IIJ and Hayato, there was more than one mark within the MLC. In the Great Xia, there were 11 experimental sites akin to Jiang City. Thus, after eliminating Mark and Fuhailin, Cao Qiye had no intention of lingering in Jiang City. He planned to proceed to the next city, simultaneously sheltering new goddesses while eradicating the vile MLC. Brother Cao, you truly are a dragon among men. With great power comes great responsibility. Your noble spirit is indeed a blessing to the Great Xia. Chun Chen, moved by Cao Qiye's righteousness, knelt before him. As he did so, the thousands within the sanctuary followed suit, kneeling in reverence, their eyes filled with gratitude and awe. Brother Cao? Chun Chen bowed deeply, tears glistening in his eyes. From this day forth, at your command, I, Chun Chen, and my brothers will brave any danger without hesitation. Whether it be ascending a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of flames, we shall not flinch. Cao Qiye chuckled softly, placing a reassuring hand on Chun Chen's shoulder. Do not speak such foolishness. I do not engage in reckless acts like climbing mountains of blades or plunging into seas of flames. His gaze swept over the kneeling crowd, his tone gentle yet firm. You all should focus on recuperating in Jiang City. Train diligently, for the time will come when the Great Xia faces dire straits, and I shall call upon you to face the tribulations together. Understood. Chun Chen abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fervent intensity. He thumped his chest with determination. I, Chun Chen, stand ready at any moment. Although Cao Qiye had not established his own sanctuary in Jiangqing, he had nonetheless cultivated a cadre of loyal followers within the city. The impending showdown between Cao Qiye and Fubuki Rin loomed ominously. However, it struck Cao Qiye as peculiar that despite his relentless provocations towards the gate of the Imperial Abyss in recent days, Fubuki Rin had yet to make an appearance. Aside from Fubuki Rin, it seemed that only the second-ranked Cutiseo remained. She would be the next target. Cao Qiye declared with unwavering confidence, since you, Fubuki Rin, choose to hide away, I shall eliminate your subordinates and leave you as nothing more than a bare commander. My lord, I know the whereabouts of Cutiseo. May I have the opportunity to prove myself? I shall personally take her down. Fubuki Yuki volunteered eagerly. Very well. Seeing Fubuki Yuki's eagerness to achieve glory, Cao Qiye granted her the chance. As the night deepened, a modified opera house stood out prominently amidst the shattered neon lights of the sanctuary. Once the stage for Cutuseo's performances, it had now transformed into her hunting ground for vengeance against men. Jump higher. Cutuseo reclined languidly upon her throne, her blood-red gown cascading around her like spilled crimson. She swirled a goblet in her hand, coldly observing the 3 male dancers shackled on stage. Aren't men supposed to adore watching women dance? Why do you appear so morose when it is your turn? Suddenly, the grand doors of the opera house were flung wide open, a chilling gust sweeping in. Fubuki Yuki stepped forth, each footfall crystallizing the ground beneath her into glimmering ice flowers. Cutuseo's pupils constricted. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? Aside from Fubuki Rin, the identity of Fubuki Yuki was largely unknown to the onlookers, who only understood that within the gate of the Imperial Abyss, beyond the top-ranking Fubuki Rin, there existed an external ace assassin, a mere rumor. Thus Cutuseo did not recognize Fubuki Yuki. I have no desire to waste words with a corpse, Fubuki Yuki replied icily. What audacity! Cutuseo shattered her goblet, the scarlet liquid transforming into countless blood needles mid-air. Blood rose bloom. Countless thorny vines erupted from the ground, each tip glistening with a deadly crimson glow. Fubuki Yuki leapt gracefully, her toes touching the approaching vines, instantly freezing them. An icy chill spread, enveloping the entire stage in a frosty embrace. Qiye let out a cold laugh, arms crossed defiantly over her chest. Do you think I'm still the helpless songstress of yore? She tore open her collar, revealing a seductive rose tattoo upon her collarbone. Blood Moon Dance. The tattoo sprang to life, transforming into a tempest of crimson petals. Each petal twirled through the air, tracing lethal arcs. Fubuki Yuki gathered the chill around her, erecting an ice crystal shield, as the petals struck the shield, creating a sound akin to raindrops. The assassin ranked second in the gate of the Imperial Abyss. Is this all you are capable of? Suddenly, Fubuki Yuki materialized behind Qiye, conjuring an ice crystal blade in hand. Such a feeble organization indeed deserves to be eradicated. The blade flashed, severing a portion of Qiye's long hair. Who on earth are you? Realizing the superiority of her opponent, Qiye was suddenly gripped by trepidation. Had she not been quick to evade that strike, she would have surely met her demise by now. Me? I am the ace assassin of the gate of the Imperial Abyss, 0. Enraged, Qiye whirled around, only to see a flicker of pity in Fubuki Yuki's eyes, which ignited her fury completely. An assassin from the gate of the Imperial Abyss dares to kill me here. Is Fubuki Rin the one who sent you? Qiye gasped in shock, mistakenly believing that Fubuki Rin had dispatched this individual. Little did she know that the ace assassin before her, whom she had never encountered, had already joined the Goddess Alliance and pledged allegiance to Cao Qiye. Chapter 135. Celebration Feast. Fubuki Yuki remained silent, relentlessly attacking with her icy blade. As the rightful heir of the Fubuki clan, each strike emanated a chilling intent to kill. The crystalline sword left trails in the air, and wherever the blade passed, it seemed as though time itself froze. Clang, clang, clang. The blood-red thorns summoned in haste by Qiye were continuously severed, and the dark crimson liquid that splattered was instantly transformed into icy beads. She was forced to retreat step by step, her high heels leaving chaotic scratches on the frozen ground. Blood Moon, final chapter, with Qiye's piercing scream. The chandelier of the opera house exploded with a thunderous roar. Amidst the flying shards of glass, strange rose patterns emerged on her snow-white skin, writhing as if alive, rapidly spreading across her entire body. Fubuki Yuki's pupils constricted, and she swiftly retreated 3 steps. Before her, Qiye's form twisted grotesquely, as countless thorny vines erupted from within her, transforming her into a colossal blood-red rose. Die! The monstrous Qiye swung her thorny tendrils menacingly. Fubuki Yuki leapt gracefully, her toes tapping on the approaching vines, leaving a trail of frost with each contact. When the final thorn lunged at her, Fubuki Yuki suddenly spun, her sword tracing a flawless arc Shura, absolute 0. As the blade sliced through, the entire blood-red rose was instantaneously frozen. In the moment Fubuki Yuki sheathed her sword, the ice sculpture shattered explosively, scattering into sparkling dust. Only the blood-red rose embedded in the ice remained, a testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. Before the lifeless Qiye, Fubuki Yuki's gaze held no trace of pity. To her, both Qiye and Fubuki Rin were traitors who had distorted the core ideology of the Imperial Gate. Fubuki Yuki claimed the unique ability core that emerged upon Qiye's demise and vanished into the ruins. Above the shattered dome of the opera house, Fubuki Rin's black cloak billowed in the night breeze. He gripped the railing tightly, distorting the metal under his grasp. His crimson eyes pierced through the broken stained glass, taking in everything below. The head of Saya will serve as the final stepping stone to gain Cao Qiye's trust. Go, fulfill my grand ambition. The night wind tousled Fubuki Rin's hair, revealing a ghastly scar. He slowly released his grip on the railing, allowing the night wind to carry away the metallic shards from his palm. At that moment, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. He firmly believed that his junior sister, Fubuki Yuki, had not betrayed him and that her actions were solely to earn Cao Qiye's trust. In the headquarters of the Goddess Alliance, Xiaoxue, well done. Cao Qiye praised as he acknowledged her for devouring Qiye's unique ability core. Since her induction into the Goddess Alliance, her profound understanding of the Imperial Gate had led to numerous victorious operations. Today, she had slain Qiye, thoroughly shaking the enemy's foundation. A celebration feast would be held tonight. Cao Qiye stowed the crystal core, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. However, the last of the Triceratops meat had been consumed, and he needed to procure some fresh ingredients. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Li Luyao suddenly dashed back from the edge of the forest, exclaiming with excitement, "Master, come quickly, I have discovered a tree hollow." Following her, Cao Qiye pushed aside the dense vines, revealing a deep tree hollow before him. Ancient tree roots coiled around the entrance, their surfaces cloaked in moss, and a gentle warmth emanated from the depths, mingling with the damp air. He bent down and entered, his vision expanding as he stepped inside. To his astonishment, The interior of the tree hollow was a naturally formed hot spring pool. The water was crystal clear, shimmering with a delicate azure hue, and wisps of white mist danced above the surface, creating an ethereal ambience in the dim light. The edges of the spring were lined with smooth stones, polished to a lustrous finish by the flowing water, while clusters of bioluminescent mushrooms adorned the corners, emitting a soft glow. Even more wondrous, the pool's bottom was strewn with glistening gemstones, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors in the warm water, reminiscent of a galaxy cascading into the depths. This place, splendid indeed. After our celebration feast, we shall all gather here for a soak. Cao Qiye crouched down, his fingertips gliding across the surface of the water. Pleasantly warm yet not scalding, the purity of the water allowing him to see his own reflection. Li Luyo, unable to contain her eagerness, kicked off her shoes and waded barefoot into the shallow area, blissfully squinting her eyes. Master, the water temperature is just perfect. But soon, a bashful blush crept onto Li Luyao's cheeks. The thought of sharing future baths here with her master filled her with immense happiness. Subsequently, Cao Qiye called everyone over. Fu Heixue stood to the side, her ice element abilities rendering her skin particularly sensitive to temperature. Yet witnessing the relaxed expressions of the others, a subtle smile graced her lips. Cao Qiye rose, surveying the surroundings, and suddenly chuckled. Why not hold tonight's banquet here? As night deepened, the hot spring pool buzzed with activity. Shang Guanfian emerged from the woods, dragging a robust black bear behind her, which she carelessly tossed onto the ground, wiping the sweat from her brow. This beast put up quite a fight, but the meat will surely be flavorful. Xin Youyu and Xin Yue, the twin sisters, splashed barefoot in the stream, their laughter ringing through the forest like silver bells. Each held aloft a pair of clawed fire crabs, unique to this magical forest, their pincers gleaming with a dangerous red hue, a first encounter for the sisters. Master, we're having crabs tonight, Xin Youyu exclaimed, shaking her spoils, the claws clinking together with a crisp sound. Woodington gracefully leaped down from the treetops, cradling a collection of vibrant wild fruits. She tossed a golden, glimmering berry to Lin Xiaoyue, smiling. Try this, it's incredibly sweet. Lin Xiaoyue, squatting amidst a cluster of mushrooms, donned special glasses for toxin detection, and without looking up, retorted, don't eat recklessly. Wait for Professor Jiang to examine it first. We can't afford to have our goddess alliance wiped out. What are you worried about? Suing has purifying abilities. We won't perish. Wu Tingting wore an expression of indifference, and seeing Lin Xiaoyue's lack of consideration, she began to enjoy her meal unabashedly. The flames erupted from Xiana's mouth, instantly igniting the carefully stacked firewood. Suing had already set up the barbecue grill, donned in an apron and wielding dual knives. She deftly prepared the ingredients. The bear meat transformed into uniform slices beneath her skilled hands, while the crab was precisely dismantled, and the wild fruits and mushrooms were elegantly crafted into exquisite side dishes. Jiang Ling, adorned in white gloves, meticulously tested each ingredient with a detection device. Only after confirming their safety did she signal to the group with an approving gesture. It is safe to eat. Apart from the shimmering berries, the rest are generally non-toxic. What a shock. I just consumed so much. Wu Tingting's expression darkened instantly. Not to worry, it will merely cause some constipation, Jiang Ling replied with a gentle smile. I recall that the host's system space contains some laxatives. You can retrieve a few, and I'll assist you. After a considerable time, the call to dine was made. Master Su wiped the sweat from his brow and announced to everyone, taste this. Meanwhile, Ling Nai mysteriously produced a ceramic jar from her backpack, and as she lifted the lid, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. I brewed this wine myself. Today is an exception. She proudly shook the jar, the amber liquid shimmering enticingly in the firelight. Chapter 136. A feast of wine and meat. The warm mist rose from the surface of the water as Cao Qiye languidly reclined on the natural stone seat at the center of the hot spring. The gentle water flowed over his chest, causing his bronze skin to flush slightly. Master, be careful, it's quite hot. Xin Youyu, like a nimble mermaid, swam over, delicately pinching a piece of golden brown crab meat and bringing it to Cao Qiye's lips. The crab meat was coated with a specially crafted spicy sauce by Su Ying, glistening enticingly under the moonlight. Just as Cao Qiye opened his mouth to accept it, Ling Naimei offered him a bamboo cup of wine from the other side. Leaning against Cao Qiye, her damp hair dripped water onto his shoulder. Master, this is my personally brewed magical grape wine. Don't you want to try it? Has this been tested by Professor Jiang? At the mention, Cao Qiye's alertness heightened. He recalled a variety show he had watched, where a group of men and women were sent to a deserted island to survive. The men's team worked efficiently and had no worries about food, while the women's team struggled in cooperation and nearly starved. Just when it seemed the men would win effortlessly, one of them, a clever thinker, started brewing alcohol, resulting in food poisoning that wiped out the entire team. After all this time, Cao Qiye realized that although the creatures in the magical forest were strange, they were generally non-toxic and edible. Thus, he believed the most dangerous things were those concocted by themselves, like the wine brewed by Ling Naimei. Master, why do you say that? Ling Naimei pouted, her red lips forming a cute frown, as she placed the wine jar down on the rock with a thud, splashing a few drops of amber liquid. Her wet hair clung to her snow-white shoulders, and her beautiful eyes gazed at Cao Qiye with a hint of grievance. I even helped you tame Xiaoxue, yet you still don't trust me. Beside them, Jiang Ling adjusted his glasses. I have already tested it. It is safe and non-toxic, although it is quite potent. Enjoy the wine, but don't overindulge. Haha, I am merely being cautious. With the expert's approval, Cao Qiye finally alleviated his concerns and tilted his head back, downing the wine in one gulp. As the saying goes, one need not fear the malicious scheming of villains, but rather the impulsive whims of fools. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, exploding into a warm flow within his chest. He smacked his lips, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Wow, that's strong. Little Mei, you have quite the skill. Humph. Ling Naimei suddenly lunged forward, wrapping herself around his back. The soft sensation enveloped him, accompanied by a faint scent of roses. Leaning close to Cao Qiye's ear, she whispered sweetly, then, Master, you must drink 3 more cups. You can't escape tonight. As she spoke, Ling Naimei filled his cup to the brim. Miss, perhaps, we should reconsider. Fu Haishui intended to assist, but was swiftly restrained by the keen-eyed Wu Dingting. No way. It'll be so much fun to get the master drunk together. Huh? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Fu Haishui, new to their dynamics, was still unfamiliar with the group's informal interactions. On the battlefield, the entire team must heed Cao Qiye's commands, as his words were akin to military orders. In the realm of life, equality prevails among individuals, fostering an atmosphere of casual interaction devoid of pronounced hierarchies. Amidst the ethereal mist of the hot springs, a group of women encircles Cao Qiye like a band of mischievous sprites. Master, do savor the bear meat I have roasted, exclaimed Sheng Wanfian, presenting a glistening slice of meat directly to Cao Qiye's lips. The morsel is adorned with a special wild berry sauce, its sweet and tart fragrance intertwining with the savory aroma, igniting a fervent appetite. As Cao Qiye swallows, Xin Yue approaches with a bamboo cup of wine. It is time for you to indulge in mine. I've specially added some chilled berries. She blinks her large, watery eyes, her delicate fingers deliberately tracing the rim of the cup. Do not rush, my lord, Lin Chaoyue interjects from behind, wrapping her arms around Cao Qiye's neck and slipping a peeled berry into his mouth, encouraging him to start with a bit of fruit to whet his appetite. Her damp hair brushes against his cheek, leaving behind a faint, refreshing scent. Cao Qiye welcomes their attentions, indulging in meat and wine with abandon. He is acutely aware of the goddess's intentions but refrains from decline, relishing the rare opportunity to lose himself in inebriation, in this private sanctuary where no one else can intrude. The unwavering loyalty of the goddesses assures him of his safety, allowing him to fully unwind. The warmth of the springs accelerates the effects of the alcohol, causing Cao Qiye's gaze to grow increasingly dazed, his bronze skin glowing with a healthy flush. Are you all attempting to intoxicate your master? He chuckles, pulling the nearest Ling Naimei into his embrace. The girl gasps as she tumbles into his arms, warm water splashing around them, accentuating her enticing curves. Do you think our master is becoming inebriated? Li Luyo playfully tosses a shimmering berry into the water, the fruit illuminating the depths with a soft glow that reflects on the flushed faces of those present. This is merely the beginning. Our master is a formidable being with a level 6 genetic lock and is not so easily intoxicated, interjects Shauna with a smile, bringing over another jar of wine as she breaks the clay seal. Shauna, you are mistaken. An enhancement in genetic locks does not equate to increased tolerance for alcohol. I sense our master is nearing intoxication, analyzes Jiang Ling, the scientific advisor of the Goddess Alliance, who has been conducting research in the laboratory and is on the verge of mastering the crystal core kinetic energy, soon to delegate culinary tasks to AI robots powered by this energy. Freeing Su Ying from the kitchen, the aroma of wine permeates the air, surrounded by enchanting beauties. The mist of the hot springs envelopes this scene, rendering it dreamlike. In this apocalyptic world, this corner has transformed into the most luxurious haven of tenderness. Cao Qiye tilts his head back, draining his cup, allowing the fiery liquid to scorch his throat. He relaxes against the stone wall of the springs, the swirling mist blurring his vision, while the sweet laughter of the women dances around him, now distant, now near. His consciousness unfurls like water-soaked rice paper. He sees Shin Yoshi approaching with a dish of glistening fruit, catches sight of Lin Xiaoyue's damp hair dripping with water and observes the bashful demeanor of Fu Heixue, who seems both reluctant and inviting. All light and shadow intertwine and distort within the embrace of alcohol, transforming into mesmerizing patches of vibrant hues. Chapter 137. Live broadcast in the dimly lit chamber, Fubuki Rin sat alone upon the blood-red throne, observing the extravagant feast. However, his heart's chain of perception revealed only Fubuki Yuki. Within the suspended crystal orb before him, her every expression was reflected. She languidly coiled her snowy hair. Her crimson lips parted as she indulged in delectable morsels, her countenance radiating joy as she savored the exquisite flavors. Crack! The teacup in Fubuki Rin's hand suddenly shattered. Sharp porcelain shards embedding deep into his palm, blood trickling through his fingers and staining the crystal orb of vivid scarlet. Yet, he appeared oblivious. Fixated on the scene within the orb, veins throbbing at his temples, his eyes bloodshot. Cao Qiye. Each syllable emerged from his clenched teeth, as if crushed under pressure. This was the vision Fubuki Rin had longed for, yet had never attained. Now, Cao Qiye had fulfilled it for him. Fubuki Yuki's every movement, every glance, exuded an enchanting allure, as if she were performing an ethereal act. Regrettably, this moment had never been presented before Fubuki Rin. He chuckled softly, a low, raspy sound akin to a malevolent spirit. Bang! Fubuki Rin, consumed by rage, transformed, shattering the entire rosewood table with a single punch. Gritting his teeth, he seethed. Cao Qiye, your revelry shall not endure. Yuki's deadly strike will soon pierce your heart, and I shall ultimately be the one to possess her. You are merely indulging for a fleeting moment. He sought solace in this thought. Simultaneously, Fubuki Yuki unveiled a long-hidden phantom fragrance. Upon sighting it, Fubuki Rin's eyes gleamed with intensity. He recognized this phantom fragrance as the most potent auxiliary agent employed by the female ninjas of the Imperial Abyss when assassinating men. Once Cao Qiye inhaled this colorless, odorless concoction, his mind would be corroded by jade longing, transforming him into a puppet controlled by a smaller head. Yuki. Has she finally decided to take action? Fubuki Rin's gaze remained fixed on Fubuki Yuki as she finally opened the vial, a triumphant yet sinister smile curling at his lips. He had witnessed his disciple's previous assassination attempt and had spent days replaying it in his mind. Why had it failed? His crystal orb not only allowed him to observe Fubuki Yuki but also to record her actions. After extensive analysis, he discerned the reason behind her initial failure to assassinate Cao Qiye. Judging from her expressions and movements at the time, he reluctantly acknowledged the truth. Cao Qiye was simply too formidable. Even as the Imperial Abyss's ace assassin, Fubuki Yuki, trained in the art of female ninja assassination through countless illusions, she was no match for Cao Qiye without practical experience. However, this time, Fubuki Rin held firm belief that his disciple would undoubtedly succeed. At this moment, Fubuki Yuki has learned from his previous defeat, and with the assistance of the illusory incense, he is certain to eliminate the likes of Cao Qiye with a single strike. Once Cao Qiye falls, he plans to devour his unique ability, the crystal core, rendering himself unparalleled in the world. Cao Qiye, possessing such formidable strength, might very well have awakened some SSS-level ability by nature. At that point, he could effortlessly usurp all of his resources and value, even turning his goddess alliance into mere playthings under his control. Once I acquire the SSS-level ability, what does that full mark amount to? I shall not only become the leader of the entire Yamaguchi Gumi, but also reign over the entire MLC. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fubuki Rin erupted into a fit of exuberant laughter. I do not aspire to be the leader of any gate of Imperial Abyss. I aim to be the ruler of the entire world, nay, the entire universe. Chapter 138. The Fury of Powerlessness. However, events did not unfold as Fushiguro Rin had anticipated. Fushiguro Yuki merely intended to liven the atmosphere with the phantom incense, harboring no intention of assassinating Cao Qiye. What Fushiguro Rin witnessed was merely a more brutal spectacle of battle. Fushiguro Rin roared, his voice echoing with rage. His mind was consumed by the image of his beloved junior sister, her face radiant with affection and happiness. This time, he could no longer deceive himself. He comprehended that the sister he cherished had become nothing more than a plaything for Cao Qiye. Fushiguro Yuki, you wretched woman. His furious roar shattered the crystalline walls of the chamber, causing countless cracks to spread like a spider's web. An overwhelming dark aura erupted from his being, the violent energy reducing surrounding objects to mere dust. Caw! Hundreds of crows emerged from the shadows, their crimson eyes flickering with madness, swirling and coalescing within the chamber. Amidst the flurry of black feathers, a colossal blood crow, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, gradually took form, its skeletal structure and plumage entirely composed of dark energy. Fushiguro Rin leaped onto the back of the blood crow, his dark cloak billowing in the howling winds. Dried blood still stained the corner of his mouth. His visage contorted like that of a vengeful spirit. Cao Qiye, I shall kill you. I shall kill you. I shall kill you. The blood crow surged upwards, breaking through the vaulted ceiling, racing towards the location of Fushiguro Yuki. Debris rained down like a tempest. The night wind howled, striking his face like icy rain. Yet it could not extinguish the inferno of rage burning within his heart. The betrayal of his sister expanded within him, morphing into a tangible anguish. Pain. Such excruciating pain. Fushiguro Rin felt as though his heart were being torn asunder, blood gushing from his mouth. Uft. Another spurt of blood erupted, staining the front of his robe crimson. He pressed his hand firmly against his chest, where the agonizing sensation transcended mere physical injury. It was the torment of betrayal by the one he had trusted most. The despair of years of devotion rendered futile. Raindrops mingled with blood as they trickled down his ghastly visage. In a daze, he seemed to see the timid girl from years past, trailing behind him, shyly calling him brother YY. He howled in despair. The blood crow, sensing its master's fury, emitted a piercing shriek, its speed suddenly accelerating, carving a blood-red trajectory through the night sky. Several hours later, guided by the heart-piercing chain to the final location of Fushiguro Yuki, Fushiguro Rin arrived at the ruins of a collapsed subway station. Jagged rebar jutted from the concrete, resembling fearsome fangs. In the depths of the dim tunnel, the sound of dripping water echoed hollowly, the damp air thick with the scent of rust and decay. Fushiguro Rin stood at the center of the ruins, his black robe moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, his scarlet eyes scanning the encroaching darkness. Cao Qiye. His roar reverberated through the tunnel, dislodging clouds of dust. You possess the audacity to steal my woman, yet lack the courage to face me. His voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping, trembling with madness. Come forth. Let us engage in a fair fight. Do not hide like a coward. However, the only response he received was an empty echo. In truth, the entrance to Cao Qiye's private sanctuary lay right before Fuhai Rin. He simply could not enter. Furthermore, Fuhai Yuki was not taken by Cao Qiye. It was indeed Fuhai Rin who had presented her willingly. Chapter 139. Come out for a duel, Cao Qiye. Come forth and face me. Do not cower like a timid turtle. Fuhai Lin's breaths grew heavier, the veins on his forehead bulging. He suddenly raised his hand, dark energy coalescing in his palm into a distorted orb of power. Boom. The dark sphere hurtled deep into the tunnel, and the ensuing explosion sent shockwaves through the entire passage, causing it to tremble precariously. Concrete debris rained down like a storm. Steel reinforcements twisted and snapped. Yet Cao Qiye remained conspicuously absent. So you choose not to emerge? Then I shall obliterate this place, and we shall see where you hide. Ha 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 ha. Fuhai Lin laughed maniacally, his voice echoing like the wails of a malevolent spirit. With arms outstretched, dark energy surged forth like a tidal wave, transforming into countless ebony crows that screeched as they assailed every direction. Die, die. The crows collided with the walls, ceilings, and floor, each impact igniting a violent explosion. The entire ruins trembled amidst the relentless cacophony, debris and dust engulfing the air. Yet no matter the destruction or his furious roars, Cao Qiye remained elusive. Gradually, Fuhai Lin's movements began to slow. Unbidden, the last images from the chain of heart's gaze flooded his mind. He recalled Fuhai Shui, drenched in sweat, her silvery hair cascading down, her icy blue eyes filled with confusion. In a sudden fit, Fuhai Lin clutched his head, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes became bloodshot, blood trickling from his nostrils, ears, and the corners of his mouth, sliding down his pallid skin. Wretched, wretched being. He staggered back a few steps, a wave of metallic sweetness surging in his throat, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Uft. The crimson mist dispersed in the air, and Fuhai Lin's legs finally buckled, collapsing heavily to the ground. His vision began to blur. The only sound remaining was the frantic beating of his heart. I will not spare you. In his fading consciousness, he seemed to glimpse Fuhai Shui's face, not the present Fuhai Shui, but the one from years past, when he had been on the brink of starvation, and she had offered him a chicken leg. Fuhai Lin always remembered that day, when the snow fell like feathers, just like now. But now, there was no snow at all. What? Fuhai Lin's eyelids could no longer bear the weight, and he succumbed to darkness. His body pitched forward, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, blood seeping from his orifices, spreading a dark crimson stain upon the dust. The following morning, in the enchanted forest, mottled sunlight filtered through the canopy, dancing upon Cao Qiye's chiseled features. He furrowed his brow, slowly awakening from slumber, stretching like a satiated beast. The dull ache of a hangover prompted him to massage his temples, but soon it was replaced by a wave of pleasurable sensations. Fragmented memories flickered back to him. Ling Na Mei's enchanting persuasion to drink, Shun Yuxi's gentle offerings, and Fu Hei Shui's rare state of inebriation. Ah, life is truly marvelous. Cao Qiye chuckled softly as he propped himself up, the thin blanket sliding down his robust chest. In the morning light, the women lay sprawled on the plush blanket by the hot spring, their snow-white skin glistening with dew, long hair cascading like silk. Lin Xiaoyu even clutched a half-empty wine jug, a glimmer of drool at the corner of his mouth. He casually picked up a wine flask from the ground and gave it a shake. The residual fine wine exuded a rich fruity aroma. This wine is indeed delightful. As he swallowed, the intoxicating scenes from the previous night became increasingly vivid. He should have Ling Na Mei brew more of this to liven up future gatherings. The host rises quite early. Su Ying's voice came from behind a tree. She had her hair loosely tied up, delicately slicing freshly picked moonlight mushrooms with her fair hands. On the stone stove, a clay pot bubbled, steam wafting up, filling the air with the tantalizing scent of creamy fish soup. I've made a hangover soup, Su Ying said. Blinking, the faint marks on her neck barely visible. Your head must be hurting a bit. Who told you to drink so much last night? Hush. Cao Qiye placed a finger to his lips, casting a glance at the still, slumbering women. The two exchanged smiles as morning dew dripped from the leaves, creating subtle ripples on the surface of the soup. After consuming Su Ying's restorative broth, Cao Qiye felt significantly better. To be honest, among the gathering of divine women, Su Ying exuded the most virtuous aura of a devoted wife, possessing the potential to take on the role of an elder sister. With Su Ying managing everything, he felt considerably more at ease. During breakfast, Ling Na Mei rubbed her temples, lamenting, the host drinks too much. My head still aches. Shin Yu stifled a laugh as she stuffed bitter lettuce into her bowl. Who told you to insist on playing that wine-drinking game? Wu Ting pouted, having initially intended to get her brother Qiye drunk, but ended up passing out after just a few sips. She heard that a myriad of amusing incidents transpired in the latter half of the night, yet she missed them all, which vexed the gossip-loving Wu Ting immensely, feeling as though she had missed out on billions. Indeed, no jest, she truly felt as though she had lost out on immense fortune. Fu Hei Shui quietly sipped her soup, her ears flushed crimson. She vividly recalled transforming into a gluttonous little cat after her inebriation, relishing every bite. Having eaten and drunk to her heart's content, she was ready to continue their conquest of the Emperor's Gate territory. If Fu Hei Lin did not show up, they would directly assault his headquarters. Cao Qiye had already devised a plan. Fu Hei Lin could flee, but the temple would remain. What on earth is happening to my hair? As Cao Qiye stepped out of the secret realm, he froze in place. The women trailing behind him gasped in astonishment. The once desolate subway station had transformed into a colossal pit, exceeding 100 meters in diameter. The charred edges radiated outward. Exposed steel bars twisted like broken branches, reaching towards the sky. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning, with wisps of smoke slowly rising from the depths of the pit. Master, Li Luyao instinctively grasped Cao Qiye's arm. Have we taken a wrong exit? Cao Qiye squinted, the scene before him evoking a sense of disorientation, making him question whether he had misremembered the entrance to the secret realm. Yet, he distinctly recalled that upon entering the secret realm yesterday, the rusted subway sign had indeed stood here. But now, Chapter 140, Revel in Hell, where on earth have I landed? Is this still within the confines of our homeland? This is the first time Cao Qiye has encountered such a situation. Each time he enters a private realm, the entrance is meticulously concealed. Typically, the surroundings remain unchanged upon his exit, with minimal alterations to the environment. Master, look over there. There is an injured vagrant. If we awaken him, perhaps he can shed light on the cataclysm occurring outside. At that moment, the perceptive Li Luyao spotted a figure lying amidst the charred earth. The individual was ragged, unconscious, and covered in congealed, darkened blood, suggesting severe injuries. Despite being surrounded by a group of women, the man remained oblivious to the unusual circumstances. As Ling Nami approached, she was taken aback by the sight. Instinctively, she shouted, "Everyone, step back. This is no mere vagrant. He is Fu Hailing, the leader of the Gate of the Imperial Abyss." Upon hearing this, the onlookers hastily retreated, recognizing the gravity of the situation. After all, Fu Heishiwe had previously mentioned that Fu Hailing was a formidable warrior at the Earth-tier genetic lock. Although Cao Qiye had already demonstrated the capability to challenge those of higher ranks, the other members of the Goddess Alliance lacked such prowess. Thus, their immediate response was to withdraw and maintain a safe distance. They had been reveling in joyous nights with Brother Qiye, and the name Cao Qiye had become a tangible presence in their lives. They were not keen on allowing any unforeseen incidents to disrupt their blissful existence. Fu Hailing? At this moment, Fu Heishiwe approached, albeit belatedly, to investigate. Initially, she dismissed it, attributing Ling Naimi's anxiety to a misinterpretation. After all, how could Fu Hailing, who had been evading Cao Qiye, suddenly appear here? Was this not akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger? Yet, as she beheld the unconscious figure on the ground, she was struck with disbelief. It was indeed her companion of over a decade, Fu Hailing. The grotesque scar etched across his face was unmistakable. There was no mistaking this man for anyone else. But why was Fu Hailing here? Could it be that he had placed some tracking mechanism on her? Indeed, it is Fu Hailing. Everyone, be cautious. This may be a trap. Fu Heishue's immediate response was to retreat, even though Fu Hailing lay unconscious in a pool of blood. Her understanding of her brother indicated that there must be an ambush lurking nearby. Cao Qiye, exuding calmness, approached without haste. He cast a glance at Fu Hailing. Fu Hailing. Race, human. Gender, male. Age, 31. Gene lock, land level 9. Ability, S-Class Shadow Crow. Artifact, S-Class Heart-Peering Chain. Damaged, S-Class Holy Grail. It truly is Fushihiryu. Cao Qiye expressed some surprise. However, the system's authentication cannot be mistaken. The individual before him is undoubtedly the real Fushihiryu. Master, please exercise utmost caution. Fushihiryu is cunning and may appear gravely injured and unconscious, yet he could very well be a shadow clone rigged with hundreds of explosive talismans, Fushihiyuki cautioned, unaware of Cao Qiye's system-enhanced capabilities. After all, the current situation seemed quite illogical. How could Fushihiryu, having evaded capture for so long, be lying gravely injured at the entrance of the Goddess Alliance's headquarters? It was too suspicious, undoubtedly a trap. Indeed, Cao Qiye sensed something amiss. However, upon observing the surroundings, he noted that a fierce battle had evidently taken place at the periphery of this secret realm during his previous night's confrontation with the deities in the hot springs. Moreover, from the final outcome, it appeared that Fushihiryu was the sole survivor of that clash. Dark Abyss Thunder Obliteration. Without further ado, Cao Qiye's gaze sharpened, and a surge of violent black lightning erupted from his palm. In an instant, the heavens above churned with thunderclouds, and countless electric serpents danced through the darkened sky, as if the very firmament had been steeped in ink. Boom! A 10-meter-wide column of black lightning descended from the sky, striking precisely at the center of the deep pit where Fushihiryu lay unconscious. As the lightning exploded, the ground caved in once more, creating an even deeper scorched crater within the original chasm, the earth vaporizing under the intense heat. The previously unconscious Fushihiryu jolted awake amidst the tempest of thunder. Charred and with cracked skin, he staggered to his feet from the depths of the pit. Upon raising his head and spotting Cao Qiye alongside Fushihiyuki, his scarlet eyes nearly bled with rage. "You, this wretched couple." Fushihiryu howled as he took a step forward, his voice resonating like a howling demon. Yet, after just 2 steps, his overburdened body collapsed to the ground in a most undignified manner, reminiscent of a roasted toad. Struggling to rise, he found his limbs utterly unresponsive. The previous night's emotional turmoil had already ravaged his internal organs, severing his meridians. Furthermore, the recent lightning strike from Cao Qiye had left him utterly spent. Even if he managed to stand, it would merely be a fleeting flicker of life. Senior brother. Fushihiyuki instinctively took a half-step forward, only to be gently restrained by Cao Qiye's embrace around her slender waist. Realizing her action, she quickly apologized. "I am sorry, master. It was merely a reflex. After all, Fushihiryu has been my senior brother since childhood. It is quite all right. I am not one to hold grudges. In fact, I should express my gratitude to our senior brother for taking such good care of you all these years," Cao Qiye replied with a faint smile, tightening his hold around Fushihiyuki's waist. He could clearly see that Fushihiryu harbored deep feelings for her. However, he never expected that when Fubuki Yuki first contemplated employing the methods of a female ninja against him, she possessed no experience in such endeavors. Xiu Xue, such a stunning beauty, had remained by his side for over a decade without any advances. Based solely on this observation, I, Cao Qiye, hold a deep admiration for my senior brother's fortitude. Cao Qiye continued to provoke the already heartbroken Fubuki Rin. Cao Qiye, there is an ancient saying in Daxiao. A gentleman does not usurp what others cherish. You despicable scoundrel. With a disdainful snort, Fubuki Rin, upon witnessing the intimacy between his beloved goddess Fubuki Yuki and Cao Qiye, coughed up a mouthful of blood in fury. Usurp what others cherish. Cao Qiye laughed heartily. Isn't Xiaoxue the welcoming gift you presented to me? You labored and sacrificed your emotions to orchestrate our union. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Perhaps I should send you to hell to enjoy your rewards. With that, Cao Qiye placed his foot upon Fubuki Rin's face, grinding and pressing down mercilessly. Fubuki Rin, you conspired with Mark to unleash the zombie virus, wreaking havoc upon countless innocent souls of Daxia. Did you never consider that you might meet your demise in such a manner? Observing Fubuki Rin's tormented state, Cao Qiye felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Such a vile soul deserved no less of fate. At that moment, a shattered crystal ball fell from Fubuki Rin's pocket. Cao Qiye picked it up, recognizing it as the S-rank artifact connecting to Fubuki Yuki, the Chain of Hearts Insight. Astonishingly, it contained recordings of their 2 battles. So, you enjoy live broadcasts? Cao Qiye gazed at Fubuki Rin with contempt. Upon seeing the crystal ball, he began to comprehend why Fubuki Rin was so utterly broken. Lying here in a state of grave injury. What a pitiful creature. Yet, such a fate elicited no sympathy from him. For Fubuki Yuki had been delivered to Cao Qiye's side by his own hands, hoisting a stone only to crush his own foot. Fubuki Rin was merely reaping what he had sown. You delight in lurking in the shadows, watching your beloved woman revel in happiness with another man, don't you? Truly. The people of Sakura country are quite twisted. Cao Qiye opened the crystal ball, placing it before Fubuki Rin. If you wish to see, then behold to your heart's content. No. No. Quickly, turn it off. Fubuki Rin's already shattered heart could bear no more of such torment. The images within the crystal ball inflicted unbearable anguish upon him. However, his gravely injured body was incapable of even the simplest actions. Ah! Fubuki Rin screamed, his composure fracturing. As the excruciating pain coursed through him, blood began to flow from his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. With a violent retch, a mouthful of black blood, mingled with fragments of his insides, splattered onto the crystal ball, staining the enchanting scenes a deep crimson. Fubuki Rin's body convulsed violently before ultimately collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Until the final moment of life, his bloodshot eyes remained wide open, reflecting the frozen image within the crystal ball. Cao Qiye coldly observed all of this, lifting his foot to crush the crystal sphere into smithereens. Cowardly, foolish, and perverse waste. After absorbing Fuhai Lin's extraordinary ability crystal core and S-rank power, coupled with the chi from the 6th-lock gene, Cao Qiye's gene lock was elevated to the 6th tier, 33. Simultaneously, within the Goddess Alliance, all members, except for Fuhai Shui, felt a powerful surge of chi coursing through their veins. Their gene locks also ascended to the 5th tier 4. Subsequently, Cao Qiye confiscated 2 S-rank divine artifacts from Fuhai Lin, then disdainfully kicked Fuhai Lin's lifeless body aside, as if dismissing a mere stray dog. It is indeed ironic that after enduring countless hardships in search of Fuhai Lin, he inadvertently drove himself into a faint from sheer rage, only to deliver his head to Cao Qiye's doorstep. It is true that sometimes, life is wonderfully bizarre. No one knows whether tomorrow or an unexpected turn of events will come first. One must admit, Fuhai Lin was quite generous. Not only traveling great distances to deliver his demise, but also providing 2 S-rank divine artifacts. The Chain of Heart inspection had been destroyed, so Cao Qiye entrusted it to Jiang Ling for her to study, hoping it might be repaired. As for the S-rank divine artifact, the Holy Grail, it was remarkable. Its effect allowed one to regenerate 0.1 of their physical strength per second, with the effect doubling when disengaged from battle. Such a percentage-based recovery of stamina is indeed commendable. Combined with unyielding resilience, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Had Cao Qiye possessed this earlier, he would not have found himself in peril while defending the village's secret realm, with Fuhai Lin having met his bitter end in the northwest. The entire gate of the Imperial Abyss fell without a fight. Under Cao Qiye's leadership, the Goddess Alliance, alongside the survivors led by Chen Chen, swiftly overran all sanctuaries of the Imperial Abyss, seizing control of the sanctuaries painstakingly established by Mark. In a sense, Cao Qiye had achieved the liberation of the entire Jiang City. However, he did not manage to capture this mark from the MLC of the United States. According to eyewitnesses, it appeared that Mark had already fled towards the city of Hudu. Hudu is a neighboring city to Jiang City, and prior to the apocalypse, its scale and prosperity surpassed that of Jiang City. Now, the entirety of Jiang City had been unified under Cao Qiye's command. His next plan involved heading to Hudu to continue the pursuit of Mark. Yet, Cao Qiye did not intend to set off immediately, for there remained a wealth of resources to be gathered. Of course, the resources he referred to were not merely water and food. He possessed the magical forest, a private sanctuary brimming with an abundance of fresh provisions, thus sparing him from competing with his fellow citizens for such meager supplies. Moreover, Cao Qiye has generously provided an ample supply of drinking water for Chunchen Sanctuary, sufficient to sustain all inhabitants. The resources he referred to include the corpse kings within Jiang City, as well as various statues from apocalyptic games. Cao Qiye intends to linger in Jiang City for a while before proceeding to Hudu, making good use of Chen Chen and his followers' survivors to assist in gathering intelligence. Naturally, this arrangement is mutually beneficial. As Cao Qiye hunts these corpse kings, he also mitigates the unknown risks for the survivors, thereby enhancing the overall safety of Jiang City. Boss, isn't your goddess alliance supposed to recruit only beauties scoring above 80? Qinshan remarked. I recently held a beauty pageant, and here are the top 10 contestants. Take a look and see if any catch your fancy. In the grand hall, Qinshan waved his hand, and 10 carefully selected beauties, having emerged victoriously from the throngs of survivors, gracefully lined up before Cao Qiye. Cao Qiye surveyed them with a system. Regrettably, 8 of them did not meet the 80-point threshold, leaving only 2 who conformed to the system standard. However, this was still quite commendable, sparing Cao Qiye the arduous task of searching through the vast sea of people. Moreover, the notion of a beauty pageant was not initiated by Cao Qiye, but was a proactive idea from Qinshan. From this perspective, Qinshan, as a subordinate, proves to be a valuable asset, demonstrating foresight and the ability to alleviate challenges, showcasing discernment. Chapter 141, The Enchantress of the Celestial Realm. Very well done. Cao Qiye remarked with satisfaction, nodding in approval towards Qinshan. Among the throngs of individuals, Cao Qiye had distinctly chosen Qinshan to contribute. This lad truly had a knack for navigating social intricacies. It was no wonder he had managed to ascend the ranks under the dire circumstances of the apocalypse, thriving remarkably well. Moreover, this young man exhibited a commendable sense of loyalty. Such traits were invaluable in a world fraught with chaos, more precious than gold. It was precisely this quality that caught Cao Qiye's attention. Cao Qiye's gaze then scrutinized the 2 women who met the system standards. One was named Chen Xiao. With an overall score of 87, she possessed a petite frame and a sweet appearance. She seemed to belong to the same category as Li Luyao, albeit lacking the ethereal aura that Li Luyao radiated. The other was Jiang Qingqing, who scored 80, with well-proportioned features and a commendable physique. However, her average attributes rendered her somewhat unremarkable, landing her right at the threshold of passing. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential to Cao Qiye. As long as they scored above 80, the rest would be left for him to develop personally. The joy of problem-solving did not reside solely in the final answer, but rather in the continuous journey of unlocking new knowledge step by step. What he cultivated might not be the most flawless, but it would undoubtedly be the most compatible. Are you both willing to join the Goddess Alliance? Cao Qiye inquired gently while observing the 2 women intently. I am willing, Chen Xiao exclaimed, her large, ethereal eyes sparkling with hope as she raised her hand, radiating innocence and charm. She was Qinshan's younger sister, and though it was her first encounter with Cao Qiye, she had often heard her brother recount tales of Cao Qiye's remarkable achievements, leading her to idolize him. Boss, this is my little sister, but I assure you, I did not pull any strings for her. She has a solid foundation, Qinshan remarked, glancing at his sister. Indeed, she is a promising candidate. Rest assured, once she joins the Goddess Alliance, I shall train her rigorously. Cao Qiye replied with a smile, thoroughly pleased with Qinshan's initiative. Not to mention, Qinshan's sister indeed met the system's standards. The very act of Qinshan introducing his sister to him was a masterstroke, forging a tighter bond between them, transforming Qinshan into Cao Qiye's brother-in-law. For Cao Qiye, having Qinshan's sister nearby alleviated any fears of betrayal or deceit. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. It is little wonder that ancient emperors often married the sisters or relatives of their generals. It was the quintessential method of strengthening ties and swiftly establishing trust. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing Cao Qiye's promise of thorough training, Chen Xiao blushed deeply in front of her brother. Her address of him as master was smooth and evidently rehearsed, indicating that Qinshan had imparted the necessary etiquette to his sister. Beep. System notification. Goddess Chen Xiao voluntarily submits to the host. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a formidable ally, successfully unlocking the heroic skin, spirit of the forest. Name, Chen Xiao. Gender, female. Age, 18. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 0. Gene lock, 5th order 4. Ultimate skin, spirit of the forest, enchantress, heroic. This skin grants access to the magical realm of the fairy clan. The more individuals possessing this skin, the greater the realm's expanse. Powers, B-class rapid expansion. This ability allows oneself or allies to enlarge in size and can be applied to specific parts. The host shall inherit all abilities associated with Chen Xiao's skin, along with the right to don or doff it at will. At the moment the system notification resonated, a brilliant star-green beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Chen Xiao's petite figure entirely. Countless magical orbs, akin to fireflies, danced around her, and her hair moved as if stirred by an unseen breeze, gently lifting her into the air. As the cocoon of light shattered, the newly transformed Chen Xiao gracefully descended to the ground. Her once black hair had transformed into a dreamy shade of violet, its tips adorned with star-shaped crystals that scattered fine stardust with every step. Upon her head rested a crown woven from silver moon vines, entwined with breathing blue light, swaying gently as if alive. Her diminutive form was draped in a translucent starry gown, the hem displaying a gradient of forest hues, as if the Milky Way flowed within its folds. Around her waist, a glowing moss belt encircled her, each lichen shimmering with a faint bioluminescence. On her bare, snow-white shoulders perched two crystal-winged fairy butterflies, their wings fluttering in rhythm with her breath, briefly revealing constellations as they released phosphorescent dust. Master, this is... Chen Xiao blinked her emerald eyes, her lashes still adorned with lingering starlight. The previously exquisite doll-like visage now bore an ethereal quality, her ears subtly pointed, and delicate fairy runes appearing to dance along her neck. When she smiled, tiny petals seemed to materialize from her hair, as though blessings were scattered by an invisible hand. This is the power bestowed upon you by the master, Cao Qiye remarked with a subtle authority. Chen Xiao felt the surge of energy within her, realizing that her gene lock had surpassed that of her elder brother. Previously, Chen had mentioned that Cao Qiye was a deity sent to save Blue Star. Now, she believed wholeheartedly. In her eyes, Cao Qiye was indeed divine. And you? Are you willing to join the Goddess Alliance? Cao Qiye then turned to the side, addressing Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing cast a timid glance at Cao Qiye, her hands nervously clutching her skirt, appearing quite distressed. Jiang Qingqing, what are you doing? The boss has taken a liking to you. Consider it a blessing and do not be ungrateful, Chun Chen quickly interjected, anxious to avoid inciting Cao Qiye's displeasure and inviting misfortune upon himself. Dear brother-in-law, please do not frighten the young lady. I, Cao Qiye, value the principle of consent above all, and I have never engaged in actions that contravene a woman's will. Jiang Qingqing, if you harbor any unutterable secrets, feel free to share them. Cao Qiye maintained a calm demeanor, signaling to Chen Chen and Jiang Qingqing to remain at ease. Although his power was undoubtedly divine, just months ago, he was but an ordinary man, not the kind of ruler detached from the human experience, capricious in temperament. I apologize, esteemed deity, but I already have a boyfriend, and we share a profound love. He saved my life during the outbreak of the apocalypse. While I hold great respect for you and yearn to join the Goddess Alliance to attain formidable strength like the other goddesses, I desire even more to endure hardships alongside him and to survive together. Jiang Qingqing fell to her knees before Cao Qiye, trembling as she wept. Jiang Qingqing, I made it abundantly clear during the recruitment that those with partners need not participate in the competition. How dare you misrepresent the truth? Chun Chun erupted in fury. He had anticipated such a scenario and had emphasized the competition's rules during the promotions. He was concerned that Cao Qiye might harbor reservations about women with partners and feared that his actions could be misconstrued as coercive. Yet, despite the precautions taken, there were still those who slipped through the cracks. You mentioned that after the preliminary selection, a packet of instant noodles would be granted. My boyfriend was injured while saving me, and I worried about his frailty, fearing he might not endure. Hence, I concealed the truth. Jiang Qingqing trembled on the ground, initially seeking only a packet of noodles but inadvertently standing out due to her exceptional qualities. To her astonishment, she caught Cao Qiye's attention. So, are you toying with me? Cao Qiye's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed upon Jiang Qingqing. Chapter 142. The Consequences of Refusing to Join the Goddess Alliance. No. I merely sought to earn a meager living. I never aspired to reach the finals or to catch your eye. As Cao Qiye's expression darkened, Jiang Qingqing, kneeling on the ground, grew increasingly anxious. Sister, please attend to the boss. I will handle Jiang Qingqing. I cannot allow her to tarnish your elegance. Chen Chen had not anticipated that his momentary oversight would lead to such dire consequences, and he hastily sought a remedy. Master, perhaps you could first train me rigorously? Let us forget these unpleasant matters for the time being. Chen Xiao attempted to intercede on Jiang Qingqing's behalf. However, Cao Qiye showed no mercy, his voice cold and commanding. Go, summon her boyfriend to me. Divine One, this matter has nothing to do with my boyfriend. All blame lies solely with me. Whether to kill or to maim, let it be directed at me. Jiang Qingqing clung to Cao Qiye's trousers, shouldering all the blame. Boss, I will accept full responsibility for this matter. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall abide. Chen Chen was reluctant to escalate the situation, recognizing that although Jiang Qingqing had concealed her circumstances, she had indeed dampened Cao Qiye's spirits. Yet, considering her deep affection, her transgression did not warrant death. Nor should it implicate her boyfriend. You have done well to summon him. Cao Qiye fixed a steely gaze upon Chen Chen, his resolve unmistakable. Yes, boss. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Chen Chen steeled himself and instructed his subordinates to bring Jiang Qingqing's boyfriend forth. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, regretting his failure to conduct a thorough background check, which had turned what should have been a celebratory occasion into a tragic affair. Such a situation must never recur. During the preliminary rounds, with participants in the hundreds, thorough investigations were unnecessary. However, The 10 finalists presented before Cao Qiye should have undergone meticulous scrutiny of their identities. As for Jiang Qingqing, having strayed off the path, she ought to have embraced her misstep rather than confront Cao Qiye and refuse the invitation to the Goddess Alliance. Was that not akin to courting death? Before long, Jiang Qingqing's boyfriend, Wu Jiangwo, was brought forth, or rather, he was carried in on a stretcher. His pallid complexion, cracked and purplish lips, and the beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead painted a grim picture. Despite having undergone minimal treatment to halt the spread of the virus from the zombie bite that severed his right leg, the makeshift bandaging had succumbed to infection, oozing foul-smelling pus. The gauze was soaked through with yellow-green fluid, revealing the putrid flesh within. Qingqing, why must you be so foolish? Wu Jiangwo weakly opened his eyes, his voice barely a whisper. He trembled as he reached out, only for his hand to fall limply in midair. His entire form resembling a broken puppet sprawled on the stretcher, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest attesting to his continued existence. On the journey here, Wu Jiangwo had learned of Jiang Qingqing's refusal to join the Goddess Alliance for his sake. His expression now betrayed a complex mix of emotions. He felt deeply moved by his girlfriend's choice, yet simultaneously, he was filled with regret. After all, joining the Goddess Alliance is the highest aspiration for all the women in the sanctuary. Countless individuals have endured great hardships for this opportunity. It is difficult to fathom that Jiang Qingqing chose to give up at the final moment. One can only say that such an action appears almost surreal. Oh, Divine One, I take full responsibility for my actions. Please spare Jiangwo, for he is not involved in this matter. But tell me, did he eat the instant noodles you won back? In response to Jiang Qingqing's plea, Cao Qiye remained unmoved. Yes, I ate them, and I would willingly die for Qingqing as long as you allow her to live. I would sacrifice anything. Wu Jiangwo struggled to lift himself slightly, locking eyes with Jiang Qingqing, both gazes filled with unwavering determination. All right, enough of your sweet nothings, Cao Qiye said, opening the secret realm and summoning Su Ying and Jiang Ling Suing, to his leg. Cao Qiye's words left everyone momentarily stunned. Initially, it seemed that Wu Jiangwo and Jiang Qingqing were facing calamity, but unexpectedly, there was a twist. Cao Qiye had called Wu Jiangwo over to provide treatment. Okay, a period of rest will suffice. It was only when Suing utilized her ability, Purifying Spring, to heal Wu Jiangwo's injuries that they both began to comprehend the situation. Suing, now a level 5 genetic lock ability user, found treating such minor injuries to be a trivial task. Qingqing, my leg. It seems to be moving. Wu Jiangwo suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at his previously lifeless right leg. He attempted to wiggle his toes, and the one-stem limb regained sensation, filling him with immense joy. Your fever has subsided too. Jiang Qingqing trembled as she brushed her hand across his forehead, feeling not the previous scorching heat, but a reassuring warmth. Tears streamed down her face, carving 2 bright trails through the dust. Almost simultaneously, they both knelt before Cao Qiye, their foreheads hitting the hard ground heavily. Thank you, Divine One, for saving our lives. Upon witnessing this, Cao Qiye smiled with satisfaction. There is indeed genuine emotion in the human realm. In this apocalyptic world, although Cao Qiye believes in decisive action and prioritizing benefits, he does not find foolishness in witnessing sincere feelings as they provide warmth to one another. This is merely their steadfast path to survival. Cao Qiye patted Wu Jiangwo on the shoulder and said meaningfully, You, my friend, are quite fortunate. It is said that in the apocalypse, human hearts are treacherous. Yet Jiang Qingqing has given up the chance to become a demigod for you. Before he finished speaking, Cao Qiye produced an A-level ability crystal core that he had collected over the past few days and handed it to Wu Jiangwo. To safeguard what one cherishes, mere luck is insufficient. Chapter 143, Rapid Growth with Unwavering Determination in his eyes. Wu Jiangwo firmly grasped the crystal core in one hand while holding on to his beloved Jiang Qingqing with the other. At that moment, Chen Xiao gazed at Cao Qiye with profound admiration. Initially, when Cao Qiye's demeanor shifted and he called for Wu Jiangwo, Chen Xiao's perception of him began to waver slightly. Although Cao Qiye possessed formidable abilities, associating with him was akin to dancing with a tiger, his unpredictable temperament could spell trouble, particularly when she would eventually leave Jiang City without her brother by her side. However, her doubts were dispelled when she realized that Cao Qiye summoned Wu Jiangwo not out of rage, but to tend to his injured leg. This man before her was not only powerful, but also possessed a depth of compassion. Despite the imperfections in his methods, his intentions were commendable. After bidding farewell to Wu Jiangwo and Jiang Qingqing, Cao Qiye earnestly patted Chen Chen's shoulder as a gesture of encouragement, acknowledging that unexpected occurrences were part of any endeavor. Grateful for his leader's leniency, Chen Chen nodded, his respect for Cao Qiye deepening. Entrusting his sister to such a wise leader brought him peace of mind. By the way, I heard Professor Kong is at our shelter. Show me the way, Cao Qiye suddenly recalled, turning to Qin Shun. Indeed, I have handed over the former laboratory of the Imperial Abyss Gate to old Kong. Under Qin Shin's guidance, the two swiftly arrived at the laboratory deep within the shelter. As soon as they opened the door, a young man clad in a white coat abruptly looked up. Sis! Kong Rui bounded over like a jubilant puppy, nearly knocking Jiang Ling off balance. Jiang Ling adjusted her glasses. During my absence, has father been well taken care of? This scene felt familiar. Cao Qiye remembered how envious he had been of Kong Rui during their first encounter. Yet now, he enjoyed a daily ritual of fresh milk, rich in flavor, wholly natural, and devoid of additives, a true tonic. Kong Rui grinned. Dad is doing great. He was just talking about you yesterday. You rascal, Cao Qiye chuckled, ruffling his disheveled hair. Caught off guard, Kong Rui froze, gazing up at this revered man in Jiang City, stammering, a master. Deity. Months had passed, and Cao Qiye had transformed from an ordinary individual into the savior adored by the masses. The other researchers in the laboratory assumed a solemn demeanor, unable to meet Cao Qiye's gaze. Deity? That's merely what outsiders say. Call me brother-in-law. Cao Qiye replied with a smile, playfully flicking Kong Rui's forehead. He then retrieved a large bag of snacks from his system space, potato chips, chocolate, cola, and even several packs of spicy strips. Kong Rui's eyes lit up, his voice brimming with excitement as he accepted the treats. Thank you, brother-in-law. These items had become nearly extinct in the post-apocalyptic world. They are now consuming a newly cultivated variety of wheat from the laboratory. The old man certainly did not misjudge the character. You have indeed accomplished it. Professor Kong, having patted his aching back, ambled over. His gaze towards Cao Qiye was filled with satisfaction, and the wrinkles on his face relaxed into a smile. Jiang Ling, witnessing this, hurriedly approached and expertly massaged her father's shoulders. I have told you repeatedly, your health is frail. You must not involve yourself in every matter. It is time to cultivate successors. Alas, Professor Kong sighed, gently patting his daughter's hand. The current research pertains to the lives and deaths of the citizens of Jiangqing. I cannot rest easy without personally overseeing it. He turned to Cao Qiye, his eyes shimmering with approval. I always knew you were capable. However, I remained somewhat cautious, initially believing it would be a prolonged battle. I did not expect the viral crisis orchestrated by the American MLC and the Imperial Gate to be dismantled by you so swiftly. Cao Qiye expressed some regret. It is a pity that Mark managed to escape. I plan to eliminate the Corpse King in Jiacheng first, then head to Hudu to apprehend him. Indeed, be cautious in all matters. Prioritize safety, Professor Kong said earnestly. With my daughter by your side, I am at ease. You, Professor Kong, are the pillar of Jiacheng, Cao Qiye sincerely replied. After saying this, he turned to Qin Shin beside him. Professor Kong is my father-in-law. Please take good care of him. Naturally, we are all family. Qin Shin nodded vigorously. In truth, he was already aware of this connection. Furthermore, a biological expert like Professor Kong is a rare gem in these apocalyptic times, and Qin Shin would naturally treat him with utmost respect. However, now that Cao Qiye has explicitly instructed him, he would exert even greater effort. After a brief chat, Cao Qiye took his leave. Subsequently, he returned to his private sanctuary, preparing to test the new ability Grow Big that Qin Xiao had just unlocked. Moreover, after unlocking the second skin of Forest Spirit, the diameter of the entire private sanctuary had doubled, expanding from 100 meters to 200 meters. The dark mist that originally enveloped the surrounding world began to dissipate, thereby increasing the exploration area of the magical sanctuary. Although the diameter merely doubled, the actual circular area increased fourfold. This expansion significantly augmented the space available for exploration within the magical forest. Cao Qiye also experimented with the Grow Big ability. With his current strength, he could enlarge his form up to 6 times. Furthermore, upon enlarging, his strength increased while his speed remained unaffected. Not only that, but this ability could also be applied to various parts of his body, such as his hands and feet, or even his head. However, Cao Qiye's head was already quite large, but now, it could grow to any size imaginable. It could only be described as extraordinary. Chapter 144, the Celestial S-Class Ability, Fountain of Life. In a fleeting moment, Qin Xiao succumbed to hundreds of critical strikes from Cao Qiye, rendering her completely unconscious. Even a gene-locked Tier 5 ability user could not withstand such relentless onslaught. One could only attribute this to the astonishingly formidable new power that Cao Qiye had recently unlocked. Remarkably, this was merely a B-Class ability. Should it evolve to S-Class, it would likely render the entire Goddess Alliance incapable of opposing him single-handedly. At this juncture, Cao Qiye could only express a singular desire. 10. I wish to confront 10 at once. In the ensuing half-month, Cao Qiye vanquished several A-Class Corpse Kings. However, Compared to the formidable Splinter at Wanda Plaza, their power paled in comparison. He participated in several apocalyptic games, acquiring a handful of A-class artifacts, yet none of S-class caliber. Some of these games involved deciphering puzzles, testing not only intellect, but also a modicum of luck. Unfortunately, Cao Qiye had exhausted his fortune in gathering goddesses. Thus, his luck in gambling was rather lacking, leading to a loss of 2,000 ordinary crystal cores. The resources in Jiang City had been nearly depleted under the plundering at the gate of the imperial prison. After lingering for half a month, Cao Qiye managed to elevate his gene lock from Tier 6, 33, to Tier 6, 52. While he did make some progress in resource acquisition, there was no significant leap. Nevertheless, an old adage rings true: misfortunes at the gambling table often lead to fortunes in love. With Qin Zhao's newfound ability, Cao Qiye was invigorated, making remarkable strides in developing new skins. Su Ying, Shang Wanfian, and Jiang Ling all successfully advanced to legendary level skins. The efficiency of their progress had skyrocketed compared to previous efforts. Congratulations, host, on elevating Su Ying's development value to 100. The summer deep blue skin of the pool party hero has evolved into a legendary skin. Su Ying. Gender, female. Age, 19. Beauty, 89.99. Physique, 84.90. Charisma, 85.98. Charm, 90.98. Overall rating, 87.96. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 100. Gene lock, Tier 5, 12. Ultimate skin, pool party deep blue summer, legendary. Endowed with water element control and the skill to dive deep, she perceives any wall as an ocean, traversing it freely as a fish in water. The more individuals don this skin, the shorter the cooldown for the stealth skill and the longer its duration. Ability, S-Class Fountain of Life. The water elements manipulated possess the abilities to heal, purify, and extend lifespan. It can also be transformed into a cursed fountain, capable of corrosion, pollution, and reduction of lifespan. The host will inherit all abilities of Su Ying's skin and possess the right to don and doff it at will. The power of this Fountain of Life stands as the most formidable S-Class ability that Cao Qiye has encountered thus far. Su Ying was the first skin he unlocked. Cao Qiye initially thrived through the gradual enhancement afforded by Su Ying's Fountain of Evolution. Without her ability to create potable water and purify the zombie virus in the early stages, his development would have been at least halved. In other words, had it not been for Su Ying, the event of defeating the Abyssal Gate would have been delayed by at least a month, and that is a conservative estimate. For each misstep in timing could lead to further complications regarding whether Cao Qiye could even contend with the Abyssal Gate. Presently, the capabilities of the Fountain of Life have once again transformed Cao Qiye's understanding. The notion of directly extending one's lifespan or diminishing that of an adversary is nothing short of extraordinary, a truly remarkable phenomenon. Chapter 145, Shang Wanfian. I shall lead the charge. Cao Qiye discovered that for every 500 milliliters of the Fountain of Life consumed, one could extend their life by 2 days. However, the maximum daily intake was limited to 500 milliliters, exceeding this amount rendered it ineffective. Thus, by adhering to this regimen daily, one could feasibly attain immortality. This extraordinary ability transcended the natural laws of life, a power typically reserved for deities and celestial beings. The mere existence of this capability rendered Su Ying's Fountain of Life legendary. Not only did it prolong one's lifespan, but it also possessed the ability to diminish the lifespans of adversaries, with its effects magnifying the reduction of life far beyond the increments it offered. Cao Qiye conducted an experiment on the half-dead Yajiyuan Hayato, who had been tormented by Jiang Ling. After consuming a mere 500 milliliters of the Fountain of Curse, Yajiyuan, who had clung to life despite extensive research, instantly perished. With tears in his eyes, Cao Qiye consumed his crystal core, resulting in a 1 increase in his genetic lock. Yajiyuan's lifespan had been limited to 30 years, while the Fountain of Curse exhibited a horrifying effect that reduced an enemy's life by 22 days per milliliter. In contrast, the Fountain of Life could only extend life by a mere 0.004 days per milliliter. From this, one could infer that in terms of lifespan impact, the Fountain of Curse was astonishingly 550,000 more effective than the Fountain of Life. Regrettably, despite its lack of flavor, the Fountain of Curse was an unsettling shade of black. Were it not for this, Cao Qiye could dispense with the need for brute force in his future endeavors. A simple offering of water would suffice. However, he contemplated that perhaps Jiang Ling could devise a way to disguise the Fountain of Curse as cola, allowing him to serve it to his enemies under the guise of a refreshing beverage. Not only was Su Ying's S-Class ability remarkably formidable, but Jiang Ling and Shang Wanfian's powers were equally impressive. Congratulations, host, for elevating Shang Wanfian's development value to 100. Original battle-made hero skin, Vanguard, has evolved into a legendary skin. Shangguanfian. Gender, female. Age, 19. Beauty, 8098. Figure, 7189. Charisma, 8999. Overall score, 8196. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 100. Genetic lock, 5th stage, 12. Ultimate skin, Battle Made Vanguard, legendary. Obtains a unique artifact based on individual characteristics. The more people with this series of skins, the higher the level of the exclusive artifact. Current level, B. Ability, S-Class. I shall lead the charge. Upon entering combat and pursuing adversaries, one's movement speed, attack speed, and damage output are all at 100. Conversely, when retreating, movement speed decreases by 50. Attack speed diminishes by 50, and damage taken increases by 50. One can mark the strongest enemy within a 500-meter radius as the arch-nemesis for a duration of 5 minutes, during which it cannot be purified. The effect of I shall lead the charge is doubled against the arch-nemesis, with both buffs and debuffs also amplified twofold. The host will gain all abilities of the skin of Shangguanfian, along with the right to don or remove armor at will. Shangguanfian's extraordinary powers have once again returned to a combat-oriented attribute, foregoing the direction of rapid breakthrough. Originally, Cao Qiye had hoped to attain an S-Class gene enhancement. But alas, that was not to be. However, this new extraordinary ability of Shangguanfian indeed aligns with her character, and with it, her combat prowess could undoubtedly reach the T1 tier of the Goddess Alliance. Yet, while this ability offers tremendous enhancements, it also entails considerable drawbacks. This signifies that once combat commences, one must engage fully, relishing the thrill of battle, with no option for retreat. There is no chance for the timid to escape. To flee would be to court certain death. Chapter 146, Steel of the Heart. Congratulations to the host for elevating Jiangling's development value to 100. The Brave Bull skin from the original Beast Girl tribe has advanced to legendary status. Jiangling. Gender, female. Age, 19. Appearance, 8598. Physique, 96101. Charisma, 8798. Charm, 9299. Overall rating, 9099. Loyalty, 100. Development value, 100. Gene lock, 5th stage, 12. Ultimate skin, Beast Girl tribe's Brave Bull, legendary. Based on her inherent traits, she can transform into a beastly form. The more skins in this series she possesses, the greater the enhancement of her transformation. Superpower, S-Class Steel of the Heart. Grants the power of eternal devouring. Activating Steel of the Heart generates a charged attack within 3 seconds, inflicting additional damage equal to 5 of her maximum health and increasing her permanent maximum health by 10 of that damage, which can stack indefinitely. Against a single target, it can stack a maximum of 10 times. And the effect of increasing permanent health applies only to enemies with the same or higher gene lock tier. The host will gain all abilities associated with the Brave Bull skin and possesses the right to don or remove it at will. In comparison to Su Ying and Shangguanfian's abilities, Cao Qiye favored Jiangling's Steel of the Heart. The potential for infinite growth and maximum health is theoretically invincible. As long as the steel accumulates sufficiently, it can annihilate any existence. Furthermore, she herself possesses formidable resilience. However, the limitations for accumulating steel are stringent. She must engage with enemies of the same or higher gene lock tier. Given Cao Qiye's rapid progression, it would be increasingly challenging to find adversaries of his tier, let alone higher ones. It can only be said that this infinite growth superpower has come too slowly. Had Steel of the Heart been available from the outset, Cao Qiye would have already reached hundreds of layers by now. During this period, not only has Cao Qiye been tirelessly training day and night, but Jiangling's crystal core drive has also made significant advancements. Through the existing signal base stations of the Imperial Gate and Michelangelo's crystal core reactor, she has established new signal stations in Jiang City. Moreover, within the headquarters of the Goddess Alliance, Jiangling has erected a highly potent signal base station. Consequently, no matter where Cao Qiye is, he can maintain contact with Qianqian in Jiang City. Additionally, the model base station established by Jiangling in her private sanctuary can not only conceal her information, but also intercept communications from other base stations. Just in recent days, the model base station at the headquarters intercepted a message from the Sakura Nation. This message was sent from the Sakura Nation's headquarters to the Imperial Gate of Jiang City. Its content can be summarized into 2 aspects, one good news and one bad news. The good news is that the Sakura Nation has comprehended the essence of the apocalyptic game's invasion of the supernatural realm. The game's secret realm is akin to an energy-unstable space-time wormhole, connecting to another world at the far end of the universe. Through the apocalyptic game that incessantly devours human lives, the temporal wormholes can amass sufficient chi to stabilize themselves, thereby establishing a portal connecting Blue Star to another realm. This is akin to the dark portal opened by Gul'dan on the continent of Azeroth. Once a temporal wormhole absorbs enough chi, it becomes susceptible to an invasion from that other world. Therefore, the truth behind the apocalyptic game is, in essence, a grand deception. The village chief and the little girl are merely illusions conjured by the goblin realm. Completing the game signifies shattering this illusion, transforming the chi consumed in its creation into artifacts that reward you. However, failure nourishes this hidden realm. Once the secret realm accumulates enough chi, it will form a portal to the other world. At that juncture, Blue Star will face an incursion from the Goblin Kingdom. Moreover, the greater the difficulty of the secret realm, the more lives have been sacrificed within it. Thus, by triumphing in the defense of the village within this apocalyptic game, Cao Qiye effectively averted the Goblin Kingdom's invasion of Jiangqing. According to the highest difficulty of the secret realm at that time, had Cao Qiye not dismantled it promptly, a portal might indeed have manifested in the defense of the village. But why does the land of cherry blossoms comprehend this truth? This brings us to the good news intercepted by Jiangling. The defense of the village does not merely have statues in Jiangqing. It is represented across the globe on Blue Star. The secret realm of defense in the land of cherry blossoms has already been obliterated. The apocalyptic game successfully established a portal in the land of cherry blossoms, allowing the Goblin Kingdom to invade the entire nation. Goblins are far more formidable than zombies. Recall that in the defense of the village, for every woman abducted by a goblin, the next wave of goblin warriors would increase by 100. In reality, the Goblin Kingdom is even more terrifying. Among the warriors of the Goblin Kingdom, there exists a specialized breed known as the evil goblins, responsible for amplifying their ranks. Their physiology is remarkably unique, enabling any female of any race to conceive and deliver within 10 minutes, typically yielding an average of over 5 goblins per birth. Furthermore, these goblins can inherit traits from other races. For instance, a union between a dragon and a goblin could produce a goblin dragon. An angel and a goblin could yield a goblin angel. A goblin and a human could result in a goblin subhuman. Theoretically, a single evil goblin can produce around 700 goblin warriors within 24 hours. Such a formidable force could swiftly obliterate the entire land of cherry blossoms. According to the message dispatched from the land of cherry blossoms to the gate of the abyss, the nation has been completely overrun by goblins, their numbers escalating at an astonishing rate. The beleaguered prime minister of the land of cherry blossoms is currently piloting a crystal core-powered mothership approaching the docks of Jiaqing, preparing for an alliance with the leader of the Gate of the Abyss, Fuqin. The cherry blossom nation finds themselves unable to remain in their current territory, prompting them to seek refuge in the Great Xia. However, unbeknownst to them, the zombie virus scheme orchestrated by the Imperial Abyss Gate in Jiangsheng has long since failed. The city has been liberated by Cao Qiye and is no longer under the dominion of the Imperial Abyss Gate. Master, should we pursue Mark? Jiangling inquired, her gaze fixed upon Cao Qiye. The situation is urgent. If they delay in chasing after Mark, it is highly likely that Jiangsheng will fall prey to the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The city has only just regained its stability, and the survivors have merely addressed their basic needs, lacking the strength to confront the Cherry Blossom Nation head-on. After all, the outbreak of the zombie virus was instigated by them as well. Though they have been decimated by the formidable Goblin Kingdom and reduced to a mere military camp for goblins, their overall strength remains formidable. Were it not for Cao Qiye's presence, Jiangsheng would undoubtedly face a grave crisis. Let us pursue. How could we not? Chapter 147. My sword is not without advantage. Chase. Why are we not pursuing? Cao Qiye exhibited no hesitation. He had lingered in Jiaqing long enough, and now possessed 6 S-rank abilities, endowing him with the strength to pursue Mark. Moreover, he wielded the SS-rank artifact, the Rebirth Cross, ensuring his safety. He was remarkably confident. Indeed, I also believe that pursuing Mark is a wise decision, especially since the entire Sakura nation has seemingly anchored in Jiangsheng. It is certain that we cannot hold our ground alone. Fu Hongxue nodded, analyzing the situation. It would be best to have Qinshun lead the survivors to escape to Hudu. Given the master's rapid development, he will undoubtedly become the ruler of Blue Star in the future. However, at this moment, we are too weak to confront them head-on and must first avoid their might. Avoid whom's might? Cao Qiye's eyes gleamed with determination. What I mean is, we must pursue Mark, and we must also intercept the mothership of the Sakura nation. Ah? Fu Hongxue was taken aback by Cao Qiye's decision. The man before her was indeed unpredictable in his actions. Xiao Shui, you must understand that pursuing Mark and obstructing the Sakura nation's landing have never been choices for me. Only children make choices. I desire both. Cao Qiye replied with a calm smile, brimming with confidence. We will split into 2 teams. One will head to Hudu, and the other will go to the sea. I have the ability to teleport. However, this approach seems fraught with peril. After all, we are facing a mothership from the Sakura nation. With our current strength, can we truly intercept them? Fu Hongxue continued to dissuade him. In her eyes, although Cao Qiye was indeed powerful, he had not yet reached the level to contend against an entire nation, even if they confronted the remnants of the Sakura nation. The Goddess Alliance's current strength was still insufficient. Indeed, Master, I concur with Xiao Shui. We should deliberate cautiously. Engaging the mothership of the Sakura nation head-on at this stage is undeniably perilous. Ling Naimei also agreed with Fu Hongxue's assessment. Humph. My sword is not without advantage. Cao Qiye's gaze sharpened, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Henceforth, the Goddess Alliance shall divide into 2 teams. I, Yao Yao, Xiao Yu, Professor Jiang, and Xiaomei will form one team to intercept the mothership at sea. Suing, Ting Ting, Shana, Yu, Yue, Xiao Shui, and Chen Xiao will form the second team to pursue Mark and Hudu. Understood. With Cao Qiye's distribution of the team assignments, all members of the Goddess Alliance stood at attention, chests out, heads held high, and abdomens in, ready for action. The determination in their eyes was unwavering, their discipline impeccable. Even the newly arrived Chen Xiao mirrored this resolve. Fu Hongxue and Ling Naimei ceased to express further dissent. While everyone could contribute to the tactical discussions and share their analyses and insights, the ultimate decision rested entirely in Cao Qiye's hands. Once the first gunshot rang out, the entire Goddess Alliance would follow his command. Those who disobeyed could leave without hesitation. However, all members of the Goddess Alliance have placed their unwavering trust in the commands of Cao Qiye. After all, he is the one who has performed miracles in the defense of the village. Otherwise, the current state of Jiangcheng would hardly be better than that of the Sakura Kingdom, perhaps even far worse. Not only that, but the entire Great Xia would also find itself in peril from the invasion of the Goblin Kingdom. Suing, as the captain of the second team, carries authority equivalent to my own. Do you understand? Cao Qiye stated sternly. He had observed Su Ying's usual demeanor, and this was her first engagement in a combat mission. Previously, Su Ying, due to her limited strength from the purification spring, typically remained at the headquarters to safeguard it. Nevertheless, this did not diminish her status as the eldest sister within the Goddess Alliance. Her position was not merely a matter of age or combat prowess. Rather, as the first woman in the post-apocalyptic world to stand by Cao Qiye, she had demonstrated potential in alleviating his burdens. Now was the time to test her leadership abilities. Should she excel, her position as the eldest sister would be solidified. However, if Cao Qiye found her lacking in leadership qualities, she might only serve in a logistical role henceforth. We must ensure the successful completion of this mission. Su Ying's gaze was resolute, sensing the expectations Cao Qiye had for her. Very well, without further ado, let us depart. Yes. Subsequently, the Goddess Alliance split into 2 teams, heading in different directions. Regarding the matter of the Sakura Kingdom's mothership, Cao Qiye chose not to inform Chen. Firstly, he wished to avoid inciting panic in the recently stabilized refuge. Secondly, given Chen's current capabilities, even if he were aware, he could do little to change the situation. Knowing Chen's character, he would undoubtedly intervene upon learning that Cao Qiye intended to intercept the mothership of the Sakura Kingdom. Should anything unfortunate befall Chen during this operation, Cao Qiye would find it exceedingly difficult to find someone as suitable as him to manage Jiangcheng. However, Cao Qiye did not withhold the truth about the apocalyptic game or the fall of the Sakura Kingdom from Chen. He aimed to bring some amusement to the populace, who had suffered under the tyranny of the Imperial Gate for so long, and to ensure they remained vigilant when entering the apocalyptic game in the future. The apocalyptic game, after all, is a double-edged sword. Humanity can acquire divine artifacts within it, yet it also entails significant risks. After approximately 5 hours, Cao Qiye arrived at the dock of Jiangcheng. The setting sun bled into the horizon, casting a dark crimson hue over the dilapidated harbor. Standing before a rusted stack of containers, the sea breeze enveloped him in a mixture of saltiness and decay. Once bustling cranes now leaned like the bones of giants, their steel cables hanging like spiderwebs. In the berths, several cargo ships lay capsized in the murky waters, their hulls overrun with barnacles and rust. Waves crashed against the shore, stirring the remnants of the undead, producing a chilling clamor. The metal shutter of warehouse number 12 had been violently torn apart, revealing scattered cargo boxes within. A mutated wildcat darted through the shadows, clutching a half-rotten fishtail in its jaws. In the distance, several corpses, adorned with life jackets, bobbed with the tides, their employee badges glimmering on their wrists. In Jiangcheng, it has become increasingly rare to encounter living souls. Those capable of fleeing have largely sought refuge in Chunchen Sanctuary, while the rest are typically trapped victims. Months have passed since the outbreak of the zombie virus, and under such dire circumstances, survival has become exceedingly unlikely. Beneath the shroud of darkness, all power systems, save for the crystal core energy source, lie in ruin. The vessels at the docks have been reduced to mere scrap metal. Cao Qiye's aspiration to intercept the Cherry Blossom Nation's mothership at sea appears nearly impossible, as the exertion required for flight is immense. Even with the S-class Holy Grail, sustaining aerial travel over the ocean is unfeasible. Moreover, it is too late for Jiangling to construct a vessel powered by crystal core energy. Consequently, Cao Qiye is left with no choice but to establish a camp at the docks and await the arrival of the Cherry Blossom Nation's mothership. Ideally, he hopes to sink it before it makes landfall, thereby maximizing the prevention of the adversary's supernatural forces from disembarking. Thus, Cao Qiye has been utilizing the Goddess Alliance's signal base stations to communicate with the mothership, ensuring he remains apprised of its navigational position. Chapter 148. The Tide Clan. The battleship of Sakura Nation heading towards Jiacheng Dock is named Yamato. As of now, Cao Qiye remains unaware of the overall combat capabilities aboard the Yamato. After all, the Gate of the Imperial Abyss is merely an assassin organization serving the Yamaguchi Group's Yami clan, lacking any significant influence within the Sakura Nation. Were it not for the fact that the entire Sakura Nation has now transformed into a production base for goblins, the Yamato would not have reached out to Fubuki-rin in Jiangqing. Without knowledge of the enemy's strength, Cao Qiye hesitates to inquire further, as his position with the Gate of the Imperial Abyss does not afford him the right or reason to ask. Such inquiries would likely raise suspicions among the remnants of the Sakura Nation. Thus, Cao Qiye must brace himself for battle. The only certainty he holds is that the Yamato will dock in 3 days. It is imperative that he surveys the terrain here and sets up an ambush before the enemy arrives. Cao Qiye then instructed the other goddesses of Team 1 to commence reconnaissance in the vicinity, while he returned to the main base. After Chen Xiao activated the forest spirit skin, Cao Qiye unearthed a significant issue. For instance, he and Chen Xiao are not situated together at present. Chen Xiao is in Team 2, en route to Tiger City. Should she open a spatial vortex within her private domain at this moment, Cao Qiye would discover that he could traverse directly to her location from the main base via this spatial vortex. This implies that even without the teleportation ability of meeting the divine deer, he can oscillate between 2 locations through the Goddess Alliance's main base. Previously, while Li Luyao could also open a spatial vortex, her powers tethered her closely to Cao Qiye, resulting in their positions being nearly identical. Thus, until the emergence of a new forest spirit skin bearer, Cao Qiye had not realized this potential application. With this newfound capability, Cao Qiye can now move seamlessly between the 2 squads without any detriment. Not only Cao Qiye but also other members of the Goddess Alliance can do so, provided that the bearer of the forest spirit skin opens a spatial vortex from different locations. Everyone can access various sites through the Goddess Alliance's main base. Although this method lacks the swiftness of the meeting the divine deer teleportation ability, traversing through spatial vortices incurs almost no physical expenditure. It is noteworthy that the longer the distance in meeting the divine deer, the greater the energy consumption. With the 2 squads of the Goddess Alliance separated by hundreds of kilometers, even for Cao Qiye, who is at the mid-level of the genetic lock, a single teleportation would deplete 1/3 of his stamina. However, with Qin Zhao's presence, Cao Qiye can conserve this energy and allocate it towards practical combat, thereby enhancing the cohesion and safety of operations between the 2 squads. This discovery is undoubtedly monumental. After a thorough reconnaissance, the goddesses of Team 1 returned to the dock to regroup. The surrounding circumstances appeared largely normal, with only a few wandering zombies, which had been nearly cleared after the goddesses conducted their rounds. However, Lin Xiaoyue uncovered traces that suggested the presence of potential humans. Upon the cargo ship docked at Pier 12, I discovered remnants of human habitation, accompanied by numerous man-made traps in the vicinity. The surrounding undead were remarkably sparse, indicating the presence of extraordinary beings. Very well, while the others attend to the zombies nearby, I shall accompany Cao Yu to investigate further. Cao Qiye playfully patted Lin Xiaoyue's peachy dairy Ri, signaling her to transform. With a buzz, Lin Xiaoyue, blushing, morphed into a cybernetic motorcycle, her engine roaring like a beast. Cao Qiye mounted her and pressed the throttle. Lin Xiaoyue abruptly lifted her front, leaving 2 scorched marks on the concrete surface. Accelerating swiftly, they surged into the dock area, where Cao Qiye indeed observed an array of intricate traps encircling the ship, cans strung with fishing line alarms, ropes soaked in fuel, and even several corpses of zombies impaled by sharp spikes. Lin Xiaoyue was right. Traces of human habitation were evident. Suddenly, 3 poisoned harpoons sliced through the air. Cao Qiye grasped at the void, sweeping his Fa Tian Huaji, and the steel harpoons shattered upon impact. However, this was merely the beginning. More harpoons emerged from the crevices of containers, the crane's cabin, and even shot forth from beneath the water. A dark net of lightning erupted around Cao Qiye, deflecting the seemingly unavoidable onslaught. It appeared that a considerable number of survivors remained, observing his surroundings, though the opposition remained concealed. The sheer quantity and trajectory of the harpoon suggested that there were at least dozens of them. I am Cao Qiye of the Goddess Alliance. I do not wish to be your enemy. Send someone in charge to converse with us. Cao Qiye had no intention of attacking these survivors. After all, they were all subjects of the Great Xia, and the priority was to thwart the flagship of Sakura country, rendering mutual slaughter unnecessary. We know nothing of your Goddess Alliance. Nor do we recognize you as Cao Qiye. Depart, came the voice of a middle-aged man from a distance. The unexpected arrival of Cao Qiye was seemingly unwelcome. As the opposition refused to reveal themselves, Cao Qiye, without further ado, dove into the water, stealthily passing through the containers and arriving at their rear. What is this? Slowly peeking out, Cao Qiye's pupils constricted in shock. The ambushers were not human. They were mermen with pale blue skin and webbed claws extending from their fingers. Not only that, their musculature and physique were generally more robust than that of humans. Cao Qiye employed his system to scan the commanding merman leader. Little 8. Race, title clan. Gender, male. Age, 41 years. Gene lock, 4th stage, 2. Ability, B-class telekinesis. Little 8 resembled a muscular middle-aged man. Yet he boasted 8 arms, each adorned with suckers. 8th master, the incoming party does not seem friendly. Should we alert the 2 princesses? Inquired a nearby shark merman. His sharp dorsal fin twitching nervously. With his muscular arms coiling with intensity, Xiaoba let out a contemptuous snort. After all, he was merely dealing with a human. In the midst of a zombie onslaught, humanity was preoccupied with its own survival, presenting an exceptional opportunity for our Tides clan to seize the land. For thousands of years, we have been subjected to their tyranny, and at last, the time has come for us to rise and sing the songs of our liberation. His 8 arms grasped 2 rusted harpoons, while a 3rd arm scratched his neck. The remaining 5 arms each clutched various weapons, ranging from a corroded machete to a dagger crafted from shark teeth. Should this fool dare to intrude? Xiaoba's 8 arms assumed an aggressive stance, his suckers pulsating with excitement, and I shall turn him into fish bait. Chapter 149. Inquiry. As soon as Xiaoba finished speaking, the Fang Tian Huaji in Cao Qiye's hand was already poised menacingly against his neck. Why you mustn't act recklessly. Xiaoba's 8 arms froze in mid-air, his throat convulsing with difficulty. Dark lightning danced upon the Fang Tian Huaji, illuminating his pale face and constricted pupils. Despite his attempts to appear composed, the beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed his fear of Cao Qiye. This place is filled with my people. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I guarantee your death will be most gruesome. Instantly, hundreds of eerie green eyes lit up around them, as the fishmen brandished their poisoned harpoons and bone spears, encircling them from every corner of the dock. Their scaled bodies bristled, gill slits flaring ominously, emitting a threatening hiss. Release Lord Ba. Human, you seek death. If you do not lower your weapons, we shall tear you to shreds. Cao Qiye let out a cold laugh, as his left hand suddenly summoned a blinding bolt of black lightning. 1,000 birds sharp spear. The black lightning pierced through the shark fishman before him, instantly cleaving his body in 2. Not only that, but the towering shipping container behind him was also sliced with precision, as smooth as cutting through butter. Such overwhelming might delivered a stark warning to the fishmen. Have your subordinates lay down their weapons, or I shall annihilate you all. Cao Qiye's gaze was sharp, indicating he was not jesting. At that moment, Li Luyao, Jiang Ling, Ling Naimei, and Shangguan Fei Yin also surrounded them from all sides. Everyone, put down your weapons. Do not act rashly. Seeing this, Xiaoba suddenly raised his 8 arms in a gesture of surrender, his voice trembling as he shouted. Afterward, he exchanged furtive glances with those around him, seemingly communicating silently. The fishmen appeared to obey, lowering their weapons, yet the muscles beneath their scales tightened subtly. Kill them. Just as the weapons were about to be relinquished, the fishmen erupted into chaos. Xiaoba's 8 arms surged forth, gleaming blades flashing from all directions towards Cao Qiye. Simultaneously, all the fishmen launched their assault, poisoned harpoons raining down like a downpour. Seeking death, the lightning in Cao Qiye's eyes surged, and he swept the 1,000 birds sharp spear across. Swish, swish. For lines of blood erupted from Xiaoba's upper body as 4 arms wielding blades were severed at the roots by the 1,000 birds sharp spear. Before any screams could escape, another bolt of black lightning flashed, cleanly severing the remaining 4 arms. Xiaoba cried out in agony, collapsing into a pool of blood, crimson liquid spraying forth like a fountain upon the concrete dock. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye wielded the Fang Tian Huaji with the other hand, deflecting the incoming harpoons. Kill this fellow, and Lord Ba shall have his revenge. Facing the swarming fishmen, Cao Qiye bellowed fiercely, directly invoking Qin Zhao's quickly grow big. His body suddenly expanded 6-fold, resembling a giant descending from the heavens. In his grasp, the Fang Tianhua halberd grew in size, each swing conjuring terrifying thunderstorms. Boom, boom, boom. The fishmen were crushed like ants, their severed limbs and dismembered bodies splattering everywhere. Some were cleaved in two, others reduced to charred remains by the thunder's wrath, transforming the dock into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Cao Qiye had no intention of harming these unknown species, yet if they sought their own demise, he would not show mercy. This creature, a monster. Undoubtedly a monster. So potent. Humanity is far too formidable. We must hasten back to the island. Flee. Flee. Return and inform the princess that humanity is an insurmountable foe. Witnessing this, the fishmen scattered in panic. Think you can escape? No chance. Ling Naimei had long since stationed herself at the entrance, her arms outstretched, water elements swirling violently around her. A cerulean vortex formed beneath her feet, from which dozens of sharks, composed of pure water elements, surged forth. With a splatter, the water sharks clamped down on the fleeing fishmen, swiftly thrashing their heads, tearing open wounds, and causing crimson blood to spray forth. Furthermore, the blazing Qi Shao in Ling Naimei's hand erupted with flames, dispatching the remaining fishmen who evaded the water sharks' pursuit. I shall lead the charge, Shang Guanfian declared, wielding the wind-whispering sword, unleashing sharp blades of wind that effortlessly cleaved the fishmen as though they were mere vegetables. Her S-class ability granted her a 100 boost to mobility, attack speed, and damage when facing retreating foes. None of the fishmen could escape her grasp. Try this. Lin Xiaoyue hoisted the cyber energy cannon, its barrel charging rapidly, emitting a blinding blue light. She pulled the trigger, sending beams of energy slicing through the air, instantly blasting the fleeing fishmen away. Some crashed into containers, creating deep craters, while others were propelled into the sea, sending sprays of water soaring meters high. The tremendous recoil even caused Lin Xiaoyue to slide back several meters after firing. Following the enhancement of her genetic lock, the destructive power of her doomsday mecha experienced yet another qualitative leap. Lin Xiaoyue felt immense satisfaction with her current firepower. Starlight. Li Luyao elegantly twirled her staff, the emerald gem atop it suddenly bursting forth with brilliant starlight. Countless green specks, akin to fireflies, scattered and flew through the air, tracing graceful arcs as they pursued the enemy. Upon being struck by the starlight, an adversary would suffer severe injuries. A few consecutive hits could lead to utter annihilation. Although the damage from Li Luyao's starlight was not exceedingly high, it could be continuously released. Against formidable ability users, her powers might not be suitable for solo combat. Yet when dealing with these minor foes, her combat prowess was indeed remarkable. These creatures don't seem to be zombies. They are a new species. Master, allow me to keep a couple alive for study. Jiang Ling exclaimed with palpable excitement upon encountering the new species. With sheer strength, she dispatched the fishmen, one punch at a time. A formidable force, capable of reducing adversaries to mere mist of blood. Upon catching sight of her, the fleeing merman immediately turned tail and sought refuge in another direction. Surrounded by Ling Naimei, Shang Guanfian, Li Luyao, and Jiang Ling, the mermen found themselves trapped, with not a single one escaping. We recognize our errors. We beseech you, spare our lives. The remaining mermen, aware of their disadvantage against Cao Qiye and his companions, hastily surrendered, casting down their weapons. In a matter of mere minutes, hundreds of mermen had suffered heavy casualties. Speak. Who are you? From whence do you come? Where are you bound? Cao Qiye firmly pressed his foot upon the last remnants of Xiaoba's severed tentacle, as black lightning crackled ominously upon his Fang Tianhua Ji. Looking down upon the surviving merman from his elevated position, his voice was frigid. Should you utter but a single falsehood, I shall show no mercy. Chapter 150. The Kingdom of Merfolk, spare me, I beg you, whimpered Octopus Xiaoba. Despite having all 8 of his limbs severed by Cao Qiye, his will to survive remained remarkably strong. Cao Qiye harnessed the power of water, enveloping the bleeding wounds of Octopus Xiaoba with the fountain of life, which instantly staunched the flow of blood. Without such intervention, the creature would have succumbed to shock and death due to the excessive loss of blood, even had Cao Qiye taken no further action. This being was the leader of the merman tribe, possessing the most knowledge, and thus Cao Qiye had no intention of ending his life. However, the preservation of his existence now hinged on his subsequent actions. We are the Tide Clan, hailing from the underwater realm of Jiaqiang. Xiaoba struggled to lift his head, his voice rasping like an old bellows, infused with the unique dampness of the ocean depths. From the words of Octopus Xiaoba, Cao Qiye gleaned the origins of the Tide Clan. Thousands of years prior, the mermen, as a subspecies of humanity, coexisted peacefully with humans. During the Bronze Age, the Tide Clan forged a tacit understanding with coastal human tribes. On nights of the full moon, the mermen would venture ashore bearing pearls and corals to trade for pottery and textiles. Human children often played with young mermen in the shallows, laughter mingling with the splashing waves. The women of the Tide clan were a stark contrast to their rugged male counterparts. Their upper bodies resembled exquisite works of art, with skin as lustrous as pearls, radiating a delicate bluish-purple sheen. Their slender necks were adorned with translucent gill filaments that swayed gracefully like gossamer with each breath, while their damp, flowing hair was entwined with bioluminescent seaweed, shimmering in the darkness like a cascade of stars. Most striking was their elongated tails, whose scales shifted colors with their emotions, blushing cherry blossom pink when shy, turning blood red in anger, and shimmering with a riot of hues when passionate. The tears of a mermaid princess crystallized into the purest pearls of moonlight, and her song could tame even the most ferocious sea beasts, rendering them as docile as lambs. Such was the true essence of a mermaid. Yet, it was precisely the overwhelming beauty of the female merman that sowed the seeds of calamity. With the establishment of human empires, everything changed. A certain lord, upon witnessing a mermaid maiden combing her long hair by the shore, planted the seeds of greed in his heart. Humans began capturing mermaids, confining them in jade tanks filled with seawater, transforming them into playthings for the nobility. Along the eastern coastline, hunters emerged who made their livelihoods by capturing mermaids, using specially crafted conch shells to mimic mating calls, luring solitary mermaids into traps. Historical records recount that over 30 mermaids were kept in the palace of Duke Qixiang for the entertainment of guests. However, this era was not the darkest, for the male members of the Tide clan possessed strength several times greater than that of human males, often referred to as water monkeys or sea monsters. Under the protection of the Blue Star mermaids, the Merman clan managed to survive, albeit precariously. Yet, with the advent of gunpowder, one of the 4 great inventions of the Great Xiao, the Tide clan lost their advantage completely. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, the last organized merman warriors were obliterated by cannon fire, forcing the survivors to flee to the depths of the ocean trenches beneath Jiangqing. Beside the depths of 1,000 meters at the ocean's floor, the fish people have constructed the city of Poseidon from the remnants of sunken ships. They have modified their gill structures, evolved luminescent organs, and even learned to smelt metals using hydrothermal vents. From that moment on, the Tide clan dwelled beneath the deep sea, occasionally masquerading as humans to gather resources. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, Blue Star was shrouded in dark mist, rendering technological advancements ineffective, as if the laws of physics had ceased to exist. Upon discovering this grim reality, the fish soldiers who ventured out for resources hastily returned to their realm to inform the 2 princesses of the Fish Kingdom. In this kingdom, the highest authority was not the king, but the princesses who inherited the power of Poseidon. This era marked the zenith of the Fish Kingdom, with 2 princesses simultaneously bearing the mantle of Poseidon's strength. Upon learning that human technology had become futile, the Fish Kingdom convened the Tide Council, engaging in 3 days and nights of fervent debate, ultimately passing the plan to return to the surface by a narrow margin. Little did they anticipate that upon seizing the Jiacheng dock, they would encounter the formidable Cao Qiye, a threat far more terrifying than modern weaponry. The vanguard regiment was swiftly overwhelmed by him. To their astonishment, mermaids were indeed real. A flicker of surprise crossed Cao Qiye's eyes. The existence of mermaids was no mere legend. Furthermore, to intercept the Sakura Kingdom's aircraft carriers at sea, their assistance would be invaluable, akin to adding wings to a tiger. On land, these beings were no match for Cao Qiye, but the dynamics shifted in the ocean. Take me to the Fish Kingdom. I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with your mermaid princess, Cao Qiye commanded, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Now aware of the merfolk's existence, he was resolute in uncovering the mysteries of the underwater kingdom. Perhaps he could even persuade a mermaid princess to accompany him. How delightful that would be. That is not permissible. I can only divulge so much. I cannot reveal the location of the Fish Kingdom, lest we face human persecution once more, Octopus Xiaoba declared, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes, his shattered wrist trembling with fervor. Even if you were to kill me, it would be futile. Surrounding fish warriors stood tall, their scales bristling with fear yet unwavering in their resolve. Master Ba, you must not trust this ruthless human. Indeed, we cannot, even in death, divulge the location of the Merfolk Kingdom. Master Ba, let us make one last stand. The warriors of the Tide clan shall fight to the death. The soldiers faced death with valor, preferring to perish rather than endanger their kin, even knowing they could not match Cao Qiye's prowess. I have answered many of your inquiries. Even if you slay us all, I shall never reveal the location of the Fish Kingdom. I was the one who commanded the attack against you. Go ahead and kill me, but I implore you, spare my brethren, Octopus Xiaoba pleaded with a tone of desperation as he gazed at Cao Qiye. His lengthy discourse with Cao Qiye was solely to secure a glimmer of hope for his brethren's survival. He discerned that, despite having slain many of their kin, Cao Qiye was not a bloodthirsty individual, Otherwise, he would not have ceased his onslaught. The substantial losses suffered by the tidal clan's vanguard could only be attributed to his own folly in provoking a human who ought not to have been trifled with. Had he not issued the command to attack Cao Qiye, perhaps they would have already convened to negotiate amicably. Then perish, Cao Qiye bellowed, his wrathful aura crashing upon the dock like a tsunami. The tidal warriors succumbed to the overwhelming force, kneeling upon the ground, their scales oozing blood from the fissures. Yet they gritted their teeth, refusing to plead for mercy. Thus, the standoff endured for 2 interminable minutes. Depart, he commanded suddenly, as the oppressive pressure dissipated. Turning his back, his garments billowed in the sea breeze. Why, you're allowing us to leave? Xiaoba's singular eye widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the words he had just heard. The tidal warriors exchanged incredulous glances. They had steeled themselves for martyrdom, yet Cao Qiye permitted their escape? This unexpected turn of events left all present, including the observing goddesses, momentarily stunned. Leave before I change my mind. Cao Qiye's voice remained frigid. Xiaoba bowed deeply, his wrists curling in excitement. We are eternally grateful for your mercy, O king, my brethren, and I shall never forget this favor. Hurry. With that command, the remaining fishmen leapt into the sea. Xiaoba cast one last glance at Cao Qiye before his form gradually sank into the murky depths. Master, you let them go just like that? Not a single one left for thorough examination? As the silhouettes of the fishmen vanished from the dock, Jiangling felt her heart wrench. She earnestly desired to capture a fishman for study. After all, they were a new species on Blue Star. Chapter 151. Casting a long line to catch a big fish, master. This doesn't quite seem like your style, Lin Xiaowei remarked, retracting her cyber cannon as she tilted her head to scrutinize Cao Qiye. She playfully nudged him with her shoulder, her eyes narrowing slightly. You can resist the allure of a mermaid princess? Indeed, Ling Naimei echoed, her tone tinged with regret. If our goddess alliance could welcome a mermaid princess, we would surely dominate the seas. Li Luyu blinked her large, watery eyes. Master, don't you boys always talk about wanting to be the pirate king? Don't you desire that role? Shang Wanfian interjected. Did that octopus, old 8, not mention earlier? Mermaids are half human, half fish. How can one create such a being? Cao Qiye chuckled softly, a sudden surge of azure light emanating from his palm. A lifelike miniature shark danced at his fingertips. Go, follow those tide warriors returning home. With a splash, the shark plunged into the water. Cao Qiye had already tested their resolve. These tide warriors were fearless, and even if he were to slay them all, he would glean no knowledge of the merfolk's whereabouts. It was better to feign departure and follow them discreetly, thus allowing him to trace their path. This was the essence of casting a long line to catch a big fish. At that moment, deep beneath the sea, an inconspicuous little shark was trailing the wounded tide warriors, heading towards the realm of the fish people. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye, accompanied by Li Luyu, followed closely behind, maintaining a safe distance to remain undetected. The protective shield of Li Luyu's natural powers could part the water flow, ensuring that even submerged, Cao Qiye would not be overwhelmed by the currents. Though he was unable to swim, he could harness Ling Naimei's shark ability to conjure a larger shark, engulfing himself within it, allowing for swift movement through the waters. His speed rivaled that of the injured tide warriors, if not exceeding it. Old 8, do you think that humans' sudden release of us is suspicious? One tide warrior queried. Octopus Old 8 nodded, sensing something amiss. He instructed his comrades to conceal themselves behind a coral reef and await developments, keeping an eye out for any sign of Cao Qiye's pursuit. However, every move they made was clearly observed by Cao Qiye's little water shark. The water elements were nearly invisible, making them difficult to detect. Thus, Octopus Old 8 remained hidden behind the coral reef for several hours without noticing any anomalies. Meanwhile, Cao Qiye had long returned to the headquarters of the Goddess Alliance, indulging in a glass of milk. Ever since Brave Nyo evolved into a legendary tier, the quality of the all-natural freshly squeezed milk had experienced a remarkable transformation. It was not only rich in flavor, but also possessed a creamy texture. 1 sip invigorated the senses, 2 sips banished fatigue, and 3 sips promised immortality. Oh yes, the fresh milk tastes absolutely divine. Cao Qiye licked his lips, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Perhaps we were overthinking. That human does not seem to be malevolent. He has slain so many of our kin, yet he does not appear to be a villain. Ah, esteemed 8th Master. Have you forgotten the annals of history? Humanity is naught but a bloodthirsty beast. I am well aware of mankind's treachery. However, this individual has not sought our complete annihilation. His retaliation was merely a response to our initial assault, was it not? In any case, upon our return, we must decisively dissuade the mermaid princess from pursuing her plans to return to the land. Humanity is far too terrifying. The once ambitious tide warriors, before they could even find their footing on solid ground, saw their aspirations to reclaim the land extinguished by Cao Qiye in their infancy. Although the emergence of the Black Mist has rendered humanity technologically bereft, the evolution of their extraordinary abilities has transformed them into formidable weapons in their own right. They possess a modicum of intelligence, though it is scant. Once Octopus Little 8 and his companions have thoroughly dispelled their doubts, they shall continue their clandestine descent into the deep sea, with the vigilant oversight of the little sharks, and while maintaining a safe distance. These dim-witted Tide Warriors are unlikely to uncover his presence. Moreover, the aircraft carrier from the land of cherry blossoms will not arrive at the dock for another 3 days. Thus, he will seize this opportunity to further his studies in the Fishman Kingdom. Upon his return from this scholarly pursuit, he shall undoubtedly ascend to the status of a maritime sovereign. At that juncture, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's cricket carrier will surely meet its demise upon the waves.